The Wuing mansion was bustling with activity. As I was enjoying the graceful dance of a beauty, a servant in green rushed in, announcing that the daughter of the Pingxi king had come with her entourage to break off the engagement. This was a slap in the face, especially on my birthday. In the main hall, the daughter of the Pingxi king and an elder from the 7 Stars sect were acting arrogantly, with the elder even hurling insults at me. Just then, my father, the Wuing, stepped in with authority and struck the elder dead with a few slaps. Terrified, the Pingxi king's daughter tried to flee, but I stopped her and dissolved the engagement. To my surprise, my father then revealed that he and my mother were not originally from this continent. Today was my 18th birthday, and the Wuing mansion was filled with joy and bustling with guests. I lounged lazily on a sandalwood rocking chair, admiring the beauties dance, lost in thought about the agreement with my father whether I could finally lose my virginity when the green-clad servant interrupted, saying Princess Qingyao had arrived to annul the engagement. My parents summoned me to the main hall. Upon arriving in the main hall, my mother, the Wuing consort Ning, beckoned to me. After paying my respects, I took a seat. My mother asked for my opinion on Princess Qingyao's wish to dissolve the engagement. I looked across to see Lin Qingyao, the daughter of Prince Pingxi, standing there with an elderly man in grey robes. Lin Qingyao stood up and said that she had been fortunate enough to catch the attention of an elder from the 7 Stars sect and would soon be leaving to cultivate with the sect. To avoid holding me back, she had come to annul our engagement. I felt displeased, as today was my birthday, and being publicly rejected in front of everyone was nothing short of humiliating. I questioned her, asking if she had considered the dignity of the Yin household. She lightly bit her red lips, bowed again in apology, and even took out a pristine white jade bottle from her storage ring, saying it contained 3 top-grade qi-gathering pills as a gesture of compensation, hoping to help me break through to the qi-gathering realm soon. At this moment, a flash of coldness passed through my mother's eyes as she glared at my father. Father also looked at Lin Qingyao with displeasure, telling her to have her father come to annul the engagement, and said he wouldn't stoop to her level. The grey-robed elder, however, grew arrogant, declaring that the engagement would be annulled whether we agreed or not, and even insulted me as a worthless trash who couldn't even reach the qi-gathering realm, unworthy of a disciple of the 7 Star sect. This remark infuriated old man, who slapped the elder across the face from a distance. The elder was stunned by the blow and tried to resist, but old man struck him twice more, killing him outright. Lin Qingyao let out a cry of shock, her face pale, and she grabbed the elder's corpse, trying to flee. I stopped her and declared that the marriage contract was hereby annulled, and from then on, we would have no further ties. After the guests left, I was worried that my father would bring trouble upon himself by killing the elder of the 7 Stars sect. But my father didn't seem to care at all. Instead, he said there was something he had kept from me for a long time and wanted to confess. He told me they were not from the Tianxian continent but from the Taichu ancient realm. He was the young master of the Wu clan in the Taichu ancient realm, and my mother was the daughter of the leader of the Murong Imperial clan. Both the Wu clan and the Murong Imperial clan were supreme imperial clans. Father also said that as the young master of the Wu clan, I had awakened the ancient imperial bloodline of the Wu clan at birth. However, because I was too young to bear the power, 9 layers of seals were placed on me, which would gradually unlock as my cultivation improved. As he spoke, he pointed a finger, and a stream of light entered my forehead, containing all the information about the Taichu ancient realm. Next, Father was going to lift the first layer of the seal for me, allowing me to officially begin cultivation. The moment the seal was released, an overwhelming surge of power rushed into my body. I was in excruciating pain, feeling as if every inch of my flesh and every cell were being scorched. My clothes instantly turned to ashes. The agony lasted for 2 hours until Mother fed me a mystic pill, and only then did the pain begin to subside. After the suffering came an unparalleled sense of relief. My entire body was brimming with energy. Father smiled and said the first seal had been lifted, then bestowed upon me the martial clan's treasured technique, the ancient scripture of refining heaven. Under his guidance, I began my cultivation. Spiritual energy swirled around me, and my cultivation level soared all the way to the 9th level of the sea transformation realm. At this moment, Father said they had to leave. He handed me 2 jade tokens, explained their use, and urged me to strive to return to the family on my own. Mother hugged me with deep reluctance, and then their figures faded away. I was lost in thought when suddenly a mechanical voice echoed in my mind. The Invincible check-in system had activated. I was both shocked and delighted. I never expected to actually encounter the standard system for transmigrators, complete with a beginner's gift package. What kind of adventures would await me after this? My eyes lit up. Why even hesitate? Open it now. And with that, the beginner's gift package was unlocked. The system notifications kept ringing. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the Invincible technique, Supreme Scripture. This technique includes the Supreme Creation chapter, the Body as Universe chapter, and the Indestructible Soul chapter, leading directly to the path of invincibility. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the supreme treasure of the Great Tao, the Black Book. This book encompasses everything, knowing all and understanding all within the Great Tao. Congratulations, host, for obtaining 10 billion top-grade spirit stones. Hearing all this, my heart pounded wildly. I wasn't deeply moved by the first two gifts, but 100 billion top-grade spirit stones are the real deal. Spirit stones are both cultivation resources and common currency, categorized into low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. One top-grade spirit stone is equivalent to 100 high-grade spirit stones, or 10,000 medium-grade spirit stones, or 1 million low-grade spirit stones. 100 billion top-grade spirit stones is simply an astronomical figure. Before this, I had never even seen what a top-grade spirit stone looked like. The entire Yanwang mansion only had a few 100,000 low-grade spirit stones, and even mid-grade spirit stones were rare. Even the great Jin Imperial family probably only had a few tens of millions of low-grade spirit stones, which would convert to just a few dozen top-grade spirit stones. We've struck it rich. Ha ha ha. I burst into excited laughter, sensing the mountain of top-grade spirit stones in the system space with my mind. It felt like a penniless beggar who couldn't even afford bread suddenly discovering they'd won a $10 billion jackpot. After finally calming down, I shifted my focus to the first two gifts. The Invincible cultivation technique, the supreme scripture, promises a direct path to unrivaled power. Just hearing the name makes it sound incredibly formidable. This technique is far superior in grade to the Wu clan's ancient scripture of refining heaven. It's a truly peerless cultivation method. My heart burned with excitement, but I didn't rush to cultivate. Instead, I quickly returned to my room and retrieved the black book from the system space. It truly was a black book, resembling a thick dictionary with dark golden patterns etched into its black cover, exuding an air of mystery and uniqueness. Suddenly, a childlike face appeared on the surface of the black book and spoke in human language. "Hello, Master. I am the book spirit, delighted to serve you." Book spirit? I examined it carefully and asked curiously, "Do you truly know everything?" "Of course. As long as it's within the Great Tao, there's nothing I don't know." The book spirit replied with full confidence. I thought for a moment and asked, "Then do you know my origins?" What I wanted to ask wasn't about the Martial clan, but rather Blue Star. This Master is enveloped by a mysterious force field, which exceeds the retrieval range. It's impossible to trace your origins. I raised an eyebrow. Could it not even detect that I came from the Martial clan? A mysterious force field. I suspect it must be related to the system. Then do you know about the Martial clan? Master, there are a total of 586,596,214 Martial clans across the myriad realms. To pinpoint a specific target, more information is required. The primordial ancient realm, one of the supreme imperial clans. Received. The black book automatically opened, its pages rustling as they turned. The book appeared to be no more than a few hundred pages thick, yet it seemed endless, as if it could never be fully flipped through. A few seconds later, the pages stopped flipping, revealing densely packed golden text. "Master, would you like me to read it for you?" the book spirit asked considerately. I raised an eyebrow. "There's an audiobook mode too?" "No need, I'll read it myself." My gaze fell on the pages, which were filled with detailed information about the Martial clan, far more comprehensive than what I had in mind. The history and heritage of the Martial clan were laid out clearly at a glance. Truly worthy of being the peerless Imperial clan, with a heritage spanning trillions of years, it stands as one of the 13 supreme overlord forces in the entire primordial ancient realm. Even some information remains beyond the book spirit's full comprehension. The ability to shield against the probing of supreme Tao treasures speaks volumes of the Martial clan's might. TSK, if my father is the young master of the Martial clan, doesn't that mean I'll be the clan leader in the future? My heart swelled with aspiration. Though I currently have the system as my support, who wouldn't prefer an effortless victory? With the colossal Martial clan backing me, I'd feel even more confident to roam freely. Then, I asked a few more questions, and the book spirit answered each one in turn. This made me realize that this black book was indeed an immeasurably rare treasure. I'll give you a name. From now on, you'll be called Mabao Ink Treasure. Thank you, Master, for bestowing this name, Mabao replied joyfully. Putting away the black book, I began to thoroughly examine the system's functions. Apart from the personal panel and system space, there's only the check-in function left. This is also the system's main feature, offering one check-in opportunity per day. Check-ins can accumulate, divided into 5 levels: daily, monthly, yearly, millennium, and 10,000-year check-ins. The higher the check-in level, the greater the probability of obtaining rare treasures. Coincidentally, I have a check-in opportunity today, and I'm feeling excited, like waiting for a lottery draw. System, check-in. Ding, first check-in successful. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 10,000 years of cultivation. I blinked my eyes. 10,000 years of cultivation, is this for real? Holy shit, doesn't this make me invincible? But soon I was disappointed. This 10,000 years of cultivation represents the average cultivation level of cultivators aged 10,000 years across the myriad realms, estimated to help me reach the 9th level of the Venerable Realm. Above the Saint Realm is the Venerable Realm, and beyond that are the Quasi-emperor and Emperor realms. The Venerable Ninth Heaven is far from invincible in the primordial ancient realm, they are merely an average expert at best. The road ahead is long and arduous, with heavy responsibilities and a distant journey. I sighed, pulling out an ancient storage ring from my sleeve. This was secretly slipped to me by Moromin when she left. As I extended my divine sense into the ancient ring, I was immediately awestruck by the sight within. Holy shit! The space inside the ancient ring was terrifyingly vast, like a small world. Inside, there were mountains of spirit stones, along with an ocean of spirit crystals and immortal stones. Moreover, there were all kinds of treasures, spiritual herbs, elixirs, even immortal pills, as well as weapons and magical artifacts of various grades. Too numerous to count, it was dazzling to the eyes. Chapter 3, The Nine Heavens of a Sonnet. Originally, he thought that the 10 billion extreme spirit stones given by the system was already a massive amount of money. Now it seemed that it was his pattern that was small. It turned out that Mom was the real super rich woman. Having gotten rich in a second, with too many treasures and resources, Wuing didn't know what to do for a moment. He lay directly on the bed and couch, feeling that his mind was somewhat disorganized. The things that had happened today were one more shocking than the other, and he needed time to properly rationalize them. Not knowing how much time had passed, he sat up from the bed. No matter how many treasures there are, they are not as important as strength. What I should do now is to become stronger. Get stronger and stronger and stronger. Wuing revealed a determined look. After spending some time, he transferred the vast majority of the treasures and resources within the ancient ring into system space, leaving only a few spirit stones, as well as the more common spirit weapons and pills. There was no place in the world that was safer than system space. After doing so, he sat on his bed with his knees crossed and began to comprehend the supreme scripture. At the same time, he extracted the 10,000 years of cultivation that he had signed up for. At the same time, the upper capital city was in an uproar as the news of Lin Qingyao's door-to-door withdrawal spread throughout the city at an extremely fast speed. However, compared to Lin Qingyao's withdrawal, the news of King Yan slapping the 7-star Sect's elder to death was even more shocking. The Yan King's house is finished now, feuding with the 7-star Sect. The entire Yunnan prefecture won't have a foothold for them. Alas, it's all women who are misguided. Humph. If I say this marriage should have retired long ago, Qingyao County Princess is the real pride of the heavens. Less than 28 years will have broken through to the innate realm. Yan Wang Prince even she gathering realm or less than. How to be worthy of Qingyao County Princess? I heard that Yan Wang's son was able to recite poems and make couplets at the age of 7, and was known as a prodigy of his generation, but I didn't expect his cultivation talent to be so poor. You guys say that Prince Yan Wang isn't hiding his clumsiness, right? King Yan is already a Dharma phase realm powerhouse at such a young age. How could his heir be a wastrel? How could that be? If he's hiding his clumsiness, then that's too terrifying a mindset, isn't it? Even if he really hides his clumsiness, there's no point offending the 7-star Sect. I'm afraid he won't be able to live for a few days. In the restaurant, the crowd was talking. By the table by the window, a youth holding a folding fan frowned, dropped a piece of silver, and quickly left. Li family in the north of the city. Li Yuanbao was kneeling in the courtyard. He secretly swept the house and realized that no one was there, so he stood up, rubbed his knees, bowed his body and carefully slipped towards the gate. Shoo! A shoe flew out of the house and hit him squarely in the back of the head, knocking him to the ground. Immediately afterward, an angry roar came out from the house. Where do you rabbit brat want to run to? Kneel honestly in the yard, don't go anywhere these days, or I'll break your dog's legs. I'm a dog's leg, what are you? Li Yuanbao slandered in his heart, shrunk his neck, climbed up from the ground with difficulty, and knelt honestly where he was, not daring to resist. He sighed, Shixia, it's not that the brother is not righteous, I've tried my best, I hope that your good fortune will come back to you. Alas. Same time. Great Jin Palace, Jun Tian Hall. Brother Wu, you've given me a difficult problem. Emperor Jin pressed his forehead, feeling a bit of a headache. The killing of a Dharma phase realm elder would definitely cause the 7-star Sect to be furious, and with the power of their royal family, they could not solve this matter. Emperor Jin played with a purple dragon-shaped spirit jade in his hands, frowning as he fell into deep thought. If he wanted to resolve this matter, he could only use some of the human relationships left behind by the founding ancestors. And these human relationships were the most important cards of the royal family. Using them once was less than once. Was it worth it to use it to solve the crisis of the Yin Wanfu or not? Under normal circumstances, he would definitely stay out of it. But Wu Tianyun was on good terms with him and had even saved his life. Most importantly, he knew that the Wu Tianyun couple came from a mysterious background. Through his observations, it was likely that they came from some powerful top-tier family. To Emperor Jin, this was an important opportunity. If he gambled correctly, he would be able to obtain Wu Tianyun's favor and even climb up to the family behind him. However, if the gamble was wrong, it would be a waste of an underhanded chance, and it would also be easy to offend the 7-star Sect. Emperor Jin hesitated, he didn't really like to gamble and finally decided that it was better to wait and see. If they really came from a certain powerful family, naturally they wouldn't be able to easily fall into the hands of the 7-star Sect. At that time, he would then step in to resolve the feud, and the result should be a bit better. Pingxi King's Mansion. Father, Elder Zhou was killed, it won't involve our Pingxi King's mansion, right? Lin Xingyao asked uneasily, her heart extremely complaining about Wu Tianyan's father and son. The killing of the 7-star sect's elder not only caused her to be unable to travel to the 7-star sect to cultivate, but might even bring disaster to the royal residence. King Pingxi's face was a little ugly. How could he not expect that Wu Tianyun would dare to kill him painfully? As for? Wasn't he afraid that the 7-star sect would retaliate? King Pingxi sighed heavily and said, although the 7-star sect acts in an overbearing manner, it's not so bad as to make things difficult for us. Moreover, our Pingxi royal mansion isn't one to be messed with. Xingyao, you will leave early tomorrow morning and head to the 7-star sect. Bring the corpse of last week's elder with you. With your talent and means, it shouldn't be difficult for you to successfully worship the 7-star sect. Yes, father. Lin Xingyao's gaze flickered, and she already had a plan in her mind. The following day, Wu Ning rubbed his eyes, not realizing that it was already dawn. He sat up from his bed before opening his personal panel, and a light blue screen appeared in front of his eyes out of nowhere. Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation level, Exalted 9th Heaven Supreme. Physique, Age Divine Body. Technique, Supreme Scripture 1st level, Ancient Scripture of Heaven Refining 1st level. Avatar, None. Supreme Treasure, Black Leather Book, Supreme Treasure, Black Leather Book. Remaining sign in times, 1. In one night's time, Wu Ning had already extracted 10,000 years of cultivation, advancing to the 9th sky of exaltedness, his realm incomparably solid. In reality, extracting the cultivation from the system sign-on was equivalent to compressing the time it took to cultivate to this realm into an extremely short period of time, and was not a mere transmission of imbuement. It was even better than his own painstaking cultivation. The perception of this realm was also much deeper than that of his own cultivation, roughly equivalent to the difference between a supreme genius and an ordinary cultivator. The 9 heavens of exaltedness was already considered a top-tier bigwig in the Tianxian continent. The top powerhouses in this realm could be called supreme. Although Wu Ning lacked combat experience and didn't cultivate any martial arts aptitudes, his powerful physique and bloodline were enough to make up for the gap between them. Having raised his cultivation to the 9th sky of exaltedness, his bloodline seal had already unlocked the first 3 layers. With his current bloodline's power, it was enough to boast the entire Tianxian continent. Not to mention, he had cultivated an invincible technique like the Supreme Scripture. Although he didn't have much combat experience or divine martial skills, with absolute power, it was enough to crush strong people of the same level. If he were to refine a few more immortal artifacts and magic treasures sent by his old mother, even if he faced a great emperor powerhouse, he would still have the confidence to fight. There's no way, having a backstage is just so awesome. Wu Ning joyfully turned off the system panel, opened the door and walked out. He hadn't forgotten that there was still a pile of trouble waiting for him to deal with. Chapter 4, Linglong Pavilion. Right, I haven't signed in today. Just stepping out of his room, Wu Ning suddenly remembered that he still had one sign-in opportunity left, and he didn't intend to keep it. If he signed in for another 10,000 years of cultivation, he should be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm. System, sign in. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million extreme spirit stones. Spirit stones again? Wu Ning frowned slightly. He was no longer the unseen Wu Ning from before yesterday. Although 100 million extreme spirit stones was a lot, he wasn't lacking in spirit stones at all right now. That being said, it seemed like he was not lacking anything right now. Wu Ning was suddenly a little bitter that he had mountains of spirit stones, but he simply didn't know how to spend them. Alas! He had finally experienced the pain of being rich. Your Highness, you're up. A green-shirted boy walked over quickly. Wu Ning's gaze fell on the boy. This was his book boy named Zhang Liang. The person he grew up with was trustworthy. Qi Gathering Realm 7th Heavenly Level, average qualifications, but could be cultivated a little. Little Liangzi, go and order everyone in the royal family to gather in the front yard. Yes, Your Highness. Zhang Liang quickly left. In less than a tea time, all the subordinates and guards of the Wuing Fu gathered in the front yard, a total of more than 100 people. Some of them were muttering in whispers. The events that had occurred in the mansion yesterday had long since spread, and it had caused fear and anxiety in their hearts. Wu Ning enveloped everyone with his divine sense, secretly observing their every move until a quarter of an hour later, when he slowly walked to the front hall. The crowd immediately silenced their voices, not daring to say anything more. Wu Ning scanned the circle and directly opened the door. I'm sure you all know that the royal family has offended the 7-star sect, and a great deal of trouble may follow. Now, those who want to leave stand to my left-hand side. I will give you 2 more months of wages, then leave on your own. Those who are willing to live and die with the royal family stand to my right-hand side. The sun promises that as long as the royal family doesn't fall, you will never be treated poorly. Whether to go or stay, you guys choose yourselves. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. The first person to make a choice was Zhang Liang, who stood to the right without hesitation, willing to live and die with the royal family. Subsequently, the others moved as well. A few servants who were slightly more courageous apprehensively stood to the left. Ning had a disinterested look on his face, and the others, seeing this, also made their choices. The vast majority chose to leave. Of those who were willing to stay, there were only 13, not even a tenth. Uncle Fu, pay them their wages, 2 extra months each according to their position. Ning ordered towards the butler. He was also one of the people willing to stay. An old man of the royal family, he was in the 9th heaven of the innate realm, and was already in his 60s this year. Many thanks, Your Highness. Upon hearing this, the group of people who were planning to leave hurriedly knelt down and thanked him before following the butler towards the account room. Ning looked towards the remaining people. Aside from Zhang Liang, there were 7 guards, 2 maids, 2 wives. The guards were all from his father's side, including Qi Hao, the commander of the royal guards. With a true element realm 9 heavens, he was considered an expert in the Great Gene. The 2 maids, on the other hand, were mother's personal attendants, named In Shui and Xiazhu. The remaining 2 old women were the old men of the royal residence, childless and without children, and had no other place to go when they left the royal residence. Ning asked again, do you still have any that you wish to leave? If you don't leave now, you may never be able to leave again. Your Highness, the royal palace is our home. The slave girl is willing to live and die with the royal palace. And Shui clenched her fists, looking like she was ready to die generously. Your Highness. At this time, Qi Hao stepped forward and said, Your Highness, my humble servant has the audacity to ask where the king has gone? He was a close friend of Wu Tianyun's, and he didn't tell him when he disappeared, so how could he not be anxious? Ning glanced at him and replied, My father and mother consort have both left, and will not be returning in the future, so from now on, this royal residence will be under the sun's control. Qi Hao immediately knelt on one knee, My subordinate is willing to follow your highness to the death and live and die with the royal residence. My subordinate is willing to follow your highness to the death and live and die with the royal residence. Behind him, the other guards knelt down. Ning nodded slightly and raised his hand, Get up. Those who stay, in the future, the monthly routine silver will increase tenfold. Qi Hao, how many spirit stones do you have each month? Your Highness, my subordinates have 300 spirit stones per month, while the others have 50 to 100 spirit stones. Qi Hao returned. So little? Ning raised an eyebrow, his eyesight had become higher now, such a small amount of spirit stones wouldn't even enter his eyes. Moreover, it was only lower-grade spirit stones. He thought for a moment and threw Qi Hao a storage ring containing some lower-grade spirit stones. He didn't give much, only 1 million. These spirit stones are for you to keep, your cultivation levels are too low, use these spirit stones to cultivate and improve yourselves with all your might. Qi Hao probed a trace of his divine sense into the storage ring and was immediately taken aback. So many? Qi Hao's eyes widened, seeing so many spirit stones for the first time in his life. He doubted that Ning had given him all the spirit stones in the royal family. Much? It's just nowhere. Ning bristled, this amount of spirit stones was not even a drop in the bucket for him. These spirit stones are all for you, as long as you don't spend them recklessly, use them all to enhance your cultivation strength and come back to me when you run out. Alright, little Liangzi will go out with me, everyone else disperse. A few moments later, Ning led Zhang Liang out of the royal residence. As the 2 of them walked down the busy streets of the upper capital, they were able to feel many gazes falling on them. As the son of Yan Wang, Ning was already a celebrity in Xinjiang, and with yesterday's marriage withdrawal incident, he had become even more famous. He ignored the strange gazes of passers-by and led Zhang Liang straight towards Linglong Pavilion. This was the place with the most treasures in the capital. Linglong Pavilion belonged to the Linglong Chamber of Commerce, and Ning had heard that this Chamber of Commerce was one of the largest in the entire Eastern Domain. The Tianxian continent had a total of 7 major domains, and the Eastern Domain alone had 3,000 states, each of which was extremely vast, at least as large as hundreds of Great Jin. From this, it could be seen that the Linglong Chamber of Commerce was definitely a behemoth. Ning had so many spirit stones on him that he had no place to spend them, so he wanted to go to Linglong Pavilion first to take a look, and in the meantime, buy some applicable techniques and martial arts for those guards at home, as well as pills and weapons. Aside from the spirit stones, the worst thing he had on him were resources for items that belonged to the Seal King realm's use. Giving those things to Chi Hao and the others to use would only harm them. After all, he wouldn't stay in Great Jean for much longer, and sooner or later, he would have to leave. Walking into Linglong Pavilion, a beautiful woman immediately greeted him. "So it's His Royal Highness Prince Yen, I wonder what you need to buy?" The woman was full of smiles, clearly recognizing Wu Ning. With a sweep of Wu Ning's divine sense, all of the items in the entire Linglong Pavilion fell into his perception. There were indeed many treasures here, a wide array of them, and there were even several precious top-grade spiritual artifacts. However, his current vision was not what it used to be, and he could no longer look at a mere top-grade spiritual weapon. He patted Zhang Liang's shoulder. "Little Liangzi, feel free to pick whatever you want, this world's sun will pay for it today." "Your Highness, Me what me, don't be a mother-in-law, feel free to pick whatever you like, this world's sun is not poor in spirit stones." Wu Ning waved his hand, turned his head to the woman, and said, "Bring all the spirit fruits from your store, this sun wants them all." "All of them?" The woman froze for a moment, then gave him a serious look, nodded, and quickly left. Chapter 5 Father and Son Package. About 5 minutes later. She walked back with a storage ring. "Your Highness, this is all the spirit fruits we currently have in the store, a total of 126 of them, mainly in the 3 categories of green yuan fruit, heavenly spirit fruit, and soul condensing fruit, totaling 380,000 lower grade spirit stones. This storage ring is considered a free gift from our Linglong Pavilion." Wu Ning took the storage ring, and then asked for a batch of pills and techniques, as well as a dozen or so spirit weapons and magic treasures. Mostly swords. This was a big deal, and the shopkeeper of Linglong Pavilion invited Wu Ning into the VIP room to receive him personally. "Your Highness, you want quite a few things, totaling more than 3,620,000 lower grade spirit stones. I can give you a discount by my lord, and only charge you 3,600,000. The Linglong Pavilion shopkeeper said with a smile. This was a hale and hearty old man, who clearly had the cultivation of the Dharma phase realm, and appeared to be in his 60s, but there was not a single gray hair on his head, his body was short and chubby, and his face was always covered with an affable smile. Wu Ning nodded, and without any nonsense, directly gave him a storage ring. "There are 3.6 million lower grade spirit stones in here, you take the spirit stones and remember to return the storage ring to me." The shopkeeper was dumbfounded and did as he was told. His heart was a little surprised, spending 3.6 million lower grade spirit stones in one breath. The entire Great Jean was estimated to be the only royal family that had this kind of financial power and vigor. Unexpectedly, the Yan Wangfu was also so wealthy, it was truly a deep hide. At this moment, Zhang Liang walked over holding a thick book with the words Fundamentals of Formation Dao written on the cover. "Your Highness, I want this book, you see?" Before Wu Ning could speak, the shopkeeper next to him was the first to speak. "Your Highness, this book on Formation Dao will be considered a free gift, no charge." In that case, many thanks to the shopkeeper. Wu Ning did not refuse and walked out of Linglong Pavilion under the accompaniment of the shopkeeper. Looking at the backs of the two, a flash of light flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. Interesting. It seems that this Yan Wangfu isn't simple either. After leaving Linglong Pavilion, Wu Ning took out a green yuan fruit and took a bite, crispy and juicy, full of spiritual energy, worthy of being a spiritual fruit of thousands of spirit stones apiece, better than ordinary fruits by an unknown amount. "Here, a reward for you." He casually tossed one to Zhang Liang. "Many thanks, Your Highness." Zhang Liang carefully tucked it away. Such a precious thing might be able to allow him to break through to the innate realm in one fell swoop. He couldn't afford to just gulp it down. Wu Ning blankly glanced at him and led him towards the cultivation workshop in the west of the city. "Don't miss it if you're walking by. 1,000-year blood jade ginseng, don't 998, just 888. Use spirit weapons and magic treasures, fracture sale. Selling spirit wine. Freshly baked spirit wine." In the marketplace, the 3 religions and 9 streams mingled together in an altar, with various yells and shouts rising and falling. This place was one of Wu Ning's favorite places in the past. Spirit medicines, spirit weapons, beast pets, and all sorts of weird and wonderful things could be seen here. But it was different now. After strolling around, he only felt a lack of interest, and could no longer find the feeling he once had. Perhaps, this was the trouble of the rich. Wu Ning led Zhang Liang to a butcher store. The owner was a true element realm cultivator with a slate head and a stout, bare-chested body, and the stall was selling demonic beast meat. "Boss, I'll take this spirit deer." Wu Ning pointed to a spirit deer hanging on the stall. It hadn't been skinned yet, it looked quite fresh, the blood hadn't even dried. The head was a bit bigger than an ordinary yellow ox, and should be enough for him to eat for a long time. The boss's eyes lit up. One look at his clothes told him that he was from a wealthy family. My lord, this spirit deer is a third-order demonic beast. Its strength is equivalent to an innate realm cultivator. I have guarded it in the mountains for several months before I caught it, so the price is a bit more expensive. 1,800 lower-grade spirit stones. What do you think? Wuing nodded. All right, I'll take it. Seeing that he was so quick, the boss had some regrets in his heart. It seemed to be a big fat sheep. He should have asked for more. Unfortunately, his words had already been spoken, and he was not an insatiable person, so how could he act as a capricious villain? Wuing quickly paid the spirit stone. The boss smilingly took down the spirit deer, put it on the plate to open the belly, skinning and picking out bones, the action of the clouds and flowing, skillful to the extreme. I wonder what the boss's name is? Wuing asked with a smile. The boss quickly waved his hand. Your name cannot dare to be, in my surname Luo, single name a green word. Well. Boss Luo, if you catch any good prey in the future, you can send it directly to the Yan Wangfu, this Shitzi will take it all. So it's Prince Yan Wang, disrespectful, 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 disrespectful. The boss hurriedly arched his hand. Wuing smiled faintly, and after sitting and waiting by the side for 7 or 8 minutes, Luo Chang had sorted and processed a large spirit deer. World Sun, take your time. Luo Chang enthusiastically sent him away. This was a long-term big customer, and he couldn't be slowed down. After buying a few more things, Wuing was about to return to his residence when he saw a handsome-looking young man in Chinese clothes walk up to him. He had a golden spirit sword hanging from his waist, his gaze was proud, and his face wore a confident and calm smile. There were also 2 attendants behind him. Yo, isn't this Prince Wu? Your Yan Wangfu offended the 7-star sect and didn't run away overnight, but you actually still have the mood to come to the marketplace? The Chinese-suited youth said in a conspiratorial manner. The surrounding passers-by and vendors immediately dropped their gazes onto Wuing in unison, whispering. Wuing's eyes narrowed slightly. This fellow's name was Wang Shang, and he was the Marquis of Chang'an's son. 3 years ago, the Marquis of Chang'an had gotten into a dispute with Wu Tianyun, and was slapped by the latter and had his 2 front teeth shattered, and ever since then, this fellow Wang Shang had often looked for trouble from him. He used to be just a body-refining realm scrapper, while Wang Shang was in the chi-gathering realm. He had not suffered much in this guy's hands. What a way to send him to the door looking for trouble. Wuing didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and directly smoked up with a big BD pocket. Splat! Wang Shang instantly flew backwards, 2 incisors flying through the air with blood splatters, and his cheeks swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wuing's force was extremely well controlled, rewarding him with a father-son package. Shitzi! The 2 attendants were shocked and rushed Wang Shang to catch him. Wang Shang felt his brain buzzing and was still a bit confused at the moment, and it took a while before he slowed down. But by this time, Wuing had long since disappeared. Soul man! Wuing, he will kill you. Zhang Liang looked at Wuing's back and was somewhat puzzled in his heart. He felt that Wuing had suddenly become mysterious. Not only was he generous, but he also possessed a powerful strength. Wang Shang was the 9th heaven of Qi gathering, and was only half a step away from the innate realm, and to be able to slap him away with his hand, he was at least at the innate realm cultivation. Wasn't His Highness at the body refining realm? When did he become so powerful? Is he hiding his clumsiness? Zhang Liang shook his head and shook off the thoughts in his mind. These matters were not for him to worry about. Returning to the royal residence, Wuing handed over the purchased cultivation resources to Zhang Liang. Go and distribute these to them, there's a share for you in them as well. There's no need to save for me, these things are for you all. Wuing waved his hand and walked towards the dining room. Zhang Liang probed a trace of his mind into the storage ring and froze in place. This. Your Highness is also too trenchant, right? With so many resources, even a pig could cultivate above the innate realm. Chapter 6-3 Scraps. Catering room. The king's cook had left, so Wuing could only call the 2 maids, Shui and Xiezhu, to help. Luckily, there were also 2 grannies to help out, starting pots and fires and whatnot. Your Highness, are you preparing to make hot pots again? Shui stretched her neck, seeing Wuing throwing various herbs and spices into the simmering frying pan, and couldn't help but ask curiously. That's right, we're having venison hot pot today. Both of you learn, this kind of work will be yours in the future. Upon hearing this, Shui and Xiaozhu immediately gathered around the pot, carefully observing Wuing's movements. Hot pot is about eating now and cooking now. You need to boil the base first, then prepare all kinds of ingredients and dipping sauces, and eat while it's hot. Wuing popularized the knowledge related to hot pots for the two little girls, his hand movements not slowing down at all. Various spirit medicines and spices were put into the pot in turn. Even if the ingredients were not available, he could find similar substitutes. Soon, a spicy and tantalizing aroma filled out, 3 times more flavorful than what he remembered. After all, there were also many color-enhancing and aroma-enhancing precious spirit medicines added inside, which were difficult to compare to ordinary spices. At the same time, in the remote courtyard of the royal mansion, looking at the pile of cultivation resources and spirit weapons and magic treasures on the table, Chi Hao and the others looked eager.
Zhang Liang. No, brother Liang, all these things are for us?
Chi Hao swallowed his saliva and looked at Zhang Liang with a shameful face.
Naturally.
Zhang Liang carried his hands behind his back and said in a deep voice, "These are all bestowed by His Highness. You and the others must cultivate hard, utilize these resources to enhance your strength, serve His Highness well, and never fail His Highness's cultivation." Chi Hao and the others immediately knelt on one knee. "Serve your Highness, 10,000 deaths.
Serve your Highness, 10,000 deaths. Serve your Highness."
Firm and high voices floated in the courtyard, like an oath, indicating their unwavering determination. Zhang Liang nodded and said, "Very well, I hope you all remember today's words, and if you dare to betray your Highness in the future, I will make sure that he does not suffer a good death." His cold gaze swept over the people in the courtyard before pacing over to the table. "All right, now start distributing the resources." He picked up a green-colored scroll from the table and said, "This is a superior Earth stage technique, the mixed Uninvited technique, which can be cultivated at least up to the Dharma phase realm, and from now on, it will be your main cultivation technique. A superior Earth-ranked technique." The eyes of the crowd sizzled. What they were cultivating now was only a lower Xian-ranked technique. It was difficult to cultivate to the Sea transformation realm. This Earth-ranked technique was simply a supreme treasure for them. Chi Hao was especially moved. He had been progressing slowly since entering the true element realm. If he switched to cultivating this mixed element limitless technique, he was confident that he would break through to the Sea transformation realm within half a year. If it was coupled with the abundant cultivation resources today, it might not even take a month. Zhang Liang looked at the other 5 scrolls on the table. There is also a fist technique, a leg technique, a body technique, a sword technique, and a blade technique here, all of which are at least superior Xian rank techniques. You guys choose the ones that suit you, and concentrate on them, but 100 generalizations are better than 1 refinement. Remember that you can't chew on more than you can chew. In addition, there are body tempering pills, chi gathering pills, yuan condensation pills, god refining pills, and other pill resources, which I will later distribute to you according to your realms. Now start distributing the spirit weapons." The crowd's breath caught and their gazes became even more fiery. Zhang Liang picked up a 10-foot-2-long silver-gray spear and turned around to hand it to Chi Hao. "Commander Chi Hao, you are the one who uses guns, this wind and thunder lances for you." Chi Hao was thrilled in his heart. This was a mid-grade spirit weapon, and it was also a mid-grade spirit weapon of extraordinary quality. He estimated that it was worth at least 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones.
Selling him wouldn't even be enough. Thanks a lot.
Zhang Liang waved his hand. "There's no need to thank me. If you want to thank me, thank His Highness. These are all from His Highness." Chi Hao nodded heavily and said, "Your Highness's favor, I will remember it in my heart and will not dare to forget it." After him, the rest of the few people received a spirit weapon one after another. Although it was not as good as Chi Hao's Wind Thunder Lance, they were all mid-grade spirit weapons, which were unknown how much better than the ones they had used before. With these spirit weapons and new techniques, their strength was bound to skyrocket by a large margin in a short period of time. Half an hour later, in the back garden of the royal residence, 2 huge sandalwood tables were placed in the open space. In the center of the tables were each placed a steaming copper pot, emitting a gurgling and boiling sound, and a charcoal fire was blazing underneath the copper pot. Around the copper pots, there were plates of venison, various fruits and vegetables, and fine wine. Eat up. There's no need to emphasize the distinction between master and servant today, so don't be formal and eat openly. Wuing shucked a thin slice of venison, glued on the dipping sauce, passed it into his mouth, chewed dozens of times, and unconsciously swallowed it into his abdomen, only to feel that his mouth was full of fragrance, with a lingering aftertaste. Worthy of being the third-order spirit deer meat, ordinary beef and mutton compared to it, is not a grade. Eating hot pot is about an atmosphere. He let Zhang Liang, Chi Hao, Fu Bo, and Xue, and Xia Zhu eat at the same table with him, but they all didn't dare to put down their chopsticks. The concept of master and servant was already deeply rooted in people's hearts. Ning didn't care, but they didn't dare to make a fuss. If they didn't move, the people at the other table didn't dare to move either. Ning was helpless and waved his hand at them. That's all, you guys go over there.
Many thanks, Your Highness.
Zhang Liang and the others unanimously sighed in relief and headed towards the other table.
What is that smell, so fragrant?
Just then, a voice suddenly came from the garden entrance. The crowd turned their heads to look, and the visitors were two youths. One tall and one short, one thin and one fat. The former was the grandson of Taifu Su, the talented son of Shangjing, Su Ziqian, on the surface a modest gentleman with a clear breeze, but in reality, he was an immodest, stuffy and dark man, who loved to hook up and listen to music. The latter is the giant merchantly family young master Li Yuanbao, looks simple and thick, has a deceptive child face, in fact, shrewd and smooth, timid as a mouse, but also extremely righteous. These two were the same as Wu Ning before them, both of them were cultivation wastrels who couldn't even break through the chi-gathering realm. The three of them shared the same illness, coupled with the similarity of odor, not sticking to the world, the relationship was extremely good. At the level of the noble dukes of the upper capital, it was considered a small circle.
Ah, looks like we came at the right time. Li Yuanbao took a few quick steps and sat on his butt beside Wu Ning. Su Ziqian looked slow, but his feet were not slow at all. The two did not treat themselves as outsiders at all, as if they were in their own home. Wu Ning laughed. You two came so coincidentally, you wouldn't have come at the right time, would you? Li Yuanbao had a bitter look on his face and began to complain to him.
Shitzi, you don't know, in order to sneak out of the mansion, I have thought of every possible way, suffered a lot, almost didn't get my legs broken by my father, and finally took advantage of the fact that he had gone to Shenyang County to handle his business, so I was able to sneak out.
Wu Ning's eyes moved.
He had previously swept the entire Shangjing city with his divine sense, so he naturally knew that it wasn't easy for him.
This fatty had a bruise on his forehead that hadn't completely dissipated even now.
Wu Ning patted his shoulder. Without further ado, good brother, I'll toast you. To be toasted by the world prince, this suffering has not been in vain.
Li Yuanbao burst into laughter.
Su Ziqian put away the folding fan in his hand with a snap and sighed, fine wine with delicacies, the heavens are beautiful today, brother Wu and Yuanbao, let's not get drunk.
Come, drink. Chapter 7. A family should be neat and tidy.
The three of them pushed their cups and exchanged their drinks, the wine and mead went down their gullets, it was so enjoyable.
Shitzi, your way of eating this hot pot is very good. I don't know what the soup has to say, or you out of the recipe, I out of the financial resources and manpower, let's partner to open a hot pot building, guaranteed to be able to fire all over the capital overnight. Li Yuanbao suddenly said.
Small matter, you can just directly find Xia Zhu and Inshui, the two of them have already deeply received my true transmission.
Wu Ning didn't care.
This thing might be hot for a short period of time, but as soon as it was released into the world, all sorts of imitations would soon appear. It could only make a small amount of money, and right now, he couldn't even look at it.
Right, brother Wu, why don't we see King Yan and Consort Yan? Su Ziqian asked.
Neither is there, out on a long trip, the far, far away kind.
Wu Ning said vaguely. It can't be? Yan Wuing and Yan Wangfei actually ran away without you? Li Yuanbao was shocked.
Shitzi, you didn't pick it up, did you? Wu Ning gave him a blank look, not bothering to explain.
Li Yuanbao took his look as acquiescence and cast a sympathetic look at him.
Shitzi, after eating this hot pot you should also go out to avoid the wind, try to walk a little farther away, otherwise, if the 7-star sect comes looking for revenge, you'll be in deep trouble.
7-star sect.
Wu Ning's complexion twitched as his gaze turned towards the eastern sky.
The next moment,
a large green feathered bird 7 or 8 meters in length appeared in the sky, charging straight towards the upper capital city at an extremely fast speed. In a few breaths, it flew over the Yanwang mansion. In an instant, a powerful pressure emanated out, enveloping the entire upper capital city, and the hearts of the people in the city were on edge as countless of them gazed at the sky in fear.
Coming! King Pingxi's residence.
King Pingxi stood in the courtyard, looking at the huge green bird in the sky above Yin Wangfu, his eyes not fluctuating in the slightest.
Linglong Pavilion.
The shopkeeper stood behind the window, looking at the green bird in the sky with a hint of contemplation in his eyes.
A peak Dharma phase realm elder, I wonder what the Yin Wangfu actually has up its sleeve. Imperial Palace.
The Emperor of Jin walked to the entrance of the palace and looked at the huge green bird in the distance, his face sinking slightly. This was the capital of Great Jin, his upper capital. And yet, he let someone else fly in the air with impunity and flaunt his power, and even dared to recklessly emit a mighty pressure, not placing him in the slightest bit in his eyes.
Simply damned. However, there was nothing he could do about it.
This was ultimately a world where strength was honored, and without enough strength, one could only endure. It's the 7-star Sect's green phoenix bird.
Su Ziqian's eyes changed and he glared hatefully at Li Yuanbao. You crow's mouth, people come when they say so.
Being enveloped by that pressure above the green bird, Li Yuanbao felt a little weak in the legs, so nervous that he couldn't even speak.
Wuing smiled faintly. This bird is not bad, it just so happens that it still lacks a mount.
Above the green bird, a purple-robed old man looked indifferent, locking onto the Yan Wangfu crowd with his divine sense. Behind him was a young man in his 30s, who was currently looking resentfully at the Yan Wangfu, his eyes filled with rage and killing intent. Elder Hu, Senior wants to personally behead the Yan Wangfu crowd to avenge my father's death. I hope you will fulfill my wish.
Elder Hu nodded indifferently.
Sweeping his eyes over the Yan Wangfu, a trace of color flashed in his eyes. These guys, offended their 7-star sect, not hurrying to run away, actually still have the heart to gather the crowd to drink and have fun.
Could it be that there is something to rely on? Not?
He stood on the back of the green bird, looking down on the Yan Wangfu crowd, as high as a heavenly god.
Where is the Yin King? Roll out and suffer death.
His voice was like a thunderous boom, resounding throughout the city in an instant. The Yen King's house is finished. King Yen is truly smart for a lifetime, but confused for a moment.
Even the royal family doesn't dare to touch the 7-star Sect's people. How did he dare?
Now he'll be retaliated against. Self-inflicted sins can't be lived. Many people secretly shook their heads, as if they had already seen the scene of the Yen Wang mansion turning into flying ash. But right at this moment, a huge handprint appeared in the air out of nowhere, grabbing the two men and a bird in its hands before falling into the Yen Wang mansion.
What is that? So big. So strong. Inside the Yen King's mansion, Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and the others had looked dumbfounded. They only saw Ning extend his hand and just casually grab it, then a large handprint appeared, directly grabbing all the people and birds in the air.
Boom boom. The two men and the bird fell onto the open space of the back garden. Ning stepped forward, a trace of terrifying pressure enveloping them, causing them to tremble, unable to move in the slightest.
Spare. Mercy.
Elder Hu slumped to the ground in a sorry state and said with difficulty. At this moment, his heart was filled with fear. He felt that the aura on Ning's body was like an abyss or a prison, and its pressure was even more terrifying. Than the 7-star Sect's most powerful elder Yu Hong no, the two were one heaven and one earth, and could not be compared at all. He had never met such a terrifyingly strong person, as if a single thought could wipe him out instantly. This was definitely a great terror. Ning collected his pressure and swept him away, his gaze landing on the young man behind him.
What is that Elder Zhou's relationship with you?
The man's face turned pale, but he did not utter a word.
Elder, he is the son of that guy Zhou Hai, here to avenge his father's death.
Elder Hu betrayed him without hesitation. Zhou Hai was just an ordinary outer sect elder, and the sect had sent him out to avenge his death merely to maintain the majesty of the 7-star sect. Not realizing that he had messed with a terrifying existence, he was simply so depressed that he was vomiting blood, and in his heart, he hated Zhou Hai's father and son. If he wasn't careful, the entire sect would have to be dragged down by the father and son duo. Ning nodded slightly. He could naturally tell that this man had an unusual relationship with that elder Zhou. Asking was just a further confirmation.
A family should be neat and tidy. Since you're here, let's send you down to be reunited with your father.
Without waiting for any reaction from the young man, his body shattered like a mirror and then disappeared without a trace like a phantom, not leaving a single trace behind. Elder Hu watched in horror. This method of death was just too bizarre. He hadn't even realized how Ning had struck. It seems like the soul is scattered. It should not be able to see his father.
Sin 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 sin.
Ning muttered. This was the first time he had killed someone, but there was no feeling of discomfort. One was that the increase in cultivation had subconsciously changed his state of mind, looking at other people as weak as ants and diminishing his reverence for life. The second is that his means did not have the slightest bit of blood, directly destroying the corpse, out of sight, out of mind, naturally did not feel anything.
Shitzi is also too fierce. Is this still the Shitzi I know? Li Yuanbao muttered in shock.
Su Ziqian didn't make a sound, looking at Ning with a hint of probing in his gaze. For their part, the people of the royal family were filled with admiration, but there was no lack of puzzled gazes. Elder, spare your life. It's all because Zhou Hai's father and son were acting recklessly outside and rushed Senior. Everything has nothing to do with my juniors nah. Seeing Ning look over, Elder Hu had a jolt and hurriedly climbed up to kneel on the ground, shouting with tears in his voice.
Wuing eyelids trembled. This old guy is still really devoid of any sense of propriety. Ah. This green bird is your spirit pet? Wuing asked indifferently.
Elder Hua's face changed. This green feathered bird is his most loyal companion, enough to follow him for decades, more than relatives. Ah.
The next moment.
Elder's cultivation is transcendent, a supreme figure like an exiled immortal. If little green is lucky enough to follow you, it's her great fortune. Elder Hu's face was sincere as he quickly dissolved the spirit pet contract, feeling his heart dripping blood.
Chapter 8 Descending to the 7-star Sect. Not bad, not bad.
Wuing smiled in satisfaction. Seeing as you're so understanding, I won't make things difficult for you. Elder Hu was instantly relieved, although his heart was unwilling to let go. It was already God's favor to be able to retrieve a life in front of such a terrifying existence. After lifting the spirit pet contract, the green bird's breath was slightly shriveled, lying on the ground and shivering, not daring to make any movements. This green bird was a 5th-stage demonic beast, equivalent to a human cultivator at the sea transformation realm, and its intelligence was already no less than that of an ordinary human, so it naturally knew exactly what was going on in front of it. Wuing took a drop of its blood and then a drop of his own, preparing to conclude a spirit pet contract. This kind of contract used blood as a guide, and was a kind of master-slave contract that wasn't that profound. He had even deliberately learned about it in the past, and because he couldn't break through the chi-gathering realm, he wanted to conclude a powerful spirit pet, but then he learned that if the gap between the strength of the master and the slave was too large, it would be easy to cause the spirit pet to revolt. He didn't dare to joke with his own life, so he dismissed the idea of concluding a spirit pet. Now it was just the right time to use it directly. Only to see a golden contract rune swimming in the air like a tadpole, then split into 2 columns and injected into 2 drops of blood beads respectively. Subsequently, the 2 drops of blood beads respectively disappeared into the signet's head and Wuing's forehead, and he immediately felt a marvelous connection established between himself and the signet. He was the dominant party, able to completely control the life and death of the green bird, even though it was separated by a great distance. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. After the blood bead with the contract rune had disappeared into the green bird's body, its body immediately swelled uncontrollably, as if it was about to burst into flames the next moment.
Careless.
Wuing secretly said that it was not good. That drop of blood was his, and although it was not essence blood, it was still blood at the level of an exalted, with a trace of the ancient emperor's bloodline contained within it. The green bird was at a mere 5th rank cultivation level, and could not withstand it at all. Wuing instantly appeared next to the green bird's head and pointed a finger at its head. The expansion of the green bird's body immediately stopped, and a subtle force drilled into its body, helping it to absorb the energy emanating from the drop of blood bead.
Boom!
A violent aura swept out in all directions. Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and the others didn't have much cultivation and were almost lifted off the ground by the aura.
Wuing was quick on his feet and shielded them. The entire back garden was shielded by him, otherwise it would have to turn into a mess. At the same time, the aura of the green bird began to gradually soar, breaking through to the 6th rank level in just a few breaths. Moreover, its aura continued to climb. Gulp.
Elder Hu's gaze was horrified. He had at least lived for over 100 years and had seen a lot, so he naturally understood what was going on in front of him. Simply concluding a spirit pet contract could cause the green bird's cultivation to skyrocket. This big brother's cultivation was simply too terrifying. It wasn't long before the green bird made another breakthrough, reaching the 7th level. The aura on its body became more and more terrifying, and the entire upper capital city was enveloped by this aura. Millions of people were trembling in fear, not understanding what was happening at all. Even the strongest of the Dharma phase realm didn't dare to probe their divine sense towards the Yanwang mansion at this moment. They could only deduce from this aura that it was that green bird that was making a rapid breakthrough, which made them even more confused. Deep within the palace, a pair of pale eyes suddenly opened, bursting out 2 lines of refined light that pierced through the void. 7th rank demonic beast. Strange, how did the aura skyrocket so quickly? He released his divine sense, wanting to find out. Pooh. A breath later, the old man violently sprayed out a large mouthful of blood, his breath instantly becoming shriveled. He was so frightened that he hastily withdrew his divine sense and collected all his aura. He wasn't sure who had struck, but it was definitely an existence that he couldn't afford to mess with. The green bird let out a long chirp as its aura climbed to the peak of the 7th rank before finally stopping. Elder Hu was numb. He watched as his former junior partner soared from a cultivation level far inferior to his, all the way to a realm far beyond his. His emotions were extremely complicated. The peak of the 7th rank was a powerhouse equivalent to the 9th heaven of the heavenly palace.
Seeing that he was a bit red-eyed, he really wanted to ask Ning if he would accept a contracted slave? A single contract would save hundreds of years of bitter cultivation, and would also allow him to follow a terrifyingly strong person, so damn worth it. However, he was self-aware, and knew that his own cultivation was not something that people could even look at. Master. The green bird spat out human words, rubbing against Ning's hand affectionately, its voice crisp and clear, like the voice of a 7 or 8-year-old girl. Ning patted its head. You cultivate well and consolidate your cultivation. Then, he looked towards the crowd in the back garden. You guys eat first, I'll go and return. After saying that, he took Elder Hu and disappeared directly into the courtyard. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, completely at a loss as to what to do. Continue eating? Who could still eat now? The world's son wouldn't have gone to the 7-star sect to look for trouble, right? Li Yuanbao muttered. Su Ziqian shook his fan. Then there's no need to guess, he's definitely heading to the 7-star sect. Brother Wu has always been resourceful, he must be sure of this trip. Don't worry about him, let's continue drinking. Even the 7-star sect is not afraid. Just how strong is the world's son now? Li Yuanbao was secretly staggered. Yunlan Prefecture, Spirit Mist Mountain Range. The Spirit Mist Mountain Range spans across 3 states and is extremely vast, rich in produce, with many demonic beasts, and dozens of clans of all sizes are entrenched in its midst. The 7-star sect was one of them. And it was one of the 2 dominant sects in the Spirit Mist Mountain Range. The other dominant clan is the next-door Qingxian State's Shenwu sect. On the inheritance of the heritage than the 7-star sect is also stronger than 3. The 2 figures appeared noiselessly in the sky above the 7-star sect. Elder Hu looked horrified. The Great Jin capital was tens of thousands of miles away from the 7-star sect. He had traveled to the Great Jin capital for most of the day, but he didn't expect to come back for less than 10 breaths. Instantaneous, terrifying as hell. Tisk, worthy of being the Cloudland Prefecture's dominating sect. Ning stood in the air, overlooking the 7-star sect below. The entire 7-star sect covered an area of at least thousands of square kilometers, stretching endlessly, magnificent and majestic. Among them were 7 peaks, named after the 7 stars of the Big Dipper. Above the 7 peaks were misty clouds, ancient trees, medicinal fields dotted with stars, and in between were many pavilions and brilliant palaces, with occasional cranes circling around them, and a cloudy sky, as if they were in a fairyland. Between the 7 peaks, there is a majestic ancient city. People come and go, extremely prosperous. In the past, I had heard that the 7-star sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples, and today it seemed that the rumors were true. After looking at it for a while, Ning lost interest and directly released a wisp of his breath. The entire 7-star sect was immediately thrown into a panic, as if they were facing an enemy. A green-shirted man appeared out of thin air not far in front of Ning, appearing to be in his prime, but with a vicissitude in his gaze. He was definitely an old monster who had lived for an unknown amount of time. After him, a dozen more figures emerged, all standing behind the green-shirted man, their gazes nervously looking at Ning, but not daring to make any movements. Greetings to Elder Yu Hong, greetings to all the ancestors. Elder Hu hurriedly paid his respects, attracting quite a few gazes. The green-shirted man at the head of the group, however, did not look at him and respectfully bowed to Ning. Late Senior Yu Hong, I wonder what is the purpose of Senior's descent into my 7-star sect. Ning swept his gaze. The green-shirted man at the head was at the peak of the 9th level of the Seal King realm. Behind him were 3 other Seal King realm powerhouses, a Seal King realm 5th sky, a Seal King realm 3rd sky, and a Seal King realm 1st sky. The rest were basically at the 9th heavenly palace realm. Worthy of being the Cloudland Prefecture hegemony sect, their strength was indeed strong. Isn't it clear to you what I'm about? Ning asked rhetorically. This old monster was using a secret method to exchange messages with Elder Hu. Did he really think he couldn't detect it? Elder. Learning of the original reason, Elder Yu Hong was apprehensive in his heart. How could he not expect a disciple of the sect to actually be so capable of causing trouble? Chapter 9, I'm showing my cards. Senior, this matter is all due to the disciples of this clan. The late generation is not strict in their discipline. Here I apologize to Senior. I would like to use this item as an indemnity. I hope to be able to rest Senior's thunderous anger. Yu Hong old ancestor took out a palm-sized ancient jade box, and after opening it, a strange fragrance immediately dispersed in all directions, and an inexplicable longing arose in the hearts of many people present. Ning fixed his eyes on the jade box, and inside the jade box was a small jade-like crystalline flower with a total of 7 petals, which was filled with a majestic life energy. What is this? Ning raised his hand, and the jade box appeared in his hand out of thin air like an instant. Old ancestor Yu Heng's pupils shrunk violently. and he hadn't detected anything out of the ordinary before the jade box was seized by the other party. This was by no means something an ordinary saint could do. It was most likely a powerful saint king, or even. Old ancestor Yu Hong didn't dare to think any further, only his eyes became a little more respectful. Elder, this is a life-extending holy medicine called the lunar flower, which grows by absorbing the essence of the moon. The flower blooms with 7 petals, and a Seal King realm cultivator who serves it can extend his life by 700 years. Wuing nodded slightly, although it wasn't of much use to him. To the 7-star sect, taking out a holy medicine was definitely hemorrhaging money. Old ancestor Yu Hong just felt his heart dripping blood at the moment. He had lived for more than 3,000 years and had only obtained a total of 2 sacred pills, and to take out one at once was simply gouging out his heart and cutting his flesh. However, it would be worth it if it could lift this sect crisis. Very good. Seeing as you're so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you guys, but if there's a next time, the 7 stars sect shall be removed from the world, so you guys take care of yourselves. Dropping those words, Wu Ning's figure instantly disappeared. Feeling the terrifying aura that had been pressing down on their bodies disperse, the 7 stars sect's crowd unanimously sighed in relief. Old ancestor Yu Heng's face steeply sank. Pass on my order. Lu Mao's discipline is lax and his virtue is not worthy of his position. Remove him from the position of sect leader and send him to the thoughtfulness cliff for 300 years. Inside the 7-star sect, a purple-shirt middle-aged man's face suddenly changed, and then turned gray. It couldn't be helped. After such a big incident, someone had to take the blame, and as the contemporary patriarch, there was no one more suitable than him. Ming Shan, until a new patriarch is elected, you will temporarily take over the position of patriarch and handle all the affairs of the clan. Old ancestor Yu Hong continued. That Seal King realm first sky powerhouse immediately bowed. Yes, master ancestor. Old ancestor Yu Hong nodded slightly and said with a murderous aura. After you take office, immediately begin to rectify the sect's ethos. Anyone who bullies others and does wrong will be severely punished. Lightly abolish their cultivation and expel them from the sect. Heavily kill them without amnesty. Yes. The crowd's hearts fluttered. Also, hang the portrait of that senior just now in the Hall of Enshrinement. All disciples of the sect need to pay homage with great respect, lest in the future, someone who is unenlightened will once again impinge on this senior. At the same time, let everyone remember this lesson and take it as a warning. The crowd nodded slightly. Somewhere in the sky, Wu Ning was hidden in the air and did not immediately leave. He wanted to secretly observe the attitude of the 7-star sect again, and if they didn't know any better, then there would be no need for them to exist. But he didn't expect this Yu Hong old ancestor to be so sensible, worthy of being an old demon that had lived for thousands of years. It was true that people became refined with age. Also, old ancestor Yu Heng's gaze turned to Elder Hu, who hurriedly hung his head respectfully. Does Zhou Hai's father and son still have relatives alive? Elder Hu respectfully arched his hand and said, back to old ancestor, Zhou Hai and his father and son are from the Zhou family of Qingshui City, and still have relatives alive. Elder ancestor Yu Heng's face turned cold. Ming Shan, you send people to the Zhou family in Qingshui City, cut off the roots and eliminate them, do not spare any of the Zhou family. Yes, ancestor, I will go and make arrangements. Wait, before you do anything, investigate the Zhou family's ancestors clearly, don't leave any hidden dangers. Elder ancestor Yu Hong added uneasily, if eradicating the Zhou family provoked another terrifying powerhouse, the 7-star sect would truly be finished. Although the possibility was slim to none, it was still better to be a little more stable. Great Jin, Upper Capital City. Wu Ning stepped out of the void and landed in the Yin King's mansion in a single step. World Son, you're back, how did you get here so fast? Li Yuanbao was shocked, it had only been less than a cup of tea, right? Everyone stood up. Wu Ning waved his hand and looked at the green bird before sitting in his original position. I came back after finishing my business. The 7-star sect is indeed far enough away. It's fortunate that this Shitzi is now at a high level of cultivation, or else I would have to die of exhaustion from a trip there. Shitzi, you have changed. Li Yuanbao sighed, obviously said well together scraps, did not expect you actually deep hiding, alas. Brother Wu, I say you couldn't have been taken over by some old demon, right? Su Ziqian seemed to joke, but his gaze was fixed on Wu Ning's eyes. Upon hearing this, Wu Ning sighed helplessly. Alas, I wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary person, but what I got in return was this kind of suspicion. Never mind, I'll show my cards. In fact, I come from a super family, and because of certain reasons I came to the Great Jin, I had to hide my identity and pretend to be an ordinary person, and now that the 18-year period has come and gone, I've already accomplished a great deal of my divine power, so I don't need to hide it anymore.
Ning looked disdainfully out of the corner of his eye and half-truthfully said. The crowd listened in disbelief.
Brother Wu, are you serious about this? Su Ziqian said numbly. Ning blankly glanced at him and said, why would I lie to you?
Just like you guys, you have no wealth, no color, and nothing to ask for. What's worth lying to me for? Su Ziqian had a resentful look on his face. Although it was solid, it was the truth. They didn't really seem to have anything worth cheating.
Li Yuanbao suddenly hemmed and hawed, Go Fu Gui, do not forget each other. Shitzi, you are now developed, do not forget to help brothers if you are.
Ning patted his shoulder, don't worry, there's no shortage of you guys. He took out a piece of milky white jade from the system space. It was the size of an adult's head, and there was a hidden flow of liquid inside. He joined his fingers like knives and opened a small hole in the jade. In a flash, a refreshing fragrance filled the air, and when everyone smelled it, they only felt that their bodies were unusually refreshed, as if every cell was sending out cheering cries. Especially the two wives who had no cultivation. At this instant, it felt as if they were 10 years younger all of a sudden. Ning's fingers moved slightly, and milky white liquid flew out of the jade, falling into the empty wineglasses in front of Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian. After filling them up, quite a bit more liquid flew inside the hot pot at the other table.
Many thanks, Your Highness.
The people of the royal family hurriedly rose to thank them. Ning waved his hand and poured himself another cup before putting away all the rest.
Brother Wu, could this be the 1,000-year spiritual milk? Su Ziqian marveled.
Ning gave him an unexpected look. Old, so you are worthy of being a scholar, you know just how much. But this isn't 1,000-year spirit milk, but 10,000-year spirit milk.
10,000-year spirit milk? Brother Wu, would this be too precious? Su Ziqian tightly gripped the wine cup, eagerly staring at the 10,000-year spirit milk inside.
Chapter 10 Emperor Sword. We've been friends for so many years, there's no need to say these out of the ordinary words. Quickly drink it. This thing should allow you to formally embark on the path of cultivation. Even if it's precious, it's still worth it. The 10,000-year spirit milk was no less precious than a holy medicine. It could directly increase cultivation. It also had the effect of cleansing the muscles and marrow and improving the foundation. However, Ning didn't care. There were many 10,000-year-old spirit milks in the ancient ring that his old mother had given him, as well as 100,000-year-old spirit milks, and even immortal spirit milks.
Being able to let us cultivate.
Li Yuanbao's eyes lit up as he picked up the wine cup and gulped a mouthful directly. A cup of 10,000-year-old spirit milk went down his throat and immediately turned into a surge of pure spirit power that quickly traveled through his body. It was a good thing that this spiritual power was extremely gentle, otherwise it would have directly burst him. A breakthrough. Li Yuanbao licked the wine cup. His cultivation instantly broke through the threshold that he hadn't broken through for more than a decade and entered the qi-gathering realm.
And it was still skyrocketing. After 10 breaths it directly broke through to the innate realm. Innate first level. Innate second level. Innate ninth gravity.
After pausing for a while at the 9th level of the innate realm, he then broke through to the true element realm in a single burst of energy, and finally stayed at the 3rd level of the true element realm. The crowd was dumbfounded. A cup of 10,000-year-old spirit milk actually directly allowed Li Yuanbao to cross 2 great realms, breaking through from the body refining realm to the true element realm triple heavens in one step. But in reality, Li Yuanbao had only passively absorbed a small portion of the spiritual energy from the cup of 10,000-year-old spiritual milk. There was still a large portion of spiritual energy lurking within his body, slowly improving his foundation, and removing the loss. It was able to help him cultivate to at least the sea transformation realm. Su Ziqian looked at it with feverish eyes, and without waiting any longer, he took a sip of the 10,000-year-old spirit milk in his hand and drank it into his stomach. While absorbing the spiritual power of the spirit milk, he began to try to run the gong method. It only took a short time for it to go from raw to skillful and smooth. Ning nodded slightly. Although this fellow's cultivation qualifications sucked, like, his enlightenment was definitely at the genius level.
At the same time, Li Yuanbao was also trying to run his gongfu, but his enlightenment was much worse than Su Ziqian.
Several times, he almost took the spiritual energy to the wrong meridians. A full quarter of an hour later, the two opened their eyes one after another. Su Ziqian had directly broken through to the 9th heaven of the true element realm in a single breath, only one step away from the sea of transformation realm. Li Yuanbao managed to run the gong method for a large circumference, and his cultivation broke through a small realm once again, reaching the 4th heaven of the true element realm.
Ha ha ha. That guy Su Chen broke through to the true element realm at the age of 18, and was hailed as the first genius of the great gene, whereas little Master Me is only 17 this year, and I actually broke through to the 4th sky of the true element realm, huh? Li Yuanbao laughed recklessly. Su Ziqian blankly glanced at him. People that are real and cultivated step by step, can you guys be the same? He opened his mouth and was about to say something when he suddenly smelled a fishy odor that washed over his nose. His gaze instantly fell on himself, only to see that the originally white skin was stained with a layer of black stuff, emitting a sickening odor. There was an invisible boundary surrounding his body, preventing these odors from drifting outwards. Vom! Su Ziqian let out a dry heaving sound, covered his face, and turned into a residual shadow to quickly dash towards the entrance of the back garden. Brother Wu, I'll excuse myself for now, I'll see you another day. Vomit Shitsi, let's meet again another day. Li Yuanbao's face twisted, and as he walked away, he shunted that wine glass along with him. Wu Ning waved his hand, and the lingering odor in the air suddenly dissipated. The spirit deer meat on the table had already been eaten up by him, and he got up and burped as he walked towards the house. Zhang Liang, Shi Hao, and the others relaxed at once. The meat and vegetables had almost been eaten up, and a dozen or so people were gathering around the table drinking the hot pot soup base. There was quite a lot of 10,000-year-old spirit milk in it. Shi Hao drank 2 large bowls and directly broke through from the 9th level of the true element realm to the sea transformation realm. Except for the 2 wives who had no cultivation, the rest of them all had breakthroughs. One of the guards exclaimed, "I didn't realize that Our Highness is not only terrifyingly strong, but also has such a great origin, it's unbelievable. Yes, I was ready to live and die with the royal family, but I didn't expect such a big reversal." Ha ha! If those guys who left know about it, I guess even their intestines will regret it. Humph! Unrighteous things, fortunately they left early. The crowd whispered. Zhang Liang couldn't help but glance in the direction Wu Ning had left inside in his heart. Shallow waters don't raise scaly dragons. His Highness, having blown his own identity, should be leaving as well. At that time, where should they go? Room. Wu Ning had laid down a boundary and was sitting cross-legged on the bed, trying to refine a dark golden ancient sword. There was a powerful seal on top of the ancient sword, suppressing its sharpness and Dao rhythm, or else the entire royal mansion would have been razed to the ground by the sword she had emitted, I'm afraid. This was an imperial weapon called the Taya Imperial Sword. In the ancient ring given to him by Moronin, there weren't many immortal weapons, only 7 or 8. But there were quite a few emperor armaments, at least hundreds of them. Wu Ning estimated that his current cultivation level had some difficulty refining immortal artifacts, so he planned to refine an emperor's sword first to practice. However, the might of an emperor's soldier was also beyond his imagination, and even if it was a masterless object, it was still equally strong and terrifying. He had refined it for a day and a night before only grasping just a trace of the emperor's soldier's origin. At this rate, it would take almost 2 to 3 months to fully refine this Taya Imperial Sword. Wu Ning was secretly terrified, and just from the powerful might of this one imperial weapon, he could see just how terrifying a great emperor powerhouse was. Perhaps in the eyes of a great emperor powerhouse, there wasn't much difference between a supreme being and an ordinary person. It was all one move in 1 second. He had originally thought that he would be able to resist a great emperor powerhouse with his immortal weapon, but now it seemed a bit naive. Great emperor powerhouses might not be able to resist immortal weapons, but with his current cultivation level, wanting to master an immortal weapon was simply fanciful. Wu Ning instantly dismissed the idea of immediately going out on a wave, intending to develop obscenely for a while longer, or at least raise his cultivation to the Quasi-emperor realm before doing so. He put aside his distracting thoughts and subconsciously refined the Taya Emperor Sword. Time flew by, and 2 months hurriedly passed. During these 2 months, quite a few things had happened in the upper capital city. Ever since that day, Wu Ning had shocked the entire upper capital city by capturing Elder Hu and his party in a single move. After that, several more days had passed without seeing the 7-star Sect's people come to their door again, and they understood that the matter was over, and that the Yen Wangfu had taken care of the 7-star Sect. After that, the reputation of the Yen Wangfu was skyrocketing, and people from all the big families in the upper capital city had prepared generous gifts to pay a visit to their homes. The Pingxi king was even the first to come to his door to make amends. However, Wu Ning was in seclusion refining the imperial soldier and had no interest in meeting those people. They could only leave behind their generous gifts and leave with regret. Furthermore, a month after Wu Ning's seclusion, this fellow Li Yuanbao could not stand his loneliness and went to the door to challenge Su Chen, strongly defeating him, demonstrating a cultivation of the 7th heaven of the true element realm. The fame was so great that countless people were shocked and dumbfounded. Chapter 11: A glimpse of 10,000 years. In fact,
Su Chen now had a cultivation of the 4th level of the true element realm, and his battle power was so strong that he was able to defeat an average expert of the 5th level of the true element realm. Even though Li Yuanbao was 3 small realms higher than him, he didn't have much combat experience, so it was much harder to defeat him. However, this fellow pretended to be a pig eating a tiger and took advantage of Su Chen's carelessness to explode with all his might, defeating him with a single move. Although it was a bit of a victory was a victory. Su Chen's defeat was due to his own recklessness, and he couldn't blame anyone else. Moreover, Li Yuanbao's true element realm's 7th heavenly cultivation was a real thing, younger than him, but still 3 small realms higher than him. In the eyes of the onlookers, having a cultivation 3 minor realms higher, it was only natural to be stronger than him. For a while, Li Yuanbao's name resounded throughout the city. The title of Great Jin's first genius also changed hands. This was because the vast majority of people still didn't know that the person who had stepped in to capture Elder Hu that day was Wu Ning. Su Ziqian's cultivation was higher than Li Yuanbao's, but he was an old Ingbi who not only didn't reveal his cultivation, but also specialized in learning a set of secret techniques to conceal his realm. Li Yuanbao was not ashamed of this and then secretly learned a similar set of secret techniques. He wanted to develop obscenely like Shitzi and then amaze everyone. These two guys would make a trip to Yanwangfu every now and then, but Wu Ning had been in seclusion and had no time to pay attention. Early this morning, a clear sword sound resounded through the sky, like a supreme divine sword unsheathing. In an instant, the wind and clouds changed, billions of sword chi appeared, penetrating the sky and the earth, and Shangjing instantly turned into an ocean of sword chi. The whole city was horrified. Fortunately, these sword chi did not carry any killing aura. It came and went quickly, dissipating between heaven and earth in a short moment. Finally refined. Wu Ning held the Emperor's sword in his hand, the seal on it already shattered, and as he felt the terrifying might contained within the Emperor's sword, he felt that these 2 months had not been in vain. With this sword in his hand, a Quasi-emperor perfection powerhouse could also fight. However, he still felt a little uneasy. The sword was an offensive weapon. At least one more defensive emperor weapon needed to be refined to be safer. No, one is not enough. At least 2 are needed. An emperor's soldier that defended the physical body, and an emperor's soldier that defended the soul. Wu Ning put away the Emperor's sword, then opened his personal panel. Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation, Exalted 9th Heavenly Perfection Supreme. Physique, Age Divine Body. Technique, Supreme Scripture 1st level, Ancient Scripture of Refining the Heavens 1st level. Avatar, None. Weapon, Imperial Sword. Supreme Treasure, Black Leather Book. Remaining sign in times, 66. Over the past 2 months, Wu Ning had occasionally swallowed some heavenly treasures, and his cultivation had unconsciously grown to the Zuni 9 heavens of perfection, not far from the Quasi-emperor realm. However, what was more important to him was the number of check-ins. A total of 66 times, which had been saved for 2 months. Wu Ning got excited, and it was time to sign in again. System, first 3 daily sign-ins. Ding, sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million extreme spirit stones. Ding, signing in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining a holy medicine, Phoenix Bloodgrass. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 years of cultivation. 1,000 years of cultivation, not a bad hand. Wu Ning hesitated for a moment, preparing for another monthly signing. System, have another monthly signing. Ding, the signing was successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Time Avatar, a glance of 10,000 years, may I ask whether to cultivate it? Time Avatar? Wu Ning's eyes lit up as he immediately checked the details of this divine ability. A glance of 10,000 years was a time-type divine ability as well as a powerful pupil art. As far as the eye could see, time flew by. There were 5 levels: initiation, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, peak, and consummation, which were 1 glance for 1 year, 1 glance for 10 years, 1 glance for 100 years, 1 glance for 1,000 years, and 1 glance for 10,000 years. This glance was not an instant, but roughly a second. Cultivated to perfection, just 1 second can make time fly by for tens of thousands of years. If someone was locked by the gaze, they would be deprived of tens of thousands of years of life in 1 second. It was equivalent to killing with one's eyes, terrifying as it was. System, begin cultivating a glance of 10,000 years. After reading the details, Wu Ning immediately shouted. Ding, starting cultivation in progress. In the next instant, a massive amount of information poured into Wu Ning's mind, and even with his current cultivation level, receiving it was still very strenuous.
About an hour later.
Ding, congratulations to the host, a glimpse of 10,000 years has been cultivated to a great completion. Wu Ning stopped cultivating. With his current cultivation, he could only cultivate to the third level, a glance of 100 years. However, as long as he waited for his cultivation to rise, he could quickly cultivate to the peak, or even perfection. The avatar technique obtained from the system signing in did not require him to spend a long time comprehending it little by little. With a flash of his body, Wu Ning instantly disappeared from the room, and in the next instant, he appeared on top of a large mountain near the upper capital city. He was ready to try out the effects of a glance of 10,000 years. Sweeping his gaze over the surroundings, he selected a large tree that was as thick as a hug, then grabbed an ordinary hair, as well as a third-stage tiger demon, tied it to the tree, and placed a few spirit herbs under the tree. After doing so, he began to cast a glimpse of 10,000 years. Countless golden runes instantly flashed out of his pupils, and the area encompassed by his line of sight quietly produced some sort of marvelous change. The leaves of the trees withered. The weeds on the ground died instantly. The hares soon died as well. The tiger demon let out a fearful roar. A second later. The tree became bare and had long since completely died. The area underneath the tree was barren, and the remains of the hare only had a bit of black dirt left. The 2 elixirs also withered and died. 2 seconds later. The large tree turned into a piece of dry and rotten wood. 3 seconds later. The tiger demon also died, quickly turning into a dry bone. All the spirit medicines all withered. 10 seconds later. The tiger demon's skeleton had turned into dust. There had long since been no life within a few meters in a radius, turning into a dead land. 32 seconds later. The land became like a desert. Only a piece of dead wood that had rotted beyond recognition remained in place. Wu Ning lifted his divine ability and rubbed his somewhat tired eyes. With the Age Divine Body's enhancement, he was able to continue casting it for 32 seconds, greatly exceeding his original expectations. Within the shroud of the divine ability, all creatures stopped growing and would not continue to grow stronger. This was not just simply accelerating time, the area covered by the line of sight had not been accelerated to more than 3,000 years later. It was more like a power of the ages. It wasn't very useful at the moment, but it was definitely a great killing move for cultivators whose lifespan was approaching. Moreover, killing with one's eyes, just think about it. Wu Ning returned to Yan Wangfu with satisfaction. There were still 33 sign-in opportunities left, so he thought about it and planned to use the monthly sign-in once more. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Bodhi seed. Bodhi seed? Wu Ning immediately checked the details. This Bodhi seed was an immortal medicine that could be taken directly to increase enlightenment and suppress heart demons. Moreover, it could be used as the main medicine to refine an immortal level elixir called the Bodhi Enlightenment Elixir, which would increase the success rate of a great emperor's breakthrough to the true immortal realm. At least 30%. Good stuff. Wu Ning's eyes lit up as he directly took the Pei TZ out of system space, turquoise in color and the size of a cat's eye. It was like a piece of crystal and jade, exuding a marvelous Taoist rhythm throughout its body. Just holding it in his hand, he felt a coolness in his mind, and his state of mind seemed to be sublimated. Refining pills was too troublesome. Not only did one need to collect herbs, but one also needed to be able to refine immortal pills to be able to do so. Wu Ning was prepared to swallow it directly. It was just the right time to use this to break through to the Quasi-emperor realm. Chapter 12, Breaking Through Quasi-emperor. After sitting cross-legged and adjusting his state, Wu Ning took the Bodhi seed and extracted the signed 1,000 years of cultivation. Unlike before, this 1,000 years of cultivation was equivalent to the average cultivation of a cultivator of his realm who had practiced for 1,000 years. However, it wasn't enough to help him break through to the Quasi-emperor realm. The higher the realm, the harder it was to break through, let alone a large realm. For a Zunsure 9 heavens perfection to break through to a Quasi-emperor, he needed to comprehend a complete force of law and condense a law origin. It was not uncommon for an average cultivator to be stuck at this realm for tens of thousands of years. Wu Ning had the confidence to break through because he had managed to comprehend the complete force of the laws of time during his cultivation of the divine ability, a glance of 10,000 years. Coupled with the Bodhi seed's assistance, condensing the law origin was not a difficult task. In order to make a breakthrough in one fell swoop, Wu Ning had also taken out a piece of 100,000-year-old spirit milk, as well as an emperor-level ancient pill. Everything was ready, except for the breakthrough. Soon, another 2 months passed. After swallowing the Bodhi seed, Wuing felt that his enlightenment had indeed increased quite a bit, and it was a permanent increase. Originally, it was estimated that it would take half a year to condense the time law origin, but he didn't expect to condense it in just 2 months. On this day, the skies of Yunnan Prefecture suddenly became dull as a terrifying and overwhelming might descended from the heavens, as if the sky was about to collapse, pressing down on countless people who couldn't catch their breath. A silhouette flew high into the sky, looking around in disbelief. What's going on? What a terrifying feeling. It seems like someone is about to cross the threshold? Could it be that the 7-star Sect's King Wuing is going to become a saint? It's not becoming a saint. I've seen someone transiting a saintly tribulation before, and it was nowhere near as terrifying as this. Could it be that someone has broken through to an exalted one? Someone exclaimed. The scene in Yunnan Prefecture was so horrifying that it even startled the powerhouses of other states. Red Spirit State, Violet Sun Holy Land. 2 illusory silhouettes floated high in the sky, gazing in the direction of Yunnan Prefecture with shocked expressions. Quasi-emperor revelation. What a terrifying aura. It's been tens of thousands of years since anyone in our eastern region has broken through to a quasi-emperor. This time, I wonder which senior has broken through. Great Gene, King Yan's mansion. Wuing snapped his eyes open and felt the heavenly tribulation brewing in the sky. Cultivators needed to cross heavenly tribulation from the moment they became saints. He had previously broken through to the 9th level of exaltation in a single breath and had not crossed the tribulation, so he had overlooked this. It seemed that he also needed to cross the tribulation when he comprehended the breakthrough realm. In the next moment, his silhouette disappeared into the room and directly drilled into the void, preparing to cross the tribulation in the void. Otherwise, the Quasi-Emperor's tribulation was too terrifying, and a single slip-up would spill over to hundreds of millions of living beings. After he entered the void, the thunder tribulation in the sky stopped brewing and a calm quickly returned. Aside from a very few strong people who knew that someone had transited the tribulation, the others simply didn't know what had happened. Some people tried to look for the powerful person who had undergone the tribulation, but the thunder tribulation dissipated before it could take shape, and there was no trace of it. It could only be roughly determined that the person who had crossed the threshold was in Yunnan Prefecture. But how vast was the land of a state, it was simply unrealistic to try to find someone who had no clue whatsoever. In the boundless void, a terrifying purple thunder tribulation fell from an unknown place, ruthlessly splitting on Wuing. He did not take the initiative to attack and shatter these thunderjacks. Instead, he allowed the lightning tribulation to directly strike his body, using it to quench his fleshly body. If this scene had been seen by anyone else, they would have been absolutely shocked beyond words. The terror of the Quasi-Emperor's tribulation, the low-level exalts would die if they were dipped in it, and the Supreme Being would be seriously injured if he was chopped. Even the average Quasi-Emperor wouldn't dare to carry it so hard. The reason why Wuing dared to play like this was all due to the strength of his technique. The supreme scripture he practiced was an invincible technique that combined cultivation, fleshly body, and divine soul into one. The flesh-body universe chapter therein was likewise the most powerful body refining technique in the world. The Flesh Universe chapter was divided into 3 main levels. The first level quenches the indestructible golden body, the second level opens up the flesh body divine deposit, and the third level opens up the flesh body universe. When cultivated to great completion, every cell of the fleshly body was like a universe, containing infinite might, palming the heavens and shattering the worlds with its fists, and could suppress all enemies. However, Wuing currently had not even cultivated the first layer of the undying golden body. In the bombardment of a thunderbolt, the clothes on his body had long since turned to flying dust, and he was so naked that even his hair had disappeared. Except for the ancient ring that his mother had given him. There was not a single hair left on his body. Wuing was as if he hadn't realized that being struck by lightning was still painful. The violent thunder power drilled into the body, as if it were a lingering death, which meant that his cultivation level had increased, and his ability to withstand pain had increased. Otherwise one would have to die of pain alive. His heart suddenly moved. The system was able to increase the chances of obtaining treasures by signing in at special locations. I wonder if it counted amongst this lightning calamity. System, sign in. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Thunder Law Origin. Law Origin? Wuing was overjoyed. The Quasi-Emperor had only begun to condense the Law Origin, and he hadn't expected to sign directly into a ball of Thunder Law Origin. If he fused and refined it, wouldn't he be able to directly master the Thunder Origin Law? Although it is not comparable to the Supreme Law like the Law of Time, it is definitely an extremely powerful law of attack.
Simply unexpected, it seems that today's hand is good. Wu Ning looked at his personal panel, and there were still 68 sign-on opportunities. System, 5 more daily signatures. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Quasi-Imperial weapon, the Thunder God Halberd. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Quasi-Emperor Halberd technique, Thunderclap. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb Holy Medicine 9 layers Heavenly Heart Lotus. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million Extreme Spirit Stones. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 years of cultivation. 5 beeps kept ringing out. The things that were signed in were all good as well, but they were far worse than the Thunder Law origin. Wu Ning didn't continue signing in and crossed the threshold at ease. The thunder had struck him for a day and a night before finally ending. His cultivation level had stabilized at the early stage of the Quasi-Emperor realm. At the same time, his indestructible golden body had finally reached minor completion. The small completed indestructible golden body was even stronger than the physical body of a Quasi-Emperor perfection powerhouse, and the laws were difficult to injure, so it could be used against Quasi-Emperor armaments, and could be called a humanoid weapon of ferocity. Wu Ning surveyed his body. His skin was fair and translucent, his figure was still slender and upright, but if he activated his undying golden body, a layer of subtle golden light would emerge under his skin. It was as if it possessed endless power. The strength had produced a sea change. He felt like he could now blow up the person he was before his breakthrough with a single punch. After trying his strength in the void, Wu Ning flashed back into the room. Changing into a brand new robe, he felt a little funny as he touched his large bald head in the mirror. It was a good thing that with his cultivation nowadays, he was already able to meticulously control the growth of his body's hair. Otherwise, with a big clanging bald head, he would be embarrassed to go out. Chapter 13 8th Order Green Bird. Another day was spent in the room. Only after controlling the regrowth of his hair, extracting the 1000 years of cultivation that he had signed in for, and practicing the Quasi-Emperor level halberd technique, did Wu Ning step out of the room. After being in seclusion for a small half-year in a row, he was ready to go out for a breath of fresh air first. It was precisely the time of sunrise, and the warm sunlight fell on his body in a pleasant manner. Wu Ning stretched and walked towards the back garden. The green bird had already made the back garden its home, and over the past few months, it had already gotten acquainted with the people of the royal residence. Master! Seeing Wu Ning walking over, the green bird cried out affectionately. Wu Ning patted its head, then took out the sacred pill Phoenix Bloodgrass that he had signed for earlier. This is for you, it should help you break through to the Seal King realm. Thank you, Master. The green bird excitedly flapped its wings and rolled up a violent gale. With the Phoenix Bloodgrass in its stomach, a powerful aura immediately erupted from the green bird's body and swept out in all directions. Wu Ning waved his hand and set up a barrier to shroud the back garden, preventing the aura from leaking out, or else it would have to scare quite a few more people. At this time, Zhang Liang, Shi Hao, and the others sensed the abnormality and hurriedly rushed to the back garden. Your Highness! Wu Ning swept his gaze. Their months had not been in vain. With the help of a large amount of resources, their cultivation had all made great progress. Shi Hao had already risen to the 7th level of the Sea Transformation realm, raising nearly a large realm in less than half a year, which was absolutely unimaginable in the past. After him, the one with the highest cultivation level was Uncle Fu. 9th sky of the True Origin realm, directly elevated by one major realm. The rest of them were also at the True Origin realm. Zhang Liang came in later and already had a True Element realm 3rd heavenly cultivation. At the bottom were Xia Zhu and In Shui, both of whom were at the 1st sky of the True Origin realm. Not bad. Uncle Fu, you'll be responsible for distributing these cultivation resources, and make every effort to raise your strength. There's no need to save for me, as long as you don't waste it, you'll get as much as you want. Wu Ning nodded slightly and tossed a storage ring to Uncle Fu, which contained 5 million lower-grade spirit stones, as well as some lower-ranked resources that he couldn't use. All of them were used by the Seal King realm powerhouses, and were more than enough to raise their cultivation strength. Yes, Your Highness. Uncle Fu put the storage ring away and did not immediately check it out, but first reported to Wu Ning about what had happened in the royal residence in the past few months. By the way, a few days ago, the palace sent a letter, wanting to invite Your Highness to the Junlin banquet. The Junlin banquet? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. This was a triennial event of the Great Gene. The so-called King's Landing banquet was organized by the Imperial family of the Great Gene, and was actually a martial arts event for young celestial pride. Young men and women within the age of 30 could participate, and the top 10 were all rewarded handsomely. If they performed well and showed exceptional talent, they would often be invited by the royal family and the great clans, and would even be recognized by some of the strongest people and taken in as disciples. Wu Ning had participated before, but was acting as a spectator. If there's nothing else, it's possible to go and take a look. When does it start? The 9th day of next month. Uncle Fu immediately returned. It was already the end of the month now, and there were only about 10 days until the 9th day of the next month. Alright, you all retire first. Holding back the crowd, Wu Ning headed to the dining room and personally roasted a second-stage spirit goat sent by Luo Chang. With his cultivation improved, he had not abandoned his appetite. Having merely eaten some spirit fruits and other heavenly treasures these past few months, he was about to fade out of the bird. On the huge grill, a plump spirit goat was roasted to the point where it was bubbling with oil, emitting a tantalizing aroma. High-end ingredients often only required simple cooking, and this roasted whole sheep needed no condiments whatsoever. It was a rare delicacy on Earth. Just as Wu Ning was hugging a leg of lamb and feasting on it, Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian arrived at the Yanwang mansion together. You two grow dog noses, don't you? Wu Ning said breathlessly. The two of them hemmed and hawed. During this period of time, the two of them often went up to the Yanwang mansion to dabble in drinks and food. Wu Ning was in seclusion before, and Luo Chang would send some prey sometime, so he ordered Zhang Liang and the others to eat it. By chance, Li Yuanbao realized that the food at Yanwanfu was too hoity-toity, so he pulled Su Ziqian over to dabble with him. Shitzi, we've waited for months and finally waited for you to come out. The two quickly sat around and gulped, staring blearily at the mutton on the grill. Wu Ning waved his hand, do it yourself. And asked, you guys looking for me for something? Well, it's like this, old Su and I both broke through to the sea transformation realm, and the two of us are planning to go out and make a name for ourselves, and we want to join you, Shitzi. Li Yuanbao said vaguely as he nibbled on the mutton. Su Ziqian's eating was much more civilized. Brother Wu, I don't think you'll be staying in Dejin for long. When you leave, I wonder if it's convenient to bring us along? The two men were ready to hug their thighs. Wu Ning's gaze swept over them. Su Ziqian was at the 8th level of the sea transformation realm, but his surface cultivation was only at the 8th level of the innate realm. Hiding two large realms, proper old Inbi. Li Yuanbao displayed the 7th level of the true origin realm, but his true cultivation was the same as Qihao, also the 7th level of the sea transformation realm. With the two of them at their current cultivation levels, in a small place like Dejin where even the Dharma phase realm was rare, they were already near the top, so it was no wonder that they had the idea of wanting to go out and take a stroll. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Bringing two people is just a small matter. But I'll have to wait a while longer before I leave. You two aren't in a hurry, right? We're not in a hurry, brother Wu. You can wait as long as you want. Su Ziqian shook his head. It just so happened that he also wanted to increase his strength a little bit more, and he would be more secure when he went out. Suddenly, a powerful pressure filled the air. Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian's two gazes were horrified. They felt that they were as weak as ants before this pressure, as if the other party was willing to, they could crush them to death with just the pressure. A breakthrough. A hint of surprise flashed in Wu Ning's eyes. The green bird had absorbed the medicinal effects of the phoenix blood grass, and not only had it broken through to the Seal King realm, it seemed to possess a trace of the phoenix bloodline. Could the phoenix blood grass really have been drenched in phoenix blood? Carry. The green bird fluttered its wings and let out a cheerful chirp. After breaking through to the 8th rank, its body had grown quite a bit larger, with a body length of over 30 meters. It was a good thing that the royal mansion's back garden was large enough, or else it really wouldn't fit. However, the next moment, the green bird's body began to shrink, quickly becoming the size of a normal sparrow as it fluttered its wings and flew in front of Wu Ning. Master, I have broken through. Not bad, it has also awakened the Rui avatar. Wu Ning stretched out his hand and let it land on his hand, touching its feathers. Being able to change in size, it would be much easier to carry in the future. The next time it broke through to the 9th rank, it should be able to take shape, right? Master, I'm hungry. The green bird rubbed against his fingers, its eyes eagerly staring at the lamb on the grill as it said softly. Wu Ning tore off a leg of lamb and placed it on the table. Eat it. Thank you, master. The green bird flew onto the table and grew a bit larger, quickly devouring the meat from the leg of lamb. A roasted leg of lamb that weighed hundreds of pounds was quickly eaten cleanly by it, and in the end, it even swallowed the bones in one bite. Wu Ning tore another large piece of lamb chop for it, and with 3 people and 1 bird, a roasted whole lamb was quickly devoured.
A large portion of it went into the green bird's stomach. Feeling that he hadn't eaten enough, Wu Ning roasted another second-order wild boar. After the three of them ate and drank their fill, they went out on the street to wander around. The green bird was still full, so Wu Ning directly let it go out to forage for food on its own. With that amount of food, it probably wouldn't be able to eat enough for 100 cows. Chapter 14, Listening to Songs on the Hook. People were coming and going on the main street. Perhaps because the King's Landing banquet was approaching, young geniuses from all over the Great Jin dynasty were flocking to Shangjing, creating a lively scene. Son, I heard that Tian Xian Lu has recently come with a stunning flower girl who is unrivaled in zither and painting, highly talented, and sells her art without selling her body. Why don't we go and take a look? Satiated, Li Yuanbao proposed. Su Ziqian's hand shaking his fan immediately gave a beat. Wu Ning thought about it, having nothing to do, hooking up and listening to music seemed good. Then let's go and get a lesson in that flower girl's zither skills. The three of them immediately turned. Turning down a street, Wu Ning shrugged his nose and suddenly smelled a pungent hot pot odor. Raising his eyes, there was an atmospherically decorated hot pot building not far away, doing brisk business with a steady stream of diners. Fatty, how is this hot pot business at your house? Wu Ning asked. At the mention of this, Li Yuanbao immediately became excited. Business is simply great. Throughout the capital, more than 30 hot pot buildings, overcrowded every day. We've divided the ingredients into ordinary ingredients and rare ingredients. Ordinary ingredients can be paid for in silver, while rare ingredients need to be paid for in spirit stones. Nowadays, the hot pot house's reputation has already been made, and lately, there are even quite a few outsiders who have come here in admiration. The Li family had been in business for generations, and they did have a knack for doing business. The hot pot practice wasn't that difficult and could easily be imitated. They naturally took this into consideration. In this regard, the Li family took a different approach. They were prepared to monopolize the several important spices for simmering the hot pot base in a big way. They even directly sold prepared spice medicine packs, which only needed to be simply boiled. Controlling from the source, disguised as shrouding the hot pot market. This is the pattern. Li Yuanbao spoke with furrowed brows. Shitzi, the hot pot business has earned more than 800,000 taels of silver in these months, and more than 30,000 spirit stones. Let's split it on a 50-50 basis. You were in seclusion before, and I've sent Uncle Fu's hands with the silver and spirit stones every month. Wu Ning recalled that Uncle Fu seemed to have mentioned it once before, but he hadn't cared at the time. To cultivators, silver wasn't worth much at all. The spirit stone share was only a few $1,000s per month, and Uncle Fu felt that Wu Ning shouldn't be able to look at this amount of spirit stones, so he didn't say much about it. Wu Ning waved his hand and said, in the future, you don't need to give as much as 50%, 10% is enough. Although he couldn't look at it, when he left, it would be an economic source for the people of the royal family. How would that work? Pro brothers still settle accounts. Shitzi, you came up with the recipe. 10% is too little. Moreover, the business of the hot pot house relies on the name of the Yen Wangfu. It also reduces a lot of trouble for us. 50% is the right thing to do. Li Yuanbao shook his head, although he knew that Wu Ning could not see this amount of money nowadays, but it was one thing if people wanted it or not, it was another thing if you gave it or not. The Li family could not be insatiable. 30% then. Wu Ning thought about it and said. Fine. Li Yuanbao didn't insist anymore. The three of them quickly arrived at the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, and there were several flamboyant women standing in front of the door, and when they saw Wu Ning and the three of them, they immediately surrounded them. Wu Ning used to be a regular customer of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, not to mention the other two. The three of them walked into the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion surrounded by several women, and Mama Chai was notified, smilingly waving her fragrant handkerchief as she quickly greeted them. Ayo, Mr. Li, Mr. Su, and Prince Yen, it's really been a long time since I've seen you, slave. Mama Chai was a half-aged woman, in her 40s, still charming, with extremely well-maintained looks, and I heard that she had been a flower girl when she was young. Li Yuanbao directly threw her an ingot of gold, a full 10 taels. Mama Chai, I heard that you have a new flower girl here? Mama Chai received the gold and immediately smiled with joy. Mr. Li, you are talking about Miss Yi, right? You three upstairs please, Miss Yi will be here later. Mama Chai led the three of them into a luxurious box, and then ordered people to bring tea and snacks. Three gentlemen, wait a moment, Miss Yi will be here soon. Mama Chai retreated. Wu Ning's complexion was pale. In the past, he felt very happy when he came to Heavenly Fragrance House. Even if he couldn't eat, it was still a pleasure to watch. Now that he was able to eat, he was acting like he had a cleansing fetish, no longer able to look at these vulgar girls.
Even felt resistant. His eyesight had been raised.
It wasn't long before a maid knocked on the door, then walked in a green-shirted woman with a gentle temperament and a bookish aroma. Her face was veiled, but she couldn't hide her stunning beauty in the slightest. Nor could it block Wu Ning's gaze. She had a pair of extremely good-looking almond eyes, her skin was crystalline and snowy, like a clear water hibiscus, without applying any powder, her features were exquisite, and her face did not have any blemishes. Wu Ning took a glance and developed a few interests. He had seen a lot of flower girls, but this is the first time he has seen such a clear water beauty, naturally beautiful, and with an aroma of books. However, this woman's figure was a little worse, if the breeze brushed the willow, slightly less plump.
Little daughter Lu Yi, meet the three gentlemen. Lu Yi bowed with a flourish. Su Ziqian took half a step forward. Miss Yi, please rise. My name is Su Ziqian. I have heard of Miss Yi's talent for a long time, and I have seen her today. I wonder if I have the honor to hear you play a song? It is Yi's honor. Lu Yi lowered her eyebrows and smiled lightly. Two maids carried up a sandalwood zither. Lu Yi sat by the window and stroked the strings with her fingers. The sound of the zither curled up, leisurely, like spring water droning, and like the spring breeze wrinkling the water, suddenly high and low, circling back and forth. The melody is joyful and elegant, but it is vaguely sad. Su Ziqian was mesmerized. Although Wu Ning didn't know about music, he could also feel the marvelous sound of the zither. This Yi girl's zither skills, few people in the entire upper capital city could match. Li Yuanbao took out a pot of spirit wine and filled it up for the three of them. He only liked beautiful people, he didn't like listening to music. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside. Wu Ning frowned and directly laid down a boundary to isolate all the noise. But a moment later, the door to the private room was actually kicked open. Boom! A door panel directly shattered, and many wooden shavings flew towards the room. With a movement of Wu Ning's mind, all of the wood shavings stagnated in the air before shooting towards the person who had kicked the door open, instantly piercing through all 5 of his limbs. Ah! Miserable screams instantly resounded throughout the heavenly fragrance mansion. The sound of the zither in the private room stopped abruptly. Li Yuanbao burst into a rage. Nima. Which is it? Su Ziqian's face also went cold. Damn it! A young man in fancy dress walked into the private room with a sullen face and angrily questioned, "Who are you people who dare to injure my son's people, looking for death?" Li Yuanbao froze for a moment. Where did this guy come from as a bumpkin? How dare he not even recognize us? Dead fatso, who are you calling a bumpkin? This Gongzi is the young master of the young family of Qingling County. Do you want to die? The bottom of Yang Su's eyes flashed a hidden killing intent, but he is not a reckless person. Shangjing hides crouching tigers and dragons. Before figuring out the situation, making a reckless move is waiting for the aftermath to find out where they came from, and then send people to teach them a lesson is not too late. Although the Yang family is not afraid of trouble, but the Yang family is the Yang family, he is him. In case someone has a brain fart and kills him, even if the Yang family gets revenge, he won't be able to live. Chapter 15, Exterminating a Sect. Qingling County Yang family? Li Yuanbao's eyes narrowed slightly. This Qingling County Yang family was a 1,000-year-old family. It was said to possess 2 strong people of the Dharma phase realm. Even the royal family was courteous to them. Li Yuanbao said that he couldn't afford to mess with them. He was probably the strongest in their family right now, and was far from being a match for this Yang family. Yang Su snorted coldly, his eyes turned to the window seat and said hideously, "Louis E, you would rather be ridden by thousands of people than submit to this young master. What a natural son." Louis E stood in front of the window, her face pale. Boom! A large ingot of gold fell in front of her. "This young master is going to wrap you up. Is this gold enough? There's more if it's not enough." After saying that, several more ingots of gold fell in front of her. Each ingot was a full 20 taels. Louis Yi took a deep breath and forced back her tears. Her eyes became blood red and her gaze was dead on him. "Yang Su, you despicable and shameless villain, causing my family to be broken, I won't let you go even if I die." Her voice carried a hatred that went deep into her bones. As soon as the words fell, she stepped on the brocade stool and leapt towards the window. "How can it be that easy if you want to die?" Yang Su's face chilled as he dashed towards him. True element realm 5th sky, as fast as lightning. But someone was faster than him. With a flash of Su Ziqian's figure, he held Louis E by the waist, and Yang Su was directly slapped out by his casual hand, smashing a big hole in the wall with a bang. "Young master!"
The two attendants were shocked, one rushed towards Yang Su while the other rushed towards Su Ziqian.
Dare to hurt my young lord, looking for death.
The cultivation of the two heavens of the sea transformation realm shook the building, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment. Wuing flicked out a stream of light from his fingertips, and the entire building was energized by an invisible force that instantly strengthened it by millions of times, not to mention the sea transformation realm. Even the heavenly palace realm would have trouble shaking it. Su Ziqian's gaze turned cold, utilizing 80% of his strength, his fist smashed towards the man's chest. The attendant met him with the same punch, his face changed dramatically, one arm instantly shattered, followed by his chest being shattered in half, his body flew out backwards and smashed heavily into the wall. When he landed again, he was already broken.
Li Yuanbao's eyes stared furiously, not realizing that this old Su fellow was all this strong.
Su Ziqian placed the somewhat stunned Lu Yi on the ground, took a step back and revealed a smile.
Miss Yi, things are in a hurry, I'm sorry for my rudeness. You. Many thanks, Your Excellency.
Lu Yi's face revealed a touch of guilt. Gongzi, the Yang family is powerful, it's me who dragged you down.
Su Ziqian swept his gaze, Yang Su and another attendant crouched on the ground, silenced.
A sea transformation realm two heavens had been killed by a single punch, and they were all stunned. Seeing Su Ziqian's gaze looking over, Yang Su's legs went weak with fear. Don't kill me. I'm the young master of the Yang family, the Yang family won't let you go.
Humph. Su Ziqian coldly swept a glance at him.
Right at this moment, a large group of people surrounded the doorway, including Mama Chai and the guards of the Heavenly Fragrance Mansion, as well as other watchful leaders, who were blocked out by an invisible barrier.
Isn't this Mr. Yang actually being beaten up?
Someone revealed a sympathetic look. These people are finished, even the Yang family's young lord dares to beat them, I'm afraid their family will suffer.
The person next to him glanced at him. You're damn out of town, right?
Yeah, how do you know? You don't even know the Prince of Yen, you're definitely not from our Shangjing.
Prince Yen? I've never heard of him, does he have a bigger background than the Yang family?
The person next to him said with a look of disdain, ignorant. The Yen King's house is not even afraid of the 7-star sect, but it's still afraid of a mere Yang family. Inside the private room,
Ning handed Su Ziqian a jade token.
Old Su, holding this item allows you to kill it while under the Seal King realm, remember, don't be a womanizer. Patting him on the shoulder, Ning took Li Yuanbao and directly disappeared.
You can kill indiscriminately under the Seal King.
Su Ziqian held the token, and immediately found a terrifying power surging into his body, making him feel stronger than ever. It was as if anything could be blown away by his fist. In the next moment, his gaze fell on Yang Su, revealing a cruel smile. Once he struck, he had to cut off the roots. He, Su Ziqian, was not a merciful person. Yang Su's eyes were terrified as he sat paralyzed on the ground.
Don't come over.
On the street, Wuing brought Li Yuanbao and silently blended into the crowd.
What kind of divine power is this? It's amazing. Li Yuanbao marveled.
It's not considered a divine ability. After you cultivate to the Seal King realm, you'll naturally know it. Wuing said indifferently.
Seal King realm. Li Yuanbao rolled his eyes. That was the Seal King realm. It was the topmost big shot in the entire Yunnan state. He didn't even dare to think about it. Shitzi, do you think I'll be able to break through to the Seal King realm in the future? Ning glanced at him and said, it's only the Sealed King realm, is it difficult? Li Yuanbao.
Ning truly felt that it wasn't difficult, even without the system. After his first layer of bloodline seals were unlocked, he would be able to cultivate to the Seal King realm within a month.
It was a breeze. Boss, teach me. Li Yuanbao suddenly squatted on the ground and hugged Ning's thigh with no regard for his image.
Ning instantly felt a large amount of strange gazes, and somewhat speechlessly said, get up.
Shitzi boss.
Look at your little bit of talent, as long as you follow me, are you still afraid that you won't be able to break through a small Seal King realm?
Li Yuanbao's eyes lit up and he immediately stood up. Son of the world, you will be my boss from now on, little brother will listen to you in everything, if you tell me to go east, I will never go west, I, Li Yuanbao, will follow you in this life. It didn't take long for the rumors to spread about what happened at Tianxianlu. Su Ziqian, the talented son of Shangjing, was furious for his red face.
He handily killed the young master of the Yang family of Qingling County in Tianxianlu, and then left with the flower girl Lu Yi, causing people to enjoy the story.
The story of a talented man and a beautiful woman is the most popular one.
However, the storm of this incident had not yet subsided. the next day there was an even more shocking news that came into the capital city, like a thunderbolt from the ground that exploded. The Yang family of Qinghe County, a great clan of 1,000 years.
It was actually exterminated.
This news spread throughout the entire upper capital city in a very short period of time, and quickly spread throughout the Great Jin. Combined with what happened at Tianxianlu the day before, many people were speculating that this was Su Ziqian's doing. After all, Su Ziqian had displayed an extremely powerful strength at the Heavenly Fragrance Tower the day before. While marveling at his terrifying strength, there were also those who accused him of cruelty and indiscriminate killing, going so far as to exterminate the Yang family for the sake of a single woman, without sparing the young and old, women and children.
Many people scoffed. In this world, isn't it a normal thing to eliminate all the roots? It's only a matter of exterminating a door, it's just a big fuss.
Besides, how many people in the Yang family are innocent? As a cultivation family that has been passed down for thousands of years, the ancestors don't know how much evil they have done. The future generations are blessed with the shade of their forefathers, and are born to enjoy blood-stained property and resources, so they should take on the karma of their forefathers and coexist with the Yang family. Now it is just the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao.
Chapter 16, Poetry in Faraway Places. The wall fell down and people pushed. Subsequently, a large amount of news about the Yang family's evil deeds were exploded.
Things like bullying men and women, killing innocents indiscriminately, fish and flesh, and so on, were simply countless. It was even rumored that the ancestor of the Yang family was approaching the end of his life, and in order to extend his lifespan, he secretly captured boys and girls to refine life-extending products, causing countless people's families to be destroyed. At the same time, the feud between the Lu family of Qinghe County and the Yang family was also dug up. The Lu family is a 100-year-old family of scholars, kind and charitable, and has a good reputation in Qinghe County. The daughter of the Lu family, Lu Yi, is an excellent Qin and painting artist, quite a talented woman, and at the same time is a well-known beauty. But the red face, Lu Yi, because of the beauty of the young master of the Yang family, so the door to marry, the young master of the Yang family Sects, spoiled a lot of women. Lu's couple naturally do not want to marry their only daughter to him, categorically refused, and arranged for Lu Yi to go out to hide. When the young master of the Yang family learned of this, in a fit of rage, he directly killed, and the entire Lu family left no one behind. The Yang family is the only family in Qingling County. Even if the Lu family will be exterminated, no one dares to speak for them. After these news broke out, the Yang family was reviled by countless people. On the other hand, Su Ziqian was praised by countless people. Some people even compiled a picture book of the deeds of destroying the Yang family in a fit of rage for the redheads, and it was widely circulated. Great Jin Imperial Palace. The Jin Emperor was sitting in the Jun Tian Hall, frowning at the half-kneeling shadow guard.
Is the news accurate? Was it really Su Ziqian himself? Emperor Jin asked in a deep voice.
Your Majesty, the entire Yang family was completely razed to the ground. The commotion was great. The person who struck did not hide his appearance. There were many people who witnessed it. After many investigations, I can confirm that the person who struck was Su Ziqian without a doubt. Saying this, he presented a portrait to Emperor Jin, and the person on it was clearly none other than Su Ziqian.
Emperor Jin's frown deepened. Ning, Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian.
The original three famous wastrels of the upper capital city suddenly each possessed great strength and became mysterious.
What in the world was going on here?
Emperor Jin felt a bit of a headache. Everything seemed to have started after County Lord Qingyao withdrew from the marriage. Perhaps his previous guess was correct. The Yan Wang couple really did come from a terrifyingly powerful family. Unfortunately, they had chosen the wrong one that day. A few days later, in the back garden of the Yan King's residence,
Su Ziqian reluctantly returned the jade token to Ning. Li Yuanbao teased, "Old Su, how does it feel to be the groom these days? Don't talk nonsense. I only have admiration for Miss Yi. We're innocent, don't make up rumors." Li Yuanbao's eyes widened. No way. Beauty is present, this you can hold back? He was a little unbelievable. Old Su is a talented man. He saved Lu Yi from her suffering and avenged her hatred. It shouldn't be a problem for her to give her body to him, right? If it was him, surely now we're still in bed. Could it be that? Old Su, you wouldn't be able to, right? Su Ziqian glared at him fiercely. If you want to die, just say so. Li Yuanbao smiled sarcastically and raised his hands in surrender.
The image of Su Ziqian killing a sea transformation realm expert with a single punch that day was vivid in his mind, and he was somewhat abashed.
Old Su, you really don't like that Lu Yi?
Ning asked curiously. He didn't believe that this stuffy fellow was a decent person.
Su Ziqian shook his head slightly. A fair lady, a gentleman's gentleman, liking is definitely a little bit liking. However, liking doesn't necessarily mean marrying her.
Marrying her means being responsible for her, keeping her for life, wealth, rice, oil, salt, soy, vinegar and tea, day after day, year after year.
I don't like this kind of life. I've decided to go out and make a name for myself, to see the mountains and rivers, to view the world, and to enjoy a different landscape.
As for starting a family, I guess I'll have to wait until a long, long time from now.
Su Ziqian's gaze was distant. 99% of the people in the world were born trapped in a corner of the world, and from birth to death, the farthest they had traveled was probably just a few hundred miles. He was not willing to be like this. The world was so big, he wanted to see it. Saving Louis E was merely a whim, although there was some fondness, it was far from enough to make him return for it. Wu Ning's gaze was surprised, not expecting this guy to actually have such thoughts. This couldn't help but make him think of a saying, there is more to life than what is in front of you, there are also poems in faraway places. Old Su, I support you. A few more days passed in the blink of an eye. During these few days, Wu Ning had not only fused the Thunder Law origin, but had also unlocked the fourth layer of bloodline seals, and the powerful bloodline power had allowed his indestructible golden body to improve considerably. As a result, his cultivation had risen from early Quasi-emperor stage to mid-Quasi-emperor stage, with late Quasi-emperor stage not far behind. For other Paragon emperors, it was equivalent to saving thousands of years of hard cultivation. In fact, unlocking the bloodline seal was mainly to enhance the potential of the bloodline, and the increase in cultivation was only an incidental effect. It was considered an unexpected blessing. Today, it was the day when the King's Landing feast started. Early in the morning, Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian rushed to the Yanwang mansion, ready to go and watch the fun together. The place where the King's Landing feast was being held was on the large square in front of the main entrance of the palace. When the three of them arrived, the square had already been overcrowded with people around it, and there were forbidden guards maintaining order, otherwise it would have been surrounded. On a raised platform near the palace gate, there were 2 rows of half-meter-high tables, with the most central table being a bit extra tall. It should be the position of the Jin Emperor. At the moment, some of the seats were already seated with people, either honored dignitaries or heads of families. With a wave of Wu Ning's hand, the 3 of them appeared directly on top of the high platform and did not attract anyone's attention. Wu Ning casually found a seat and sat down. Li Yuanbao brought a stool of his own and squeezed in beside him. At an event like this, their Li family was not qualified to occupy a seat. Su Ziqian had followed suit, their Su family had a seat, but it was his grandfather, Taifu Su's. It was a good thing that the table was wide enough, otherwise it would have been crowded. On the high platform, there were constantly beautiful palace maids shuttling around, placing all kinds of fruits and food, as well as wine and pastries, and a plate of small dishes made by the palace's Imperial kitchen to drink. Wu Ning 3 people soon attracted the attention of many people. Nowadays, the 3 of them were all celebrities in Shangjing, and there weren't many people who didn't recognize them if they were able to sit on the high platform. About half an hour later, Emperor Jin arrived late, surrounded by a group of great inner guards. Your Majesty, the old minister just looked around and found that there are quite a few more young geniuses this year than in the past. It seems that my great Jin's national power has been flourishing in recent years, and there is the likeness of a prosperous world, thanks to your Majesty's good governance. An old man smiled as he stroked his beard. The others were not willing to show their weakness, and their horses' asses were like a tidal wave, patting the Emperor of Jin's dragon's face with great joy. Just as this was happening, an old eunuch quickly walked up to Emperor Jin. Your Majesty, a delegation from the Heavenly Cloud Country has arrived. Declare. The Heavenly Cloud Kingdom had sent an envoy, he had already known about it. Soon, 5 envoys from the Heavenly Cloud Kingdom ascended the high platform led by the old eunuch. Heavenly Cloud's envoy, Long Qing, pays his respects to His Majesty the Jin Emperor. Third Prince of Heavenly Cloud, Shuyu, pays homage to His Majesty the Jin Emperor. Emperor Jin nodded slightly. Give me a seat. Thank you, Your Majesty. Chapter 17, The King's Landing Banquet Above. Immediately, there were small eunuchs carrying tables and brocade stools. Long Qing and Shuyu took their seats one after another, and behind them stood 3 young men with upright figures. Emperor Jin's gaze flickered as he said, several emissaries have traveled a long way and have worked hard all the way. Long Qing arched his hand and said, My Majesty entrusted me to greet Emperor Jin. Finally, he took out a golden brocade box from his storage ring. Your Majesty, Emperor Jin, this is a gift prepared for you by my Majesty, hoping that our 2 countries will live in peace and never have to fight. Convey my gratitude to Emperor Yun on my behalf.
Emperor Jin waved his hand for the people to accept the gift. Shiyu arched his hand. Your Majesty Emperor Jin, I've heard about the name of your country's King's Landing banquet for a long time, and I've longed for it for a long time, and I happened to catch it today, so I wonder if the people of my heavenly cloud country can participate in it?
Emperor Jin glanced at him and nodded slightly, naturally. Many thanks, Your Majesty.
Shiyu looked at a burly youth behind him and said, Dai Hong, go down and try.
Yes, Your Highness.
The youth named Dai Hong grinned as he took a step and leaped into the arena above the huge ring that had been built. Dai Hong of the Heavenly Cloud Country, 24 years old this year, first heaven of the Sea Transformation Realm, does anyone dare to come up to the stage to receive instruction? Dai Hong said with a provocative face. The surrounding area was in an uproar. Breaking through to the Sea Transformation Realm at the age of 24 was definitely a well-deserved pride of heaven. Cultivating to the Dharma phase realm in the future was almost a nail in the coffin, and it was even very likely that he would be able to impact to a higher realm. Declaring his own cultivation as soon as he stepped onto the field, this Sky Cloud Country guy is quite arrogant.
Li Yuanbao muttered. Su Ziqian glanced at him. What, you want to go up on him? Big brothers all come out last, it's not my turn yet.
A hint of anticipation appeared in Li Yuanbao's eyes. With my strength, entering the top 10 is definitely not a problem. The top 3 can also put up a fight, I just don't know what this year's rewards are. Right at this moment, a burly figure leaped onto the ring. Divine Fist Sect Meng Shuang, 28 years old this year, first heaven of the Sea Transformation Realm, I'll come to battle you.
Meng Shuang?
The surrounding crowd was puzzled for a while, as if they were extremely unfamiliar with this name.
On the high stage.
Shiyu faintly smiled. Great Jin is really hiding crouching tigers. He had investigated the famous geniuses of Great Jin, but the name Meng Shuang was not among them. Emperor Jin was equally surprised. Geniuses who had broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm within 30 years of age were his key focus, and obviously, Meng Shuang was not among them.
It looks like he just broke through not long ago. An old man acting as a referee stepped onto the ring and simply announced the rules of the competition. Here are the rewards announced for the top 10.
10th place, 10,000 inferior spirit stones. 9th place, 20,000 lower grade spirit stones. 6th place, 50,000 lower grade spirit stones. 5th place, 60,000 lower grade spirit stones and a 5th order chi recovery pill. 4th place, 70,000 lower grade spirit stones, a 5th order bone regeneration pill. 3rd place, 80,000 lower grade spirit stones, a lower grade earth rank technique. 2nd place, 90,000 lower grade spirit stones, a lower grade earth step technique, and a lower grade medium grade spiritual weapon. 1st place, 100,000 inferior spirit stones, a superior earth rank technique, and a superior middle grade spiritual weapon.
Shiyu laughed. Emperor Jin is really generous.
Not counting the technique, the other things combined were worth no less than 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even for their Heavenly Cloud Country's royal family, it was still a large sum of money.
Moreover, it was held once every 3 years, so it was flesh-rending to think about it.
It seemed that the Jin Kingdom's royal family was much deeper than they had expected.
On the other side, Li Yuanbao had a golden light in his eyes. So many spirit stones.
There were also pills, techniques, and spirit weapons.
If he could win first place, he would be rich. Su Ziqian was breezy. He had made a fortune by stepping on the Yang family.
The heritage of a 1,000-year-old clan, which Ning couldn't look at, fell into his pockets in every way possible. Moreover, with his current strength, winning first place was not a walk in the park. In the ring, the match had already begun. Ning ate the Imperial food and watched the match with boredom.
Sea Transformation Realm battles, in his opinion, weren't even as good as a child's fight.
He was extremely lacking in combat experience, and had originally wanted to observe the way they fought and take lessons. But only after he came to realize that battles between Paragon Emperors and battles between Sea Transformation Realms were not the same thing at all.
Neither was on the same level.
At the lower realms, they would still emphasize on techniques, but the higher the realm, the more they would emphasize on the great Tao as simple, returning to the truth. To the level of the Emperor, this level are the divine ability, law and weapons treasure collision. Ordinary move skills simply cannot be on the stage. Ning suddenly smiled. Why did he need to pursue combat experience? Wasn't it cool to crush?
A supreme being with even more combat experience could not defeat a Quasi-Imperial with it.
One method led to all methods, and as long as one was strong enough, one could crush others with absolute power.
What battle experience? It didn't matter at all.
Instead of honing his battle experience, it would be more practical to refine another Emperor soldier.
Moreover, he was the one who was hung, so he wasn't worried about not being able to become stronger. Opening his personal panel, there were still 75 more chances to sign in. System, have a check-in. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million extreme spirit stones. Grass. It was spirit stones again. Ning used his mind to probe the huge mountain of spirit stones in the system space, feeling somewhat helpless. There were too many spirit stones, there really wasn't anywhere to spend them. At this time, the battle in the ring had already ended. Daihong had already polished his skills for a long time at the first sky of the Sea Transformation Realm and defeated Meng Shuang in only 10 rounds. Who else? Daihong's gaze was disdainful and unrivaled. The surrounding crowd was in an uproar, furious. A person from the heavenly cloud country actually dared to be so arrogant in their daijin, it was really rampant. For a time, the crowd was furious. Some people shouted out the names of each of the great Jin Celestial Pride, expecting them to come on and teach the sky a lesson. Swish! Suddenly, a silhouette was seen rushing onto the ring like streams of light. Don't be wild, watch me defeat you in one move. The one who rushed onto the ring was a young man with a straight figure, his face was rigid, and a strong killing aura surrounded his body. Song Lin Mountain, Little Wolf King Pengli. Quite a few people let out exclamations of surprise. This person was a completely ruthless person, killing people at the drop of a hat, and had once moved to gouge out that person's eyes because they had looked at him more than once. He had a fierce reputation and countless people had died at his hands. A flash of anger appeared in Dai Hong's eyes, defeating me in one move, what a big mouth. Come to death. Boom. The two instantly clashed together with a loud bang, terrifying airwaves exploded in all directions, many people looked horrified and were so scared that their legs and feet went weak. It was a good thing that thunder had a powerful formation shrouded over him, or else a large number of people would definitely have been blown away by this aftershock. Put. Daihong spurted out a mouthful of blood as his body instantly flew backwards. See Transformation Realm Third Sky. On the high platform, Shuyu's eyes narrowed slightly. This little wolf king had only broken through to the Sea Transformation Realm for more than a year, but he did not expect that he had already reached the third sky of Sea Transformation Realm. Lu Tai, you go and try. Chapter 18, The King's Landing Banquet next. Behind Shuyu, a violet-robed youth nodded slightly and dashed towards Thunder. Celestial Cloud LV Clans LV Tai, please teach me. Cut the crap, come and fight. Clang. A blood-colored long blade fell into Pang Li's hands, cutting through a spark on the ring. It was clearly a top-grade inferior spiritual weapon. Seeing this, Lu Tai also took out a spirit sword, which was an inferior middle-grade spirit weapon. Get off the stage yet. Pang Li said to Dai Hong disdainfully. You. Dai Hong glared resentfully at Pang Li and dragged his heavily injured body out of the ring in a sorry state. Lu Tai and Pang Li instantly battled together. Both of them were at the third level of the Sea Transformation Realm, and their strengths were not far apart, but Lu Tai, relying on the benefits of his spiritual weapon, had a hidden upper hand. Blood Wolf Slash. Pang Li's body erupted with a murderous aura, ferocious to the extreme. Snort. A several feet long blood-colored blade chi emerged, cutting through the air and killing towards Lu Tai blatantly. Lu Tai's complexion changed slightly. This guy only attacked but not defended, completely fighting with injury for injury, as if he had some deep hatred with him. Ghost Shadow Step. Lu Tai did not want to engage in melee combat, and performed his body technique to Zhou Xian with him. Once his chi exploded, it would fail again and again. He only needed to wait until Pang Li's chi was exhausted, and he would naturally win easily. Don't run if you have the guts. Pang Li droned. My generation of cultivators should go forward. You guys can only dodge and flicker, what kind of skill is that? Idiot. Lu Tai disdained, he wasn't that stupid to fight hard with this kind of guy with a brain cramp. The two of them pranced and flickered, one chasing the other, leaving a trail of residual shadows on the ring. Those below the true elemental realm couldn't even see their shadows, they could only see two streams of light flying around. Suddenly, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Pang Li's mouth, and his speed instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. Die! Pang Li exploded with all his might, slashing heavily with a blade. LV Tai was shocked, not expecting his speed to suddenly skyrocket, and could only hastily cross his sword to block. Boom! Lu Tai's body was instantly sent flying, ruthlessly slamming into the formation barrier around Thunder. Die! Without waiting for him to react, Pang Li once again bullied his way up and chopped at his waist with an all-out slash. If this blade was chopped solidly, Lu Tai would definitely die.
On the high platform, Long Qing instantly got up. LV Tai was one of their Tianyin country's top-ranked top geniuses, he definitely couldn't die here. Just as he was about to strike, the old man at the edge of the ring acting as a referee had already taken the lead. This old man was an Imperial provider with a Dharma phase realm cultivation. A power was as if it had traveled through space, instantly striking Pang Li's blood-colored longsword and saving Lu Tai. Pang Li was a bit annoyed at being interrupted, but when he felt the terrifying aura of the old man's body, if anything, the annoyance in his heart dissipated. He threw a disdainful look at Lu Tai. "You're the idiot, do you really think that I'm a reckless person?" LV Tai was still a bit stunned after escaping from death. Hearing Pang Li's words, he just laughed bitterly and turned towards the old man and bowed. "Many thanks to Senior for saving my life." The old man nodded lightly. This time, Pang Li wins. A cheer rang out from all around. Only the Tianyin country crowd had some unsightly faces. "Zuoxiao, you go." Shu Yu snorted coldly and said to the last youth behind him. Zuoxiao nodded and stepped in the air, walking towards the ring. His movements were not hurried but actually extremely fast. His white clothes fluttered, his body was slender and jade-like, his good-looking thin lips rose slightly, and a gentle smile hung on his face. What a warm, jade-like handsome gentleman. In the crowd, quite a few girls and ladies immediately committed nymphomania. Pretending. Pang Li coldly snorted in disdain. Zuoxiao smiled faintly and said, "Heavenly Cloud Country's 4-elephant palace Zuoxiao, please enlighten me." Without saying anything, Pang Li directly slashed at him. But after exchanging less than 3 rounds, he was lightly slapped off the ring by Zuoxiao. "This guy has the 6th heaven of the sea transformation realm?" Li Yuanbao's eyes shrunk slightly. This time, his chances of entering the top 3 were slim. Sea transformation realm 6th heaven, so strong. The young prides of Great Jin were stunned. Cultivating to the 6th sky of the sea transformation realm at less than 30 years old, terrifying as hell. Can any of us defeat him? I heard that the 5th prince is a thunder spirit battle body, and at the age of 28 this year, he's already at the 5th sky of the sea transformation realm, so perhaps he can fight with one of us. The Wuji Sword Sect's Lian Gongzi now has the sea transformation realm 8th heavenly cultivation, but it's a pity that he happens to be overage. If only he had been a year earlier, how good it would have been. Duke Lian was the first in the last Junlin banquet. The crowd whispered. Zuoxiao waited for a long time, but did not see anyone on the stage, could not help but look around and said, "If no one goes on the stage, this first place will be under me." "Old Su, aren't you going to go up?" Li Yuanbao asked. Su Ziqian was drinking with Wu Ning and returned. "There's no rush, the big brothers all come out last." As soon as Su Ziqian's words fell, he saw the 5th prince of the Great Jin stepping into the air and landing in the ring amidst a gaze of astonishment and admiration. After the two of them greeted each other, they directly moved their hands. The 5th prince of the Great Jin possessed a thunder spirit battle body. His battle power was powerful, and even though he was one small realm lower, he was only slightly behind. The two fought hard, and in the blink of an eye, they had exchanged hundreds of rounds. Li Yuanbao sighed, "The same as the 5th sky of the sea transformation realm, how come the gap between people is so big?" This fight lasted for half an hour, and in the end, Zuoxiao won. There was a sigh of relief from the Great Jin Celestials. At this time, Su Ziqian stood up long. "It's my turn to take the stage below. Iching Su, I have previously heard that your grandson is well educated and highly talented. I did not expect that he is also a cultivation heavenly pride. Such talent is rare in the world. It is truly a great fortune for the country." Emperor Jin laughed loudly. Not far away, an ancient old man revealed a bitter smile. "I am terrified. The Great Jin has many talented people. The pride of the heavens is like a cloud. Your son is not worthy of such praise from your majesty." Taifu Su evaded the question. He also knew little about Su Ziqian's situation. Emperor Jin smiled faintly, his gaze looking towards the ring. "Brother Zua, you've just gone through a great battle. You've consumed too much. Why don't we let the others get on the stage first, and we'll fight at the end? What do you think?" Su Ziqian displayed his cultivation of the 6th sky of the sea transformation realm and proposed to Zuoxiao. "Very well, let's follow Mr. Su's suggestion." Zuoxiao was slightly surprised and readily agreed. The two of them gave way to the ring, and the other heavenly prides took the stage one after another. The King's Landing banquet was the highest profile Heaven's Pride event in the Great Jin, and without the true origin realm, no one was qualified to take the stage. But this session was different. The one who appeared at the beginning was the Sea Transformation Realm Heavenly Pride, a direct climax, and the ones who appeared behind were also at the Sea Transformation Realm, and those at the True Element Realm didn't even have a chance to go on the stage at all. The Sea Transformation Realm is already ranked among the strongest in the Great Gene, and there aren't many Sea Transformation Realm Heavenly Pride within the age of 30.
There were less than 20 in total.
Basically, they were all over 25 years old. And most of them were at the first or second sky of Sea Transformation Realm.
As one battle ended, Li Yuanbao also took the field.
He barely managed to defeat a Sea Transformation Realm 4th Heavenly Layer, and directly conceded defeat against the 5th Prince.
Unsurprisingly, he should be able to rank 4th in this Junlin banquet. Chapter 19: The Difference Between Levels of Merit Techniques.
3 hours had passed in a flash. The 3rd through 10th places had already been initially determined, and only the final battle at the top remained.
Elder Brother Su, please enlighten me.
Brother Zhua, please.
Su Ziqian's cultivation had already broken through to the 9th sky of the Sea Transformation Realm a few days ago. However, he had only used his cultivation around the 7th heaven of the Sea Transformation Realm, keeping it at a level roughly equivalent to Zhua Xiao. This guy actually used me as a whetstone? Zhua Xiao's face darkened and his heart was depressed.
After exchanging dozens of rounds, he figured out Su Ziqian's intentions. This guy had an empty realm, his martial arts moves were barely introductory, and he was as tender as a novice.
Could it be that this guy just buries his head in cultivation and doesn't have much combat experience at all? He couldn't help but speculate in his mind.
But what made him alarmed was that Su Ziqian was getting more and more courageous as he fought, changing his moves to deal with the enemy more and more skillfully, and the battle soon became easy to handle. Zhua Xiao knew that he couldn't wait any longer and was ready to defeat him in one go.
However, the next moment Su Ziqian directly used his Sea Transformation Realm 8th Heavenly Cultivation. Blanche. No more fighting, I admit defeat.
Zhua Xiao drew back with a depressed expression. Su Ziqian was somewhat unfulfilled. Arching his hand, he said, Brother Zhua, bear with me, I have gained a lot from this battle, I hope that I will have another opportunity to fight with Brother Zhua again in the future. Zhua Xiao turned away, not wanting to pay attention to him.
Su Ziqian of the Su family wins. The old referee announced the result.
The onlookers were thrilled as tens of thousands of people shouted Su Ziqian's name in unison, their cries shaking the sky. Thus, this session of the Junlin banquet came to a hasty end. Ning had left at some point. After the fervor was seen, it was time to get down to business next. Returning to the king's mansion, he didn't rush to close the door and refine the emperor's soldiers, but instead planned to treat his stomach first. The demonic beasts sent by Luo Cheng had all been eaten up by him in the past few days. Ning decided to take matters into his own hands. About 5 minutes later, he returned to the royal mansion carrying a massive 5th-ranked Inferno Bull. This Inferno Bull reached tens of meters in length and weighed hundreds of tons. With just a wave of his hand, Ning instantly completed the work of ripping open the body and skinning and boning it. He asked Uncle Fu to go to the best restaurant in the upper capital city and hire a dozen chefs to prepare a table of whole cow feast, and the rest of it was directly sprinkled with seasonings and all roasted. Just as he was enjoying his meal, Uncle Fu walked over quickly.
Your Highness, the Pingxi King is here again, do you think you should see him? King Pingxi.
Ning frowned slightly, he didn't have the slightest bit of goodwill towards this original father-in-law to be of his.
That's just it, let him come in. Yes.
It didn't take long for Uncle Fu to lead King Pingxi to the back garden.
Xian nephew, long time no see, you.
Ning directly interrupted him, King Pingxi, say what you have to say, less polite with me. King Pingxi revealed a bitter smile and said, Xian nephew, it was our fault that Qing Yao came to the door to withdraw from the marriage before, Uncle Lin is here to make amends to you. After saying that, King Pingxi bowed to the end, his posture placed extremely low. Ning looked at his silhouette, remembering that when they were small, their family's relationship with the Pingxi Wangfu was still very cordial, but unfortunately, the world is unpredictable, and has led to such a situation nowadays. Lin Qingyao's doorstep withdrawal was indeed hateful, but it was also his fault that he used to be a wastrel. People are realistic, you do not strive for yourself, and how can you expect others to see it? Ning sighed in his heart, right or wrong, nowadays there was no meaning.
He was no longer in the same world as them.
King Pingxi, the past is in the past, there is no need to bring it up again, if there is nothing else, you can go back. King Pingxi slowly straightened up and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he did not say anything.
In that case, then Uncle Lin will take his leave. No farewell.
Not long after, Su Ziqian and Li Yuanbao received their rewards from the competition and also arrived at the Yanwang mansion. Fatty's face was full of giggles. The fourth place had 70,000 lower grade spirit stones and a 5th rank bone regeneration elixir. He had never been so rich. Su Ziqian also had a smile on his face, although he had gotten millions of spirit stones from the Yang family, a large number of techniques and pills, and even 2 top-grade spirit weapons. But he was used to being poor in the past, so 100,000 spirit stones, a superior earth rank technique, and a superior mid-grade spiritual weapon were also a huge fortune for him. Wuing secretly shook his head. These two guys who had never seen the world. Li Yuanbao tugged on Su Ziqian's arm and said cordially, "Old Su, we've been friends for more than 10 years, closer than blood brothers. Let me discuss something with you?"
Just say something, don't move your hands.
Su Ziqian slapped off his paw.
Hee, can your Zhou Tian Xian Yuan Gong let me cultivate it as well? Li Yuanbao rubbed his hands.
The Zhou Tian Xian Yuan Gong was not the Gong method rewarded by the first place winner of the Junlin banquet, but was the inherited Gong method of the Yang family of Qingling County. Cultivation techniques were categorized into yellow rank, Xian rank, earth rank, heaven rank, saint rank, Zun rank, quasi-emperor rank, and emperor rank.
Yellow rank Gong methods corresponded to the 2 realms of Qi gathering and innate.
Xian rank techniques corresponded to the true element and sea of transformation realms. Earth rank techniques corresponded to the Dharma phase and heavenly palace realms.
Celestial rank techniques corresponded to the Seal King realm.
Each level of technique was further divided into inferior, superior, and top. The Zhou Tian Xian Yuan Gong is a top-grade Gong method. As long as the qualifications are sufficient, it is possible to directly cultivate to the heavenly palace realm.
Li Yuanbao was salivating. Su Ziqian didn't hesitate and directly handed him a purple scroll. "Go on then, remember to return it to me when you're done with it."
"Good brother, good enough."
Li Yuanbao was satisfied and put away the merit scroll.
Wuing laughed. "I don't have any suitable merit techniques for you guys, so I'll give you a few spirit weapons."
Upon hearing this, the 2 men's eyes lit up.
"Boss, what level of spiritual weapons? You're so powerful, you should at least have an extreme grade spiritual weapon to match your status, right?"
Li Yuanbao's eyes were full of anticipation.
"Fine, then an extreme grade spiritual armament." Wuing nodded slightly. The worst thing he had on him was an extreme grade spiritual armament. Similar to the rank of a feat, an extreme grade spiritual armament was usually only possessed by a Seal King realm powerhouse. With a wave of his outstretched hand, hundreds of extreme grade spirit weapons appeared in the air, emitting a powerful aura, the worst of which was a superior extreme grade spirit weapon.
Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian stared with wide eyes.
Gulp.
Su Ziqian rolled his throat and asked with difficulty, "Brother Wu, these are all extreme spirit weapons?"
"Well, all of them.
3 pieces for 1 person, you guys choose yourselves."
3
pieces?
The 2 looked at the hundreds of extremely high-grade spirit weapons hanging in the air: swords, guns, swords, axes, whips, hammers, sticks, contradictory towers and tripods. All sorts of spirit weapons were there, looking at them dazzled. Wuing pointed out with a single finger, and 2 auras disappeared into their minds, which contained information about these hundreds of extremely high-grade spiritual weapons. "I suggest that you choose 1 offensive spirit artifact, 1 defensive spirit artifact, and 1 soul-type spirit artifact," Wuing suggested.
Chapter 20 Leaving Great Jin, Yunzhou City. Half an hour later. "Brother Wu, I've chosen."
Su Ziqian was holding 3 extremely high-grade spirit weapons in his arms, which were a green-colored spirit sword, a soft armor, and a soul suppressor cauldron.
Li Yuanbao also chose a defensive inner armor and an offensive and defensive soul-type spirit weapon. He was currently torn between an Aurora Divine Shuttle and a Realm King Tower. The Aurora Divine Shuttle was an escape artifact that could travel 10,000 miles in an instant, and its speed was comparable to that of a saint, but it didn't have much offensive power. Boundary King Pagoda is an offensive and defensive tower-type spirit weapon, which contains an extremely large space, and is equivalent to a storage-type spirit weapon that can carry living things. Li Yuanbao hesitated for a long time and simply wanted both.
With the Realm King Pagoda, there was no need for defensive inner armor. With a wave of his hand, Wuing put away all the other spirit weapons.
"Alright, after you guys go back and refine the 3 spirit weapons as soon as possible, you'll have a few more points of protection when you go out."
The 2 nodded excitedly. After they left, Wuing returned to his room and prepared to close his mind to refine the defensive emperor weapons. In addition to the Quasi-emperor sword, he had 102 other emperor armaments. After a bit of picking and choosing, Wuing chose a Soul Emperor armament Chaotic God Bell and a defensive Emperor armament Giant Spirit battle armor. The chaotic god bell could attack and defend, and also had a certain anti-injury effect. When the bell rang, all beings would submit, and billions of souls would fall silent, terrifying to the extreme. The giant spirit battle armor was immune to the vast majority of law attacks, could cut 99% of material damage, and also had an extremely strong weakening effect on soul attacks, as well as possessing a terrifying increase in battle power of 10 to 100 times. Both of these two Emperor armors were supreme existences among Emperor armors. After choosing them, Wuing began to refine them in seclusion. Time flowed like water, and 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. After his cultivation had broken through to Quasi-emperor, Wuing's speed of refining the Emperor's soldiers had accelerated by a lot. After only 2 months, he had managed to refine 2 Emperor armaments. Now that 3 Emperor armaments were in his possession, coupled with the life-preserving undercard given by Pops, it should be enough insurance. Next, it's time to leave Great Jean. 3 days later, the back garden of the royal residence. The crowd looked at Wuing with a face of reluctance. They all knew it, His Highness was going to go out and travel the continent, and might not return until a long time later. Or maybe he wouldn't be coming back. Wuing handed a storage ring and a golden token to Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, in the storage ring are the resources I left for you, and you're still in charge of distributing them. This golden token contains the mana I injected into it. You can kill any strong person under a saint with this token, but remember not to use it at will. The mana inside will be less if you use a little. In the future, the king's mansion will be handed over to you. If any of them want to leave, there is no need to stop them. The king's mansion is not your prison. Fu Bo was in old tears. Old slaves have memorized it all. Your Highness, you must be more careful when you go out. If you have the chance, don't forget to come back and visit. Wuing nodded and turned his head to look at the 2 girls, Xiaozhu and Inshui. Both of you aren't small anymore. If you meet a suitable person in the future, marry him, and let Uncle Fu make the decision for you. Your Highness. The 2 women cried with pear blossoms and choked on their words. Wuing patted their fragrant shoulders and looked at the others again. Shihao, you're the strongest, take care of them, and if you want to leave, it's up to you. Your Highness, subordinate will wait for your return. Shihao immediately knelt on the ground. Wuing raised his hand to prop him up, then with a wave of his hand, a dozen streams of light respectively disappeared into each of them. Lastly, I will give you one more gift that can save your lives at a critical moment. The crowd knelt in unison. Wuing flashed down onto the back of the green bird, and Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and Zhang Liang jumped up as well. Of the royal family's crowd, Wuing had only brought Zhang Liang with him. I'm leaving, you guys take care. Wuing waved his hand, and the green bird lifted its wings. Your Highness, take care. Fu Bo, Shihao, Xiaozhu, and Shui, and the others shouted loudly, watching the green bird leave for a long time. Wuing directly caused the green bird to erupt with the aura of an 8th-stage demonic beast, shocking the entire upper capital city. This way, after he left, at least for a long time, no one would dare to look for trouble from the Yan Wangfu. In the storage ring he had given Uncle Fu, there were 1 billion each of lower, middle, and upper-grade spirit stones, as well as many extremely high-grade spirit pills and elixirs, and several extremely high-grade spirit weapons. In addition, there was also a top-tier heaven stage technique that he had taken the time to purchase in other states in the past 2 days. Even if he piled it with resources, he should be able to pile a few Seal King realm powerhouses out. Let's hope that the next time we meet again, we'll still be able to see them in one piece. You too, have you made all the arrangements at home? Wuing asked Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian. Boss, it's all arranged. Both of their faces were a bit heavy. After years of this trip, it was unknown when they would look back again. By that time, I don't know if the deceased is at peace. Brother Wu, where is our first stop? Yunzhou City. The green bird circled around the upper capital city before lifting its wings and soon disappeared into the sky. Imperial Palace. The king of Jin looked at the sky, his gaze was grave, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Pingxi King's mansion. Sure enough, it's gone. King Pingxi sighed, and for some reason, his expression became somewhat despondent. In a certain ordinary small courtyard in the upper capital city, a woman with a clear and beautiful appearance looked at the sky sorrowfully. Her expression was despondent, but her gaze contained a hint of determination. Yunzhou City. Located in the center of the hinterland of Yunlan Prefecture, it covered a vast area stretching for thousands of miles and had a population of hundreds of millions, making it the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Yun Prefecture. The forces of Yunzhou City were intertwined, and had traditionally been managed by the 4 great families of Wang, Sun, Hui, and Luo. This was Wuing's first stop on his tour of the continent. The capital city of the Great Jin was more than 30,000 miles away from Yunzhou City, and the green bird flew slowly, arriving over Yunzhou City in less than half an hour. The green bird revealed its 8th-ranked demonic beast aura and landed straight towards the city. A group of city guards saw this and wanted to stop it, but after sensing the aura of the green bird, they immediately gave in.
8th-ranked demonic beasts were equivalent to King Seal realm powerhouses, and even the ancestors of the 4 great families of Yunzhou City were only at this level of cultivation. To actually use a Seal King realm demon as a mount, it was at least from a holy land. The top powerhouses of Yunzhou City were startled. What a prosperous city! Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them looked around, their eyes full of amazement, rather like a bumpkin entering the city.
The endless houses and pavilions, the bustling marketplaces that could be seen everywhere, as well as the martial arts arena, the animal fighting arena, the great auction house, the alchemist guild, and so on, it was prosperous to the extreme. Compared to Yunzhou City, the Great Jin upper capital city was simply like a countryside nook. The green bird landed in a more open area in the west of the city, then transformed into a small bird standing on Wu Ning's shoulder. Let's go stroll around this Yunzhou City. Wu Ning lifted his steps towards a large marketplace not far away. He planned to stay here for a few days before going elsewhere.
Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them hurriedly followed.
As he walked, Wu Ning checked his system's personal panel. Today, he had accumulated 145 check-in opportunities. P.S. Wu Ning would only take Li Yuanbao's trio on a tour of the lower realm, and when he returned to the martial clan, he would not take them to the Taichu ancient realm. Everyone had their own path to walk, and Wu Ning could take them for a ride, but not for a lifetime.
Chapter 21 Quasi-Emperor's Soldier Fragment.
System, come to 3 daily signatures. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9th rank elixir, the 9 transformation sacred elixir. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Saint grade secret realm token. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Saint grade rune seal secret record, the Heavenly Elemental Rune Dictionary.
3 consecutive beeps sounded. A Saint level secret realm token?
An ancient black and gold token appeared in Wu Ning's hand, emanating an extremely ancient Tao rhythm, and the value of the token itself was no less than that of an extreme spiritual artifact.
Wu Ning checked the details.
This token was a qualification token for entering the Tianyuan secret realm, which was located in the eastern domain's Qingyun state, was extremely famous, and had been opened by an ancient top Saint king. The Heavenly Yuan secret realm opened once every 1,000 years, and one could only enter with the qualification token in hand.
It's a bit interesting.
Wu Ning put the token away. This Saint King who had opened up the secret realm was the founder of the Tianyuan rune code, a rune Dao Saint King.
It would be a good idea to take a look at it sometime.
Runes, formations, alchemy, artifact refining, spiritual plants, beast taming, bug harnessing, corpse refining, medical poison, witch divination and astrology. The 100 arts of cultivation were all-encompassing. It just so happened that he was ready to learn a craft, and rune seals were a good choice. The group walked into the workshop market, and the surroundings immediately became bustling with spiritual medicines and plants, weapons and magic treasures, minerals and curiosities, everywhere. A few people were dazzled by the sight. With a wave of Wu Ning's hand, 3 storage rings flew in front of Li Yuanbao's trio, each containing 100 million lower-grade spirit stones.
Feel free to buy whatever you like, it's my treat.
Exploring the massive amount of spirit stones piled up in the storage rings, the 3 of them were dumbstruck.
Boss. This is too trenchant of you, isn't it? Brother Wu, isn't this a bit too much?
Look at you guys who have never seen the world, a little bit of lower-grade spirit stones is just a big fuss. Wu Ning smiled faintly. Within the ancient ring that his old mother had given him, there were tens of billions each of lower-grade, middle-grade, upper-grade, and extreme-grade spirit stones, as well as spirit crystals. A few 100 million lower-grade spirit stones were but a drop in the bucket. At his current height, he must at least use top-grade spirit stones, right? Lower-grade spirit stones were already somewhat out of character for him.
Dumping a few 100 million on them was just like giving change to spend.
The few people swept along, encountering precious spirit medicine curiosities and directly purchasing them without even haggling over the price. Wu Ning savored the specialties of Yunzhou City, and also bought a few 6th-rank demonic beast inner pills for the green bird to serve as rations. Suddenly, Li Yuanbao ran over quickly with a palm-sized bronze plate in his hand.
Boss, help me see what this is?
Wu Ning froze as he swept his gaze.
Where did you get this?
If he wasn't mistaken, this bronze plate should be a fragment of a quasi-imperial weapon, and although the Tao rhythm laws on it had already been lost, its value was still incalculable. It was at least no less than a saint artifact. Or even higher. Li Yuanbao immediately smiled. Seeing Wu Ning's expression, he knew that this item was definitely extraordinary. "Boss, I bought this at a ground stall in front of me. Although it's only the size of a palm, it weighs thousands of pounds, and I paid 80,000 spirit stones for it." "Then you've earned a lot. This thing is a quasi-imperial weapon fragment. It's worth no less than a holy weapon." "Sacred weapon?" Essence light exploded from Li Yuanbao's eyes. Ha ha ha. He couldn't help but laugh out loud on the street, causing many pedestrians to look sideways. "Boss, quickly follow me." Li Yuanbao hurriedly led Wu Ning to the ground stall where he had bought the bronze fragment. It was just an ordinary stall. The stall owner was a thin, middle-aged man with ordinary looks, possessing the 7th heavenly cultivation of the sea transformation realm, and carrying a trace of a ferocious aura on his body. By the looks of it, he should be an archaeologist. "Little brother, why are you here again?" A hint of caution flashed in the stall owner's eyes, thinking that he had come to return the goods. Li Yuanbao glanced at Wu Ning, who shook his head slightly, indicating that there was nothing precious left on the stall. Snap! Li Yuanbao took out the bronze shard and then threw a low-grade storage bag in front of the stall owner, saying, "Boss, if you tell me where you found this bronze fragment, then the 100,000 spirit stones in this bag will be yours." The stall owner picked up the storage bag and probed into a strand of divine sense. His eyes lit up as he looked at the bronze fragment in Li Yuanbao's hand and asked with a smile, "Little brother, this bronze fragment should be a treasure, right?" "There's no harm in telling you, this bronze fragment is most likely an extreme spiritual weapon fragment. If you can take me to the place where I got this bronze fragment, I'll give you another 1,000,000 lower grade spirit stones." Extreme spiritual weapon fragment. At those words, a brilliant light flashed in the stall owner's eyes. Extreme grade spiritual weapons were worth their weight in gold, far surpassing top grade spiritual weapons, and if they were placed in an auction house, they would cost at least 1,000,000,000 lower grade spirit stones. When converted into extreme grade spirit stones, there were also thousands. Even if it was just a fragment, it would be worth at least hundreds of thousands of inferior spirit stones, right? He's only selling it for 80,000, it's a loss. It's a huge loss. "Little brother, look at this, it's an extremely high-grade spirit weapon fragment. Isn't 1,000,000 lower grade spirit stones a bit low?" Li Yuanbao frowned and snorted coldly. "Boss, don't be too greedy. It's still uncertain whether it's an extreme spiritual weapon fragment or not. Moreover, it's not certain if there are any other fragments in the place where you got this bronze fragment. If there aren't any other fragments, my 1,000,000 spirit stones will be wasted. Of course, you can also find the other shards yourself. If there aren't any, you won't get anything." The stall owner's face stiffened. He was indeed planning on finding the other fragments himself. It wasn't like he was a little cutie. How could he let someone else have such a precious thing? However, what if there were no other fragments in that place? On one side, there was over 1,000,000 lower grade spirit stones within reach, and on the other side, there was an uncertain treasure. How should one choose? He was momentarily in a tangle. If he was the only one who knew about the news, he would definitely choose the latter. But he was not the only one who knew about the news, and Li Yuanbao had made a generous offer of millions of spirit stones, so he knew at a glance that the source was not small. If he went to look for other spirit weapon fragments on his own, he would most likely not get anything, and do a favor for others for nothing. Or even lose his life. "Little brother, this is an extremely high-grade spirit weapon fragment. 1,000,000 is indeed a bit less. Can it be a bit more? How about 5,000,000? The stall owner said apprehensively. Li Yuanbao was secretly happy in his heart, but his face showed hesitation and shook his head. "No, 5,000,000 is too much. 3,000,000, no more. 3,000,000. Lines." The stall owner was excited in his heart. 3,000,000 lower grade spirit stones was definitely a huge amount of money for him. "In what place?" "You take us there first, I'll give you the spirit stones when we get to the place. It's not far, it's in the Luz Valley." Chapter 22 Stabbing the Sky Apart. The Luz Valley was roughly 3,000 miles away from Yunzhou City. When leaving Yunzhou City on the Greenbird, stall owner Yu Hong was already stunned. He couldn't tell how many ranks of demonic beast the green bird was, but he was able to feel the terror of its aura, which was more terrifying than any strong person he had ever seen before. Li Yuanbao patted his shoulder and revealed a kind smile. "Boss Yu, don't be nervous, just point the way." "Yes, yes." Yu Hong nodded his head busily and secretly wiped his cold sweat.
He had actually bargained with such a terrifying figure before, it was really a death wish. It was good that people didn't bother with him. Otherwise he would have been nothing. Under Yu Hong's command, in less than 2 minutes, the green bird flew to the foothill valley. This was a huge valley covered in swamps, flat and uninhabited, with a large number of demonic beasts living there. Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. This valley was not naturally formed, it should have been caused by a great battle between quasi-emperors, it was just that too much time had passed, and all traces of it had been eliminated. To be able to make all of the Tao rhythm laws on the quasi-emperor soldier fragment disappear into thin air, it was estimated that it would take at least 100,000 years. 100,000 years was definitely considered a long period of time. A supreme being might not even be able to live that long. Wu Ning released his divine sense, sweeping through the valley inch by inch and spreading out in all directions. 10 breaths later, he nodded to Li Yuanbao. There is a discovery. Li Yuanbao was delighted and threw a low-grade storage bag containing 3 million lower-grade spirit stones to Yu Hong. This is your payment, you can go now. No, it's my honor to lead the way for you all. Yu Hong waved his hand repeatedly, somewhat afraid to ask for it. Take it if it's given to you. Do you take us as people who don't keep our word? Many thanks, Your Excellency, many thanks. Yu Hong received the spirit stone and ran away in a puff of smoke. Fatty, you guys have gone through so much trouble, it should be more than just the extreme spirit weapon fragment, right? At this time, Su Ziqian asked curiously. Li Yuanbao wrapped his arm around his shoulder and said with an excited expression, Old Su, I'm going to get rich this time. It's not a spirit weapon fragment, it's a quasi-imperial weapon fragment. The legendary quasi-emperor soldier. Do you know what a quasi-emperor soldier is? Su Ziqian was dumbfounded. A quasi-emperor soldier fragment. A quasi-emperor soldier was a powerful weapon held by a quasi-emperor powerhouse. He still had this bit of common sense. Zhang Liang also froze. Wu Ning took a step into the sky, and with a slight movement of his mind, more than a dozen streams of light broke through the ground and flew towards him at breakneck speed. There are only 12 pieces. He had probed a radius of thousands of miles and had only found 12 bronze fragments, and with the addition of the one in Li Yuanbao's hand, there were only 13. It was far from enough to put together a quasi-imperial weapon. He let go of his divine sense and continued to probe further away, still finding nothing. It seems that the quasi-emperor soldier wasn't completely shattered, it just dropped some fragments during the collision. He gave all the fragments to Li Yuanbao. Boss, take these, I'm already satisfied with one piece. Li Yuanbao swallowed his saliva, although he wanted it very much, he knew he couldn't grasp it. One couldn't be too greedy, getting a fragment was already traitorous luck. After all, this fragment of a quasi-imperial weapon was equivalent to a holy weapon. Wu Ning waved his hand, and a dark blue double-bladed halberd appeared out of thin air, exuding an extremely terrifying berserk aura. The three of them were horrified, their gazes staring fearfully at the thunder god halberd that had suddenly appeared. Do you guys know what this is? Wu Ning asked with a smile. He had already made the thunder god halberd try to restrain its might as much as possible, or else a single wisp of aura would have been enough to annihilate the three of them. Is this a holy weapon? Li Yuanbao guessed. He had already seen an extreme spiritual weapon, and the aura of the thunder god halberd was far too powerful than an extreme spiritual weapon, so it should be a sacred weapon. As for higher, he didn't dare to think about it. You can be bold, it's actually a quasi-imperial weapon. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes and laughed. A quasi-emperor soldier? Boss, I'm poorly read, you're not bluffing me, are you? Wu Ning handed him a look of disdain. A quasi-empire soldier is just a quasi-empire soldier. If I say I have an empire soldier, do you still have to think I'm crazy? Watch this, I'll let you all open your eyes today. Only to see him casually throw the thunder god halberd, a terrifying aura instantly erupted like heavenly might, making Li Yuanbao's three feel as weak as ants. In the next moment, the thunder god halberd directly pierced the sky, revealing a huge black hole, a terrifying void storm raging. The scene was like the end of days. Li Yuanbao's three faces turned white with fear. Wu Ning was also stunned. Without making a move, he didn't know that he was already this strong. A random move could poke through the sky. He hastily recalled his thunder god halberd, dashed and flew next to the black hole in the sky, his entire body's mana surging to help the sky quickly repair the broken hole. This world is also too fragile. Returning to the ground, Wu Ning couldn't help but lament. Of course, it was also possible that he was too strong nowadays. How strong are you, Brother Wu? Su Ziqian asked numbly. Just a billion points stronger than you guys, so work hard and you might catch up to me one day.
Wuing smiled and encouraged.
The three of them were silent, their hearts already guessing. Li Yuanbao put away the Quasi-emperor soldier fragment. Seeing that there was a share for everyone, he also gave 3 fragments to each of the 2 people, Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang. After all, the 12 fragments in the back were all found by Wu Ning, and he had only made a small contribution. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang had done nothing and felt ashamed to receive it, and after some excuses, they both only needed 1 shard. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the air. It was a grey-clothed old man with a terrifying aura. He stared at the sky suspiciously. Strange, what a powerful aura, how did it disappear so quickly? The old man let go of his divine sense and immediately spotted Wu Ning's several people on the ground. Ha! This person is so odd, actually even the old man can't see through them. He was a little surprised in his heart, but he didn't pay too much attention to it, only guessing that the man should have some sort of treasure that concealed his breath, or cultivate some sort of powerful secret art that concealed his breath. After all, following 3 little guys who weren't even at the Dharma phase realm beside him, it couldn't possibly be a stronger powerhouse than him, could it? Little kids, who are you guys? Did you find anything unusual just now? The old man's figure flashed and appeared in the sky above the valley. As he asked, a powerful pressure enveloped towards the few people on the ground. Scram! Wu Ning frowned slightly and let out a cold shout. The voice was laced with terrifying might. The old man stifled a grunt, as if he had been struck by a heavy blow. He glanced horrifiedly at Wu Ning and arched his hand. I'm sorry for the disturbance, the old man will retire. After speaking, his figure instantly disappeared. Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. An old monster of the venerable realm, he didn't know from what power. Let's go as well. He wrapped the 3 of them, Li Yuanbao, in his power, and instantly disappeared in place. Chapter 23 Xianyu Auction House. Back in Yunzhou City, the 4 of them continued to stroll through the marketplace. Li Yuanbao specializes in running to the stalls, but picking up leaks which is so easy. Encountering it once is a stroke of luck, and wanting to encounter it a second time is simply thinking about fart eating.
Wu Ning shook his head breathlessly, unknowingly walking to a beautiful and magnificent building. Looking up, the 3 words Linglong Pavilion came into view.
Linglong Pavilion? Let's go in and take a look.
Wu Ning raised his steps and walked towards the inside.
Linglong Pavilion was affiliated with the top chamber of commerce in the eastern region, Linglong Chamber of Commerce.
The Linglong Pavilion in this Yunzhou city was considered a state-level branch, with extravagant decorations, a huge area, and a level of luxury far beyond that of the Linglong Pavilion in the capital city of Great Jin. Inside the Linglong Pavilion, it was opulent and magnificent, with people dressed in luxurious clothes coming and going. Seeing the 4 of them walk into the hall, there was immediately a beautiful flower-like reception maid who greeted them with a smile.
Several gentlemen, what do you need to buy? Buy whatever you guys want yourselves, I'll just take a look around.
Wu Ning walked towards the inside of the hall. Su Ziqian said to the receptionist maid, we would like to take a look at the feats martial techniques, at least those of the superior earth rank. Lacking powerful means of attack and not having martial art moves that matched their cultivation realm, this was their most obvious flaw and weakness at the moment. Now that they had money in their pockets, they naturally had to take the opportunity to make up for it.
Upon hearing this, the maid's eyes brightened slightly. Several gentlemen, please follow me.
She led Su Ziqian's trio towards the upper floors. This Linglong Pavilion was very tall, but only had 3 floors. The bottom floor sold pills, spirit weapons, techniques, treasures, and other item resources used by cultivators below the sea transformation realm level. The second floor sold to the Dharma phase realm and Heavenly Palace realm, including earth rank techniques, top quality spirit weapons, and so on. The customers on the 3rd floor were the Seal King realm, where there were all sorts of extremely high-grade spirit medicines, 8th rank pills, exotic treasures, and all sorts of materials for refining weapons and formations, and so on.
There were even heaven rank techniques and extremely high-quality spirit weapons.
Although almost all of them were of inferior quality, they were unique to the entire Yunlan state. Su Ziqian's trio followed the maid up to the 2nd floor to the place where the feats and martial arts were sold. 3 gentlemen, please take a look. Our Linglong Pavilion possesses hundreds of earth rank cultivation techniques, among which there are 26 of the superior earth rank and 9 of the top earth rank techniques. In addition, there are also various earth rank sword techniques, body techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. The trio's gazes landed on a huge wooden shelf against the wall, where one by one, the scrolls of merit laws and martial arts were neatly arranged in different categories, adding up to an estimated thousands of scrolls. All of them were Earth-ranked techniques and martial arts. The wooden shelf had 3 layers. The bottom layer was the lower Earth Order techniques and martial arts, the middle layer was the superior Earth Order techniques and martial arts, and the top layer was the top Earth Order techniques and martial arts. There was a layer of prohibition on all of these techniques and martial skill scrolls, which could only be viewed after spending spirit stones to purchase them. However, next to each scroll was a small booklet with a detailed description of the corresponding scroll. Su Ziqian casually flipped through the booklet next to one of the scrolls. 1 Air Creation Technique, a top Earth Stage Cultivation Technique. Priced at 1200 upper grade spirit stones. Roughly equivalent to 12 million lower grade spirit stones. Su Ziqian was secretly staggered. This price was somewhat beyond his expectations. A normal top-grade Earth-rank technique was only about 2 million lower-grade spirit stones, and he did not expect that a top-grade technique would actually directly multiply by a full 6 times. According to the pamphlet, Linglong Pavilion would only sell each of these techniques once. That's why the selling price was slightly more expensive. But with 3,000 states in the eastern region, how could it be possible to buy it only once? He didn't believe it anyway. There was no such thing as a crooked businessman, and at most, if they sold them in different states at intervals of several decades, no one would know about it. Shaking his head, he looked at the other top Earth-ranked techniques and martial skills, which were basically sold for 1,000 to 2,000 top-grade spirit stones. It took a small half-hour. Su Ziqian had chosen a top Earth-ranked sword technique and a top Earth-ranked body technique, while Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang had also chosen their favorite techniques. In addition, they had also purchased a top-grade spirit weapon. After all, a top-grade spirit weapon was a base card that could not be exposed casually. 3 gentlemen, if you use lower-grade spirit stones to pay, you will be charged 10% more for the difference in spirit stone conversion. The maid was full of smiles. You guys are too black, right? Li Yuanbao couldn't help but say. Charging 10% more, that would be several millions na. Although their Li family's business was sometimes quite black, they still couldn't stand to see others being blacker than them. The maid's smile did not change. Sir, there is a price difference when exchanging low-grade spirit stones for high-grade spirit stones. Our Linglong Pavilion only charges 10%, which is already very low in the industry. The maid patiently explained. After paying for the spirit stones, the 3 of them were all in pain. Mard, it's so black. At this time, Ning walked down from the 3rd floor, followed by the Linglong Pavilion shopkeeper with a face full of chrysanthemums. Are you guys done buying? Ning asked the trio. All 3 of them smiled and nodded before following Ning towards the stairs. Your Excellency, take your time. At the main entrance, the Linglong Pavilion shopkeeper waved his hand to send him off, the smile on his face unable to be concealed. With a wave of his hand, Ning had directly purchased all of their Linglong Pavilion spirit fruits, extreme spirit wines, as well as all of the inner pills of demonic beasts above the 5th rank. The total price exceeded 3 billion lower-grade spirit stones. It was equivalent to his turnover for the majority of the year. The most important thing was that the outpouring was so generous, definitely a big customer. He had come to Yunzhou City for hundreds of years, and it was the first time he had met someone so trenchant. After leaving Linglong Pavilion, Ning's few people stayed at the most luxurious inn in Yunzhou City. Yualai Inn. Boss, I've heard that the Xianyu auction house will be holding a once-in-a-decade top auction half a month from now, and that there will be a chance to see a lot of strange and exotic treasures at that time. Should we go and take a look? Li Yuanbao asked eagerly. Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang also looked expectant. The Xianyu auction house was also one of the top merchants' associations in the Eastern Domain. It mainly specialized in the auction business. A small auction once every 6 months, a large auction once every 3 years, a top auction once every 10 years, and a peak auction once every 100 years. The peak auction was only available at the Xianyu auction house headquarters. The top auction was already the highest specification auction in Yunnan Prefecture, and the worst was items that started at thousands of top-grade spirit stones. Although they couldn't afford to auction them, they were thinking of going to see the world and gain a long insight. Alright, then stay for another half a month. Ning nodded. Half a month was only half a month, he didn't lack time anyway. The auction should have a VIP box, right? You guys go get one. This person won't kick us out, right? I'll have Little Green accompany you guys. That's fine. Little Green is the green bird, an 8th order demonic beast, equivalent to a Seal King realm powerhouse. definitely a top existence in Yunlan State. Getting a VIP compartment isn't a breeze.
Sure enough, a few people went out for a trip and soon brought back a hot gold invitation letter. Who is the heavenly character number 2 box? Number 1 box? Boss, it's the 7-star sect. Oh. Wuing nodded his head indifferently and didn't say anything more. Chapter 24: The Heavenly Law Fighting Martial Arts Arena. The next day,
Wuing brought Su Ziqian and the three of them to the martial arts arena located in the north of the city.
The full name of the martial arts arena was the Heavenly Luo Fighting Martial Arts Arena.
Together with the Giant Dragon Fighting Arena, Alchemist Guild, Bloodshed Trade Union, Listening to the Rain Building, Tianji Building, Xianyu Auction House, Linglong Chamber of Commerce, Wanbao Chamber of Commerce, and Divine Soldier Pavilion, it was known as the top 10 top-tier forces in the Eastern Domain. Only under the three giants of the Eastern Domain, they were able to compete with the 9 top-tier Holy Land sects. The Tianluo Fighting Stadium not only allowed one to watch others compete in martial arts and place bets on a particular side of the fight, but also to personally go on stage and fight, earning a share of the bets. It was definitely a good place to hone one's combat prowess and accumulate experience. The three of them, Su Ziqian, a 9th Sky of the Sea of Transformation Realm, a 6th Sky of the Sea of Transformation Realm, and a 1st Sky of the Sea of Transformation Realm, had just reached the threshold to participate in the fight. Wuing sat down in the audience seat. The first one to appear was Li Yuanbao, and his opponent was also a Sea Transformation Realm's 6th heavenly layer.
The name was Gu Xiu. Huh, there's actually a newcomer? Grass Nima. It's this guy Gu Xiu again, 26 fights in half a year, not winning a single one. How come he hasn't been beaten to death? This guy has lost many battles, I'm so damn convinced. Mud, a newcomer, and a weakling, I don't even know who to bet on. It must be the newcomer. If this loser Gu Xiu can win, I'll call him my father. The first match of the newcomers are all in the same realm. Gu Xiu, this pump can't even win the 4th level of the Sea realm, he's definitely going to lose this time. He's the weakest in the same realm, I won't accept any rebuttals. Seeing the two men who appeared in the ring, the audience area exploded with chatter. Wuing smiled without saying anything. This ancient cultivator was indeed quite weak, but there was a weak hand among the weak. This time, if Li Yuanbao didn't use his undercard, he really wouldn't necessarily lose. In the ring, as soon as the two of them exchanged blows, Li Yuanbao fell into a disadvantage and lost in less than 100 rounds. Gu Xiu was a bit dazed. No way bro, how come you're such a rookie, you can't even beat me? Li Yuanbao's face darkened, this guy was definitely not weak. It was only that those who dared to come to the martial fighting arena to fight were basically the best of the elite in the same realm, and few people came to seek abuse. This guy could only be considered mediocre, plus his luck was a bit backward, which was why he lost 26 matches in a row. Winning? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could this loser Gu Xiu win? Nima, there are shady practices. It's definitely a fake ring. Refund. I've bet my entire fortune on. The audience area was filled with angry voices. Soon, the heads of the auction house were alarmed. Supervisor Han, what do you think should be done now? There's a lot of noise over at Ring 7, and they're all clamoring for a refund. It's impossible to refund the money. If we refund the money, wouldn't we be admitting that we're engaging in shady practices? Did we engage in shady practices? What's this? Send out the Tianluo guards directly, be more assertive, and if anyone dares to mess up, directly suppress them. Yes. A farce quickly ended. The majesty of the Heavenly Luo Fighting Stadium was simply not something that some little people could offend. Wuing left after watching Su Ziqian fight. Out of the three, only Su Ziqian barely won the first match, while Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang both lost miserably. Compared to those cultivators who had been practicing for decades and had experienced all sorts of tough battles, they were still too young. The following days, Wuing lived a very leisurely life. Every day was to taste the food, skate the birds, or go to the hook bar to listen to the music, taking in some of the local flavor of Yunzhou City. As for Su Ziqian, the three of them spent most of their time in the martial arts arena outside of their cultivation, except for the occasional walk with Wuing. With at least one battle every day, the three of them rapidly increased their combat experience. By the 10th day, Li Yuanbao and Zhang Liang had stopped losing so badly. The two of them, along with Gu Xiu, were jokingly referred to as the three weakest chickens in the fighting arena. As for Su Ziqian, he had already won 3 consecutive victories and his strength had skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed by.
In the east of the city, in front of a magnificent building, a long line had already formed at the main entrance. Of the thousands of people, there were very few at the Sea Transformation realm, most of them were at the Dharma Phase realm, and there were even quite a few strong people at the Heavenly Palace realm. Wu Ning glanced at the gilded characters of the Xianyu auction house, and led Li Yuanbao and the three of them towards the VIP passageway. After presenting the VIP invitation, a valet respectfully sent them to the Heavenly Character number 2 box. "Lord, please come in, this is the Heavenly Character number 2 box, if the several lords have any needs they can call me at any time, I'll be waiting outside the door," the attendant said humbly before gently closing the door. "Tisk, worthy of being the top power in the eastern region, it's so luxurious." Li Yuanbao couldn't help but sigh with emotion as he surveyed the box and the auction hall. The entire box was resplendent with gold, the floor was covered with gorgeous demonic beast blankets, the walls were inlaid with all sorts of precious gems, and all the tables and chairs and utensils were crafted from spirit wood or alchemy metal. It could be described as extremely luxurious. But the degree of luxury in the auction hall was even greater than that of the boxes. The entire hall has at least tens of thousands of square meters, the ground is paved with hard and incomparable stones, and it is difficult for a strong person of the Dharma Phase realm to destroy it. The top of the hall was inlaid with a large number of moonlight gemstones that would emit fluorescence, and below it hung a cluster of gorgeous crystals, which mirrored the lights and illuminated the entire hall. At this moment, most of the 3,000 seats in the hall were already filled. Most of the 12 heavenly character boxes and 12 earthly character boxes also had people in them. "Later on, you guys can shout what you like yourselves, since you've come all the way here, you can't leave empty-handed." Wu Ning directly gave them a large portion of the lower-grade spirit stones on his body like he was clearing out a stockpile. There were a full 30 billion, which seemed to be a lot, but it was only 30,000 when exchanged for extremely high-grade spirit stones. Due to the discounted difference between lower-grade spirit stones exchanging for higher-grade spirit stones, it wasn't even 30,000. Su Ziqian's trio, however, was shocked beyond words. An extremely high-grade spirit weapon was usually around 1 billion lower-grade spirit stones, a whole 30 billion, blinding their eyes. "Boss, how much would you say a sacred artifact is worth?" Li Yuanbao had a hopeful look on his face. He could have 11 Quasi-emperor soldier fragments, which was equivalent to 11 sacred artifacts. The Quasi-emperor soldier fragments were of little use to him right now, and he had long planned to sell 1 or 2 of them and exchange them for various resources that would be more beneficial to him. Wu Ning mused, a saint artifact is estimated to cost hundreds of millions of extreme spirit stones, and there's no market for it. Hundreds of millions of extreme spirit stones. Li Yuanbao felt a little dizzy. Extreme spirit stones circulated very little on the market, even Seal King realm powerhouses usually traded using top-grade spirit stones. Only Sage realm powerhouses had the ability to take out large sums of extreme-grade spirit stones with their hands. For lower-ranked cultivators, extremely high-grade spirit stones were heavenly treasures. They would even be treated as auction items in the auction house. Chapter 25 Auctioneer Naylan Samire. Li Yuanbao couldn't help but giggle. 11 quasi-imperial weapon fragments, at least 1.1 billion extreme spirit stones. It was simply an astronomical number. So, I'm already this rich? Boom boom. Right at this moment, there was a noisy sound at the door as someone was vigorously tapping on the door of the compartment. Zhang Liang went forward and opened the door, and before he had the chance to speak, he heard someone at the door questioning in dissatisfaction. "Bastard! What's wrong with your auction house? The heavenly character number 2 box has traditionally been our Sure family's, and you guys actually gave it to someone else, making us go to the earthly character box. What are you doing to our Sure family? If word gets out, I don't know how many people will laugh at our Sure family. Quickly call the person in charge. If you don't give this young master an explanation, you won't be able to hold the auction today." A purple-robed youth with a bratty look stood outside the door and was reprimanding the attendant outside the box. The attendant had a smile on his face. This youth was the youngest son of the Yanglingshire family's head, Shi Ji. The Yanglingshire family was the number 1 family in Yunnan Prefecture, not much weaker than the 7-star sect in terms of heritage, and was also related by marriage to the dominant family in Yutaki Prefecture next door. Although the Xianyu auction house wasn't afraid, he couldn't afford to mess with a small attendant. "Sure Shao, wait a moment, our master will be here soon." "Young master, people are coming out," a guard reminded. Shiji's gaze immediately landed on Zhang Liang. A flash of disdain flashed in his eyes, a tiny sea transformation realm first sky only. One must know that his guards were all at least at the Dharma phase realm cultivation, and he himself was at the ninth sky of the sea transformation realm. This box actually walked out a weakling of the first sky of sea transformation realm, so he thought that he couldn't be too big. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't a cutie pie either. These people didn't rob the heavenly character number 1 box, making it clear that they didn't want to mess with or couldn't afford to mess with the 7-star sect. The forces behind them were at best on the same level as the 7-star sect. They, the Sure family, were not afraid. Kid, who are you guys? Don't you know that this box belongs to our Sure family? I'll give you 2 choices, either be smart enough to give up the box on your own initiative, or this young master will teach you a lesson and throw you out of the auction house. Sure Ji looked contemptuous and his tone was full of threats. Even if he came from a dominating force from another state, a strong dragon could not yet suppress a snake in the ground, and this was his home turf. Finished? If you're done, get lost. Zhang Liang said blandly. You are looking for death. Sure Ji felt insulted, his anger surged up at once, and regardless, he slapped his hand towards Zhang Liang. Boom! Powerful spiritual energy instantly erupted, enough to heavily injure an average sea transformation realm cultivator. Zhang Liang's complexion changed slightly, but he did not retreat. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly sounded. Mr. Sure, my Xianyu auction house is not a place for you to be wild. Even if your father came, he wouldn't dare to be reckless. As the voice rang out, Sure Ji's attack was instantly dissolved and dissipated into nothingness. Master Qian. Sure Ji looked at the brocade-clothed old man who walked over, clenched his teeth, and in the end, he didn't dare to be reckless anymore. Master Qian, this heavenly character number 2 box has traditionally belonged to our Sure family. Why are you giving it up to a group of guys of unknown origin? Sure Ji questioned. Master Qian cursed an idiot and said in dissatisfaction. Mr. Sure, when did this box become your Sure family's? This is our auction house's box, it's not your Sure family's turn to decide who it should go to. If you're not satisfied with our auction house's arrangements, just leave by yourself. Sure Ji's face flushed green and white for a while, finally glaring fiercely at Zhang Liang and leaving angrily. Master Qian snorted disdainfully, but turned around and changed his face, arching his hand towards Zhang Liang with a smile, saying, Little brother, it's all because our auction house didn't handle it properly, letting you suffer. I wonder if I can let the old man in for a moment. Zhang Liang turned back to Wuing. Let him come in. Master Qian, please come in. Master Qian smilingly followed Zhang Liang into the box, his gaze quickly sweeping over the several people in the box, eventually stopping on Wuing. In particular, the green bird lying on Wuning's shoulder caused his eyes to shrink slightly. I, Qian Heng, don't know how to address you, sir? Master Qian arched his hand, extremely polite. My surname is Wu. Wuing said indifferently. So it's Duke Wu. Master Qian's mind raced, but he simply couldn't recall any large clans with the surname Wu. Perhaps it was a clan descendant. With a dark thought in his mind, a purple and gold card appeared in his hand. Mr. Wu, this is the special VIP card of our Xianyu auction house's Yunlan State branch. With this card, you can book a heavenly box and enjoy a 10% discount on auctions or commissioned auctions. This card is equally valid at the Xianyu auction house in other states, though it can only be used as an ordinary VIP card in some of the top states. Wuing nodded slightly and accepted the card he handed over. Many thanks. Master Qian smiled. The auction is about to begin, so I would like to congratulate all of you gentlemen in advance for being able to capture your favorite items. The auction house is busy with business, so I'll take my leave. As soon as Master Qian's front foot left, a noisy voice rang out from the auction hall. Boss, it's starting. The box had a huge window that allowed for a full view of the hall. Only to see a voluptuous, enchanting and absolutely beautiful red-skirted woman's lotus steps move gently as she slowly walked up to the auction stage. Hello everyone, I am the auctioneer Nayland Cordial, welcome to this auction. Nayland Cordial smiled faintly and said in an extremely charming voice, her every move seemed to have a teasing intent. The surrounding area was noisy, and the atmosphere was instantly warm as a hot gaze landed on her body. Hating to use their gazes to put her on the spot and whip her hard. Naked, without the slightest concealment. Nayland Sumire had long been accustomed to this kind of gaze. She smiled and reached out her hand to vainly press down, saying, Quiet everyone, I believe that everyone has already waited anxiously, the slave family will no longer speak much, the auction will now begin. Tesk, enchanting and charming. It's a pity that this woman doesn't go to be a flower girl. In the box, several men all had their gazes falling distantly on Nayland Sumire. Li Yuanbao had a YY look on his face, imagining the feel of his hands. Su Ziqian's gaze showed admiration, but this guy was actually a sullen man, and in his heart, he might not know what to think.
Zhang Liang's face was slightly flushed, his eyes dodging, like an innocent teenager.
Wu Ning prudishly coughed lightly, this type is his favorite, thinking in his heart later on whether to go to get acquainted. Followed by 3 men and a bird, he felt like the 4 men.
But he is not a monk.
At this time, the first lot had already appeared.
It was an 8th order life extension pill.
The starting price was 20,000 top-grade spirit stones, and in a short while it soared to over $50,000.
Bidding sounds rose and fell. Life extension pills were always expensive, let alone an 8th order life extension pill.
Almost all of the bids were made by the VIPs in the box, and the competition became more and more intense.
Chapter 26, Secret Realm Token.
After some fierce bidding, the 8th order life extension pill was finally won by the Heavenly Character box number 6 at a price of 85,000 top-grade spirit stones.
The atmosphere in the auction hall was completely warm.
The later lots were a bit worse. The prices were almost all within 10,000 upper-grade spirit stones.
The cheaper ones were a few hundred, the more expensive ones a few thousand. The ones that exceeded 10,000 appeared once in a while. Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them also bid on a few items.
Su Ziqian auctioned a bottle of 6th order small returning Dan, a top-grade spirit weapon that could conceal the realm's aura. Fatty auctioned a 1,000-year-old spirit wine, a 7th order combat puppet, and Zhang Liang auctioned a 7th order formation disc.
Time quickly passed for most of the day. The auction finally came to the final finale auction.
The following is the start of the finale auction. This auction has a total of 10 finale lots. Noble guests who have not yet captured their favorite treasures, please seize the last opportunity.
Naylan Sumayer smiled charmingly.
At this time, a clean-looking maid slowly walked up to Naylan Suinyan's side, her hands holding a silver-colored tray covered with a gorgeous red cloth. Naylan Suinshin stretched out a snow-white hand, twisted a corner of the red cloth, and gently uncovered it.
It immediately attracted the attention of everyone in the hall. The first finale lot, the inner pills of the 8th rank demonic beast.
The red cloth lifted, and on top of the silver tray was a palm-sized spirit jade box, uncovering the lid, which contained a fist-sized cyan-colored inner Dan, surrounded by a dense halo of light, emanating a wave of powerful spiritual power fluctuations.
Hiss! It's actually an 8th order demonic beast inner Dan? Many cultivators sucked in a breath of cold air. An 8th order demonic beast was equivalent to a Seal King realm powerhouse. It was extremely powerful. It was a kingly existence in the entire Yunlan state. An 8th order demonic beast's inner elixir. It means that someone has killed a powerful 8th order demon beast. What kind of strong person can do that? The entire auction house was silent as everyone stared at the green-colored inner elixir, their emotions stirring.
There were more than 3,000 cultivators on the spot, but there were no more than 2 hands of Seal King realm powerhouses, and all of them were in the heavenly boxes. At this moment, even these Seal King realm powerhouses had their gazes slightly condensed, and the killing of an 8th rank demonic beast had left their hearts reeling. This inner elixir is the inner elixir of an 8th rank illusory wind wolf. I believe its value is clear to everyone. It can be directly refined and absorbed to enhance cultivation, or it can be used for alchemy, artifact refining, acting as a puppet core, and so on. Naylan Sumayer paused and continued, the starting price is 300,000 top-grade spirit stones, now please start bidding.
350,000. The person from Tianzi number 5 box shouted. 360,000. 370,000. 400,000. One by one, the voices kept ringing out, all of them were bigwigs from the Heavenly Character box. The others could only watch dryly as the price quickly incremented to $500,000, and at this price, only 3 people were left still fighting for it. 1 million. Suddenly, a lazy voice rang out. In an instant, the auction room was quiet for a moment, and all eyes followed the voice to the Heavenly Character number 2 box. The honored guest of Tianzi number 2 has bid 1 million upper grade spirit stones. Is there anyone else bidding? Naylan Sumayer asked with a smile.
No one responded. 1 million upper grade spirit stones was a huge sum of money for most Seal King realm powerhouses, and if they didn't rely on the power behind them, there were very few people present who could afford to shell out such a large sum of spirit stones. At this moment, many people were guessing what the identity of the person in the Heavenly Character box number 2 was. After such a long time, they could also count on seeing that the person inside the Sky Character number 2 box was not a member of the Sure family at all. Naylan Sumayer asked 3 times in a row, and finally hammered it out. Congratulations to the VIP of the Heavenly Character number 2 box, who has won the auction for this 8th order demonic beast inner elixir. Soon after, the clean-looking maid delivered the inner elixir to the heavenly character number 2 box, accompanied by Master Qian.
Mr. Wu, this is the demonic beast inner elixir you auctioned.
Master Qian was all smiles.
Thank you.
After receiving the inner elixir, Ning directly handed it to the blue bird.
Thank you, Master.
The clear and crisp voice of the green bird rang out. Only to see its body grow a bit larger, swallowing the inner elixir in one gulp before reverting back to its previous miniature appearance, lying comfortably on Ning's shoulder.
This. Master Qian's eyes widened, this was gone?
This was something that was bought with 1 million top-grade spirit stones, and it was actually fed to the pet just like that?
Mother-er. Even if your family had a mine, you wouldn't be able to handle it, would you?
Ning used the lower-grade spirit stone payment. The money master directly will spirit stone conversion difference erased. According to the VIP card 10% discount, only charged 9 billion lower-grade spirit stone. Ning did not refuse.
After paying the spirit stones, Master Qian excused himself and left.
At this time, the second finale lot also appeared. It was a piece of Millennium Spirit marrow the size of a child's head. After a bit of jockeying, it was finally sold at a price of 60,000 top-grade spirit stones.
The third finale lot was a bottle of 8th order demonic beast essence blood. The fourth piece was a rare, extremely high-grade spirit medicine.
The fifth piece was a 10,000-year-old Shen iron. The sixth and seventh pieces were both superior extreme-grade spiritual weapons. The eighth piece was a spirit crystal, which was sold for 1,280,000 superior-grade spirit stones. The ninth piece was a Xuanji King's pill, capable of helping a Seal King realm powerhouse break through a minor realm. The final major axis was clearly the qualification token to enter the Tian Yuan mysterious realm. The scene was in an uproar.
Even the Seal King realm powerhouses in the heavenly box were shocked. A qualification token to enter a saint-level secret realm.
That was a saint-level secret realm. There might be a chance to become a saint inside. The value was incalculable.
Almost everyone's breathing became rapid, their gazes blazing and even showing greed.
If they didn't know that the Xianyu auction house had a powerful background, it was estimated that some people would take the risk and directly grab it. However, there were also individuals who were well informed and knew the inside story. Although this heavenly Yuan secret realm was a saint-level secret realm, or a secret realm opened up by a Saint King powerhouse, it was opened once every 1,000 years, and had been opened no less than 100 times so far. How much value is left is unknown, but it is certainly not as high as one would imagine. However, after all, it was a saint-level secret realm, and it was still full of temptation for the powerhouses below the saint realm. How could the qualification token to enter it be no less than a top-tier extreme spiritual artifact? Nayland Sumire quickly gave the starting bid. 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Boss, saint-level secret realm, hey, are we going to auction it? Li Yuanbao had an excited face. No need. Ning shook his head slightly. With his strength, when the time came, he would just directly take them in. A saint-level secret realm was just that. There was no way it could stop him. Here. He took out the token he had signed for and tossed it directly to them, almost identical to the one auctioned on the stage.
Boss, is there only one piece?
I'll bring you guys in directly when the time comes, no need for a token. Ning said indifferently. The three looked at him with a look of adoration. The auction had already reached its final moments, and one Seal King realm powerhouse after another bid frantically, all of them going red-eyed, and actually piling the price of that token up hard to 2 million top-grade spirit stones. In the end, the token was auctioned off by the 7-star Sect people at a sky-high price of $2,100,000.
It's over, let's go. Chapter 27 Hate Robbers the Most.
Walking out of the auction house, Ning glanced at the several figures hidden in the air and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow.
Tisk, there's going to be a fight.
A saint-level secret realm token with a possible chance of becoming a saint is too much of a temptation for a King Sealer powerhouse.
Su Ziqian said calmly.
Ning waved his hand. Let's go, it's none of our business, the auction is over, it's time to leave Yunzhou City.
Well. Let's go to Qin Yunzhou for our next stop. The Heavenly Yuan secret realm was located within the Green Cloud State. A few people had just left not long ago when a terrifying battle fluctuation came from the air. Boom boom boom. Xingkue, hand over the secret realm token. Dream on.
You dare to hit my 7-star sect, you're really looking for death. Don't think that I won't recognize you just because you've changed your breath and appearance with a secret method. Now quickly retreat and you can still take the blame, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite.
Humph. I'd like to see how you're not polite. Fight quickly, don't talk nonsense with him. Hand over the token, otherwise, die. Boom. Terrifying battle fluctuations created a frightening sight. When a Seal King realm powerhouse struck, the wind and clouds changed, and a random strike could destroy mountains and overturn rivers. The hearts of Yunzhou City were in a state of panic. Countless people looked at the sky in horror as the Seal King powerhouses exchanged blows. Even a single aftershock was enough to cause a horrifying disaster, and even Heavenly Palace realm cultivators would be annihilated. The good thing is that the Seal King powerhouses who made their moves consciously controlled the angle of their strikes, not allowing the aftershocks to reach the ground. Of course, they weren't worried about spilling over to the innocents, and the death of even more people in Yunzhou City would be insignificant to them. It was only because they were afraid of the presence of forces such as the Xianyu Auction House, Linglong Pavilion, Tianluo Fighting Stadium, and Alchemist Guild in the city. If they were to accidentally injure these forces, even if they were Seal King powerhouses, they would have to peel off a layer of skin without dying. Alas, nothing can be seen. Li Yuanbao sighed. It was the first time they had encountered a great battle between Seal King powerhouses, but unfortunately, their cultivation level was too weak, so they couldn't even watch a lively scene. The sky was filled with terrifying spiritual power fluctuations, and they could only vaguely see a few blurry figures flickering. A few people walked slowly down the street, not panicking. At this moment, the originally noisy street became extremely empty and cold, except for some bold ones who still stayed on the street to watch the fun. The others ran back home. Closed doors. For the vast majority of people, the battle in the sky was tantamount to a fight between gods and goddesses, and hundreds of millions of living beings were destroyed at every turn. Perhaps only returning home could make them feel a trace of peace of mind. Even if they were to die, they could die with their families. The battle in the sky was already white hot, with occasional aftershocks falling, but they were all dissolved by an invisible force. You guys deserve to die. If we wait for Ancestor Yu Hong to come, we need to kill all of you here. Xing Kuei roared. He was a Seal King Realm Triple Sky, but now he was surrounded by 2 Seal King Realm Triple Sky and 2 Seal King Realm 2-tiered Sky powerhouses, and he had already sustained extremely heavy injuries. I'm afraid that he wouldn't be able to recover without a few decades. The 4 people who were besieging him all had their faces changed. The 7-star Sect's old ancestor Yu Hong was a super powerhouse at the peak of the 9th sky of the Seal King realm and possessed the Seal of Kings. It was said that he was only 1 step away from the Saint realm as well. If he were to make a move, I'm afraid none of them would be able to escape. An indifferent voice suddenly rang out. Humph. Since that's the case, let's take care of you first now. As the words fell, another figure joined the siege. Xing Kuei secretly grumbled. There was actually another Seal King Realm 4th Sky. At this rate, I'm afraid that he really won't be able to hold out until Ancestor Yu Hong arrives. Could it be that he had to ask that one for help? The cold and clear street. A few people slowly walked towards the inn. It was getting late, and they were preparing to rest for the night before traveling to Qingyun State. Suddenly, a group of people quickly walked towards them head-on. The person in the lead was none other than Shi Ji, the young master of the Shi family. He was followed by 7 or 8 Dharma Phase realm guards, in addition to 2 Heavenly Palace realm old men. That's them, all of them. Break their arms and legs first, then give me a good beating. Daring to make this young master lose that much face at the auction house, you guys are all dead. Shi Ji waved his hand, and 7 or 8 Dharma Phase realm guards immediately surrounded towards Wu Ning's few people. In order to get this bad anger out of his heart, he had called over all of the strong men from his family who had stayed in Yunzhou City. Brother Wu, can you leave this guy to me? Su Ziqian looked towards Shi Ji, somewhat eager to try. Alright, you go ahead. With a snap, Wu Ning snapped his fingers. In an instant, all the guards flew away in ashes, including the 2 Heavenly Palace realms behind Shi Ji. Shi Ji's eyes suddenly widened in horror. Help! Help! There are ghosts! Boom! Su Ziqian slammed his fist hard on his face and cursed, howling in mourning, there's AF King Ghost. Boom! After cursing, he smashed his face with another punch. Shi Ji was beaten to the ground, his eyes were starry. Before he could come back to his senses, he was pressed by Su Ziqian on the ground and punched. Li Yuanbao looked at his hands itching, also added in. The 2 people hands and feet, in a short while will Shi Ji beat to death. Just then, a miserable cry for help came from the air. Senior, help! Only to see a man with a pale, blood-stained face flying towards Wu Ning at great speed. Senior! Before Xing Kuei could finish his words, he was blasted on the back by a terrifying attack.
his body slamming hard towards the ground like a meteor. Wuing frowned slightly as an invisible force flew out of his hand to wrap him up, instantly dissolving his downward impulse. Otherwise, when he smashed into the ground, miles in every direction would have to be leveled. Xing Kuwei was overjoyed and hurriedly flew to Wuning's side, respectfully clasping his fists and saying, "Many thanks to Senior for rescuing me." Wuning softly hummed, his gaze looking to the sky.
"Who is your excellency?
I advise you to mind your own business and hand over Star Queen, or else." The 5 Seal King powerhouses gazed coldly at Wuing, a touch of gravity in the bottom of their eyes.
"Old ancestor, save! Help!"
Before the leader of the group, the Seal King Realm 4th Sky Strongman, could finish his words, he suddenly heard a somewhat familiar voice. Shiji was dying on the ground, his face was green and purple, there was not a single piece of good flesh on his body, so it was estimated that his mother could not even recognize him when he came. That Seal King powerhouse sized him up several times before he seemed to dare to be sure. "You
are that little son of Shi Jian? How did you get into this hellish state?"
Su Ziqian and Li Yuanbao both saw the situation and immediately retreated behind Wuing. "Old ancestor, you have to avenge me, not only did these guys kill my guards, they also beat me." Shiji's voice carried a hint of crying. That Seal King powerhouse looked towards Wuning's few people, his gaze slightly condensing. "Your Excellency, it seems that you were bent on making an enemy of us?" Wuning's face suddenly turned cold as he said in a chilling voice, "You know what, I hate robbers the most in my life."
Chapter 28 Holy Land Qingyun Sect.
The 5 froze for a moment, their hearts suddenly a little uneasy.
"Go together and kill him!"
One of them shouted angrily, and moved to kill towards Wuing. But right at this moment, a large hand that covered the sky suddenly descended from the heavens, instantly grasping them in its hands as if it were grasping 5 ants. It gently squeezed twice, then directly slowly dissipated. The 5 Seal King realm powerhouses also dissipated with them, vanishing without a trace. Aside from the 5 storage rings, not even a trace was left behind.
Countless people in Yunzhou City watched this scene in horror.
Those were 5 Seal King realm powerhouses.
Heavenly godlike existences, actually gone just like that?
The Seal King powerhouses of the major top forces in the city similarly had horrified looks on their eyes. The scene of 5 Seal Kings being crushed to death like ants, without any resistance, was a bit of a head-scratcher for them to see.
Too strong. It's at least an invincible Seal King.
At the Xianyu auction house, a white-robed old man said in a condensed voice. Beside him stood 2 other people, Master Qian Hong and auctioneer Naylan Sumayer.
Invincible Sealed King?
Qian Heng's face was shocked. He knew that Wuing might be strong, but he didn't expect it to be this strong. Invincible Seal King was the strongest in the Seal King realm, with a terrifying and heaven-defying battle power, able to barely compete with the existence of a Sage realm powerhouse. Naylan Sumayer's beautiful eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Every peerless Seal King was a formidable existence. How come she hadn't heard of this martial Gongzi? At this moment, Xing Kuwei was calm. He had felt the aura released by Wuing and had long known that he was at least a Sage realm existence. Wuing took the storage rings of the 5 Seal King powerhouses into his hands, and his divine sense probed in to check them out.
Bah, they were all a bunch of paupers. The most precious thing was only the single spirit crystal that had appeared at the auction.
The rest of the things added up were probably less than 2 million top-grade spirit stones.
I didn't expect these Seal King realm powerhouses to be this poor. You guys can split these.
He put away the spirit crystal, then casually tossed 5 storage rings to the 3 Su Ziqian. After doing so, Shiji was also obliterated by him, reaping another storage ring. Wuing didn't even look at it and tossed it directly to them.
The few people continued walking towards the inn. Xing Kuwei also followed along. A few moments later, a green-shirted man appeared in the skies above Yunzhou City, his body exuding a terrifying aura as his divine sense was quickly liberalized, enveloping the entire Yunzhou City.
"Ancestor, over here." Xing Kuwei excitedly beckoned towards him. An old fellow of thousands of years was at this moment like a child seeing a parent.
"Senior."
In the next moment, Ancestor Yu Hong appeared beside Wuing in a single step, respectfully arching his hand toward him. "This time, thanks to Senior's help, I wonder if I can invite Senior to be a guest of the 7-Star Sect." Wuing waved his hand. "There's no need, it's just a show of hands." Ancestor Yu Hong was a little disappointed, and only after thanking him once more did he leave with the severely injured Xing Kuwei.
Back at the inn,
Li Yuanbao's trio excitedly organized the contents of the 6 storage rings. Various spirit stones were piled up, adding up to a value of just over 800,000 upper-grade spirit stones. Among them, there were also more than 2,000 extreme-grade spirit stones. The other things were all sorts of pills, spirit weapons, spirit medicines, techniques and martial arts, demonic beast inner pills, all sorts of refining materials, clothes and other miscellaneous things, as well as some strange and odd things. The three of them were organizing with great interest. Ning stood in front of the window, his gaze distant, and he suddenly remembered that he still didn't seem to know where the green cloud state was. 3,000 states in the eastern region was too big. Just as he was about to go to the Xianyu auction house to ask for directions, a loud shout resounded throughout the entire Yunzhou city. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my son? Get the hell out!" A figure appeared in the sky above Yunzhou city, a terrifying pressure emanating from his body, and it was clearly a Seal King Realm First Sky Powerhouse. "What are you barking at?" Ning appeared out of thin air 10 feet away from him. "Did you kill my son?" Shi Zhang's gaze instantly landed on Ning, and a streak of murderous intent flashed under his eyes. He had worked hard for hundreds of years to obtain such a young son, and he hadn't expected to be killed so quickly. Swish! Ning didn't bother talking nonsense with him, stepping out and instantly appearing in front of him before extending a hand towards the top of his head. "As the head of the #1 family in Yunlan State, you must know the directions to Qingyun State." Shi Jiang looked horrified. He realized that he was being suppressed by a bizarre force, unable to move at all, and could only watch as Ning's hand landed on top of his head. "No! Father, save me!" Shi Jiang shouted in terror. High above the sky, a yellow-shirted, stooped old man revealed himself, his eyes grave. It was difficult for him to suppress Shi Jiang with just his hands. Shi Ji and one of his family's Seal King Realm powerhouses had died in Yunzhou City, and he had thought that it was that old geezer from the 7-star sect who had done it, but now it seemed highly likely that it was this person who had done it. "Ah!" Shi Jiang let out a miserable scream as Ning's soul-searching technique was extremely rough. "Your Excellency, quickly release my son." The yellow-fur old man's face was extremely ugly. Boom! Ning casually slapped his hand, space shook, and the yellow cedar old man instantly flew away in ashes. "Do you still have a grandfather? Call them all together, an old ancestor or something will do." Ning asked towards Shi Jiang. You don't want to." Shi Jiang looked hideous, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, and he wanted to explode himself. "Then you will go to hell." Ning snorted coldly, and his palm gently shook. Shi Jiang's body instantly shattered into countless fragments like a phantom before dissolving between heaven and earth. Having already obtained the desired information, Ning flashed back to the inn and tossed the 2 storage rings to the 3 people in the room. "Boss, I really love you." Li Yuanbao was filled with excitement. The 3 of them immediately got busy, and another nearly $10 billion worth of things came into the account. At this moment, countless people in Yunzhou City were shaken. In the blink of an eye, 2 more Seal Kings had died. Today, in just 1 day's time, almost more Seal King powerhouses had died than had died in the past 1,000 years. Early the next morning, when the green bird charged up into the clouds and disappeared into the sky, an unknown number of people in the city secretly let out a sigh of relief. The green cloud state was extremely far away from the Cloudland state, with dozens of states in between, so even with the speed of the green bird, it had taken 7 or 8 days to fly. Finally arrived. Ning stood on the back of the green bird, overlooking the prosperous, vast state below. The green cloud state was far larger and more prosperous and flourishing than the Yunlan state, simply because there existed a sacred ground-level sect here. Qingyun Sect. This was an ancient sect that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, and it was rumored that it had once given birth to a quasi-emperor level powerhouse that flourished for a while, and then gradually declined for some unknown reason. But the camel is bigger than the horse. Until now, Qingyun Sect is still a powerful holy land that shakes hundreds of states. Even amongst the many Holy Land-level forces, it was a relatively powerful existence. Chapter 29 Entering the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Qingyun Prefecture, Ancient Xian Mountain Range. Ning's few people strolled around a large city and easily poked around to find out the location of the Tianyuan Secret Realm. Then, the group directly arrived at the Ancient Xian Mountain Range. Nowadays, there was still half a year before the Heavenly Origin Mysterious Realm opened, so Ning couldn't wait that long. At this moment, there were already quite a few people gathered near the peak where the Tianyuan Secret Realm had opened, and every single one of them had a powerful aura, almost all of them being strong at the King Seal Realm. Among them, aside from the very few who possessed tokens, the others were all planning to stand guard here. When Wu Ning's four arrived, several Seal King powerhouses immediately surrounded them.
Stand still. Hand over the token if you don't want to die.
A rough and burly man shouted out sternly. Next to him, a white-clothed scholar-like man with hesitant eyes transmitted, "Big brother, 8th Order demonic beast mounts, these few brats come from an uncomplicated background, there should be a powerful protector of the Tao following them, let's."
The strong man waved his hand and interrupted him. "What are you afraid of? If our 5 brothers join hands, we won't be afraid of a peak Seal King. These 4 brats might all have tokens on their bodies, grab them and add the one I have on me, and all of us brothers will be able to enter the secret realm. The big deal is that we will only rob the tokens and not hurt their lives." At this moment, the gazes of everyone near the secret realm were attracted over.
Someone teased, "A few more unlucky eggs, they dare to come here at the sea transformation realm,
they really don't know how to write the word death."
It's a pity that the Saki Mountain 5 ghosts were allowed to steal the show.
Hee, I don't think so, these few little guys have 8th rank demonic beast mounts, at a glance you can tell that their origins are extraordinary, this time, the Sakiyama 5 ghosts might kick the bucket.
An old man stroked his beard and smiled, his gaze distantly sizing up the faces of Wu Ning's few people.
If the waves were unperturbed, there must be a reliance on them. "Big brother, the situation seems to be a bit off." A man in black frowned.
He noticed that not only did these few brats not look the slightest bit flustered, among them, that little fatty actually surveyed them with blazing eyes.
It was as if looking at girls without clothes on. "Boss, remember to leave the storage ring," Li Yuanbao said excitedly. 5 sealed king powerhouses was another large fortune.
Wu Ning glanced at the rough and burly man at the head of the group and said expressionlessly, "Old me hates robbers in my life.
Especially robbing over my head. Kid, you're looking for..."
Before the strong man could finish his words, he directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist.
Boom boom boom.
With a few muffled sounds, the remaining 4 people similarly exploded into a cloud of brightly colored blood mist.
Li Yuanbao excitedly put away the 5 storage rings.
Wu Ning waved his hand to disperse the blood mist, his gaze sweeping over the vicinity of the secret realm, silencing the surrounding crowd.
"Found it, let's go."
Wu Ning wrapped Green Bird in Li Yuanbao's trio in magical power and instantly disappeared. Only then did the surrounding crowd dare to gasp for air.
Phew! What a terrifyingly strong person.
Luckily I didn't do anything, or else I would have already died. I didn't expect that it was really an iron plate. The 5 ghosts of Saki Mountain, this is really 5 ghosts now.
No, they probably won't even be ghosts anymore, ha. This is the sacred level secret realm? It's so big.
In the middle of the secret realm, the crowd sat on the back of the Green Bird overlooking the entire secret realm, which was so flat that they couldn't even see the edges. It was as if it was a small, independent world. Wu Ning let go of his divine sense with all his might, spreading it out in all directions at breakneck speed. It was only after more than 10 breaths that he withdrew his divine sense. This secret realm was indeed not small, with a radius of 100,000 miles, almost as large as half of Yunnan Prefecture in terms of area. It was worthy of being opened up by a Saint King powerhouse. The entire secret realm was covered with forbidden air and space restrictions, and there were also a large number of terrifying formations and barriers laid out on the ground, as well as powerful demonic beasts entrenched in various places.
There was no lack of extremely strong peak 8th rank demonic beasts among them.
A strong Seal King would fall even if they entered this place without paying the slightest bit of attention. Of course, none of this was difficult for Wu Ning to defeat, as he directly used his mana to shield the forbidden air ban, allowing the Green Bird to fly to the depths of the secret realm, where there was a majestic ancient city. At the moment, this ancient city was in a closed state, with an extremely powerful guardian boundary shrouding it, making it difficult for even low-level saints to break through. Wu Ning directly led a few people to instantaneously move into the ancient city, not destroying the guardian boundary in the sky above. The ancient city was very empty and desolate, exuding an ancient and vicissitudes atmosphere, and there were no living beings in the city.
A moment later, they arrived at an ancient palace in the center of the ancient city.
This was the core of the entire ancient city, and it was also the place where the heavenly Yuan Saint King had left his legacy.
Swish!
Suddenly, a somewhat illusory white-robed old man appeared out of thin air in the great hall.
"Ha! Who are you people? The secret realm hasn't opened yet, how did you get in?" the old man asked.
"Of course I barged right in," Wu Ning returned as a matter of course. The old man was silent for a moment and waved his hand. "That's just it, no matter how you guys came in, if you want to obtain the inheritance, you must first pass the test."
Wu Ning sized him up. You should be the artifact spirit of this ancient city, right? Do you know if the heavenly Yuan Saint King is dead? How do you know? The old man's eyes were shocked. It was the first time in 100,000 years that someone had seen through him. Those who came here in the past thought that he was a piece of consciousness left behind by the heavenly Yuan Saint King. It's hard to tell with a single glance? The old man was silent once again for an instant. I'm not sure if the heavenly Yuan Sage King is dead or not, but I think he shouldn't be dead. Not only does this fellow have an unparalleled talent, he is also extremely life-thirsty and never puts his life at risk. As long as he didn't accidentally die, I think with his talent it shouldn't be much of a problem for him to break through to a higher realm, and now if he's still alive, he might have already broken through to the Great Emperor realm. Great Emperor realm? That strong? Li Yuanbao and the few others were a bit shocked. The old man laughed. Tian Yuan was reputed to possess the stature of a great emperor at birth, and his cultivation has been growing by leaps and bounds ever since. He was crowned king at the age of 100, became a saint at the age of 1,000, and at the age of 3,000, he had already reached the very top of the Saint King, a champion of his time. Now that 100,000 years have passed, with his talent breaking through to the Great Emperor realm is by no means difficult. Of course, the premise is that he is still alive. Seal the king at 100 years old, become a saint at 1,000 years old. Su Ziqian was dazzled and filled with yearning. He was now 20 years old and had yet to break through to the Dharma phase realm, and was nowhere near the King Seal realm, let alone the illusory saint realm. It seemed that it was time to prepare for a breakthrough to the Dharma phase realm. Boss, how old are you? Li Yuanbao turned his head and asked. I'm 18. Wu Ning handed him an appreciative look. 18? The old man's gaze gazed at him. Little brother, what is your current cultivation level? Not high, only a quasi-emperor. Wu Ning said indifferently. Only quasi-emperor. Only? Sigma? The old man's eyes widened roundly, and his figure shook for a moment, so shocked that he was about to collapse as if he was on the verge of collapse. How is this possible? An 18-year-old quasi-emperor, are you kidding? Absolutely impossible. Chapter 30, Star Map. Facts spoke louder than words. Wu Ning directly released a trace of his realm aura, immediately shutting him up. The old man's expression became dazed. An 18-year-old quasi-emperor, it simply overturned his perception. Although he had never seen a quasi-emperor level powerhouse before, that trace of Wu Ning's aura was far more terrifying than that of a heavenly Yuan Saint King. It was at least at the exalted realm. But, even for an 18-year-old Zunshi, it was still terrifying, alright? It was simply unprecedented. Unheard of. Senior, I wonder what are some of the legacies left behind by the heavenly Yuan Saint King? Wu Ning asked. This would have needed to pass a test to know. There's no harm in telling you now. The old man was somewhat helpless. What else could he do in the face of a paragon emperor? There are 3 core legacies of the Heavenly Origin Saint King, the first being the Heavenly Origin Rune Dictionary, a secret book of runic seals created by the Heavenly Origin Saint King, as well as a cultivation manual authored by his own hand. The second is this Tianyuan ancient city, which is comparable to a Saint King soldier, and the third is a star map. Star map? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, generating a hint of interest. The old man nodded. It is the star map. A Sage Realm powerhouse would be able to travel the stars, and this star map is the roadmap that Saint King Tianyuan drew when he traveled the stars back in the day. Wu Ning had long known that the universe in which the Tianxian continent was located was a site of the Middle Thousand Worlds. The starry rivers were vast and unimaginably large. The Tianxian continent was merely an insignificant speck of dust within it. Unexpectedly, the heavenly Yuan Saint King had actually traveled the starry sky. Senior, I'll take these legacies, so you draw the line on how to test them. Wu Ning said directly. He didn't care about the other things, but the heavenly Yuan Saint King's cultivation manual, as well as the star map, he was determined to obtain. A cultivation manual authored by a Saint King powerhouse was absolutely priceless to cultivators below the Saint realm. It could be given to Li Yuanbao's 3 people. The star map thing might be something he would use in the future, so he couldn't let it go. At these words, the old man was speechless for a while. Young people don't talk about martial virtues. You're a quasi-emperor, but you're still coveting the inheritance of a Saint King. How can you be so shameless? You don't even speak of strong manners. However, the procedure should still be followed. The old man directly opened the inheritance test. This test has 7 levels, each testing qualifications, enlightenment, heart, perseverance, and so on. Each level was extremely difficult. Tian Yuan Sage King himself was a supreme pride, and had traveled the stars and seen the world, so his vision was naturally very high. Otherwise, it would not have been 100,000 years since no one had obtained the core inheritance. However, this kind of for Wu Ning is like a nullity, easily passed all the tests. After obtaining the star map and handbook, he pointed towards the old man and asked Li Yuanbao's 3 men, "Are you willing to go with the 3 of them? If you're not willing to stay here by yourself, I don't want you anyway." The weapon spirit elder looked at Li Yuanbao's trio in silence. He was very torn in his heart. Wu Ning's talent and strength was too strong, and he knew that he was not worthy of it. But these 3 mediocre guys were also too bad, right? When Li Yuanbao's 3 heard Wu Ning's words, they all looked at the old man with some anticipation. After hesitating for a long time, the artifact spirit elder still decided to choose one of the 3 of them. Although these 3 had mediocre qualifications, being able to follow an 18-year-old Quasi-emperor demon, their future was definitely promising. After all, many times chance was more important than talent, and choice was more important than effort. For example, wasn't now their chance? You 3 go and try the inheritance test as well, and I'll choose to follow whoever goes the farthest. Wu Ning waved his hand, "You guys go." He already had the result in his mind. The 3 of them, Li Yuanbao, Su Ziqian, and Zhang Liang, had originally had poor cultivation qualifications to the extreme, but after he had used some heavenly materials to build foundations for them and improve their root bones and physique. The cultivation qualifications of the 3 had changed drastically, and even if they were placed in a large state like Qingyun state, they would definitely be considered a genius. In terms of root and bone qualifications alone, Zhang Liang was the best among the 3. But it wasn't much higher than the other 2. In terms of enlightenment, Su Ziqian was far superior to the other 2, comparable to a top heavenly pride. Li Yuanbao is slightly mediocre, but this guy has the most luck. To be able to buy a quasi-imperial weapon fragment even from a stall, this luck is at least a son of luck, right? Each of the 3 had their own strengths and weaknesses. Undergoing this inheritance test at this moment, Su Ziqian's advantage was undoubtedly the greatest. About an incense stick later, the test ended, and it was indeed Su Ziqian who won. With your current strength, you are not able to refine the heavenly Yuan ancient city, but you can carve a Yuan Shen imprint into the control core, so that you can barely utilize a trace of the ancient city's power. The old man of the artifact spirit said to Su Ziqian. Many thanks, Senior. Senior will not dishonor the mighty name of the ancient city in the future. Su Ziqian said firmly. The artifact spirit elder smiled and led him to the ancient city's control core to inscribe the Yuan Shen imprint. Afterward, the group left the ancient city. Boom boom. Only to see the guardian boundary in the sky dissipate in an instant. The entire majestic ancient city shook violently, shaking the ground as if the mountains were shaking as it slowly rose into the air, and then continuously shrunk. It eventually transformed into a palm-sized miniature ancient city and flew into Su Ziqian's hands. Su Ziqian's face was somewhat agitated. He felt that just throwing this ancient city out like this could also smash a large number of Seal King realm powerhouses to death. Saint King Soldier, terrifying as it was. Brother Wu, Su Ziqian looked at Wu Ning gratefully, knowing that without Wu Ning, he wouldn't be where he was now. Wu Ning waved his hand. We've been friends for more than a decade, there's no need to say more words of thanks. Su Ziqian didn't say anything more, only keeping his gratitude in his heart. If any day Brother Wu needed it, he would not fail to meet 1,000 dangers. Alright, let's go. Wu Ning didn't rush to leave the secret realm, but instead led several people to a vast, large lake. He planned to stay in this secret realm for a while, and there were still quite a few extremely high-grade spirit medicines and heavenly treasures in here. Since he had come all the way here, he naturally had to pick some away. It couldn't be cheap for nothing. Of course, Wu Ning definitely wouldn't do it himself. He had the green bird go along with the 3 of them, Li Yuanbao. Together with the Tian Yuan ancient city in Su Ziqian's hands, it was enough for them to rampage through this secret realm. Next to the large lake, Wu Ning set up tables and chairs filled with all sorts of fruits and spiritual wines, and he reclined on the chairs, leisurely fishing for fish. This lake was very large, almost taking up 1/10 of the entire secret realm. It was a vast ocean. A large number of aquatic demonic beasts lived inside, and there was even a peak 8th stage Jiao dragon. Wu Ning fished for spirit fish, pondering in his mind whether or not he should capture this Jiao dragon and eat it. He hadn't eaten scaly dragon meat in his entire life. In the end,
Ning felt that he was still too kind. He didn't kill the scaly dragon, he just chopped off 2 of its legs and cut off a lobe of its liver. With its cultivation, it shouldn't take long to recover from a minor injury. Furthermore, Ning had also given it a strain of holy medicine as compensation.
The dragon was so grateful that it cried out. Chapter 31 Late Quasi-emperor. Half a month passed in the blink of an eye.
Every day, Ning was just fishing, eating, and drinking by the lake.
Li Yuanbao and a few others would return to the lake every 1 or 2 days. This half-month came down. They had picked up mountains of spirit medicines, of which there were as many as 300 strains of extremely high-grade spirit medicines alone. There were even 2 saint pills. On top of that, there were also a large amount of strange stones, spirit jades, as well as shenjin, beast bones, and other weapon refining materials. This one-day trip to the secret realm had made their pockets richer than ever.
Half a year from now when those guys come in, I wonder how they will feel when they see the scene inside?
Li Yuanbao had a lewd expression on his face.
The heavily yuan mysterious realm had been opened hundreds of times, it was not rich to begin with, and now the valuable things had almost been scavenged, leaving only demonic beasts all over the place.
Those guys would probably come in and vomit blood in anger, right?
Ning shook his head and smiled, directly leading them out of the Tianyuan mysterious realm. Looking at the green bird that gradually disappeared into the sky, the people guarding the outside of the secret realm burst into whispers.
This is the ones who killed the 5 ghosts of Saki Mountain half a month ago, isn't it right? Didn't they leave? How did they suddenly appear here? Could it be that they came out of the secret realm? How is that possible? The heavily yuan secret realm can't even be broken into by an average saint powerhouse, even if a saint king breaks in it wouldn't be the slightest bit quiet, right? Could it be an exalted one? You really dare to think. How could an exalted one be so high and mighty that he would disregard his face to come and take a saint king's inheritance? I think there should be some special treasure. The many powerful people were talking, completely unaware of what awaited them behind them. After leaving the ancient Xian mountain range, the crowd rode the green bird to the Qingyan sacred city underneath the Qingyan Sect's mountain. This sacred city was equivalent to Yunzhou City's position in Yunlan Prefecture, and was the largest and most prosperous city in Qingyan Prefecture, far superior to Yunzhou City. The Qingyan sacred city was directly under the jurisdiction of the Qingyan sect, and there were tens of thousands of large and small clans and forces entrenched in the city, but it presented a peaceful and prosperous scene. No one dared to offend the majesty of the Qingyan sect. Ning's group did not cause any ripples when they entered Qingyan sacred city. Although there was an air ban in the city, it was only for cultivators below the Seal King realm. The guards guarding the city sensed the powerful aura of the green bird and turned a blind eye, pretending not to see it. He smoothly entered the Qingyan sacred city. Li Yuanbao's few people were mesmerized by the prosperity of the place. In this city, it was truly like Dharma phases were everywhere, and Sea of Transformation was inferior to a dog. Heavenly Palace realm powerhouses were equally not uncommon. Even Seal King realm powerhouses could be seen from time to time. Rather, cultivators of the Qi gathering and innate realms were relatively rare, and were basically all small children. As for the body refining realm, they didn't see any anyway. A feeling of insignificance suddenly arose in the hearts of Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them. Just a holy city of green clouds, they were so ordinary that they were inconspicuous. What if it was placed in the entire eastern region? It was also the first time that Ning had seen such a bustling city, and he directly opened his system's personal panel. It had been over a month since he had signed in, and he had accumulated 181 sign-in opportunities. System, come 3 daily sign-ups. Ning directly ordered. Ding, sign-in successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million tons of star ancient gold. Ding, signing in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million spirit crystals. Ding, signing on successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Ning's eyes lit up, these 3 rewards were all very good. Star ancient gold was a metal capable of refining Imperial soldiers, and a palm-sized piece weighed dozens of tons, making it extremely valuable. 100 million tons of star ancient gold could probably refine several pieces of Imperial armaments. 100 million spirit crystals is equivalent to at least 1 trillion extreme spirit stones, which is 10,000 times more precious than the extreme spirit stone signed in the past. 3,000 years of cultivation was even more of an unexpected blessing. He was now on the verge of a breakthrough, and with these 3,000 years of cultivation, he would be able to break through to the late Quasi-emperor stage. Some excitement rose in Ning's heart,
not realizing that the rewards from this signing were actually so generous.
System, 3 more daily signatures. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9th order demonic beast inner Dan.
Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a 9th order elixir formula, the 99 soul refining elixir. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million spirit crystals.
Not bad.
Ning didn't continue signing in. These things were good, but they weren't of much use to him.
Continuing to stroll around the city for most of the day.
Then, Ning rented a small courtyard of 300 square feet in a busy section near the center of the city.
The monthly rent was 8,000 upper-grade spirit stones.
In a year, the rent could be enough to purchase an ordinary point extreme-grade spiritual artifact. If placed elsewhere, it would definitely be outrageously expensive. But this was the Green Cloud Sacred City, so naturally, every inch of land was expensive.
However, there was a reason why it was expensive.
This small courtyard had a chic scenery, pavilions, everything, and the courtyard was planted with many rare spiritual plants and flowers, as well as a 1,000-year-old tree that was more than 10 feet tall. In addition, the entire small courtyard possessed a set of powerful defense array enchantments, capable of withstanding the attacks of a Seal King powerhouse. There was also a spirit gathering array in the room, and the configuration was definitely considered luxurious.
8,000 top-grade spirit stones a month was indeed worth the price.
Ning directly paid a year's rent.
After renting the courtyard, Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them all nestled in the house to cultivate.
Ning also closed a small gate, and after extracting 3,000 years of cultivation, he managed to break through to the late Quasi-emperor stage.
An open life is awesome.
Walking out of the room, Ning stretched, feeling refreshed. As he swept his gaze, Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them were still cultivating. It seemed that they had indeed received quite a bit of stimulation.
Come here. He waved at the green bird that was lying on the ancient tree. Carry.
The green bird immediately flew towards him cheerfully and landed on top of his palm.
Master.
The crunchy voice of the green bird rang out, tilting its head and rubbing against Ning's fingers affectionately.
Little fellow, are you hungry? Master is giving you a good meal.
Ning stretched out a finger and nodded its head with a smile, then took out the 9th-ranked demonic beast inner Dan that he had signed for earlier.
A pale golden inner Dan, the size of an adult's head, faintly exuded a terrifyingly ferocious aura. A 9th-order demonic beast was equivalent to a Sage Realm powerhouse.
The green bird was currently only in the late 8th stage, and was simply unable to refine a 9th-stage demonic beast's inner Dan. Swallowing it would most likely result in a direct body explosion and death. However, with Ning's help, everything was not a problem. He had inscribed a rune on the inner elixir, blocking all of the energy contained within it within the inner elixir, but leaving a loophole. After the green bird swallowed the inner elixir, it could continuously absorb the energy in the inner elixir through this loophole and not be burst at once. Afterward, the green bird returned to the ancient tree and lay down, quietly absorbing the energy of the inner elixir. Ning placed many prohibitions in the small courtyard before quietly leaving alone. The purpose of his trip was none other than the Green Cloud Sect.
Chapter 32 Signing in at the Green Cloud Sect.
The Qingyun Sect was located on top of the Qingyun mountain range, with the Qingyun sacred city at the bottom of the mountain. After Ning left the small courtyard, he went straight to the Green Cloud Sect. He had come here to sign in. After all, it was a place that had produced a paragon emperor, so he should be able to sign in for something good. As a holy land on one side, the Green Cloud Sect covered an extremely large area. Almost the entire Green Cloud mountain range belonged to the scope of the Green Cloud Sect. However, the disciples of the Green Cloud Sect weren't many, only 100,000 of them. They took the elite route, and every disciple was at least a 1 in a million existence. This resulted in the sect having very few disciples. One must know that even the 7-star sect had hundreds of thousands of disciples. Other Holy Land sects also had at least 1 million disciples. The Qingyun sect was considered powerful amongst the Holy Lands, and 100,000 disciples did seem a bit small. When Ning arrived at the Qingyun sect was in the middle of its annual disciple acceptance ceremony. Hundreds of thousands of young boys and girls converged on the huge square in front of the Qingyun sect's mountain gate, bustling with activity. Ning also hid in the air and watched curiously for a while. He had wanted to directly sneak into the Qingyun sect unnoticed, but he hadn't realized that the Qingyun sect actually had a quasi-imperial level sect protection formation. It required an identity token to enter and exit freely.
He was not good at formations, so if he were to break in hard, he might as well just reveal his cultivation and go in openly. The apprentice ceremony proceeded very quickly. In less than an hour, more than 30,000 young boys and girls had been tested. However, only 5 people were selected. The probability was quite low. At this rate, out of these hundreds of thousands of people, not even 100 would pass the estimation. The Qingyan sect was worthy of being the Qingyan sect. Without looking any further, Wuing directly revealed his figure, his powerful aura undisguised. The entire Qingyan sect instantly went into a frenzy. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, a single figure rushed out of the sect, vigilantly looking at Wuing. It was as if they were facing a great enemy. "Who is your excellency? Dare I ask what is the reason for coming to my Qingyan sect?" A middle-aged man in purple and gold finery stepped forward and arched his hand extremely politely. He was the contemporary sect leader of the Qingyan sect, Xianchengzi. He was clearly a sage realm powerhouse. The many elders behind him were all at least peak Seal King realm powerhouses. At this moment, the square was in chaos as hundreds of thousands of young boys and girls looked at the sky in fear. Wuing smiled faintly and said, "There's no need to be nervous. My father went out on a trip and happened to pass by this place, and with a feeling in his heart, he wanted to come over and take a look." "So it is." Xianchengzi was relieved in his heart, but did not dare to relax. "Late generation Green Cloud sect leader Xianchengzi, dare I ask your senior's name?" "This senior's surname is Wu." "Wu." Xianchengzi pondered in his mind, but to no avail. "Senior, if you don't mind, please enter the clan for a chat." "Very well." Wuing nodded slightly and followed Xianchengzi into the Green Cloud sect. Having just crossed over the sect protection formation, he immediately felt an extremely dense heaven and earth aura, which was several times higher than the concentration of aura outside. It was worthy of being a Holy Land level sect. Living in such an environment, cultivation was definitely twice as effective with half the effort, especially for those below the Saint realm. This was the advantage of the disciples of a great sect. In comparison, it was really hard for grassroots and casual cultivators to make a name for themselves. System, 3 daily signatures first. Wuing summoned the system as he followed Xianchengzi towards the sect hall. Ding, the signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Quasi-emperor level formation diagram. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a copy of the Quasi-imperial greatsword technique, 9 Heavens Royal Thundersword technique. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Quasi-emperor level technique, the Taishan scripture. Wuing froze slightly. The 3 sign-on rewards were actually all Quasi-emperor level items. This Qingyan sect steps were a bit deep. "Senior, inside please." Xianchengzi welcomed Wuing into the hall. Above the hall, there was originally only 1 seat that belonged to the sect leader, but now it had become 2. Wuing was not polite, and at Xianchengzi's invitation, he directly sat on one of the seats. The crowd sat down. Immediately, an attendant served spirit tea. "Senior, please." Xianchengzi raised his hand and said. Wuing picked up the teacup, and just by smelling it, he felt that the fragrance was exotic, fragrant, and refreshing. Gently taking a sip, the tea entered his stomach and instantly transformed into a majestic stream of spiritual energy. Just the spiritual energy in this mouthful of tea was no less than a top-grade spirit medicine. But more importantly, this tea contained an extremely subtle Taoist rhythm, causing one's thoughts to be ethereal and one's spiritual platform to be clear. If one drank it from time to time, it would not only help in cultivation, but also increase enlightenment. "Good tea." Wuing praised heartily. Xianchengzi laughed. "Senior, this tea is called Morning Dew, and it is produced by a 100,000-year-old mother tree of our Qingyan sect. The production of Morning Dew is extremely low, only 2 tails come out every 100 years, and we will only use it to entertain the most honored guests. If Senior likes it, I'll have someone bring over 2 more boxes to give to Senior." Wuing laughed. How can this be a good thing? But if sect leader Xian is so enthusiastic, this honored one will not be polite. Xianchengzi was a little heartbroken, but he also used this to open up the conversation. After a bit of family talk, he began to sidestep and pry into Wuing's origins and purpose. Wuing casually made up an identity, half true and half false. Xianchengzi was an old monster who had lived for more than 8,000 years, an old man with a delicate mind, so he naturally could see that Wuing was vague and unwilling to talk much about this. So he just casually poked around a bit, and then didn't mention much more. If Senior traveled here in the clouds, he has a destiny with our Qingyan sect,
Why don't you stay here for a few days? It just so happens that in a few days there will be our Sect's Qingyan Dao meeting. When the 8 parties come to celebrate, the heavenly pride will gather. It's not too late for Senior to see the fun before leaving.
Xian Chengzi invited. The Green Cloud Dao Fair?
Xian Chengzi immediately explained. The Qingyan Dao meeting was originally a trial for the Qingyan sect to select a saint's son, and then it gradually evolved into an event where the top heavenly prides of all the major 100 states in the circumference of the area competed. At the same time, it was also a day where the heads of the top sects and powers of the 100 square states met once every 10 years. Qingyan sect is the leader of more than 10 Holy Land sects in the 100 square states. This event was hosted by Qingyan sect every time. Only the Green Cloud sect had the strength and qualifications to do so. That was why it was named the Green Cloud Daoist Festival. Wu Ning nodded and agreed. It was just as well that he also wanted to try signing in at other places in the Qingyan sect to see if there would be any surprises. In the meantime, it would be nice to see what level of pride the 100 states in the area were at. A smile appeared on Xian Chengzi's face, and he immediately set about arranging a place for him to stay.
Sunset Cloud Peak.
Spiritual mist, ancient trees are verdant, there are hundreds of flowers dotted in between, a gust of breeze comes, fragrance overflowing, refreshing, making people relaxed and happy, as if they were in a fairyland. This mountain peak is the place that Qingyan sect specially used to receive their honored guests. Xian Chengzi was worried that someone had rushed Wu Ning, and after consulting him, he arranged for him to stay in a secluded courtyard in the back of the mountain.
It was named Bamboo Garden.
Surrounded by turquoise waves and a sea of bamboos, it was a beautiful place that gathered the creation of heaven and earth, and was definitely a good place to dive into cultivation. Wu Ning is very satisfied with this. Chapter 33, The Coincidence of the Coincidence of the Coincidence of the Coincidence of the Coincidence.
After staying in the Bamboo Garden,
Wu Ning directly closed the door to his room and began practicing the Quasi-Imperial level sword technique he had signed up for, the 9 Heavens Imperial Thunder Sword technique. Now that he had mastered the Thunder Origin Law, this sword technique was a perfect match for him. If the Ether Aragon Emperor sword was used, it was estimated that even a Quasi-Emperor perfection powerhouse would be killed with a single stroke of the sword. The other side. After returning from Sunset Peak, Xian Chengzi directly went to the Forbidden Land deep within the sect. This was the ancestral tomb of the Qingyan sect, which possessed a Quasi-Emperor level formation shroud. It was also the entrance to the core secret realm of the Qingyan sect. The so-called core secret realm was also known as the Qingyan secret realm. It was opened up by that one Quasi-Emperor powerhouse of the Qingyan sect once upon a time, like a complete small world, and its scale was far from being comparable to that of the Tian Yuan secret realm. In the Qingyan sect, quite a few old monsters were cultivating in this secret realm. This place was also the location of the Green Cloud sect's underpinnings. In the middle of the Qingyun secret realm, Xian Chengzi bowed to an old man in green.
Master Ancestor, do you see anything?
A trace of gravity flashed in the eyes of the green-clothed old man. This person should be a Quasi-Emperor, our clan must not mess with him.
A Quasi-Emperor?
Xian Chengzi uttered in shock. He had thought that Wu Ning was an exalted, but he hadn't expected that he would actually be a Quasi-Emperor. Xian Chengzi's 8,000 years of experience had long practiced his heart to be like still water, but even at this moment, he couldn't help but create waves.
In the Eastern Domain, Quasi-Emperors were like legendary existences.
On the surface, only the 3 giants of the Eastern Domain clearly possessed Quasi-Emperor level powerhouses, and all of them were not present for thousands of years.
Secretly, there might be some Quasi-Emperors hidden, but definitely not more than a handful.
One must know that for 8,000 years, he had only heard rumors of the Wanxiang Academy possessing a Quasi-Emperor powerhouse. Xian Chengzi's mind was slightly shaken, not realizing that he had actually personally received a Quasi-Emperor today. A trace of worry flashed in the bottom of the green-clothed old man's eyes.
What exactly was the purpose of a Quasi-Emperor's arrival? He didn't believe that the other party was simply passing through.
If the other party had bad intentions, he was afraid that their Qingyan sect would be in danger.
About an hour later.
Ding, congratulations to the host, the 9 Heavens Royal Thunder Sword skill has been cultivated to completion. Wu Ning opened his eyes and burst out 2 sword-ons piercing through the void. He rubbed his sore forehead. Mastering an extremely powerful Quasi-Emperor level technique in just 1 hour made him feel like he had overused his brain a bit. However, being able to master a powerful sword technique still made him excited.
The 9 Heavens Royal Thunder Sword technique was definitely a top-notch Quasi-Emperor level sword technique.
It was only a pity that there was no one worthy of his sword.
A desire to fight.
A mountain show-off was born in Wu Ning's heart. but there was no place to use his empty strength.
He couldn't specifically run off to find those old Quasi-emperor monsters to do battle, could he?
Wuing felt that he was a stable person, and that it was better to be stable before breaking through to a great emperor. When he broke through to great emperor, the Tianxian continent would be at his disposal for waves. Brewing a pot of the morning dew tea that Shen Chengzi had sent him, Wuing lay on a bench in the courtyard, leisurely viewing the roaming mountains of the blue waves of the bamboo sea. This morning dew tea was indeed a good thing. After drinking from one pot, Wuing felt his mind relax as well. Time to get back to work. Wuing got up and headed out, preparing to stroll around this Qingyan sect and sign in at some special places. He did not hide his movements. Shen Chengzi quickly got the news. Anywhere in the sect, the senior martial artist may come and go as he pleases, and shall not be stopped. In addition, instruct all the elders to restrain their disciples, do not impinge on the senior, violators will be severely punished. Yes. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million tons of yuan magnetic essence gold. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a piece of green sky divine wood. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme weapon, the green rainbow sword. Ding, sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million tons of extremely high quality spiritual soil. Ding, signing in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 100,000-year-old ancient tea tree. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a 10,000-year-old acacia fruit.
100,000-year-old ancient tea tree?
At the Green Cloud Sect Spirit Source Peak, Wuing looked at the mountainous medicinal fields in a slight daze.
It can't be that ancient tea tree, can it?
Wuing muttered, flashing towards the peak. That 100,000-year-old ancient tea tree of the Qingyan sect grew at the peak of the Spirit Source Peak, absorbing the aura of the heavens and earth and bathing in the essence of the sun and moon. It was definitely one of the most precious treasures of the Green Cloud sect. When he learned that he had come to Spirit Source Peak, Shen Chengzi was nervous for a moment, fearing that he had come for this ancient tea tree. Spirit Source Peak towered over the clouds, and standing at the peak one could see an infinite sea of clouds, as if it were a fairyland on the clouds. Wuing searched for the place where the ancient tea tree grew and found a man and a woman playing chess next to it. The man was dressed in a green shirt, with the core disciple identity jade pendant of the Green Cloud sect hanging from his waist, a youthful appearance, with a mediocre look but a transcendent aura. Cultivation, Seal King Realm Third Heaven. The woman was dressed in a long light green dress, ethereal in temperament, absolutely beautiful in appearance, without a single blemish on her face. Her crystalline and snowy skin was vaguely translucent, so perfect that she was not like a human being. No, she wasn't human in the first place. A hint of surprise flashed through Wuing's eyes. This woman was actually the tree spirit of that ancient tea tree. The two of you are in good spirits. Wuing walked towards the two. The two immediately raised their heads. Huh, you are that senior? The youth hurriedly rose with a salute. My junior is the contemporary master brother of the Qingyan sect, Lin Fan. I have met senior. Wuing waved his hand. Sit, no need to be polite. Senior. There's no need to call me senior, well. My surname is Wu, you can call me Mr. Wu. Wuing thought about it and said, he is only 18, seniors, I'll call him old. This guy looked young, at least 100 or 200 years old. Duke Wu? Lin Fan froze at once. He couldn't help but take a look at Wuing, not realizing that this senior actually liked to act young. Fellow Taoist, may I ask how old you are? The woman asked with a gaze. Wuing shot her a sideways glance. This tree spirit was very strong, and was estimated to be able to battle Saint Kings. She had definitely grown for more than 100,000 years. Do you believe me when I say I'm 18 years old? Believe. The woman nodded. She was vaguely able to feel the aura of life radiating from him, excessively young. Compared to those strong people she had seen, he was so tender that he could pinch out water. You still really believe that? Wuing was surprised. At his cultivation level, whoever dared to say that he was 18, others would definitely say that he was crazy. Of course, I can sense your life breath, definitely no more than 100 years old. The woman raised her eyes and smiled lightly, her tone extremely certain. 10. 18? Lin Fan was already dumbfounded. Wuing smiled lightly. He had never thought of hiding his age. There was nothing to hide either. He was this strong and wasn't afraid of anyone hitting on him. By the way, I haven't asked what your name is. My name is Chalu.
Chapter 30 for the Qing Dynasty Dao Association. Chao Lu? Wuing couldn't help but look at the top of her head. Fortunately, it wasn't bald. A trace of doubt flashed through Chao Lu's eyes, always feeling that Wuing was looking at her in a strange way. At the moment, she was calm and collected on the surface, but in her heart, she was actually nervous, worried that Wuing was here for her. If he wants me. Oneself from or not? Senior. Are you really only 18? Lin Fan's voice interrupted Chao Lu's rambling thoughts as he looked at Wuing with some disbelief. Now that he was over 120 years old, he was already at the Seal King realm's third sky cultivation level, and when he looked at the entire eastern region, he was definitely a top-ranked top heavenly pride. But what was he doing when he was 18? It seems that he was not even at the Dharma phase realm when he was 18 years old, but at 18 years old, he was already a superpower that made the entire Qing sect treat him solemnly. We were all equally first-timers, how could the gap be so wide? Wuing patted his shoulder and comforted, "We're different, you don't need to compare yourself to me." He was a hangman, how could he be the same as the others? Late generation wouldn't dare. Lin Fan said in a hurry. Even though the person in front of him might be even younger than him, on the path of cultivation, the one who achieves is first. He wouldn't dare to be disrespectful. Wuing sighed imperceptibly. Powerful strength would always make people feel in awe and detached, and they couldn't even make a friend if they wanted to. Strong people were always lonely. Only the strong were worthy of befriending the strong, but he wasn't interested in those old demons. Perhaps, only Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian, the two guys he grew up with, could get along with him as friends. Feeling uninterested, Wuing stayed for a while and left. He did not continue signing in. The things he had signed up for so far were great, but they weren't very useful for his current realm. With the ancient ring given to him by his old mother, he didn't need to worry about resource treasures at all until he broke through to the immortal realm. He planned to save up the signing opportunities. Accumulate up to 365 times and have a try at an annual signing. It would be at least an immortal level treasure, but he was looking forward to it. There were still 201 signing opportunities left. Less than 7 months only. For the next few days, Wuing spent almost all of them inside the Qing Sect's scripture pavilion. The Qing Sect was an ancient sect that had been passed down for hundreds of thousands of years, with a collection of hundreds of millions of books as vast as the ocean. They recorded knowledge on cultivation, spiritual plants, demonic beasts, magic treasures, formations, exotic treasures, human history, astronomy and geography, strange stories, and other aspects. Although Wuing was strong, he still had too little knowledge. So he intended to read more. Lest he suffer the loss of being uneducated in the future and make some unnecessary jokes. Now that he had this opportunity, he naturally wouldn't miss it. A few days passed in a hurry. Wuing was so engrossed in the ocean of knowledge that he couldn't help himself, and if Xian Chengzi hadn't sent someone to invite him to go and watch the ceremony, he wouldn't have wanted to walk out of the Tibetan scripture pavilion. Qing Sect Martial Arts Arena. This moment could be described as a sea of people. Not only were there 100,000 disciples from the Qing Sect, but there were also teams from all the top sects and Holy Land sects in the 100 states. Together, there were nearly 200,000 people. On the high platform, Xian Chengzi sat in the C-seat, and beside him sat the holy lords of more than 10 Holy Lands in the 100 states. Surrounding them sat the helmsmen of hundreds of sub-level sect powers. "Sir Wu, please sit here." Seeing Wuing walk over, Xian Chengzi hurriedly got up and gestured to him by pointing to an empty seat beside himself. He had long been aware of what had happened at Spirit Source Peak. In the past few days, he had visited Wuing twice, and then he had directly changed his name to Duke Wu. This appeared to be a bit more intimate. Wuing nodded slightly and sat down directly, drawing sideways glances from many people around him. The eyes of the 10 or so Holy Land Saint Masters narrowed slightly, their hearts somewhat shocked as they realized that they actually couldn't see through the reality of the young man in front of them. However, just by looking at Xian Chengzi's behavior, they knew that this person's origin was definitely extraordinary. "Sect Master Xian, who is this young man?" A Saint Master tentatively asked Xian Chengzi. "This is Duke Wu, you must not offend." Xian Chengzi warned in a small voice, not saying much, nor did he have any intention of introducing them to Wuing. A few tiny sacred landlords could not yet enter the eyes of a paragon emperor. The crowd was aghast in their hearts, and did not continue to ask more questions. It was worth Xian Chengzi's time to warn them so solemnly, so I'm afraid that they came from a frighteningly large source. They said that they couldn't afford to mess with it.
Afterward, the crowd cast their gazes into the martial arts arena.
The two Seal King Realm First Sky Celestials were fighting hard.
Limbs clashed, martial skills were pitted against each other, and powerful energies swept through the martial arts arena, with any of the aftershocks being able to easily shatter a mountain. Mr. Wu, of the two people fighting, the one in black robes is called Meng Tian. He is the holy son of the Spirit Sky Holy Land. He possesses the Nine Yang Holy Body, and his battle power is unparalleled. The one in the purple robe is called Gu Han. He is the holy son of the Gu family of the Holy Land, and it is heard that this son was born with anomalies in the sky, with heaven and earth descending with auspiciousness, and possesses the Wuji Holy Body. These two are both less than 150 years old. Sealed King Celestial Pride. As long as they don't die, they will surely become saints in the future.
Xian Chengzi whispered an explanation for Wu Ning.
For today, he had done his homework. There were hundreds of top Celestial Pride in the arena, and he knew every single one of their profiles like the back of his hand. Wu Ning's gaze swept around the martial arts arena. It was all a Heavenly Pride event, and this Qingyun Dao Society was many notches higher than the Great Jin's King's Landing Banquet. There weren't many Seal King Realm Heavenly Prides, but there were still about 30 of them.
Heavenly Palace Realm Heavenly Prides abounded. The Dharma Phase Realm Celestial Pride was inconspicuous here.
The only thing they could fight for was their age. There were simply not too many Dharma Phase realms within the age of 30, and there were even a very few that were not even 20. If this was placed in the Great Gene, they could all become old ancestors.
People must die compared to people. Sect leader Xian, I wonder if there are any prizes in this conference? Wu Ning asked.
Xian Chengzi shook his head and said, "It's just a martial arts competition and duel between young people. There isn't any specific colorful prize." However, in the past, there would occasionally be people on the stage who would take out some treasures and reward some of the heavenly prides who performed brightly.
That's not bad.
Wu Ning nodded slightly, and after some thought, he took out a Saint Artifact lance and tossed it into the air.
Holy might filled the air, instantly attracting countless gazes.
Today, the person with the best performance in the entire room will receive this holy weapon. Wu Ning's voice was neither light nor heavy, and it clearly traveled into everyone's ears.
A holy weapon? I'm not ing blind, am I? Which big brother is it that actually brought out all the holy weapons? The best performer in the room. Old man will fight for it if he puts his life on the line. This holy weapon, it's not mine.
The atmosphere of the entire martial arts arena was instantly hot, and the many Seal King Celestial Pride rubbed their fists and gazes hotly, revealing eyes that were determined to win. What followed was bound to be a battle between dragons and tigers. Although the others knew that there was no hope, they were also extremely excited. Being able to see such a battle for a holy weapon, this trip was not a loss. Wu Ning was satisfied. This looked much more energized. However, at this moment, the helmsmen of the many sect forces on the stage were similarly staring fiercely at the holy weapon lance in the air. Most of their sect powers were comparable to the 7-star sect, and could not be any higher, so it was simply impossible for them to possess a holy weapon. Now that there was a saint weapon in front of them, how could they not desire it?
Chapter 35 Where's the face?
The 10 or so sacred landlords were no exception.
Among them, the weakest Holy Land only had one holy artifact for one saint.
If they could have one more sacred artifact, it would definitely be able to raise the overall strength of the entire sect by a large margin. After all, even if this saint artifact could not be used by themselves, it could still be exchanged for a massive amount of resources to be used to enhance the sect.
It wasn't even just them. Even Xian Chengzi was somewhat moved.
Although the Qingyun sect's depth was deep, he only possessed one saint artifact.
Duke Wu. Right at this moment, a robust and big-bladed Saint Lord asked cheekily, "Mr. Wu, can we participate in this match?" He was the Lord of the Thunder Sun Holy Land Lei Mang. When these words left his mouth, the others beside him immediately looked at him with contempt. This fellow really didn't care about his face for the sake of the sacred artifact. However, there was a hint of anticipation in the bottom of their eyes. That was a holy weapon. How could they ever not want to personally go down and fight for it? Wu Ning glanced at the questioner with amusement. This fellow was indeed thick-skinned enough. You're a Saint Lord, a Saint Realm powerhouse, and you actually want to go down to the arena and grab something with a group of juniors in hand. Where's the face? Lei Mang said that as long as he could get his hands on the sacred artifact, face and whatnot didn't matter at all. He looked at Wu Ning expectantly with a smile on his face. Wu Ning had wanted to just balk, but changed his mind when the words came out of his mouth. Fine, it's not impossible for you to want to participate. Really? Lei Mang had a look of surprise on his face. The other's eyes also lit up. Wuing nodded and said, "If you want to personally go down, but you must seal your cultivation at the first level of the Seal King realm." "Fine," Lei Mang said without thinking. As long as he could get off the field, with his realm, even if he was suppressed to the first sky of the Sealed King realm, it wouldn't be easy to clean up these little guys who had just entered the Sealed King realm. Wuing smiled and pointed out a finger, a stream of light instantly disappearing into Lei Mang's body. "This is?" Lei Mang was startled, sensing an extremely bizarre energy drilling into his body, instantly suppressing his cultivation realm to the first sky of the Sealed King realm. He glanced at Wuing in shock, not realizing that this young martial gentleman was still a superpower. Sealing his cultivation with a single finger. Seeing the smallest of things, with this hand, I'm afraid that a top Saint King powerhouse wouldn't be able to do it, right? Alright, you go. Wuing waved his hand. Many thanks, Your Excellency, my old Lei will go as well. Lei Mang respectfully clasped his fists before rushing off the high platform. The others looked at each other in disbelief, their gazes landing on Wuing several times. While shocked at the terror of Wuing's strength, they were all somewhat eager to try. Xian Chengzi struggled for a long time, still unable to let go of his face. Wuing directly asked, "Does anyone else want to go?" "Me. And me. Mr. Wu, count me in." More than 10 Saint Masters stood up one after another. No one from the helmsman of the other sect forces made a sound, they didn't dare to fight when the Saint Lords had personally stepped down. Otherwise, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to see the sun the next day. With more than a dozen Saint Lords stepping down, this Qingyan Dao meeting had completely changed its flavor. Although the cultivation realms of these Saint Lords were all suppressed at the first heavenly realm of the Seal King realm, and were unable to utilize power beyond their realms, they themselves were first-class heavenly prides, and coupled with thousands or tens of thousands of years of battle experience, they basically crushed the heavenly pride of the first and second heavenly realms of the Seal King realm. It caused these heavens' pride to cry out that it was unfair. Wasn't it a heavens' pride battle? What was wrong with a group of old monsters going down? I was crowned king at 100 years old and became a saint at 3,000 years old, how come I don't count as a heavenly pride anymore? Lei Mang said disdainfully, "You brats can't even defeat the power of the first heaven of the old man's king sealing realm, what kind of heavenly pride can you be considered?" The other Saint Lords also had unchanged faces, they were all people who had lived for thousands and thousands of years and had unimaginably thick skin. They didn't care at all about being laughed at by some juniors. The edge of the martial arts arena. Lin Fan looked at the almost lopsided battle in the arena, his face extremely grave. The celestial pride who participated in the Qingyan Dao assembly were basically around 100 years old, and the Seal King realm was usually not more than 150 years old. Other than him, there were also 2 Seal King realm triple sky. However, facing a group of old monsters, these 2 Seal King realm triple heavenly pride could only barely remain undefeated even if they played all their cards. If they wanted to win, there was little hope. Unless there was some great killing move that could turn the tide. He thought he was a bit stronger than the other 2 Seal King realm third sky pride, but it wasn't easy to defeat these old monsters. "Eldest senior brother, are you still not going to make a move?" A group of Green Cloud sect disciples had eyes full of anticipation. Nowadays, the one who had the most hope of winning against these old monsters was only their eldest senior brother. Lin Fan shook his head and said, "There's no hurry first, wait for me to make a breakthrough." Lin Fan's figure flashed and instantly disappeared in place. On the high stage, Xian Chengzi also left for a while. The battle in the field continued. Within half an hour, all the young heavenly prides were all defeated. Subsequently, the Heaven's Pride Assembly turned into the Old Monster Assembly. 2 hours passed in a flash. By the time Lin Fan returned to the martial arts arena, more than 10 Saint Masters had already been eliminated by a large margin, leaving only the last 4. Lin Fan wore a smile on his face as he quietly watched and learned, still in no hurry to strike. Actually broke through so quickly? Wuing saw through his cultivation at a glance, Seal King Realm 4th Sky. Having broken through so quickly, he should have received support from the sect. Although Xian Chengzi did not personally go down, it seemed that he had placed his hopes on Lin Fan. Xian Chengzi was breezy and watched with interest as the few old guys below fought to the death. The final winner would definitely be his Qingyun sect. This holy weapon, he was going to take it. Another half an hour passed. Lei Mang blasted the Qian Yuan Sacred Lord away with a punch. "Ha, a holy weapon is mine. Senior, please teach me." Lin Fan floated in. Green Cloud Sect Lin Fan. Holy, your kid wants to pick up the old man's advantage? Lei Mang's eyes glared. He had paid a small price to defeat the others. At this moment, his battle strength was greatly damaged, so this battle was hanging by a thread. Come on, let me see just how many kilograms you have. Lei Mang quickly swallowed a handful of pills and beckoned towards Lin Fan. Although there was suspense, there was no fear. His 6,000 years of fighting experience was not something a little doll at the beginning of 100 years old could shake. Senior, sorry for the offense. Lin Fan clasped his fists and instantly rushed towards Lei Mang with his full strength. Seal King Realm Fourth Heaven? Lei Mang's heart jumped. This battle was even more up in the air. However, Lei Mang was able to defeat other Saint Lords, so he was naturally fierce. Even if his strength was greatly reduced at the moment, he was only slightly behind Lin Fan, who was at the 4th level of the King Seal realm. Eldest brother will win. Eldest brother will win. 100,000 disciples of the Qingyan sect shouted in unison, cheering for Lin Fan. The sound was loud and powerful, and the energy was soaring into the sky. On the contrary, on the side of the Thunder Sun Holy Land, hundreds of disciples were silent. Chapter 36 First Annual Sign. They were thin-skinned, and their own Saint Lord had bullied the small with the big, and had even fallen into a disadvantage. The words to cheer for him really couldn't be shouted. Next to them, a disciple from the Spirit Sky Holy Land said towards a disciple from the Thunder Sun Holy Land. Brother, it seems like your sacred lord is going to lose? I didn't realize that the Qingyan sect's eldest senior brother is so powerful that even your family's sacred lord is no match. Brother, why don't you say anything? Aren't you even worried if your family's sage lord is going to lose? Mard, you're the one with the bad mouth. All the disciples of the Thunder Sun Holy Land had black faces, their hearts calculating that they must find an opportunity to put that guy in a sack. At this moment, the hearts of the holy lords who were the first to lose were secretly relieved. It was fortunate that they were defeated first. Otherwise, losing in the hands of a little doll that was 100 years old would probably be laughed at for thousands of years. In the middle of the field, Lin Fan had a serious face and shouted. Senior, I'm going to use my best move. Lei Mang did not reply with a dark face. Just then, a dark stick appeared in Lin Fan's hand. In an instant, holy might filled the air. Boom! Lin Fan swung the stick and slammed it towards Lei Mang. Holy weapon! Lei Mang was shocked and was directly swung on by the stick, instantly flying backwards. Everyone looked dumbfounded. No one had expected that Lin Fan would suddenly pull out a holy weapon when he had been fighting well. Mard, wasn't this cheating? More than 10 Saint Masters all landed their gazes on Xian Chengzi and looked at him slyly. It was as if they were saying, "You old Ingbi, how shameless." Xian Chengzi smiled back. It's reasonable for a Seal King realm heavenly pride to have a sacred artifact, right? Blah blah blah. Lei Mang crawled up from the ground in a sorry state, his face a little pale. He was weak. It was fortunate that he possessed the body of a saint, or else he was afraid that he would have been blasted into slag. The might of a saint weapon could not be blocked by a Seal King realm first sky. Of course, there was also the reason why Lin Fan was unable to utilize the might of the holy weapon. Senior, do you still want to continue fighting? Lin Fan held the black stick and said with a smile. In fact, with the previous situation, even if he did not utilize the power of the holy weapon, he still had a great chance of winning. However, cultivation was more than just fighting and killing, there were also human feelings. Regardless of whether he was certain or not, Lei Mang could only lose under the holy weapon. What a fart! Lei Mang cursed angrily in dissatisfaction. Young people did not speak of martial virtues and bullied him, a 6,000-year-old comrade. With a cold snort, Lei Mang directly flashed away. He felt that his skin was still not thick enough, otherwise he would have directly thrown a handful of 8th-rank talisman seals over. Even if Lin Fan had a holy weapon, he wouldn't necessarily be able to carry it. Alas, his skin is still too thin. On the high stage, Ning was full of smiles. This fight was truly wonderful. It was much more interesting than the mediocre Heaven's Pride assembly. He waved his hand and the holy weapon lance in the air flew towards Lin Fan. Now, this holy weapon is yours. Many thanks, Senior. Lin Fan received the holy weapon lance with great excitement, and everyone else was looking at him with envy and jealousy. On the other hand, the people on the high platform looked at Xian Chengzi with envy. This old Ingbi didn't do anything and got a holy weapon. Worthy of being the sect leader of the Qingyan sect, he was just high.
When the Qingyun Dao meeting ended, Ning went back into the scripture pavilion and continued to swim in the ocean of knowledge until he had finished reading all the books before saying his goodbyes and leaving. When he left behind another holy artifact as payment. Xian Chengzi waved goodbye, his face full of reluctance. He returned to the small courtyard he had rented in the Qingyun sacred city.
Li Yuanbao and the three of them were still in their rooms in closed-door cultivation.
With Ning absent, their strength was low, and they were worried about going out and running into trouble, so they had no choice but to bury their heads in cultivation. The green bird was also cultivating hard, refining that 9th-rank demonic beast inner elixir. Ning did not disturb them. Qingyun's sacred city was very large and prosperous, and he was prepared to stay here for half a year. At the very least, he would wait until he had collected the annual signatures once before leaving. It was only half a year or so, and the last thing he lacked was time. The sun rose and set, and the weeks came and went. Half a year's time passed in a flash. 3 more to go, almost there. As the time approached, Ning's mood gradually became excited and filled with anticipation. Today was the day when the heavenly origin mystic realm would open once every 1,000 years. Thousands of powerful king sealers converged on the ancient Xian mountain range. There were a total of 3,000 heavenly Yuan secret realm tokens, the vast majority of which were held in the hands of some major powers, with only a few sporadic ones appearing in the hands of casual cultivators. Therefore, this was also an event for the major powers of the Eastern Domain, with dozens of Holy Land-level powers appearing. A large number of Seal King realm heavenly pride gathered at the ancient Xian mountain range, destined to be a battle between dragons and tigers. The Qingyun sect had also sent a team there. Lin Fan, as the eldest senior brother, was among them.
The good show was about to begin. Li Yuanbao narrowed his eyes and smiled.
A few days ago, taking advantage of the fact that the day of the opening of the Tian Yuan mysterious realm was approaching, he took the token that Ning had signed up for and auctioned it off. It was auctioned off for a full 3 million top-grade spirit stones. It was unknown what expression the guy who had auctioned off the token would have after entering the secret realm with nothing to show for it. The time for the Tian Yuan secret realm to open was only 12 hours, and once the time was up, everyone would be teleported out.
1 day later,
the Qingyun sect's group returned to the sect in a depressed manner.
A disciple came forward and asked, "Eldest brother, what's wrong with you guys? You won't be robbed, right?" Lin Fan said breathlessly, "That's about right.
The Tian Yuan secret realm has been looted in advance, not even a root of top-grade spirit medicine was left behind." An elder shook his head and sighed. "Old me fought with a few demonic beasts for nothing and ended up getting a handful of spirit herbs. Old me was even worse. I wanted to catch 2 fish for a toothsome meal, but I didn't expect an 8th-ranked Xiao dragon to go crazy and chase me for 30,000 miles.
An elder limped and said.
Xian Chengzi sighed lightly. "It's a pity about that holy weapon." It wasn't a secret that the Tian Yuan mysterious realm had a sacred artifact ancient city, it was just that with the balance of forces on all sides, no sage powerhouses had personally taken action. Only juniors at the Seal King realm were allowed to compete for it. This was sort of a popular default unspoken rule. Otherwise, who would dare to leave behind any secret realm inheritance in the future? The events within the Tian Yuan secret realm quickly spread. The behavior of Li Yuanbao's trio was condemned by countless people. "It's best if you few don't go out and hang around during this period of time, so be careful of getting sacked,"
Ning cautioned.
They had been seen by quite a few people when they first came out of the secret realm, and now it was expected that some people were already poking around to find out where they were. It was believed that it wouldn't be long before someone would come to their door. However, when they raised the annual signatures once tomorrow, Ning planned to leave Qingyun's sacred city. After staying here for more than half a year, it was time to leave. Until then, there was no telling if any unlucky people would find them. Ning smiled faintly. That night, Ling Chen, the number of check-ins refreshed. Ning opened the system personal panel, and after half a year, the number of check-ins had finally accumulated to 365. Without realizing it, he was 19 years old. No longer the teenager he was at the beginning. Ning took a deep breath and excitedly shouted.
"System, have a yearly sign-in. Chapter 37 Innate Treasure Chaos Divine Gourd."
Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate supreme treasure Chaos Divine Gourd.
Chaos God Gourd?
Ning heard this beep and immediately checked the details of this Chaos Divine Gourd. When the heavens and earth first opened, at the beginning of chaos, a gourd divine vine was nurtured by the creation of the heavens and earth, and after endless years, 7 gourds containing the great Tao of creation were born on it.
This Chaos Divine Gourd is the first gourd nurtured by the Gourd Divine Vine.
The surface of the Chaos Divine Gourd was inscribed with 3,000 great Tao laws, and within it was a chaotic space containing endless chaotic chi that could refine the heavens and earth and devour all things. Looking at the detailed information, Wuing stared slightly wide-eyed. This Chaos Divine Gourd was not only an offensive treasure, but also an auxiliary treasure. The Chaos Divine Gourd refined everything in the heavens and the earth, allowing it to condense a divine object of creation known as the Chaos Source Liquid. This Chaos Source Liquid has the ability to seize the heavens and create, most directly, can be used to enhance the cultivation life. A drop can enhance the cultivation of 10,000 years of life. At the same time, the Chaos Source Liquid can make a living being transformed. An ordinary person taking one drop can leap into a great genius with the posture of an immortal. If a weed drinks it, it can become a superb immortal medicine. In addition, the Chaos Source Liquid can also be used to condense supreme immortal bodies, refine immortal pills and magic treasures, and has infinite wonderful uses. Of course, there were also levels of Chaos Source Liquid, and the effect of Chaos Source Liquid condensed with Spirit Stones was definitely different from that of Chaos Source Liquid condensed with Immortal Stones. Wuing was completely thrilled. This Chaos Divine Gourd's functions were heaven-defying, worthy of being an innate treasure. With this treasure in hand, how hard could it be to become an immortal and an ancestor? He immediately probed his mind into the system space. In the next moment, a delicate and small purple-red gourd appeared in his hand. Boom! As soon as this gourd appeared, the surrounding space instantly collapsed, unable to carry its power. Wuing immediately shot out to confine the surrounding space, so as to avoid the destruction caused by the raging winds of the void. The treasures signed by the system did not require him to refine them, and had already recognized him as their master the moment they materialized. When Wuing had taken out this chaotic divine gourd, he had already done his best to control it to restrain its power, or else he was afraid that the entire Qingyun sacred city would instantly turn into nothingness. The might of an innate supreme treasure could obliterate the stars with a single trace. However, the rank of the innate supreme treasure was too high for the space of the Tianqian continent to carry, and it began to crumble as soon as it appeared. Wuing frowned slightly. It seemed that his control was not yet very skillful, and he would have to practice a few more times before he could do so. He cast aside the distractions in his mind and gazed at the Chaos Divine Gourd in his hand. It was about 9 inches high, crystal-like jade, very delicate and small. The whole body was purple-red, the surface had a mysterious golden texture. One look at it would make people have a feeling of epiphany. That was the brand of the law of the 3,000 avenues. The mind sank into the divine gourd, within which there was an infinite chaotic space, floating in endless arcane gray chaotic chi. Wuing was like a demented man admiring the most beautiful woman in the world, or the kind without a single piece of clothing, momentarily forgetting about time. It wasn't until an hour later that he withdrew his mind. Worthy of being an innate treasure born of chaos, there are thousands of creations and endless mysteries. Wuing sighed. Then, he began to throw some of the unused treasure resources on his body into the divine gourd, wanting to see if he could condense the chaos origin liquid. First, he threw in all of the remaining 10 billion or so lower-grade spirit stones, and felt no reaction at all. Without changing his face, Wuing threw in all of the middle-grade spirit stones again, which amounted to more than 50 billion. This time, Wuing finally detected a trace of chaos origin liquid coalescing within the divine gourd. It was very small, not even 1/10,000,000th of a drop. Wuing was somewhat surprised to realize that he could directly absorb this trace of chaos origin liquid through the chaos divine gourd. He directly tried it out, and this trace of chaos origin liquid immediately turned into a divine pure energy that surged into his body, instantly allowing his cultivation to take a small step towards the peak of the Quasi-emperor. If he were to do it a few million more times, it should be able to allow him to break through to the peak of the Quasi-emperor in one fell swoop. However, the effect of growing his cultivation in this way was far worse than the effect of systematically signing in his cultivation. It could only purely break through the cultivation level, and could not contain the corresponding realm senses of each realm like the sign in cultivation. Wuing shook his head, feeling that he was too greedy. Just this feature was already astounding. What more bicycles did one need? After slowing down, he continued to invest in various resource treasures. Not only spirit stones, but also spirit weapons, spirit medicines, and so on. Half an hour later, a drop of chaos source liquid was finally condensed. Inside the Chaos Divine Gourd, a drop of crystalline liquid was silently suspended in the chaos space, pale golden color, surrounded by dense colored haze, divine and extraordinary. Wuing took it out and directly swallowed it in one gulp. Boom boom! The chaos source liquid entered his abdomen and immediately transformed into rolling majestic energy that surged into all parts of his body. Ning felt like the cells in his entire body were cheering and floating, and his essence seemed to be sublimated, similar to eating the legendary immortal elixir of daybreak. About a quarter of an hour later, his cultivation directly broke through to the peak of Quasi-emperor and continued to climb towards Quasi-emperor perfection. The aura on his body grew deeper and more terrifying. At the same time, Ning realized that his lifespan had increased by 10,000 years, and his physique had also improved by a hint. However, it was not obvious. He possessed the martial clan's ancient emperor bloodline and the aged divine body, and with his unparalleled qualifications, becoming an immortal wasn't difficult for him. This hint of improvement was only due to the fact that eating meat and grains for years had a slight effect on his physique. Another quarter of an hour passed. A drop of chaos source liquid had been absorbed. Ning frowned slightly. His cultivation had not broken through to Quasi-emperor perfection in one fell swoop. The supreme scripture he cultivated was an invincible technique that combined cultivation, soul, and physical body, and as all three grew simultaneously, the energy required to break through the realm was much greater. One drop of chaos source liquid was still short. It was estimated that another tenth of a drop would be almost enough to break through. Ning wasn't dwelling on it. With the chaos divine gourd in his hands, wanting to break through wasn't difficult at all. He estimated that condensing one drop of chaos origin liquid would require roughly 10 billion spirit crystals. One spirit crystal was equivalent to 10,000 extreme spirit stones. 10 billion spirit crystals would be 1 million billion extreme spirit stones. This was definitely not a small amount. With his wealth, he could only condense a few hundred drops. Of course, this was mainly because using pills and spirit weapons and magic treasures to condense chaos source liquid was very costly. The value of an emperor weapon was not as good as a billion spirit crystals. It wasn't even worth a material money. The same was true for pills. One must know that if an emperor's soldier was sold, it would be at least 1 trillion spirit crystals to start with. To directly use it to condense chaos source liquid was simply a loss. The most cost-effective option was still to use items that contained energy to condense chaos source liquid, such as spirit pills, spirit stones, spirit crystals, and so on. Ning continued to study the chaos divine gourd in his room. By the time he emerged from the house, it was already midday. Ning was in an extremely good mood, and called on the three of them, Li Yuanbao, to eat a demonic beast roasted meat feast together. After we finish eating later, you guys pack up your things. Let's get ready to leave Qingyun's sacred city.
Boss, we packed up a long time ago, Li Yuanbao said back as he ate.
Ning had mentioned it to them yesterday, and several people had packed up their things last night, and had thought that they would be leaving this morning, but they hadn't realized that Ning hadn't left the house until noon.
Brother Wu, where are we going next? Su Ziqian asked.
In these 6 months, his cultivation had successfully broken through to the Dharma phase realm.
At 20 years old, the Dharma phase realm was considered a genius anywhere in the eastern domain.
Well,
we're going to East Xianzhou.
Shortly afterward, the green bird shot up into the sky from the small courtyard.
Ning's brows suddenly furrowed. You guys, isn't it a bit late to think of escaping now?
Right at this moment, a teasing voice rang out.
Immediately afterward, several figures appeared in the sky.
3 men and 1 woman, all of them were young celestial pride of the Seal King realm.
There was also an old man in a basalt-colored Dao robe with crane hair, a sage realm powerhouse. Luckily we came in time, any later and they would have escaped.
A young man in a golden-colored Chinese robe stepped forward, contemptuously looking at Ning's few people as he arrogantly said. Introducing myself, Seal King ranking 91, Ancient Dao Prefecture 100 Refinement Holy Land Holy Sun Shenhaoqiang. You few can introduce yourselves. If you think you can't afford to mess with our 100 Refinements Holy Land, then obediently hand over that holy weapon. That way I can consider letting you all live. Shenhaoqiang looked proud. Their 100 Refinements Holy Land was a top-tier holy land. Other than the 3 great giants, they weren't afraid of anyone. Chapter 38 Licking Nothing in the End.
100 Refinement Holy Sun Shenhaoqiang?
Hiss, these people actually came from the 100 Refinements Holy Land.
And what is the origin of these guys that they actually attracted the 100 Refinement Saint Sun to personally strike?
No matter what their origins are, they're all dead. The 100 Refinement Saint Sun is a supreme pride who has made it to the Seal King list. In the Qingyun Holy City, countless people looked at the sky, their eyes filled with curiosity and excitement. The 100 Refinement Saint Sun, Shenhaoqiang, was definitely one of the hottest absolute prides in the eastern region.
A resounding big shot.
Some of the women's eyes looked at him with even more infatuation and adoration. Coming from an extraordinary background, with a handsome look, extremely powerful strength, and unparalleled worldly talent, he was definitely the best dream lover for countless women.
Above the sky.
Wuing paid no attention to Chen Haoqiang's clamor, arrogant and cocky generation only.
His gaze looked towards the sky on the other side, and he blandly said, "All come out together." There are still people?
Chen Haoqiang raised an eyebrow, somewhat surprised that Wuing had actually realized it before him.
"Ha, Your Excellency's strength is extraordinary, spotting us with a single glance, I admire you." 3 figures appeared from the air. 2 young people, a man and a woman, plus a lofty old man with a deep aura.
The person who spoke was none other than the young man standing in front. They had actually arrived long ago, they just didn't want to be the ringleaders, and wanted to let the others make the first move to test the strength of Wuing and the others' identities. Right now, they had been told where they were hiding, so they had no choice but to reveal themselves.
"Lu Qiancheng? You guys also want that holy weapon?" Chen Haoqiang's eyes slightly condensed. This Lu Qiancheng was also a heavenly pride on the Seal King ranking list, ranked 87th, ranking a bit ahead of him.
Moreover, the Tianyang Lu family behind him was a top-tier Holy Land family, not much worse than their 100 refinements Holy Land. Lu Qiancheng glared at him. "Chen Haoqiang, don't slander me, I'm just here to watch the fun."
"Humph." Chen Haoqiang snorted coldly, not believing his bull. "There are 2 more people, both come out together, do you still want me to invite you?"
Wuing said indifferently. Upon hearing this, the rest of them all stared.
There were actually other people around? Your Excellency has such keen perception.
A space shattered like a mirror, and out stepped a stunningly beautiful woman wearing a clean white veil, her head full of green silk fluttering in the wind, her eyebrows as picturesque as a painting, her skin as snowy and delicate, and her eyes as bright and charming as the white moon.
Behind her was also an old woman with kind brows and an unfathomable aura. "Red Dust Holy Maiden, I didn't expect even you to come." Chen Haoqiang's eyes faintly revealed a hint of adoration.
Red Dust Sacred Sect Holy Maiden Mushueli, 36th on the Seal King list, with a talent that was hard to find in the world, and one of the 4 great beauties of the eastern region, with strength and beauty coexisting, she had been courted and adored by countless young prides in the eastern region.
He was also one of them. Wuing's indifferent gaze swept over them. "You're all here to snatch holy weapons?"
Lu Qiancheng frowned slightly, suddenly sensing a hint of something wrong, and immediately backed away with his men.
"Your Excellency, don't misunderstand, I am just watching the fun."
Mushueli ignored the others as she calmly looked towards Wuing and said, "Your Excellency, you have broken the rules, hand over the inheritance of the heavenly Yuan Saint King."
"Rules? Those are your rules, what does it have to do with me?"
Wuing stood with his hands behind his back on the back of the green bird, his expression bland, his robes moving without wind. Mushueli's moth brows furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure appearing in her eyes. "Your Excellency is so arrogant, is this not putting us in your sights?"
"Arrogant?
Kid, how dare you disrespect the Red Dust Holy Maiden, how dare you?" Chen Haoqiang wanted to express himself in front of Mushueli, and immediately shouted angrily, so he wanted to strike out to teach Wuing a lesson.
Snap.
Wuing casually slapped out his hand, the space shattered in pieces, and Chen Haoqiang was instantly annihilated, not even a trace of blood mist remaining. A dog licking a dog licking a dog, licking until there was nothing left in the end.
Holy Sun!
The eyes of the 100 refinements Holy Land showed horror. The eyes of the others also shrunk violently. Chen Haoqiang was a heavenly pride on the Seal King list, powerful to the extreme, and he didn't expect to be slapped to death with a single slap. A storage ring appeared in Wuing's hand. He now needed resources to condense the Chaos Origin liquid. Every bit of loot could not be wasted.
"Dare to kill my clan's holy son, you deserve to die."
A terrifying pressure erupted from the Dao-robed old man from the 100 refinements sacred ground, killing towards Wuing with anger. He was Chen Haoqiang's protector. Now that Chen Haoqiang had been killed, even if he was a Saint Realm powerhouse, he would not be able to avoid being punished when he returned to the sect, knowing that there were quite a few powerful existences standing behind Chen Haoqiang. Wuing didn't even bother to look at him, still casually slapping out his hand. The old man, along with the remaining 2 people from the 100 refinements Holy Land, instantly turned into nothingness.
So strong. Mushueli was horrified. "Retreat!"
The old woman from the Red Dust Sacred Sect waved her hand and rolled her up, escaping 10,000 miles away in an instant.
"Since you've come all the way here, stay here forever."
Wuing stretched out a hand that instantly traveled through space, grabbing the 2 of them back before directly crushing them into blood mist. Only 2 storage rings and a saint artifact remained.
A generation of peerless saintesses had fallen. Rumble. Rumble. Right at this moment, two thunderbolts exploded in the sky one after another, shocking countless people's brains, appalled to the extreme. At this moment, countless people in the entire green cloud state looked up into the sky, only to see endless red clouds converging, as blinding as blood, enveloping the sky in an instant. It reflected the heavens and earth in a blood-red color. The hearts of countless cultivators shook violently. Heaven and earth shared the same sorrow, a saint had fallen. Gulp. Lu Qiancheng gulped in horror, feeling his legs and feet go weak. Wu Ning's gaze fell on them. Why don't you guys run away? Lu Qiancheng opened his mouth and turned his head to look at the old man beside him who was defending him. Yes? Why don't you take me to escape? The old man respectfully arched his hand toward Wu Ning. Your Excellency's strength is profound, and there is no escape for the old man. He was about the same strength as that old man from the 100 Refinements Holy Land, but that old man had been casually slapped to death by Wu Ning, and no sane king had this kind of strength. He knew that there was no escape in front of such an existence. Fleeing would surely lead to death, and staying might still have a chance of survival. Sure enough, the Red Dust Saints sect died as soon as they escaped. And they were alive at least for now. Wu Ning nodded slightly in agreement. Well, you guys really can't escape. Senior. Lu Qiancheng let out a loud cry and hurriedly said, Senior, spare your life. Senior and the others were just passing by. There was absolutely no intention of offending Senior. Heh, do you believe this yourself? Wu Ning sneered. Lu Qiancheng choked for a moment, but immediately piled up a humble and pleasing smile again. Senior, you have a great deal of generosity. Can you let the late generation live? It is not impossible. Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, You and others came to rob a holy weapon. Even though it was unsuccessful, it is still considered an attempted robbery, and this act cannot go unpunished. How about this? Have your family pay a fine of 1 billion extreme spirit stones, and I will spare you once. Chapter 39 Eastern Xian State. 1 billion. Extreme spirit stones? Lu Qiancheng stared wide-eyed. The maid beside him and the sage realm old man did the same, all shocked by this figure. 1 billion extreme spirit stones was enough to buy a few sacred artifacts. What, too little? Wu Ning raised his eyebrows slightly. He had wanted more, but figured that these three guys didn't have that much weight in the Gu family. Quite a lot. Lu Qiancheng hurriedly waved his hand. Senior, I'll have my father send someone to deliver the spirit stones. Wu Ning nodded slightly, and after waiting for him to send the message, he took out a small tower of saint artifacts and took all three of them in, at the same time confiscating their storage rings. I'll let you all go after your father sends the fine. Wu Ning lowered his head and swept a glance through the green cloud sacred city before floating away on a green bird. How terrifying! 100 Refinement Saint's son was actually slapped to death. He died so tragically. The Red Dust Holy Maiden actually died as well. Humph. Even 2 saints died. What are they? Who exactly is that person? Simply too fierce. Xingyun's sacred city was abuzz with excitement. In the north of the city, in the middle of a pavilion of splendor and nobility, more than 10 saint masters were gathered here. Lei Mang had an astonished look on his face. This martial lord is truly terrifying, killing saints like chickens. He's at least an exalted. Even forces as far away as the 100 Refinements Holy Lands and the Red Dust Holy Sect were able to find their way to the door, so naturally, their Holy Lands in the 100 prefectures were also able to find out the whereabouts of several of Wu Ning's people. However, they had all seen Wu Ning before and knew of his extraordinary origins and terrifying strength. Thus, none of them made any rash moves, and they tacitly refrained from revealing information about Wu Ning, preparing to silently watch the show. Those top-tier sacred grounds hadn't bullied them much on a regular basis, and they were happy to see those guys fall on their asses. If they didn't, they had nothing to lose. It was none of their business anyway, no matter who suffered. Ha, I'm afraid the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust Holy Sect have kicked the bucket this time. A holy lord laughed loudly. With the Holy Son and Holy Daughter killed, I wonder what these 2 Holy Lands will do next. Someone's face was filled with anticipation. This Marshal Gungzi doesn't even put the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust Holy Sect in his eyes, and I don't know exactly where he comes from. At this moment, the entire green cloud state was drizzling with a slight rain of blood. This was the heaven and earth vision of a saint realm powerhouse falling. The continuous blood rain drifted down, drenching countless people's bodies, accompanied by a wave of sadness and grief surging through their hearts. What's going on here? What had happened?
Countless people looked at the sky in astonishment, and other than a very few powerful existences with insight, others were simply unclear about what had happened.
East Xian Prefecture. Located in the extreme east of the Eastern Domain, it was a top-notch state that could rank in the top 5 of the entire Eastern Domain's 3,000 states. The Tianqian continent had 7 domains, namely the Central Domain, Eastern Domain, Southern Domain, Western Domain, Northern Domain, Northwestern Demon Domain, as well as the most vast Endless Sea. East of the Eastern Domain, west of the Western Domain, south of the Southern Domain, and north of the Northern Domain were the Endless Seas. The East Xianzhou that Wuing had traveled to was adjacent to the sea. Because of its proximity to the sea, this place was incomparably prosperous and affluent, and at the same time was home to countless large and small sects. Among them, the oldest and most powerful was the Wanxiong School Palace. Rumor had it that there were strong quasi-emperors within the palace, and even in the more distant past, there had been a great emperor-level powerhouse. Wuning's destination for this trip was precisely this Wanxiong Palace of Learning needed to find a place to stay and accumulate sign and counts, and the Wanxiong Palace of Learning was a good place to do so. At the same time, he planned to send Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them in for some further training, as he was too lazy to teach them. It just so happened that there was no shortage of tutors in the Wanxiong Academy. After the Green Bird finished refining a 9th-order demonic beast's inner Dan, its cultivation skyrocketed to 8th-order perfection, and it was just short of comprehending the laws before it could break through to the 9th order. Its flying speed had skyrocketed by a large margin from before, and it took less than half a month to arrive in eastern Shenzhou after flying and stopping along the way. Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. Worthy of being a top 5 top state in the Eastern Domain, the area alone was estimated to be as large as hundreds of Yunnan states. Moreover, the prosperity here was simply not comparable to a small, remote state like Yunnan Prefecture. He stood on the clouds, his gaze traveling through the endless distance, looking at the vast sea to the east, anticipation growing in his heart. I wonder if the seafood in this sea is good. I heard that there were dragons in the sea. I wonder how it compared to the flavor of a dragon. Let's go to East Sea City. The green bird let out a chirping cry, its wings gently shook, and instantly disappeared into the clouds. Not long after, a giant ancient city that seemed boundless appeared in the sight of several people. This was the East Ocean Ancient City. It was also the largest and most prosperous city in the entire Dongshan Prefecture, stretching for tens of thousands of miles, with mountain ranges and rivers, and one glance simply couldn't see the edge. Instead of being a city, it was more like an incomparably prosperous kingdom. The green bird landed in an open area in the city, and no one obstructed it. East Sea City was too big, flying on a ride was extremely normal, and as long as you didn't fly over some of the top forces, no one would care about you at all. Wu Ning brought Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them wandered around East Sea City. The prosperity here was the first time they had seen it. However, in terms of the quality of cultivators, it wasn't much higher than Qingyan's sacred city. There were just more heavenly palace realm cultivators. The Seal King realm was only more common in some of the prosperous areas. As for Sage realm powerhouses, they were still high above the rest. Only a very few top clans or forces had Saint realm ancestors sitting in their ranks. Entering a luxurious restaurant. Asked for a private room. Wu Ning took out the small tower and released Lu Qiancheng. We've arrived in East Shenzhou. Did your old man send the spirit stones? Lu Qiancheng greedily took a breath of fresh air, and when he heard Wu Ning's words, he hurriedly replied, Elder, I'll ask, my father loves me the most, he will gather 1 billion extreme spirit stones to ransom me even if he dumps his family's money. He took out a summoning jade slip from his sleeve and immediately probed a strand of divine sense into it. When he had sent a message to his family earlier, he had said that he would send the spirit stones to East Xian Prefecture. A faint fluctuation of divine sense quickly emanated from the summoning jade slip. Senior, the spirit stones will be delivered soon. Lu Qiancheng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He was really worried that his father didn't want him anymore. Wu Ning nodded casually and savored the food in this restaurant with the 3 of them, Li Yuanbao. There were quite a few edible sea demonic beasts here, which was considered to be a major specialty of East Sea City. Wu Ning was extremely happy that there really were octopus, lobster, scallop and whatnot in the sea, and that he hadn't come to the wrong place this time. A few moments later, a middle-aged man wearing a blue robe walked into the restaurant. Father! Lu Qiancheng shouted happily, his heart was aggrieved, and he had a feeling that he wanted to cry. He did not expect that his old father would come in person. Lu Yao glared at him fiercely, but seeing that he was intact, his heart couldn't help but be relieved. Your Excellency, this is 1 billion extreme spirit stones. Lu Yao handed a storage ring to Wu Ning while secretly sizing him up,
he was truly unfathomable.
Chapter 40 Wanxiang Academy Palace.
Wuing casually put away the storage ring and said with a smile, "I thought that you guys would just send out strong men to rob people?"
Lu Yao arched his hand and said, "This time it was my son who offended your excellency by not knowing the heights of heaven, and to be able to settle this matter with a mere amount of spirit stones, how could our Lu clan not know what's good for us?" He had indeed thought of asking his old ancestor to directly suppress Wuing, but not being able to feel his bottom line, he didn't dare to take the risk. The unknown was the most dangerous. In the event that people were too strong, they might take the old ancestor in for the ride, and that would be a huge loss. Being able to end this matter with a spirit stone was the best choice. The big deal was to wait until later to find out his details, and if he could be dealt with, then ask the old ancestor to suppress him. If he couldn't be offended, then it would be as if nothing had happened. Anyway, with the 100 refinements sacred land and the red dust sacred sect in front of him, all he needed to do was sit back and wait for it to come to fruition. Wuing didn't care what he thought, directly releasing Lu Qiancheng's maid and that old man from the sage realm and waving his hand to send them away. "Father, just what kind of person is that guy? He doesn't look very old, but his strength is terrifyingly strong?" After leaving the restaurant for a long distance, Lu Qiancheng couldn't help but ask. "I don't know." Lu Yao shook his head slightly, a trace of gravity in his eyes. "I only know that his surname is Wu, and that he has appeared in the Qingyan sect, but the Qingyan sect doesn't know where he came from either. I think that this person might be from other domains." "Other domains?" Lu Qiancheng thought about it and felt that it was very possible. Otherwise, it was always impossible for such a number one character with terrifying strength to appear out of nowhere. Let's wait for news from the 100 Refinement Holy Land and the Red Dust Holy Maiden. They lost their Holy Son and Holy Maiden, as well as a Sage Realm powerhouse, and they definitely won't let up. Lu Yao shook his head and quickly left with Lu Qiancheng's few people. Restaurant. "Did you hear? 100 Refinement Saint Sun Shen Haoqiang and Red Dust Saint Maiden were killed." "No way, who is so bold to kill the Holy Son and Holy Daughter of the 100 Refinements Holy Land and Red Dust Holy Sect?" "I've heard about this too, it's been making a lot of noise lately, and it seems to be related to the inheritance of that heavenly Yuan sacred king in the Green Cloud State. It's such a shame that the Red Dust Holy Daughter, such a great and wonderful beauty, was actually killed. I've heard that quite a few of the Red Dust Holy Maiden's admirers are prying for the whereabouts of that murderer, seemingly wanting to avenge the Red Dust Holy Maiden, and even the top 10 demons on the Seal King list have been alerted. TSK, this is going to be a good show again." In the box, Wuing listened with interest to the conversation in the lobby of the restaurant. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. He had only just arrived in East Ocean City when the news had already spread throughout the city. This was spreading a bit too quickly, wasn't it? At this moment, a group of people walked into the restaurant, and the lobby was suddenly quiet. At the head of this group was a woman wearing an ink green-colored Taoist robe. She had a head of long black hair that was draped behind her like an ink-colored waterfall, just below her waist, with a green jade hairpin stuck on her head. A shapely figure was faintly visible under her loose Taoist robes, with a noble and elegant temperament, almond eyes and goose-egg face, eyebrows like a crescent moon, eyes like starry eyes, and a gentle smile on her flawless white face. Behind her, followed by 5 or 6 young boys and girls with somewhat childish appearance. "Boss, ask for a private room," the woman said easily, giving off a feeling like a spring breeze. "Mistress Twilight Rain upstairs please." The shopkeeper humbly led the woman and her party towards the upper floors. The crowd in the lobby looked at the woman's back and whispered, no one dared to be too loud. "Tutor of the Wanxiang Academy." Wuing's gaze couldn't help but linger on the woman for a couple more moments. Her appearance was no worse than that Red Dust Holy Maiden, and her figure should be slightly better. Wuing shook his head, shaking off some unhealthy thoughts. He consumed 20,000 top-grade spirit stones in one meal, and then left the restaurant under the enthusiastic escort of the shopkeeper. Afterward, Wuing directly brought the 3 of them to the Wanxiang Academy Palace. The Wanxiang Academy Palace was located just north of East Sea City, occupying almost 1% of the entire East Sea City, and was extremely vast. "Boss, is this where we'll be cultivating from now on?" Wuing directly led the 3 of them into the Wanxiang Academy Palace, and the guards at the entrance were unable to even look at them. "We estimate that we'll be here for a long time, so during this time you'll cultivate here properly." The 3 of them all revealed joyful colors. On their way here they had heard of the great name of the Wanxiang School Palace, a top-tier power with hundreds of thousands of years of inheritance that had cultivated countless strong people. This was definitely a place that countless young cultivators in the eastern region aspired to. Those who were able to enter here to cultivate were all geniuses who were not one in a million.
Suddenly, a fluctuation emanated from the space, and a green-shirted man appeared in front of several people.
Fellow Taoist, I wonder what I came to my Wanxiang Academy Palace for?
The green-shirted man only swept a glance at Li Yuanbao's trio before directly ignoring them. Ning looked at him and laughed. Rumor has it that the Wanxiang Academy Palace possesses a quasi-imperial level powerhouse, and when I see him today, the rumors are true.
Fellow Taoist came for me?
A trace of gravity appeared in the green-shirted man's eyes. He couldn't see through Ning's reality, and his cultivation was likely above his.
You're overthinking it.
Ning rolled his eyes. It wasn't like he was interested in some absolute beauty. However, this guy had actually late Quasi-emperor cultivation. He had to find an opportunity to fight him. He was now Quasi-emperor perfection, yet he didn't know just how strong he was.
Simply because he hadn't encountered anyone worthy of his full strength, this old fellow late Quasi-emperor should be able to force him to use half of his strength, right? Fellow Taoist, I would like the three of them to enter the Wanxiang Palace of Learning to cultivate.
Ning directly made his intentions known to him. The green-shirted man directly waved his hand. Small matter, I'll have someone arrange it. He was the strongest in the Academy Palace, no one could beat him, naturally no one dared to refute his words. Arranging for a few people was just a trivial matter. However, with regards to the matter of Ning wanting to accompany him, he was a little wary in his heart. A quasi-emperor who was even stronger than him had come to the Wanxiang School Palace, and he didn't know exactly what his intentions were. He couldn't believe that a quasi-emperor had really just come to accompany a few little guys who weren't even at the Heavenly Palace realm to cultivate, and the heirs of great emperors didn't have this kind of treatment, did they? A few moments later, the green-shirted man instructed the people to take Li Yuanbao and the three of them to deal with the affairs of the Enrollment Palace cultivation. He, on the other hand, personally brought Ning to a huge manor nestled in the mountains and surrounded by water. The scenery was extremely beautiful, surrounded by a large number of spiritual plants and flowers planted like a sea of flowers, and when the breeze blew, the flowers smelled for 10 miles. Fellow Taoist, this belongs to the Academy's back mountain forbidden land. There will be no disturbances on weekdays. How about you live here in the future? Okay. Ning threw him a saint artifact. This is the accommodation fee. The green-shirted man casually put it away, a holy artifact only.
Fellow Taoist, my name is Li Qingxian. Ning.
After Li Qingxian left, Ning properly decorated the manor and was planning to take a stroll around the Academy Palace when he suddenly frowned. When he had left Great Jean, the token he had given to Uncle Fu contained a trace of his divine sense, and it would be touched every time the token was moved.
Now, the token was being moved. Chapter 41, Elevating the Crowd of the King's Mansion.
Great Jean Upper Capital City, Yanwang Mansion. Who are you people, and why are you making a move towards the people of our Yanwang Mansion? Uncle Fu stood in the air, holding a golden token in his hand as he coldly gazed at the 4 uninvited guests in the sky.
Not long ago,
these 4 fellows had suddenly appeared in the Yin King's mansion, striking out towards a few guards for no reason at all, and if they didn't have the life-preserving base cards left by His Highness within their bodies, I'm afraid they would have already been poisoned.
Old ancestor, what's going on? This guy is obviously only at the sea transformation realm. How did he suddenly become so terrifying?
A few people gazed at the terrifying aura on Fu Bo's body, and all of them had a feeling of their scalps going numb. The old man at the head of the group frowned tightly. Great ancestor's guess was right, this Yan Wangfu definitely has a big secret. A touch of greed appeared in his eyes. No matter who you are, if you dare to make a move towards our Yanwang Mansion's people, stay. Uncle Fu snorted coldly, mobilizing the mana in the token, and blasted a fist towards the 4 people in the air. The terrifying energy shook the space with pieces of ripples. Uncle Fu narrowed his eyes slightly. He felt like he could blow up all enemies with one punch right now.
This token given by His Highness is truly terrifying.
In the air, the 4 people's faces suddenly changed.
Run away. Boom.
A fist swept through, and the 4 figures instantly went up in smoke.
Including the Seal King Realm Elder in the lead. Too strong.
In the upper capital, an unknown number of people watched this scene dumbfounded. No one had expected that old butler from the Yan Wangfu to be so terrifying.
These guys are too weak.
Uncle Fu felt a little underwhelmed. He didn't even feel much when his enemies were killed in seconds at once. However, he remembered that His Highness had said that the mana in the token would be less if he used a little, so he couldn't waste it.
Fu Bo dropped back to the ground and carefully put the token away. However, right at this moment, a pale figure appeared beside him out of thin air, reaching out his hand like lightning, and before Fu Bo could react, he snatched the token from him. Afterwards, the pale figure instantly flashed back 10 feet away.
It was a gray-clothed old man in his waning years, with crane hair and chicken skin, looking very old, as if he would breathe his last at any moment. The gray-clothed old man excitedly looked at the golden token in his hand. He could feel that this token contained an extremely terrifying energy. If it exploded out, it was estimated that saints would all fall.
Tell me, how do I use this token?
He stared icily at Uncle Fu while releasing a terrifying pressure that enveloped his body. Uncle Fu's face was extremely ugly. The token bestowed by His Highness had actually been snatched away. He really deserved to die.
Quickly tell me how to use this token, otherwise. A murderous aura appeared in the old man's eyes as he once again asked in a cold voice. Oh, otherwise how?
A faint voice suddenly sounded behind him.
Boom!
The old man's face suddenly changed, and without thinking, he killed behind him with a full-force punch.
An all-out strike from a Seal King Realm 8th Sky Powerhouse was enough to raise the entire upper capital city to the ground.
But to the old man's horror, it was as if he had punched his fist into the void, and not a single breeze had been kicked up. At the same time, he also saw the person behind him.
It was an extremely handsome-looking youth.
Shen robed black hair, slender figure, face like a crown of jade, eyes like a bright star. He carried his hands, ink-colored hair fluttering in the wind. It was difficult to hide the graceful and dignified atmosphere. But when contacted with his gaze, it is as if in and with the master of heaven and earth, high above, unrivaled, so that the old man fell into an ice cave. It seems that the next second will fly away from the soul. Ning didn't bother to say much to him, and reached out a hand to press on the top of his head. A moment later, the old man directly dissipated in smoke. Ning's brows spread slightly, so it was the old ancestor of the Yangling Shi clan. He had thought that it was someone from those two great holy lands who had sought him out. However, he had probed this old thing's memories, and it had been found based on the clue of the Green Bird Mount. This was indeed a clue, and perhaps those two great holy lands could also find their way to the Yanwanfu based on this clue.
Your Highness! Uncle Fu shouted with some excitement.
At this moment, the rest of the royal family also ran over, all looking excitedly at Ning.
Your Highness!
Ning smiled faintly, counting the time. It had been half a year since he had left Great Jin.
How have you all been doing lately? I'm sorry to trouble your Highness, everything is fine with the old slaves and the others.
Uncle Fu's eyes were burning, and he briefly reported to Ning what had happened in the royal residence in the past half year. Ning listened quietly. They were all trivial matters. With the resources left behind by Ning, they had almost all been nestled in the royal residence for the past half year, cultivating behind closed doors, rarely going out. The royal residence had no master, and no one else came to disturb it.
It had always been peaceful and quiet. Until today, when the Shi family came to attack.
Your Highness, you came back this time. When do you plan to leave? The crowd looked at him hopefully.
Probably leave soon.
Ning thought for a moment and added, however, in the future, when I have time, I'll come back to visit any time. Anyway, with his cultivation, traveling between Great Jin and East Sea City wouldn't take much time. Also, before I leave this time, I'm going to raise all of your strengths. Ning directly took out 100 million extreme spirit stones and used the Chaos Divine Gourd to condense a trace of Chaos Source liquid before dividing it into 12 portions before sending it into each of their bodies. On average, each of them could share over 8 million extreme spirit stones to condense the Chaos Source liquid.
In an instant, the aura on their bodies began to skyrocket.
While the Chaos Source liquid was raising their cultivation, it was also improving their physiques and enhancing their lifespans. 2 hours later, each of them had undergone a transformative change. The first was their cultivation. The 4 of them, Fubo, Jihao, Xiazhu, and Inshui, had Ning's characteristic care, and their cultivation had directly soared to the night sky of the Seal King realm. The others were a bit worse, but they were basically all around the 5th heaven of the Seal King realm. Even the 2 wives who had only just gathered chi before had their cultivation raised to the 1st heaven of the Seal King realm in one breath. In addition to that was the increase in qualifications. But it wasn't obvious. The trace of Chaos Source liquid was still too little. It was mainly used to raise cultivation. The boost to qualifications wasn't great. At best it was comparable to the top geniuses within the Great Jin. At the same time, the increase in lifespan was also not great. It could be said to be minimal. However, when their cultivation was raised to the Seal King realm, their lifespan naturally increased by a large amount. It could be as little as 3,000 years, or as much as 5,000 years. Coupled with some life-extending pills or heavenly treasures, it was possible to live for 7 or 8,000 years. Ning nodded in satisfaction. This 100 million extreme spirit stones had not been spent in vain.
Many thanks to your Highness for your great favor.
The crowd knelt on the ground in unison. This favor was too great, so great that they didn't even know how to return it.
Get up. Wu Ning raised his hand and helped them up. His gaze swept over them as he solemnly said, I gave you power in order for you to protect yourselves, but I don't want anyone to use it for wrongdoing. Chapter 42. One more Quasi-emperor father. You guys better remember this. Otherwise, what I can bestow upon you, I can take back as well. Old slave honors your highness teachings. Your subordinates will remember your highness teachings. Slave servant honors your highness teachings. The crowd replied back with respectful voices. Wu Ning smiled, of course, if someone bullies you, do not degrade the prestige of the royal family. Fight when you need to, kill when you need to, no need to have any concerns. Yes, your highness. Subsequently, Wu Ning gave Uncle Fu a token that contained an even stronger power that could be killed by a Saint King. In addition, he also gave Uncle Fu a storage ring, which contained an extremely high-grade summoning jade slip, as well as a wide variety of talismanic seals. They were all from the 1st to the 9th rank. These included the Vajra Talisman, Transfer Talisman, Explosive Talisman, Stealth Talisman, Wound Restoration Talisman, Soul Destruction Talisman, and other talisman seals with various functions. These were all made by Wu Ning during the half-year that he had nothing to do in the Green Cloud Sacred City. There were probably tens of thousands of them. In addition, he had also studied formation, alchemy, artifact refining, and puppets when he was bored. Not too proficient, but not too weak either. After thinking about it, Wu Ning directly laid down a city guard formation integrating offense and defense throughout the entire Shangjing city. It was a quasi-imperial level formation that he had signed up for at the Qingyan Sect, and with a ready-made formation diagram, it was extremely easy to set up. Although Shangjing City was large, it was much smaller than Qingyun Sect, and only a scaled-down version of the formation was needed. The scope of the formation was reduced, but its power was not weakened in the slightest. Wu Ning had used a Quasi-emperor soldier as the eye of the formation, and it was difficult for any Quasi-emperor to forcibly break through this formation. This Quasi-emperor soldier that served as the eye of the formation had been placed in the Yin Palace, and only a few people who had been authorized by him were able to control it. Manipulating this formation, a supreme being could also shed blood. In this way, it should be foolproof. Wu Ning muttered in a low voice. If even this couldn't protect Uncle Fu and the others, then it only meant that they deserved their fate. However, just to be on the safe side, before leaving, he had left a protective power within them. The loved ones of Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian, he gave the same. It could save their lives in times of crisis. Only after doing so did Wu Ning leave once again. First, he went to Yangling and wiped out the Shi family with a palm strike from the sky. Only then did he return to the Wansheng School Palace. Li Yuanbao's trio had already successfully entered the Academy Palace to cultivate. In just a day's time, the majority of the higher-ups of the Academy Palace knew about the three of their connections. This was something that Li Qingxian had personally ordered, and no one below dared to slack off. Many of the higher-ups were speculating on what the three of them were from, to actually be able to go through the back door of a paragon emperor. A disciple was unlikely, the three of them weren't talented enough to make a paramount emperor pay attention. Many speculated that it was an heir. Especially since there happened to be one of the three of them with the surname Li. Although it didn't look much like it, perhaps it followed the mother. Just like that, Li Yuanbao had a quasi-emperor father on his head without even realizing it. The higher-ups of the academy were all extremely polite to him, and no one dared to neglect him. Li Yuanbao thought that it was because of Wu Ning and exclaimed in his heart that his boss was powerful. Then he enjoyed himself peacefully. Although Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang detected a hint of strangeness, they couldn't figure out why and didn't think much about it. Back Mountain Villa. Wu Ning's life returned to peace. Every day was just fishing in the back mountains or going to the sea to fish for seafood. Occasionally, he wandered around the Academy Palace or East Sea City. Then it was to accumulate the number of sign-ups. If he signed up enough cultivation, he would be able to break through to the Great Emperor realm in one fell swoop. The Chaos Source liquid was able to boost cultivation to break through small realms, and it was better to use the effect of signing up for cultivation to break through large realms. Time rushed by and 3 months soon passed. In the back of the mountain, by the large river next to the manor, Wu Ning was lying on a chair, fishing. Fishing was a momentary pleasure, and fishing all the time was a straight pleasure. He had already somewhat enjoyed this leisure sport. Originally, Li Qingxian would occasionally come to fish with him, but half a month ago, he fought with him, and he didn't even last 10 rounds before he lost, and then he dove headfirst into a secret room to close the door, and it was estimated that he wouldn't be able to come out for a short period of time. In that battle, Wu Ning hadn't even used his emperor's soldiers.
His body was hard against his quasi-imperial weapon, and he directly killed his teacher with a messy fist. Wu Ning had some regrets, he still had a lot of big moves that he hadn't used. Shaking his head, he grabbed a handful of bait and scattered it into the river, no longer thinking about those things. Beside, a book was arguing with a bird. "Little Green, you're really too stupid. It's been so long that you actually couldn't even break through a small 9th rank. How are you qualified to act as the master's mount? Writing you out would be a disgrace. Master will definitely become a supreme existence that will shake the heavens in the future. At least a divine beast like the true dragon Kuanping is barely qualified to be master's mount. Little Green, you are still too lame." Bao chattered. This guy was like a chatterbox, never-ending words. He sighed. "That's just it. I guess with your little brain you can't understand what I'm saying, alas. Little Black, I'm going to tell my master that you bullied me." The green bird's eyes were reddened, with a look of watering. "Hey, tell me if you can't win, don't bring this? You said I'm stupid. Did I say that? Master." The green bird fluttered its wings and flew onto Wu Ning, a pair of large eyes staring at him innocently. "Alright, Little Green is still small, Little Black, you should let it be in the future." Wu Ning gently patted Little Green's small head and helplessly said towards Bao. "Master, you've changed. You used to call others Xiao Bao, but now you call them Xiao Hei. It's true that a new generation of birds changes the old spirit." Bao sighed long and hard, feeling somewhat aggrieved. Wu Ning threw it a blank stare. Then, he took out a clean white pill the size of a dragon's eye, with a dense Dan halo on its surface, emitting a faint layer of colored haze. The green bird's cultivation level was indeed a bit low, and this elixir was the 9-turn sacred pill that he had signed up for earlier, which should be able to help it break through to the 9th rank. "Thank you, Master." The green bird joyfully swallowed the elixir, then flew to a tree to lie on its back and refine the medicinal power of the elixir. "Master." Seeing that the green bird was cultivating, Bao was not in a good position to disturb it, so he tried to come and annoy Wu Ning. Wu Ning's eyelids fluttered as he directly put it away. Afterwards, he opened the system personal panel. Name, Wu Ning. Cultivation, Quasi-emperor perfection. Physical body, imperishable golden body small completion. Divine soul, void realm peak. Physique, age and moon divine body. Technique, supreme scripture first level, ancient scripture of refining heaven first level. Avatar, a glance of 10,000 years peak. Weapons, Tai Emperor sword, giant spirit battle armor, chaotic god bell. Supreme treasure, black leather book, chaos divine gourd. Remaining sign and count, 103. A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face. There were over 100 more chances to sign in. He was going to use them now, and wasn't going to keep them, as he was focusing on breaking through to the Great Empress realm at the moment. At the moment, the priority was to break through to the Great Emperor realm. He had plenty of time. System, 3 daily signatures first. It seemed like he hadn't signed in at the Palace of 10,000 Elephants yet. There had been great emperors born here, so he should be able to sign in something useful. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Imperial weapon Xian Emperor's purple gold robe. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Emperor-level body technique God's Journey to the Great Void Steps. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Chapter 43, Breaking Through the Great Emperor Realm. Emperor's robe? Wu Ning's eyes lit up, and he immediately took out the Xian Emperor's purple gold robe. A white imperial robe, dark purple in color and emanating a powerful aura, was embroidered with rosy golden cloud patterns, as well as the golden fine lines of true dragons, true phoenixes, mythical beasts, and other divine beasts such as the Kuan Pang. Wu Ning fell in love with it at a glance. This emperor's robe was majestic and domineering yet dignified and elegant. It simply fit perfectly with his identity and temperament. The most crucial thing was that this Xian Emperor purple gold robe was a defensive imperial weapon. A clothing-type imperial weapon that was luxurious to the extreme. Wu Ning directly put it on his body, signing onto the item without refining it. With a movement of his mind, the imperial robe became extremely well-fitted, accentuating his perfectly slender figure. Wu Ning took out a huge, 2-zhang tall treasure mirror and carefully looked into it to admire it. Not bad, this robe is deep in my heart. Wu Ning was very satisfied. This clothing let people know at a glance that he was not an ordinary person with an honorable status. Although it was a bit ostentatious, he didn't need to keep a low profile. Moreover, this emperor's robe was capable of changing its look and color, so even if he wanted to be low-key, a different look would be fine. Ning put the precious mirror away and continued signing in.
System, use 3 monthly signatures.
Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb immortal weapon, the dragon fishing rod. Ding, signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a spatial law origin. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30,000 years of cultivation. Ning's eyes widened slightly. It was true that the monthly signing was still more powerful, much stronger than the daily signing items.
Extreme Immortal Artifact.
This was the first extreme immortal artifact he had obtained. In the ancient ring Morong Yen had given him, there was only one upper-grade immortal artifact and 7 lower-grade immortal artifacts. Immediately, he took out the dragon fishing rod. It was a 3-foot-long golden rod with raised dragon patterns on its surface, feathery like a coiled dragon rod. One end of the rod was wrapped with a transparent thin line, and it was unknown what material it was made of. It was sharper than the blade of the Quasi-emperor sword, and the divine sense couldn't perceive its existence at all.
It is definitely a sharp weapon.
The other end of the thin line is tied with a small green ball, hidden inside the mystery. The power of this small ball alone is no less than a top-grade immortal weapon. Fishing rod, someday we have to go to the endless sea to try to see if it is really possible to fish for dragons. Ning joyfully played with it for a while, then looked towards the other 2 sign-on rewards. Spatial law origin, after fusion, he could master the spatial origin law. This would be the second supreme origin law he possessed. Ning immediately entered the manor's secret room, preparing to fuse the spatial law origin and then extract his signing cultivation to break through to the Great Emperor realm in one fell swoop. With 33,000 years of cultivation, there was no telling how far it could raise him.
Cultivators started comprehending and controlling laws from the Sage realm, and the Venerable realm started comprehending and controlling law domains.
When they reached the Quasi-emperor, they began to condense the origin of the laws and control the power of the origin laws. However, in reality, before Quasi-emperor, rather than controlling the laws, it was more like borrowing the laws of heaven and earth. Only by condensing the origin of the law and being able to diffuse the power of the law itself could one be considered to be truly in control of the law. However, the origin of the laws condensed by a Quasi-emperor was not perfect, and the power of the laws that were derived could not yet be compared to the laws of the heavens and the earth. The Great Emperor realm was different. In order to advance to the Great Emperor realm, one must condense at least one complete law origin. Upon breaking through to the Great Emperor realm, the law origin would undergo a metamorphosis and be able to diffuse the complete power of the laws, comparing favorably to the laws of heaven and earth. A sage exalt was like a vassal in front of a great emperor. It was equivalent to completing the transformation from vassal to ruler. At that time, the earth would be difficult to destroy and the heavens would be difficult to bury, and would no longer be governed by any heavenly Tao under the cosmic heavenly Tao. One would even be able to freely travel between different middle thousand worlds, middle thousand universes, as well as small thousand worlds, small thousand universes. It took Ning 2 days to fully fuse the spatial law origin before directly extracting his cultivation.
Everything was calm, without any ripples.
Without a sound, the Tianxian continent had gained a Grand Emperor powerhouse who was not even 20 years old. And it was a demonic Great Emperor who controlled the laws of time, space, and thunder at the same time. After extracting all 33,000 years of cultivation, Ning's cultivation had rocketed from Quasi-emperor perfection to the 3rd sky of the Great Emperor realm.
Sure enough, there was no thunder tribulation.
He looked at the sky with some regret. A Great Emperor that hadn't been struck by lightning wasn't a complete Great Emperor, and he always felt that something was missing without an Emperor's tribulation.
Well, maybe he didn't sign up for the Emperor's tribulation.
Walking out of the secret room, Ning stood in the center of the courtyard with his hands behind his back, wearing a purple and gold imperial robe, his black hair fluttering without wind, his gaze looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, showing off his powerful demeanor.
Tianxian continent, I am already invincible. Boss.
Right at this moment, Fatty's voice rang out at the entrance of the manor.
Su Ziqian and Zhang Liang followed him, and the 3 of them walked in together. Boss, I'm telling you that a big event happened outside recently, and it's still related to you. Oh? Tell me. Do you know Chu Shengkuan? Chu Shengkuan. Has no impression.
Ning shook his head slightly. Boss, this Chu Shengkuan is the 4th-ranked Heavenly Pride on the Seal King rankings, and he's recently preparing to break through to the Saint Realm. And this guy even proclaimed that he was going to behead you personally after breaking through to sainthood, to avenge that red dust holy maiden. Li Yuanbao said with some disdain.
Another licking dog?
People still want to lick even when they're dead. This guy is also a model worker in the licking dog world.
Ning was somewhat speechless. However, thinking that he could kill me just because he broke through to the Saint Realm, this guy's brain has been kicked by a donkey, right? Su Ziqian's expression was slightly condensed as he said, Brother Wu, although Chu Xingquan is arrogant, he is the saint son of the Wuji Palace, and I've heard that he is also the personal disciple of a supreme exalt. The Wuji Palace was one of the 3 great giants of the Eastern Domain, and possessed a Quasi-emperor in attendance. And there was more than one paragon emperor. It was definitely a giant, and no one in the Eastern Domain dared to mess with it other than the other 2 giants. A supreme disciple of the Wuji Palace, no wonder he dares to be so arrogant. Wu Ning smiled disdainfully, just a supreme disciple, old me is a great emperor, arrogant? When will he cross the sacred tribulation? Li Yuanbao returned, 7 days from now. This guy even invited the other heavenly prides of the Seal King list to go and watch the ceremony, arrogant as hell. That's just as well, we'll go and give him a big gift then as well. Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, a jumping clown wasn't worth his attention, his target was the Wuji Palace. As one of the 3 giants of the Eastern Domain, it was unknown if there were any great emperors. Wuji Palace, Aurora Hall. Have all the invitations been delivered? A young man wearing a dark golden robe with a deep aura opened his mouth and asked. His gaze was deep, his 3-dimensional features were as handsome as a knife carving, his thin lips held a charming smile, and he exuded a cold, arrogant, and strong kingly aura. In front of him, a black armored man bowed, back to the Holy Sun, all the invitations have been delivered, in addition, my subordinate also heard a message. Speak. The person who killed the Red Dust Holy Maiden seems to be at the Wanxiang Academy now. Chapter 44, Saint Son of Wuji Palace. 2 cold auras exploded from Chu Xingquan's eyes, can the news be true? The Red Dust Holy Maiden Muxueli, the 36th ranked heavenly pride on the Seal King ranking, and one of the 4 great beauties of the Eastern region, was a woman he considered a forbidden woman. And now she was killed. Regardless of the other party's origin, he would torture him to death, making him regret coming to this world. He had this confidence simply because he was the saint son of the Wuji Palace. Sacred Son, my subordinate has already sent people to the Wanxiang Academy to check, and there should be news coming back soon. The black armored man replied back in a respectful voice. Humph. Regardless of whether it's true or not, put out the word for me that as long as that surname Wu dares to come to Wuji Sacred City, this Sacred Son will make sure to tell him to come back with no return. A murderous intent flashed in Chu Xingquan's eyes. He would like to see if that arrogant fellow would actually dare to come after hearing this news. Lord Saint Son, there are people from the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust Holy Sect who have come to pay a visit. Someone outside the hall enunciated. It's quite a coincidence to come. Chu Xingquan hooked his lips in a cold smile, let them come in. A moment later. A blue-shirt middle-aged man and a red-skirted beauty walked in together. Chen Tianqing of the 100 Refinements Sacred Land pays his respects to the Chu Sacred Son. The Red Dust Sacred Sect's Lu Tsong Yun pays his respects to the Chu Sacred Son. The 2 bowed slightly. Both of them were Saint Realm powerhouses, yet Chu Xingquan peacefully enjoyed the obeisance of the 2 saints. The position of the Wuji Palace was evident. Straight to the point, are you here for that surname Wu? Chu Xingquan directly opened the door and said. The blue-skirted middle-aged man nodded slightly, not to hide from the Saint Son, we did come for this matter. The red-skirted beauty went on to say, Saint Son, we have found out some of that person's origins. Oh? Tell us. Chu Xingquan came to have some interest. According to our investigation, that person's name is Wu Ning, and he comes from a small, remote country called Great Jin in Yunlan Prefecture. However, when we investigated to the capital city of Great Jin, we found a quasi-imperial level formation there, and we didn't dare to approach it, so we took control of some locals to probe for news. But the news we found out was a bit bizarre. Weird? Chu Xingquan raised an eyebrow. The red-skirted beauty continued, indeed bizarre, according to the detected news, that Wu Ning is the son of the Yen Wangfu of the Great Jin, now at the age of just 19 years old, was once a famous cultivation waste of the Great Jin, and last year was also withdrawn by his fiancée at his doorstep, causing quite a storm. But after that, the Great Jin Yen Wang couple mysteriously disappeared, and that Wu Ning also suddenly became mysterious, possessing an unfathomable strength. Chu Xingquan frowned, could it be that the old monster took over his body? He didn't believe that someone at the age of 19 possessed that kind of strength, no one in this world could do that. The blue-shirt middle-aged man, however, shook his head, it's not necessarily a takeover.
Not only did the one surnamed Wu bring his 2 childhood playmates with him, he also protected the Yinwang mansion very well, purposely laying down a quasi-emperor level formation for this purpose. If it was a seizing of the body, there was absolutely no need to do so. In addition, according to our deeper investigation, it was found that Yan Wang couple's own origins are very mysterious. Perhaps there is another, even more secretive origin behind them.
It's not taking over.
Zhu Xingquan frowned fiercely. No matter what, he didn't believe that someone at the age of 19 possessed the strength to kill a sage powerhouse. It had never been seen in ancient times.
Even the reincarnation of the legendary immortals couldn't do it. Could it be that?
He suddenly thought of a possibility, perhaps that person surnamed Wu did not rely on his own strength, but rather possessed some sort of heaven-defying treasure. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible.
Are you guys sure that Quasi-emperor grand formation was set up by that surname Wu?
The blue-shirted middle-aged man returned. What's certain is that Quasi-emperor grand formation was laid down for an extremely short period of time, less than half a year. In addition, we found that grand formation was somewhat similar to the Green Cloud Sect's mountain protection formation. Qin Yun's sect? A dangerous light flashed in Zhu Xingquan's eyes, and he said with some disdain, "It's just a fallen sect. Could it be that they were helping that surname Wu to set up the formation?" That surname Wu had spent some time in the Qin Yun sect. The relationship between them is definitely not simple.
Zhu Xingquan looked at the two of them. You guys didn't just come to this saint's son to inform him of this information, right?
The two of them nodded. We are willing to join the sacred son in taking action against that surnamed Wu. Dealing with Wu Ning was secondary. The main thing was that the youth in front of them would likely be the next saint master of the Wuji Palace, and they had to take the opportunity to make good relations. In addition, even if Wu Ning really did have some powerful background, with the Wuji Palace at the front, they would be able to be fearless. Zhu Xingquan smiled faintly. He could naturally guess a few of their intentions.
However, he didn't care.
Looking at the entire Tianxian continent, their Wuji Palace was also one of the most powerful forces.
He was fearless of everything. Boss, that guy surnamed Chu is provoking you, huh?
The words released by Zhu Xingquan were as if they had grown wings, and within a few days, they had spread to East Ocean City. No need to care, just someone who will die. Wu Ning fiddled with the seafood in his hand, while in his heart, he thought that when he got him killed in a few days, he would make sure to concoct a good one. He was a careful person.
Carry.
Suddenly, a chirping cry rang out from the on the side. Immediately afterward, a powerful aura quickly spread out in all directions, filling the entire Wanxiang Academy Palace in an instant.
Finally, a breakthrough.
Wu Ning revealed a smile. It appeared that the 9 turns into a saint pill had worked.
Tree. The green bird shot up into the sky, its figure rising, and the aura on its body climbed up violently. At the same time, the sky was violently overcast, and boundless thunderclouds began to converge. Holy tribulation! Countless people looked at the sky in shock.
Swish, swish, swish. A figure appeared in mid-air. All of them were strong figures from the Wanxiang Academy, each with an extremely powerful aura. Among them, there were a few figures that were merely a blurry shadow, but they were extremely magnificent, their auras unfathomable, and the gazes of the others as they looked towards them were filled with awe. Wu Ning swept a glance. The depth of this Wanxiang Academy was truly profound. There were dozens of sage powerhouses that had appeared in the air, and there were 5 or 6 exalted, with 2 supreme exalts among them. With a lineup like this, it was estimated that no power in the entire eastern domain would be able to come up with it other than the 3 great giants.
Moreover, these people would definitely not be all the strongest of the Wanxiang Academy. For example, Li Qingxian did not appear.
TSK, a green bird with an ordinary bloodline has actually broken through to the 9th rank. It really puts my generation to shame. Many gazes gazed at the green bird in the air, their eyes somewhat emotional. Thinking that they had toiled and cultivated for thousands of years to break through to this realm, they didn't think that someone else would easily reach it with a mount.
It's really a person who was more angry than 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 a person. Some people took one look and left, feeling devastated.
A few Zunis gazed at Wu Ning, nodded to him, and all left as well. Wu Ning had been in the Wanxiang School Palace for more than 3 months, and all of them, the strongest members of the school palace, basically knew of his existence.
Chapter 45 Number 1 on the King Seal Ranking. Key.
In the air, the green bird's body length had skyrocketed to 100 feet, and the aura on its body climbed to a peak.
Boom! A bucket-thick dark blue thunderbolt fell violently, splitting straight into the green bird's huge body, and countless thunderons flew around like sparks.
A few Sage Realm powerhouses immediately stepped in, and vast mana surged, shielding the entire school palace.
Otherwise, the entire Wanshan school palace would have been ravaged by the aftermath of the lightning tribulation.
As one thunderbolt struck down, the power of the thunderbolt continued to grow, large portions of the green bird's feathers were scorched, and more serious injuries gradually appeared on its body. Its cultivation had grown too fast along the way, and it had barely experienced any battles, so it was extremely disadvantaged by the lightning tribulation at this moment. Li Yuanbao, several people all pinched a sweat. The power of this thunder tribulation was too terrifying for them. I'm afraid that if they touched a trace of it, they would be annihilated. Wuing quietly watched, not making any moves to help it survive the tribulation, only striking a trace of chaos origin liquid into its body when its injuries were severe. The lightning tribulation kept destroying its body, but it wasn't as fast as the chaos origin liquid could repair it. It just had to suffer some more, and if it survived it would be of no small benefit to it. The lightning tribulation calcined the body, which was almost rare. There were a total of 27 thunderbolts in the holy tribulation, one stronger than the other, and it split for 4 or 5 hours. Finally, the last thunder tribulation dissipated. Key! With a chirping cry, a majestic holy might instantly filled heaven and earth, sweeping out in all directions. It carried an aura of nobility and majesty. Phoenix bloodline? Several sage powerhouses looked stunned. An ordinary green bird had actually awakened a phoenix bloodline. What kind of joke was this? Wuing was also somewhat surprised, having given this little green bird a strain of phoenix bloodgrass to eat it first, and then possessing a trace of the phoenix bloodline. But the phoenix bloodline that had awakened now was not as simple as a trace. It was at least 10,000 times stronger than before the breakthrough. This wasn't something that could be done by a single sacred pill, and it seemed that the green bird itself should possess a hidden phoenix bloodline. Carry! The green bird regrew even tougher feathers, and it chirped happily a few times before shrinking its body and flying towards Wuing, landing in the palm of his hand.
Master, I seem to have something extra inside me.
The green bird said crisply. Wuing checked for it, and there was nothing wrong with it. Bloodline and realm were extremely solid.
He tapped the little green bird's head and asked, "Little green, can you take form now?" "Transform? Master, how do I take shape?"
Wuing was speechless for a while.
If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Wasn't this something that could be done once the realm was reached?
He had heard that certain demonic beasts in the northwest demon region that possessed a powerful bloodline were able to take shape at the 6th rank. If the bloodline is not as strong, it may take 7 or 8 steps to be able to do so. At worst, the 9th stage should be able to do it, right? Of course, he estimated that demonic beasts with too poor a bloodline wouldn't be able to cultivate to the 9th rank. Forget it, if it won't, it won't, it's quite good just like that. The little green bird squinted slightly, enjoying Wuing's touch. Although it had reached the 9th rank, its mind was at best equivalent to that of an 8 or 9-year-old child. 3 days later. Li Yuanbao found Wuing. "Boss, someone from the Academy Palace is also traveling to the Wuji Palace to observe the ceremony, should we join them?"
"No need, let them go first."
Soon after, a giant, metaphysical yellow ancient boat flew out of the Academy Palace and disappeared into the sky in a matter of moments. Wuing's gaze narrowed slightly. It was actually a Saint artifact ancient boat, which was very wide and had many pavilions on it.
It was like a small city that could fly. He suddenly felt that he was a bit outdated. Demonic beast mounts seemed a bit too primitive. Nowadays, flying spirit weapons and flying boats were all the rage. The probability of directly signing up for a flying boat was too low, so Wuing remembered that he still had 100 million tons of star ancient gold, and he was prepared to personally build a flying boat himself. A perfect emperor-level flying boat. However, building an emperor soldier wasn't easy, so Wuing was prepared to design a model first and then build a few Saint artifact-level flying boats to practice on. Before that, there was still a need to refer to what other people's flying boats looked like. A day later, Wuing stopped what he was doing. He prepared to take Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them to the Wuji Palace to observe the ceremony. The Wuji Palace was located in Qingling Prefecture, bordering the central region. The distance from Dongshan Prefecture was equivalent to spanning the entire eastern domain. If it was before the breakthrough, the green bird was estimated to have to fly for half a month, but after the breakthrough to the 9th rank, it arrived in Qingling Prefecture in less than half an hour. At this moment,
in front of the Wuji Palace's mountain gate, on a huge high platform, Zhu Xingkuan sat cross-legged, gazing and closing his eyes, his body exuding a metaphysical aura. In the surrounding sky, there were a large number of palace spirit vessels or flying boats suspended in the hundreds, all of which were the various Holy Land level forces that had come to observe the ceremony. The Wuji Saint Sun doesn't even seem to be 1,000 years old yet. He's actually about to break through to the Saint realm, worthy of being the 4th ranked supreme pride on the Seal King ranking.
Someone couldn't help but lament. The Seal King ranking was a Seal King realm battle power list.
There were millions of King Sealers in the entire eastern region, yet there were only 100 spots. Although they were all young people around 1,000 years old, they were definitely able to represent the peak battle power of the Seal King realm. This was because those who were stronger than them and older than them had basically broken through to the Saint realm. More than half of the top 10 peerless Seal Kings recognized in the eastern region were on this list. The gold content of this list was still extremely high. Buzz! Right at this moment, 2 giant ancient boats broke through the air, emitting an oppressively powerful aura. Each ancient boat was thousands of feet long, covered with palaces and buildings, flowers and grass, and had quite a few young men and women with flashy clothes on them. The Shin Tian Sword Sect and Cloud Dream Mountains people have come. The crowd looked shocked, their gazes tinged with awe. Brother Wuhin, Holy Maiden. On the Wanxiang Academy Palace's ancient boat, a clear and handsome cloud-shirred youth arched his hand in the direction of the 2 ancient boats. He was the Wanxiang Academy Palace's supreme heavenly pride, Lu Feibai, ranked 3rd on the Seal King ranking, higher than Chu Xingkuan's ranking. On the Shin Tian Sword Sect's ancient boat, a sword-carrying youth teasingly looked at him. Elder brother Feibai, I didn't expect that you actually dared to come. Chu Xingkuan, this guy is small-minded and always vindictive. He has always been unwilling to be suppressed by you. Aren't you afraid that he will look for trouble from you after his breakthrough? Lu Feibai laughed. Brother Wuhin, if Chu Shangzi breaks through, if he wants to look for it, he will also look for trouble from you.
Jian Wuhan was dumbfounded.
He sealed the 1st place in the king ranking. That Chu Xingkuan fellow had definitely been jealous of him for a long time. On the other hand, on the ancient boat at Cloud Dream Mountain, a woman wearing a wide-sleeved purple ribbon immortal dress stood in front of a palace and smiled as she nodded to the 2 of them, Jian Wuhan and Lu Feibai. Her skin was snowy, her eyes were like a vast expanse of clear water, her temperament was elegant and lofty, she didn't need earthly fire, and her body seemed to be haunted by a layer of haze, as if she was a goddess in the world.
Chapter 46 Imperial Prince of the Great Qian Empire. Key.
A clear bird song suddenly rang out, accompanied by a powerful holy might that immediately attracted many gazes.
This is a green bird mount? Could this be the ruthless person who killed the 100 Refinement Saint Sun and the Red Dust Saint Maiden? Some people couldn't help but speculate as they felt the powerful aura from the green bird. This person is so bold, he doesn't put the Wuji Saint Sun in his eyes in the slightest, and now he even dares to come to the Wuji Palace in person. I don't know where this person comes from. The 100 Refinement Sect's Saint Sun and the Red Dust Sacred Sect's Saint Daughter said they would kill him without any fear, and coming to the Wuji Palace should have some backbone as well. That said, how come I don't see the people from the 100 Refinement Sacred Land and Red Dust Sacred Sect? At this time, they realized that there were no flying boats from the 100 Refinement Holy Land and Red Dust Sacred Sect around. On the high platform.
Sensing the unbridled aura of the green bird, Chu Xingkuan couldn't help but open his eyes as well, coldly glancing at Wuning on the green bird before closing his eyes once more.
A moment later,
the color of the sky became violently gloomy, and thunderclouds began to converge.
It's begun. The crowd's complexion trembled. The succession tribulation was a rare sight for decades. Boom!
Chu Xingkuan was worthy of being a peerless heavenly pride that ranked at the top of the Seal King list, and was blatantly unafraid in the face of the thunder tribulation, even charging directly up against it, forcefully shattering one of the thunderbolts. Ning stood on the back of the green bird with his arms folded, a Shen Emperor's purple and gold robe of nobility, attracting many side glances.
Interesting, there might be a good show today.
Jian Wuhan sized him up and realized that he could not see through him at all, worthy of being an existence capable of killing a saint. A flash of color flashed out in the eyes of the Cloud Dream Holy Maiden, who then revealed a strikingly light smile.
Several hours passed in a flash.
Chu Shangkuan's battle intent grew higher and higher as he forcefully shattered the last thunder tribulation, and a powerful holy might erupted from within him. Just as the crowd was preparing to congratulate him, a loud, arrogant laugh resounded abruptly.
Ha ha, it seems that this emperor has come at the right time.
A golden warship broke through the clouds, carrying a terrifying pressure as it descended from the clouds. This golden warship was more than 3,000 feet long, immense and incomparable. Its entire body was made of red flame essence gold, showing off its luxury, more powerful and domineering than an ordinary flying boat, and its value was definitely no less than a sacred king's soldier. On top of the golden warship, a black flagpole was inserted, on which hung an incomparably majestic basalt-colored 9 dragons flag.
It hunted in the wind. The Deqian Empire's royal family?
The crowd looked slightly shocked. This great Qian Empire came from the central domain, which was different from the eastern domain, which was honored by the imperial dynasties and empires, and all clan forces had to be subservient to the imperial dynasties and empires. In the central domain, there were a total of 3 great imperial dynasties and 3 great empires, each of which was incomparably powerful, and definitely not weaker than the 3 great giants of their eastern domain. And this great Qian Empire was the very empire that bordered the eastern domain. Unexpectedly, when the Wuji sacred sun crossed the threshold, even the Deqian Empire's imperial family had actually come.
Brother St. Kuan, you're actually 1 step ahead of me again, congratulations.
A young man in a golden-colored fancy dress walked out of the warship. His body was awe-inspiring and imposing, a pair of eyes shot cold stars, and his eyebrows revealed dignity and arrogance.
This person was the 3rd prince of the great Qian Empire, Song Yuanshan.
Behind him were 5 or 6 young men and women, each with an extraordinary demeanor, all Seal King realm celestials.
Brother Yuan Chen, I didn't expect you to come.
Chu Xingkuan said with a smile to Song Yuanshan while feeling the powerful strength surging through his body.
This imperial prince's trip was to visit a senior on the East Sea Immortal Island, and it just so happened that I heard that you, Brother Sheng Kuan, were preparing to cross the threshold to become a saint, so I came over.
Then you've come at the right time. I'll invite you to watch a big show next. Chu Xingkuan evoked a wicked smile, his gaze turning towards Wu Ning in the air with a touch of arrogance.
I didn't expect you to actually come. This saint's son will give you a chance. As long as you choose to submit to me, the matter of beheading the reddish dust holy maiden will be written off. What do you think?
He had changed his mind. Wu Ning likely had a great secret on him, and it would undoubtedly be a better choice if he could subjugate him. At those words, the surrounding crowd immediately dropped their gazes onto Wu Ning, wanting to see how he would choose.
Ha!
Wu Ning did not speak as he stretched out a hand towards Chu Xingkuan and grabbed him. In the next instant, Chu Xingkuan appeared in front of him out of thin air.
Provoking this Gongzi several times, what do you think I will do?
Wu Ning looked at him indifferently, releasing a wisp of imperial might to press him to his knees in the air. Chu Xingkuan's face rose to a blood-red color. To be pressured into kneeling on the ground in full view of everyone made him feel immensely humiliated, his anger drowning instantly without reason, his eyes revealing a crazed killing intent.
How dare you humiliate me like this? I will kill you. Snap.
Wu Ning smacked a large beady pocket on his face, and several teeth flew out with blood splatters.
What's wrong with this Gongzi humiliating you? I will kill you. Slap.
Wu Ning slapped up again, the crisp sound echoing in the air.
Holy sun. Bold fanatic, let go of the saint's son.
A group of black armored guards rushed towards Wu Ning with red eyes, the leader of which was a Sage Realm powerhouse, but they all turned into flying dust before they could reach Wu Ning.
The surrounding area was silent as everyone stared dumbfounded at this scene. How could the holy son of the hallowed Wuji Palace be pressed to the ground and punched in the face?
Good guts.
Who are you, this guy? How dare you humiliate Brother St. Kuan like this in front of the Wuji Palace? Do you want to find death?
Song Yuanshan looked at Wu Ning indifferently, as if he were looking at a dead man. It was the first time he had seen such an arrogant person since he had grown up.
Didn't he know what kind of existence he was provoking? Snap. Is there a place for you to speak?
Wu Ning glanced at him and directly slapped him across the face, and a handsome cheek was instantly beaten to a bloody pulp.
Song Yuanshan was struck dumb. Unbridled.
On the golden warship, a white-robed old man grew furious, his terrifying aura instantly erupting as he raised his hand towards Wu Ning to kill him.
This old man was clearly a Saint King powerhouse. Boom.
However, in the next second, he was directly slapped by Wu Ning's casual hand. Before the crowd could react, an even more terrifying pressure descended, the heavens and earth changed color, and the void trembled, seemingly somewhat unable to withstand this terrifying pressure.
Dare to insult my disciple, seek death. At this instant, the heavens and earth seemed to quiet down.
A terrifying palm imprint appeared in the air, carrying an unrivaled and terrifying might as it slapped straight towards Wu Ning's several people.
Supreme! The gazes of the crowd were horrified.
When a supreme being was angry, the heavens and earth changed color. Saints were as weak as ants in front of them.
Humph!
Wu Ning let out a cold snort, and the large palm imprint that had fallen in the air instantly dissipated. Afterward, he reached out into the void, traversing through the layers of spatial barriers, grabbing a bald old man by the neck and ripping him out with a hand. Old thing, this Gonzi will not only insult your disciple, but also you.
Chapter 47, Imperial Might.
Wuing looked at him with cold eyes. A wisp of Imperial might pressurized him so much that he couldn't straighten his back, and with a plop, he knelt beside Chu Xingquan.
You.
The bald old man stared in horror, his eyes wide open.
This was Ing Emperor's might. He wasn't as uneducated as Chu Xingquan, who couldn't even recognize Dwei.
The bald old man was scared out of his wits, and in his heart, he couldn't wait to eat Chu Xingquan alive. Paralyzed, it's fine to be domineering in your day-to-day life, but you actually dare to provoke a great emperor.
Really damned ah.
At this moment, the scene was silent, everyone looked dumbfounded.
A supreme lord. He was actually kneeling in front of someone like a dog.
This world was so crazy that they felt like they were dreaming. Song Yuanshan's face had been smashed and his protector had been killed, his heart was burning with rage, but when he saw this, he didn't even dare to utter a word and hurriedly averted his gaze for fear of attracting Wuning's attention. Of course, in terms of the most clueless, when it comes to Chu Xingquan, undoubtedly.
Actually, even the master. How is this possible? Impossible, I don't believe it. This must be an illusion, break it for me.
Wuing frowned slightly. This thing wouldn't be scared silly, would it? Shaking his head, he slapped towards him, ready to finish him off.
Your Excellency, be merciful. A domineering-looking black-robed man appeared out of thin air.
Wuing moved without stopping, directly slapping Chu Xingquan into a puff of blood mist. Even his soul was obliterated, and he couldn't die anymore. Only afterward did he raise his eyes to look at the black-robed man who had appeared. A peak Quasi-emperor was just not enough to look at.
What, you want to avenge him? No.
The black-robed man shook his head before politely arching his hand towards Wuing. Your Excellency, Chu Xingquan deserves to die, but I still hope that you can spare Supreme Emperor Wanfeng's life?
Boom.
However, as soon as his words fell, the bald old man was directly slapped into a bloody mist.
You.
The black-robed man was furious in his heart. Wuing looked at him indifferently and said, if you dare to strike out at this prince, the only way is death.
You can strike if you want revenge. I dare not.
The black-robed man hurriedly arched his hand, his stance placed extremely low. Although they, Wuji, also had a great emperor alive, but that great emperor had traveled to the stars thousands of years ago and had yet to return. It was simply impossible for him to return in a short period of time, so at this moment, he wouldn't dare to start a conflict with a great emperor. Your Excellency, now that Chu Xingquan and Supreme Peak Wanfeng are dead, I still hope that this matter can come to an end and not involve innocent people anymore.
Innocent?
Wuing let out a cold laugh. This kind of old monster who had lived for an unknown number of thousands of years and had killed an unknown number of people had the nerve to talk to him about innocence? It is impossible to stop here. Your Wuji Palace disciples provoked this male in the first place. If it is so easy to get over it, then where is this male's majesty? If word gets out, won't they all think that this eunuch is easy to bully? The black-robed man hurriedly said, Your Excellency has a point, this matter is indeed my Wuji Palace's fault in the first place. I would like to represent the Wuji Palace and apologize to Your Excellency here, hoping that Your Excellency can be lenient and not pursue this matter any further.
You do know what's right.
Wuning's face slowed down, that's all. This Gongzi is not a person who is addicted to killing, and is unwilling to add to the killing, so if you take out 10 billion spirit crystals as an indemnity, this matter will be considered to have been resolved.
10 billion spirit crystals?
The black-robed man shook his face. Where did he get that many spirit crystals? That wasn't spirit stones, but spirit crystals.
A whole 10 billion, they couldn't take it out even if they emptied their Wuji Palace. What, is it difficult? Wuning's tone was slightly cold.
The black-robed man gritted his teeth and said, Your Excellency, we can't take out 10 billion spirit crystals, however, I am willing to use a Quasi-emperor soldier as an indemnity.
Its value is definitely no less than 10 billion spirit crystals, what do you think? That's fine.
Wuing nodded indifferently. It seemed that these giant forces weren't all that wealthy, not even having 10 billion spirit crystals. The black-robed man took out a purple gold bell and handed it to Wuing, feeling blood dripping from his heart.
As a peak Quasi-emperor, he only had 2 Quasi-emperor weapons, and now he had to give one away.
It was simply digging flesh from his heart. Wuing took the bell and surveyed it. It was a soul attack type Quasi-emperor soldier, not bad, but it was useless to him. This mail is giving you a chance. As long as you gather 10 billion spirit crystals within a year, you can redeem this Quasi-emperor soldier.
The black-robed man's eyes lit up. Many thanks.
Waving his hand, Wuing swept a glance at the several figures hidden in the air before directly leading Li Yuanbao's few people away. The black-robed man's face sank, and he then lost sight of him as well. Time was running out, he still had to go and think of a way to raise spirit crystals to redeem his Quasi-emperor soldier. Only after they left did all the people at the scene heave a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to say much, nor did they dare to stay for fear that the Wuji palace would silence them, and they all left as if they were fleeing for their lives in their flying boats. Many people had palpitations in their hearts. What they saw and heard today was really damn exciting. Going back was enough for them to blow 100 years of awesome. Your Highness. Behind Song Yuan Chen, several young men and women looked at him cautiously. Go, leave here first. Song Yuanchen grimaced, his gaze towards them vaguely flashed with a murderous intent. These people had seen the most wretched scene he had ever seen, and they couldn't be kept any longer. Thinking back to what he had just experienced, boundless rage surged through him once again, causing his face to distort and his gaze to be resentful, with half of his face bloodied and blurred, looking like a severe ghost. The golden-colored warship quickly disappeared into the sky. Outside the Wuji Palace, several figures revealed themselves. They were all powerhouses from the 100 Refinements Holy Land and the Red Dust Holy Sect, who were extremely silent at this moment. What should we do next? A white-bearded old man broke the silence. What else can we do? Even the Wuji Palace has conceded, this kind of existence is simply not something we can mess with, prepare to make amends at the door. Alas, it can only be so. On the other side. Boss, you were really domineering just now. Li Yuanbao's face was full of excitement, with admiration and yearning in his gaze. It would be great if I could be as domineering as you, boss. No, as long as I have 1/10,000th of your domineering aura, boss, I'll be satisfied. Wuing smiled faintly. It's not that simple. As long as you raise your cultivation to the Great Emperor realm, you'll be able to be just like me just now. Li Yuanbao's face fell. He had only just broken through to the Dharma phase realm. With his talent, it would probably take him the next lifetime to cultivate to the Great Emperor realm, right? Su Ziqian couldn't help but sigh. Brother Wu, you're not even 20 now, you should be the youngest Great Emperor in all of history, right? Perhaps. Wuing looked up at the sky and leisurely said, but you must know that there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, and a Great Emperor is merely the extreme of the human path, and there is a much wider heaven and earth on top of it. Chapter 48, The Inferno Abyss. Su Ziqian's trio was dazzled to hear that there were higher realms above great emperors. However, these were too distant for them, not something they could currently peer into. Perhaps only great emperor powerhouses had that qualification. Key. The green bird let out a crisp chirping cry, and with a slight tremor of its wings, it instantly traveled 10,000 miles, rocking in the direction of the central domain. Wuing wished to build an emperor-level flying boat, using star ancient gold as the main material. However, star ancient gold was indestructible and extremely difficult to melt. In order to save time, he planned to search for a divine fire that could melt the star ancient gold. According to Mo Bao, there was an inferno demon abyss in the Great Inferno Empire Kingdom in the central domain. It had existed since ancient times and was a place of supreme treasures. But it was also a place of great evils that even great emperor powerhouses didn't dare to go deep into. In this demon abyss, there is a flame that can melt the star ancient gold. It was called the Nine Septic Emperor Amazing Flame. Half an hour later, the green bird crossed the Great Qian Empire and the Great Zhou Dynasty and entered the Great Yan Empire's territory. Suddenly, Wuing frowned, realizing that there was a saint-level ancient boat behind them that had been chasing them. Hong Xiao, those few people are able to possess 9th-ranked demonic beast mounts. Their origins must be extraordinary. We won't get into trouble, will we? On the ancient boat, an enchanting woman wrapped herself around the arm of a young man in gorgeous clothes and said with some worry, "No harm done. If their origins are no longer ordinary, are they still as good as our Huangfu family?" The youth said in disbelief. Their Huangfu family was one of the top 10 top sects in the Great Zhou Dynasty. A family with 2 supreme beings. It was able to securely rank among the top 3 in the entire top 10 sects. More importantly, the current empress of the Great Zhou Dynasty was the daughter of their Huangfu family. This made the entire Huangfu family dare not be messed with by anyone in Great Zhou other than the royal family. Besides, this young man just wants to make a deal with them, so I think no one should dare not give face to our Huangfu family. A touch of arrogance appeared in the youth's eyes. This direction. They are going to the Inferno Demon Abyss? The youth frowned. The Yin Demon Abyss was a place of great evil. The sage realm didn't even dare to dabble in it easily. That deepest place, even the 2 old ancestors of their Huangfu family didn't dare to step into it.
Did these guys want to go looking for death? Bo Yun, speed me up and catch up with them. The ancient boat's speed skyrocketed. A moment later, the green bird arrived in the sky above the Inferno Demon Abyss and was immediately enveloped by an unusually terrifying high temperature, and the nearby space was scorched and somewhat distorted. If an ordinary person were to approach, they would probably instantly go up in smoke. Ning released a wave of mana to protect the three of them, Li Yuanbao, and then had the green bird land next to the Inferno Demon Abyss. At the same time, the Huangfu family's ancient boat finally caught up. My friend, I am Huangfu Hong, the third young master of the Huangfu family of the Great Zhou Imperial dynasty, and I wish to purchase this green bird mount of yours for a holy artifact. What do you think? A confident smile appeared on Huangfu Hong's face. He purchased the green bird because he wanted to give it to a princess of Great Zhou. That person had always wanted a 9th-rank spirit pet, and this green bird would definitely be able to satisfy her. Scram! Wu Ning's eyes were cold, so he was looking at the green bird. Not to mention whether he was selling it or not, wanting to exchange a 9th-ranked demonic beast for a single saint artifact was simply a fool's dream. Huangfu Hong's face was immediately gloomy. In his opinion, he had already given enough face by announcing the great name of the Huangfu family and being willing to exchange it for a saint artifact, but he didn't expect that this person would be so ungrateful. Kid, you'd better think clearly before you speak. Our Huangfu family is... Boom! Before they could finish their words, they directly exploded in place, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Since you don't want to roll, then stay forever. Wu Ning's expression was bland. Having killed more people, his heart was already as cold as a sword. Of course, it could also be because his cultivation level was so high that killing someone was like crushing a few ants. There was no feeling at all. Ah, kill him! Seeing that Huangfu Hong was killed, Huangfu Hong's guards immediately reddened their eyes and frantically came towards Wu Ning to kill him. With their master being killed, it would be a dead end for them to go back. It would be better to die with the murderer, so as not to involve their family. Boom boom! Wu Ning's gaze was indifferent as he released a wisp of Imperial might, and all of the guards instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Even the enchanting woman was no exception. Jejia, your excellency truly has great guts to even dare to kill someone from the Huangfu family. Right at this moment, 3 silhouettes flew out from the Inferno Demon Abyss. An elegant middle-aged man, a charming and attractive purple-clothed woman, and an eagle-nosed old man. The one who had just uttered a voice was none other than the eagle-hook-nosed old man. Old thing, this Gungzi axe, do I need you to comment on it? Wu Ning said in a cold voice. You. The old man's eyes showed a fierce light, but in the end, he didn't dare to make a move. He couldn't see through Wu Ning's reality and didn't dare to make a move rashly. Humph. In the end, he only expressed his dissatisfaction with a cold snort, which was the last of his stubbornness, before he directly flashed away, without even putting down a single harsh word. Cluck cluck cluck. The purple-clothed woman covered her lips and laughed. Her body curves were full and her gaze was seductive and seductive. She surveyed Wu Ning's body with interest and her voice was pasty as she said. Gongzi was born really handsome, slaves so like it. Wu Ning had a chill. Cluck cluck cluck, are you a chicken? The woman's face stagnated, instantly becoming extremely ugly, as if she had been poked to the sore spot. The two of you speak properly, do not hurt the peace. This Inferno Demon Abyss is a place of great evil, one must not make a fuss here. The elegant middle-aged man next to him hurriedly rounded off the scene. The woman did not speak and directly flashed away. The elegant middle-aged man arched his hand at Wu Ning and left with him. Wu Ning squinted his eyes as he surveyed the Inferno Demon Abyss in front of him, hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and no less than 100,000 kilometers wide, with a blazing red light bubbling within it, distorting space, and so deep that he couldn't see the bottom. This place was rich in heavenly treasures with the attribute of supreme yang, and it was definitely a precious place for strong people who comprehended the laws of fire. Because of the existence of this Yin Devil Abyss, a large portion of the cultivators within the Great Yin Empire practiced fire attribute techniques and martial arts, and the number of alchemists and artifact refiners similarly far exceeded that of other places. However, it was said that the Inferno Demon Abyss would erupt into a fiery tidal wave every once in a while, which would gush out some fire attribute heavenly treasures, but it would be a disaster for the area near the Inferno Demon Abyss. You guys just stay here and don't wander off, I'll be back soon. Wu Ning turned to Li Yuanbao and said to the three of them that the depths of the Inferno Demon Abyss were a bit treacherous, and he wasn't prepared to bring them down. After thinking about it, he drew a circle around them that was several hundred feet in diameter, and instructed them not to leave the confines of the circle. As long as they were within the circle, it would be difficult for even a Quasi-emperor to injure them, while not having to worry about the outbreak of the Inferno Demon Abyss's fire tide.
Afterward, Wuing entered the Inferno Demon Abyss alone.
Chapter 49 9 Septic Emperor Yen.
Entering within the Inferno Demon Abyss, the space within this was even more enormous than what was seen outside. It was filled with crimson, a world of flames. Wuing flew straight towards the depths of the Inferno Demon Abyss, traveling across the landscape. Along the way, he encountered a large number of peculiar flame beings, humanoid, beastly, and all sorts of strange-looking ones.
These flame beings were the Inferno Devils.
The weakest of the Yen Devils were equivalent to the Seal King realm, and after killing them, they were able to obtain a treasure called Fire Essence. The deeper they went, the stronger the Inferno Devils became, and gradually, Inferno Devils equivalent to the Saint realm appeared.
Rumble.
Below the abyss, a violent and terrifying fluctuation suddenly came from below. As Wuing's divine sense swept, it was actually a human exalted fighting a giant Inferno Demon. That Inferno Demon was 100 feet tall, human-like in appearance, but with 3 heads and 6 arms. Its aura was extremely strong, and it did not lose the slightest bit of ground in its battle with an exalted 6th Heavenly Hall of Fame powerhouse. Wuing narrowed his eyes slightly as he noticed a hint of abnormality. Almost all of those Inferno Demons that he had encountered previously had little spiritual intelligence, only beast-like instincts, and even the 9th-ranked Inferno Demons equivalent to the Sage realm did not have too much intelligence. However, this Inferno Demon in front of him was different. It fought like a battle-hardened soldier, fierce and sophisticated, very different from the Inferno Demons that didn't have much of a brain. Wuing observed for a while and then continued deeper, not bothering them. After that, he encountered some more human powerhouses. Basically all of them were at the Zunsha realm, and there were even 2 supreme exalts, the vast majority of which should be powerhouses from the Great Yen Empire Kingdom. By this point, Wuing had already gone millions of miles deeper. That's really deep. At this depth, the environment was harsh to the extreme, and the temperature was so terrifyingly high that no exalted dared to stay for long.
Ha!
Wuing suddenly looked tens of thousands of miles away, and he actually spotted a powerhouse of the Great Empress realm. It was a middle-aged man in crimson battle armor, carrying a blood-colored spear in his hand that had just pierced through the head of a giant Inferno Demon. That Inferno Demon was 1,000 feet tall and emitted an extremely strong aura, the strongest Inferno Demon Wuing had encountered so far, and its strength should be equivalent to that of a Quasi-emperor.
Who is it?
That great emperor seemed to have sensed that someone was spying on him, instantly erupting a vast and terrifying divine sense that swept in all directions at great speed. Wuing smiled faintly, not intending to hide, and flew directly towards him.
Who is your excellency? Wuing.
The middle-aged great emperor frowned imperceptibly. Had become an emperor for more than 200,000 years now, and had never heard of a great emperor powerhouse surnamed Wu on the Tianxian continent. He narrowed his eyes slightly. If this person hadn't just recently broken through to a new emperor, then he was bound to be from the stars.
Great Yen Empire, Red Emperor Yen Qi. The middle-aged great emperor introduced himself. So it's Senior Red Emperor, long time no see.
Wuing smiled and nodded his head in greeting. Even though he was a senior, being the same great emperor, a few more points of politeness would suffice.
A great emperor realm 5th sky was only 3 small realms lower than even he was today.
After he broke through to Great Emperor, he condensed all the spirit stones and spirit crystals on his body into chaos source liquid, and in one breath, he directly elevated to the 8th heavenly realm of the Great Emperor realm.
It was also only 1 step away from the 9th heavenly layer.
In terms of cultivation strength alone, no one in the entire Tianxian continent was his opponent. Yen Qi smiled and waved his hand. There's no need to call me senior, since you've already become an emperor, we'll just talk to each other as equals. Wuing chatted with him for a few moments, and then planned to leave.
Yen Qi was somewhat surprised. You're going to the deepest part of the Inferno Demon Abyss?
His expression became grave. Little friend, this Inferno Demon Abyss has existed for countless years, and the deepest part of it can be called a forbidden land, where even Emperor Realm Inferno Demons exist, and it is said that there was once a great emperor who wished to explore it, but in the end, he never came out again. Wuing nodded slightly. Many thanks for informing me. But I've made sufficient preparations for this trip, so even if I encounter danger, I'll be able to leave peacefully. Seeing that his mind was made up, Yen Qi said no more. Since that's the case, then I wish you all the best for this trip, and if you have the chance to come to Great Yen in the future, let's drink together.
Yen Qi threw him a red gold token.
I'll be sure to come and bother you when the time comes.
Wuing smiled, put away the token, and left directly.
Yen Qi looked at his back, his gaze falling into deep thought. He hadn't come out of the world for tens of thousands of years, and he hadn't expected the Tianxian continent to have another such a young great emperor. How interesting.
A moment later.
Wu Ning directly crossed space and arrived at the deepest part of the Inferno Demon Abyss, which was estimated to be close to tens of millions of miles from the ground. Strangely enough, the temperature here had dropped rather than risen, and was only equivalent to the area in which a 10th rank exalted Inferno Demon was active. Wu Ning suddenly felt a hint of threat. He frowned and immediately offered up various magical treasures. The giant spirit battle armor surfaced outside of his body, while inside was the Xian Emperor's purple gold robe, both of which were defensive Imperial weapons, double insurance. In addition, he held the Taya Emperor's sword in his left hand, the immortal artifact dragon fishing rod in his right hand, the Chaos Divine Gourd hanging above his head, and the chaotic God Bell within his mind. Even if a true immortal came to attack, he was certain that he would be able to retreat in one piece. According to Immobile, this inferno abyss was only caused by a fragment of an immortal king's artifact falling onto the Tianxian continent, and no matter how strong it was, it couldn't possibly be as strong as his chaotic divine gourd. The most powerful thing in here was that cluster of 9 Sephirotic Emperor Amazing. Although it was only a strand of fire origin left over from that immortal king artifact fragment, after billions of years of derivation, it was absolutely terrifyingly strong today. It was at least no less than a top emperor. Or even stronger. Wu Ning would never have dared to come here if he didn't have the Chaos Divine Gourd protecting him. After thinking about it, he shouted in his mind. System, come to 3 daily signatures. Ding, the signing was successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a ball of Emperor Great Fire Essence. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a cluster of 9 Spectre Imperial Yen. Ding, successful signing, congratulations to the host for obtaining an Immortal King artifact fragment. 3 consecutive beeps rang out. Wu Ning couldn't help but blurt out, he had only intended to give it a try, but he hadn't expected to sign in for all of them directly. The system was as powerful as ever. System, I simply love you. Wu Ning said with some excitement, not caring about the other 2 items, and directly took out the 9 Sephirotic Emperor Amazing. Puff! A cluster of dark golden flames appeared in Wu Ning's hand, and the terrifyingly high temperatures directly burned out a huge black hole in space. Even the void astral winds were similarly burned into nothingness, but he didn't feel too high a temperature. This 9 Spectres Emperor Amazing temperature was the ultimate high temperature, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Nothing in the world could not be burned, great emperors could not even carry it, it had definitely reached the immortal level. What a way to get here. Wu Ning laughed out loud a few times, controlling the 9 Sephirotic Emperor Amazing to collect its might and transform into a dark gold gilt fire robe that was draped over his body. In this way, it was absolutely impossible for this Inferno Demon Abyss's 9 Spectre Emperor Amazing to pose a threat to him anymore. Wu Ning hemmed and hawed as he dashed towards the place where the 9 Spectre Emperor Amazing was located. Soon, he saw a man with crystal and jade-like skin and a dark gold robe sitting on top of the flame throne. His eyes were as deep as black holes, his face had a bizarre black rune, his hair was like burning black golden flames, and his body was filled with an extremely ancient, fiery aura. Chapter 50 Tidal Wave of Flames. Griffin, how dare you trespass into the Imperial Palace, looking for death? Killing intent appeared in the eyes of the 9 Sephirotic Emperor Amazing as he slapped his palm towards Wu Ning. Boom! Wu Ning was undaunted as he swung his fishing dragon rod, directly shattering his palm imprint. The 9 Spectres Emperor Amazing froze for a moment, and suddenly, his eyes widened violently as he looked at Wu Ning in disbelief. Human, you. How is it that you have the same flame as me on your body? What exactly are you? The 9 Spectre Emperor Amazing stood up from his throne in shock. He was derived from a strand of fire origin that remained on the Immortal King artifact fragment after hundreds of millions of years. It was definitely a unique existence in the world. How could there still be a flame that was the same as his? It was impossible. As he rose, an incomparably terrifying heat emanated from his body, and the space around him was instantly covered with a crack, as if it would directly collapse in the next second. Wu Ning revealed a villainous smile, I'll give you a chance to submit to this Gongzi. Otherwise, die. Human, you're looking for death. The 9 Spectres Emperor Amazing let out a furious cry, a terrifying pressure crushing towards Wu Ning, so furious and scorching hot that the surrounding space instantly shattered and burst like a mirror. 2 massive Emperor Great Inferno Demons appeared beside him, their eyes glowing ferociously as they gazed intently at Wu Ning. Wu Ning acted as if he hadn't realized it. This 9 Sephirotic Emperor Yen was indeed very strong, and none of the top Empyreans would be a match for him. However, his most powerful tool was his terrifying heat, and without this bit of leverage, his strength would be 1 in 10. Ning had already mastered a cluster of 9 Spectre Emperor Amazons, so he was naturally not afraid of his high temperatures.
Kill him for me.
The 9 Spectre Emperor Amazing waved his hand. The 2 Emperor-level Inferno demons instantly rushed towards Ning, wanting to tear him to pieces.
Buzz. Right at this moment. Above Ning's head, the Chaos Divine Gourd emitted a slight tremor.
A magnificent and ancient aura instantly filled the air, time stood still, space collapsed, and a radius of 10,000 miles was instantly turned into nothingness. The 2 Emperor-level Flame Devils were directly reduced to nothing.
The 9 Spectres Emperor Yen was also heavily injured by the aura and became moribund. As Ning watched, he was secretly staggered. The might of this chaotic divine gourd was truly terrifying. Just releasing a single strand of breath had such power, and if it were to explode at full strength, the scene would simply be unimaginable. Previously, he had underestimated it. With this treasure in hand, even a true immortal would have to be cool. Worthy of being an innate treasure, terrifying as it is. Human, what is that thing you have there? How can it be so terrifying?
The 9 Spectres Emperor Amazing looked at the chaotic divine gourd in horror. In his cognizance, immortal king artifacts were the most powerful treasures, but their might was not even a billionth of the gourd in front of him. Ning looked at him indifferently. Since you're unwilling to submit, I'll only have to forcefully refine you.
Don't kill me, I'll submit.
Sensing the killing intent if any on Ning's body, the 9 Hells Emperor Amazing hurriedly shouted.
Heh, it's too late.
There's only one chance, and you're the one who doesn't cherish it. Ning let out a cold laugh, directly releasing his mana to envelop him while controlling the sign 9 Spectre Emperor Amazing to devour his fire origin.
Damn it, don't!
The 9 Spectres Imperial Amazing struggled desperately, but it was dying at the moment. It couldn't resist at all, it couldn't even explode itself, it could only allow its origin to be devoured little by little.
Ah!
Human, you shall not die, I must kill you. Ning was unmoved, just sitting there in the void, continuously refining its origin. The terrifying fluctuations that arose from the depths of the Inferno Demon Abyss continued to spread upwards, actually triggering an unprecedented tidal wave of fiery flames. Red Emperor Yin Shi's complexion changed drastically as he hurriedly dashed towards the ground. If this flame tide was allowed to erupt, it would definitely be a terrifying disaster for the great Yin Empire. What worried him even more was that the countless Inferno demons seemed to have been frightened by something and were all desperately rushing towards the ground. If all of these Inferno demons were allowed to rush out of the Inferno Demon Abyss, that would be a true disaster.
Rumble.
Terrifying sounds continued to ring out from within the Inferno Demon Abyss, and Li Yuanbao's trio watched nervously, feeling that something terrifying was about to come out.
We can't be so unlucky, a fiery tidal wave that hasn't been seen for hundreds of years, and we ran into it as soon as we arrived? Li Yuanbao swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty.
What are you afraid of? As long as we stay within the circle drawn by Gongzi, the flaming tidal wave eruption won't be able to hurt us. Zhang Liang had a calm face, he had blind admiration and confidence in Ning.
In his opinion, the Gongzi was all-powerful. Su Ziqian didn't say anything, but only a hint of yearning passed through his eyes.
He yearned to be able to come and go in the Inferno Demon Abyss as freely as Ning did, instead of being protected in a circle.
It made him feel useless.
Swish! A cloth-clothed man carrying a broken sword rushed out from within the Inferno Demon Abyss, his body exuding an extremely terrifying aura. He was clearly exalted, and with a single glance, he noticed the 3 people and a bird not far away.
Hee, what is this thing?
He dodged and appeared outside the circle, and was vaguely able to sense a bizarre energy enveloping the area. Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them all tensed up. The man in cloth swept a glance over them before reaching out and touching towards the invisible barrier.
Boom!
In the next instant, an irresistible and terrifying force erupted, and his body was instantly catapulted away, like a meteor disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye.
This. The 3 froze, thinking how powerful it was. Just this? More than 10 breaths later, the fiery tidal wave erupted.
Terrifying flames like the fire of hell erupted from the Inferno Demon Abyss, as if it was a flaming sword that plunged into the clouds.
Above the sky dome.
Yen Shi looked serious as a vast source of mana gathered into his hands, then transformed into a boundary that covered the sky and enveloped the entire Inferno Demon Abyss. Swish swish! A group of figures appeared beside him, all top-tier powerhouses of the great Yen Empire Kingdom. There were dozens of them, and the lowest was an exalted, including 3 quasi-emperors. All of you make a move together and stabilize the boundary with me.
Yen Shi shouted. No one dared to disobey a great emperor's order. A majestic mana was injected into the boundary.
Yan Shi's expression slowed down a little, but the gravity under his eyes did not dissipate, supporting such a huge boundary, as well as resisting the consumption of the endless flames and the sea of inferno demons. They could only hold out for 3 hours at most. It was also unknown how long this tidal wave of flames would last. A hint of contemplation appeared in his eyes. This time, the fiery tidal wave had come extremely oddly, and it looked like it should be related to that young great emperor who had intruded into the depths of the inferno demon abyss. The great Yan Empire was still drawing a steady stream of strong men to arrive. At the same time, more and more powerful people from other parts of the continent had noticed the situation in the Yan Devil Abyss. However, very few chose to step in to help. More people were cold-eyed observers. What did the lives and deaths of some mole crickets have to do with them? Not to mention that it was still a subject of the great Yan Empire Kingdom, which had even less to do with them. Time passed little by little. 2 hours later. Deep within the Inferno Demon Abyss, 10,000 miles of emptiness recovered little by little, and Ning's refining of the 9 Sephirotic Emperor amazing origin came to an end. Chapter 51 Demon Lord. About a quarter of an hour later. Boom! Suddenly, a huge star fell from high above, dragging a long tail flame through the sky, smashing straight towards the direction of the Inferno Demon Abyss. Bastard, who is it? Yan Shi's face changed violently. His heart was enraged to the extreme. If he allowed this star to smash on the boundary, the entire boundary would definitely collapse instantly. At that time, the hundreds of thousands of miles around the Yan Demon Abyss would be turned into a hell on earth. Just as he was about to have one of the great Yan Imperial Kingdom's paragon emperors make a move to intercept it, dozens more falling stars appeared in the sky. Damn it! If I find out which did this, this emperor will definitely cut him into 1,000 pieces and extract his soul to simmer for 10,000 years. Yan Shi's face became extremely ugly, and his voice contained an incomparably terrifying killing intent. It caused many of the powerful people who were hidden in the air watching the spectacle to be startled and retreat far away, fearing that they would be used as a punching bag. The 3 great Yan Imperial Kingdoms' paragon emperors struck out at the same time, and a star was successively shattered. GGG. A bizarre voice resounded abruptly. The 3 quasi-emperors were struck as if they had been hit hard, and they simultaneously stifled a grunt as their breath instantly became shriveled. Boom! A huge black claw that covered the sky poked out from the air, carrying a terrifying might as it grabbed straight towards the 3 paramount emperors. The laws along the way avoided retreating, and space continuously shattered. Demon Emperor! Yan Shi's eyes shrunk violently. He didn't expect that the one who struck out would actually be a 12th-ranked Demon Emperor. Clang! Just as Yan Shi was about to strike, a clear sound of a sword resounded through the heavens and earth. Snort! Only to see a brilliant sword light break through the air and instantly cut through that one black giant claw above the dome of the sky. The sharpness of the sword light was unrivaled, cutting through the black giant claw without encountering the slightest obstruction, and afterward, it even shattered the dome of the sky into a 10,000 feet long crack in the void. Ah! Who is it? A mournful roar echoed between heaven and earth. Hiss! Countless people sucked in a breath of cool air. A Demon Emperor powerhouse had actually had one of his claws chopped off with a sword. Who was it that was so ferocious? At that moment, a ripple rippled through space, and Wuing appeared over the Inferno Demon Abyss in a single step. Dressed in a purple gold Emperor's robe and holding the Taya Emperor's sword, he was uncharacteristically heroic and dignified without losing his majesty. He waved his hand to collect the giant black claw that had fallen in the air, then raised his eyes to the heavens above. Dog thing, get out and I'll cut you down with one sword. The heavens and earth were silent, all shocked by his domineering aura. Arrogant! A furious shout exploded like thunder. Immediately afterward, the sky steeply darkened, only to see a 10,000-foot-tall black heavenly dog break through the void and emerge above the firmament. Wuing was slightly stunned. It was really a dog. He had just casually said that and thought it was a wolf. The black heavenly dog released a terrifying pressure, its eyes revealing a murderous aura as it stared fiercely at him. Shameless human, how dare you sneak attack this emperor, die for me. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura erupted as the black heavenly dog once again extended a giant claw, slapping it straight towards Wuing. The void shook, instantly collapsing into a large, terrifying void crack. So strong. Countless strong people's faces suddenly changed, sensing the aura of death from this strike. If they were caught in the wave, they would definitely die 10 deaths. Earlier, because the heavenly dog had its heart belittled by having its giant claws severed by a sword, how ridiculous it seemed now. A great emperor was a great emperor after all, possessing the ability to destroy the heavens and the earth, and a single strike could annihilate countless of them.
Wu Ning's expression was calm, but it was just an early 12th stage demonic beast.
The strength was at most equivalent to that of a great emperor triple sky powerhouse.
I wonder how this 12th stage dog meat tastes. He muttered in his heart as he injected his mana into the Taya Emperor sword and slashed towards the heavenly dog.
At the same time, the laws of time and space surged through his body at the same time. The space and time around the heavenly dog was instantly imprisoned, and its attacks abruptly stopped.
It didn't move a muscle, as if the pause button had been pressed. Snort!
A brilliant sword light penetrated the body of the heavenly dog. Wu Ning instantly appeared above his head, offering the chaotic god bell in preparation to annihilate its demonic soul.
Law of time.
Seeing the heavenly dog's attack solidify, Yanqi and several other great emperors' eyes were filled with horror. The gazes that looked toward Wu Ning were filled with scorn. It was unexpected that he had actually mastered a supreme law like time.
Unbridled. Human, stop it for this emperor.
Just at this moment, an angry shout came from the northwest.
Dang!
Without batting an eyelid, Wu Ning directly catalyzed the chaotic god bell, shattering the heavenly dog's demonic soul in a single strike.
Ah! No! Demon Lord, save me! Damn it! This emperor told you to stop, didn't you hear me?
An incomparably terrifying aura descended, transforming into a majestic golden figure with a disdainful gaze that covered the heavens. Yanqi's face changed slightly. It was that old undead from the demon domain.
Humph. You stop when you tell you to stop, then wouldn't this Gongzi lose face?
Wu Ning snorted coldly, his hand movements not stopping at all as he once again activated the chaotic god bell, completely annihilating the heavenly dog's demonic soul.
Human, you seek death. Boom!
The demon lord instantly became furious, a massive golden sharp claw crushing space and grabbing towards Wu Ning.
I think it's you who seeks death.
Wu Ning collected the corpse of the heavenly dog and slashed at it with a backhanded sword.
Clang!
The Taya Emperor's sword collided blatantly with the golden claws.
Time seemed to stand still for an instant.
Then, terrifying fluctuations erupted out, directly shattering 10,000 miles of space and revealing a massive black hole in the void. Wu Ning's gaze was slightly condensed. The Taya Emperor's sword was the topmost emperor armament, and surprisingly, it hadn't severed that golden sharp claw.
That claw was hard enough.
Unbeknownst to him, the demon lord was even more shocked than he was. His pair of sharp claws had been tempered by him for hundreds of thousands of years, and had long since become hard to injure with swords and knives and invulnerable to fire and water, possessing an indestructible sharpness that was even capable of shattering normal emperor armaments. Unexpectedly, today's collision had eaten a large chunk, and his sharp claws had actually crumbled into a corner. The demon lord instantly calmed down for a moment, his gaze sizing up Wu Ning in a grave manner.
Human brat, who are you? How dare you kill my demon domain lord? Do you want to seek death?
Wu Ning indifferently said, cut the crap, if you have the ability to fight in the stars. This old fellow's strength was not bad, having a late 12th stage cultivation, roughly equivalent to the 8th heaven of the great emperor realm. Wu Ning was prepared to take him to try out his current strength. However, the destructive power of great emperors was too strong, and after a great battle, it was inevitable that it would spread to the ground, and a little bit of aftershock would annihilate countless living beings. Although Wu Ning showed no mercy to his enemies, he did not want to cause a large number of innocent casualties. The demon lord's complexion was gloomy, but after glancing at the Taya Emperor's sword in his hand, and then at the surrounding void, he directly chose to leave.
Human, this emperor will remember you.
There were several human emperors watching this place right now, and he didn't want to be besieged. Although these human races fought a lot internally on weekdays, when faced with their demon race, they definitely temporarily discarded their former enmity and chose to strike together. Millions of years ago, this was how their demon race was expelled from the present-day demon domain by the human race joining forces.
Chapter 52 Demon Emperor Dogmeat. Want to leave?
Wu Ning exchanged his Taya Emperor's sword for the immortal artifact dragon fishing rod and dashed after him. This old fellow was not weak, and he was not in the habit of letting tigers return to the mountain.
Little friend, don't chase after the poor enemy. Yanqi hurriedly shouted. Why?
Wu Ning's figure lurched and stopped.
Yanqi sighed and said, little friend, the demon race is not weak, we can't push them too hard, or else we'll cause the demon race to counterattack, and I'm afraid that the entire continent will be devastated. When this Xian continent, the human race is dominant, occupying the continent's most rich and vast territory. However, the demon domain demon race, the barbarian race in the extreme south, the ice and snow race in the extreme north,
and the dragon race in the sea area are all eyeing the human territory. If the human race and the demon race were to go to war, the other foreign races would definitely not sit idly by. Although they, the great emperors, were not afraid, they were also unwilling to see a situation where the entire continent was in dire straits. Wuing frowned slightly. The thought of the entire continent's various races mixing up, with battles and corpses everywhere, made him feel troubled. Now that it was like this, the world was at peace. How nice. A 12th stage demonic beast was just a 12th stage demonic beast that wasn't actually a threat to him. That's just it, let's spare his life first then. Wuing nodded. He still had to help Yan-Chi solve the trouble of Yen Demon Abyss first. This matter had started because of him, and he was not an irresponsible person. Wuing had wanted to use the chaotic divine gourd to directly suck the flaming tide dry, but that would likely destroy the entire Yen Demon Abyss, and Yan-Chi would probably have to come after him for his life. He had already taken the 9 Spectral Emperor Amazing, so naturally, it wasn't good for him to make things worse. Although the Yen Demon Abyss was dangerous, the benefits far outweighed the drawbacks for the entire Great Yen Imperial Kingdom. In the end, he could only use Yan-Chi's stupid method to temporarily seal the entire Yen Demon Abyss and wait for the fiery tides to subside. After confirming the safety of Li Yuanbao's 3 people and a bird, he stabilized the boundary together with Yan-Chi. This flame tide lasted for a whole day before it ended, and all the Inferno demons quieted down and returned to the Inferno Demon Abyss. The powerhouses of the Great Yen Empire all breathed a sigh of relief. Yan-Chi wanted to invite Wuing to the Great Yen Imperial capital as a guest, but Wuing was still mindful of building an emperor-level flying boat, so he declined. Elder brother Yen, if there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely come to visit. Ha, then I'll be waiting for my young friend's presence at any time. Yan-Chi smiled freely. Afterward, Wuing brought Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them back to the Eastern Domain's Wanxiang Academy Palace. Just as they arrived at the Wanxiang Academy Palace, Li Qingxian greeted them. Senior. Fellow Taoist Li, you can still call me fellow Taoist as before. Wuing waved his hand and said with a smile. Don't call me senior, am I that old? Li Qingxian smiled bitterly. It turns out that fellow Taoist is actually a great emperor, no wonder I lost so badly that day. To be able to lose at the hands of a great emperor, I didn't lose unjustly. Wuing was silent for a moment, still not saying anything else to strike him down. Otherwise, this fellow would probably have to go into seclusion again. Let's go in and talk about it. Not long after. Inside the rear mountain manor garden. Wuing directly used a supreme artifact as a cauldron, using the 9 Sephirotic Emperor Amazing Flame as a fire, and gurgled a large pot of Demon Emperor dog meat, the heat steaming and the aroma of the meat rich. As the saying goes, when one smells the fragrance of dog meat, even the immortals jump over the wall. The tantalizing scent of dog meat filled the entire back of the mountain, and many old monsters smelled the wind and shyly looked at Wuing. Senior. 10,000 spirit crystals for 10 pounds of dog meat, refused to whore for nothing. A few old monsters thought nothing of directly pulling out piles and piles of spirit crystals. Senior, I want 100 pounds. Senior, I want 200 pounds. I want 500 pounds. Several old monsters opened their mouths one after another. This was the dog meat of a 12th stage demon emperor, comparable to any elixir. 10 pounds was only 10,000 spirit crystals, definitely not a loss. Wuing smiled and accepted the spirit crystals. A mosquito was meat even if it was small, but he didn't even have a single spirit crystal on him right now. Some dog meat is just so big a heavenly dog, sold to them as just one hair of the 9 cows. Collecting the dog meat, the few old monsters left satisfied. Li Qingxian handed Wuing a storage ring. Fellow Taoist, I want 5,000 pounds. Wuing's eyes lit up. Worthy of being a quasi-emperor, he was generous. He waved his hand. 50 million spirit crystals, eat as much as you like. Ha, then I won't be polite. It just so happens that I have a few tens of thousands of years of precious wine here that I've never been able to drink, so it seems like I've been waiting for today. Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them also came over, but their cultivation level was too low to even eat the meat. They could only drink the soup and at most eat a little bit of meat dregs. Qing Bird's cultivation was slightly stronger, and he barely ate 2 pounds of meat. Wuing and Li Qingxian feasted on the meat, drinking, and eating it at the same time. Ha ha ha, quick! Worthy of being Demon Emperor dog meat, the abundance of essence is truly extraordinary. Li Qingxuan's face was glowing red, as several thousand pounds of dog meat went down. A constant sea of essence filled his body, making him feel soothed, just like he had eaten an immortal elixir.
Today, after this meal of dog meat, he would definitely be able to take the opportunity to break through to the peak of the Quasi-emperor. Wuning's face also fluttered with a reddish glow. Li Qingshuan's tens of thousands of years of spirit wine was truly potent, the best wine he had drank so far. Again, let's continue drinking. 2 hours later, Li Qingxian felt that he was about to make a breakthrough and hurriedly excused himself and left. Wu Ning was left alone, and his excitement suddenly dropped by half. A 12th stage heavenly dog had eaten less than 1/10,000th of it, and Wu Ning put the rest away. Afterward, he began to build his own emperor-level flying boat. To that end, he had used 300 pounds of heavenly dog meat to specially consult a Zun rank refiner from the Wanxiang Academy. With the strength of a great emperor, mastery of a divine fire like the 9-specter emperor amazing, and proficiency in the way of runic seals, Wu Ning's artifact refining attainments improved rapidly. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed in a flash. Wanxiang Academy Palace, Weaponry Peak. Many scholars hurried towards the Weaponry Peak. A blonde-haired youth stopped one person and asked, "What are you guys going for?" That person was about to get angry, but after seeing the person who stopped him, his expression instantly becomes respectful. "So it's senior brother Wangi, we are going to the Weaponry Peak. I heard that there will be a big shot who wants to refine weapons today." Big person, how big is it? This is estimated to be at least a Saint King. Alright, you go. The youth revealed a touch of disdain in his eyes. Saint Kings were indeed big people to the average person, but to him, it was nothing more than that. Refining weapons, huh? The youth laughed and walked towards the Weaponry Peak. He wanted to see how this Weaponry Peak's level of refining compared to their Wang family. At this moment, a square around the Weaponry Peak was already surrounded by people, and among them, there were quite a few senior members of the Academy Palace. Wu Ning was sitting on a high platform, surveying a model of a flying boat. This was no ordinary model, but a supreme artifact. This was the model that satisfied him the most so far. Not only did it have a beautiful shape, but it also had a collection of various functions, and it even contained some inspirations from that world in his previous life. At this time, Wang Yi also arrived at the Weaponry Peak Plaza. He glanced at Wu Ning on the high platform and frowned slightly. "So young, how high can the art of refining weapons be, to actually make such a big deal out of it? Could it be that it is the disciple of a certain big shot of Weaponry Peak?" Chapter 53 Star Flying Boat. "Wang Yi, I didn't expect you to be here." An acquaintance notices him and comes forward to greet him. "I heard that a big shot is going to refine weapons and came over to take a look." Hee, your Wang family is one of the 3 great families of the Divine Soldier Pavilion, and your art of refining weapons is one of the best in the entire eastern region. If you join the Weaponry Peak, you might have a chance to become a disciple of the Red Flame Venerable One. Wang Yi smiled faintly and did not say much. Although his artifact refining attainment was not low, he actually did not like refining artifacts. What he aspired to was to become a truly strong person rather than an artifact refiner. Weapon refining was ultimately just a craft. It's ready to begin. Wu Ning placed the flying boat model to the side before standing up, only to see hundreds of millions of tons of star ancient gold floating in the air with a wave of his hand, emitting a magnificent starry halo. The star ancient gold was extremely dense. A palm-sized piece was tens of tons. Hundreds of millions of tons didn't look like much, probably just hundreds of cubes. Poof! The 9 Sephirotic Emperor's amazement rose and directly wrapped all the star ancient gold before it began to calcine and melt. It's actually star ancient gold. So much star ancient gold. A burly old man stared wide-eyed, filled with shock. He was none other than the master of the Weaponry Peak, Red Flame Venerable Qi Yang. "Elder Qi, do you recognize what kind of flame that flame is? One look at it actually caused my heart to skip a beat." An old man in a Dan Master robe next to him asked. Being able to melt star ancient gold is bound to be no mortal flame. The entire Tianshan continent is estimated to only have the Yen Demon Abyss where it is possible to find a flame of this grade. Yen Demon Abyss. No wonder. The edge of the plaza. Wang Yi's gaze is horrified. What a terrifying means, just what level of refiner is he? He had thought that it was at most a saint-level refiner, but he did not expect that it was actually a great person. Snort! The 9 Sephirotic Emperor Amazing Qi continued to sear, and the surrounding space was burned into nothingness in an instant. Even though Wu Ning had already tried his best to restrain the temperature of the 9 Septic Emperor Amazing, the entire Weaponry Peak was still as hot as a furnace, and many of the trainees with low cultivation levels were constantly sweating. In just over 10 breaths of time, the incredibly hard star ancient gold had been calcined to the point where it was soft and nearly melted. Wu Ning's mana surged around his body, controlling the star ancient gold to extrude and extend, directly molding the embryo of the flying boat. High-end metals only required a simple forging method. The star ancient gold was the topmost metal, and did not need to be repeatedly melted for purification like ordinary materials. Ning's great strength also eliminated the need for manual forging. He was already extremely skilled in the process of molding the embryo, but it still took half an hour to mold such a large piece of metal into a complex flying boat embryo that needed to be perfectly accurate. After that, the shape of the flying boat was officially formed. Ning's control was extremely exquisite. The surface of the entire flying boat was extremely smooth, without the slightest flaw, and the light could shine through, completely unlike an embryo that was so rough. It could be described as a one-step process, directly eliminating the need for further fine forging. Next, it would need to be inscribed with runes and formations, as well as law imprints. This step was the most complicated and tedious. Wanting a piece of metal to perform a variety of functions relied almost entirely on these runes and formations, as well as law imprints. It was roughly equivalent to the human body's neural network. The realization of each and every function of an emperor-level flying boat needed to be rooted in law branding, relying on hundreds of millions of rune patterns and array patterns to drive it. Altogether, it was definitely an extremely large amount of work. This step took Ning a full 3 days to complete. 3 days later, a small flying boat less than 100 meters long floated in the air, emitting a blue-white brilliant starburst. On it were palaces and buildings, hooked pavilions, and everything in between, like a miniature ancient city. This was the true size of the flying boat. Don't look at those saint-level flying boats thousands of feet long, but the real size may not even be 1,000th of it. Otherwise, many forces would probably have to lose all their money to build a saint-level flying boat. Ning surveyed the star flying boat in the air with satisfaction. There was another extremely important step to follow. That was empowering the spirit. The current star flying boat was, in the end, just a pile of metal inscribed with runes and formations. It is a dead thing. Empowering the spirit is to turn it from a dead thing into a living thing with spirituality or even a soul. This step, the most commonly used means, is to sacrifice blood to the spirit. Let the embryo come into contact with the flesh and blood of living beings, absorbing the essence and vitality contained therein, so as to produce some kind of marvelous changes and give birth to spirituality. After a long period of time, the spirit of the artifact could be born. Some extreme refiners would inject the souls of other living beings into the embryo during the process, making it directly become a weapon spirit. If the refining skill was not up to par, a vicious weapon might be refined. Ning had chosen a relatively rare practice. That was to incorporate a holy weapon that had already given birth to an artifact spirit into the star-flying arc. It caused the artifact spirit of the sacred artifact to become the artifact spirit of the star-flying boat. He first drenched a large basin of heavenly dog blood on the star-flying boat for a blood sacrifice, then took out a small sacred weapon and threw it in. The 9 Pantheon Emperors' amazement rose and melted. The star-flying boat quickly absorbed the heavenly dog blood in the sacred weapon's small cauldron, and soon produced some sort of mysterious change. Gradually, it gained a touch more life and spirituality. Rumble. The sky suddenly clouded over as boundless thunderclouds converged. This side was the final step of the refining of the artifacts, the tribulation. However, it took at least a saint artifact to qualify for this. Ning directly threw the star-flying arc high into the sky to receive the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. The entire flying boat was crafted from star ancient gold, belonging to the ranks of the top Imperial weapons, and there was categorically no possibility of failing to cross the tribulation. Rumble. A streak of thunder struck the star-flying boat, perfecting it. At this moment, the entire eastern Xian prefecture, as well as the skies above a large area of the sea, were all filled with tumbling thunderclouds. Countless powerhouses looked at the sky in horror, thinking that someone was about to become an emperor. It is actually refining an emperor's soldier. Including Wuing, many knowledgeable teachers and students have been dumbfounded. It turns out that this big shot is actually this big. An emperor-level refiner. It seems that the Tianxian continent has not seen one for millions of years. An emperor-level artifact refiner was bound to be a great emperor powerhouse. But great emperor powerhouses didn't necessarily refine emperor armaments. The emperor armaments possessed by those great emperor powerhouses were either left behind by their predecessors, or their intrinsic armaments had been warmed up over a long period of time, thus completing their advancement. An emperor's soldier is undergoing a tribulation. The commotion in the eastern Xian prefecture was quickly noticed by top powerhouses from other places. Some people's gazes blazed, vaguely revealing a hint of greed, but no one dared to make a move to snatch it.
They all assumed that it was a certain great emperor's original weapon that was undergoing a tribulation. After all, an emperor-level refiner hadn't appeared for millions of years. No one dared to snatch food from a great emperor's tiger's mouth. Hee, why does it feel like this emperor's soldier is like a flying boat? How can an emperor's soldier be a flying boat? It should just be like it. Is not right, that dam is a flying boat. Chapter 54 Supreme Xian Yu. This thunder tribulation lasted for a whole day. When the last thunder tribulation dissipated, the star-flying arc violently erupted with a powerful imperial might. Not bad. Wuing revealed a satisfied smile as he raised his hand, and the star-flying arc instantly transformed into the size of a palm and fell into his hands. At this point, the star-flying boat was considered a perfect refining success. But it didn't mean the end. Next, there was still a need to set up various paraphernalia, transplant some flowers and spirit trees, and the like. Wuing glanced around, reaching out to smooth out the cracks in the void that had been burned out by the Nine-Spectre Emperor Amazing, then flashed back to the Back Mountain Manor. The things to set up the star-flying arc had long since been prepared by Wuing. Not long afterward, he appeared above the celestial dome. The star-flying boat flew out from his hand, instantly transforming into a giant flying boat that was 10,000 feet long. The entirety of the flying boat was a ghostly blue color, emitting a starry halo, and an invisible barrier was shrouded above it. Wuing stepped within this layer of barrier and immediately entered another dimension. This space was solidified and independent, and would not grow larger as the star-flying boat grew larger, nor would it shrink as it shrunk, nor would it even falter as it shook. Similar to the static space contained in a storage ring, but more advanced. The star-flying boat itself was only a carrier. It mainly carried this party space, allowing it to move freely, perform spatial teleportation, and even ultra-long distance teleportation at the light-year level. Wuing began to set up this space, decorating a palace, transplanting a large number of spiritual plants and flowers, arranging wigwams and lakes, and also releasing a number of fat spiritual fish. The entire space of the flying boat soon became full of life. Finally, he placed the star-flying boat on the dome of the sky and utilized the spirit-gathering formation to gather the spiritual chi of the heavens and earth, filling the space of the flying boat. It's finally finished. Looking at the magnificent and majestic star-flying boat, Wuing's heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was the masterpiece he had been working on for half a year. Next, it's time to figure out how to earn spirit crystals. Wuing muttered, with the chaotic divine gourd in his hands. What he lacked the most today was resources like spirit stones and spirit crystals. 2 days later. East Ocean City, Xianyu Auction House. Wuing appeared at the entrance of the auction house, and a waiter, seeing that he was dressed in luxurious and extraordinary clothes, hurriedly said respectfully, "My lord, may I ask if you wish to consign an auction, or if you wish to participate in the auction? Our auction house's next auction is in half a month's time. Take me to see the principal of your auction house." Wuing said indifferently. The attendant felt a hint of the powerful aura he had released, and was slightly aghast in his heart, not daring to be negligent. "Yes, you follow me, my lord." A few moments later, the Xianyu auction house was in an ancient, lavishly decorated room. The auction house master had a humble and respectful look on his face. "My lord, please take a seat." His eyes were extremely reverent. As early as half a year ago, he had seen Wuing's portrait, and the headquarters had specifically instructed that this person should never be messed with, and that if he met him, he needed to treat him with more respect than he would an ancestor. "Come on people, why don't you serve tea? Brew up my 10,000-year-old spirit show-chun." Wuing waved his hand. "No need to bother, let's get straight to business." Yes, please speak, my lord, I'll listen." The principal had a fawning face. "This lord wants to organize a few auctions. Do you have a way to spread the news throughout the continent?" "I don't know what your lordship is auctioning off?" the principal asked apprehensively. "Well, the first one, let's start by auctioning a Quasi-emperor weapon, 10 Zun weapons, and 100 Saint weapons. There are also many extremely high-quality spirit weapons and pills of the 8th rank and above. A Quasi-emperor soldier. Gulp. The principal was already dumbfounded when he heard Quasi-emperor soldier, and didn't even hear what came after. Nor did he need to hear it clearly. Having a Quasi-emperor soldier in the finale was enough to stir the entire continent. One must know that for their Xianyu auction house's pinnacle auction with the highest specifications, the appearance of a Saint King soldier in the finale would top the sky. Excited in his heart, the mastermind hurriedly said, "My lord, feel free to rest assured, our auction house can definitely spread this news throughout the entire continent within a month." Ning nodded slightly and handed him a storage ring. Inside here are the items for the first auction.
The mastermind's divine sense swept through it, and his heart immediately shook. So many treasures.
However, he didn't dare to accept these things. If he leaked a single piece of information, it would definitely attract countless powerful people to covet them. If he lost them, he would not be able to afford to sell their entire Xianyu auction. My lord, you can take these things back first. It won't hurt to wait until the day of the auction to bring them out again.
Good.
Ning retrieved his storage ring and handed him another purple gold token. If there's anything, you can use this token to contact me.
Yes, my lord.
The principal received the token with a smile on his face. The quality of a mere token used for messaging was actually no less than a sacred artifact, and he had had his eyes open today. After Ning left, the master consul immediately contacted the headquarters.
Not long afterward,
a graceful and saintly, stunningly beautiful woman wearing a long, moonlight white dress appeared in the Xianyu auction house in East Sea City. Her eyes were as bright as stars, and her face wore a touch of gentleness, like a fairy under the moon, causing one to be ashamed of themselves, making even one more glance blasphemous. Supreme Lord. The master of the house was startled and hurriedly saluted. This woman was none other than the number one powerhouse of the Xianyu auction house.
Master Supreme Xianyu.
Once upon a time, the Xianyu auction house was only equivalent to a relatively powerful Holy Land, slightly inferior to even today's Qingyan sect, with the strongest person being nothing more than a low-ranked Zunshur. It was the appearance of the Xianyu Supreme that brought the Xianyu auction house to its current heights, comparable to a top-tier Holy Land. It ranked as one of the top 10 top forces in the Eastern Domain.
No need to be polite.
The woman waved her hand to help him up and said gently, "Tell me more about how that lord came to the auction house."
Yes.
The master of ceremonies began to recount, from Ning's arrival at the auction house, how he had received him, and then listening to him make his intentions known, and so on. Everything, without any detail, was told. After listening, the woman revealed a smile and gave him an appreciative look. "Not bad, you've done well.
Would you like to return to the headquarters to serve?"
The principal bowed. "Supreme Lord, my strength is low, my seniority is still shallow, I still want to continue to hone my skills for a few more years in East Sea City respectively."
It was better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix.
Going back to the headquarters, he was a small person with many big brothers pressing down on his head.
But staying in East Ocean City, he was a feudal ambassador, free and easy, and fearing no one except the Wanxiang Academy.
Moreover, East Sea City was more prosperous than the place where the headquarters was located, and he had paid a small price in order to come here in the first place. Supreme Lord Xianyu did not say much and threw him a small jade bottle. "This is the 9th Order Sacred Heart Pill. It should allow you to directly break through a small realm."
"Many thanks, Supreme Lord." The head priest was overjoyed.
"This Supreme Lord will personally be responsible for the next auction. You have full authority to assist, and can mobilize all the resources of the auction house."
"Yes." Chapter 55 Demon Race Conspiracy.
One of the 3 giants of the Eastern Domain, the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect.
Patriarch, Supreme Xianyu is visiting. Supreme Being Xianyu? What is she doing here?
In the middle of the Great Hall, a few old men had puzzled faces. Jian Zongfeng got up and said, "Quick, why don't you invite Supreme Lord Xianyu in?" After saying that, he personally walked to the entrance of the Grand Hall to greet him. After all, it was a supreme being, and there was still a line to be given. A few moments later, Supreme Emperor Xianyu came to the Xian Tian Sword Sect's main hall under the leadership of an elder. Jian Zongfeng led the elders to greet him. "I've met Supreme Lord Xianyu. I don't know what Supreme Lord came to my sword sect for?"
"I'm here to deliver an invitation."
Supreme Emperor Xianyu took out a gilt post and flew it in front of Jian Zongfeng. "That martial gentleman from the Wanxiang Academy wants to organize an auction. The time is set for the 5th day of next month, and there will be Quasi-emperor soldiers up for auction at that time."
Quasi-emperor soldiers? The eyes of the crowd lit up.
Jian Zongfeng was slightly startled in his heart. As the sect leader of the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect, he knew far more than the other elders. That martial dupe from the Wanxiang Academy was a top-notch emperor. A terrifying existence that had killed a demon emperor half a year ago. "Don't worry, Supreme Father, my sword sect will definitely be there at that time," he said in a hurry. Supreme Lord Xianyu nodded slightly. "The invitation has been delivered, so this Supreme Lord will take his leave." "Take your time, Supreme Exalt." After leaving the Xian Heavenly Sword Sect, Supreme Moon went to the Wuji Palace in Cloud Dream Mountain. These giant forces needed her to personally go there to better show how grand this auction was. As for the other forces, they only needed to send someone there.
Half a day later. Central Region, Great Qian Empire.
The Qian Emperor was deliberating with several ministers when an old eunuch suddenly walked in hurriedly. The Qian Emperor frowned imperceptibly, but did not get angry. This old eunuch was also an old man by his side. It was impossible that he did not know the rules. Being in such a hurry, there should be something important. Your Majesty, that Supreme Xianyu from the eastern region is visiting.
Supreme Lord Xianyu? Please.
The old eunuch left in a hurry and soon brought Supreme Xianyu to the Imperial Palace. Facing a supreme being, Emperor Qian didn't dare to be arrogant and personally rose to welcome him. Supreme Emperor Xianyu didn't make any nonsense, handing him an invitation letter and directly indicating his intentions.
It's actually an auction organized by that lord.
Don't worry, Supreme Sovereign, my great Qian is definitely prepared to participate.
The Qian Emperor said in a hurry.
He knew that his son had created some conflicts with that lord, and in his heart, he was worried about arousing that lord's displeasure, so now was a chance to resolve the misunderstanding. Supreme Moon Xianyu nodded slightly and proceeded to go to other empires and imperial dynasties. In just 2 days' time, she had run through the entire Tianqian continent. Even the demon region's demon race, the sea region's dragon race, the barbarian race in the extreme south, and the ice and snow race in the extreme north didn't spare them. However, when they went to the demon race, they only said that a senior was going to auction off a quasi-emperor soldier. It did not reveal any information related to Wuing. Otherwise, she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to walk out of the demon region. 3 days later, Supreme Xianyu came to the Wanxiang School Palace. One was to meet with Wuing, and the other was to give Wanxiang School an invitation letter in passing.
Back Mountain Manor. Sir Wu, I have notified all of the giant forces on the continent. Do you have any other orders for me?
Very well, this is your payment. Taking it should help you break through to the Quasi-emperor realm. Wuing sized up the woman in front of him. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful, her temperament was even more extraordinary. It was a pity that she was a bit older. He handed her a crystalline jade box, which contained a dark red elixir that he had refined using a drop of heavenly dog essence blood, as well as the chaos source liquid condensed from 10 million spirit crystals. Wuing had refined some of it and was going to take it to auction, with a starting price of 1 billion spirit crystals. A single drop of heavenly dog essence blood was estimated to be worth hundreds of millions of spirit crystals, and he hadn't actually earned much.
If Supreme Xianyu was able to break through, it would be a living signboard. 2 birds with 1 stone.
A hint of a smile appeared on Wuing's face.
Supreme Xianyu surveyed the jade box in her hand and was a little shocked that it could actually allow her to break through to Quasi-emperor.
Xianyu thanks you, Your Excellency. Wuing waved his hand. Go ahead, it's best if you succeed in breaking through before the auction begins.
Yes.
Then Xianyu will leave.
Supreme Xianyu left in satisfaction. 2 days later, another person came to the manor. Senior, I've come to redeem that one Quasi-emperor soldier. The person who came was none other than the black-robed Paragon Emperor from the Wuji Palace. He had heard that Wuing was preparing to auction off a Quasi-emperor soldier, and was afraid that it would be his own one, so he had hastily seeded some of his treasures and hastily scraped together 10 billion spirit crystals. Returning it.
Wuing received the spirit crystals and directly returned the purple gold bell to him. He wasn't someone who went back on his word. Quasi-emperor soldiers were just that, and he had more than enough of them.
Many thanks, Senior.
The black-robed Quasi-emperor took back his own emperor armament, and the large stone hanging in his heart finally fell to the ground. However, when he thought that because of a tiny disciple, he had lost 10 billion spirit crystals, his heart ached all of a sudden again. After the black-robed Quasi-emperor left, Wuing directly invested 10 billion spirit crystals into the Chaos Divine Gourd.
It successfully condensed a drop of Chaos Source liquid. Finally, another breakthrough.
Wuing hooked his lips slightly and took a step into the secret room.
Northwest Demon Domain. A man with triangular eyes and a grim aura walked into the Demon Emperor Palace.
Lord Demon Lord, my subordinates have already probed clearly, and the person behind that upcoming auction in the Eastern Domain is none other than the celebrity powerhouse who beheaded the Black Emperor half a year ago.
It's actually him.
In the Demon Emperor's palace, quite a few demon race powerhouses had murderous intent in their eyes. The Demon Lord's gaze was somber, with the same killing intent under his eyes. Lord Demon Lord, for this auction, not only did the human race invite us, even the dragon race, the barbarian race, and the ice and snow race were also invited. The triangular-eyed man continued.
Oh?
A flash of light flashed across the bottom of the Demon Lord's eyes. He then dismissed the demons and came within a hidden cave located deep within the Demon Emperor Palace.
Demon Lord. 3 massive demonic beasts that were 10,000 feet tall transformed into human form and nodded slightly to him.
The aura of these 3 great demons was deep and terrifying, and they were all clearly 12-stage Demon Emperor powerhouses.
Demon Lord, when are we going to make a move towards the human race?
A red-haired Demon Emperor asked in a condensed voice. The killing of the Black Emperor made them furious. More importantly, there was actually a great emperor born amongst the human race who was so young and yet frighteningly strong in battle. They could not allow this person to continue to grow.
Otherwise, the demon race would be in danger.
The Demon Lord's gaze was cold as he said, "This emperor has already contacted Lay Ancestor, who has traveled the stars for hundreds of thousands of years, and his cultivation has already made a major breakthrough, so he can battle a human emperor. We only need to wait for 1 more year before Lay Ancestor rushes back to the Tianshan continent, and then we will contact the Dragon race, the Barbarian race, and the Ice and Snow race, and make a move towards the human race together. I believe they will all be happy to join forces with our clan." Upon hearing this, the 3 demon emperors immediately became excited. "With Lay Ancestor, his old man, taking action, our clan will definitely win this battle. After waiting for another year, my clan will finally be able to conquer the continent again. Jia, the flesh and blood of the human race, this emperor must eat it up.
P.S. Happy May Day everyone.
Please rush for more carrot.
Chapter 56 Giants gather in East Ocean City.
Time rushed by, and a month passed in a flash. On this day, East Sea City was filled with sunlight and auspicious clouds. Countless residents in the city looked at the sky in shock, only to see a huge flying boat piercing through the clouds and descending from the sky over East Sea City.
That's the flying boats of the Holy Land? All of them are flying boats from the Holy Land.
Before they could recover from their shock, 3 more giant flying boats that were thousands of feet long appeared in the sky above East Sea City, emitting an extraordinarily powerful aura that suppressed all the auras of the hundreds of surrounding Holy Land flying boats.
What on earth has happened that even the 3 great giants have come? Look, someone has come out. They all seem to be heading towards the Xianyu auction house? Could it be that the Xianyu auction house is hosting a peak auction?
That shouldn't be the case, not to mention the fact that there's still more than 30 years until the next peak auction. Even if it's going to be held, it should be in their headquarters, Yuehua Prefecture.
Boom boom. Right at this moment, a loud sound came from the sky.
Immediately afterward, several majestic golden ancient ships traveled through distant space and appeared out of nowhere in the sky above East Sea City. A huge Xian flag hung from these golden ancient ships, majestic and mighty.
Hiss.
Actually, even the 3 great imperial dynasties and 3 great empires of the central domain have come. Some of the powerhouses stared with wide eyes.
Is this the East Sea City at the eastern pole of the continent?
On the golden ancient ship, many imposing young men looked down at the vast city below, with a variety of expressions in their eyes such as curiosity, excitement, and disdain.
Adjacent to the East Sea, this is a good place.
Shay.
Ordinary, it feels far worse than our great golden imperial capital. I've heard that there's a Wanxiang Academy Palace in East Sea City that has trained countless young celestials. I wonder how it compares to our great Zhou Supreme Academy? One heavenly pride looked at East Sea City and commented.
Suddenly, the sky suddenly resounded with a burst of Sanskrit sounds. It was extremely subtle, and listening to it caused one's restless mind to gradually become calm.
TSK, the group of vultures from the western region have also come.
These monks have 6 impure roots and actually came to participate in some auction. Ridiculous. A strangely shaped ancient boat appeared in the sky, resembling a golden mantle, emitting a rich and holy Buddhist light. Those with low cultivation couldn't help but worship it when they looked at it. All monks are joking. Buddha said that all laws are destiny. The little monk and all monks are here. It is precisely destiny that makes it so.
A white-robed young monk floated up. Forgotten word Buddha son.
Many people's gazes were slightly condensed. This young monk was the contemporary Buddha son of the Western region Buddhist sect. It was said to be the reincarnation of a true Buddha, possessing a great creation, having already cultivated to the saint realm hundreds of years ago, and was now only 1,000 years old.
He is only 1,000 years old now. He is gifted with an unparalleled talent and will become a great emperor in the future. With the arrival of the Buddhist sect in the western region, the Desolate God Palace and Diffractive Moon sect in the southern region, and the White Emperor City, Heavenly Formation Mountain, and 10,000 Flowers Valley in the northern region also arrived. The people of East Sea City were looking numb.
Within a short period of time, almost all of the giant forces of the entire continent had come. But this did not end.
Soon, a stirring dragon roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Aang!
A 10,000 feet long black dragon appeared in the sky, pulling a luxurious to the core golden dragon ship behind it.
This. Actually, even the dragons have come. A mother, look, there's a dragon, yeah.
There were children innocently looking at the sky. And just at the moment the dragon race arrived, the demon domain demon race, the extreme southern barbarian race, and the extreme northern ice and snow race appeared at almost the same time.
A terrifying aura filled the entire city, and countless residents shivered. Everyone, please also enter the auction house.
Supreme Emperor Xian Yu noiselessly appeared in the air, the aura of a quasi-emperor on his body unconcealed.
Xian Yu, you actually broke through? How did it happen so quickly? The powerhouses of the various giant forces revealed looks of shock. They had only met Supreme Xian Yu a month ago, and at that time, she was clearly still at Supreme Cultivation, so how could she have broken through so quickly? Xian Yu smiled faintly and said, "There is an elixir in this auction called the Blood God Elixir, which can be consumed to enhance one's cultivation, and it was only by relying on a Blood God Elixir that this supreme being broke through to the Quasi-emperor realm within a month." There is such a powerful elixir in the world?
The crowd was shocked, and a longing arose in their hearts. There could be quite a few supreme powerhouses among the people coming from the major powers.
Gentlemen, please. A few moments later, the crowd entered the auction house in unison.
For the sake of this auction, the entire auction venue had almost been rebuilt. The auction hall was set up extremely luxuriously, resplendent in gold and blue, with crystal lights flickering faintly, like a dream. The auction table was set in the center of the hall, surrounded by thousands of seats, the minimum of which only the top-tier Holy Land forces were qualified to enter. In addition, there were 24 VIP boxes upstairs, where only giant-level forces were qualified to occupy a seat. In the box that faced the door of the auction house, Wuing sipped a cup of Chaolu tea, releasing his divine sense to envelop the entire auction house. There were no great emperors coming this time, but almost every giant power had sent out a quasi-empire to press the issue.
The lineup was absolutely luxurious.
Wuing sighed slightly. Actually wanted to auction off a few more Imperial weapons. However, an Imperial weapon could easily start at trillions of spirit crystals. If one were to pay for it with only spirit crystals and spirit stones, no power in the entire Tianxian continent would be able to afford it. These guys looked bright and shiny, but in fact, each and every one of them was very poor.
It was estimated that selling a few more Quasi-emperor soldiers would empty their families' pockets.
I don't know how many spirit crystals I can squeeze out this time either.
About half a quarter of an hour later, Xian Yu walked onto the auction stage and personally presided over the auction. Welcome everyone to this auction.
Beforehand, all the lots in this auction only support the delivery of cultivation resources such as spirit stones, spirit crystals, spirit pits, and spirit medicines, and do not support various pills and magic treasures. Xian Yu directly released his Quasi-emperor aura, and the scene was extremely quiet.
No one dared to clamor in front of a Quasi-emperor.
Below, the auction officially begins.
The first lot, an 11th rank elixir.
Xian Yu raised her crystal and jade hand and a small jade box appeared in her hand. This elixir is called the Blood God Elixir, refined with the Demon Emperor's essence blood and a large number of superb heavenly treasures. It is capable of directly raising cultivation and can help supreme beings break through to the Quasi-emperor realm. In addition, this Dan also has the effect of prolonging one's life. Even if a great emperor takes it, it can prolong his life for at least 10 years.
Xian Yu opened the jade box while introducing it.
Immediately, a dark red elixir was exposed to the crowd's gaze.
Demon Emperor Essence Blood?
TSK, I didn't expect it to be an elixir refined from the Demon Emperor's essence blood. No wonder it can allow supreme emperors to break through to quasi-emperors.
It's actually useful for great emperor powerhouses. Wouldn't the effect be even stronger for supreme beings to take it?
A trace of excitement and strangeness appeared in many people's eyes, and they couldn't help but look towards the box where the demon race was located.
Damn it!
These damned humans, how dare they humiliate my demon race like this? Inside the demon race's box, several demon race powerhouses had ugly faces, but they only dared to roar in their hearts.
They didn't dare to curse out at all. The demon emperor had been beheaded, so what were they?
But at the same time, a trace of longing arose in the hearts of several demon race powerhouses.
The essence blood of a demon emperor was definitely a rare treasure for them.
They didn't even dare to think about it before, but there was a chance in front of them. 300 million spirit crystals, this blood god pill, this monarch wants it. A flat voice came out from within the Dragon Clan's box.
Chapter 57 Auction. This seat offers 500 million spirit crystals. 600 million. The various VIP boxes kept bidding. Xian Yu was going to say the starting bid was 1 billion spirit crystals, but in the blink of an eye, this blood god pill was shouted at 1.2 billion. 1.5 billion spirit crystals. 1.6 billion. 2 billion spirit crystals. The Dragon Clan, will take this blood god pill. Within the Dragon Clan's box, a majestic voice once again came out, directly raising the Dragon Clan's name. The auction house was quiet for a moment, and no one continued to bid. The Dragon Clan was so powerful that even the human clan, alone a certain power, was not willing to mess with it. Moreover, the Dragon Clan was sitting on the 4 seas, and it was not wise to compete with them in terms of financial strength. Boom! An incomparably powerful pressure filled the entire auction house, pressuring many people to gasp for air. Inside the Dragon Race box, the faces of several Dragon Race powerhouses changed, and they all felt a suffocating sense of oppression. The auction house is awarded to the highest bidder, no one is allowed to mess up. Otherwise, this Gonzi doesn't mind letting him experience what it means to use his power to oppress others. Wu Ning said in an icy tone, these guys were getting in his way. If they all messed up like this, why would he even hold an auction? Elder, forgive me, Senior is willing to participate in this bidding at a price of 5 billion spirit crystals. A Dragon Race powerhouse hurriedly said. Such a terrifying Imperial might made him feel the threat of death. This was a ruthless person who had just killed a demon emperor, they didn't dare to disobey. It was almost as if the Dragon Emperor had come. Well. In that case, that's just it. This will not happen again. Wu Ning withdrew his mighty pressure with satisfaction, not expecting these Dragon Clan fellows to be so rich. A single shot was $5 billion. Big money, Many thanks, Senior. The several Dragon Race powerhouses were instantly relieved, all of them having the feeling of having survived a robbery. Although they, the Dragon Race, were arrogant and didn't place their race in their eyes, they didn't dare to display their arrogance in front of a great emperor powerhouse. Box number 16 is bidding 5 billion spirit crystals, is there a higher bid? Xian Yu asked symbolically before quickly announcing the ownership of this blood god pill. Please see the second lot below, a supreme artifact. Supreme artifact soul chasing bow, starting bidding price 80 million spirit crystals. Everyone, please start bidding. With the Dragon Race's previous experience, this time no one dared to report their own forces, they all directly shouted the price. A supreme artifact was auctioned off at 260 million spirit crystals. It was far higher than the estimated price on the market. After all, in the past, no one would put a supreme artifact up for auction, it belonged to something that had a market but no price. Many more saint level, and even saint level below things appeared next. The people in the auction hall were finally no longer reduced to spectators and joined in the bidding. For this auction, Wu Ning had brought out many of his inventory. For example, extremely high-grade spirit weapons, saint artifacts, all sorts of pills and refining materials that weren't of much use to him at all. All of them were placed in the middle of the auction sequence. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 3 days, thousands of items had been successfully auctioned off, including more than a dozen blood god pills and 7 or 8 supreme artifacts. Various pills and treasures dazzled the eyes. Even the people from the major giant forces had the feeling of having their eyes opened. The 1503rd lot, the blood god pill. The starting price is still 1 billion spirit crystals. This honored one is here to remind that this blood god pill is the last one, so those who wish to bid on it should seize the opportunity. Alright, everyone, start bidding. Xian Yu said softly. Each blood god pill required 10 million spirit crystals, and Wu Ning had only managed to refine more than a dozen of them after consuming all of the spirit crystals he had harvested from selling the heavenly dog meat, as well as the 100 million spirit crystals of compensation sent by the 100 refinements sacred lands in the Red Dust Sacred Sect. Right now it was already the last one. However, after harvesting so many spirit crystals this time, when it's over, we'll refine a few hundred more. Put it in the next auction to continue selling. Anyway, that heavenly dog's essence blood was plentiful, so at least tens of thousands of drops could still be squeezed. Wu Ning thought so in his heart. 2 billion spirit crystals. A demonic powerhouse directly quoted the sold price of the blood god pill from the previous few auctions. 2.5 billion. An arrogant voice came from the Dragon Clan's box. More than 10 blood god pills, a large portion of them had been obtained by their Dragon Clan. Even if they didn't compare their power to their wealth, they weren't afraid of anyone. 2.8 billion.
A light voice came out from within the Cloud Dream Mountains box.
3 billion. The Dragon Clan's powerhouse didn't bat an eyelid. No one bid again. The last Blood God pill also fell into the hands of the Dragon Clan. Half an hour later, the auction finally reached its final moment. Boom!
Xianyu waved her veiled hand, only to see a huge golden seal emerge in the air, emitting an extremely ancient and powerful aura. This item is called the Seal of World Suppression, a top-tier quasi-imperial weapon, indestructible, possessing the power of multiple laws, capable of suppressing a party's space and time, capable of attacking and defending, with infinite power. Everyone's gazes blazed at the Seal of World Suppression. If they didn't know that a great emperor was here, I'm afraid that many of them would have directly made a move to snatch it. This was a quasi-imperial weapon. Fairy Xianyu, start the auction now. A quasi-emperor powerhouse from the Great Zhou dynasty urged. Xianyu nodded slightly. In that case, I won't say much. Starting price, 10 billion spirit crystals. All of you, start bidding. The auction house was briefly silent for an instant. 10 billion spirit crystals was an extremely large number for even a giant level power. 10 billion and a half. The first bidder was actually the barbarian race from the land of the extreme south. The looks of this race were extremely similar to the human race. However, the barbarian race was honored by their bloodline just like the demon race. They were born extremely powerful, but had a low growth ceiling and were born fighting maniacs. The adult barbarian race is 3 feet tall, body is hard as steel, fighting style is extremely savage, and looks similar to the human race, so it is called the barbarian race. The crowd was a bit surprised. The land of the extreme south was known for its barrenness. They could actually take out 10 billion spirit crystals directly? It seemed that this barbarian race's depth was not low. The price of 10 billion and 500 million was quickly broken as other giant forces made their bids. Coming to the auction, they were naturally well prepared. This time, the richest dragon race did not bid, and those who participated in the bidding were almost all human races. The dragon race had always been proud of their bodies, and they believed that their bodies and dragon claws were the most powerful weapons. Of course, the dragon race was not rejecting weapons and magic treasures, they were only rejecting the weapons and magic treasures built by the human race. The dragon race had their own weapon refining heritage, and the human race's weapon refining techniques did not fit their style. Ning slightly regretted that he had lost a big customer in this way. The competition for the Seal of Jinshi was extremely fierce, and the price was quickly shouted at 18 billion spirit crystals. However, at this price, there were only a few left that still had the strength to continue bidding. 20 billion. A mighty voice came out from within the Great Xia Imperial Dynasty's box. Box number 5 has bid 20 billion spirit crystals, is there any higher? Xianyu looked around the boxes. No one responded for a long time. 20 billion spirit crystals, almost at the limit. Chapter 58 Nine-Tailed Skyfox Cub. Congratulations to the VIP of box number 5 for winning the Quasi-Emperor Armament Jinshi seal. Xianyu softly announced the result. Now, this auction ends here. Please ask the VIPs who have not yet gotten their lots to go to the backstage to complete their deliveries. In addition, on the 15th of next month this auction house will once again hold a grand auction. The specifications are no less than this one. There will still be Quasi-Emperor soldiers for the grand finale, so I hope that all of you will come to support the event. There's actually more? Some of the people who didn't get their favorite items were immediately excited, and in their hearts, they thought that they must do their best to raise spirit crystals and spirit stones when they returned. The next auction will definitely be a big show. Fairy, I wonder if there will still be a blood god pill up for auction in the next auction? A supreme being asked expectantly. Naturally, there is. Xianyu gave an affirmative answer. Many supreme beings became excited. To them, the temptation of the blood god pill was even greater than even a quasi-emperor soldier. After all, it was something that could help them break through to the quasi-emperor realm. Afterward, the people from the major powers left reluctantly. Walking out of the Xianyu auction house, they all had a dreamy feeling. Quasi-emperor soldiers, blood god pills, and supreme artifacts, each of these things were things that could cause many great powers to fight for their heads, but now they had all appeared at the auction in unison. This time, even if they didn't get anything in the auction, it was still an eye-opening experience and not a wasted trip. Half an hour later, Xianyu delivered a storage ring to the box where Wuing was. Your Excellency, this auction yielded a total of 62.8 billion spirit crystals and 73.96 billion extreme spirit stones, all of which are within this storage ring. Wuing received the storage ring and probed into a strand of divine sense. This storage ring was of extremely high quality, no less than an extreme-grade spiritual artifact, and the space inside was so large that it could fit a mountain peak. At the moment, it was almost stuffed to the brim with spirit crystals and extremely high-grade spirit stones.
Very good.
Wuing revealed a difficult smile, his pockets finally filling up again.
This is the information for all the items to be auctioned next time. You can take a look. I'll be leaving first.
When you guys are done for me, this Gongzi will have another reward. Xianyu hurriedly said, "It's our honor to be able to serve your excellency, and since Xianyu has already broken through to a quasi-emperor, he doesn't dare to ask for another reward from your excellency. Furthermore, organizing an auction like this that covered the entire continent would be able to raise the popularity and prestige of the Xianyu auction house, so it was worth it even if they didn't receive any reward." Wuing casually waved his hand. "Let's talk about it when the time comes. This Gongzi will leave first."
Back at the mountain villa at the back of the Wanshan Academy Palace,
Wuing invested 60 billion spirit crystals into the Chaos Divine Gourd, quickly condensing 6 drops of crystalline Chaos Origin liquid. Each drop contained incomparably majestic energy, possessing the ability to take over the heavens, emanating a dense colorful halo, and silently suspended in the Divine Gourd. 60 billion spirit crystals, just gone.
Still really spending money like water.
Sighing, Wuing directly swallowed 6 drops of Chaos Source liquid into his stomach. In an instant, incomparably surging energy surged into his limbs and bones like a torrent, washing over his sinews and flesh and blood, extremely soothing. It was unknown how long had passed. Wuing violently opened his eyes, bursting out with 2 streams of brilliant light.
The undying golden body, it has finally come to fruition.
At the same time, his divine soul had also reached Void Realm perfection. His cultivation had similarly reached the Great Emperor Realm perfection, and the next step was to realize the Tao and become an immortal.
However, becoming an immortal wasn't that easy.
Immortals already belonged to another level. It was not in the same dimension as the Great Emperor Realm. Immortal path is ethereal, pursuing the essence of the Great Tao. The law does not invade, the years do not add to the body, has transcended birth, old age, sickness and death, has an endless lifespan. Without realizing the Great Tao, it was difficult to break through to the immortal realm by simply increasing one's cultivation, unless one reached the point where quantitative changes caused qualitative changes, thus proving the Tao by force and forcing one's way into the immortal Tao realm. Wuing felt that if he wanted to break through to the immortal realm, he would still have to rely on the system. He had the system by his side, so all he needed to do was to keep signing in, and breaking through to the immortal realm wouldn't be a breeze? Glancing at the system's personal panel, he had accumulated 233 sign-on opportunities.
It wasn't very far from an annual signing.
Wuing was not in a hurry to utilize his signing time. She still had one extremely important thing to do right now. That was to uncover the 5th layer of the bloodline seal.
The process was very smooth. With his current cultivation and physical body, he was able to easily withstand the power of the bloodline in the 5th layer of the seal, and it no longer hurt like it did the first time. After unlocking the bloodline seal, Wuing felt that although his cultivation realm had not increased, his strength had once again risen by a large margin. I should count myself as invincible under immortals now, right? Wuing was in a happy mood. Right now, even without relying on the chaotic divine gourd in the dragon fishing rod, his strength should be at the top of the list in this vast middle millennium world. The next few days, Wuing became leisurely again, accumulating daily check-ins and occasionally studying the way of runic seal formations. Or occasionally instructing Li Yuanbao's trio in their cultivation. The auctions were still being held as scheduled, roughly once a month.
Wuing still needed more spirit crystals.
Although the cultivation realm currently could not be raised any further, the quality of cultivation could still continue to increase. It was also equivalent to increasing strength. Anyway, those Quasi-emperor soldiers and supreme artifacts were of little use to him right now, so Wuing planned to take them all out and sell them, utilizing the last bit of their residual heat. 4 months later. It's finally been collected. System, have a yearly signature.
Wuing shouted in his heart with some excitement, a look of anticipation in his eyes.
A second annual signing, I hope that my luck won't be too bad.
Ding, the signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Divine Beast Cub.
Divine Beast Cub?
Wuing raised an eyebrow and immediately checked the reward information. It was actually a 9-tailed skyfox that had just been born less than 3 days ago.
He immediately took it out of system space.
It was snow white and a tiny mass, just like a nursing kitten. It had a pair of beautiful light golden eyes, a tiny pink nose and paws, but it possessed 9 small furry tails.
What a cute little thing. Wu Ning placed the little heavenly fox in his hand and nodded its little head. However, he suddenly froze for a moment. Although this little heavenly fox was small and its aura wasn't strong, it was a solid Great Emperor realm. Worthy of being a divine beast. Just born at the Great Emperor realm, an adult could become an immortal. The little sky fox gazed at him intimately, feeling his touch and instantly squinting in enjoyment. Wu Ning smiled. With this little guy in the future, there was always some more fun to be had. Time passed, and the years continued to move forward. Soon another half-year passed. In the boundless starry sky, a thunder rock with a body length of tens of thousands of feet was traveling between the stars. An exceptionally bright star was already in sight. Tianxian, Lei Ming, am back again. Lei Ming whistled long and excitedly. He was the demon race's thunder ancestor, who had been away from the Tianxian continent for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, he should return in an invincible position. Chapter 59 Dragon Emperor. Wanxiang Academy Palace's back mountain estate. My lord, this is the proceeds from this auction, a total of 52.2 billion spirit crystals, 936 billion extreme spirit stones, and another 600 billion or so superior grade spirit stones. Xianyu smiled as she handed over a storage ring to Wu Ning. More than 50 billion, much less than last time. Wu Ning sighed slightly, organizing more than 10 auctions in a row and harvesting more than 800 billion spirit crystals. Nowadays, those giant forces were about to be squeezed dry by him. Xianyu, there's no need for the auctions to be held in the future. After thinking about it, he took out an ancient bronze mirror and handed it to her. This is a quasi-imperial weapon called the Floating World Mirror. It possesses an extremely strong killing power. I'm giving it to you. Your Excellency, how can this? Xianyu dare to accept such an expensive thing from Your Excellency? Take it, it's just a quasi-imperial weapon. It's been a hard time for you guys. Wu Ning waved his hand and said. In addition, there is something else I would like to trouble you with. There wasn't much oil and water left in the Tianxian continent, so Wu Ning planned to travel to the stars to gain some insight. In the meantime, he would find a place to sell a few emperor armaments. By that time, he would almost be able to break through to the immortal realm, and then he could consider returning to the martial clan of the Tai Chu ancient realm. After leaving Tianxian, Wu Ning planned to have Xianyu secretly take care of some of the people from the Yan Wangfu of the Great Jin. He had also greeted Li Qingxuan's side. In this way, he would also be able to leave with peace of mind. Don't worry, Your Excellency, as long as Xianyu is alive for one day, he will definitely protect the people of the Yan Wangfu without any harm. After Xianyu left, Wu Ning brought over the 3 Li Yuan Bao. After practicing in the Wanxiang Academy for nearly 2 years, all 3 of them had undergone a drastic change. It wasn't just cultivation, but more experience and insight. All of them had seen the world and were no longer the 3 bumpkins who had just left Great Jin. Boss, are you looking for us? Are you preparing to return to Great Jin again? Li Yuanbao asked. During these nearly 2 years, Wu Ning had brought them back to Great Jin every few months. Well, that's kind of one of them. But I additionally have something more important to find you guys. Wu Ning looked at them and asked, I've recently planned to go on a starry sky excursion. Do you guys want to go together? A starry sky excursion? The 3's eyes lit up. Born between heaven and earth, how could they not yearn for the stars and the sea? Brother Wu, I want to go. Su Ziqian was the first to say. Boss, take me one. My lord, I'll go wherever you go. Wu Ning laughed. Alright then, you guys go back and get ready. I'll take you back to the Great Jin in 3 days, and we'll set off for a starry night excursion in January. By the way, I have one more thing to give you guys. Wu Ning waved his hand, and 3 drops of chaos origin liquid emitting a dense haze of light appeared in front of the 3 of them. Swallow it. This item is able to enhance your qualifications as well as increase your cultivation. The 3 of them looked at the chaos source liquid in front of them, and a longing arose in their hearts for no reason, which made them realize how extraordinary this item was, and that it was definitely a rare treasure. They had absolute trust in Wu Ning, and after hearing his words, they didn't hesitate and directly swallowed it in one gulp. Boom boom. In the next moment, majestic to the extreme energy surged into their bodies like a torrent, and it was a good thing that this energy was incomparably gentle, or else it would have been able to burst them in an instant. Subsequently, the aura of the 3 of them began to soar crazily. In a matter of moments, they broke through to the heavenly palace realm. 10 breaths later they broke through to the Seal King realm. 100 breaths later it directly entered the Saint realm. Wu Ning glanced at the sky that had suddenly turned gloomy, and with a wave of his hand, he directly led them into the void. Almost at the same time.
Three mysterious figures appeared above the endless sea, and they burrowed into the sea straight towards the direction of the Dragon Palace.
Demon Lord, if you don't stay properly in your demon domain, what are you doing running to this Emperor's Dragon Palace? Suddenly, an incomparably majestic rang out. Dragon Emperor, this Emperor has come today to discuss something important, and I believe you will definitely be interested.
Oh? To be able to make you personally come, Demon Lord, this Emperor has developed a trace of interest.
A few moments later.
In the Dragon Palace, a huge palace of golden splendor.
Thunder Ancestor, I didn't expect that you old fellow would actually still be alive.
The Dragon Emperor looked at the burly man beside the Demon Lord, and a trace of gravity flashed under his eyes. When he was still the Dragon Clan's crown prince, the other party was already a long famous Demon Lord, and he didn't expect that he would still be around after hundreds of thousands of years.
With this old fellow's strength nowadays, I'm afraid that he was already unrivaled in Tianxian continent. Aotsan little child, when this ancestor left Tianxian back then you had already broken through to the realm of the great emperor. Now after so many years I wonder how much progress has been made?
Lei ancestor snorted coldly, his powerful aura erupted. He had suffered a great loss at the hands of the old Dragon Emperor back then, and now he couldn't help but find it back on his son. The Dragon Emperor's gaze was cold, about to lash out. He was confident that even if he wasn't as good as the other party, he definitely wasn't that much worse, and coupled with the Dragon Clan's heritage, he could fight. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, the Demon Lord hurriedly said, "Both of you, calm down. The matter we are talking about today concerns the fate of our two clans, and we must not delay the grand plan because of some trivial matters." Hearing him say this, the Thunder Ancestor snorted coldly and withdrew his breath.
The Dragon Emperor's gaze narrowed slightly. It concerns the fate of our two clans? Demon Lord, could it be that you're preparing to make a move towards the human race?
The heart of the demon race was known to the world. The moment he saw Thunder Ancestor, he pretty much understood why the Demon Lord was talking about what was important. The Demon Lord nodded. "I won't hide it from the Dragon Emperor. This Emperor has come here today precisely for this matter, wanting to ask the Dragon race to join forces with our demon race, and we will definitely be able to flatten the human race in one fell swoop." The Dragon Emperor said with a calm face, "My dragon race sits in the four seas, and has always been in harmony with the human race, so why should I join forces with you? Dragon Emperor, although the sea is rich, the continent is the center of heaven and earth. Your dragon race has been inherited from ancient times. How can you be trapped in the sea for generations?" The Dragon Emperor was somewhat moved. Their dragon race had indeed coveted the continent for a long time, but it was just that the human race had dominated the continent for millions of years, and their depth was unfathomable. To move towards the human race, the risk is too great. Seemingly seeing his concerns, the Demon Lord continued, "Taking action towards the human race is not only for you and me, but also for the barbarian race and the Ice and Snow clan." The Demon Lord briefly described his plan, letting the barbarian race and the Ice and Snow race act as cannon fodder to consume the human race's reserves. After the annihilation of the human race, they, the demon race, and the dragon race would share the world. The Dragon Emperor was not an indecisive person, and after listening to the Demon Lord's plan, he made up his mind. "This plan is feasible, but this Emperor needs your demon race to use the Heart Demon Oath as proof that they will share the world with our dragon race after overthrowing the human race."
"Ha, of course this is no problem."
After a long time, the grand plan to overthrow the human race was finalized. The Demon Lord's face suddenly revealed a hint of gravity. "Before we move towards the human race, there is one person who must be eliminated first."
"Oh? Who is it?" Chapter 60, The War Begins. "It's that kid who beheaded my demon clan's Black Emperor 2 years ago.
This son's talent is unparalleled in the ancient world. It is said that he is only in his early 20s now, and he already possesses the strength to decapitate the Black Emperor. He is definitely a great variable that must be plucked out beforehand,"
the Demon Lord said with a grave expression on his face. 20 years old?
The Dragon Emperor and Thunder Ancestor both stared wide-eyed, revealing incredulous expressions. "How is this possible? To cultivate to a great emperor at only 20 years old, it's impossible to cultivate even from the womb of a mother so quickly." After repeated investigations, this emperor can confirm that he is indeed only in his early 20s. The Demon Lord laughed bitterly. He was just as incredulous as them when he first learned of this news.
A 20-year-old great emperor was simply appalling. Could it be the reincarnation of a supreme great power?
A strange glint flashed in Lei Ancestor's eyes. Such a demon would definitely be a great tonic if he were to refine a human Dan.
It might even allow him to ask for that supreme realm. Cough, this human brat will be left to this ancestor to deal with, but I still need a few more people to assist. The demon lord glanced at him and said, "Nowadays, I'm afraid that only you, lay ancestor, have the absolute strength to decapitate that human brat, and I'll have the emperor assist you." The dragon emperor did not move and said, "Since we have formed an alliance, our dragon clan is also willing to send a great emperor to assist." Ha, with the assistance of 2 great emperors, this ancestor will definitely be able to capture him handily. 2 days later, Li Yuanbao's trio had already absorbed an entire drop of chaos source liquid, and their cultivation crossed several great realms, actually breaking through directly to the late stage of Quasi-emperor. However, they were considered the weakest of the Quasi-emperors. Empty of realm cultivation, they lacked the corresponding realm sense. They hadn't even comprehended all of the laws yet. However, to Wuing, raising their cultivation was only incidental, mainly wanted to use the chaos source liquid to improve their cultivation qualifications. With a drop of chaos origin liquid to improve their foundation, all 3 of them now possessed the qualifications to become immortals. Looking at the entire Tianxian continent, they also belonged to the top talent. Moreover, with the realm reached and the talent improved, receiving the laws again would be twice the effort and 1,000 miles a day. It was estimated that in at most 100 years, the 3 of them would be able to successfully condense the law origin and raise their cultivation senses to the Quasi-emperor realm. Although 100 years was a long time, it was simply insignificant compared to their current realm. After the 3 of them had familiarized themselves with their current realms, Wuing brought them out into the void. Having just returned to the manor, Wuing frowned slightly. He detected a trace of extremely subtle divine sense sweeping past him. 2 demon race great emperors and 1 dragon race great emperor, it seems as though they are all here for me. Wuing's lips lifted slightly, it seemed that there was an unexpected gain today. There was actually a takeaway that had been automatically delivered to his door. He appeared. Above the firmament, Lei Ancestor looked towards the Wanxiang school palace and sized up Wuing's figure, his gaze slightly condensing as he realized that he couldn't even see through this person's depths. "You 2 go first, try this brat's strength, and this ancestor will press for you," Lei Ancestor said towards the 2 beside him. "Why bother, it's better to let this Gongzi send the 3 of you on your way together." Wuing's bland voice rang out, instantly appearing in front of them. "The vertical sun is rampant. This ancestor is personally taking action, and with the assistance of 2 demon emperors, I will definitely behead you today." Lei Ancestor let out an explosive shout, and a terrifying great emperor's pressure instantly erupted, pressurizing the heavens to constantly vibrate, as if it would directly collapse in the next instant. Wuing stood with his arms folded, his hair fluttering lightly, and all of the mighty pressure that approached the 10,000 feet range in front of him would directly dissipate into nothing, not causing the slightest ripple. Thunder Ancestor's eyes narrowed, feeling more and more that Wuing was somewhat unfathomable. "This sun is bizarre, strike together to suppress him." Boom! Before Lei Ancestor's words fell, he instantly unleashed his own body, transforming into a tens of thousands of feet thunder rock with wings that covered the sky, and dark purple thunder light that dazzled his eyes. The 2 people beside him similarly transformed into their own bodies. A 10,000 feet tall underworld sky wolf, its huge body was covered with bizarre black lines, its breath was eerie and horrifying, and its eyes were blood red, as if it was the eyes of the god of death. A tens of thousands of feet long black dragon, thick limbs, the whole body is covered with black dragon scales, hidden dark gold metallic luster, a pair of huge dragon eyes as deep as a black hole, very majestic. Terrifying Imperial might filled the heavens and earth, and the air was covered with cracks, making it difficult to withstand the breath of 3 great emperors at the same time. In the East Sea City, countless people looked at the sky in horror. "It's the Dragon Clan! And the Demon Emperor! East Sea City is going to be finished!" Many powerful cultivators fled frantically. Great emperor powerhouses possessed the ability to destroy the sky and the earth. A random strike could annihilate the entire East Sea City. If they were a second late, they were afraid that they would all be buried for East Sea City. 3 great emperors have actually been deployed. Are the demon and dragon races planning to go to war with us? I also don't know if Dao Yuwu can hold back. Li Qingxuan's heart was heavy as he immediately activated the emperor-level defense array of the Wanxiang Academy Palace with all his might. Demon Domain. At this moment, the Demon Lord was leading 2 demon race great emperor powerhouses and was confronting 4 human race great emperors. Behind him, there were hundreds of millions of demon race armies, the lowest of which was a 7th-order demon beast, with no shortage of 9th-order and 10th-order great demons, all of which were huge and had terrifying auras, their gazes greedily staring at the human race boundary, revealing bloodthirsty rays of light. Just waiting for an order from the Demon Lord, they would be able to pour into the human race's city and start enjoying the human race's flesh and blood. Demon Lord, how dare you? How dare you provoke a war against my human race? Do you want to be completely exterminated?
A great emperor of the human race wearing a Xian robe shouted angrily. The demon lord indifferently said, "Old thing, the Tianxian continent was originally my demon race's, and now we are merely taking back what belongs to us. However, your words are memorized by this emperor. After you and the others die, this emperor will definitely exterminate his clan and leave no one of the human race behind. Good guts. Damn flat hair, old me will definitely behead you today." Several human emperors had murderous intent in their eyes. This continent has never belonged to any ethnic group. The human race was also born in this heaven and earth, only because the strength is stronger, now can dominate this continent.
The demon lord stopped talking and looked in the direction of the eastern domain. Just wait for Lei Zhu to solve that human kid, this war will be no suspense. Although the human race was strong, some of the old guys were not even in Tianxian continent at the moment, and they would definitely lose. At the same time, the same scene was also playing out in the southern and northern regions. The Barbarian clan and the Ice and Snow clan were staging their troops on the border, confronting the human powerhouses. The Demon Lord and Dragon Emperor wanted them to act as pawns to consume the human race's reserves. But they weren't stupid, they were waiting for the demon race and dragon race to make their moves, and even planned to let the two of them make the first move and reap the benefits themselves. The dragon race army gathered in the endless sea above, is eyeing the direction of the western region. The persimmons picked up the soft ones. They were preparing to attack the continent from the western region. Among the 5 domains of the human race, the western domain had the weakest overall strength, with only one Buddhist sect. Haha, it's time to get started.
The Dragon Emperor's gaze traveled through endless space and looked in the direction of the eastern domain, a smile on his face. With an old man of terrifying strength like the Thunder Ancestor making a move, and the assistance of 2 veteran great emperors, he didn't think that human brat would still have a chance to live.
Pass on this emperor's order, the entire army will move out and start attacking the western domain.
Chapter 61, If you're here, you'll be buried in peace.
In the eastern domain, above the firmament,
Wuing directly sacrificed his dragon fishing rod. He had discovered the abnormality of the Xian heavenly continent at the moment, and was prepared to quickly get rid of these 3 fellows in front of him.
It just so happened that there was a dragon here. One could try out the power of the dragon fishing rod. Kill!
The Thunder Ancestor bellowed, his body surging with lightning light as he offered up a thunder spear with a terrifying aura, killing towards Wuing. This thunder spear was a top-tier emperor armament that he had obtained from killing an exotic human emperor while traveling in the stars.
Soul-devouring streamer. Dragon God Spear.
The underworld Skywolf and the Black Dragon similarly sacrificed an Imperial weapon, and they had made every preparation in order to decapitate Wuing.
Boom!
The terrifying aura caused space to completely shatter and collapse, revealing a large black hole in the void on the dome of the heavens, deep and horrifying, as if it were an extinction disaster. The 3 Imperial armaments carried the might of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, killing in front of Wuing in an instant. Wuing's eyes were calm as he held the dragon fishing rod in his hand, swinging it like a stick towards the 3 emperor armies.
Simple, direct, and dry. Clang!
As the rod smashed down, the thunder spear instantly crumbled, emitting a crisp shattering sound as countless fragments of the emperor armaments pierced through space and disappeared into the vast emptiness. The might of this stick did not diminish, directly smashing the sky dome and cracking open hundreds of thousands of feet of void cracks. In the next instant, the fishing dragon rod smashed into the soul-devouring streamer and the dragon godlance one after another, and the 2 infinitely powerful Imperial armaments were instantly smashed, destroying everything without encountering the slightest obstruction at all. As Wuing pressed out with a palm, all of the battle fluctuations were imprisoned above the firmament, not affecting the East Sea city below in the slightest. With his current strength, doing this step was easy.
Aha!
The Imperial soldiers were destroyed, and the 3 demons let out a muffled grunt at the same time, their breath instantly weakening by a large margin.
How is this possible?
Thunder Ancestor's gaze was dumbfounded. That was an Emperor soldier. He had been extremely injured and nearly died in order to obtain this thunder spear, and it had taken him tens of thousands of years to recover.
How could it be destroyed so easily? That stick is so terrifying. Just what level of weapon is it? Run away!
The underworld Heavenly Wolf and the Black Dragon were horrified. The Imperial armament was destroyed, and they instantly lost the will to fight. The sun was too terrifying, it was simply not something they could deal with. If you've come, you'll be buried in peace. All stay. Ning whispered softly, flinging his fishing dragon rod, the small cyan-colored ball at the other end instantly breaking through the air, dragging an invisible thin thread behind it.
Snort!
Only to see the small cyan-colored ball transform into a stream of cyan-colored light, piercing through the bodies and demon souls of the three demons in an instant, some Imperial blood spilling into the air.
Their huge bodies were instantly frozen in the firmament. Vitality melted like ice and snow, severed in an instant. This is dead?
Wuing was secretly staggered that just one random strike had actually, directly obliterated three great Emperor-level powerhouses.
The might of an immortal artifact was as terrifying as it was.
Wuing's hands shook slightly as he retrieved the small green-colored ball, and then collected the corpses of the three demon emperors. A thunder rock, a heavenly wolf, and a black dragon.
Could all be good things.
Afterward, he disappeared in one step.
Boss is awesome. Li Yuanbao and the three of them looked exuberant, waving their fists, their eyes filled with excitement. Dead. All three demon emperors are dead. Countless people were staring blankly, wondering if they were dreaming. It hadn't even been 10 breaths of time and three great emperors had actually died. How was this possible? Did their human race even have such great powers? The Thunder Ancestor was actually killed. How is this possible?
The demon lord's gaze was horrified, his heart chilled a little. The three demons of the Thunder Ancestor had almost been killed in seconds, and it was really hard for him to imagine just what level of strength Wuing had reached. The several human emperors were also somewhat stunned. However, the short period of shock was followed by great surprise. I didn't realize that my human race still had such a strong person. Instantly killing three emperors is beyond the reach of an old man. We also do it, all the strong listen to the order, all follow me to kill. Flat hair, old man to kill you. Kill. The four human great emperors gave the order, and behind them, the strong people from the major imperial dynasties and empires instantly rushed towards the demon army, while they took the lead in killing the three demon great emperors.
Demon Lord, let's retreat. A demon emperor with a face full of scales said hurriedly.
The Thunder Ancestor had been killed, and they had long since felt the desire to retreat.
Retreat? Where else can we retreat to now? If we lose this battle, the entire Tianxian will no longer have a foothold for our demon race.
The demon lord's face was ugly, and his heart couldn't help but feel a bit of despair. That human brat had indeed become the biggest variable in this battle. Demon Lord, there is no fear of having no wood to burn. Let's take some of our clan members and leave Tianxian. As long as we are still alive, we may not have no chance to return to Tianxian again in the future.
Another demon emperor transmitted his voice. Leave Tianxian. No. This emperor is not willing. The demon lord roared in his heart as a flash of madness suddenly appeared in his eyes.
An ancient array disc appeared in his hand, dark red in color, with an extremely terrifying aura. Even great emperors had a feeling of trembling in their hearts when they looked at it. Everything is because of that human brat. As long as we can kill him, the final victory must belong to my demon race. The demon lord's expression was maniacal as he directly threw out the array disc in his hand and flew it over the demon race's army.
The next moment,
an incomparably terrifying ancient ferocious formation manifested, emitting an eerie and bloody aura, instantly enveloping the entire demon race army, which also included quite a number of human race powerhouses.
Boom boom boom.
In an instant, tens of thousands of demon race powerhouses exploded into a massive blood mist, turning into a stream of blood energy that surged into the large formation.
This is...
The pupils of several human race great emperors shrunk violently, immediately ordering the human race to retreat from the powerhouses.
Demon Lord, what are you doing?
The two demon emperors were shocked and furious. These demon race powerhouses were the backbone of the entire demon race, and many of them were clansmen of their clans. How could they be slaughtered at will?
The demon lord looked indifferent and said, "This formation is called the 10,000 Spirit Sacrificial God Formation. As long as these hundreds of millions of troops are sacrificed, this emperor will be able to obtain unparalleled greatness.
At that time, no one will be able to stop this emperor, and the entire Tianxian will be mine, the demon race."
But
there are no buts. They can't escape death if they lose the battle anyway, so they might as well dedicate themselves to the great cause of my clan.
The two demon emperors looked gloomy, but did not say anything else. It was considered acquiescence.
In the 10,000 Spirit Sacrificial God Formation, blood mist filled the air as hundreds of millions of demon clans died in large swathes, constantly emitting miserable screams.
At the same time,
Wuing had already crossed the entire continent to the western region, and he was prepared to tackle the dragon race first. For one, the dragon clan was the strongest.
2. He had coveted the dragon race for a long time. Previously, he was too concerned about starting a war to make a move. Now that the other party had taken the initiative to declare war, he had nothing to be concerned about. Seeing Wuing appear, the Dragon Emperor had a numbing sensation in his scalp, and when he thought of the scene in which the 3 Thunder Ancestor demons had been killed in seconds, he had a jolt. He frantically roared. Pass on this Emperor's order for the entire army to retreat, quickly. Chapter 62 The End of the Battle. Die. Without any nonsense, Wuing directly flung his dragon fishing rod, and one black dragon after another was quickly obliterated. The number of the dragon race's army wasn't large, not even 100,000. However, the quality was extremely high. The lowest were all peak 8th rank black dragons. There were tens of thousands of 9th rank black dragons, and there were nearly 1,000 10th rank black dragons. The 11th rank black dragons were relatively fewer, with only 30 or so. There were 5 12th ranked dragon emperors, and with the addition of the one that had been beheaded earlier, there were a total of 6. Worthy of being an ancient dragon race that was sitting on a vast and endless sea, this power was enough to rival the entire middle domain of the human race. But this was also considered to be an outpouring of power. The dragons were few in number, less than 300,000 in total. Compared to the human race's population of trillions, it was simply insignificant. However, they were born with a powerful bloodline and had a much longer lifespan than the human race. Moreover, as long as they reached adulthood, they would basically be able to break through to the 8th rank, which could be considered a unique advantage. Die. Wuing went on a killing spree, and in just a breath of time, thousands of black dragons died in his hands, all of which were 9th order and above dragon race powerhouses. The eyes of the Dragon Emperor turned red as he watched. Escape! Quickly escape! Damn human, this Emperor must kill you! The Dragon Emperor roared angrily, sacrificing 3 Imperial armaments to kill straight towards Wuing. The other 4 Dragon Clan Great Emperors also knew in their hearts that they would not be able to escape death today, and 3 of them stayed behind intending to stall Wuing with the Dragon Emperor, allowing the last one to flee with some of his clansmen. Aang. Kill. Watch out for his weapon. Even if we die today, we must hold him off and fight for a chance of survival for our clan. Several dragon race great emperors took on a desperate stance, directly beginning to burn their dragon souls as they brazenly killed Wuing. Without a word, Wuing shook the fishing dragon rod in his hand and retrieved the small green-colored ball before flinging it out once again, instantly piercing through their bodies. At the same time, it annihilated their dragon souls. In front of the immortal weapon, they did not have the slightest chance. The moment the Dragon Emperor decided to join the demon race in making a move towards the human race, their end was already doomed. Snort! The green-colored ball pierced through the Dragon Emperor's heart as he glanced at Wuing unwillingly, the life in his eyes quickly dissipating. In an instant, all 5 Dragon Race Great Emperors were killed, strung together by an invisible thin thread. Even that last Dragon Race Great Emperor did not manage to escape. Your Majesty! Father! Old Ancestor! All of the Dragon Clan went mad, like moths to a flame, killing one after another towards Wuing. Even if they knew they would not be able to defeat him, they still had to fight for their lives. The lofty pride of the dragon race did not allow them to be greedy and afraid of death. Courage is commendable. Wuing gave a heartfelt exclamation of praise, killing without any weakness. Moments later, nearly 100,000 dragon race troops were slaughtered by him, and the heavens and earth were silently drifting with a rain of blood. Several human emperors watched from the side, unable to intervene at all and not daring to do so. They were afraid that Wuing would go crazy and accidentally kill them as if they were dragons, and they would have no place to cry. Wuing didn't care about them either, collecting up the corpses of all the dragon race and flashing towards the demon domain. How terrifying! What exactly is the origin of this male? The legendary true immortal descending into the world is nothing more than that, right? Several human emperors had palpitations in their hearts, Wuing killing great emperors like killing chickens and slaughtering dogs, causing a few feelings of insignificance to arise in their hearts. Amitabha Buddha. An old monk recited a Buddhist chant, his gaze turning in the direction of the Dragon Palace. Fellow monks, as things have come to this, let us carry out the aftermath. Ha, Master has a point, let's go to the Dragon Palace. The eyes of several human emperors immediately lit up. Demon domain. Damn it! His power is increasing, we have to break that formation. A hint of anxiety appeared in the eyes of the 4 human race great emperors. Make a move, we can't let him continue. If you want to break this formation, you'll have to go through us first.
The two demon race great emperors transformed into their original bodies and deadlocked a few human race great emperors. Now was the moment to decide their fate, and they were not allowed to retreat. The aura of the demon lord was climbing crazily as he continuously absorbed the blood chi that was as vast as the sea in the 10,000 spirit sacrificial god formation. What a powerful force! Right now, even if Lei Ancestor was alive, he wouldn't be my opponent. He whispered to himself, his gaze somewhat obsessed and maniacal. Afterward, he glanced in the direction of the western region, and his eyes once again became gloomy. The dragon clan is also finished. This sun is too terrifying. Am I his opponent now? No way. I still need a stronger power. A hint of madness flashed in the demon lord's eyes, and his gaze couldn't help but look at the two demon race great emperors to the side, as well as the four human race great emperors. If I absorb their blood chi, I will be invincible in the world. Thinking of this, his eyes grew more and more frantic as he immediately controlled the all-soul sacrificial god formation, instantly enveloping the six great emperors. Ah! Demon Lord, what are you doing? You crazy person! How dare you want to sacrifice even us? The two demon emperors were shocked and furious, frantically attacking the formation. Within the grand formation, there was a blood aura, filled with all sorts of terrifying killing power, as well as soul-eroding killing intent, which was difficult to resist even if they were great emperors. The four human great emperors felt the deadly threat and didn't dare to hold back any longer, directly using their bottom cards to attack the formation. However, the 10,000 spirit sacrificial god formation was an ancient ferocious formation, and at this moment, hundreds of millions of demon race armies had been sacrificed, becoming incomparably terrifying. The six great emperors had struck at the same time, but it was even difficult to shake it for a moment. Humph! Unnecessary struggle. The demon lord snorted coldly, controlling the grand formation with all his might, preparing to refine them. Weedy bird, I let you escape once 2 years ago. This time, this lord will see where you can still escape to. Right at this moment, Ning took a step out of the void. He swept the surrounding area, and had to sigh at the fact that this fellow, the demon lord, was a ruthless character. He could kill his own demons when he said so, without the slightest bit of hesitation. Seeing him appear, the demon lord's gaze condensed slightly. Without a word, he actually directly maneuvered the 10,000 spirit sacrificial god formation towards Ning to kill him. Seek death. Ning flung his fishing dragon rod, and the green-colored ball instantly broke through the air. The demon lord stared in disbelief. His chest was pierced through a small hole, his demon soul rapidly annihilating as his vitality frantically drained away. In the end, a flash of bewilderment lingered in the bottom of his eyes. He couldn't figure out why he was still instantly killed in seconds even though he was so powerful. Just what kind of existence was he fighting against? Boom! The green-colored ball shattered the array plate, and the all-soul sacrificial god formation instantly collapsed. A terrifying bloodbath aura erupted, and the heavens and earth instantly became blood-red. It was like a world of Shura. The faces of the two demon race great emperors were ashen. It's over. Everything is over. I am not willing to nah. In the next second, Ning directly killed them. At this point, there were no more strong people in the demon race. This war started by the demon race had already declared its end just after it had begun. The four human race great emperors gazed at Ning in awe, a hint of fear in the bottom of their eyes. Deal with the rest yourselves. Ning had no interest in dealing with them, and after collecting the corpses of the three demon emperors, he left directly after dropping these words. Chapter 63 Departure. Dragon meat in the sky, donkey meat on the ground, oh, it's so delicious. I never thought that I, Li Yuanbao, would actually have the chance to eat the legendary dragon meat in my life. In the courtyard, the fragrance of the meat was overflowing and wafted for 10 miles. A large cauldron gurgled and stewed the dragon meat, and next to it, 2 nourishing golden dragon tendons were roasted. It was half a meter thick. Li Yuanbao's trio surrounded the cauldron, holding a piece of dragon meat and devouring it. After their cultivation level had risen to Quasi-emperor, they were finally able to gorge on meat and no longer had to hold a bowl of soup and watch. On the side, Ning had placed the little skyfox on the table and was feeding her chopped roasted dragon tendons. The little one was a tiny mass, but her appetite wasn't small. Ning had already fed her several plates of dragon meat and dragon tendons. Calling. Little skyfox stuck out her little pink tongue and licked Ning's fingers, then lowered her little head. Ning smiled and stroked her head. Had enough? Oinking. The little skyfox squinted her eyes in enjoyment,
the 9 little tails behind her wagging gently. On the other side of the table, the little green bird had a large plate of dragon tendons in front of it, and was burying its head in its mouth. Wuing realized that this little guy was an eater, all day long was eating, following him for the past 3 years had gained several rounds of weight. After becoming small, she looked chubby and quite cute. Now do not need her to act as a mount, Wuing is not worried about whether she can fly up after eating fat. After feeding the little sky fox, Wuing also began to fill his own stomach. The flavorful texture of the dragon's meat was indeed good, a bit better than that heavenly dog's meat, but it wasn't that much stronger. I wonder what about the flavor of a true dragon? Wuing thought as he ate. The Black Dragon clan of the Tianqian continent were just wild miscellaneous dragons, not even on the same level as true dragons. However, it was estimated that only great worlds like the Taichu ancient realm would have pure-blooded true dragons in existence. Not long afterward, a guest arrived at the Back Mountain Manor. Fellow Daoist Wu. Yanqi smiled and arched his hand, extremely polite. Elder brother Yan, why are you so polite with me? I wonder what wind blew you here. Wuing smiled and gave an imaginary hand. Yanqi took out a storage ring and handed it to him. Little brother Wu, this is the spirit stones and spirit crystals that we captured in the dragon and demon races, and hearing that you needed them, I sent them over to you. Oh? Wuing's eyes instantly lit up as his divine sense probed. Spirit crystals were piled up into a huge mountain, amounting to over 200 billion. There were even more spirit stones, at least 3 trillion, and they were all extremely high-grade spirit stones. Yanqi smiled and said, a large portion of those spirit stones and spirit crystals are from the Dragon Clan, they have accumulated them for generations, their wealth is truly astonishing. As he said that, he couldn't help but show a touch of sigh in his eyes. Over 200 billion spirit crystals, he had never seen so many spirit crystals even as a great emperor. I do need spirit stones and spirit crystals, so I won't be polite with you. Wuing smiled and collected it. Elder brother Yan, if there's nothing else, why don't you sit down and eat some together? Yanqi's gaze swept, and he was instantly somewhat moved. Older brother, I don't know if this is the meat of that old fellow dragon emperor, but old brother I've been salivating over him for a long time. So old brother likes the dragon emperor's meat, small matter, I'll cut one of his legs down to taste it. Old brother you know me. The next day, Wuing brought Li Yuanbao and the 3 of them back to Great Jin. Great Jin was still the same Great Jin as before, the country was at peace, as always. Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian each went back to their own homes and looked for their own moms. Wuing also brought Zhang Liang back to the royal residence. In the next few days, the continent changed, but this small remote place of Dijin did not suffer any repercussions. Wuing's life returned to peace and quiet, eating and drinking every day, teasing foxes, and playing with birds. It was as if they were back to the old days. However, after half a month, something happened that surprised him. His former fiancée, Lin Qingyao, now transformed into the Holy Maiden of the Taiyin Holy Land in Lian Prefecture, and is now returning to her hometown in brocade clothes, causing quite a stir in the upper capital city. This Taiyin Holy Land was a holy land where women were honored, and possessed Saint King-level powerhouses. Lin Qingyao had a Taiyin Xian body, and 3 years ago, she was spotted by a traveling supreme elder of the Taiyin Holy Land, who took her as a disciple and brought her back to the Taiyin Holy Land. After that, with the help of the Taiyin Holy Land's supreme elder, her Taiyin Xian body metamorphosed into the Taiyin Holy Body, and she jumped to become a top-tier heavenly pride, assuming the position of the Holy Maiden. It was also considered an extraordinary encounter. After Lin Qingyao returned to the upper capital, she came to Yan Wangfu the next day to pay her respects. Wuing met her once. After not seeing her for 3 years, she was indeed impressed. Lin Qingyao has changed a lot, temperament gentle and quiet, demeanor elegant and unassuming, really have a few points of the style of the Holy Virgin. She was like a different person from the arrogant county princess Qingyao back then. If she hadn't secretly checked her soul aura, Wuing would have thought that she had been taken over. It seemed that having seen the world had also made her grow up quite a bit. Wuing casually chatted with her for a few moments before letting her leave. The past is like a cloud of smoke, they are not the people of the same world, and now that they have seen her, it is considered to have drawn a conclusion with the past. A month passed in a flash. On this day, a tens of thousands of feet long flying boat broke through the air from Dijin and disappeared into the vast sea of clouds. On the Tianqian continent, many great emperors looked at the sky and couldn't help but secretly breathe a sigh of relief. With a terrifying existence of mysterious origin pressing down on their heads, no one felt at ease, and now that the other party had left, they all felt instantly relaxed. The Tianxian continent in the future would still have them at the top. So the starry sky is actually like this? On the star flying boat, a few people looked at the boundless starry sky with some shock and some disappointment. The starry sky was not as beautiful as imagined. Instead, it was silent and deep, dark and lightless, without any sound, dead silent and scary. There was no up and down, everywhere was deep darkness, giving people a sense of unknown fear. As if in those darkness, lurking what incomparably terrible big terror. However, in some extremely distant places, one could see the existence of a bright point of light. Those points of light were all stars. The Tianxian continent was called a continent, but in reality, it was also a star, an extremely huge star. Half of it was sea and half was land. Looking out in the starry sky, one was able to take in her beauty. Li Yuanbao and Su Ziqian had a hint of lingering love in their eyes. The starry sky had no age. Looking back again, I guess things had changed. However, they didn't have much to be reluctant to part with. In order to travel to the starry sky, they had specially learned a split body art. Both of them have condensed a split body to stay in Dejin. As long as the main body does not die, the split body will not dissipate. They no longer have to worry about. Ning was currently surveying the star map left behind by the heavenly origin Saint King. He had originally planned to follow Tianyuan Saint King's route, but now he had changed his mind. After all, Saint King Tianyuan had only been a Saint King in the first place, and he wouldn't have been able to travel too far in the starry sky at most. He would have wandered around the galaxies surrounding the Tianxian continent. Ning didn't want to waste any time, and planned to go directly to the most prosperous starfield in the universe. Chapter 64, Traveling to the Nine Heavens Starfield. Little Black, tell me what the pattern of this side of the universe is like? What are the prosperous starfields and interesting places? Ning directly took the black leather book out. He had almost forgotten that this guy claimed to be omniscient and omnipresent within the Great Tao. Inkbrand's spirit shook. He finally had a use for it again. Ahem. He cleared his throat before speaking. Master, this universe is called the Yuan Spirit Realm, also known as the Yuan Spirit Universe, and is a superior middle thousand world. The Yuan Spirit Realm is extremely vast, with a diameter of about 90 million billion light-years, and contains tens of thousands of vast and boundless starfields, as well as large tracts of unplanned barren regions. Master's current location is situated in a starfield named Ancient Abyss. Ancient Abyss Starfield. Tell me about this Ancient Abyss Starfield? Master, all star domains in the Yuan spirit world can be categorized into 4 grades: low grade, intermediate, high grade, and top grade, and the Ancient Abyss star domain belongs to a high grade star domain. The Ancient Abyss star domain as a whole is in the shape of a flattened bicone, with a maximum diameter of 800 billion light-years and a maximum thickness of about 320 billion light-years, which contains hundreds of millions of galaxies and billions of living planets. In addition, although the Tianxian continent only exists in a remote galaxy, when looking at the entire Ancient Abyss starfield, it is also a powerful planet that can be ranked in the top 1000. Inkbrand narrated. Ning was not surprised. After all, the apex of the middle thousand worlds was the Great Emperor realm, and the Tianxian continent at least possessed more than 30 great emperors, so it definitely couldn't be too weak. Even if it was placed in a top-tier starfield, it was by no means a small place. Little Black, how many top star realms are there in the Yuan Spirit Realm, and which top star realm is the closest to Tianxian continent? Master, there are only 13 top star domains in the Yuan Spirit Realm, and the one closest to the Tianxian continent is named the Nine Skies Star Domain. 9 Heavenly Ascents Starfield? How far is it from Tianxian? 382,500,000,000 plus light-years. So far? Ning frowned slightly. Great emperors could travel 10 billion light-years in a day when they crossed the void. However, with such a great distance, even if a great emperor powerhouse were to traverse the void moment by moment, it would still take thousands of years. He was only 21 years old now, so 1,000 years was a bit too long. Does Master want to go to the Nine Heavens Star Realm? I know many shortcuts that will allow Master to reach the Nine Heavens Star Realm within 10 years. Mo Bao swore. 10 years? Ning's eyes lit up. 10 years would not be unacceptable. Good then. Little Black, then I'll leave the next route to you. Let's go to the Nine Heavens Starfield. Roger that, Master. A flying boat emitting starlight rapidly traveled through the void at an extremely terrifying speed. Its speed was beyond the reach of even the average Great Emperor powerhouse, seemingly leaving time behind. The days of traveling through the void were too dull and boring. Ning would initially fish and tease the little sky fox, or open up a piece of land to plant fruit trees and raise flowers. But after a long time it became boring as hell. In the end, he decided to go take a nap.
Great Emperor powerhouses generally didn't need to sleep, but when they did, they slept for a long time. Wuing slept for a full 9 years during this sleep. One day 9 years later, he suddenly felt something in his heart and awoke from his sleep. Immediately, an incomparably terrifying aura emanated from within him, as if an ancient beast was gradually reviving.
Arrived?
A somewhat indistinct voice came out from his mouth. In the next moment, his figure disappeared from the room and instantly appeared outside the palace.
Master, you're awake?
Imobao happily flew over, and before Wuing could ask a question, he took the initiative to say, "Master, we have already arrived at the Nine Heavens starfield, but we are currently still in the fringe region, and it will take roughly a month before we arrive at the central galaxy of the Nine Heavens starfield."
Very good.
Wuing swept his gaze as the star-flying boat was still traveling through the void. The surrounding area was vast, far deeper and more airy than the starry sky, without any sound or light, only endless darkness that wrapped the star-flying boat tightly like a tidal wave.
Calling.
Right at this moment, the little sky fox rushed into his arms like streams of light, letting out soft cries and rubbing against his chest affectionately.
Little fellow, finally growing up a bit.
A smirk passed through Wuing's eyes as he gently rubbed her little head. Perhaps it was because the bloodline was too strong, the little heavenly fox grew extremely slowly. Now that she was already 10 years old, it was only as if she had just turned 1 month old.
Master.
The little green bird flew over as a green light. One could only see mana surging from her body before transforming into a little girl wearing a green feathered coat. 11 or 12 years old, her skin was crystalline and snow-white, like a beautiful porcelain doll.
But just a little chubby.
Her face was fleshy, and her small hands were round, cute and funny at the same time. Wuing was somewhat unable to bear to look at it. Nowadays, other than the 3 of them on the flying boat, all 3 of Li Yuanbao were still in closed-door cultivation. Wuing made his rounds and then began to build a fire to cook meat to treat his stomach.
A moment later, the 9 underworlds' Imperial amazement rose, stewing a pot of dragon marrow.
Wuing lazily leaned back in a rocking chair, nibbling on a 10,000-year-old golden spirit fruit while checking the system's personal panel.
Name, Wuing. Cultivation, Great Emperor Realm Perfection. Physical body, Imperishable Golden Body Grand Completion. Divine Soul, Void Realm Perfection. Physique, Age and Moon Divine Body.
Technique, Supreme Scripture First Level, Ancient Scripture of Refining Heaven First Level.
Avatar, A Glance of 10,000 Years Perfect. Weapons, Emperor Sword, Giant Spirit Battle Armor, Chaotic God Bell, Dragon Fishing Rod. Treasure, Black Book, Chaos God Gourd. Pet, 9-tailed Fox Hatchling. Remaining sign-in times, 3,862. Nearly 4,000 sign-on opportunities. 2 streaks of light exploded from Wuing's eyes, and his entire body was suddenly invigorated. With this many sign-in opportunities, one could use 7 monthly sign-in and 10 annual sign-in. System, give me 3 annual sign-ups.
Wuing immediately shouted in excitement. Ding, signing in was successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining an Immortal Enlightenment tea tree. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Supreme Spatial Divine Ability, the World in the Palm. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining 300,000 years of cultivation.
3 system beeps sounded continuously. Only 300,000 years?
Wuing shook his head when he finished, feeling that he was too greedy. What was there not to be satisfied with when he could obtain 300,000 years of cultivation just by simply signing in? He returned his attention to the other 2 rewards. Immortal Enlightenment Tea Tree, growing 49 Enlightenment tea leaves, each of which contained the mysteries of the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth, containing which one could directly realize the Great Tao of Heaven and Earth, which could be considered a supreme opportunity. Spatial Aptitude World in the Palm is the real supreme aptitude, cultivation to the great completion, can be in the palm of the diffraction of a chaotic world, the sun, moon and stars, all living things, life and death are all in a thought, has infinite power. With a smile on his face, Wuing first took out the Enlightenment tea tree. A small tree less than 2 feet tall, its branches and trunk were yellowish-brown and as translucent as jade, with 49 small pale green leaves growing on it, covered in arcane golden patterns. What surprised him a little was that this Enlightenment tea tree could actually run and jump. Only to see its roots twisted and saved into 2 clusters, like 2 feet, walking like a model, very flexible.
2 branches swinging, as arms. Live a small tree man.
Chapter 65 Descendants of the Martial Clan's Children.
Master.
The little tree couldn't speak, but it could emit a mental fluctuation that could achieve an effect similar to that of a divine sense voice transmission. Ning sized it up for a few moments in amazement, and for a moment he couldn't tell if it was male or female. He thought for a moment and said, "From now on, you will be called Little Tree."
"Thank you, Master."
Little Tree stretched out two branches and curtly hugged Ning's leg, its head full of leaves swaying slightly. Little Green and Little White Little Sky Fox also curiously gathered around, their eyes revealing a hint of doubt, as if they couldn't figure out why this tree looked so strange. The little tree clung to its master's leg. It seemed to be a bit afraid of life when it first arrived.
Bao flew to its side and proudly said, "Introducing myself, my name is Bao, you can call me Master Bao or Master Mo. In the future, when the master is not around, you have to listen to me, got it?" Bao acted like a boss and began to lecture it on the rules. This guy was dull and dumb, and looked the best to bully. Ning smiled without saying anything. Following these four guys around was quite interesting. After filling his stomach, he pulled a leaf from the head of the small tree, then asked the four of them to guard the flying boat, while he himself returned to the palace to close his mind and try out the effects of the Enlightenment tea leaves. The rabbit flew away, and it was a month later. The star-flying boat had already entered the most prosperous and powerful core area of the Nine Heavens star region. But Ning was still in seclusion in the palace and had not yet come out. The other three are not much of an idea, and Bao only had to make the decision to stop the star boat on a barren dead star. Open the concealment spell formation, quietly waiting for the master to come out.
Time passes, and soon another 2 months pass. On this day, a 10,000 feet long golden ancient boat suddenly appeared in this starry sky. On top of it was a golden flag embroidered with the word Wu. Immediately afterward, 5 more black ancient warships sped in from different directions, tightly surrounding this golden ancient boat. "Miss, I'll go stop them, you take the young master and go first." On the golden ancient boat, a hunched old man said to a blue-skirted woman beside him. The woman's body was graceful, her green silk was like a waterfall, her appearance was extremely young, her face was beautiful, her skin was white as snow, her eyebrows were like the green mountains and far away, and her eyes were like the white moon containing light, but there was a hint of anxiety hidden in them.
"No. Wanbo, I won't let you go to your death."
The woman shook her head and said with a firm gaze,
"This place is already a long way from the Tana Galaxy. As long as we hold on for a while longer, the family's powerhouses will soon arrive. But I'm afraid we won't be able to hold on until then."
The old man sighed helplessly. "There are 2 supreme beings in this group. I'm afraid we won't be able to last even half a quarter of an hour." The woman glanced back at the teenager behind her, her gaze softened, then became firm once again. "Wanbo, later on, I'll go install them first, you find the right moment to take Junie away."
"Miss, it's better to let me go."
"Don't worry, I have a magic treasure given by my great-grandfather to protect me, I'll be fine."
"Jia, run, why don't you guys keep running?"
A group of people with masks on their faces flew out from the 5 ancient warships and surrounded the golden ancient boat. The 2 people at the head were both wearing blood-colored robes and a blood-colored mask. The rest were wearing black robes and black masks. "Don't talk nonsense with them, just take them down directly, lest accidents be born." One of the blood-robed men snorted coldly and directly waved his palm towards the golden ancient boat.
Boom!
A purple stream of light flew out from within the golden ancient boat, instantly shattering his palm print. The purple stream of light revealed its original form, which was a purple dagger that emitted a cold light.
A quasi-imperial weapon?
The blood-robed man's eyes narrowed, flashing a hint of greed.
"This quasi-emperor soldier, this father will take it."
After saying that, he directly dashed towards the dagger and grabbed it.
"Humph! How dare you lay your hands on my Tanu martial family, how dare you!"
The woman appeared in the air with a single step, and an ancient scroll emitting a powerful aura hung above her head. It was clearly a quasi-imperial weapon as well. "Jia, then this piece of quasi-emperor soldier is this father's." Another blood-robed man rushed towards the shimmering woman. The rest of the black-robed men then launched attacks towards the golden ancient boat.
"Seek death."
Killing intent appeared in the woman's eyes as she instantly activated the 2 quasi-emperor soldiers and killed hundreds of black-robed men, but was immediately entangled by the 2 blood-robed men. These 2 men were both veteran supreme emperors with terrifying strength. And since she had only just been promoted to the exalted realm not long ago, even with the 2 quasi-emperor soldiers in her hands, it was difficult for her to fight against them. She was overwhelmed in just a few rounds. Terrifying battle fluctuations instantly filled the starry sky. A star was affected, and many small stars were even directly smashed by the aftermath.
On a certain barren dead star,
Inside the Star Ancient Ark, several pairs of eyes were staring at the battle in the starry sky. Xiao Cheng asked, Xiao He, these people are going to ripple here soon, what should we do? No need to rush, let's take a look first, just a few mole crickets. Xiao He said indifferently. But, his voice turned, that woman, and the people on that ancient boat have a trace of affinity with the master, we can save them. What's the connection with me? Wu Ning's voice suddenly appeared behind them. Master, you've come out of the gate? Little Ching said in surprise. Little White jumped directly into his arms. Wu Ning smiled and rubbed her head before looking at him. Oh Bao, Little Black, what do you say about that woman's connection to me? Master, that woman's name is Wu Chen, and she comes from the Nine Heavens Star Realms Tana Galaxy's Wu clan, and this Wu clan is precisely the descendant left behind by one of the clansmen of that Wu clan you're from. I see. Wu Ning nodded. Since this was the case, it was also considered a descendant of his martial clan, so naturally, he couldn't be bullied by the others. Outside. Wu Chen's face gradually turned pale. With her cultivation level, it was too much of a stretch to maneuver two Quasi-emperor armaments. Her heart was a little anxious. The golden ancient boat was surrounded by 5 ancient warships with a large number of black-robed men. There was no way to break out in a short period of time. Damn it! You bastards, when the strongest members of our clan arrive, we will definitely kill all of you. Jie. Little girl, don't think that someone will come to save you. The Wu clan is struggling to protect itself right now, and there's no way they can care about you guys. Today, our 2 supreme beings are out, no one will be able to save you. Swish. Right at this moment, a figure appeared out of thin air beside Wu Chen. Boom. A terrifying pressure instantly swept across the entire field. So strong. The 2 blood-robed men's faces changed violently. Who is your excellency? Noi, I'm the one who saved them. Wu Ning smiled faintly and pointed at the woman beside him. Your excellency, we are the elders of the Shura Divine Hall, and we have been ordered to capture the people of the Wu clan, so please don't make any mistakes. A blood-robed man spoke in a threatening tone. This man was very strong, but so what, if he offended their Shura Divine Hall, even a great emperor would have to die. Shura Divine Hall? What an arrogant name, is it powerful? A flash of anger appeared in the eyes of another blood-robed man as he said morosely, Your Excellency is bold, how dare you not put my Shura Divine Hall in your eyes? Ha! Boom! Wu Ning didn't bother to say any more, directly slapping him with a slap. Bastard! Dare to kill someone from my Shura Divine Hall, are you looking for death? The one remaining blood-robed man was instantly shocked and furious, his face becoming extremely ugly. Boom! Before his words fell, his entire person directly exploded into blood mist. Chapter 66 The Celestial Galaxy. Flee. Seeing that the 2 supreme elders had been killed, the remaining black-robed men were instantly scared out of their wits, immediately giving up on besieging the golden ancient boat and frantically fleeing. With a casual wave of Wu Ning's hand, all of the black-robed men instantly flew away. My little daughter, Wu Chen, thank you senior for saving me. A flash of astonishment flashed across Wu Chen's eyes, and she hurriedly took 2 steps forward to pay her obeisance. Her appearance could not be called absolutely beautiful, but she was clear and gentle, her demeanor was generous, her temperament was graceful and serene, and she was considered a rare beauty. Wu Ning raised his hand to support her, no need to be polite. This Gongzi is also surnamed Wu, and the reason why I saved you is merely because I have a trace of affinity with your ancestor. The Tana Galaxy martial family was the descendant left behind by a mainline disciple of the martial clan of the Taichou ancient realm who had gone down to the realm to practice millions of years ago. Although that disciple has now fallen, these people are indeed of the martial clan bloodline. As a matter of fact, the martial race had been passed down for billions of years, and there were hundreds of millions of mainline disciples alone. The various branch lineages, collateral disciples, and stray bloodlines such as the Tianyu martial family were even more numerous, too numerous to count. However, Wu Ning had yet to return to the martial clan. Wu Chen and the Tianyu martial family behind her were considered to be the first clansmen he had met, and a few feelings of closeness inevitably arose in his heart. Senior has a connection with my ancestors? Wu Chen's gaze was surprised. Both surnamed Wu. And have an affinity? Various speculations instantly surfaced in her mind. Wu Ning waved his hand and said, Don't think too much, listening to that person just now, your family seems to be in trouble right now, it just so happens that this Gongzi has nothing to do, so I will accompany you to take a look. Many thanks senior. A flash of joy appeared in Wu Shichen's eyes, and a few moments of worry arose in his heart as he remembered the words of that Shura Divine Hall elder just now.
A moment later,
the golden ancient arc sped through the starry sky, traveling at breakneck speeds towards a certain galaxy. Wu Ning's star-flying boat followed behind without slowing down. This starry sky was already located in the core region of the Nine Heavens starfield, and bright stars could be seen everywhere, as well as splendid and magnificent galaxy clusters, very different from the barren and darkness of some remote starfields. The Tianyu starfield where the Tianyu Marshall family was located was also one of the central galaxies of the Nine Heavens starfield.
It is extremely powerful.
There were no less than 100 top planets as massive as the Tianxian continent, and there were even more massive superplanets.
However, superplanets were extremely rare in the Middle Millennium universe, and there were only 2 of them in the Tianyu galaxy.
They were respectively ruled by 2 ancient Tao lineages that had produced immortals. Wu Ning received the Wu Shichen siblings onto the star-flying ark, and learned some basic information about the Tianyu Marshall family from her. This Tianyu Marshall clan was the ruler of a top-tier planet, and the clan possessed an Empyrean elder ancestor, and the rest of the great Empyrean powerhouses numbered no less than 10. After all, possessing the inheritance left behind by the disciples of the main lineage of the Marshall clan, their basics were definitely not weak. Especially when it came to the inheritance of Gong methods, even the immortal Dao lineage couldn't compare. The Tianyu Marshall family had always acted in a low-key manner and had experienced many great storms over the millions of years, but being targeted by the Shura Divine Hall this time still made Wu Shichen feel a sense of urgency. One must know that the Shura Divine Hall was famous throughout the entire Nine Heavens star region, having given birth to more than a dozen immortals. The depth of its heritage was not comparable to that of ordinary immortal Taoist systems. However, Wu Ning hadn't been too concerned. He had already asked Mo Bao to check, and there were currently no immortals in the entire Nine Heavens star region.
Immortals were too destructive.
Once someone became an immortal, they could only stay for 100 years at most before being expelled by the cosmic heavenly Tao and guided to the Great Thousand Worlds.
If they relied on it, they would be warned and would even encounter heavenly punishment.
It's as if you grew up and ended up staying at home every day and not going out, and over time your parents would look at you in a bad light, lightly nagging you for a few words, or directly punching and kicking you. At the same time, if immortals from other worlds wanted to enter the Middle Millennium universe, they would be targeted by the cosmic heavenly Tao.
Unless one was strong enough to not fear the cosmic heavenly Tao.
When the Wu Tianyun couple had sent Wu Ning down to the realm, they had merely used their mana avatars.
Do you know why the Shura Divine Hall made a move against you? Wu Ning asked curiously.
This.
What? Is there a difficult reason?
Wu Shichen shook his head slightly. It's not really a secret.
This matter is related to my mother.
Back then, my mother was a famous heavenly pride daughter of the Tianyu Galaxy, so magnificent that she was adored by countless young cultivators. One of them was called Ho Ching, and although he came from a small family, he relied on his supreme talent and actually personally went up to my mother's family to propose marriage. Because of his low birth, he was rightfully rejected. Later, Ho Ching repeatedly pestered my mother unsuccessfully, and after my mother married my father, he disappeared. The outside world rumored that it was my father who quietly sent someone to kill him, and as time passed no one mentioned it again, and it was gradually forgotten. But who knew that decades ago, he appeared again and actually transformed into a big shot of the Shura Divine Hall. Now that the Shura Divine Hall has struck out against our Marshall family, it should be his retaliation. Wu Shichen's voice was calm, without much emotional fluctuation, but the young teenager on the side had already been filled with anger. Damn Ho Ching, how dare he covet mother, truly a toad wanting to eat swan meat. The youngster's name was Wu Junyi, born with red lips and white teeth, imposing, less than 16 years old this year, with a difference of nearly 2,000 years between his sister.
If it is changed in the ordinary people's family, this is almost a difference of dozens of old ancestors' age.
Wu Ning smiled faintly, not realizing that there was such a cliched story behind this. This Ho Ching was able to beg against all odds and grow from a small family genius into a big shot in the Shura Divine Hall, so it seemed that he was also a person whose fortune was clocked.
Soon, the Tianyu Galaxy was already in sight.
It was an extremely bright and massive galaxy, with billions of stars flowing, brilliantly shining and glittering, giving people a fantastic sense of beauty. Senior, we're almost there. Wu Shichen gazed in the direction of the Tianwu star, the planet that was the top planet ruled by the Tianyu Marshall family.
At this moment, outside the Tianwu star Marshall family,
dozens of huge ancient boats hovered above the sky, vaguely divided into 4 camps, surrounding the ancient city of the Marshall family below in the center. On these ancient boats, an incomparably terrifying aura was emanating from them. Surprisingly, they were all great emperor powerhouses. People of the Marshall family, listen, hand over the Wu Hong couple, otherwise, today will be the day of the Marshall family's demise.
On one of the ancient boats, a yellow-shirted old man with a deep aura threatened sternly. "Ha, what a big mouth.
Gu Chang, after not seeing you for tens of thousands of years, your kid's skills haven't grown, but his breath is getting bigger and bigger." In the sky above the Marshall family, a lofty old man stepped out from the void, and behind him, there were more than a dozen great emperor powerhouses with majestic and overpowering breaths.
Chapter 67: The Crisis of the Wu Family. Martial Avatar.
Upon seeing this lofty old man, the gazes around them couldn't help but condense. This one was an old emperor powerhouse who had been famous for hundreds of thousands of years.
It was also a top-notch big shot in the entire Tana Galaxy.
The old man named Gu Chang coldly grunted, "Old man Wu, you have to think clearly, this is the meaning of that lord of the Shura Divine Hall. If you offend the Shura Divine Hall, the entire Nine Heavens star region will have no place for your Wu family, and now that you are able to quell that lord's anger with 2 latter disciples, there is still room for maneuver in everything.
Scoff, does my Wu family have any generation that is greedy and afraid of death?"
Wanting the old man to hand over the clan's sons and daughters, not a chance. A hint of disdain appeared in Wu Shintong's eyes. "Your 4 families are willing to be traitors to the cultivating Luo Divine Hall. The people of my Wu family are not as eggless as you are. Today, you guys can fight if you want to, I'll accompany you to the end."
"Old thing, you don't know what's good for you."
Gu Chang cursed angrily. The others also had anger in their eyes.
However, no one had the intention to make a move.
These people who had come to besiege the Wu clan came from 4 other huge ancient clans with a long heritage in the Tana Galaxy. They were considered subsidiary forces of the Shura Divine Hall. However, they were all ancient clans that possessed emperors, and they were in awe of the cultivating Luo Divine Hall, but they were not afraid of it. This time, they were authorized by Ho Qing to come and force the Wu family, but they were only contributing. It was just a show. The Wu family's 10 or so great emperors were not vegetarians, and even if the 4 of them could destroy the Wu family together, they would still have to suffer heavy damage.
They are not that stupid. Moreover, great emperors weren't that easy to kill. If a few escaped, their 4 families would never have peace.
Ho Qing was now in an extraordinary position in the Shura Divine Hall, and the traitorous Luck had received an inheritance left behind by an immortal ancestor. But that was all. He wasn't even the Shura Divine Hall master, so who were they to work for him? Being able to do something is already giving him face, okay. Wu Shintong was an old god, how could he not see through these old guys' thoughts?
"What are you guys doing? Why haven't you done anything yet?"
Right at this moment, a woman wearing a flowing immortal-colored dress walked out of the void. Her appearance was beautiful, rare in the world, but her brows revealed a touch of condescension, and even a group of great emperors at the scene didn't seem to be in her eyes. "The Wu family refuses to hand over the Wu Heng couple. Why haven't you guys made your move to step on the Wu family?" The woman's gaze was cold, and she even questioned loudly towards the emperor ancestors of the 4 ancient clans. Gu Chang and the others' faces darkened.
"Mard, a mere Zunshur is just a mere Zunshur, giving you face? But it's just a tiny maid of the Shura Divine Hall. Where did Nima get such a great sense of superiority?"
"Miss Longyu, the Wu family has deep roots, many great emperors, and each one of them has extraordinary strength. Although we are slightly better in numbers, but our strength is low. It's not enough to take down the Wu family yet. I still hope that your Cultivation Divine Hall can send out more strong people,"
Gu Chang said indifferently.
A hint of sulkiness appeared in the woman's eyes. This old thing was just perfuming her. Senior's words have been memorized. When Longyu returns to the Divine Hall, she will definitely tell my highness the truth, the woman said coldly.
Boom!
Suddenly, there was a slight tremor in the sky. One could only see a golden ancient boat and a giant flying boat drilling out of the sky one after another, falling in the direction of the Marshall family. Longyu happened to be in the middle of the route, but she did not intend to get out of the way. The flying boats of those 2 little bastards from the Wu clan, it looks like Elder Yu too and the others have failed.
"What are you guys still waiting for? Why don't you destroy these 2 flying boats for me?"
Longyu said in a cold voice.
No one responded.
The great emperors of the 4 ancient clans all had their gazes fixed, staring at the giant flying boat behind them with a grave expression.
It was actually an emperor-level flying boat. What power had such a large amount of money? Even those 2 immortal Das in the Tana Galaxy didn't have this kind of extravagance. What was the origin of this flying boat? Could it be that the Wu family had some terrifying backer behind it? Damn it! Damn it!
Long Yu felt that he had lost face and his face became extremely ugly, annoyed at these people. Swish! Wu Ning appeared in the air with the Wu family siblings. His gaze looked around the circle and eventually landed on the people of the Wu clan. Not bad, not letting this Gongzi down. Not being forced by the Shura Divine Hall's coercion and choosing to hand over his clan members to settle the matter, Wu Ning felt even more favorable towards them. If they had chosen to compromise, he wouldn't be here at this moment.
Your Excellency is.
Wu Shintong looked at him suspiciously, feeling that there was something strange about his words. For some reason, he felt a trace of inexplicable closeness and awe towards this youth in his heart. This made him feel extremely puzzled. Let's talk about it later, let's settle the trouble here first. Wu Ning waved his hand and sent the Wu family siblings to the ground before looking at Long Yu.
You're from the Shura Divine Hall?
A hint of arrogance appeared in Long Yu's eyes. I am the maid of the candidate divine son of the Shura Divine Hall. Who are you that you dare to meddle in the affairs of my Shura Divine Hall?
It's that Ho Ching's maid, right? Go back and tell your master that the Wu family will be guaranteed by this Gongzi in the future, and if you Shura Divine Hall don't know what's good for you, this Gongzi doesn't mind making the Nine Heaven Star Realm devoid of the Shura Divine Hall again.
Wu Ning said gently. You! A hint of disbelief appeared in Long Yu's eyes. How dare you threaten my Shura Divine Hall, you!
Scram!
Before she could finish her sentence, a terrifying pressure erupted from Wu Ning's body, directly sending her flying tens of thousands of miles.
Put!
Long Yu spewed out a mouthful of blood, her face instantly turning pale, but she didn't dare to say anything else, a touch of resentment hidden in the bottom of her eyes as she turned around and flew away.
Wu Ning snorted coldly before looking at the people of the four ancient clans. You also want to make a move against the Wu family?
The gazes of Gu Chang and the others changed slightly. This person possessed an emperor-level flying boat, his aura was unfathomable, and he didn't put the Shura Divine Hall in his eyes. He definitely came from a terrifyingly large power.
Couldn't afford to mess with it. Your Excellency, you are mistaken, we are just passing through. We're leaving, right away. Stop. Wu Ning spoke out once more. How can it be that easy to come and go as you wish?
Gu Chang arched his hand and compensated with a smile. Your Excellency is right, it's really not right to let the people of the Wu family be frightened because of us passing by.
What do you think of this treasure as an indemnity?
With that, he took out a green-colored vine and controlled it with his mana to fly in front of Wu Ning. The other three clans' elder ancestors glanced at each other, and after hesitating for a split second, they all sent a treasure as a gift of reparation as well. As Wu Ning swept his gaze, the quality of all four treasures was considered extraordinary, and their value was roughly equivalent to a Quasi-emperor armament. These old fellows were quite sensible. He waved his hand and said, "All right, you guys go. This time, this Gongzi will not take the blame. If there is a next time, there is no need for your several clans to exist."
A few people nodded their heads busily, then quickly led their clansmen to quickly leave.
Not only did they not get anything from their trip, they also lost a treasure.
What bad luck! Chapter 68 Shura Divine Hall. Your Excellency.
At this point, Wu Shintong and the others had inquired about Wu Ning's origins to Wuxiachen, and although there were only a few words, an extremely bold speculation had suddenly arisen in his mind. Your Excellency, please also follow me to the Great Hall of the Martial family.
Wu Shintong politely arched his hand and said.
Wu Ning gave a following them towards the ancient city of the Martial family below.
A few moments later.
The Martial family's Great Hall. Wu Shintong had spiritual tea served, then dismissed the idlers, leaving behind only the Martial family's great emperors, as well as the Martial family's contemporary family head, Wu Hang. It was also the father of the two Wu Shichen siblings.
After some simple courtesies, the martial avatar asked Wu Ning with a grave expression, "My lord, may I ask if you are from the Upper Realm Martial Clan? You know about the Upper Realm Martial Clan?"
A faint trace of surprise flashed across Wu Ning's eyes. It seemed that the martial clan disciple had not concealed his identity from his offspring back then.
Boom! Hearing Wu Ning's words, a thunderclap exploded in Wu Shintong's mind as if it were a thunderclap, and his complexion suddenly became agitated. "My lord, are you truly from the Upper Realm Martial Clan?" Back then, when the ancestor ascended, he had said that he came from the Taichu Ancient Realm Martial Clan in the Upper Realm, and that future generations of disciples would be allowed to travel to the Taichu Ancient Realm Martial Clan to recognize their ancestor if they were able to ascend. This secret has traditionally been known in our martial clan only by the family head and great emperor powerhouses. It's just that the descendant disciples are not competitive, and no one has ever been able to ascend in millions of years. Wu Shintong's face carried a touch of shame.
He had been cultivating to emperor for hundreds of thousands of years, but he still didn't have the slightest clue on how to become an immortal and ascend. At this moment, everyone in the Great Hall looked at Ning with eyes full of excitement. The Upper Realm martial clan, in the past, had been a legendary existence to them. Unexpectedly, one day, they had actually met someone from the martial clan. And it was also at a time when the martial family was in danger. So it is. Ning nodded slightly. This Gongzi is indeed from the martial clan of the Taicho ancient realm. Well, it is also the same martial clan that your ancestors came from.
It's actually true. Upon receiving Ning's affirmative answer, the crowd's hearts shook, and they suddenly became even more excited. Wu Shintong, see you, Your Excellency.
Wu Shintong was so excited that his beard trembled slightly as he hurriedly bowed down to Ning.
We refer to Your Excellency. The rest of them bowed down in excitement. There is no need to be polite.
Ning raised his hand, and an invisible force lifted them up. Wu Shintong's heart moved slightly. Worthy of being the son of a male who had come down from the master race of the upper realm, his cultivation was unfathomable at such a young age, and he had even manipulated the laws of space in such a mesmerizing manner. I'll stay in your Wu family during this period of time. There's no need to worry with this Gongzi on the side of the Shura Divine Hall.
In addition, there is one more thing I need your help with.
Wu Shintong hurriedly said, Your Excellency, but please command, the entirety of the Wu family is at your disposal.
Ning smiled faintly. It's not anything important. Does your martial family have an auction house?
Reporting back to Your Excellency, our Wu family does have an auction house, but it only exists on the Tianwu star, and has little fame elsewhere in the Tianyu galaxy.
It doesn't matter if it doesn't have fame, just have it.
Ning took out a storage ring and handed it to him. There are almost 100 Emperor armaments in here, as well as some Quasi-emperor armaments and other treasures. You guys can choose 3 Emperor armaments to keep at your leisure, and the rest of them will be taken to the auction for me. Wu Shintong probed into a sliver of divine sense, and his eyes widened.
So many Emperor soldiers.
He had never seen so many Emperor armaments before, and each one was extremely powerful. All of them were top-notch existences amongst the Emperor armaments. His breath hitched a few times.
Many thanks for the reward, Your Excellency.
However, would it be too ostentatious to take out so many Emperor armaments? Such a large number of Emperor soldiers appearing in the world would definitely cause countless powerhouses to covet them.
No harm done.
A hint of a murderous aura appeared in Ning's eyes. With this Gongzi around, anyone who dares to make a move to seize it will be killed without pardon. Understood, then this matter will be taken care of by the old me personally, and we will make sure to call all the major forces in the star domain that can afford to buy Imperial soldiers to the scene.
Wu Shintong immediately put his heart down.
He thought that if Ning was so confident, he must have some powerful card that could be used without fear against anyone in the starfield. After all, being someone who had come down from the upper realm's master race, it was only natural for him to have some undercard in his possession. Afterward, he arranged for Ning to live in a huge palace with a garden. Ning retrieved the star flying arc. The 3 of Li Yuanbao were awakened by him before being whisked directly outside of the Wu clan to experience. With their current cultivation levels, as long as they didn't provoke a great emperor, they should be fine to protect themselves. As for Little Green, Little White, and Little Tree, they naturally followed Ning around. He had a feeling that he might stay in the martial family for a long time. After that, he should just return to the martial clan.
9 Heavens Starfield, 9 Heavens Galaxy. Shura Divine Hall.
Ho Ching's face was grim. What a big dare! How dare you not put my Shura Divine Hall in your eyes, simply unbridled. Long Yu revealed a look of aggravation in front of her eyes. Your Highness, not only is that person unbridled, he also let slip that if we don't know what's good for us, he's going to exterminate our Shura Divine Hall.
Oh? What kind of person would have such arrogant words?
At this moment, a youth-like purple-robed man appeared in the palace.
Master.
Ho Ching hurriedly bowed respectfully.
Long Yu directly knelt on the ground in fear.
The man waved his hand and said with a smile, It seems that our Shura Divine Hall has been silent in the stars for too long. So long that there are already people who have forgotten the prestige of the Divine Hall, to the point where there are people threatening to destroy us.
Ha ha ha. Master, it's just some ignorant and arrogant people.
Ho Ching said respectfully.
You're right.
However, if someone dares to speak so presumptuously, and if we still ignore them, I'm afraid that if word gets out, it will affect the reputation of my Divine Hall. A cold killing intent flashed in the man's eyes, and then he handed an ancient, blood-colored token to Ho Ching.
You take this seat's token and make a trip to the Shura Hall.
With this one merit, your candidacy for the position of Divine Son should be 9 out of 10.
Many thanks, Master. Ho Ching was instantly overjoyed.
The Divine Hall had 3 other candidate Divine Sons besides him, and each of them possessed an extremely deep and powerful background. Although he had been lucky enough to receive the inheritance left behind by the immortal ancestor and had been accepted as a personal disciple by the Divine Hall Master, his foundation and qualifications were still shallow.
He did not have an advantage in the election. But with this feat, plus the Master's help behind him, the position of God's Son will be his. On the ground,
Long Yu also had a look of ecstasy in her eyes. Once His Highness was elected Divine Son, her status would also rise. At that time, as the servant girl of the Divine Son, some of the true disciples in the Divine Hall wouldn't dare to give her face anymore. If placed in the outside world, she would be the envy of countless people. Moreover, as His Highness' personal maid, and he spends time with him day after day, if something happens again in the future, maybe she still has a chance to become the wife of the Divine Hall Master. For a while, Long Yu's heart was filled with infinite ambitions.
Chapter 69, Crunching and Killing Indiscriminately. Gongzi, what kind of meat is this? What terrifying energy.
In the garden, Wu Ning was roasting dragon meat.
On one side sat Mo Bao, Xiao Bai, Xiao Chang, and Xiao Shu.
On the other side were the 2 Wu family siblings. This palace that Wu Ning resided in, only the 2 of them, the junior members of the Wu clan, were qualified to enter. This is dragon meat, you 2 are considered blessed today.
Dragon meat? The siblings' eyes widened. Dragons were incredibly powerful and ancient creatures.
There were dragons in the 9 heavens star realm as well, but even those immortal Daos didn't dare to mess with them.
Gongzi actually brought them to eat dragon meat? Feeling the majestic energy contained in the dragon meat, Wu Shiqin couldn't help but ask, Gongzi, what grade of dragon is this?
The piece in your hand is a dragon meat of the Great Emperor realm, and here is another piece of dragon meat of the 9th rank, little Junie, prepared for you.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
The light was bubbling in Wu Junie's eyes as he quickly came over to Wu Ning's side.
Dragon meat of the Great Emperor realm?
Wu Shiqin looked at the dragon meat in his hand and was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. The 3 of them, a bird and a fox, ate with their mouths full. Mo Bao and Little Tree looked on dumbly from the side, unable to even drink the soup.
Look at them eating so well. Little Tree, do you want to eat? Master Pa, but I don't have a mouth.
Little Tree dully exuded a spirit wave. That's right, huh, but you should be able to drink a little soup with your roots, unlike me, who can't even drink soup.
Drink soup.
The little tree shook its branches, seemingly somewhat intent on doing so.
Wu
Ning suddenly looked to the sky and muttered, it's finally here. A 10,000 feet long blood-red ancient warship pierced through the sky, flying straight towards the direction of the Marshall family. In the next moment, Wu Shintong appeared in the garden. My lord, the Shura Divine Hall's people are here. They've sent out the elite of the Divine Hall Shura Hall. There was a hint of gravity in his expression. The Shura Hall among the Shura Divine Halls was definitely an extremely terrifying existence, with many strong people inside, and all of them were battle-hardened killers.
They had once hunted and killed more than one emperor powerhouse.
They had a fierce reputation throughout the entire 9 heavens star region.
Boom!
The blood-colored ancient warship appeared in the sky above the Marshall family, and without any nonsense, it directly launched an attack. An incomparably terrifying pillar of blood-colored light shot out from the ancient warship, directly blasting towards the ancient city of the Marshall family below. Space shattered along the way, seemingly unable to withstand the might of this pillar of blood-colored light.
Buzz! A massive defense formation emerged, enveloping the entire Marshall family ancient city.
The pillar of blood-colored light crashed onto the defensive array, creating a terrifying large explosion as energy raged in space was instantly blown apart, leaving behind a huge black hole. It's actually someone from the Shura Hall of the Shura Divine Hall. It looks like the Marshall family is finished this time. Countless people looked at the sky in horror. Among these people were people from the local forces of Tianwu Star, as well as scouts sent by other major forces. Seeing that the Shura Divine Hall had even sent out the elites of the Shura Hall, no one thought that the Wu family would still be able to survive. The Marshall family is still too inflated to actually think that they can fight against the Shura Divine Hall. They are simply taking their own lives. TSK, going against the Shura Divine Hall, this is what happens. A moment later, the energy storm gradually dissipated, and the Marshall family's defensive array shook violently, but did not shatter. Just as the Scarlet Ancient Warship wanted to launch another attack, an incomparably bright sword aura chopped down from the void.
Boom!
The entire ancient worship instantly shattered, and a number of figures escaped from it in a sorry state. Among them, there were actually 3 emperor sovereigns and 10 great emperors.
Bastard! An old man wearing a golden patterned blood robe burst into fury.
With that sword just now, at least hundreds of them had fallen.
Elder Yu. Ho Ching came over in a sorry state, followed by the colorless Long Yu.
She had begged Ho Ching to bring her along, not realizing that she would almost fall the moment she arrived.
You are Ho Ching?
At this moment, a slender and upright figure appeared across from them out of thin air. Wuing stood with his arms folded, handsome in appearance, with a transcendent aura and fluttering clothes. He seemed like the center of heaven and earth. The moment he appeared, he was the focus of everyone's attention.
Your Highness, it's him. He's the one who said he wanted to destroy our Shura Divine Hall.
Long Yu immediately screamed.
Kid, you've got big guts.
How dare you talk about destroying my Shura Divine Hall? The old man has lived for hundreds of thousands of years and has never seen someone as arrogant as you. The gold-striped blood-robed old man shouted angrily. A flash of coldness appeared in Wu Ning's eyes as he directly offered up his dragon fishing rod and flicked it, instantly killing him. A sudden chill appeared in the old man's heart, and it was useless to think about it as he instantly dodged to avoid it.
Pretty quick reaction.
Wu Ning let out a cold laugh. How could any faster be faster than an immortal weapon?
Snort!
The green-colored ball broke through the air without warning, instantly piercing through the old man's chest, and then quickly rotating around his body for an unknown number of times.
Well.
The old man stared wide-eyed, his eyes rapidly dimming. With a gentle shake of Wu Ning's hand, he only saw the old man's body instantly fragment, turning into a piece of broken flesh that spilled into the air.
Elder Yu.
Ho Ching was horrified. Elder Yu was the deputy hall master of the Shura Hall, an extremely powerful top existence amongst the emperors.
He was killed just like that? How was it possible? Kill him.
Seeing the vice hall master killed, the remaining 2 emperor sovereigns and 10 great emperors all felt their scalps tingle. They didn't dare to hesitate for a moment, immediately sacrificing their emperor armaments and executing their most powerful attacks as they simultaneously blasted towards Wu Ning.
Die!
Wu Ning put away his dragon fishing rod, summoned his giant spirit battle armor, and with a flash of his body, he charged forward with the Taya Emperor's sword in hand. It was too much of a shame to kill these people outright, and he was prepared to use them to practice first.
Clang!
Brilliant sword awnings swept across the landscape as Wu Ning charged through the enemies, directly holding his sword in a frenzied chopping motion. He wore the giant spirit battle armor and possessed a great completion indestructible golden body that was capable of shaking Imperial armaments, so he wasn't afraid of their attacks at all. It was a direct wave of reckless, crunching and chaotic killing.
Boom boom!
Terrifying energies collided and wreaked havoc in the sky, the void shattered, the firmament trembled, and countless people trembled in fear. Wu Shintong brought all the great emperors of the Wu family to join hands to cast a boundary to protect the ground. After all, it was the territory ruled by the Martial family, so they couldn't just ignore it. In the middle of the Martial family, Wu Hong rose into the air and flew straight towards Ho Ching. Ho Ching, all of this is because of you. Do you dare to fight me and end this grudge once and for all?
You actually broke through to Quasi-emperor as well?
A hint of surprise flashed in Ho Ching's eyes as he immediately killed towards him.
So what if you break through to a Quasi-emperor?
I will kill you in front of her today.
Just by you?
The 2 of them were instantly battling together. Each move had terrifying power, but compared to the battle on the other side, it was somewhat trivial.
Ah!
A great emperor let out a mournful scream as he was cleaved in half by Wu Ning's sword, and his divine soul was burned into nothingness by the 9 Spectres' Emperor Amazing Grace in an instant. This was already the 5th great emperor he had killed. He had mastered the laws of time and space, and not only could these guys not break his defenses, they couldn't even touch his shadow. Emperors could still barely fight him for a while, but these great emperors couldn't even carry one of his swords.
Retreat! This guy is a monster, let's retreat!
A blood-stained emperor said in shock and anger.
Wanna run away?
Wu Ning's movement stopped as he directly offered up his dragon fishing rod. Warm-ups are done, it's time to send you all on your way. The small cyan ball broke through the air, transforming into a stream of cyan light that flew back and forth in the air, so fast that not even the divine sense of an emperor could capture it. The remaining emperors and great emperors of the Shura Divine Hall instantly stagnated in the air, like a lifelike statue. A moment later, Wu Ning gave a gentle tug in his hand, as if fishing to reel in a rod. All of the emperor sovereigns and great emperors instantly turned into piles of broken flesh.
Chapter 70, Striking the Door.
The heavens and earth were dead silent. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, their expressions somewhat dazed.
So many emperor exalted and great emperors had died?
And the deaths were still so scribbly.
Too terrifying.
Countless people looked at the figure above the sky in awe, only feeling that he was like a god and a devil, simply unbeatable. Worthy of being the son of the Lord Clan of the Upper Realm, the strength of his means is truly beyond what we can imagine. There was also a look of awe in Wu Shintong's eyes. Truth be told, he was still vaguely worried in his heart before. After all, Wu Ning was only one person, whereas the Shura Divine Hall was a behemoth that had stood in the Nine Heavens starfield for countless years, and it was indeed a bit dangerous to confront it. But now it seemed that it was his eyesight that was too low. The means of those in the upper realms were beyond his ability to imagine. With a wave of his hand, Wu Ning put away a single storage ring before killing all of the rest of the Shura Divine Hall,
including Long Yu.
Now, only the last person left was Ho Qing. Wu Ning left him to Wu Hong. A paragon emperor who had just broken through was just that. Wu Ning didn't care. Although Ho Qing was fighting to the death with Wu Hang at the moment, he was also keeping an eye on the movements around him, and when he saw that the Shura Hall emperors and great emperors who had accompanied him had all died, his heart was somewhat despairing. Now he was the only one left.
No way. I haven't become a divine son yet, I must not die here.
Ho Qing roared madly in his heart. He didn't know how much he had suffered and tortured in order to get to this point, and he must not die here in this unexplained manner.
Boom. Fighting and still dare to be distracted, looking for death.
Wu Hong smashed his shoulder with a spear, instantly smashing his shoulder bone to pieces.
This can't be possible? How could you be so strong?
Ho Qing's eyes were red and he was in a state of madness.
He possessed the inheritance of the immortal ancestor, how could someone be stronger than him in the same realm? He didn't believe it.
Wu Hong didn't say a word, holding his gun and constantly attacking his brakes and vitals.
No matter how strong the immortal inheritance of the Shura Divine Hall was, how could it be stronger than an inheritance from the martial clan?
Not to mention, Ho Qing's talent was already inferior to his.
Damn it!
Ho Qing hated in his heart. He had wanted to defeat Wu Hong to hijack him in exchange for a ray of hope. But now, it seemed more likely that he would die directly by his hand. It was truly ridiculous.
In the ancient city of the Wu clan,
a woman with a gentle and graceful temperament looked at the sky with a smile. She was none other than the wife of the Wu family's contemporary family head, Qin Lan, the mother of the Wu Shurchen siblings. From the beginning to the end, she had no relationship with Ho Qing, everything was just that guy's wishful thinking. But now, Qin Lan hated him to death. Because she had nearly brought disaster to the Wu family, all of this was caused by Ho Qing.
Mother, father is going to win.
Next to her, the Wu Shurchen siblings let out cheers.
Qin Lan smiled faintly, your father, he never loses. Boom!
Wu Hong stabbed out with a spear, and half of Ho Qing's body was shattered by the spear.
Don't kill me!
My master's father is the Shura Divine Hall Master. If you dare to kill me, my master will definitely not spare your Wu family. Ho Qing rose up in fear and roared in terror.
Wu Hong laughed coldly. You think our Wu family is still afraid of your Shura Divine Hall now?
As the words fell, a spear smashed his head.
A moment later,
the people of the martial family came before Wu Ning.
My lord, this.
Wu Ning waved his hand, interrupting their words. You guys do what you need to do. I'm going to make a trip to the Shura Divine Hall later on to settle this matter once and for all.
One couldn't just keep waiting for the enemy to come to his door. Strength permitting, he preferred to take the initiative. Gonzi, you're going to the Shura Divine Hall?
The crowd was startled.
Wu Shintong said, My lord, won't this be too dangerous?
Why don't you bring us along? Although our strength is not as good as your excellencies, we should be able to help some.
No need, I'll just go by myself. It's just a Shura Divine Hall, you guys think I won't be able to deal with it?
Wu Ning smiled faintly.
Recalling the devastating battle they had just fought, the crowd was instantly dumbfounded.
To this male, the Shura Divine Hall really didn't seem to be much of a danger. Since that's the case, it's no good for us to stop him, but please be careful with everything. As the Shura Divine Hall has produced immortals, there must exist some cards left behind by immortals. Wu Shintong said with a solemn expression. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Don't worry, even if a true immortal descended upon this Gongzi, I wouldn't be afraid, let alone some immortal means. Without further words with them, Wu Ning directly departed. He didn't even use the star flying arc, directly crossing the void in his physical body.
The speed was even faster than traveling in a star-flying boat.
The Shura Divine Hall was located in the Ninth Sky Galaxy, the very core of the Ninth Sky Starfield.
It wasn't too far away from the Tana Galaxy. Only more than 20 billion light-years away.
With Wuing's speed at full throttle, it took less than a day to arrive at the Nine Heavens Sky Galaxy. This galaxy was the core of the Nine Sky Starfield, and was extremely powerful, possessing 9 superplanets. The Shura Divine Hall was located on one of these superplanets. This superplanet was named Shura Star. Without delay, Wuing crossed the void and directly descended into Shura Star. This was the first time he had seen a superplanet, and he couldn't help but feel a bit shocked in his heart. The diameter of this superplanet reached 100 billion kilometers, at least hundreds of times that of a top-tier planet. The volume, on the other hand, was 1,000,000 times larger. In front of the superplanet, the top planet was simply the younger brother of the younger brother.
Other ordinary planets were as tiny as gravel.
In addition, the aura of the heavens and earth on a superplanet was far denser than that on a top planet, and even the laws of the heavens and earth were much stronger. It could be imagined that if one cultivated on such a planet, the speed of cultivation and achievement would definitely be much higher than those in other places. It was no wonder that a mere servant girl in the Shura Divine Hall district had that sense of superiority. Wuing took a good look around before arriving at the place where the Shura Divine Hall was located.
Clang!
A clear sword sound rang out. Without saying a word, Wuing directly sacrificed the Quasi-emperor sword and slashed towards the Shura Divine Hall's defensive array.
Boom!
The terrifying energy storm shattered the void, and the defensive grand formation immediately emitted a violent shaking.
Unbridled. Who is attacking my Shura Divine Hall? A figure with a terrifying aura surfaced, shouting loudly in shock and anger.
As if he hadn't heard, Wuing's vast mana was continuously infused into the Quasi-emperor sword as he once again slashed away. This time, he used his full strength. The brilliant sword aura cut through the void, blatantly chopping atop the Shura Divine Hall's defensive array.
Boom! After half a breath of stalemate, the entire grand formation shattered.
The terrifying energy storm instantly rushed into the Shura Divine Hall, instantly destroying a majestic palace as well as a large area of mountain ranges, and tens of thousands of disciples went up in smoke.
Ah! Bastard! Damn it!
The eyes of a group of Shura Divine Hall's powerhouses turned red, and they all sacrificed their Imperial armaments, frantically killing towards Wuing.
Dare to destroy my Divine Hall, this seed will kill you by 1,000 cuts. Die! Chapter 71, Shura Divine Hall Overthrown.
Wuing directly exchanged his Quasi-emperor sword for a dragon fishing rod, killing as many of the Shura Divine Hall powerhouses that were charging towards him as he could. There wasn't the slightest bit of mercy. He had come specifically to exterminate the Sect this time. Swish! A youth-like purple-robed man appeared in the sky, his complexion terribly gloomy, his eyes suppressed with a killing intent that was dense to the extreme. Who are you and why are you making a move towards my Shura Divine Hall? Speak out, and this seed will give you a painful death. Wuing cast a sidelong glance at him. Are you the palace master of the Shura Divine Hall? This lord said that if you, the Shura Divine Hall, do not know what is good for you, then there is no need for you to exist. This lord has always been true to his word, and today is merely here to fulfill his promise.
So it's you.
Killing intent erupted in the man's eyes as he instantly sacrificed 12 blood-colored formation flags with terrifying auras.
Die.
The 12 rods of blood-colored formation flags instantly diffused into a terrifying cultivator blood formation, enveloping this piece of heaven and earth. Terrifying blood-devouring chi filled the air, instantly manifesting into a single blood-colored monster with a terrifying aura, hissing as it came towards Wuing to kill him. At the same time, an incomparably evil and ferocious aura swept through, attempting to invade his body and erode his will.
Somewhat interesting.
Wuing narrowed his eyes slightly. This formation was extremely subtle and powerful, far beyond the Emperor level, and even if it hadn't fully reached the Immortal level, it definitely wasn't far off. When an Emperor was trapped in the formation, if he did not know the method of breaking the formation, he would absolutely die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. However, Wuing was different from the average Empyrean, in that he had hung on. The Nine-Spectre Emperor Amaze rose up on his body, transforming into a flowing flame robe draped over his body, and once the ferocious sneaky chi approached, it would instantly be burned into nothingness. Afterwards, he flung the dragon fishing rod with all his might, and the green-colored ball broke through the air, pulling an incomparably sharp and transparent thin thread. Even space was directly slashed. Snort! All of the blood-colored monsters were instantly cut off, turning back into blood-devouring chi. Wu Ning continued to swing the dragon fishing rod, and the terrifyingly thin line cut through a pole of blood-colored formation flags in a blink of an eye.
The Shura blood formation instantly disintegrated. How is this possible?
The purple-robed man held a formation flag that had been cut off with only the pole remaining in his hand, his gaze somewhat incredulous. This formation flag had been refined by an immortal ancestor for decades before it was completed, and not even an Imperial soldier could destroy it, so how could it be destroyed so easily?
Plop! Suddenly, a bloody arrow shot out from his neck. Afterward, more blood arrows soared.
His neck had been cut long ago. However, the thin threads of the dragon fishing rod didn't have the effect of annihilating divine souls, and Emperor powerhouses had strong vitality, so even if they were decapitated, they wouldn't die. Losing his head would only be considered a minor injury at best. However, Wu Ning didn't give him a chance, directly controlling the cyan-colored ball to pierce through his skull.
The divine soul and vitality were instantly annihilated. A generation of hegemons had fallen.
Wu Ning did not stop and continued to crush.
Miserable screams and wails continued to ring out.
More and more Shura Divine Hall powerhouses roared in rage as they killed towards him. Moments later, they were all reduced to dead bodies. Suddenly, a dozen more extremely pale figures blocked in front of Wu Ning. His eyes narrowed slightly. These dozen or so old fellows all had an aura of decay permeating their bodies. They should all be old monsters whose lifespans were nearing the end, who could only lie in coffins and languish. My lord, the descendant disciples had no eyes and ran into my lord. Now all of them are dead. Can you please give me a favor and spare my cultivating Luo Divine Hall this time? We are willing to come up with compensation, and we will definitely satisfy your lordship.
A gray-robed old man arched his hand and said sincerely.
Although they hated each other to death in their hearts, they did not dare to show it.
A hint of indifference appeared in Wu Ning's eyes. Old man, since my lord has already struck out, he is immortal, how can there be any reason to stop again?
A biting killing intent immediately erupted from the eyes of the dozen or so old men.
Don't talk nonsense with him anymore, please ask the ancestor to descend and kill this Fong.
One of the old men took out an ancient bronze token. Junior disciple Dinghan, I respectfully invite the ancestor master to descend. As the words fell, he crushed the token in his hand.
Boom!
In an instant, a vast and terrifying aura descended with an unrivaled and vast pressure. The heavens trembled, the stars and rivers trembled, and even great emperor powerhouses were as weak as ants in front of this pressure.
This was an aura that belonged to another level.
In the nine heavens starfield,
a grandiose gaze looked towards the direction of the Shura star in disbelief. Inviting immortals to descend? What happened to the Shura Divine Hall? What are these lunatics up to demonically again for good reason? Quick, send someone to investigate immediately.
On the Shura star, a blurry figure appeared in the sky, 100,000 feet tall, exuding an ethereal Tao rhythm, as great as the heavens and earth. His gaze was cold and indifferent, without the slightest fluctuation of emotions, looking down on the world from above like a god. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Worthy of being an immortal, a single shadow is so terrifying.
I wonder if it can withstand one attack from the dragon fishing rod.
Greetings to the ancestor. I also ask the ancestor to take action to quell my divine hall's great enemy. A dozen old men knelt down in unison.
Snort!
The green-colored ball instantly broke through the air, and before the immortal's silhouette could make any reaction, it was directly pierced through the center of his brow.
How dare you! The immortal shadow was furious, and a furious shout shattered the sky, revealing countless void cracks.
However, in the next instant, his silhouette shattered inch by inch, instantly transforming into a spot of clean white light that dissipated in the heavens and earth.
Ancestor?
The dozen or so old men stared in horror.
Immortal ancestor is gone?
Wu Ning was satisfied that the dragon fishing rod was still as terrifying as ever. It was worthy of being an extreme immortal artifact.
With his current strength, holding the dragon fishing rod, a true immortal descending could also be killed.
However, after this matter had passed, it was time for him to prepare for his breakthrough to the immortal realm.
Ah!
We'll fight him! A gray-robed old man shouted angrily, sacrificing a pseudo-immortal artifact and killing frantically towards Wu Ning.
Go to hell if you're old, this Gongzi will give you a ride.
Wu Ning no longer held back, instantly killing a dozen or so decaying old monsters. He then rushed into the Shura Divine Hall. At this moment, he suddenly felt some regret in his heart, having known that he should have brought Wu Shintong and the others along with him. There were too many disciples in the Cultivating Law Divine Hall, so it would have been good to let them help share some of the killings. Wu Ning sighed in his heart, There were hundreds of millions of Shura Divine Hall disciples, he really couldn't manage to kill all of them. Strong people slaughtering too many weak people would hurt heaven and earth. In the end, he only killed all of the strongest above the Zun Shur realm.
Little Black, do you see which of these remaining people will be able to cultivate to Great Emperor and above in the future?
Wu Ning took the black leather book out. Then, under the guidance of Inkbrand, he beheaded hundreds more people.
This should be foolproof, right?
Wu Ning wasn't worried about these people being able to pose a threat to himself, but he had to consider a few things for the Tianyu martial family. Now that he had plucked out these great emperor seedlings, he had also eliminated some unnecessary hidden dangers.
Chapter 72, Searching the Treasure Vault.
Corpses were strewn all over the Shura Divine Hall, countless weak disciples were frantically fleeing, and the large star realm hegemony power was destroyed in a single day.
Swish!
Wu Ning waved his hand to collect all of the storage rings, then with a flash of his body, he entered the depths of the Shura Divine Hall. The building of hidden scriptures, the pavilion of magical treasures, the pavilion of dawn, and so on, were directly packed away along with the buildings.
Lastly, there were the Shura Divine Hall's treasure vaults.
There were a total of 3 of them, all of which were located in the secret realm of the void opened up by the immortals, and their locations were extremely hidden. Wu Ning had only found them through Inkpot. The space inside was extremely vast, and in addition to the most important treasure vaults, there were also endless fields of extremely high-grade spirit fields, surrounded by spiritual mist and haze. Extremely high-grade spirit medicines were as plentiful as weeds, holy medicines and honorable medicines abounded, and there were even quite a few emperor-level treasure medicines. Wu Ning didn't care if they were ripe or not, and directly plucked all of the emperor-level treasure pills before entering the hidden treasure vault.
His eyes instantly lit up.
The treasure vault was originally a space-type Empyrean armament, with a very large interior space that was at least hundreds of kilometers long and wide. Inside were neatly arranged rows of wooden shelves filled with all sorts of exotic treasures, pills, weapons, talismans, and all sorts of heavenly materials.
A brilliant treasure light and haze emanated from them.
There were so many of them that they were too numerous to count.
He was momentarily mesmerized by the sight.
Those that could be placed in the hidden treasure vault were at least saint-level treasures, with exalted-level treasures accounting for 1/3, and quasi-emperor-level treasures accounting for 1/10. There were fewer emperor-level treasures, not even 1%, but the total amount was so large that 1% was an extremely frightening number. In addition, there were also vast amounts of extremely high-quality spirit stones in the treasure vault, stacked randomly in the corners like unwanted stones. And in the deepest part of the treasure vault, there was a high bronze platform made from precious refining materials, on which hundreds of jade boxes and treasure chests covered in terrifying prohibitions were placed.
Wu Ning opened a few of them at random.
Inside, the worst of them were rare emperor-grade treasure pills, while the rest were talismans, formation discs, pseudo-immortal artifacts, and so on, refined by immortals. These were the most powerful underpinnings of the Shura Divine Hall. Wu Ning had no qualms about packing them all away.
On a high platform deep within another treasure trove, he found many ancient storage rings. With a sweep of his divine sense, each storage ring was filled with spirit crystals, amounting to trillions.
And he had found hundreds of such storage rings in total. Wu Ning's eyes were glowing, this was trillions of spirit crystals. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't help but be a little shocked at the moment. With such a large amount of spirit crystals, could it be that those fellows from the Shura Divine Hall didn't even spend them? Taking a deep breath, Wu Ning continued to scavenge. It took nearly half an hour for him to completely scavenge the 3 treasuries. He had harvested over 800 pieces of Emperor armaments alone. Although their quality varied, even if they were poor, they were still Emperor soldiers. Together with the hundreds of Emperor armaments he had harvested from killing those great Emperor powerhouses earlier, the total number of Emperor armaments on his person had already exceeded 1,300. The cultivator god temple's accumulation of countless years was truly profound. This kind of terrifying wealth could only be taken out by an ancient power like the Shura Divine Hall that had stood in the starry sky for countless years. Swish, swish, swish. A figure with a deep and terrifying aura appeared in the air near the Shura Divine Hall, their gazes looking downward in fear.
Hiss. Just what has happened? The Shura Divine Hall has actually been destroyed? No wonder immortals were invited to descend before, but even so, they were still destroyed. Just what force possesses such terrifying strength? The Shura Divine Hall is a starry sky hegemon level force, the one that can have the strength to exterminate them. Hiss, could it be?
Some people showed shocked faces, but they didn't dare to say any more. In the entire 9 Heavens starfield, if there was a strength that could exterminate the Shura Divine Hall, I'm afraid it was only the 9 Heavens starfield's well-deserved master, the 9 Heavens Palace, that could do it. There might be people from the Nine Heavens Palace hidden in the surroundings, so they didn't dare to discuss it any further.
Ha! Look guys, someone has appeared.
Wuing left the treasure trove mystic realm with a smile on his face, in an extremely happy mood. A trip to the Shura Divine Hall had filled his pockets like never before. He suddenly frowned, sensing the divine sense of many emperor realms looming towards him.
Boom! With a thought, his divine soul power erupted, instantly annihilating those divine senses.
This person is so strong, he should be an emperor. It should also have come to spy on the news as we did, I don't know from what power. This person arrived before us, you guys, where did he just go?
Could it be the Shura Divine Hall's treasure vault?
Someone said with certainty that if he was the first to come, he would definitely go to the treasure vault first. The gazes of the crowd flickered slightly, and a hint of greed showed in their eyes. One of the Xian-robed men stepped forward and arched his hand towards Wuing. Fellow Taoist, I am Sanyan Divine Sect Vice Sect Leader Wu Hao, I don't know how to address you.
What, you want to rob?
Wuing appeared in the air with a single step, looking at him with a smirk.
Wu Hao's face stagnated, revealing a stiff smile.
Fellow Taoist has misunderstood, we have all come to spy on the situation, and seeing that you appeared in the Cultivation Divine Hall just now, we would like to ask if you had discovered anything earlier?
Ha!
Wuing let out a cold laugh and said, then listen up, the Shura Divine Hall was destroyed by this Gongzi, and in the future, all of this heaven and earth will be owned by this Gongzi. You all leave quickly now, if you dare to covet.
Die. Boom.
An incomparably terrifying might emanated from his body, causing the faces of the great emperors at the scene to change.
What a terrifying might!
Wu Hao immediately took 2 steps back. He felt that this might was even more terrifying than one of their god sect's strongest ancestors.
Is your excellency too arrogant?
We are all from the great powers of the star domain, and there are quite a few emperors behind us. A red-haired man said with a face full of displeasure.
Boom!
Wuing casually slapped him away.
Scram! Those who don't leave in 3 breaths will die. Damn it!
The red-haired man's face was extremely ugly. Wuing's casual slap had directly caused him to suffer a serious injury that would take at least 100 years to heal.
Fellow Taoist, I will retire.
Wu Hao arched his hand and took the lead to leave.
The others laughed coldly in their hearts and also retreated and left, intending to go back and gather the strongest people to come back again. With the legacy left behind by the Shura Divine Hall, I don't know how many people would be red in the eyes.
A mere emperor would not be able to stop the forces behind them. This person was so arrogant, when the time came, he would die without even knowing how. Seeing that everyone else had left, the red-haired man didn't dare to stay any longer. A hint of hatred flashed under his eyes as he quickly flashed away.
Wuing's face was calm. There were quite a few people who had seen him destroy the Shura Divine Hall, and the news would soon spread.
He didn't believe that those guys would still dare to come looking for a way out at that time. If they dared to come, the Shura Divine Hall would be their downfall. After thinking about it, he took out a pseudo-immortal great array disk and activated it, turning it into a large array that enveloped the Shura god. There were still a lot of good things in here, so he couldn't let anyone take advantage of it. After doing so, he directly left the Xiao Luo star.
Chapter 73 9 Heavenly Palaces.
A day later, Wuing returned to Tianwu Star.
My lord, you're back? Surprise appeared in Wu Shintong's eyes as he immediately greeted him.
Wuing waved his hand and said, I'll give you guys a day to get ready, so move tomorrow, and I'll take you to Shura Star. Such a large super planet, which he had fought so hard for, he didn't want to cheapen it for nothing. It was useless for him to keep it himself, so he could only give it to the Wu clan. After all, it was the bloodline of the Wu clan, and it wasn't considered an outsider.
Moving to Shura Star?
Wu Shintong froze for a moment and suddenly stared with wide eyes and a horrified expression. Gongzi, you
won't destroy the Shura Divine Hall, right?
Why, is there a problem?
No, no problem.
Wu Shintong swallowed his saliva and said with difficulty. He felt a bit dizzy in his brain, perhaps he couldn't take the excitement at his old age.
The Shura Divine Hall was actually destroyed. Grass.
Soon, the entire Wu family moved, all of them packing up their things and preparing to move, a commotion. Wuing, on the other hand, returned to the palace where he lived. He took out the hundreds of storage rings containing spirit crystals. Then he offered up the chaotic divine gourd again. Instead of using the spirit crystals first, he first threw in all of the spirit stones he had harvested on this trip. It seemed like a lot, but in the end, it merely condensed less than 300 drops of chaos origin liquid. Wuing directly took a mouthful.
Boom boom.
Majestic and vast energy surged into his body like a torrent of heavenly rivers, and the supreme scripture immediately operated on its own. This mouthful of 3 million years of cultivation. Wuing felt an unprecedented sense of fullness within his body, soothing him to the point that he almost hummed out. He felt as if his body was undergoing some sort of metamorphosis, but it wasn't very obvious.
After a long time,
the torrent of energy in his body gradually smoothed out.
Whew.
Wuing exhaled a breath, feeling as though his body was filled with power, as though he was able to blow up an emperor with a single punch. This was not an illusion. With a punch of over 3 million years of cultivation, an average emperor would definitely not be able to block it.
Has a day already passed so quickly?
With a sweep of his divine sense, Wuing realized that Wu Shintong and several martial family emperors were waiting outside the palace.
Have you all packed up?
Wuing walked out of the palace and asked them.
My lord, we are all packed and ready to depart at any time.
There was a hint of excitement in Wu Shintong's eyes. Wuing nodded slightly. All right, then we'll set off now.
A moment later,
the star-flying boat shot up into the sky, directly breaking through the air after drilling into the clouds.
Wu Shintong was extremely bold. The entire Wu family had relocated their family, and only one peak paragon emperor was left behind in the ancestral home to guard it.
He had already tied the entire martial family to Wuing's ship.
At the same time,
the news of the Shura Divine Hall's destruction had completely spread amongst the Starfield's major top powers.
There was an uproar, and countless people were talking about it.
A dominating force like the Shura Divine Hall had actually been exterminated without a word, and everyone in the major top-tier forces were in a state of self-consciousness, sending out scouts to the Nine Heavens Galaxy to spy on the situation. At the same time, all sorts of speculations flashed through their minds, and they all agreed that the murderer who had destroyed the Shura Divine Hall was most likely the Nine Heavens Palace.
Nine Heavens Galaxy, Nine Heavens Palace.
The breeze was gentle and the blue waves were rippling. In the pavilion in the center of the lake, an old man and a young man were playing against each other.
Xiao Quan, what do you think about this matter?
The old man casually asked as he dropped a piece. Master Ancestor, based on the information we've poked around so far, although that person's strength is strong, he shouldn't have broken through to the immortal realm, and the reason why he was able to destroy the Cultivation Divine Hall is entirely dependent on a magic treasure.
According to my guess, that should be an immortal artifact. A true immortal artifact. A true immortal artifact?
The old man's expression moved slightly.
In the Nine Heavens Star Realm, some immortal Daos possessed pseudo-immortal artifacts as their backbone.
The so-called pseudo-immortal weapons were weapons and treasures that had been refined by immortals, with the immortals' magical power and Dao rhythm left on them, making them far more powerful than Imperial soldiers.
However, it was certainly not comparable to a true immortal weapon. The Shura Divine Hall naturally possessed pseudo-immortal weapons, and there were quite a few of them.
A treasure that was able to destroy the Shura Divine Hall was most likely a true immortal weapon. A flash of contemplation appeared in the old man's eyes. That person has yet to break through to the immortal realm, so why is he able to possess an immortal artifact?
Could it be?
The youth smiled faintly. Master Ancestor guessed correctly, that person should not be from this realm. The world knows that immortals can ascend to the upper realm, but few people know that people from the upper realm can also travel to and from the lower realm. The so-called upper realm and lower realm were nothing more than a name. They, the Nine Heavens Palace, had long since established a Dao lineage in the upper realm and knew far more information than anyone else. It was also for this reason that the Nine Heavens Palace was the only dominant level power in the Nine Heavens Star Realm.
Someone from the upper realm? It seems like I'll have to pay a visit at home sometime.
The old man smiled faintly. The star-flying ark arrived at the Shura star. Wuing's brows were slightly furrowed. The formation he had placed in the Shura Divine Hall had actually been broken.
Heh, well done Na. Looks like there really is someone who isn't afraid to die.
When Wu Shintong saw the cold smile on his face, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart, and asked cautiously, Your Excellency, did something happen? A small matter, you resettle the people of the Wu clan, I'll handle it myself. Wuing took a step out of the star-flying ark and appeared above the Shura Divine Hall. At the moment, the large Shura Divine Hall was filled with people, but the highest cultivation levels were merely 3 great emperors.
The rest were almost all quasi-emperors and exalted ones.
They should all be here to pick up the pieces. With their strength, they would never be able to destroy the pseudo-immortal level formation that he had set up. It seemed that someone knew the truth about the destruction of the Shura Divine Hall, but was unwilling to do so, so they took advantage of the time he was away to secretly come to the Shura planet and break the formation in order to enter the Shura Divine Hall in search of treasure.
Heh, thinking that you can hide it from me by doing it unknowingly?
Wuing smiled coldly.
Boom!
A vast and terrifying pressure erupted, instantly enveloping the entire Shura Divine Hall.
3 breaths of time, roll or die.
Some little stragglers were just that, and Wuing was already too lazy to bother with them.
Quickly! Flee! How terrifying!
The people in the Divine Hall were immediately frightened to the core, immediately fleeing in a panic and frantic, only hating that their parents had given birth to 2 fewer legs. The 3 great emperors fled directly into the starry sky.
What a terrifyingly strong person. Who is this person?
The 3 of them looked in the direction of the Shura star in shock, their hearts saying that they were lucky. If that person had shown the intent to kill, they would only have gotten cold. At this time, Wuing was patrolling the various secret realms. In addition to the 3 treasure vault secret realms, the Shura Divine Hall had several other cultivation secret realms. Last time, he had only briefly checked them out once, and hadn't even had time to carefully scour them, and there were definitely still quite a few good things inside. At this moment, after some inspection, a full 3 cultivation secret realms had been scavenged. It was even cleaner than what he had searched, not even a single spirit jade floor brick or a single extreme spirit medicine had been spared.
The technique was described as professional. Damn it, how dare you take advantage of me?
Little Black, immediately find out for me which asshole did this, I will make him regret coming to this world.
Chapter 74 100,000 drops of chaotic source liquid.
Master, it was the people from the Heavenly Extreme Star Palace who moved. The person leading the group is named Yuan Min. This person is the previous Analytical Wood Palace Master of the Heavenly Extreme Star Palace, who achieved the position of Emperor 200,000 years ago.
Tianji Star Palace. Yuan Min.
A cold color flashed in Wuing's eyes, but he did not rush to make a move. He had to settle the people of the Wu family first. Their new home was located at the original site of the Shura Divine Hall, which was already the best place for feng shui in the entire Shura star. Even, all that was needed was to repair the broken parts of the Shura Divine Hall and they could move in directly. The Shura Divine Hall, as a starfield hegemony level power, was not much stronger than their ancient city of the Martial family on the Tianwu star. The people of the Martial family were in a state of jubilation, everyone had the feeling of dreaming. While they were cleaning up the corpses and repairing the buildings, Wuing rearranged several pseudo-immortal level formations. He had used almost all of the formations that he had obtained from the Shura Temple's treasury. It was also considered taking from Cultivator and using it for Cultivator. Subsequently, Wuing had given the 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts he had obtained from the treasure trove to Wu Shintong, allowing him to sit at the helm of the Wu clan. Wu Shintong was already a veteran emperor, and with the 2 pseudo-immortal artifacts in his possession, there were very few people in the star realm who could threaten him. Only then did Wuing leave the Xiu Luo star with peace of mind. The Celestial Extreme Star Palace was not located in the Nine Heavens Galaxy, but rather in the neighboring Ancient Cloud Galaxy. The Celestial Extremity Star Planet where the Celestial Extremity Star Palace was located was just over 3 billion light-years away from the Xiu Luo star.
1 hour later.
Wuing broke through the void and descended over the Skypole Star Palace.
Boom!
Without saying a word, Wuing directly blasted his fist towards the Heavenly Extreme Star Palace. The massive fist print smashed against the defensive array, immediately erupting into a terrifying roar as the entire defensive array shook for a moment, its light rapidly dimming.
Quickly! Stabilize the palace protector formation with all your might.
A group of great emperors and emperors rushed up into the sky, their mana surging and pouring into the formation in a steady stream before the faltering formation was barely stabilized. Wuing's eyes narrowed slightly, it really is quite a bit stronger.
Before he had even utilized his full strength, he had nearly smashed a false immortal level formation with a single punch. 3 million years of cultivation really wasn't something to sneeze at.
At this time, the powerhouses of the Celestial Extreme Star Palace appeared in the air.
Upon seeing Wuing, their eyes immediately shrunk violently.
Who is your excellency? Why did you attack my star palace for no reason? Do you think our Heavenly Extreme Star Palace is easy to mess with? A Xian-robed man shouted angrily. Wuing glanced at him indifferently. The man immediately felt a sense of suffocation, and his face turned slightly white. There's no need to pretend to be confused with my lord, I believe you should be clear about who I am. Wuing said indifferently. This Gongzi is merciful and does not wish to create more killings, now I will give you 2 choices. 1. Hand over this person Yuan Min, as well as all of the things you obtained in the Shura Divine Hall. In addition to handing over 3 million billion spirit crystals as compensation, this Gongzi can be lenient towards you.
2. You guys can also choose to resist. A faint smile appeared on Wu Ning's face. He really does know already.
A chill ran through the hearts of the people of the Celestial Extreme Star Palace. They had already pried out all the details of the Shura Divine Hall's destruction, and were naturally clear about the terrifying nature of the person in front of them.
If they resisted, they were afraid that they would be the next Shura Divine Hall, right?
It was just that what puzzled them was that they had done that thing extremely secretly, so it could be said that God didn't know what was going on, so how on earth did he know that it was them who had done it?
And how did he find them so quickly and precisely?
I will give you all 10 breaths of time to consider.
Wu Ning spoke out again.
If no choice is made after 10 breaths, this Gongzi will default to choosing the second option for you. The people of the Celestial Extreme Star Palace glanced at each other, then an old man in cloth stepped forward. Fellow Daoist, we are willing to return everything we obtained in the Celestial Extreme Star Palace and make compensation.
However, can we plead with fellow Daoist to spare Yuan Min's life? You are not qualified to bargain with me,
Wu Ning said in a cold voice.
The old man sighed and added, what do you think of this, fellow Daoist? We are willing to take out another 100 trillion spirit crystals in exchange for Yuan Min's life.
Wu Ning frowned slightly.
Fellow Daoist, 2 million billion spirit crystals, no more.
Our Heavenly Extreme Star Palace can only take out a maximum of 500 million billion spirit crystals when we empty our family's pockets.
Alright, deal.
Wu Ning's brows unfurled slightly. He was not a person who was addicted to killing, and seeing as the Heavenly Extreme Star Palace was so sensible, it wasn't as if he couldn't spare that Yuan Min's life. Of course, the main reason was that they were giving too much. Killing a person didn't mean much, being able to sell 2 million billion spirit crystals, blood money. The old man's heart was relieved, but his face was a little bitter.
It was really a steal of a chicken.
5 million billion spirit crystals, the accumulation of the Star Palace for an unknown number of generations, but now it has become empty.
Greed harms people. Fellow Daoist, 5 million billion spirit crystals is not a small amount. Can you give us a little time to raise it?
How long will it take?
Not much, just an hour. Alright, then this Gongzi will wait for you for an hour. Many thanks.
The old man arched his hand and led the crowd behind him back into the Heavenly Extreme Star Palace. Wu Ning set up a Shenjin throne inlaid with all sorts of rare and exotic stones and sat in the air with a large horse, an invisible might pressing down on the hearts of everyone in the Heavenly Pole Star Palace.
Time passed little by little.
Soon, the old man came before him again and handed him a dark golden bracelet. Fellow Daoist, the 500 million billion spirit crystals, as well as all the things we obtained in the Shura Divine Hall are all in here.
Aha!
Wu Ning nodded indifferently. This bracelet was a spatial magic treasure, and as his divine sense swept through it, 500 trillion spirit crystals piled up into a sea. There were also a large number of spirit medicines, pills, magic treasures, and so on. It also included more than a dozen Emperor soldiers, as well as 7 mature Emperor-level treasure pills. Seeing these 500 million billion spirit crystals, the last trace of anger in Wu Ning's heart dissipated as he coldly snorted. Very well, this time, this prince will let you all off the hook, so you all be good. As the words fell, Wu Ning directly flashed away. The old man sighed as he looked at where he had disappeared, his entire person instantly growing a few more points older. Come on people, escort Yuan Min into the star prison, endure the punishment of thunder and fire, and not step out for 10,000.
100,000 years.
A stern light suddenly flashed in the old man's eyes. The idea of traveling to the Shura Divine Hall to steal the treasures was Yuan Min's first idea, and it was also executed by him personally. Now that the incident had occurred, there was always a need for someone to take responsibility for this time, and he was the most suitable.
Returning to Shura Star.
Letting the waves of the outside world rage on, Wu Ning's life was finally calm once again. He took out all of the spirit crystals on his body and invested them all into the Chaos Divine Gourd. The harvest from the Shura Divine Hall, coupled with the compensation from the Celestial Extreme Star Palace, amounted to almost exactly 100 trillion spirit crystals.
100,000 drops of Chaos Source liquid could be condensed. Chapter 75-9 Colored Immortal Tribulation. Wu Ning's mood at the moment couldn't help but get a little excited.
100,000 drops of Chaos Origin liquid could fill several large bowls.
Wouldn't all of them be able to increase their cultivation by 1 billion years? Even if it was difficult to forcibly break through the immortal realm, 1 billion years of cultivation would be able to do so easily, right? Moreover, it might even be able to directly break through to a very high level. Wuing immediately decided to break through the immortal realm in seclusion, and he notified the martial god of the meeting, giving him a few more undercurrents before plucking a piece of enlightenment tea leaf from the head of a small tree before returning to the secret realm to break through at ease. The so-called seclusion was just drinking chaos source liquid. A small cup for 3 days, a big bowl every month. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Wuing sat in the boundless void, his body's aura as deep as an abyss or a prison, unfathomable. After drinking a few cups of chaos source liquid, the secret realm space had been unable to withstand the occasional wisp of aura he exuded, so he could only enter the void to continue his seclusion. Now that half a year had passed, Wuing had swallowed all 100,000 drops of chaos origin liquid. The supreme scripture operated frantically all the time, absorbing the vast energy contained in the chaos source liquid with all its might. It wasn't until he broke through to the second layer half a month ago that he became at ease once again. Glancing at the pitch-black void, Wuing's complexion lifted. Now we can begin the tribulation. After saying that, the aura on his body instantly erupted. Boom! It swept across the void in an immense, terrifying manner. If he were in the middle of the starfield, even just an outburst of his might now would be enough to annihilate a large swath of starry sky. Right now, even if a true immortal stood in front of him, he felt like he would be able to blow them away with a single punch. Soon, a transcendent and terrifying aura descended. Immediately afterward, Wuing felt as if a vastly unmatched supreme will was watching over him. Indifferent, without the slightest bit of emotion. It should be the cosmic heavenly Tao will of the Yuan spirit realm. He ignored it, preparing to cross the immortal tribulation first. Boom! A moment later, a 9-colored thunderbolt filled with vast divine might descended from the boundless void, splitting straight onto Wuing. This divine thunder seemed to exceed the boundaries of time and space, and could not be dodged, much less destroyed. It could only be passively endured. Boom! His body instantly flew backwards billions of light years, and finally seemed to hit something before slowly coming to a stop. Hiss! Wuing couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cold air, feeling a sharp throbbing pain all over his body, not only in his physical body, but the pain in his soul was even more unbearable. It was as if he was being torn into countless pieces and constantly crushed. Ah! Marred, it hurts. His face was somewhat distorted. This 9-colored divine thunder was also too terrifying. With his current strength it was actually somewhat difficult to resist. And this was only the first lightning tribulation. There were a total of 9 immortalization tribulations. And one is more terrifying than the other. Now only the first thunderbolt was so terrifying, he had some difficulty imagining how terrifying the 9th thunderbolt would be. It's worthy of being the legendary 9-colored immortal tribulation. After a long reprieve, Wuing's expression was somewhat shocked and surprised. There were 5 grades of the immortal immortality tribulation: 1-colored, 3-colored, 5-colored, 7-colored, and 9-colored. The immortal Tao realm had 4 major realms: true immortal, heavenly immortal, immortal king, and immortal emperor. One could become a true immortal after passing the 1-colored immortal tribulation, and there was also a small probability of cultivating to a heavenly immortal. After crossing the 3-colored immortal tribulation, one would have the qualifications to certify as an immortal king. If you have passed the 5-colored immortal tribulation, you can be called a supreme heavenly pride in the entire heavenly realms, and have the qualifications to become an immortal emperor. After crossing the 7-colored immortal tribulation, one could be called a supreme heavenly pride, and in the future, one could possibly become an ancient giant that surpassed the realm of immortal emperors. And the strongest 9-colored immortal tribulation, since the opening of the heavens and the moon, successfully transited the 9-colored immortal tribulation of a few people. As long as there is no halfway fall, now is not standing in the heavens and the heavens of the world's pinnacle of the supreme existence. Although the immortalization tribulation does not fully represent the final achievement, there are those who have the chance and luck to go against the heavens. Even if they have only passed through the 1-color immortal tribulation, they can still be certified as immortal emperors in the end. There were also supreme celestials who had passed through the 7-colored immortal tribulation, but because of various reasons such as love, heart demons, and so on, in the end, they were unable to even reach the immortal emperor realm. However, there was no doubt that those who were able to pass through the high-level immortal tribulation had absolutely terrifying talent. Breaking through to a higher realm was far easier than others. Ha ha ha. Wuing stood in the void and couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. In terms of talent alone, he had already stood at the pinnacle of the 10,000 realms of the heavens. With the system in place, he believed that it wouldn't be too long before his cultivation strength would be able to stand at the highest level of the heavens, competing with those supreme powers. For a time, Ning's heart was filled with great pride. But right at this moment, another 9-colored divine thunder struck down. Boom! System, give me 3 annual signatures. As the divine thunder approached, Ning immediately roared loudly. Signing in during the thunder tribulation had been on his mind for a long time, and with such a good opportunity as the immortal immortality tribulation, he naturally couldn't let it go. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining a chaotic divine thunder seed. Ding, sign in successfully, congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme thunder magic divine ability, thunder in all realms. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining 500,000 years of cultivation. At the same time that the system beep sounded, Ning was once again blasted away by the 9-colored divine thunder, this time flying backwards for tens of billions of light years before coming to a stop. After slowing down for a long time, he began to check the signing rewards. Chaotic divine thunder seed? A flash of surprise appeared in Ning's eyes. The 9-colored thunder that descended from this 9-colored immortal tribulation was the Chaos Divine Thunder, only that its power had been weakened countless times. The true Chaos Divine Thunder had the power to destroy the world, and could easily destroy a middle thousand world, terrifying beyond compare. If this Chaos Divine Thunder seed was planted in the body, it could be fed with one's own cultivation, or it could be allowed to grow by devouring the power of thunder. After it grew, it would be able to control the true Chaotic Divine Thunder power. Devouring the power of thunder. This 9-colored divine thunder should be able to be devoured as well, right? Ning muttered, immediately removing the chaotic divine thunder seed and planting it in his heart orifice. Soon, the third 9-colored divine thunder fell. Boom! Ning instantly flew backwards, but this time, he felt much more relaxed, as a large portion of the divine lightning power was devoured by the chaotic divine lightning seed in his heart orifice. Ha, it really is possible. Ning became energized. With this chaotic divine thunder seed in his body, even if the rumors of this 9-colored immortal tribulation were as terrifying as they were, he thought that he should be able to pass through it without any problems. However, he was still somewhat underestimating the 9-colored immortal tribulation. The power of each 9-colored divine thunder was double that of the previous one. Boom! Boom! As each of the 9-colored divine thunderbolts fell, Ning was constantly being blasted away like a leather ball. From the outside to the inside, from the flesh to the soul, it hurt so much that he wanted to die. By the time he passed through the 7th 9-colored divine thunder, his flesh had already suffered a considerable amount of injuries, and his soul was constantly trembling, his endurance for pain having reached a limit. When the 8th 9-colored divine thunder fell, the undying golden body that had already produced a metamorphosis was close to collapsing, and the consciousness of his soul was beginning to blur a bit. Chapter 76 Heavenly Immortal Realm Perfection. Just then, an unusually cool aura enveloped his soul. With a jolt, Ning's soul consciousness instantly cleared. Past events surfaced in his mind scene by scene. No! I died a cowardly death in my last life, how can I still die silently like this in this life? I, Ning, am destined to be invincible to the heavens, how could I possibly fall under the immortalization calamity? Ning roared angrily in his heart, a blazing fire burning in his eyes. His goal was the top of the heavens, how could he be brought down by a mere immortal immortality calamity? Ha ha ha! A mere thunder tribulation, how can it stop me? Ning laughed maniacally, taking out all of the immortal pills and immortal dawn that Moronian had given him and swallowing them all, quickly repairing the injuries on his physical body and divine soul. He also took the piece of enlightenment tea leaves into his mouth. Boom! All the bloodline seals instantly disintegrated. In a matter of moments, a magnificent and ancient terrifying aura instantly erupted from within his body, causing him to look like an ancient god or devil descending into the world. Finally, the 9th divine thunderbolt descended. It instantly struck Ning's body. Boom! Ning felt that space and time had instantly come to a standstill, and the entire world had suddenly turned into a 9-colored patch of dense, 9-colored light clusters everywhere around him. There wasn't the slightest bit of pain, and instead, he felt extremely comfortable. As each of the 9-colored light clusters surged into his body, he had a feeling of instantaneous sublimation, and all sorts of epiphanies and thoughts surged into his mind. There was a sudden realization in Ning's heart that his 9th thunder tribulation seemed to be somewhat different. There was no test whatsoever, and it was completely here to deliver benefits. What in the world was going on?
He didn't have time to think too much, immediately discarding distracting thoughts as he quickly absorbed the various arcane sensations brought about by the nine-colored mass of light. At the same time, the aura on his body gradually became illusory and unfathomable. The boundless void was dead silent. It had been like this since the beginning of time. But somewhere in the void, there was a huge light cocoon, quietly emitting a divine nine-colored halo. In the light cocoon, you can vaguely see a slender and upright figure. The divine light is hazy, without a piece. I don't know how long it took, but the nine-colored light cocoon suddenly emitted a slight tremor. Afterwards, the trembling became violent, and the light cocoon gradually shrunk. About a few hours later, all the nine-colored halos were all absorbed into the body by that one figure. Only a naked youth was left sitting on his knees in the void. Wuing suddenly let out a soothing hum before opening his eyes. His gaze was calm and extremely bright, as if a vast starry sky was hidden within. A breakthrough. Wuing blinked his eyes and immediately gazed inward. His had undergone a radical change. His meridians, bones, and flesh and blood all faintly had a nine-colored halo flowing through them, containing the supreme mysteries of the great Tao, perfect and flawless, and very different from his previous fleshly mortal body. He felt like he could wipe out the person he was before the breakthrough with a single look now. This was a leap in the level of life, a gap in dimensions that even the most heaven-defying demon could not overcome.
I wonder what realm I'm in now.
Wuing murmured in a low voice, feeling that his cultivation level could by no means be as simple as just breaking through the true immortal realm.
He immediately opened his system's personal panel to check. Name, Wuing. Cultivation level, heavenly immortal realm perfection.
Physical body, flesh body divine treasury half step to completion.
Divine soul, realization realm mid-stage. Physique, eternal Tao body.
Technique, supreme scripture second level, ancient scripture of heaven refining first level.
Avatar, a glance of 10,000 years perfect, world and poem introductory. Remaining sign and count, 2056. Celestial immortal realm perfection?
Wuing's eyes widened slightly as he actually directly crossed two entire great realms. This was two great realms at the immortal level. Although he had possessed 1 billion years of cultivation before his breakthrough, after converting it into immortal power, it was estimated that it would allow him to break through to true immortal realm consummation and he would be at the top. And now it had directly reached the heavenly immortal realm perfection. One must know that after entering the immortal realm, every small realm was a huge threshold that could not be crossed by non-demons.
The gap between the major realms was even more vastly different.
The gap between true immortal consummation to heavenly immortal consummation was estimated to be more than 100 times greater than the gap between Emperor Zun to true immortal consummation. It could be said that a strong person at the heavenly immortal realm of perfection could kill a large swath of true immortal perfection immortals with a wave of his hand.
What the hell is going on here?
Wuing frowned and thought for a long time, and he felt that it should be related to that last divine thunderbolt of the nine-colored immortal tribulation. It seemed that it was because of that single cluster of nine-colored light that had been integrated into his body that had caused his cultivation to rise directly to the heavenly immortal perfection realm. Not only was it his cultivation, but his physique had also produced great changes, with the aged divine body directly metamorphosing into a more powerful eternal Tao body. This should all be related to those clusters of nine-colored light that were integrated into his body. It was thought that it should be a perk of crossing the nine-colored immortal tribulation.
Just how was the last divine thunderbolt of the nine-colored immortal tribulation somewhat different from what he had imagined?
He gazed at the chaotic divine lightning seed in his heart orifice that had grown several times larger, and felt as though it was related to it. Without giving it much thought, Wuing immediately took out a set of clothes from system space and put them on. I didn't realize that a month had passed. The number of check-ins had increased by 33, and 33 days had passed since he had begun his immortality tribulation. Just as Wuing was about to leave the void, he suddenly stopped again. He recalled that when he had transited the first nine-colored divine thunder, he seemed to have hit something in the void. What was more crucial was that with his physical strength and the speed at which he had been blasted away at that time, he had actually failed to shatter that thing. Instead, he let his speed plummet. What the hell was that thing? He didn't care at that time, but now that he had the time, he naturally had to probe. He immediately released his divine sense. No, at this moment, he should call it divine thought or immortal thought. Endless and vast divine thoughts emanated from his body, instantly enveloping a range of 80 billion light-years around the top and bottom. Wuing's body flickered as his divine thoughts continuously swept through the void.
A moment later. Found it!
Ning flashed to a certain place in the void, where an incomparably large bronze ancient mountain actually floated. It reached a height of a full 9 light years.
The Taishu Immortal Mansion?
With a sweep of his divine thoughts, Ning immediately discovered a 100-foot-tall bronze gate somewhere on the ancient bronze mountain, on which were engraved the 4 ancient words Taishu Immortal Mansion. Ning arrived in front of the bronze gate and carefully examined it before reaching out and retreating towards it. This bronze mountain was extremely extraordinary. Not only was it incredibly hard, but it was also able to isolate his divine thoughts, and if he guessed correctly, the entire interior of this ancient mountain should be empty. Its interior was the Taishu Immortal Mansion. Creak! Ning pushed with force, and the bronze gate was immediately pushed open slowly, without any organs or prohibitions.
Boom!
A reckless and ancient aura immediately leaked out from within the bronze gate, as if it had opened up a long sealed period of time.
Chapter 77, 300 Years.
After the bronze gate opened, Ning's divine sense immediately surged in. The space within the bronze ancient mountain was even larger than he had expected, and it actually possessed a vast galaxy within it, a galaxy that was at least 300 million light-years in diameter. Its scale was comparable to that of a huge galaxy, with 12 super-planets. But unfortunately, all of these planets had actually withered and turned into a dead star.
The entire galaxy was dead silent, devoid of any life.
With a flash, Ning appeared in an ancient bronze palace. This palace was called the Taishu Immortal Palace. It was the core of the entire Taishu Immortal Palace. Ning examined some of the ancient texts that remained in the Taishu Immortal Palace and roughly understood the origin of this ancient bronze mountain. It was a Dao lineage established by a powerful immortal king. This immortal king's name was called the Taishu Immortal King. About 200 million years ago, Immortal King Taishu offended a terrifying big shot in the sacred specter immortal realm, and in order to avoid being pursued, he fled with his immortal mansion to the lower realm, Yuanling realm. As a top immortal king powerhouse, he was already fearless of the heavenly Dao of the Yuanling realm universe. However, the Taishu Immortal King was worried that confronting the heavenly Dao would attract the attention of that great person, and after placing the Taishu Immortal Mansion in the void, he left alone.
It never returned after that.
Later on, perhaps because the Taishu Immortal King had already fallen, causing the bronze ancient mountain to fall silent, the galaxies within it were like rootless duckweed, weakening day by day. Some of the remaining immortals of the Taishu Immortal Mansion had to take some of them away to leave the Immortal Mansion and find another place to survive. But because they were unable to refine the bronze ancient mountain, they failed to take it with them. Now that 200 million years had passed, the galaxy within the bronze ancient mountain was completely dead. Ning had wandered around a bit, and all the good things had been taken away by those from the Taishu Immortal Mansion. The only thing left for him was this bronze ancient mountain. A smile appeared on Ning's face. It was quite an unexpected pleasure to know that this bronze ancient mountain was equivalent to an Immortal King artifact. Immortal artifacts had 5 grades: inferior, superior, extreme, as well as Immortal King artifacts and Immortal Emperor artifacts. The dragon fishing rod in his hand was only an extreme grade immortal artifact. He didn't expect that he would pick up an Immortal King artifact for nothing.
Truly, luck couldn't be stopped when it came.
Ning immediately flew out of the bronze ancient mountain. He first tried, with his cultivation as today's immortal realm perfection actually refining up some difficulty, the strength of the Immortal King artifact can be seen.
No wonder those immortals from the Taishu Immortal Mansion were unable to refine it.
Ning estimated that it would take roughly 3 years for him to fully refine this bronze ancient mountain.
That was a little bit of time.
After thinking about it, he decided to make a trip back to Shura Star first. More than 9 months had passed since the beginning of his seclusion, and the Wu family had completely taken up residence in the Shura Divine Hall. Waves were raging in the shadows, but the surface was calm. It was a good thing that no one was unenlightened enough to dare to come to the Marshall family for further trouble. Ning found Wu Shintong, and the old man was presiding over an auction. The auction was for those Imperial armaments that Ning had given him earlier, as well as a portion of the treasures that he had later obtained in the Shura Divine Hall's hidden treasure vault.
My lord, you've come out of the gate?
Seeing Ning, Wu Shintong's eyes showed joy, and he was always a little unsettled in his heart when Ning wasn't around for this period of time. The Shura Star was surrounded by wolves, and he really didn't have much of a bottom line when facing some hegemony-level forces.
Nothing has happened recently, right?
Ning briefly chatted with him for a few moments, and then bestowed him with some undercards, all of which he had made with his own hands, and which would be able to kill even if a true immortal descended upon him.
Wu Shintong was appalled in his heart. Even true immortals could be decimated?
He suddenly realized that the aura on the Duke seemed to be getting more and more unfathomable.
Duke, have you become an immortal? As if a bolt of lightning crossed his mind, he asked with some disbelief. Is it strange? This. Wu Shintong was speechless. Feeling like he had received a 100,000-point blitz, he wisely stopped discussing the issue, then took out a spatial magic treasure and handed it to Wu Ning. My lord, this is all the spirit crystals that have been auctioned so far, totaling over 236 trillion. Well done. I'll be in seclusion for a while longer, so watch out for yourselves. Giving 2 instructions, Wu Ning directly left. He returned to the secret realm where he had previously been in seclusion to find Little Green and Little White, consoled them for a few moments, and handed them a few dragon carcasses before returning directly to the void to begin refining the bronze ancient mountain. Time flies like water. In the blink of an eye, it was already 3 years later. Collect! Boom! Within the boundless void, Wu Ning let out a soft cry, and the bronze ancient mountain immediately produced a violent shaking. In the next moment, the bronze ancient mountain began to shrink. Originally as high as 9 light years, it finally transformed into a 9-inch tall miniature mountain that fell into Wu Ning's hands. Really heavy. Wu Ning weighed it, and even though he had successfully refined it, he still felt its terrifying weight in his hand. Even his physique felt extremely heavy. Its true weight was absolutely terrifying. Throwing it out after it grew large, it could smash a large number of heavenly immortals to death. Another great killing weapon. Wu Ning put it away, then left the void to return to Shura Star. For the next few days, he resided in the secret realm of the original Shura Divine Hall. Occasionally, he took Little Green and Little White out for a bit of traveling, while most of the time he nestled in the secret realm. Having broken through to the immortal realm, Wu Ning did not intend to immediately return to the Taichou ancient realm martial clan. A perfect heavenly immortal realm was still somewhat insufficient. Wu Ning was worried that he would encounter some trouble after returning to the martial clan, so he planned to develop obscenely for a period of time first, and then consider returning after breaking through to Immortal King. By the way, he could accumulate some more sign-on counts, so that he would be able to make himself strong quickly when he returned to the martial clan. Wu Ning was extremely patient. This meticulousness was a full 300 years. Taichou ancient realm, martial clan. In the middle of an ancient room. Husband, it's been over 300 years, why hasn't Ninger returned? A look of longing appeared in Morong Yan's eyes. Wu Tianyun felt a bit headstrong. In these recent decades, Morong Yan hadn't missed reciting in his ears, not 1,000 times but 800 times. Madam, don't worry, Ninger has the amulet I gave him, he'll be fine. With his talent, I think it won't take long for him to soar up. Morong Yan glared at him. You said the same thing last time. There was also the last time. Last time, you said the same thing, word for word. Your last time, the last time, you still recited it like this, and it wasn't off by a few words. Wu Tianyun slandered in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it. He was somewhat helpless and thought for a moment, how about this, I'll send an avatar down to the realm in a couple of days and quietly go and take a look at Ninger, what do you think, ma'am? Morong Yan's eyes lit up, don't dawdle, right now, go now. 9 Heavens Star Realm, Shura Star. It's been over 300 years, and it's only the late Immortal King stage, it's a bit slow. Wu Ning sighed. The number of check-ins he had accumulated over these 300 years, he really couldn't hold back and use them all. There were a ton of various treasures, and on average, every 10 times he was able to just sign up for a cultivation level. Each time, there were 500,000 years of cultivation, all adding up to roughly 16 million years of cultivation. It was only then that he was able to ascend from celestial immortal perfection to late Immortal King. It was really too slow. Wu Ning had already made up his mind to save up all the signing opportunities he would receive in the future and use them when he returned to the martial clan. In a godless clan like the martial clan, the rewards for signing in could definitely be raised several notches. Using sign-on opportunities in the lower realms was just too wasteful. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows slightly as his gaze traveled through endless space and looked towards the center of the 9 Heavens Galaxy. Actually in the midst of someone transiting the immortal incursion, interesting. Chapter 78, Welcoming Heavenly Punishment. The center of the 9 Heavens Galaxy. An old figure stood in the void, exuding a heart-stopping pressure, which faintly carried a hint of decay. Boom! A purple divine thunderbolt pierced through the void and fell from an unknown place, instantly splitting on the old man. His body instantly flew backwards, crashing into a weak star. Someone is actually crossing the immortal tribulation. What a terrifying divine thunder, I feel like I'd be directly lost if I were to take a hit. It seems like its old ancestor Qingyi of the Manifestation Heavenly Sect.
Elder Ancestor Qingyi is one of the oldest existences in our nine-heaven star realm. My grandfather grew up listening to his stories when he was a child. My grandfather died tens of thousands of years ago. I didn't expect that his old man would still be around. This immortal tribulation is so terrifying. Will old Ancestor Qingyi be able to survive it? Countless top powerhouses looked remotely at the pale figure at the center of the Nine Heavens galaxy, their gazes revealing awe and amazement. If old Ancestor Qingyi succeeded in his tribulation, the Nine Heavens star realm would have another immortal. Nine Heavens Palace. An old man and a green man looked at the scene in the starry sky from afar. Their Nine Heavens Palace was also located in the center of the Nine Heavens galaxy, and was not far from where old Ancestor Qingyi had crossed the threshold, only about 100 million light-years away. The old man sighed. It seems that this old man is nearing the end of his lifespan and wants to take one last stab at it. The immortal Tao was everlasting. True immortals had endless lifespans, and crossing that step would lead to eternal life. But a step away, but like a rift valley. There have been countless emperors born in the Nine Heavens star region throughout the ages, but those who have been able to trigger the immortal apocalypse are one in a million. Those who succeeded in crossing the immortal tribulation were even more rare. Senior Ancestor, do you think that old man Qingyi can successfully pass the immortal tribulation? The youth asked. It's hard to say. Old Ancestor Qingyi was also a peerless demon that shocked the entire starfield back then, cultivating into a great emperor in just 10,000 years, but whether or not he can survive the immortal tribulation will depend on his destiny. Becoming an immortal is difficult. The old man sighed softly, looking at old man Qingyi with a hint of anticipation in his gaze. He had also long since cultivated to the extreme of humanity, sensing a hint of the rules of the great Tao, and the next step would be to cross over to become an immortal. If old Ancestor Qingyi succeeded in his tribulation, it might be able to bring him a lot of enlightenment and inspiration. Boom! A streak of purple divine thunder descended. Old Ancestor Qingyi's body was scorched black, his beard and hair had long since turned into flying ash, and his appearance looked extremely miserable. Many people's hearts seized up, secretly sweating for old Ancestor Qingyi in their hearts. As long as they didn't have a grudge against the Manifestation Heavenly Sect, there weren't many people who wished for old Ancestor Qingyi to fall under the immortal tribulation. This was because old Ancestor Qingyi was representing an emperor powerhouse who was challenging the immortal tribulation at the moment. If he succeeded, it would undoubtedly invigorate the people and many emperor sovereigns would be inspired. If he failed, many emperors would be afraid of the immortal tribulation, and would have even less hope of surviving it. Shura Star. A colorful immortal tribulation. Ning smiled faintly. The power of this immortal apocalypse was not at all comparable to the scene when he had first crossed it. With this level of immortal tribulation, it couldn't even break his defenses. Looking at the thunder tribulation falling from the void, Ning's heart stirred. His chaotic divine thunder seed could devour the power of thunder to accelerate its growth. Although this colorful divine thunder was weak, it was at least an immortal tribulation, and it was a rare tonic for the present. But after thinking about it, he didn't do it. After all, there was no injustice. With his current status strength, doing that kind of thing was a bit too much of a fall. I wonder what place this immortal tribulation is coming from. Ning gazed languidly at the starry sky. The power of the immortal tribulation was definitely not something that the cosmic heavenly Tao of the middle thousand worlds could control. Otherwise, wouldn't it be the case that just by controlling a middle millennium world, it would be able to continuously create immortals? For an immortal emperor-level bigwig, controlling a middle thousand world heavenly Tao wasn't a difficult task. Could it be from the great thousand worlds? As Ning continued to ponder, an extremely wonderful and good idea suddenly popped up in his mind. The chaotic divine thunder seed needed to devour the power of thunder to grow, and there was actually a very good way to do so, only that he had been ignoring it. A smile appeared on Ning's face, and his figure instantly disappeared in a flash. The next moment, he appeared in the middle of a vast void. Boom! The aura of an immortal king instantly erupted from within him, sweeping vastly through the endless void. Soon after, Ning sensed that a magnificent and supreme will was watching over him. Immediately afterward, a violent and terrifyingly vast pressure came crashing down on his face. Don't look, quickly descend the heavenly punishment. Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. Before, with the system concealing his breath, the will of heaven could not sense his existence at all. Now that he had taken the initiative to expose his own aura, once the heavenly Tao descended the heavenly punishment thunder tribulation, the chaotic divine thunder seed would have milk powder. Rumble. A few moments later, boundless thunderclouds converged in the void, forming a vast sea of thunder, in which electric light flashed, a black thunder dragon weaved and tumbled, and terrifying thunderbolts constantly exploded. A terrifying to the extreme pressure filled the void. Boom boom. The heavenly punishment began. Hundreds of black thunder dragons rushed out of the boundless sea of thunder, pouncing straight towards Wuing. Completely different from the tribulation, the heavenly punishment directly opened its big move as soon as it arrived. These black thunderbolts were the cosmic heavenly Tao's mastery of the destructive thunder origin force, and their power was extremely terrifying, with each thunderbolt being no less than an immortal king's strike. Only a top immortal king powerhouse like the Taishu Immortal King could be completely fearless of the middle chance world heavenly Tao. A flash of wariness appeared in Wuning's eyes. His cultivation had reached the late immortal king stage, and he no longer even knew just how strong he was. It was just as well that this heavenly punishment would allow him to test his strength. Wuing swung his fist, dodging and taking the initiative to charge up against a thunder dragon. Boom! A terrifying and incomparable divine hidden power erupted from his physical body, and with one punch, Wuing easily blew up the thunder dragon, which immediately transformed into a large expanse of black thunder, which was then sucked into his body for the chaotic divine thunder sea to devour. Wuing immediately felt a tingling sensation. His fleshly body was too strong. With the small completion flesh body divine deposit plus the eternal Tao body, even the flesh of an ancient beast of the same realm would not necessarily be comparable to his. These black thunderbolts were no threat to him at all, and when they landed on his body, instead, he had the feeling of doing an electric massage, which was extremely soothing. Ah, cool. Wuing laughed out loud and continued to charge towards the other thunder dragons. Boom boom boom. In a matter of moments, hundreds and thousands of thunder dragons were all blown up by him, turning into large swaths of thunder power that he inhaled into his body. At the same time, more thunder dragons rushed out of the sea of thunder, densely packed with at least tens of thousands of heads, each one tens of thousands of feet long, tens of thousands of thunder dragons rushing together. The image was extremely impactful. Wuing was blatantly unafraid, using only the power of his physical body, just like a humanoid beast, only attacking but not defending, charging between the tens of thousands of thunder dragons. Even though he was occasionally struck by a few thunder dragons, he flew backwards billions of light years and charged up again to smash them. Reckless as hell. Chapter 79 Immortal Sermon. Boom boom. Within a few moments, tens of thousands of thunder dragons were once again all smashed by him. Rumble. This time, the boundless thunderclouds brewed for a long time before a frighteningly large and terrifying thunder dragon was drilled out. It was several light years long. As if it was the embodiment of the entire universe, it possessed an incomparably great body, ancient and majestic, and the aura emanating from its body was extremely terrifying. I'm going. Wuning's eyelids fluttered, such a large thunder dragon was terrifying just by looking at it. The sense of visual impact was too strong. Compared to it, his body was like a speck of dust. Roar! This thunder dragon seemed to have some spiritual intelligence as it raised its head and roared, its voice resounding through the entire universe in an instant, as if an ancient creature from the ancient times was roaring, its voice traveling through endless years to arrive at this piece of space and time. This guy is a bit strong, Wuing muttered, but without the slightest bit of fear, he charged directly towards him. Flesh power and cultivation erupted at the same time, as Wuing directly utilized his full strength. Boom! The thunder dragon extended a claw that possessed vast and infinite power, and its speed was incredibly fast, instantly slapping him away. Sure is strong. Again. Wuing let out a long roar and charged up again. Boom boom boom. Terrifying impacts raged through the void. Half a month quickly passed, and the one man and one dragon kept colliding, having fought for hundreds of thousands of rounds. In the beginning, the thunder dragon had steadily gained the upper hand, sending Wuing flying one at a time. But later, Wuning's use of his own power became more and more skillful, and the combat power he exerted became stronger and stronger, and he gradually did not lose the wind, and the thunder dragon fought on an equal footing. Once again, the battle raged for 3 days and 3 nights. The thunder dragon let out a roar and stopped continuing its attacks. His eyes were indifferent as he glanced faintly at Wuing before returning directly to the boundless thunder sea. Can't beat it, love it. Hey, don't go. Wuing was having a good time fighting, but he didn't expect this guy to directly run away. He shouted and directly dashed into the sea of thunder. The thunder dragon had already dissipated into thunder origin, and Wuing was somewhat regretful before quickly absorbing the nearly endless thunder power around him.
Seemingly sensing his movements, the boundless sea of thunder accelerated and dispersed, disappearing without a trace in just a few moments.
TSK, how petty. Wu Ning shook his head and immediately gazed inward, the chaotic divine thunder seed in his heart orifice once again doubling in size. Although this heavenly punishment force was not as high as the level of the 9-colored immortal tribulation, it was superior in quantity. It's a pity, if I had sucked up all of that sea of thunder, I guess I would have been able to control some of the chaotic divine lightning force. Wu Ning thought darkly, suddenly developing an urge to break into the heavenly Tao origin space, but in the end, he pressed down on this somewhat crazy thought. If he absorbed too much thunder origin power, the entire universe might be affected, and he didn't want to cause any major trouble for his own selfish reasons. Moreover, the cosmic heavenly Tao wasn't that easy to deal with. In addition to the thunder origin, people also controlled the 5 elements origin, yin-yang origin, and various other origin forces.
A few moments later,
Wu Ning returned to Shura Star in a happy mood. With a sweep of his divine thoughts, he immediately found a figure permeated with the aura of a true immortal in the 9 heavens galaxy.
It actually succeeded?
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, but wasn't too surprised.
An ordinary true immortal was just that.
Upon learning that Wu Ning had returned, Martial Avatar quickly came to pay his respects.
My lord, old ancestor Qingyi has successfully transited into immortality, and is preparing to deliver a sermon at the Manifestation Heavenly Sect in 3 months' time, inviting all the major powers to go there. Would you like to go and take a look?
Wu Shintong sent a guilt invitation letter.
No need, you guys can go yourselves if you want to.
Wu Ning said casually. True immortals preaching, how could he have any interest in it?
Yes. At the same time,
in the middle of the vast emptiness, a dark golden shuttle sped forward at an extremely terrifying speed in the direction of the 9 heavens starfield.
Husband, how much longer until we arrive?
Don't be in a hurry, ma'am. At our current speed, there are at most 3 more months before we arrive at the starfield where Ninger is located. Wu Tianyun said softly, while in his heart, he was somewhat puzzled.
Only 300 years had passed. How had Ninger traveled so far?
A few million billion light years. Even if you were to rush non-stop for a moment, you wouldn't be able to run that far, would you?
Could it be that Ninger had already broken through to true immortality?
The twilight of the day had come and gone, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 3 months later. Wu Shintong had already brought a few of his clansmen to the Manifestation Heavenly Gate to listen to the immortal's sermon.
Nowadays, the chaos source liquid condensed with spirit crystals was no longer very useful to Wu Ning, and he now needed to use immortal stones to condense immortal-level chaos source liquids.
Thus, some of the chaos source liquid condensed from spirit crystals was bestowed upon the Martial family, and with just a few hundred drops, all of the dozen or so great emperors from before were raised to the emperor level. Then another few hundred drops were used to cultivate a few dozen newly emerged great emperors. Coupled with some of the undercards bestowed by Wu Ning, the overall strength of the Martial family today was definitely number 1 in the 9 heavens starfield. Wu Ning was already preparing for his departure from the 9 heavens starfield. He planned to stay for another 100 years, accumulating 100 years of signing opportunities before returning to the Martial clan. At that time, the Martial clan would have the underpinnings he had left behind and would not be afraid of being coveted.
Manifestation Heavenly Gate.
Today was the day of old ancestor Qingyi's sermon, and the entire Manifestation Heavenly Gate was bustling with activity and gates. People from all the major powers in the starfield had brought heavy gifts to congratulate old man Qingyi on his breakthrough to immortality. The so-called immortal sermon was also a means to collect money. Almost all of those immortals who had broken through in the 9 heavens star region in the past had done so.
Manifestation Heavenly Sect Grand Hall.
The Tsangyan Divine Sect sends 10 Imperial soldiers and 10 Imperial-grade precious medicines to congratulate old ancestor Qingyi on becoming an immortal. The Heavenly Heart Tao Palace sends 10 pieces of Emperor armaments and a piece of star-tier divine gold to congratulate old ancestor Qingyi on becoming an immortal. The Xianxian Underworld Divine Sect sends 10 pieces of Imperial weapons. In the Great Hall, people from all the major powers sent the heavy gifts they had brought with them. As if they had negotiated, the congratulatory gifts sent by the various forces were all of similar value. Sending less might cause the Manifestation Heavenly Sect to be dissatisfied, while sending more would be rejected by the other major powers.
Everyone sends like this. What does it mean for you to send more than us?
Behind the crowd, Wu Shintong's face was slightly stagnant, and his heart secretly said that it was not good. Their Wu family's previous status in the star domain was too low to qualify to receive an invitation to hear an immortal preach. This was the first time, so it wasn't clear what the doorway was. He had only prepared one Emperor soldier and one Emperor grade treasure pill for this visit, and had thought that the gift was already heavy enough, but he hadn't expected the other forces to be so generous. 10 Emperor armaments and 10 Emperor grade treasure pills. Nima is simply scary. If it were the Marshall family from a few hundred years ago, they wouldn't necessarily be able to take it out even if they dumped all their money. Soon, the people in front of them finished giving gifts. Wu Shintong took a deep breath and could only walk forward with a stiff upper lip. He took out 2 magnificent purple gold treasure boxes from his storage ring and placed them in front of the Manifestation Heavenly Sect's Vice Sect Master who was in charge of receiving gifts. Chapter 80 Greenleaf Immortal. It's that old ancestor of the Marshall family, Wu Shintong. In the Great Hall, the gazes of the crowd instantly fell on him. There was no major power in the Nine Heavens star region that wasn't curiously jealous of the Marshall family that had stepped on the Shura Divine Hall to rise to the top. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Wu Shintong smiled bitterly in his heart and said stiffly, "The Cultivation Star Marshall family, presenting an Imperial armament and an Imperial grade treasure pill to congratulate old ancestor Qingyi on becoming an immortal." Upon these words, there was a sudden silence in the Great Hall. An Emperor soldier and an Emperor-level treasure medicine? Many people snorted in their hearts, a thug is a thug, they don't know the rules at all. They knew that the Manifestation Heavenly Sect and the Cultivation Temple had always had a good relationship, and now that the Manifestation Heavenly Sect had an immortal in their midst, it would be good if they didn't take the initiative to look for trouble from the Wu family, and they actually sent their own handles to the others. This time there will be a good show. The Manifestation Heavenly Sect's Vice Sect Master's brows were slightly furrowed. Everyone else is sending 10 Emperor soldiers and 10 precious pills, you are only sending 1 Emperor soldier and 1 precious pill. What? Looking down on our Manifestation Heavenly Sect? Or are you looking down on old man Changyi? His face immediately sank. Now that they had immortal ancestors in the Manifestation Heavenly Sect, even the Nine Heavens Palace didn't dare to act recklessly, and a mere Marshall family actually dared to look down on them? No matter how powerful your Marshall family is, do you have an immortal sitting on your side? He snorted coldly in his heart and said with a cold face, "Wu Shintong, what is the intention of your Wu family?" Wu Shintong frowned slightly. "Isn't it just a little less than others? It's not like you didn't send it, do you have to throw on the face on the spot? Grass. I give you a gift, in the end, but also look at your face, think about it as Ed. I'm sorry, my Wu family is not as shallow as all of you, so I really can't take 10 Imperial soldiers and 10 Imperial-grade precious medicines." Wu Shintong said indifferently. A flash of gloom flashed across the bottom of the Vice Sect Master's eyes. The Wu family had exterminated the Shura Divine Hall and occupied the Shura Divine Hall for countless years of accumulation, and yet they still dared to say that their depths were shallow? He immediately snorted coldly, "Wu Shintong, don't think that just because your Wu family exterminated the Cultivation Luo Divine Hall that there is no one to rule over them, don't be too arrogant as a human being, be careful that you'll be exterminated one day." With a wave of his hand, Wu Shintong directly put away the 2 purple gold treasure boxes. "It seems that your Manifestation Heavenly Sect doesn't welcome our Wu family, in that case, I won't send this gift." Their Wu family's inheritance came from the Upper Realms Marshall clan, and now that they had the Duke's back, they didn't need to look at anyone's face. "You." The Deputy Sect Master's face sank. "Farewell." Wu Shintong greeted a few clansmen and directly turned around and left. "Hee, the people of the Wu clan are really as rumored, what arrogance." Right at this moment, a purple-shirted old man walked into the Grand Hall, blocking the path of several people from the Wu family. Wu Shintong frowned, "Who is your excellency?" "I am the disciple of old ancestor Qingyi, Emperor Hongming of the Manifestation Heavenly Sect." The old man said proudly. He was now an immortal disciple. "So you are a disciple of old ancestor Qingyi, I wonder what your honor's intention is in blocking our way?" Hongming coldly droned, "Wu Shintong, your Wu family is really bold. The major hegemonic forces of the Nine Heavens starfield have been passed down from ancient times. In order to maintain the balance of the starfield, even if an immortal was born, they wouldn't make a move towards any of the hegemonic level forces. And your Wu family actually dared to destroy the Shura Divine Hall, simply risking universal condemnation and not putting the major powers of my starfield in their eyes. Now, taking advantage of the fact that all the major forces of the starfield are here, shouldn't your Wu family give us all an explanation?" "An explanation?" Wu Shintong sneered, "The Shura Divine Hall wants to destroy my Wu family, so what's wrong with my Wu family destroying them? Where's the evidence?" "These are all your words, they won't convince us." Wu Shintong's face was completely cold. This old man clearly wanted to find them in trouble. What giving an explanation was all an excuse.
Whether you believe it or not is your business, it has nothing to do with my Wu family. Wu Shintong dropped these words and directly walked around him towards the outside of the Grand Hall. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Hong Ming's body, shocking quite a few people back as he coldly stared at the several people from the Wu family. Wu Shintong, the old man, has been friends with the Shura Divine Hall's old ancestor Mo Yun for hundreds of thousands of years. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'm only afraid that the people of your Wu family won't be able to leave my Manhwa heavenly sect today. Wu Shintong ignored him and directly walked towards the outside. Good guts! Hong Ming shouted angrily and directly swung his palm towards him. Boom! But in the next moment, his body instantly flew backwards, directly crashing through the walls of the Great Hall. The defense formation disintegrated, and the entire hall instantly collapsed. A figure dodged and flew into the air, looking at the Marshall family avatar in disbelief. It actually shook Hong Ming away with a single strike, and it was a backfire. The Marshall avatar was actually this strong? The Marshall family is really arrogant, actually daring to make a move at the Manifestation Heavenly Sect. They're finished. Schadenfreude appeared in the eyes of the people from all the major powers. If the Wu family was destroyed in this way, they were extremely willing to see it. How dare you, the Marshall family, dare to destroy my Heavenly Sect's Grand Hall? The Manifestation Heavenly Sect's Vice Sect Master shouted angrily. Afterwards, a figure flew out from the depths of the Manifestation Heavenly Gate and surrounded the crowd of the Wu family. Wu Shintong's brows furrowed. It seems like your Manifestation Heavenly Sect is sincerely trying to make an enemy of our Wu clan. The Vice Sect Master directly shouted coldly, make your move and take them down. Kill. A flash of intent flashed in Wu Shintong's eyes as he dashed towards one person to kill him. Several people behind him made their moves. It was supposed to be to listen to the Immortal's sermon, so the ones who came were all Emperor powerhouses. And still, they were not ordinary Emperor Zuns. Boom! Boom! The terrifying energy storm instantly raged in all directions towards the Manifestation Heavenly Sect. Space collapsed, large swaths of buildings were turned into flying ash, and quite a few Manifestation Heavenly Sect disciples were also affected. The strength of the Wu clan was terrifying, and with a pseudo-immortal weapon in their hands, they had killed quite a few of the Wanhua Heavenly Sect's strongest members in just a few moments. Unbridled. Suddenly, a cold shout sounded like thunder, and a large area of space was shattered. Put! A few people from the Martial Divine Ordination violently spewed out a mouthful of blood, instantly suffering heavy injuries. Boom! A terrifying immortal might descended. Old Ancestor Cheng Yi. Wu Shintong gritted his teeth and coldly stared at the man in green who appeared in the air. After becoming an immortal, Old Ancestor Cheng Yi was like returning to his youthful appearance. Now, perhaps it was time to call him Immortal Cheng Yi. Swish! Hong Ming rushed up from the ruins, his clothes were tattered and his face was a few shades of pale. Master, these people from the Marshall family are too unbridled, please kill them. Old Ancestor Cheng Yi indifferently looked at the Wu Shintong few. All of this today was actually his authorization behind the scenes. It was only because he had taken a fancy to that immortal artifact in Wu Ning's hands, and needed to find a reason to strike towards the Marshall family. It was an immortal weapon. He didn't know how many tens of thousands of years it would take to warm up his original Imperial weapon to an immortal weapon. But he would have to ascend to the upper realm in 100 years at most, and the upper realm was mysterious and unpredictable, so if he had an immortal weapon in his hand, ascending to the upper realm would be more secure. Chapter 81: A Family of Three. Shura Star. Wu Ning looked on indifferently at the Manifestation Heavenly Sect's farce, a smirk suddenly appearing on his face. If he took an immortal today to set an example, he thought that after he left, no one would dare to trouble the Wu family again. In the Manifestation Heavenly Gate. You dare to kill people in my heavenly sect, causing thousands of disciples to lose their lives, so this immortal will behead you to comfort the spirits of those disciples in heaven. Old Ancestor Cheng Yi said indifferently, like a god announcing the fate of the Wu Shintong few. Afterward, he stretched out a hand and grabbed towards the Wu Shintong few. Old thing, if you want to kill us, then you can die first. Wu Shintong's eyes were ruthless, and a plain black longsword instantly appeared in his hand. He immediately injected mana to unlock the seal on the long sword, while at the same time slashing the sword towards Old Man Cheng Yi. Snort! A white sword light flashed by, with no great momentum, no blinding light, and no oppressive aura. It was just a plain and ordinary sword light. But this sword light, heaven and earth are quiet, space and time instantly stopped, no one can move, their thinking has become stagnant, can only see this ordinary sword light slowly cut through space. It passed through Old Man Cheng Yi's body.
Afterward, the sword opened up the sky and disappeared into the vast emptiness.
In the next instant, space and time returned to normal. Everyone was shocked and appalled in their hearts. Freezing spacetime with a single sword? What divine ability was that? How could there be such a terrifying sword technique in the world?
Suddenly, their eyes snapped shut and they looked at Old Man Qingyi in fear.
Master!
Hong Ming shouted in terror.
Old Ancestor!
The crowd of the manifestation Heavenly Sect's complexion changed drastically as they looked at Old Ancestor Qingyi in disbelief. Old Ancestor Qingyi's body suddenly split in two, a flash of horror remained in his eyes, but they were dull and devoid of any life, his divine soul had been completely annihilated. At precisely this moment, a breeze blew by. Old Ancestor Qingyi's body immediately turned into flying ash, disappearing little by little, going with the wind and returning to the heavens and earth.
Immortal! Has fallen? The gazes of the crowd were dumbfounded. Old Ancestor!
In the manifestation Heavenly Sect, a mournful wail immediately resounded.
Ah! I will kill you all!
Hong Ming's eyes were red and his expression was maniacal as he sacrificed 2 Emperor armaments and dashed towards the several members of the Wu clan to kill them.
Kill them and avenge our old ancestor!
A group of manifestation Heavenly Sect powerhouses lost their minds and followed behind Hong Ming, killing the people of the Wu family together. Wu Shintong was also a bit stunned at this moment, not expecting this sword given by the Gongzi to be so powerful, instantly killing an immortal in seconds. Seeing Hong Ming and the others rushing in, he let out a cold snort and swung his sword once again.
Although the power remaining within the sword was far inferior to what it was before, it wasn't easy to decimate a group of powerhouses under the immortals. Die! Snort!
A streak of sword light flashed by, and the crowd of the manifestation Heavenly Sect drenched the sky in blood. Kill them all for me, destroy the manifestation Heavenly Sect! Wu Shintong yelled at the few people behind him and rushed into the depths of the manifestation Heavenly Sect first, waving his sword in a killing spree.
Gulp! Old Ancestor is a bit fierce today. That sword just now was so terrifying, it even killed an immortal. That must be Gongzi Du means, Gongzi Forever God. Let's do it as well, let the manifestation Heavenly Sect know what happens when they offend our martial family. And also immediately notify the family side so that they can send someone over to receive the manifestation Heavenly Sect. Ha ha ha. Kill.
A few people laughed loudly as they killed their way into the manifestation Heavenly Sect. Seeing this, the rest of the major forces hurriedly fled the manifestation Heavenly Gate with their people, fearing that they would be killed by mistake. I didn't expect the martial family to be so terrifying. The manifestation Heavenly Gate is considered finished.
Next, the star domain might not be calm. Ha! Immortal weapon shuttle?
Wu Ning had originally been watching the manifestation Heavenly Sect side when he suddenly sensed a hint of an unusual aura. He immediately let go of his divine thoughts, and instantly discovered an immortal armament-grade shuttle drilling out of the void and entering within the 9 heavens galaxy.
It seems like it's coming towards the Shura star's side.
His heart stirred and he immediately controlled his divine thoughts to drill within that one flying shuttle.
It's old Mom and Dad, why are they here?
A trace of surprise flashed across Wu Ning's eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared in place with a flash. But in the next moment, he returned to his original spot.
Forget it, it's better not to scare them.
A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face as he wanted to see what his old parents were here for first.
Soon.
The immortal weapon shuttle arrived near the Shura star and then stopped.
Is this where Ninger is? Moronin looked at the huge green planet in front of her, her eyes somewhat delighted and excited. Wu Tianyun waved his hand and put the shuttle away, then handed his wife an immortal-grade stealth talisman.
Let's go see what Ninger is doing. The piece of golden jade he had given to Wu Ning retained a sliver of his divine thoughts, allowing him to sense Wu Ning's location. The closer the distance, the clearer the perception grew.
The two of them activated their stealth talismans and flew towards the Shura star.
It wasn't known what means they had used to silently pass through the Wu clan's defense array before flying towards the secret realm where Wu Ning resided.
A few moments later. Within the secret realm.
Wu Ning was lazily reclining on a chair, holding an inkpot in his hand as he flipped through some interesting short stories, occasionally stopping to drink tea, so cozy.
Mr. and Mrs. Wu Tianyun stood invisibly in the air.
Moroning narrowed her eyes and revealed a smile, transmitting, Ninger has grown up, becoming quite handsome and with a better figure.
That's true, it has the demeanor I had back then. Wu Tianyun slightly angled his head.
His heart was somewhat astonished that he couldn't actually see through his son's cultivation.
Although this incarnation of his only had the cultivation strength of the Emperor realm, it possessed the divine mind of the heavenly immortal realm, and for that it actually couldn't see through his cultivation? Oddly enough, this kid's cultivation couldn't possibly be higher than his, right? After a long time, Ning put down the ink treasure, a strange smile appearing on his face as he stood up and said, "Father, Mother, you've been watching for so long, why don't you come down and sit down?" Question mark. Wu Tianyun froze, discovered? This kid won't swindle us, right? Are you stupid?
Moromin rolled her eyes and showed up to fly towards Wu Ning.
Ninger!
Moromin hugged Wu Ning in her arms, her eyes instantly becoming moist. "Ninger, Mother finally sees you again."
Mother!
Wu Ning's heart instantly softened as she was hugged by her mother, feeling her nose sour as a childlike smile appeared on her face.
Ninger, you've grown taller. Thinned a bit as well.
After a long time, Moromin released him, her eyes slightly red, and touched his face, carefully sizing him up. Wu Tianyun stood aside with his arms folded, looking at the intimate picture of the two mothers. His heart was a little sour.
Father!
Wu Ning stepped forward to give him a hug, and an old fatherly smile immediately appeared on Wu Tianyun's face.
"Ha, you kid, you've really grown up. Father, after not seeing you for hundreds of years, you're still as handsome as ever." Ha ha ha. Wu Tianyun laughed heartily.
Afterward, Wu Ning greeted them and sat down, the family of three sipping chalu tea and chatting about their parents.
"Son, what exactly is your current cultivation level?" Wu Tianyun asked curiously. "Not very high, probably just that much higher than you, father."
Wu Ning smiled faintly.
"A little bit higher than me?" Wu Tianyun raised an eyebrow and said with some amusement, "Does your brat know what my cultivation level is?" Chapter 82, My son has a supreme posture.
Both Wu Tianyun and Moromin were mana avatars at the moment, and their cultivation realms were both emperor, but the mana avatars contained a strand of their original divine thoughts within them. Feeling the strength of their divine thoughts, Wu Ning was immediately able to determine their true cultivation levels.
Father Wu Tianyun was at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Mother Moromin was in the middle stage of the heavenly immortal realm.
It hadn't changed much from what he had learned through Little Black more than 300 years ago. Wu Ning could not help but feel some emotion in his heart. The martial clan was worthy of being a godless clan that could be ranked in the top 10 in the vastness of the vast primordial ancient realm, and the young lord of the clan was only 10,000 years old when he was at the beginning of his life and had such a cultivation level. It should be known that the talent of the people of the upper realm did not necessarily have to be better than that of the people of the lower realm, and even many of the natives of the upper realm were not as good as those who had ascended to the lower realm. It was only because they stood between a broader heaven and earth, with a larger platform and the opportunity to come into contact with higher level things. So it was generally a bit easier to grow up than people from the lower realms. In the upper realm, for ordinary multitudes, it was only the norm for people to become emperors for tens of thousands of years, and to become immortals for hundreds of thousands of years. Moreover, those who were able to become immortals were well-deserved celestial pride even in the upper realm. But for those more powerful immortal sects, because of having a higher platform and more resources, basically, they were able to become emperors within 10,000 years, and it took anywhere from 100,000 to hundreds of thousands of years to become an immortal. Within some powerful immortal King Dao lineages, the top celestial prides who possessed 1,000 years of age to become emperors were usually able to become immortals within a few tens of thousands of years. And within a higher level of immortal Emperor Dao, there were even demonic prides who became emperors at the age of 100 and became immortals within 10,000 years. Lastly, there are the godless clans, the ancient immortal clans, and the immortal Taoist systems that can be called superpowers in all the heavens and all the worlds, such as the martial clan. Especially for a family-style power like the martial race. Generations of ancestors had become stronger and stronger, and the power of the inherited bloodline had become stronger and stronger. When the offspring has a stronger bloodline, it is easier for them to become strong, and then they can give birth to even better offspring. This is a kind of bloodline evolution, innately winning at the starting line. No, it is also possible to be born at the end of other people, or even other people cannot reach the height of 10 lifetimes. For example, the son of immortal born from the union of two immortals. Even a single drop of blood from an immortal possesses infinite power, capable of killing emperor-level powerhouses, so how could the child born from them start cultivating from scratch like an ordinary person? Not to mention immortals, even the children of two great emperors were usually born at the King Seal realm. The children of immortals were even born at the great emperor realm. If Wu Ning hadn't had his bloodline sealed, causing his realm to regress and disappear, he would have been born a great emperor as well. It was worth mentioning that although the children of immortal emperors were also born at the great emperor realm, they were like the cubs of divine beasts, like the little heavenly fox. Born as a great emperor, an adult could become an immortal. It would take as little as 100 years or as much as 1,000 years. This was the case with Wu Tianyun and Morongin, a son of the Martial clan's clan chief, and a daughter of the Morong Imperial clan's clan chief. Both were the sons and daughters of immortal emperor bigwigs, born as humanitarian emperors, and could become immortals within 1,000 years of age. Moreover, not only did they start from a high point, their talents were equally high that the world could not hope to see them. Even more crucial was, they were also backed by a powerful and ancient superpower, possessing resources that were unimaginable to ordinary people. To the vast majority of people in the world, the heaven-defying treasures and chances might just be ordinary things that they don't care about in their eyes. So think about it. Even if the immortal Dao realm was difficult to advance an inch. But for their kind of immortal end generation, which had been looked up to by countless people since birth, having a heavenly immortal realm cultivation at the beginning of their lives didn't seem to be something unimaginable. For a time, various thoughts flashed through Wu Ning's mind. He became even more determined to return to the martial clan as soon as possible. Cough. Father, then look at what cultivation level I am? Wu Ning did not answer Wu Tianyun's words, but instead took the initiative to release a strand of realm breath towards him. There was a snap. As soon as he crushed the spirit jade teacup in his hand, Wu Tianyun stood up violently, his eyes staring at him in disbelief. This Immortal King? How is this possible? Ninger, you. Morong Yan covered her red lips, her expression similarly incomparably shocked. Of the 4 realms of the immortal Dao, it was relatively easy for true immortals to advance to heavenly immortals, and as long as there was enough talent and chance, breaking through wasn't difficult. However, the promotion of a celestial immortal to immortal king was incomparably difficult. The immortal king is the king of the immortal Dao, the rules of the great Dao are added to his own body, and he can peer into the river of time, possessing infinite greatness. A celestial immortal's ascension to immortal king was like a humanitarian emperor's enlightenment. It was a metamorphosis and sublimation of the level of life, but it was millions of times more difficult than an emperor's ascension to immortality. Even for the sons and daughters of immortal emperors such as themselves, if they wished to certify as immortal kings, they would need at least several tens of thousands of years of time to polish themselves before they could do so. And Ninger was only over 300 years old now, and she had actually become an immortal king? Even the strongest ancient emperor bloodline of the martial clan couldn't possibly do that, right? Suddenly, Wu Tianyun's face suddenly changed. You're not Ninger. Who are you, and what have you done with my son? Question mark. Wu Ning froze for a moment and instantly reacted. This was when he had been taken away? Hearing Wu Tianyun's words, Morong Yan's complexion changed slightly, sizing up Wu Ning in shock and uncertainty before shaking her head again. It was her son all right. She glared at Wu Tianyun. Don't shout blindly, you can't even recognize your own son, are you stupid from cultivating? Wu Tianyun was a little embarrassed, and also felt that he was overthinking. At his level, whether his son was his own son or not, he was still able to feel it. Furthermore, if Wu Ning had truly been taken over, the clan's fate cards would definitely have reacted. Father, take a closer look. After thinking about it, Wu Ning directly released a strand of divine soul origin. Divine soul age could be faked through certain secret techniques, but by directly inspecting the divine soul origin, no secret technique would be of any use. Probing Wu Ning's divine soul age, Wu Tianyun's expression became even more shocked. It was indeed only over 300 years old. 300 plus years old immortal king? He felt his brain buzzing, unable to speak for a long time. A moment later, he suddenly erupted into a wild laugh. Ha 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 ha. Immortal king. A 300-year-old immortal king. My son, Wu Ning, will surely ask for the supreme position. Ha 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 ha. Wu Tianyun laughed up to the sky, his expression incomparably proud. A 300-plus-year-old immortal king was unprecedented. In all the heavens and all the worlds, other than his son, just ask who else is there? Morongin was infected by his laughter, and a smile couldn't help but blossom on her stunningly beautiful face as well, pride in her eyes as she tenderly took Wu Ning's hand. Ninger, you must have suffered a lot in these centuries, right? There was some pain in her godly eyes. One must have had to go through trials and tribulations that ordinary people couldn't endure in order to achieve such accomplishments in such a short period of time. Mother, don't worry, my child has received some opportunities and has not suffered much. Wuing smiled faintly. He ate and drank for these hundreds of years, leisurely and at ease, is truly achieved the word immortal of the dashing ease. Chapter 83 Grade of Chaotic Origin Liquid. The couple, Wu Tianyun, did not ask Wu Ning what kind of chance he had obtained. Everyone had private secrets, and prying indiscriminately, even if they were close relatives, was a big no-no. Father, mother, you've come to see child this time, how long are you planning on leaving again? Ninger, you're an immortal king now, the family trials no longer have any meaning to you, why don't you come back with us this time? This. Father, my child still has some trivial matters in the lower realms, I still need to stay for a while longer, and I will definitely go back for at most 100 years. That's fine, all as you wish. Wu Tianyun nodded casually, 100 years only, a shiver will pass. Then let's accompany you for half a year before we leave. Actually, it was fine for this incarnation of theirs to stay all the time. It was only necessary to bring the news back to let the original body know. After all, in a different world, the distance was too great for the principal to sense what had happened to the avatar. Wu Ning revealed a smile. After being alone for a long time, it felt good to have loved ones by his side. The other side. The manifestation heavenly sect had been completely destroyed. The few people from the Wushintong were gathered together, covered in murderous aura, so exhausted that their entire bodies were paralyzed, and everyone had some injuries on their bodies, either lightly or heavily. The manifestation heavenly sect's heritage was not weaker than the cultivation divine hall in the slightest, and many of the old monsters were pushed to the edge and directly blew themselves up. The entire manifestation heavenly sect was blown up into a giant crater, with a frighteningly high power. Wu Shintong was the most miserable. One person attracted most of the firepower. If not for the numerous undercards protecting him, he would have died several times. What a pity, those old guys even exploded their emperor's soldiers, leaving nothing behind. A person lamented. He, I do have quite a lot of harvest here. A person next to him smiled smugly and touched out a dark golden storage ring. This is the Vice Sect Masters, the congratulatory gifts of emperor's soldiers sent by all the major powers are all in here. Beginning with the strike, he had his eyes on that Vice Sect Master who was responsible for receiving the gifts. At those words, the rest of the people's eyes lit up. How many are there? Not much. He raised two fingers. There are only about 230 Emperor armaments, there are roughly 180 Emperor grade treasure pills, and there are also many other exotic treasures that aren't inferior to the Emperor pills. This isn't much? Ha, we're rich now. I didn't expect that those guys would come all the way here to give us gifts, but in the end, it was cheap for us. Ha. Wu Shintong's face was also blossoming with joy, and even though he had followed Wu Ning and opened his eyes a lot, he couldn't help but feel a little excited at this moment. More than 200 Imperial soldiers and so many Imperial medicinal treasures, it was definitely an extremely large fortune. After a long time, he waved his hand and said, "Don't even rest, the next one is the main event. We haven't even found the manifestation heavenly sect's treasure vault yet." Right, there's still the treasure vault. They were once again on the move. Although the manifestation heavenly gate had turned into a large pit, there were still quite a few spatial secret realms present. These secret realms were opened up by the immortals that were once born in the manifestation heavenly gate, and it was difficult to shake them even if an emperor blew himself up. The immortals fell, and the manifestation heavenly sect was destroyed. All of the major forces in the Nine Heavens star region were stunned. In their eyes, immortals were immortal, high, and mighty beyond compare. But this time, they witnessed an immortal fall. Immortals can die too? Inside the Nine Heavens palace, an old man and a young man stood side by side. The old man sighed, an immortal, an immortal is also a human being. How can a human being not die? Even though immortals have endless lifespans, they will encounter all kinds of calamities. If they pass through, they will live. If they fail to pass through, they will die. Immortals also die, so what are we seeking the Tao to become immortals for? A hint of confusion appeared in the youth's eyes. Of course, in order to live. Look at this world, all beings are struggling. Who isn't doing it to live? To live better, and to live longer. The youth raised his eyes and looked out, his eyes thoughtful. A few days later, Wu Shintong returned to Shuristar, then directly came to the secret realm where Wu Ning resided, offering a spatial magic treasure filled with treasures harvested at the manifestation heavenly sect. I'll take these spirit crystals, and you can handle the rest yourselves. Wu Ning smiled faintly and accepted all of the several million billion spirit crystals. Nowadays, the chaos source liquid condensed by the spirit crystals was no longer of much use to him, but it could still be used as a drink in normal times. In large enough quantities, it would also be able to raise some cultivation levels. After thinking about it, he took out a small jade bottle and handed it to Wu Shintong. This is the kind of divine liquid that was given to you before, almost 1,000 drops.
Many thanks, Your Excellency.
Wu Shintong was instantly overjoyed. The terrifying effects of that kind of divine liquid were still fresh in his mind. Taking a single drop could increase one's cultivation by 10,000 years and extend one's lifespan by 10,000 years. The effect was heaven-defying. I'm afraid that even in the upper realm, there wouldn't be many of these treasures.
Wu Ning waved his hand and dismissed him. I didn't think that you, Ninger, would actually come across a martial bloodline that had strayed into the lower realm. It's really fate. Wu Tianyun laughed and was not surprised. The martial clan's collateral bloodline could be said to be spread across the heavens, and there were quite a few in the vast lower realms as well. Time rushed by and half a year passed in a flash. On this day, Wu Tianyun and Morongin departed to return to the Taichu ancient realm. Before leaving, Morongin slipped Wu Ning another storage ring. Inside were 2 extreme immortal artifacts, billions of top-grade immortal stones, and many immortal pills. Ninger, mother didn't expect you to break through to the immortal king realm so quickly. These resources aren't much, so use them first. I'll think of a way to have someone send you some more later. Wu Ning was touched in his heart. A child with a mother is indeed a treasure. Seeing this, Wu Tianyan also handed over the little resources he had with him. My father came in a hurry this time, and didn't bring anything with him. You can take these things first. I'll turn around and your mother and I will send you some more. The lower realm has a lack of resources, so don't delay your cultivation. Many thanks, father. Wu Ning watched their shuttle leave the 9 Heavens galaxy before returning to the secret realm. The storage ring that Wu Tianyun had given him only contained some pills and a few tens of thousands of top-grade immortal stones. Wu Ning directly threw all of them into the chaotic divine gourd. Together with all the immortal stones that his mother had given him, he had almost condensed 5 drops of immortal grade level chaos source liquid. Each drop could increase a heavenly immortal realm powerhouse's cultivation by 10,000 years. There were inferior, superior, and extreme grades of immortal stones, and there were also immortal crystals on top of this. Each grade was 10,000 times the difference. The chaos source liquid condensed from spirit crystals could be called mortal grade. A billion lower grade immortal stones could condense a drop of lower grade chaos source liquid, which would allow a true immortal to enhance their cultivation by 10,000 years. A billion upper grade immortal stones could condense 1 drop of upper grade chaos source liquid, allowing a celestial immortal to increase his cultivation by 10,000 years. And 1 billion extreme grade immortal stones could condense 1 drop of extreme grade chaos source liquid, which could allow immortal king powerhouses to increase their cultivation by 10,000 years. Only the chaos source liquid condensed from 1 billion immortal crystals could be considered a true immortal grade chaos source liquid, capable of allowing an immortal emperor realm powerhouse to directly increase their cultivation by 10,000 years. The chaos divine gourd was a supreme treasure, yes, but it couldn't be created out of nothing, and what effect the chaos source liquid condensed could specifically achieve had a great deal to do with the materials put into it. Chapter 80 for the Dao Sun Controversy. In the 4 realms of the immortal Dao, there was a huge difference in the cultivation resources needed for each realm. The Immortal King realm required a frighteningly large amount of cultivation resources, and billions of top-grade immortal stones might as well be a splash. Wu Ning took 5 drops of the upper-grade chaos source liquid, and his cultivation grew a little, which was better than nothing. In the following days, Wu Ning's life once again returned to peace. He was no longer in charge of the Marshall family's affairs now, letting them toss everything around on their own. With the strength that the Marshall family had displayed nowadays, no one dared to mess with them at all, and there was no need for him to intervene in anything. Wu Ning also had a rare moment of leisure. Every day, he holds the ink treasure and reads stories and so on, leisurely and at ease. The only thing he needs to do now is to have fun and slowly accumulate signing opportunities. Time flew by, and several years passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Wu Ning sensed that a man with an extremely strong aura had arrived at Shura Star. It was clearly an immortal king realm powerhouse. With a stalwart face, he was dressed in a Xin robe and had an ordinary appearance. Your Excellency is? Wu Ning appeared before him. Young master, my name is Wu Ku, a member of the Marshall clan. The man arched his hand and immediately identified himself. He was the one sent by the Wu Tianyun couple to deliver the resources. Coming from the branch lineage of the Marshall clan, he had become Wu Tianyun's escort. Young master, this is something your father gave you. The man took out an ancient immortal spatial bracelet and handed it to Wu Ning. Many thanks for your hard work.
Ning smiled as he took it, and with a sweep of his divine thoughts, his gaze brightened slightly. Inside were tens of billions of extreme immortal stones, 2 immortal king artifacts, and many immortal Dan immortal pills and other things of that sort. Wuka secretly sized up Ning with some surprise in his heart. He was already in the middle stage of Immortal King. Even in the martial clan, he was not considered a weakling. However, he realized that not only could he not see through this young master's cultivation, but he actually vaguely felt a hint of oppression from him. Not being able to see through his cultivation, it could be that his realm aura had been concealed by some kind of treasure.
But what about that hint of oppression?
It even gave him the feeling of facing those powerful people in his clan. The man was puzzled in his heart, but did not think to probe. The rules of the martial clan were strict, and since Ning was the junior young master of the first lineage of the main vein, he wouldn't dare to violate his superiors from below. Ning smiled and invited him in to sit down. Wuka shook his head slightly, arching his hand and saying, "I won't bother, little young lord. My subordinate still has to go back and resume his orders, so it's inconvenient to stay longer."
Young lord, my subordinate bids farewell." Ning gave a hum and watched him leave.
Then he took out the spatial bracelet, a smile spreading across his eyes. Tens of billions of extreme immortal stones were capable of allowing him to raise his cultivation for hundreds of thousands of years.
Old mom and dad were really big spenders. Taichou Ancient Realm, Wu Clan. Wu Tianyun walked into an ancient immortal hall and bowed to the green-clothed man sitting in the hall. "Father, you're out of the gate?"
Wu Shen looked him up and down and said, "Not bad, you haven't been lazy lately."
Tianyun, has Ninger not ascended yet?
"Father, Ninger has become an immortal now, but there are still some mundane matters pending in the lower realms, so it may be some time before he returns to the clan." Wu Tianyun didn't say that Ning had already broken through to the immortal king realm, firstly because he wanted to give his old man a surprise, and secondly because he felt that if he said it, his old man might not believe it. An immortal king of over 300 years old was indeed somewhat appalling. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, beating him to death would not have believed it.
Wu Shen nodded slightly. "It's good to have become an immortal. Ninger possesses an ancient emperor bloodline of extremely high purity, and in the future, it's possible that he'll break through that threshold and be the next generation of Dao children internally designated by the clan. But in order to become a Dao son, talent alone won't do. You also need to be strong enough to defeat all of the other prides of the same age in the clan and pass the Forest of Asking test. Only then will you be qualified to sit securely in the position of Dao son." Wu Tianyun smiled, his expression extremely confident. "Father, rest assured, with Ninger's strength, there is absolutely no problem." Wu Shen glanced at him. "Do not be careless. There are still 300 years to go in the Dao Sun contest, and all clansmen within 3,000 years of age are allowed to participate. Although Ninger's talent is strong, he's too young after all. There are also 2 young emperor's sons in the clan, both of whom have long since broken through the immortal realm in terms of cultivation, which just so happens to meet the age requirement for participation in the Dao Sun struggle, and both of them will be strong rivals for Ninger when the time comes." Wu Xian's eyes were also somewhat helpless. There were too many old monsters in the clan, and although he was also an immortal emperor, he could only be considered a junior in front of those old monsters. What made him even more speechless was that some of the old guys had raised their cultivation to the limit and were having trouble advancing an inch further, so they were keen on creating heirs. The beautiful name was to contribute to the clan. Resulting in the clan from time to time appeared a little ancestor. The age of young can be pinched out of the water, seniority is higher than him. So that he is an immortal emperor, to see some less than 0 years of age of the little guy, have to politely call out a small ancestor. Naturally, Wu Tianyun also knew the 2 young emperor's sons of the clan.
One was around 1,000 years old, at the early stage of the true immortal realm. One was close to 2,000 years old, in the middle stage of the true immortal realm. With such a small cultivation level, he couldn't even stop his son from blowing his breath. There was no threat whatsoever. He revealed a mysterious smile. "Don't worry, father, Ninger will definitely not let you down."
"Oh?"
Wu Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. Seeing him so confident, a few curiosities couldn't help but rise in his heart, but he didn't ask any more questions.
"Ha ha. Well then, my father will wait and see." Time is long, a lapse of more than 10 years.
On this day, Ning was quiet and prepared to go out for a walk. He suddenly had a marvelous idea. He planned to travel to other middle millennium worlds and harvest a wave of heavenly punishment power along the way. The cosmic heavenly Tao of the Yuanling realm no longer cared about him. No matter how recklessly he exploded his aura, he was treated as if he didn't see it, and it simply wouldn't rain down heavenly punishment anymore. Therefore, he planned to go to the other middle millennium worlds for a stroll, brushing up on the power of heavenly punishment and speeding up the growth of the chaotic divine lightning seed.
Ning packed up and brought along little green little white little tree before directly bidding farewell to Wu Xintong. My lord, once you leave, you won't be coming back in the future? Well, I've stayed in the Nine Heavens starfield long enough. I plan to visit other places before returning to the Taichu ancient realm. If you are able to become an immortal in the future, you can go to the martial clan to find me. Ning handed him an identity token, then left him with a number of powerful cards before leaving directly. We respectfully send off your excellency. Wu Xintong led the crowd of the Wu clan in bowing to see him off. Wu Shichen looked in the direction that Ning had left, his heart somewhat despondent. The eunuch did not belong to this world and had left after all. After leaving the martial family, Ning first sought out the 3 Li Yuan Bao, intending to catch up with them. Hundreds of years had passed, and all 3 of them had changed quite a bit. Their temperaments had matured a lot, and their cultivation levels had all reached Quasi-emperor perfection. After a quick chat, Ning gave them a few emperor armaments respectively, as well as some mortal-grade chaos source liquids, and told them about the shortcut through the void that would return them to the Tianxian continent. Then he bid them farewell. Everyone had their own path to walk, and while Ning could take them for a ride, he couldn't take them for the rest of their lives. P.S. Emperor's Son, the text specifically refers to the immortal emperor's children. Chapter 85 Heavenly Sun Divine Palace. Ning had returned to the Tianxian continent. He had only thought to meet his old friend, but he hadn't realized that the Tianxian continent was experiencing a war. The cause had actually originated from the Inferno Abyss within the Great Yen Empire. To be precise, it was the Immortal King artifact fragment within the Yen Devil Abyss. The Yen Demon Abyss was formed when a fragment of the Immortal King artifact crashed into the Tianxian continent and collapsed the ground. And such an Immortal King artifact fragment was not only found in the Tianxian continent, there were several other places in the ancient Abyss Starfield as well. Within the ancient Abyss Starfield, there was an immortal Dao lineage called the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace. It was one of the top superpowers in the entire ancient Abyss Starfield, although it couldn't be compared to Starfield hegemonic powers such as the Shura Divine Hall and the 10,000 Transformations Heavenly Sect within the Nine Heavens Starfield. However, it was also far stronger than other great Emperor Dao lineages. This Heavenly Sun Divine Palace relied on a treasure land similar to the Inferno Abyss to get started. Millions of years ago, an immortal was born in the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace, and after exploring that treasure land, he discovered a fragment of an Immortal King's artifact in the Flaming Abyss. That was an Immortal King artifact fragment. Even after billions of years had passed, it was far more powerful than a normal immortal armament, and for a true immortal who had just broken through, it was definitely a heaven-defying treasure. Therefore, the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace discovered the secret hidden in the treasure lands similar to the Inferno Abyss. An immortal went out and quickly found a few more pieces of Immortal King artifacts. This made the people of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace realize that the Immortal King artifact fragments were far more than just theirs, and that there were probably more. After that, the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace began to look around for a strange place like the Inferno Abyss. They didn't give up even after that immortal ascended. Now that millions of years had passed, they had searched almost the entire ancient Abyss Starfield. A few decades ago, they accidentally discovered the Tianxian continent, which was in the remote area of the ancient Abyss Starfield, and found that the Tianxian continent also possessed an Inferno Abyss. Originally, they had only sent strong individuals to quietly sneak into the Inferno Demon Abyss, intending to directly get their hands on that Immortal King artifact fragment. However, that Immortal King artifact fragment had already been taken away by Ning, and naturally, they had gained nothing. The people from the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace presumed that it was a powerhouse from the Tianxian continent who had obtained that Immortal King artifact fragment. Thus, they made their move without hesitation. In their eyes, the Immortal King artifact fragment was an immortal artifact level treasure. In order to find it, they would not hesitate to destroy the entire Tianxian continent. When Ning returned to the Tianxian continent, the entire continent was devastated, with traces left behind by the battles of the great emperors everywhere, countless cities and pools destroyed, and hundreds of millions of natives killed by the battle's repercussions. Several great emperor powerhouses from the Tianxian continent had also died. Among them was the Red Emperor Yen Shi, who had had a few encounters with Ning. The Yen Demon Abyss was located within the territory of his great Yen Empire, and he was naturally the first to be suspected by those Heavenly Sun Divine Palace powerhouses. In the end, Yen Shi was surrounded by several great emperors of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace, and under severe injury, he had no choice but to choose to explode himself, heavily injuring those great emperors. This also caused the powerhouses of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace to have a few scruples against the great emperors of the Tianxian continent.
It was precisely because of this that the great emperors of the Tianqian continent had held out hard for several years.
It was not until Wu Ning returned to the Tianqian continent. Heavenly Sun Divine Palace.
After Wu Ning realized the cause and effect through Inkpot, a long-lost killing intent appeared in his eyes. No matter what, the Tianqian continent was where he had grown up, and he was naturally extremely attached to it.
How could he see the people of Tianqian continent being killed by outsiders and remain indifferent?
Moreover, this matter also had karma with him. If he hadn't taken away that immortal king artifact fragment, it wouldn't have led to so many things behind it. Wu Ning's divine thoughts covered the continent, and when he saw that the people of the royal residence were still safe, he slightly lowered his heart. He hadn't shown himself, and had originally intended to just take a look at them and leave straight away. Now there was one more thing.
Overwhelm the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace. Central Domain. On a deserted mountain peak.
The 11 remaining human great emperors of the Tianqian continent were all here, each carrying injuries, and they had stayed together in order to avoid being broken down one by one. Wu Ning appeared noiselessly on the mountain peak, directly in front of them.
What person?
The 11 great emperors were startled when they saw someone suddenly appear.
My lord. Is that you?
One of the great emperors immediately recognized Wu Ning, a look of ecstasy appearing on his face. It was unexpected that this lord had actually returned to the Tianqian continent.
Tianqian was saved. Aha!
Wu Ning nodded slightly, and with a thought, 11 drops of mortal-grade chaos source liquid appeared before them.
Take them, they will heal your injuries.
Without any hesitation, the great emperor who recognized Wu Ning directly swallowed it in one gulp. Seeing this, the other great emperors didn't hesitate either. With this lord's terrifying strength, trying to kill them was no different than killing a chicken, and there was no need to harm them by any means.
Boom! The chaos source liquid entered the abdomen and immediately turned into rolling majestic energy, rapidly repairing their injuries. So magical. Not only have my injuries healed, I actually even broke through in my cultivation. Me too.
Afterward, the great emperors bowed to Wu Ning and thanked him.
Boom boom boom.
Right at this moment, several extremely terrifying auras descended.
What terrifying auras?
The faces of the great emperors changed violently. Immediately afterward, 3 old many-emitting terrifying auras appeared in the air, and they were clearly the 3 emperors. Behind them, there were 30 other great emperors. Haha, natives of the Tianqian continent, the 3 emperor elders of our Heavenly Sun Divine Palace have descended, so you all obediently suffer death.
After letting you all languish for so long, today I will let the 3 old ancestors send you on your way.
The great emperors of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace laughed wantonly. An imperial elder erupted with terrifying pressure, his eyes looking indifferently at the Tianqian great emperors.
Hand over the immortal artifact fragments now and you can be spared from death.
I'll give you all 3 breaths of time to consider.
Hand it over, or die.
Wu Ning took a single step and appeared directly in the air, a dark blue metal fragment that emitted a terrifying aura appearing in his hand.
No need to consider it, are you guys looking for this? Essence light immediately erupted from the eyes of the 3 emperor ancestors. Ha ha ha, it's an immortal weapon fragment. Kid, quickly hand over the immortal weapon fragment to this old ancestor.
One of the emperor ancestors chortled coldly, reaching out to grab towards Wu Ning.
Boom! In the next moment, his body directly exploded in place. Blood mist plastered the other 2 imperial ancestors. Second brother. The 2 emperor sovereigns exclaimed in shock. Kid, it's you. Boom boom boom.
Wu Ning's cold eyes faintly swept away, and the 2 emperor ancestors of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace, as well as the great emperors behind them, exploded into bloody mist.
Instantly, they were all annihilated. He had wanted to torture them a bit more, but suddenly lost interest. They were simply too weak. So weak that he couldn't muster an ounce of interest in torturing them. Just like torturing an ant, there was no point at all.
A look of shock appeared in the eyes of the great emperors of the Tianqian continent.
Hiss. How terrifying, my lord has gotten stronger again. Killing an emperor in a second with a single glance, terrifying as hell.
Wu Ning's complexion was unruffled as he casually distributed those people's storage rings to them, and then directly left. In the next instant, Wu Ning appeared in front of a tombstone. This was the clothing grave of Yan Qi and several other great emperors. It was very humble. To be a great emperor powerhouse in life, but to be so desolate after death. The world was impermanent. Ning poured them a jug of wine and sighed slightly before directly disappearing.
Chapter 86, A Long 100 Years. Ancient Abyss Star Domain, Tianyang Galaxy.
Tianyang Star, the only superplanet in the Tianyang Galaxy, and one of the 8 superplanets in the entire ancient abyssal domain, was more than 500 billion light-years away from the Tianxian continent. The Heavenly Sun Divine Palace was located here. With only a few instantaneous transmissions, Ning had directly descended from the Tianxian continent to the Tianyang Star. In the sky above the Heavenly Yang Divine Palace, Ning stood with his arms folded as a strand of divine thought was released, enveloping the entire Tianyang Star. Under the probing of the Immortal King's divine thought, the entire Tianyang Star was like a girl without a piece of skin, clearly exposed to Ning's line of sight without any secrets to speak of.
Only 7 pieces?
Ning frowned imperceptibly. It was quite a bit less than he had expected. It's just that, a mosquito was still meat. 7 Immortal King artifact fragments could probably be sold for quite a few immortal stones, so he would consider it a waste. Only to see him raise his hand and lightly beckon, the 7 dark blue metal fragments instantly broke through the air, transforming into 7 dark blue streams of light that fell into his hands. Ning's methods were extremely crude, and several of the Immortal King artifact fragments had been forcibly ingested directly from within the storage rings of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace powerhouses. There was not the slightest concealment. Those few people's storage rings immediately exploded. My treasure! Ah! What kind of person is it? Get the hell out! A roar of rage continued to ring out. Bastard, you did this? Quickly return my baby! Soon, some people realized that a youth with a hazy figure had appeared in the sky at some point, and immediately rushed towards him frantically. Ning didn't bother to say much to them, and with a gentle tremor of his divine thoughts, he instantly annihilated their divine souls, and their fleshly bodies were turned into flying ash with them. A moment later, the entire Heavenly Sun Divine Palace had no more survivors. No dogs or chickens were left behind. Ning raised his hand and grabbed the treasure vault into his hands. The spirit crystals were less than 1,000,000 billion, and there were less than 100 Imperial armaments, so he was really poor. Ning directly threw it into the Chaos Divine Gourd, condensing all of it into mortal-grade Chaos Source liquid, then hugged the gourd and took a large gulp. Not bad, still the original flavor. Ning smacked his lips as his gaze once again looked within the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace. He reached out and grabbed out several extremely powerful flames that were extremely similar to his 9 Spectre Emperor Amazing. They were all created from the fire origin remaining on the Immortal King artifact fragment, yet they were much weaker than the 9 Spectres Emperor Amazing. Ning allowed the 9 Spectres Emperor Amazing to devour these clusters of flames before they simply disappeared. It wasn't until a long time later that anyone realized the abnormality of the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace. They looked at the empty Heavenly Sun Divine Palace in horror, all of them feeling a tingle in their scalps. The Heavenly Sun Divine Palace has been exterminated? It's too terrifying. What kind of person actually silently destroyed the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace? Could it be an immortal? I'm afraid that only immortals have such divine might. The Heavenly Sun Divine Palace doesn't seem to have suffered much damage. There should still be quite a few treasures inside. Someone's gaze flickered slightly and immediately rushed in towards the Heavenly Sun Divine Palace. Seeing this, the rest of them scrambled to follow. Only, the entire Heavenly Sun Divine Palace had been swept extremely clean by Ning, and not to mention the Imperial soldier treasures, he hadn't even spared a single saint artifact or a single spirit stone. These fellows were destined to be disappointed. After leaving the Tianyang Star, Ning began to drift through the universe, unknowingly arriving at the edge of the Yuan spirit realm. It was at this moment that he once again felt the gaze of the cosmic Heavenly Tao's will. There's no need to send it off. See you later. Ning smiled and waved as he gently walked away. After passing through the world barrier, he appeared in a dim void, a seam space between worlds that belonged to a corner of the boundary sea. Although it was only a crevice region, it was boundless, and its vastness was perhaps even greater than that of a Middle Thousand world. Ning navigated through the inkpot and headed towards the nearest Middle Thousand world. This world was called the 10,000 Elephants Realm. Sometime later, Ning passed through the world barrier and entered the Wanxiang realm, and was indeed greeted by a wave of heavenly punishment. Learning from the lessons of the last time. This time, he charged directly into the Sea of Thunder, sacrificing the chaotic divine Thunder Sea to suck in a great deal. The boundless sea of void thunder was almost 1/10 of the thunder power that he had absorbed. Frightened, the heavenly Dao panicked and retracted the Sea of Thunder. Ning had gotten a taste of the sweetness and was somewhat unfulfilled. After strolling around the Wanxiang realm for the better part of a year, he continued on towards the next Middle Thousand world.
In the next few moments,
Wuing continued to travel to one of the Middle Millennium worlds to brush up on the power of heavenly punishment. With a large amount of milk powder, the chaotic divine lightning seed began to grow at an extremely fast rate, and in just over a decade it had successfully diffused into the chaotic divine lightning origin, allowing him to finally grasp a trace of chaotic divine lightning. Although there was only a trace of it, the power was not weak at all, capable of easily annihilating immortals below immortal kings.
Even if an average immortal king was struck, he would suffer heavy damage.
Extremely satisfied, Wuing did not stop there. Continuing to travel to other worlds, he brushed the power of heavenly punishment to strengthen the divine lightning origin, causing the trace of chaotic divine lightning in his grasp to become increasingly powerful. Time rushed by, and in the blink of an eye several more decades passed.
Ha ha ha.
The 100-year period has arrived, it's time to return to the Marshall Plan.
In a certain middle millennium world,
Wuing looked at the information on the system's personal panel and laughed softly out of his mouth. The signing opportunities had already accumulated to 36,500. It was almost exactly 100 years full. During these 100 years, he had truly endured and had not used a single sign-on opportunity. Preparing to have a big outburst directly after returning to the martial race.
Martial clan, I'm coming.
Wuing laughed out loud and flashed in the direction of the Taicho ancient realm. The Middle Millennium world he was currently in was one of the closest Middle Millennium worlds to the Taichu ancient realm. It took Wuing only a few hours to arrive before the world barrier of the Taichu ancient realm. The Taichu ancient realm belonged to the Great Thousand Worlds, and was more than 1 trillion times larger than the Middle Thousand Worlds like the Yuanling realm. Its world barriers were also extremely sturdy. Even if there were some weak points, it would require at least the true immortal realm to pass through. On the other hand, the world barriers of the Middle Thousand Worlds could be traveled through by a Great Emperor realm. Of course, for an immortal king powerhouse, he could enter and exit the Great Millennium world at will without the slightest difficulty. Wuing easily passed through the world barrier, then took out a golden teleportation jade talisman. It was directly crushed with a snap. Buzz! After the jade talisman shattered, a grandiose spatial Dao force instantly surged out, wrapping his body before instantly disappearing in place. Wuing was horrified in his heart. He also cultivated the spatial Grand Dao, yet he felt that he did not have the slightest resistance in front of the power of the spatial Grand Dao contained in this teleportation jade talisman. Compared to it, his spatial avenue was as weak as a toy in the hands of a child.
There was absolutely no comparison. Is this the power of an immortal emperor? Truly terrifying.
Wuing secretly said in his heart.
There were 4 realms of the immortal Dao, 1 realm and 1 heaven.
Although immortal kings were strong, they were still as weak as ants in front of immortal emperors.
Chapter 87 Returning to the Martial Clan. There's no limit to the Dao outside of people.
Wuing sighed in his heart.
That somewhat arrogant and impetuous heart also settled down.
Although he was already an immortal king at a young age, and could look down on the vast majority of people in the world, in a place like the Taichu ancient realm, there were too many old monsters, and he was still far from being considered a true powerhouse. Must develop first, no waves. Indecent development is the king. Wait for me to live for 300 years first, and then see how many other people in the world are rivals. It was unknown how long had passed. Wuing suddenly felt a sensation of heavenly rotation, and immediately afterward, he appeared in a large, ancient hall.
Ha!
Which lineage disciple are you, and why do you look a bit familiar? A man's voice entered his ears. Wuing swept his gaze, and he was currently standing on an ancient metal elevated platform. Next to him was a blue-robed middle-aged man who was sizing him up. Wuing's gaze narrowed slightly. This middle-aged man's cultivation was very strong, his realm was somewhat impenetrable even to him, and his body vaguely brought him a hint of oppression. He should be an extremely powerful person in the immortal king realm. Worthy of being a member of the Wu clan, he saw a top immortal king as soon as he arrived. Wuing did not speak, taking out a purple jade jad to show the middle-aged man, which was his identity token.
This is the token of a direct descendant of the main lineage.
The middle-aged man's gaze froze, and his expression instantly became a bit more respectful. So it's a male son of the main vein, welcome back to the clan. Wuing gave a faint hum. At this moment, 2 figures had already fallen into his line of sight.
Greetings young lord, greetings young ruler.
The middle-aged man was startled, and hurriedly stepped forward to salute.
Ninger.
Wu Tianyun and Moronin ignored him and flew straight towards Wuing, who they had immediately detected the moment he appeared in the martial clan.
Father, mother.
Wu Ning greeted them with a smile.
Ah, you brat, finally willing to come back.
Wu Tianyun laughed and slapped Wu Ning's shoulder, resulting in a shock that caused his own hand to ache. Morongin glared at him and reached out to embrace Wu Ning in a hug. Ninger, you finally returned.
You left the martial clan when you were 2 years old, you were still so small at the time, my mother didn't even have time to properly take care of you before letting you leave my side.
Ninger, mother has waited for over 400 years, and finally waited for you to return.
Morong Yin's eyes instantly reddened.
Covered in watery mist. Her son had been separated from her when he was 2 years old, and although she had an avatar to accompany her, an avatar was an avatar, and after all, it wasn't her personally accompanying her son. Cannot personally watch him grow up a little bit, cannot accompany him every birthday, cannot participate in his growth. Morong Yin's red eyes dropped a teardrop, her hands tightly embraced her son, missing him for more than 400 years, now their mother and son were finally reunited.
Mother!
Wu Ning softly shouted, his eyes also becoming a little moist. Counting, this was only the first time he had met his mother in over 400 years.
Ninger, go, follow mother to Chaoyun Palace, mother will make you delicious food.
Morongin gently released him and wiped her eyes, a stunningly beautiful smile appearing on her face before pulling his hand towards the outside. A happy smile spread across Wu Tianyun's face as he quickly followed behind the two of them as a mother.
Their family was finally reunited, it wasn't easy.
In the back, the middle-aged man had a stunned look on his face.
It's actually the main vein little young lord. Well.
Counting the time, with the little young lord's talent, it is indeed time for the trial to end. However, the little young master is only over 400 years old now, and actually gives me a feeling of unfathomability, it's really strange. The middle-aged man shook his head and once again returned to his post.
He was specifically responsible for guarding this teleportation ancient hall. Leaving the teleportation ancient hall.
Morongin pulled Wu Ning's hand and flew forward while introducing him to some of the circumstances of the martial race. The martial clan was located within a vast natural cosmic secret realm whose internal space was comparable to that of a middle millennium world. And this entire cosmic secret realm all belonged to the martial clan. The main lineage of the martial clan and all the major branches resided in the center of this cosmic secret realm.
Here there is an immense supercontinent.
It is called the Divine Martial Continent. It is 900 million light-years in diameter. It was made by a supreme powerhouse of the martial race who used his great art of refining to gather the countless stars in this cosmic realm. It is a supreme treasure in itself. The various lineages of the Wu clan thrive on this supercontinent. In addition, in this supercontinent, there are also 9,000 huge and incomparable ancient stars of life suspended in the air. The smallest one has a diameter of hundreds of billions of kilometers, and the largest one is even tens of light-years. Each ancient star of life was a star immortal palace. Only those with an extremely high status, or those who had made significant contributions to the clan were qualified to own a star immortal palace alone.
As the young lord of the martial clan, Wu Tianyun naturally had this qualification. However, Wu Ning currently did not.
In addition, the 9,000 star immortal palaces were divided into 9 layers. Each layer had 1,000 star immortal palaces. It was also known as the 9 heavenly palaces by the people of the martial clan. The higher the strength and status, the higher one naturally lived. The lowest was the first layer. The highest is the 9th layer, which requires at least the strength of the immortal emperor realm to be qualified to stay, and the martial clan has never been full since its establishment. With Wu Tianyun's status, he could only live in the 3rd floor of the Chaoyun Hall. Not very high, but for the vast majority of the clan, it was already unattainable. Wu Ning looked around, his heart nothing but shocked.
A vast continent that could not be seen.
With a diameter of 900 million light-years, it was larger than many large galaxies, and was unimaginably grandiose to mortals. That one huge ancient star in the sky, each one was actually an immortal palace. This kind of picture, using grandeur and majesty, was not even enough to describe it. This within the martial race was truly even more splendid and spectacular than the fairyland he had imagined.
A moment later, Morong Yen brought Wu Ning to one of the ancient stars.
The diameter of this ancient star was over 1 trillion kilometers, 1,000 times larger than even the largest superplanet in the lower realm.
However, it was only an immortal palace. Chaoyun Immortal Palace.
The immortal palace was situated on top of this ancient star, but at the same time, this ancient star was also part of the immortal palace.
Ninger, follow mother.
Morong Yen pulled Wu Ning to land in the Immortal Palace, then led him into one of the immortal halls. Ninger, this immortal hall was prepared for you by my mother. From now on, our family will live together, and we'll see if we want to move out when you become a Daozi in the future. Morong Yen pulled Wu Ning around the immortal hall before saying towards him again, Ninger, first see for yourself if you're satisfied with it, and then talk to mother if you're not. Mother went to prepare delicious food for you. I remember when you were little you loved to eat the immortal cloud cake that mother made. Mother will go and make it for you. Morong Yen's face was overflowing with smiles. Chapter 88 Amazing Signing Reward. Morong Yen pulled Wu Tianyun away with him to help out with the handwork. With a light-hearted smile on his face, Wu Ning looked around the immortal hall by himself before walking into the bedchamber. There were many small children's clothing immortal robes placed in here, and Wu Ning looked extremely familiar. Some of these should have been used when he was a child, and some of them were prepared for him by Morong Yen, with clothing from childhood to adulthood. Only he hadn't been able to use them, they were all brand new. Wu Ning's heart was soft and somewhat moved. His mother was definitely the best person in the world for him. He took a deep breath and continued to look around the bedchamber before sitting down on an immortal bed. Now, it was finally time to start the long-awaited signing. The fact that the martial race was so spectacular also added a bit more anticipation to his heart. System, give me 10 annual signatures. Wu Ning shouted impatiently. In the next instant, the long-lost system beep immediately rang out. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a chaotic supreme treasure, the chaotic green lotus. Ding, signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate supreme treasure, the pupil of time. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate treasure, the pupil of space. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate treasure, the innate sword nurturing gourd. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate spiritual root, innate peach tree. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme avenue of divine power, words follow the law. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a supreme sword technique, Jintian sword drawing technique. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal emperor artifact, the universal bow. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 million years of cultivation. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion immortal crystals. 10 consecutive voices rang out in Wu Ning's mind. Chaos Supreme Treasure. Innate Supreme Treasure. Great Tao Avatar. Wu Ning was stunned for a moment, and 2 streaks of light exploded violently in his eyes. System, I simply love you to death. Ha ha ha. Wu Ning laughed out loud in excitement. A Chaos Supreme Treasure, 3 innate Supreme Treasures, an innate Spirit Root, and 2 Supreme Divine Principles. The rewards were unprecedentedly generous. With so many treasures, why would he worry about being powerful? Sure enough, the Martial Clan deserves to be called the Martial Clan. The rewards for signing in here were just bountiful. One must know that in those 300 years in the lower realms, he had used the annual signing nearly 300 times, and the most precious things he had obtained were only 2 immortal emperor artifacts. The vast majority of the rest were some lower-grade immortal artifacts or lower-grade immortal stones, as well as some immortal Dan immortal pills, talismans and such things. Signing in at the Martial Clan actually directly obtained a Chaos Supreme Treasure and several pieces of innate Supreme Treasures. The two were completely several notches apart. A moment later. Suppressing his excitement, Wu Ning thought for a moment and once again shouted, System, 3 more annual signings. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal emperor artifact, the Star Wan Dao diagram. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal pill of Imperial quality 3 lives Dao fruit. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 billion immortal crystals. Wu Ning said in his heart, it's true, signing in multiple times at the same place gradually decreases the preciousness of the reward items. However, any worse was far better than the lower realms. A heaven and a land, not a class at all. Moreover, the Martial Clan was so big, after signing in at Chaoyun Palace, there were still so many other places. Signing in for tens of thousands of years is enough. Especially the 1,000 immortal palaces in the 9th Heavenly Palace. It was definitely a good place to sign in. Wu Ning didn't continue signing in. Now that he had signed in so many treasures, he had to use them first. He first invested all of the immortal crystals that he had signed up for into the Chaos Divine Gourd, condensing 11 drops of immortal Chaos Source liquid. Each drop could allow an immortal emperor-level powerhouse to directly raise their cultivation by 10,000 years. If an immortal king were to take a single drop, they would at least be able to directly ascend to the immortal king perfection realm. Wuing intended to take a drop of immortal chaos origin liquid before extracting the 30 million years of cultivation that the system had signed on for. This was because the cultivation levels that the system had signed on for were all based on his own, the average cultivation level of all the strongest people in the same realm as him who had cultivated for 30 million years. If his own cultivation was higher, then 30 million years of cultivation would allow him to improve even more. After all, the results of 30 million years of cultivation for a late immortal king and a perfect immortal king were certainly very different. Ning released his divine thoughts and probed towards the outside. That's just it, it's not too late to upgrade later. A few moments later, a clear-cut woman wearing a glazed immortal garment walked into the violet rod hall where Ning resided. Young lord invites you to the Cloudheart Hall to enjoy an immortal meal. The woman curtsied slightly, a light smile on her face, her figure plump and graceful, her manners dignified, a pair of eyes as brilliant as a river of stars, and her body emanating a layer of immortal rhythmic haze. It was clearly a true immortal realm. Aunt Zukite. Ning smiled and nodded to her. This woman's name was Morong Zukite. Originally a member of the Morong Imperial clan's collateral lineage, she had grown up with his mother Morong Inin since childhood and had an excellent relationship, and then Morong Inin had married into the martial clan, and Morong Zukite had come to the martial clan with her as a dowry maid. With Ning's current realm, the original fuzzy memories before the age of 2 can be recalled. He remembers Morong Zukite when he was a young boy. Recalling those things, Ning suddenly felt a little flushed. Alas, the past was unbearable. Little young lord, time has really flown by. Back then, that little groupie that would still wet the bed, in the blink of an eye has grown so big. Looking back now, it's as if everything is still yesterday. Morong Sweekies looked at him with a smile. Ning's old face flushed. Auntie Schweikite, don't mention the past again, I don't even remember. Morong Zukite let out a delicate laugh, and after a bit of teasing, she did not mention it again. Young master, let's head to the side hall. At the same time, the news of the martial clan's little young lord returning to the clan spread with great speed. Star Immortal Palace. Emperor's son, a major event has occurred in the clan. A blue-robed immortal king bowed slightly and said. Not far in front of him, a young man wearing a purple immortal robe sat cross-legged on a piece of extremely high-quality immortal jade, seemingly in the middle of comprehending an ancient scroll. Speak. The youth said without lifting his head. Emperor's son, the one who is internally designated as the Dao son in the clan, has returned. Whom? The youth's eyes flashed with 2 streaks of brilliant light and immediately raised his head. Has finally returned? He waved his hand. All right, this emperor's son knows, you can retire first. Yes. The blue-clothed immortal king bowed and turned to leave. The youth put away the ancient scroll in his hand and his figure instantly disappeared. A moment later, he arrived in another immortal palace. Brother Yu, have you heard the news? Aha! In the middle of the immortal palace, a snow-clad man was wielding a brush to draw, and under his brush, a coquettishly smiling peerless beauty leapt onto the paper. Xiaoyu, you kid doesn't really want to go and compete with that little guy, right? Brother Yu, are you just willing? Wu Xiaoyu looked at him and said. I just want to prove to myself that even if I don't rely on my father, I can still obtain everything I want by my own efforts. I don't want to live under my father's shadow forever. Chapter 89 Quasi-Immortal Emperor. A trace of unwillingness appeared in Wu Xiaoyu's eyes. As the son of an immortal emperor, he naturally had a very high status in the clan, and even many immortal kings treated him with respect. Wu Xiaoyu knew that this was all because of the name Emperor's son. It wasn't him that others feared, but his father. Being the son of an immortal emperor was an honor, but it was also an unimaginable pressure for outsiders, as he had lived under his father's aura since he was born. The heavy pressure was so heavy that he felt suffocated. Wu Xiaoyu was not willing to live under his father's shadow for the rest of his life, so he desperately cultivated and tried his best to prove himself. He was not just the son of the immortal emperor. He wanted to become the son of the Dao, to gain everyone's recognition, and to gain the support of his clan. In this way, he believed that he would be able to surpass that father of his sooner or later. You're just too competitive. Wu Yu shook his head helplessly and did not advise him. The position of Dao's son wasn't something that could be fought over so well. The so-called all clansmen within 3,000 years of age could participate was merely a formality, in order to show fairness and give all clansmen a chance.
The real key lay in the test of the Forest of Questions. Only by passing the test of the Forest of Inquiry would one be a true Dao child. Otherwise, even if they beat the other competitors, they would not be able to ascend to the position of Dao Sun. And what to pass the test of the Forest of Inquiry cannot be so easy, the clan demon pride endless, but the position of the son of the Taoist often hangs in the air for hundreds and tens of millions of years. The difficulty can be imagined. Now, the little guy in the clan was internalized as the son of the road. Obviously. Those old fellows in the clan were all very optimistic about him, believing that he possessed the potential to pass the questioning forest test. There are still 200 years left before the opening of the Dao Sun competition. I will be able to break through to the middle stage of true immortality in at most another 100 years. Brother you, even if I can't become a Dao Sun in the end, I still have to go to the Forest of Asking to have a look, otherwise I might regret it for the rest of my life. A hint of determination appeared in Wu Xiaoyu's eyes. Alas, as you wish. Wu Yu sighed helplessly. Chao Yun Immortal Palace, Cloud Heart Hall. Looking at the table full of delicacies and immortal feasts, Wu Ning couldn't help but eat his fingers. Although there was no dragon liver or phoenix marrow. But there were also immortal fish, immortal birds, and mountain and wild exotic treasures, served on crystalline white jade immortal plates, which was mouth-watering to look at. Immortals were also human beings, not eating the wind and drinking the dew, they just rarely ate. Moreover, like in the midst of a superpower like the Marshall Clan, eating was not simply satisfying the appetite, it was more of a cultivation. Because all of the food was made from immortal medicines, immortal-grade heavenly treasures, and all sorts of top-notch, high-end ingredients, enjoying an immortal feast alone would top at least 10 years of cultivation. Ninger, come sit over here. Moroning beckoned towards him. Shui Kite, you can sit together as well. Chicken soup is here. Wu Tianyan walked out with a huge white jade bowl filled with light golden-colored golden feather chicken soup, emitting a tantalizing aroma. Golden feather immortal chicken, a type of immortal bird that possessed the golden crow bloodline. In the martial race, there were people who specialized in raising these immortal birds in hundreds of millions. However, there were very few golden feather immortal chickens that had reached the immortal level. What Wu Tianyun was carrying was a true immortal realm golden feather immortal chicken, and he had gone through a lot of effort in order to receive his son. Ninger, eat more. Come on, try this green scale fish, mother personally made it for you. Moroning kept chucking dishes into Wu Ning's bowl, which soon sprouted tips. A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face, such an atmosphere he hadn't felt in a long time. Wu Tianyun took out an altar of treasured immortal wine to drink with him, and also brought up the matter of the Dao Sun contest in passing. Son, you must not be careless about this matter. Traveling to the Forest of Asking to undergo a test is also a great opportunity. This Forest of Asking was set up by an ancient ancestor of my clan, and the test therein can only be passed if one possesses the potential to break through to above an immortal emperor. At the same time, there are many great opportunities in the process of undergoing the test. There were once several Dao children to be who failed the test, but ended up cultivating all the way to the immortal emperor realm thanks to the chances they gained in the inquiring forest. Wu Ning's eyes lit up. The Forest of Asking. That definitely sounded like a good place to sign up for. Father, are the tests of the Forest of Asking difficult? Wu Tianyun nodded slightly. That's exactly what I'm going to say to you. Father is not worried about your strength or talent and enlightenment. But among the tests of the Forest of Asking, there are also ethereal things involved such as chi, fate, and karma. So you absolutely cannot be careless. Wu Ning nodded slightly, not putting too much stock in it. If even he, the hangman, couldn't pass the test, then who else in this world would be able to? With a system on his side, his luck and whatnot definitely wouldn't be bad, right? However, one still had to wait for more than 200 years. Time is a bit long, By that time, he might have already broken through to above Immortal Emperor. Ninger, you've just returned to the clan today, so take a good rest for 2 days first, and after that, my father will take you to pay respects to your grandfather. There are also some clan elders. And then, after some more time it happens to be your uncle's birthday, and then we'll go to the Morong Emperor clan to visit the elders on your mother's side. Wu Ning nodded. Child will listen to all of my father's arrangements. After finishing the immortal banquet, Wu Ning returned to the Violet Rose Hall. He rested for a few moments, and then laid down a few prohibitions to prevent his breath from leaking out or being disturbed. After that, he then took out a drop of immortal-grade chaos source liquid. Without hesitation, he directly swallowed it in one gulp.
A single drop of immortal-grade chaos source liquid was capable of directly allowing immortal emperor powerhouses to raise their cultivation by 10,000 years, and the immortal power contained within it seemed to be so vast and infinite that it could be considered terrifying. The aura on Wuing's body began to rapidly soar. In less than 100 breaths, he had broken through a small barrier and stepped into the peak of Immortal King. After another half an hour, he had elevated to the Immortal King Perfection realm. However, that drop of immortal chaos source liquid still had a large portion of its energy left to be absorbed. The aura on Wuing's body still continued to climb, but the rate of growth had decreased quite a bit, as if he had encountered an invisible barrier.
One day passed quickly.
The aura on Wuing's body had grown to a limit. It could be called the perfect extreme realm. Right at this moment, that invisible barrier shattered with a loud bang. The aura on his body then skyrocketed by a large margin, seemingly entering a new world.
After a long time,
Wuing leisurely opened his eyes, which were incomparably deep, as if they contained an infinite starry sky.
A breakthrough, it seems like it hasn't completely broken through.
Wuing carefully felt his current cultivation realm. His cultivation had already surpassed that of an immortal king, entering a new world. However, the life level was still considered an immortal king. It was only in terms of immortal power cultivation that he had hardened and broken the extreme realm. This realm could be called a quasi-immortal emperor.
Chapter 90 Grandfather Wu Xian. Immortals realize the way.
Immortal emperors were those who had attained the Tao and could control the power of the great Tao. This step was the most difficult. Only by achieving the great Tao and breaking the shackles of life can one be certified as an immortal emperor. Many immortal kings have been trapped in this step for hundreds of millions of years. However, there are always some of the best among them who are able to take the lead in breaking the extreme realm in terms of cultivation, physical body, and divine soul. Thus, they possessed powers that far surpassed those of immortal kings.
These people who broke the extreme realm could be called quasi-immortal emperors. Quasi-immortal emperors were not among the four great realms of the immortal Tao.
This was because from a life-level perspective, quasi-immortal emperors still belonged to the immortal king realm, only that their power was much stronger. Furthermore, immortal kings did not necessarily need to go through this step to break through to immortal emperors. As long as the immortal king extreme realm was able to attain the Tao, one could enter the immortal emperor realm directly. And it was a single step. Cultivation, physical body, and divine soul, all three stepped into the immortal emperor realm together.
The gap is directly leveled.
Of course, after certain immortal emperors to be broke the extreme realm, if they went farther in that area. When they were promoted to immortal emperor, they would definitely be a bit stronger than immortal emperors who had directly attained the Tao. Moreover, the difficulty of an immortal king directly entering immortal emperor was definitely far more difficult than a strong quasi-immortal emperor attaining immortal emperor. The strength of a quasi-immortal emperor mainly depends on the number of pole realms broken, from which it can be divided into 3 levels. In addition to my cultivation now, my physical body and divine soul seem to have similarly broken the immortal king extreme realm. It should be considered the strongest quasi-immortal emperor. Wuing whispered softly to himself. I wonder if that 30 million years of cultivation will allow me to directly break through to the immortal emperor realm. Wuing frowned slightly, not at all certain. After all, that 30 million years of cultivation was not him cultivating himself for 30 million years, but rather an average.
It was important to realize that there was a huge gap between people.
Like his grandfather Wu Xian's kind, with a strong background and extremely high talent and enlightenment, he had broken through to the immortal emperor realm in just over 3 million years. But many more immortal emperors to be, who had been practicing hard for tens of millions of years, or even hundreds of millions of years, would not necessarily be able to break through.
There were simply too many people who were pulling back. It's just that, what's the point of thinking so much? Isn't breaking through to immortal emperor sooner or later for me?
Wuing shook his head, no longer thinking about it, and directly began to extract the sign on cultivation. The system signed in cultivation contained the corresponding realm epiphanies, and was able to directly assist him in comprehending the great Tao.
This was something that the chaos source liquid could not compare to. 3 days later,
Wuing walked out of his chambers, his aura growing more and more ethereal. As he had expected, he had failed to directly ascend to immortal emperor. However, 30 million years of cultivation was no mean feat, allowing him to take a huge step forward in the Tao of time. Immortal power cultivation, physical body, and divine soul had also improved greatly. At the same time, Wuing had fused the pupil of time and the pupil of space. These two innate treasures allowed him to directly manipulate the forces of the time and space avenues.
In other words,
Although Wu Ning had yet to be certified as an immortal emperor, he was already able to manipulate the forces of the two great Dao. All but bridging the realm gap. Aside from the fact that the life level hadn't been reached, there was no difference in saying that he was an immortal emperor. There are still more than 80 annual signatures left, and the cultivation level sign should allow me to break through to immortal emperor, right? Wu Ning smiled faintly and walked towards the Chaoyun Hall where his parents lived. Ninger, you're out of the gate. Moron Yen smiled as she pulled him to her side. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Suddenly my heart has realized something, and I've had a small breakthrough. Ha, worthy of being my martial clan's Qilin child. Ninger, this talent of yours makes even my father envious. Wu Tianyun laughed, his eyes filled with pride. His son definitely had the stature to ask for supremacy. How could the district inquiring forest be difficult for his son? Wu Ning smiled and said, Father, I've been delayed for some time these past few days in seclusion. Let's go pay our respects to grandfather and the elders of the clan now. Fine, let's go now. A few moments later. Above the 9th heavenly palace, the true martial immortal palace. It was a super ancient star with a diameter of 1 light year, and even among the thousands of seats in the 9th heaven, it could be ranked in the top 100. Within the immortal palace, the true martial hall. A middle-aged man wearing a green immortal robe was sitting at the top of the hall. His appearance looked to be in his 30s, divinely martial and handsome, his body exuding a majestic aura of having been in a high position for a long time, and he was gazing gently at the youth in front of him. Grandson Wu Ning, greetings to grandfather. Wu Ning bowed to the end. Ha, little Ninger, no need to be polite. You've grown so big in the blink of an eye, quickly come over and let grandpa take a good look at you. Wu Xian revealed a kind smile and waved his hand to help him up. Wu Ning smiled as he walked forward. In his memories from before he was 2 years old, there could be quite a lot about this grandfather of his. Not bad, looking so handsome and handsome, a few points more than your grandfather I was back then nah. Ha ha ha. Wu Xian laughed openly. Ha? Little Ninger, your cultivation. Suddenly, his gaze froze. He realized that he was unable to see through Wu Ning's cultivation realm. More importantly, he vaguely detected a trace of Dao rhythm from Wu Ning's body, and this trace of Dao rhythm actually made even he feel extremely arcane. Grandfather, my grandson has had a heaven-defying encounter in the lower realms, and his cultivation has broken through to the immortal king realm by a fluke. Quasi-immortal emperors were simply too appalling, and Wu Ning intended to keep a slightly lower profile. Anyway, with the system to cover him up, there was no fear of others seeing through his cultivation. He released a wisp of his realm aura. Quasi-immortal emperors belonged to the pseudo-realm, and his true realm was still immortal king. Immortal king realm? Wu Xian's eyes snapped shut. A 400-year-old immortal king realm? How is this possible? Wu Xian stood up in a flash, a look of disbelief in his eyes. The youngest immortal king in the history of the martial clan was only over 3,000 years old, and was now in existence above an immortal emperor. And now his grandson had actually broken through to the immortal king realm at over 400 years old? What chance was so heaven-defying? Wu Tianyun thought to himself that this was indeed the case. He knew that if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, no one would believe it at all. Ahem. He cleared his throat, then said with a proud expression, Father, you're wrong about this, Ninger broke through to the immortal king realm over 100 years ago. What? A breakthrough over 100 years ago? This. Wu Xian's eyes widened as he suddenly slapped Wu Tianyun away. Asshole, why didn't you report such an important matter to Laozi earlier? Wu Ning's eyelids fluttered, somewhat unable to bear seeing his father in such a sorry state. Thus, he sidestepped and averted his eyes. Wu Tianyun rose from the ground with a depressed face, his voice somewhat aggravated. Father, do you think you can believe what I told you before? Wu Xian thought about it and felt the same. However, he snorted coldly and said with a stern face, whether you believe it or not is Laozi's business, whether you say it or not is your business. Laozi cannot believe it, but you kid cannot not say it. Wu Tianyun resentfully closed his mouth. He was helpless when he was faced with such a father. Chapter 91 Daoist Artifacts. Little Ninger, breaking through too quickly won't leave any hidden dangers, will it? A hint of hidden worry flashed across the bottom of Wu Xian's eyes. He was aware, however, that there were some evil and taboo means that could indeed rapidly increase one's cultivation, and could even forcefully elevate one's way to the immortal king realm. However, the cost was unimaginably high. Cultivation not being able to advance any further was the lightest. Slightly heavier ones would result in a missing lifewheel, shortening their endless lifespan to tens of thousands of years. In more serious cases, it would even directly lead to the collapse of the lifewheel and the silence of the divine soul, not even reincarnation. Wuing smiled faintly and waved his hand to take out a drop of immortal-grade chaos source liquid. The immortal-grade chaos source liquid, with its surface emitting a colorful haze, was divine and extraordinary, and contained an extremely vast and majestic energy within it.
This is?
Wu Xian's gaze condensed slightly, immediately sensing the extraordinary nature of this drop of chaos source liquid. Grandfather, this item, which I call chaos source liquid, is condensed from a large amount of immortal crystals. My grandson's cultivation only broke through so quickly by taking this item, so you can try its effects.
Wu Ning said with a smile. He did not intend to continue hiding the existence of the chaos divine gourd. This was a decision he had made after much deliberation. Something had to be properly revealed, or else if it was too mysterious, it would likely lead to scruples and suspicions from those around him once too much time had passed. This was not something he wanted to see.
Secondly, he now had a Chaos Supreme Treasure, and several innate Supreme Treasures, and the Chaos Divine Gourd, aside from being able to condense Chaos Source Liquid, was not as important to him as it once was. It just so happened that he had the idea of raising his cultivation for his parents, and sooner or later, he would be exposed to people.
There was nothing to hide.
With his current strength and cards, there was no need to have too many worries. Furthermore, he didn't believe that anyone amongst this Wu clan would make a move to snatch it. Wu Ning possessed the black-skinned book, and although he had only just returned to the martial clan, he had an extremely deep understanding of the martial clan. In the entirety of the Taichu ancient realm, the martial clan was notoriously united and protective. It was also for this reason that he had a great fondness for the clan that had only just returned.
In addition,
Wu Ning also didn't mind taking out the chaotic divine gourd and sharing it with his clan, provided they had enough immortal stones, immortal crystals. This was also considered a little bit of his mind, helping his clan members condense the chaos origin liquid so that he could make a little bit of difference from it. Without hesitation, Wu Xian swallowed the drop of immortal chaos origin liquid in one gulp.
Afterwards, an extremely terrifying aura violently erupted from his body. Boom! Wu Tianyun was instantly sent flying out of the grand hall.
The corners of Wu Ning's mouth twitched as he hurriedly stepped forward to help him up.
Father, are you all right?
Hiss. Wu Tianyun's face twisted as he sucked in cool air in pain. The aura of an immortal emperor, he was only a celestial immortal, and his small body was about to fall apart. Wu Ning ferried in a strand of immortal power, smoothing out his somewhat disorganized breath for him. Wu Tianyun's emotions were mixed for a while. His son was too accomplished, and while he was proud, he also felt a bit ashamed and envious.
Alas! How good it would be if his cultivation was also higher than his father's. Ha ha ha! At this moment, loud laughter erupted from the hall.
Wu Xian laughed and walked out. Little Ninger, this chaos source liquid fruit is truly a treasure. One drop actually allowed me to directly raise my cultivation by 10,000 years.
10,000 years of cultivation? Wu Tianyun's eyes widened. His old man was an immortal emperor, and a single drop could raise his cultivation by 10,000 years, so what kind of treasure was the chaos source liquid that Ninger had taken out? Wu Ning smiled and said, Grandfather, what do you think this drop of chaos source liquid is worth? Wu Xian shook his head slightly. Priceless. A single drop of chaos origin liquid is definitely worth no less than a top-tier emperor-grade immortal pill. Grandfather, grandson's chance is related to this chaos origin liquid. Grandson's son has obtained a treasure that can condense this chaos origin liquid, and a drop like the one you have just taken can be condensed with roughly only 3 billion immortal crystals. Wu Ning held up 3 fingers, not asking for too much after all. Only 3 billion? A hint of shock appeared in Wu Xian's eyes. In his opinion, such a heaven-defying treasure, where a single drop could directly raise cultivation for 10,000 years without any hidden dangers, would require at least tens of billions of immortal crystals a drop, right? Wu Ning took the opportunity to say, Grandfather, a drop of immortal-grade chaos source liquid costs almost 3 billion immortal crystals. If you need it, grandchildren can condense it for you free of charge. If it were anyone else, grandchildren would definitely have to charge something. Wu Xian raised his eyebrows and instantly understood what he meant, only to see him chuckle, a look of relief on his face. Ha, good grandson, Grandpa didn't love you for nothing. Those old guys in our clan have quite a lot of immortal crystals in their hands. When the time comes, Grandpa will personally go and tell them that he will charge them 10 billion immortal crystals for a drop of chaos source liquid, and ruthlessly slaughter them. The corner of Wu Ning's mouth twitched. This old man was quite ruthless, directly rising several times. Grandpa, isn't 10 billion a bit much? They're all elders, why don't we just charge them 5 billion? Wu Xian waved his hand, fine, all according to you. He then took out an ancient ring and handed it over to Wu Ning. There are more than 60 billion immortal crystals in here, that's all Grandpa has on him at the moment, grandson. See roughly how long it will take to condense all of them into chaos source liquid? Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, it doesn't need to be too long, 2 days will suffice. After 2 days, Sunner will come back to deliver the chaos origin liquid. Good. Over 60 billion immortal crystals, just give me 20 drops of chaos source liquid, and the rest will be used as hard-earned money for you. Also. With a wave of his hand, Wu Xian waved his hand, and a purple immortal sword and a golden token appeared in front of Wu Ning. This immortal sword is a top-tier immortal king artifact, and it's Grandpa's meet and greet gift to you. Keep this token with you, and you can travel unhindered in the clan. There is also a strand of Grandpa's divine thoughts inside, so if you run into danger you can just crush it. Wu Ning thanked him, then put the item away. System, give me 3 annual signatures. Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an extremely high-grade Dao weapon, the Sky Shading Umbrella. Ding, sign in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 million years of cultivation. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion immortal crystals. Extreme Dao artifact? Wu Ning's heart stirred. Above the immortal Dao realm was the Dao realm, and Dao artifacts were weapons and magic treasures crafted by Dao-level powerhouses. This 9th heavenly palace was truly extraordinary, actually signing up for an extreme Dao artifact straight away. There are still 5 million years of cultivation, this is one step closer to Immortal Emperor. After leaving the true martial immortal palace, Wu Tianyun brought Wu Ning to visit the other closer elders in the clan. Immortals had endless lifespans, and there were too many old monsters in the martial clan, so they could only pick some of the closer elders to visit. But the number was still quite large. For a full 7 or 8 days, Wu Ning was following his father as he traveled between the various immortal palaces. Of course, he had also taken the opportunity to make more than 30 annual signatures. Chapter 92, Elevating Parents. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Immortal Emperor artifact Flowing Cloud Immortal Clothes. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an Immortal Emperor's Pill the Ancient Evergreen Vine. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 million years of cultivation. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion immortal crystals. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 million tons of extreme immortal soil. Ninger, let's go to your aunt's place next. Wu Tianyun said with a smile. Wu Ning nodded, he still knew roughly about his family's main relatives. Grandfather Wu Xian had 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son was named Wu Tianhua, who was now over 80,000 years old, with a cultivation level of quasi-immortal emperor, and an extremely high level of talent. He was the young patriarch of the previous generation of the martial clan. However, when Wu Tianhua was traveling more than 300,000 years ago, he met an imperial concubine of the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom, and the 2 of them fell in love. After that, Wu Tianhua actually ran away to the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom to become the emperor's son-in-law. In a fit of anger, Wu Xian removed him from his position as the young patriarch. Because of this, father and son fell out. The daughter's name is Wu Mingyue. Now more than 100,000 years old, the proud daughter of heaven, already has a late-stage cultivation of Immortal King. The youngest son is Wu Tianyun. The youngest and with the weakest cultivation. A few moments later, Wu Ning followed his father to the Bright Moon Immortal Palace. Aunt Wu Mingyue was as her name suggested. A long light green dress, temperament serene and dignified, eyes as bright as the bright moon, snowy skin crystal, figure man, face as if after 1,000 carved immortal agar jades, exquisite and absolutely beautiful, without applying any powder. Her appearance looked like she was in her early 20s, her body exuded an ethereal temperament, vaguely filled with immortal rhyme and haze, her splendor was unparalleled, like a goddess descending into the world. Little Ninger, do you still remember Auntie? Wu Mingyue reached out and pinched Wu Ning's cheeks, smiling lightly. Wu Ning said with some embarrassment, Auntie, you used to pinch me like this. Wu Mingyue's smile grew a few points wider, looks like you haven't forgotten Auntie. She once again pinched harder and sighed slightly, but now that you've grown up, your hand doesn't feel as good as it did when you were a child. Wu Tianyun hemmed and hawed from the side. Little Ninger, do you have a favorite girl, why don't you bring her back together? Auntie, I'm still small. Where is small? When your father was your age. Cough cough. Wu Tianyun hurriedly coughed twice and said somewhat helplessly, Sister, how did it come to me? You shut up. Wu Mingyue glared at him, then looked at Wu Ning again and said, I haven't seen you for hundreds of years, little Ninger, stay in the Mingyue Palace for the next few days and accompany Auntie to talk. Auntie, Ninger just returned to the clan not long ago, and there are still many things to take care of. Chaoyun Palace isn't far from Bright Moon Palace, so can I come and visit every day from now on? Alright, then it's a deal. Wu Mingyue waved her hand and took out a purple jade box and handed it to him, winking at him. There are some knickknacks in here, it's a meet and greet gift from Auntie, go back and take a look. When Wu Ning saw her being secretive, a few moments of curiosity arose in his heart, and he put it away. Afterward, Wu Ning bid her farewell and returned to Chaoyun Palace with his father. Ninger, honestly tell my father, just how far has your boy's cultivation reached now? Wu Tianyun suddenly asked. A single drop of immortal chaos source liquid could allow even one of his father's immortal emperors to raise his cultivation by 10,000 years, and he didn't believe that his son was only at the immortal king realm with such a supreme treasure. When Wu Ning saw his expression, his mind turned slightly, immediately reacting to the fact that he had fallen into a rupture earlier. That's just it, I won't pretend anymore. Father, I'm actually already a quasi-immortal emperor. Wu Ning smiled faintly as he showed his cards. Quasi-immortal emperor? Even though he already had a hint of a guess, Wu Tianyun was still shocked. The son was only over 400 years old. There hadn't been such a young quasi-immortal emperor in all the heavens and all the worlds since the beginning of time, right? Ahem, son, do you see that my father's current cultivation level is a bit low? Father, don't worry, my son has already prepared for you, but my son doesn't have many immortal stones on him, so I still hope that my father will be able to support me a little bit. Don't worry, my father doesn't have much else, but he still has a lot of immortal stones. Back at Chaoyun Palace, Wu Tianyun dismissed the crowd and walked into a cultivation immortal hall with his wife and son. Wu Ning waved his hand and set up a prohibition around the immortal hall, then began to raise his parents' cultivation. Wu Tianyun directly took out his entire fortune, with trillions of top-grade immortal stones, and hundreds of billions of extreme-grade immortal stones. Wu Ning took out the chaotic divine gourd, then first threw in trillions of top-grade immortal stones. In just a quarter of an hour, thousands of drops of top-grade chaos origin liquid were successfully condensed. Each drop was capable of raising the heavenly immortal realm's cultivation by 10,000 years. Father, mother, you will begin taking them now. Wu Ning took out all of the top-grade chaos source liquids. When Morong Yen took a single drop, she was directly elevated from the mid-heavenly immortal realm to the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. Ninger, this chaos source liquid is so powerful. Morong Yen looked shocked, the effects of this chaos source liquid were simply too heaven-defying. Next to her, Wu Tianyun had already ascended to the heavenly immortal realm perfection. Ninger, it's too easy to raise your cultivation like this, isn't it? Father, mother, there's still a lot of chaos origin liquid here, so take all of it together, it should almost be able to allow you all to break through to the immortal king realm. Wu Ning took out the hundreds of drops of extreme chaos source liquid as well, then plucked 2 more enlightenment tea leaves from the head of the small tree and handed them over. Celestial immortals certifying to immortal king was a huge threshold, but with so many extreme chaos source liquids, plus a slice of immortal enlightenment tea leaf, forcibly breaking through to immortal king shouldn't be a question. A large half-year passed in a flash of time. On this day, the aura on Wu Tianyun's body surged, and an arcane immortal light emanated from his body, like the sound of the great Tao ringing out, and his cultivation broke through to the immortal king realm. Wu Ning waved his hand to slice open space, isolating him from his mother to prevent interference from his aura. Half a day later, the aura on Wu Tianyun's body began to smooth out, and he snapped his eyes open, revealing a hint of excitement. I'd become an immortal king. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect to break through to immortal king so easily. Wu Ning dashed over to his side and asked with a smile, Father, how does it feel? Very good. Ninger, it's also thanks to you, or else if my father wanted to break through to the immortal king realm, I'm afraid he'd still need tens of thousands of years of bitter cultivation before he could do so. Father is satisfied now? Wu Ning smiled faintly as a drop of immortal grade chaos source liquid appeared in his hand. The 60 billion or so immortal crystals that Wu Xian had given him had condensed 65 drops of immortal grade chaos source liquid. He gave 20 drops to Wu Xian, leaving him with 45 drops. Wu Ning took some himself, leaving a few drops behind intending to use them all to raise his parents' cultivation. Chapter 93 Traveling to the Morong Imperial Clan. Wu Tianyun didn't treat him politely either. After swallowing a drop of immortal chaos source liquid, his cultivation skyrocketed once again, and this time, it only took less than 3 months to ascend to the immortal king perfection extreme realm. At this time, Morongin also managed to break through to the immortal king realm. After taking another drop of immortal chaos source liquid, her cultivation was unstoppable all the way to the immortal king perfect extreme realm, directly crossing several small realms. The couple had the feeling of a dream. In less than a year, they had soared directly from the heavenly immortal realm to the immortal king perfection extreme realm. Hundreds of thousands of years of hard cultivation had been saved. It was simply unbelievable. Wu Tianyun's heart surged, recognizing more and more the importance of the piece of chaotic divine gourd in Wu Ning's hands. With this thing in hand, as long as there were enough immortal stones and immortal crystals, it was simply possible to create immortal kings in an endless stream. Father, Mother, why don't we just go ahead and break through to Quasi-emperor Emperor? Wu Ning once again took out 2 drops of immortal chaos source liquid. He knew that forcing a breakthrough like this had great drawbacks, and would result in empty realm cultivation and a lack of corresponding realm senses, as well as the realization of the power of the Great Tao. But unimportantly, the chaos source liquid didn't leave behind any hidden dangers. Not only would it not damage the foundation, it also possessed the effect of enhancing the natural talent and physique. As long as there was no harm, it would be fine to raise his cultivation first and then slowly enlighten the Great Tao. He still had quite a few treasures in his hands, and these could be made up for slowly. Wu Tianyun cultivated the martial clan's inherited merit law, the refining heaven ancient scripture, and Morongin cultivated the Morong Emperor clan's inherited merit law. All of them were extremely powerful Tao-level merit laws that could be cultivated directly into the Tao realm as long as they had enough talent. However, compared to Wu Ning's supreme scripture, these 2 Tao-level merit laws were more than a step behind. Thus the speed of refining and absorbing the chaos source liquid was also much slower. For a single drop of immortal grade chaos source liquid, Wu Ning had used a mere day, whereas they had used nearly 3 months. 3 months later, the husband and wife had already broken the extreme realm in terms of immortal power cultivation, both becoming quasi-immortal emperor powerhouses. Wu Ning once again took out a few emperor-grade immortal pills, as well as 2 peaches born from the innate peach tree. The innate peach tree that he had signed up for was an innate spirit root that bore 99 already ripe peaches. Each one of the peaches of heaven was comparable to the world's hard-to-find supreme heavenly treasures, with a value far exceeding that of Imperial immortal pills. The innate coiled peaches also possessed the same effect of prolonging one's life and enhancing one's cultivation, but the medicinal properties were mild and even better than the immortal-grade chaos source liquid. After Wu Tianyun and Morongin ate one of the peaches, they immediately fell into a state of subtle epiphany. Wu Ning detached a strand of his divine thoughts to keep an eye on them, and he himself hugged a peach and nibbled on it. In his hands, he looked over a golden pamphlet, which was the thing contained inside the jade box that Wu Mingwei had given him. The corner of Wu Ning's eyes twitched slightly. The small booklet was clearly a list of beauties, with 100 women on it, containing almost all of the magnificent women of the major powers of the entire Taichou ancient realm. Cough. Wu Ning looked at it with an extremely serious expression. Half a month later, in the garden behind the Violet Lotus Hall, Wu Ning released Little Green and Little White from the inner world that had opened up within his body. Nowadays, Little Qing's cultivation was already at the 12th stage of perfection, equivalent to a top Empyrean powerhouse in the realm of humanism. When she took human form, she was already in the form of a 16 or 17-year-old girl. A green-colored feathered coat, her face had a bit of baby fat, but she was not as fat as before. Little White also grew up a lot, hair snow white, ninetail slightly slender, furry, appearance is still extremely cute. This little guy every day in addition to sleep is to play, almost no cultivation, but the cultivation is not the slightest bit weaker than the diligent Xiao Cheng. Wu Ning felt that if she continued like this, she would be able to become an immortal in at most 300 years, whereas Little Qing would not be able to break through even after a lifetime of cultivation. This was the advantage of the divine beast bloodline. Although Xiao Qing had awakened some of her phoenix bloodline, she was still far from being able to rival Xiao Bai. Master, you haven't let us out for a long time, it's so boring to stay inside. Xiao Qing squatted in front of Wu Ning, propping up her cheeks and said. Wu Ning patted her head and laughed, I think you're just hungry from staying inside, aren't you? Look at that, it's made you hungry and thin. He. Xiao Qing smiled somewhat embarrassedly, Master, what place are we in now? It feels like this place is so special, it's different from all the places we've been before. This is the Taichou ancient realm martial clan.
Ning carried Little White into his arms and said, "We'll talk about the rest later, I'll start raising your cultivation now." Ning felt that after he had arrived at the martial clan, other than his parents, he didn't have any close people around him. Luckily, with Little Green and Little White, as well as Mo Bao and Little Tree accompanying them, it wasn't too boring. However, in a place like the martial clan, their cultivation was a bit low. Ning went through the motions and began to raise their cultivation levels for them. At this time, under Wu Xian's publicity, the Chaos Source Liquid's fame had also begun to spread amongst some of the old monsters in the clan. However, those old monsters were worried about causing some unnecessary trouble and did not personally come to find Ning. They all entrusted Wu Xian to send immortal crystals to condense the Chaos Source Liquid. 5 billion immortal crystals for a drop of immortal Chaos Source Liquid. In just over a year's time, Ning had hundreds of billions of extra immortal crystals in his hands, earning a fortune. Ning hadn't left it behind, condensing it all into immortal-grade Chaos Source Liquid and using it to enhance his cultivation. Before he had even certified, his cultivation had already risen to an extremely terrifying level. Ning felt that he should be the strongest quasi-immortal emperor ever. Even without relying on supreme treasures, he should be able to counteract some immortal emperor powerhouses that had just broken through. It has accumulated to 40 million years of cultivation. Ning smiled as he surveyed the system panel. He still had 40 million years of signing cultivation that he had not yet withdrawn, intending to wait until he had gathered 50 million years of cultivation and break through to the Immortal Emperor realm in one fell swoop. Right now, he was still 10 million short. On this day, Wu Tianyun and Morongyin finally awoke from their marvelous epiphany. The aura of the two had changed drastically, their divine splendor restrained internally, no longer as sharp as when they had just broken through to quasi-immortal emperors, just like a veteran quasi-immortal emperor who had been practicing hard for many years. Between their hands and feet, they faintly exuded an arcane Tao rhythm. Both of them had comprehended the power of the great Tao. However, they were only barely comparable to some veteran immortal kings, and there was still an extremely long distance to certifying an immortal emperor. Ninger, in half a year's time it will be your great-uncle's 600,000th birthday, and since the Morong Imperial clan is a long way away, let's get ready to leave tomorrow and the day after. Morongyin had a smile on her face. She hadn't been back to the Morong Imperial clan for a long time either. Child will listen to mother's arrangements. Ning answered with a smile. The Morong Imperial clan was able to rank alongside the martial clan, so the signing rewards shouldn't be bad. It might allow him to gather 10 million years of cultivation in one go. 2 days later, a golden ancient ship lifted off from the Chaoyun Palace, hanging a martial character Xian flag as it flew towards the secret outside of this universe. Ning was at the side of the ship with his arms folded, overlooking the vast and sprawling divine martial continent below, filled with immortal light and far more prosperous than any place he had ever seen. It had been so long since he had returned to his clan, and it seemed that he hadn't even gone to the divine martial continent to take a stroll, so when he returned this time, he would definitely have to set foot on this super continent to take a look. He looked out into the starry sky, and there was also this vast Taichu ancient realm, which he hadn't seen yet either. Chapter 94 Heavenly Vault Immortal Region. The Taichu ancient realm was vast and infinite, divided into 1008 boundless immortal realms. Among them, there were 36 upper immortal realms, 72 medium immortal realms, and 900 lower immortal realms. Each of these immortal realms was extremely vast, at least as vast as billions of middle thousand worlds. Of course, the number of immortals in the upper immortal realms was much larger, more ancient, and the overall strength was the strongest, but in terms of vastness, it was not necessarily much larger than the medium and lower immortal realms. Generally speaking, a superior immortal domain was only 10 times larger than a medium immortal domain, and about 100 times larger than a lower immortal domain. The immortal domain where the martial race was located was the martial extreme immortal domain. It was one of the 36 superior immortal domains. In the martial extreme immortal domain, the martial race was the sole master. There were also some immortal emperor Daotongs and many immortal king Daotongs underneath it, and even lower ordinary immortal sects and immortal clans were as numerous as the stars, and there were countless of them. The immortal domain where the Morong Emperor clan was located was the Heavenly Vault Immortal Domain. It was also one of the 36 superior immortal domains. The two immortal domains were extremely far apart. Even though the Immortal King artifact level ancient ship was able to continuously perform ultra-long distance spatial teleportation, it still took a small half a year to arrive at the Heavenly Vault Immortal Domain. There's still half a month left before we arrive at the Morong Imperial clan. Ning held Little White in his arms as he lazily lay down on a luxurious chair made of immortal wood. He felt that time really wasn't worth anything in this upper realm. Or rather, for immortals with endless lifespans, time really wasn't worth much. Inside the ancient ship, Wu Tianyun and Moronin were practicing a set of extremely high-grade secret techniques of breath collection. After some thought, they felt that their current cultivation should not be exposed, or else they might bring danger to their son. Therefore, they planned to cultivate a set of breath-converting secret techniques, along with some magic treasures to conceal their breath, and it would be difficult for immortal emperor powerhouses to discover their cultivation if they didn't probe carefully.
Half a month later,
the ancient ship descended on a supercontinent hundreds of thousands of light-years old. The Morong Imperial clan was likewise in a natural cosmic secret realm, and the entrance to and from the secret realm was on this supercontinent. Wu Ning quietly released his divine thoughts. This continent belonged to the periphery of the Morong Imperial clan, and on it were countless large and small forces and Dao lineages, all of which clung to the wings of the Morong Imperial clan. It was dotted with immortal cities and was extremely prosperous. The ancient ship landed in the center of the continent, where it entered the secret realm of the universe. Surrounding them were many immortal weapon-flying boats or ancient ships, all of which had come to celebrate the birthday of the Morong Imperial clan's young patriarch and were lining up to enter the cosmic secret realm. Those who could qualify to travel to the Morong Imperial clan were at least the top immortal King Dao lineages within the Heavenly Vault Immortal region.
Or certain extremely powerful supreme immortal kings.
Buzz. The golden ancient boat of the martial clan broke through the air and flew straight towards the entrance of the Morong Emperor clan's cosmic mystery realm. A huge Wu flag was fluttering in the wind, emitting an invisible and powerful might, and wherever it passed, the surrounding immortal weapons-flying boats avoided retreating one after another. Even the flying boats from some immortal Emperor Dao lineages didn't dare to stand in front of the ancient boat of the martial race. On those immortal weapon-flying boats, countless people gazed at the ancient ship of the martial clan in awe. The true martial Imperial race's people have also come. The martial clan and the Morong Imperial clan are in-laws, so I'm sure the person who came this time should be the martial clan's young lord. I heard that the martial clan's young lord broke through to the heavenly immortal realm in less than 10,000 years. These godless clan's heirs are truly terrifying. An old man shook his head and sighed. He was an elder of a top-tier immortal King Dao lineage, and now that he had been around for thousands of millennia, his cultivation level was only at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. At this time, the golden ancient ship of the martial clan had already passed through the huge secret realm portal in the sky and entered the cosmic secret realm of the Morong Emperor clan. A few moments later, an extremely radiant and bright galaxy was reflected in Wu Ning's eyes. The Morong Imperial clan's headquarters was somewhat similar to the martial clan. It similarly had a vast continent that was hundreds of millions of light-years old. And around this vast continent surrounded billions of massive, ancient stars. Unlike the martial clan, the core of the Morong Imperial clan's headquarters was the continent in the very center, and the ancient stars around it were where the ordinary clansmen lived. It was the exact opposite of the martial clan. The golden-colored ancient ship landed on a huge square. A team of black-armored immortal guards immediately greeted the front, led by a black-armored immortal king, saluting in unison and shouting, "Welcome back to the clan, miss." Wu Ning's family of 3 flew out of the ancient ship. They were followed by Morong Zukite, as well as Wu Ku and a few other attendants. Hee, the people from the martial clan have also come. Not far from the square, in a splendid palace, many people noticed the arrival of the martial clan's ancient boat with playful smiles on their faces. The martial clan's young master of this generation is really too weak. It's estimated that he's not even at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. He can be destroyed with a snap of his fingers. He's not even as good as a random servant beside this young man. A youth-like gold-robed man bristled, his eyes somewhat disdainful. "Brother Yi, you don't think you want to find trouble with this young Lord Wu, do you?" A purple-robed man next to him asked with a smile. Yi Hong snorted coldly and said, "Back then in the burial god abyss, his brother, Wu Tianhua, relying on his high cultivation, even bullied my elder brother in that manner, and now that I'm repaying the favor, what's wrong with me teaching his younger brother a lesson for my elder brother?" He was from the Thousand Leaf Emperor clan. Also a godless race, the Leaf race was not much inferior to the martial race. The purple-robed man shook his head and smiled. That martial young lord was still young and had a weak cultivation. He definitely had a powerful protector following him around. If Yi Hong wanted to find trouble with him, I am afraid it would not be easy. "Little sister." A man with a straight figure appeared in the sky above the square and dashed towards the 3 members of Wu Ning's family. "Big brother," Morong shouted with a smile. "Ha, little sister, you guys are finally here. Mother has been chanting for a long time." Morong Chen smiled brightly, his gaze suddenly landing on Wu Ning.
Hee hee, little sister, this is that little nephew of mine, right? Morong Chen smiled and nodded. Big brother, this is Ninger. Ninger, quickly call uncle. Ninger meets uncle.
Wuing smiled and shouted, his gaze quietly sizing up this uncle. His aura was deep, his cultivation should have already reached the immortal king extreme realm. His face was like a crown of jade, his body was slender and straight, his aura was ethereal and dusty, and he exuded a faint aura of bookishness. Both men and women of the Morong Imperial clan were all outstandingly good-looking and handsome people, and this statement was truly true.
Ha, good.
Morong Chen laughed and slapped his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, you've grown so big, little nephew. Not bad, a talented, heroic, looks after your mother, much more handsome than your father's frustrated look.
Wu Tianyun was speechless. He clearly looked extremely handsome as well. Alright. Ninger, this is a meet and greet gift from uncle to you.
Morong Chen waved his hand and took out a 3 zhang tall bronze puppet with armor, 3 heads and 6 arms, ghostly face and fangs, and an extremely strong aura. This was an immortal king puppet made of immortal gold. Morong Chen smiled and said, this immortal king puppet was built for you by uncle looking for a friend. It was refined from the green striped immortal gold. The battle power is by no means inferior to the average late stage immortal king powerhouse. If you bring it on your body, you will have a few more points of protection when you go out and walk.
Chapter 95 Certified Immortal Emperor. Thank you, uncle.
Warmth flowed from Wuning's heart. Although he couldn't use it himself, his uncle had definitely used his heart in preparing this meeting gift. Only then did Morong Chen look at Wu Tianyun on the side, and his face suddenly turned cold. You brat, you abducted my little sister away, and you don't know to bring her back often to take a look. Big brother, it's my little brother who was wrong, busy with cultivation in recent years was negligent. I will definitely bring Ian back often to take a look in the future. Wu Tianyun compensated with a smile. Only then did Morong Chen nod in satisfaction. Let's go, father and mother are still waiting for you.
A few moments later. In the middle of an ancient immortal hall,
Wu Ning met his maternal grandparents. Grandfather, named Morong Bo, was the contemporary patriarch of the Morong Emperor clan, an immortal emperor realm bigwig with an elegant temperament and the appearance of a handsome middle-aged man.
Grandmother Tantai Jing was the daughter of the Tantai immortal clan. Her face was stunningly beautiful, with icy muscles and jade bones. Her appearance looked extremely young. The years had not left the slightest trace on her face. Sitting together with Morong, the mother and daughter were like a pair of twin sisters. The two old men were extremely kind and cordial, pulling Wu Ning for a while and then giving him a large pile of meeting gifts. Liang Long.
Morong Bo beckoned to Morong Chen. Chener, take your sister and little nephew to Shiyun Palace to rest. It was a long journey, they must be tired.
Yes, father. Morong Chen nodded. Little sister, little nephew, let's go first. Wu Tianyun looked left and right, and finally looked at Morong Bo again and smiled apprehensively. Lord father-in-law, I wonder what else you have left my son-in-law down here for. Morong Bo glanced at him and said lightly, nothing much, just want to find you to play chess. What, you are reluctant?
Morong Bo looked at him askance.
How could it be? It is my little son-in-law's honor to play chess with my father-in-law.
Wu Tianyun laughed bitterly in his heart. This old man might want to change his ways to make things difficult for him again.
Shiyun Palace.
This immortal palace was the place where Morong lived before she got married.
Morong Chen sent the mother and son to the Shiyun Palace and then left.
There was less than half a month left before his birthday, and there were still many things waiting for him to deal with. Ninger, find yourself a random immortal palace to rest in. I'll go check on your father.
Morong said to Wu Ning. You go, mother. Wu Ning beamed.
After Morong left, Wu Ning looked around the immortal palace for a few moments and chose a random immortal hall to live in. They would probably stay in the Morong Imperial clan for a long time this time around. Wu Ning released Little White and Little Green, letting them go play on their own before sitting in a pavilion by himself. He opened the system's personal panel and glanced at it. Most of the chances to accumulate 100 years of signing were already gone, and the remaining ones could still be signed 26 times a year.
System, give me 3 annual signings.
Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb Dao weapon, the Past Life Sword. Ding, signing in successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million years of cultivation. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an immortal grade Bodhi Dao tree.
Wu Ning's eyes lit up, and he was instantly overjoyed. What a thought!
Finally, he had gathered 50 million years of signing cultivation. This time, he could prepare to break through to the immortal emperor realm in one fell swoop. Wu Ning immediately prepared for a closed-door breakthrough. He set up a heavy restriction in the Immortal Hall, and then took out the extremely high-grade Dao weapon, the Sky Shading Umbrella, that he had signed up for earlier. This umbrella was called the Sky Shading. It didn't have much offensive power, but it was a hidden treasure. It could shield karma from the heavens, and underneath the umbrella it formed its own realm. Standing underneath the umbrella it was like jumping out of the time and space of this world. Even if you walk in front of the Immortal Emperor, you won't be discovered. It wasn't simply invisible, but completely hidden from causal, spacetime, and other great Dao levels. It could not be perceived, could not be touched. Unless one was a supreme powerhouse who had explored the great Dao. Ning levitated it in the temple and used it to shield it from outside perception, in case the breakthrough created any commotion that would be detected by some old monsters. Afterwards, Ning sat down on the ground. First, he ate an innate peach, a handful of immortal Bodhi seeds, and then plucked 2 enlightenment tea leaves from the head of the small tree. Only then did he finally begin to extract his cultivation. Time continued to pass, and 3 days passed in a flash. In the middle of the palace, Ning sat quietly, his body exuding arcane temporal Dao rhythms, a burst of great Dao chimes constantly emanating from his body, immortal light filling the air, and a scene of terrifyingly ancient visions constantly surfacing around him. The rules of the great Dao presented themselves, diffusing the ages, and there seemed to be many hazy and ancient great figures standing above the long river of space and time, casting glimpses at him. Those were all the imprints of supreme beings intercepted by the long river of space and time, and at this moment, they were diffracted by the rules of the great Dao into visions that were presented. Time passed for an unknown amount of time again. Gradually, the aura on Ning's body became more and more ethereal and arcane, and the power of the great Dao transformed into a chain of order surrounding his body. The space around him had long since turned into a world filled with the power of the great Dao. The way of time, I've broken through the Immortal Emperor realm. Ning quietly opened his eyes, a smile on his face, but he wasn't excited. Certifying as an immortal emperor, he had long since broken his shackles, and his life level had been elevated to another level, and his state of mind had undergone a metamorphosis along with it. Ning frowned slightly and muttered, "Humanity. Immortal way." He felt that as his realm continued to improve, he increasingly felt like he was incarnating the great Dao. The great Dao was me, and I was the great Dao. However, the great Dao was merciless, not sad, not happy, no desires, and the aspect in his heart regarding humanity was being diluted. Ning shook his head. Even the strongest cultivation is still human. The Dao is not me, but I am the Dao. It is not by the Dao that I am swayed, but by me that I control the Dao. A smile suddenly appeared on Ning's face, and his entire aura once again changed drastically, the divine splendor converging inwardly and returning to the basics, looking like an ordinary mortal. Ning stood long and raised his eyes to look around. In his gaze, the world seemed to undergo an invisible change, and an invisible shadow quietly rejoined the world, invisible to ordinary people. With a thought, Ning walked towards the front. The scenery around him immediately changed. Is this the so-called Long River of Time? The Long River of Time was a conceptual river, and he was everywhere. As Ning continued to walk forward, he saw himself when he first came to the Heiyun Hall with his mother. No, he only saw his mother and did not see himself. If you are an immortal emperor, there is no such thing as the past or the future. There is only one person in all of space and time, or he exists in all of space and time. As Ning walked forward again, he saw the image of his grandparents on that day, but with the shielding of the Sky Shading Umbrella, he was not discovered by them. Ning was like a time spacewalker, traveling over the long river of time. Ordinary immortal emperor powerhouses simply couldn't be this relaxed. This was because only those who had mastered the power of the Tao of Time could walk freely above the long river of time as he did. PS Tao artifacts are categorized into lower grade, upper grade, and extreme grade. Extreme grade Tao weapons are also known as Hotian Supreme Treasures. Note, the Sky Shading Umbrella was changed to an extreme grade Tao artifact. Chapter 96 Cousin Morong Lingxian. Soon after, Ning returned to thousands of years ago. At that time, his parents had only just gotten married. With his own eyes, Ning had seen the image of his father bringing people to the Morong Imperial clan and welcoming his mother back to the Wu clan. After walking forward for a few more moments, he suddenly stopped. There were definitely terrifying existences above immortal emperors in the Morong Imperial clan, and he wasn't sure if the Sky Shading Umbrella would remain undetected when facing those old monsters. The Sky Shading was very strong, but he was only at the Immortal Emperor realm, and he was still unable to fully utilize the power of the Sky Shading Umbrella. Just to be on the safe side, Ning decided that he should still be a little more stable. He then began to walk back, quickly returning to the time node where he had just entered the long river of time. He raised his eyes to look downstream of the long river of time, but all he saw was a haze. Upstream was the past, and downstream was the future. The future was full of variables, and unless one had explored the great Tao of karma and destiny, even if one went to the future, one could only see a hazy illusion. After gazing out for a moment, Wuing put away his sky-shading umbrella, dispersed the prohibitions in the hall, and walked towards the outside of the hall. Now, 7 or 8 days had passed since the beginning of his seclusion. There were still a few more days until his uncle's birthday celebration. Outside, Little Green and Little White were both absent, and Wuing felt the connection with them, first going to greet his parents before heading in the direction of Little Green and Little White. The entire supercontinent was the Morong Imperial clan, but it could be divided into the outer domain, the inner domain, and the most central Forbidden Land. Almost all of the main members of the Morong Imperial clan lived in the inner domain, with a huge luxurious immortal palace. The outer domain was the largest and had the most people. Almost all of them were branches and collateral clansmen, with a population in the trillions. After long years of prosperity, the outer domain had formed a city with various stores, restaurants, and markets. The pattern was not too different from that of an ordinary immortal city. Although they were all from the Morong Emperor clan, after reproducing for so many long years, ordinary clansmen counting upwards for 800 generations might not necessarily be from the same ancestor. Even many ordinary clansmen in remote areas did not know that they belonged to the Morong Imperial clan. Wuing traveled slowly along the way, quickly arriving at an ancient immortal city in the outer regions. Little Green and Little White were in this immortal city. Wuing swept through this immortal city with his divine thoughts and realized that Little Green and Little White were currently following a pink-clothed young girl around the city. Little White was being held in that young girl's arms, while Little Ching was following beside the young girl, who was holding a large pile of various kinds of cheong cake immortal candy in her arms. Cough. Wuing appeared beside them with a flash of his figure and coughed gently. Master. Little White transformed into a stream of light and scurried into his arms, rubbing his chest affectionately. Divine beasts seem to be different from ordinary spirit beasts. The stronger the bloodline of an ordinary demonic beast, the easier it was to take form. Divine beasts seem to be the opposite. The stronger the bloodline, the harder it was to take form. Wuing had directly raised her to true immortal realm perfection, and she still hadn't been able to take form. However, she was able to speak. The voice was weak and soft, with a slight milky sound. Relative to the growth patterns of divine beasts, she was still a baby. Master, you've finally come out of the gate. Little Green also hurriedly walked over to Wuing, showing him what was in his arms. Master, look, there's so much delicious food in this city. Little Chung bought a lot of it. Do you want to eat it, Master? This little foodie. Wuing breathlessly rubbed her head. This girl had recently gained a lot of weight again. At this time, the pink-clothed girl on the side looked at Wuing and said, "Are you cousin Wuing, the son of Little Ant?" "My name is Morong Lingxian. I'm your cousin O." The young girl smiled brightly, a pair of bright eyes curved into a nice crescent moon. Her looks were sweet and cute, and her body revealed a silly white sweet temperament. Cousin? The corner of Wuing's eyes twitched. This little girl looked to be only in her teens, and between her eyebrows she did have a few similarities with Morong Chen. He had heard his mother mention before that his uncle Morong Chen had a son and a daughter. The son's name was Morong Haoyu, and he was now over 50,000 years old, older than his mother Morong Yin. The daughter was named Morong Lingxian, only 300 years older than Wuing. Unexpectedly, it was a sweet little lowly. He, cousin good. Morong Lingxian had a smug smile on her face. In the past, she was the youngest in the family, what with a whole bunch of cousins, and now she finally had a little cousin who was even younger than her. Morong Lingxian went forward and pulled Wuing's arm. "Cousin, go. Cousin will take you for a good stroll. If you fancy something, just tell me. Today, cousin, I'll treat you." Morong Lingxian slapped her flat chest, then waved her small hand, and said in a bold manner. Wuing smiled and allowed her to tug her toward the front. This ancient immortal city was adjacent to the inner domain and was extremely prosperous, so it could be said that great emperors were inferior to dogs and immortals walked everywhere. Most of the stores on the streets were selling immortal weapons, immortal dan, immortal pills, and at worst, they were top-notch emperor armaments to start with. Ordinary emperor armaments could not even make it to the top in this kind of place and had been reduced to ground-level goods. Due to the proximity of Morong Chen's birthday, there were also many more outsiders in this immortal city, and it was a few points more prosperous than in the past. Inside a certain glorious attic, warm jades filled their arms and hands. Right at this moment, a servant walked over, bowed and humbly said, "My lord, my subordinate has discovered the trace of that young son of the martial clan."
Oh?
Yi Hang's eyes narrowed. The martial clan's youngest son.
Is the son of that Wu Tianyun? Your Excellency is right, it is this person.
The servant nodded and reached out to point out the window. "Look, he is on the street below. The woman next to him is Morong Lingxian, the daughter of the Morong young patriarch."
Interesting.
A glint of essence flashed in Yi Hang's eyes. "He, I was going to make a move to teach your father a lesson, but I didn't expect to let you stumble upon it first."
He beckoned to the servant, "Come over here." A moment later, a brocade-clothed, flamboyantly dressed youth walked over towards Wu Ning and Morongin. "This fairy, my name is Sacred Sky Immortal Sect Divine Sun Ning. I wonder if I could have the honor of knowing the fairy's name?"
One of the youths arched his hand and said in a self-consciously graceful manner. Morong Lingxian sized him up and said seriously, "You're too ugly to be worthy of knowing this lady's name."
Wu Ning almost didn't laugh out loud.
The Morong Imperial clan had handsome men and women, all of whom had extraordinary looks. The average face value was definitely the highest among all the superpowers. However, at the same time, the Morong Imperial clan was the most skilled at judging people by their appearance.
They liked to deal with good-looking people.
"If you're ugly, then I'm sorry, please walk a little farther away and don't block their line of sight." Hearing Morong Lingxuan's words, the youth froze for a moment, then a flash of anger flashed in his eyes. He snorted coldly and turned his head to glare fiercely at Wu Ning. "Little white boy, what are you laughing at?
This son is the divine son of the Sacred Sky Immortal Sect. Do you want to seek death?"
Morong Lingxuan's pretty face chilled. How dare you scold my cousin?"
Chapter 97, A Word of Life and Death. Is the Sacred Sky Immortal Sect very powerful? Wu Ning asked indifferently.
"Heh, which nook and cranny are you from? Actually, you don't even know about our Sacred Sky Immortal Sect." Sun Ming looked at him contemptuously and said with a haughty expression, "Kid, listen up. Our Sacred Sky Immortal Sect is a Dao lineage founded by Lord Sacred Sky Immortal Emperor, and even if you look at the entire Heavenly Vault Immortal domain, it's still a top-tier immortal sect in the rankings."
I'm afraid this person isn't a little cutie. Right?
In the stores around the street, many immortals stared at Sun Ming with strange eyes. Running to the Morong Emperor clan to find trouble with the Morong Emperor clan's little princess, there was a pit in his brain, right? So it's the immortal Emperor Daode, no wonder it dares to be so unbridled. Wu Ning's expression was indifferent. With his status strength, he no longer had any interest in such minor characters. "It is not appropriate to kill a living being as we are approaching my uncle's birthday."
"Well, you cut yourself,"
Wu Ning said in a calm tone.
Sun Ming sneered disdainfully. "What a joke, aye.
Suddenly, his face changed violently, and a look of horror appeared in his eyes.
Boom! The next instant, he abruptly raised his palm, immortal power surging, and directly smashed his head with a slap. Red and white things splattered. Then, he grabbed his divine soul, and without hesitation, he pinched it with one hand. The action was clean and sharp, and it was completed in a split second. Sun Ming, pawn. This fellow actually committed suicide?
Many gazes looked towards Wu Ning in awe, determining someone's life and death with a single word. This was too terrifying. Morong Lingxian was also startled. This guy died in such a bizarre manner that his brains almost splattered on her.
"Cousin, how did you do this?"
She looked at Wu Ning in shock, not realizing that this cousin was so young and had such terrifying means. That Sun Ming was at least a divine son of an immortal emperor Dao lineage, with his cultivation having reached the true immortal realm, and as a result of a single word from his cousin, he had actually committed suicide straight away. Wu Ning smiled faintly. "I didn't do anything. It might be that this guy knew about your identity as a younger cousin and was scared in his heart, so he killed himself."
"Well, I just gave him a suggestion."
Morong Lingxian rolled her eyebrows and gave him a blank look. If you don't say it, don't say it. Do you think I'm stupid?" Wu Ning smiled, and with a wave of his hand, Sun Ming's corpse directly dissipated in smoke.
Even the remaining fragments of his divine soul also turned into nothingness together.
Afterward, his gaze looked towards the pavilion not far away where Yi Hong was. After certifying as an immortal emperor, within a certain range, as long as someone mentioned him, he would sense it in his heart. If the other party carried malicious intent, the stronger the sense would be. If he was the same immortal emperor, he would be able to block out the sensation, but the other party was just a tiny immortal king.
Discovered?
In the attic, Yi Hang's lips curled slightly when he saw Wu Ning's gaze looking over. Although he hadn't seen how Wu Ning had killed Sun Ming, He didn't care too much about it. A tiny true immortal was just a tiny true immortal that he could crush to death by releasing a wisp of his might. It was like crushing a bug. In his opinion, Wu Ning should have had a treasure base on him that was bestowed by the elders of his clan to be able to control Sun Ning to commit suicide. A little guy who was not even 1,000 years old, how strong could he be? His figure flickered and appeared on the street below, his gaze bland as he looked at Wu Ning.
Kid, are you the son of Wu Tianyun? Wu Ning frowned imperceptibly. Did this person have a grudge against his old man?
Yi Hong said to himself, introducing myself, this youngster is the son of the Thousand Leaves Imperial Clan's clan chief, Yi Hong, and my elder brother is the Thousand Leaves Imperial Clan's young clan chief. Little fellow, don't blame this young man for bullying the young with the big. In previous years in the burial god abyss, your eldest uncle bullied my elder brother in such a manner.
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. What, you still want to take a shot at me?
Yi Hong revealed a teasing smile. Don't worry, after all, you are a member of the direct lineage of the Wu clan, this young man won't make things too difficult for you. Let's put it this way, if you call your eldest uncle an asshole, this young man will let you go. What do you think? Yi Hong, you are too unbridled. This is our Morong Imperial clan. You dare to embarrass my cousin. Are you not putting our Morong Imperial clan in your eyes? Morong Lingxian took a step in front of Wu Ning and glared at him angrily, her fair little face red with anger.
Miss Morong, this is a matter between our Thousand Leaves Imperial clan and the Wu clan. It's better for you to stay out of it. Yi Hong said indifferently.
At the same time, a pressure belonging to an immortal king emanated from his body, sweeping towards Wu Ning.
Wu Ning's expression was bland, and a ghostly aura flashed in his eyes. You're actually fine?
Yi Hong was extremely surprised, although he had only released an extremely weak trace of pressure. A little guy who was at best in the true immortal realm would definitely not be able to withstand it.
How could he not have a single reaction? He immediately let out a cold snort and continued to enhance his mighty pressure. A moment later. This is impossible. Yi Hong stared at Wu Ning with wide eyes and a shocked expression. What kind of monster are you? What kind of monster are you? He had already enveloped all of his strongest pressure on Wu Ning, but how was he not affected at all? Yi Hong was puzzled in his mind. He clearly did not sense Wu Ning using any magical treasures to resist his mighty pressure. Wu Ning revealed a smile. You're done trying, now it's my turn, right? What do you want?
A chill suddenly grew in Yi Hong's heart. Nothing, just want to invite you to die. Leave the Morong Imperial clan by yourself, get far away and find a place where no one is around to commit suicide. As he said this sentence, Wu Ning shielded the perceptions of the other people around him.
This fellow's status was extraordinary.
After he died, even if the people of the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan suspected that it was related to him, they would only be able to eat their words without evidence. Swish! As Wu Ning's words fell, Yi Hong's eyes changed and he directly flashed away.
Why did this guy suddenly leave? Morong Lingxian was puzzled.
Perhaps there are strong people from your Morong Imperial clan nearby, so this fellow doesn't dare to be too reckless. Wu Ning casually said, little cousin, let's go back.
Morong Lingxian nodded and didn't think much about it. There were indeed strong people from the Morong Imperial clan sitting in the Immortal City.
On the other side, Yi Hong flew towards the exit of the Cosmic Mystery Realm, and a few guard attendants immediately followed.
My lord, where are you going?
One of the attendants asked somewhat strangely. Yi Hong ignored them and with his speed at full throttle, he soon flew out of the Cosmic Secret Realm where the Morong Imperial clan was located. Another long time passed. He finally stopped at a dead, uninhabited starfield and muttered, this place should be far enough, right?
What did you say, my lord?
The several guards and attendants all frowned. They felt that their Gongzi's behavior was a bit perverse and weird. A trace of struggle flashed in Yi Hong's eyes, but more than that, it was an extremely cold madness.
Suddenly, the aura on his body instantly became berserk. Not good, Gongzi is going to self-detonate. Chapter 98,000 Leaves Imperial Clan.
The several guards and attendants all revealed shocked expressions.
Duke, stop it. Eunuch, stop it now.
Yi Hong was unmoved. The aura on his body became more and more furious and soon reached a critical point.
Boom! The next instant,
a terrifying large explosion swept across the starry sky, the universe shook, the void continuously collapsed, countless stars fell and completely fell into silence, and a terrifying energy storm raged. The circumference of hundreds of light years was directly turned into a void. The bodies of several guards and attendants fell like meteors, crashing into one star after another, and it was unknown how long it took before they barely came to a stop. At this moment, their fleshly bodies were in pieces, missing arms and legs, and 2 of their heads were blown to pieces. Their divine souls were similarly heavily damaged. An immortal king blowing himself up would be difficult to withstand even if they were also immortal kings. However, at this moment, they did not have the slightest bit of celebration of having survived the disaster. Several of them were staring blankly at the place where Yi Hong had blown himself up, with despair in their eyes. With the death of his son, it was equally difficult for them to go back and escape death if they were not able to protect their master. With the power of the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan, they were afraid that they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. Dead. Wu Ning withdrew his gaze, no longer paying attention. There were still more than 20 annual signings left, and he was prepared to wander around the Emperor clan, using all of these signing opportunities to raise his strength even further. He had certified as an immortal emperor with the Tao of Time, but he had fallen behind in the Spatial and Thunder Daos. They needed to be upgraded as soon as possible.
Skywood Immortal Region, Thousand Leaves Imperial Clan.
In an ancient and solemn palace.
Boom!
An incomparably terrifying immortal emperor pressure violently erupted in the palace, shaking the entire immortal palace.
Hunger is dead. Didn't he go to the Morong Imperial clan to celebrate his birthday? How could he suddenly die?
Yi Ting knitted his brows tightly as a flash of intense killing intent flashed across his eyes. Humph. No matter who you are, if you dare to kill my son, the seat will have to kill you by 1,000 cuts and torture all of your relatives and friends to death to ease the hatred in my heart. Swish. Afterwards, he directly disappeared into the palace.
Half an hour later.
He had then crossed an infinite distance and descended to the dead starfield where Yi Hong had exploded himself. The shadow of the long river of time emerged. Through the river of time, Yi Ting saw the moment when Yi Hong had just arrived in the starfield, and also saw Yi Hang's inexplicable suicide. His brows furrowed fiercely. Humph, how could Hunger blow himself up for no reason? There must be someone behind this. These assholes, how dare they escape after failing to protect their master?
A moment later.
Those few escaped guards and attendants were then captured back by him.
Patriarch, spare your life.
A few people looked terrified, their hearts were like ashes, they didn't expect to be caught so quickly. Yi Ting snorted coldly, his expression was indifferent as he began to check their divine soul memories, wanting to know exactly what his son had offended.
The son of the Wu clan. Wu Tianyun.
His forehead wrinkled into a Chuan character. That little guy from the martial clan was only less than 1,000 years old, and his cultivation was at most at the true immortal realm, so how could he kill his son? With a mere true immortal cultivation, even if he was given an immortal emperor artifact, he wouldn't be able to use it, and it was absolutely impossible to threaten an immortal king.
It seems like it should be the old guy from the martial clan or Morong family who moved. Damn old thing, this seat is not finished with you. Boom! Anger bubbled in Yi Ting's eyes as he directly slapped a few of his guard entourage into nothingness.
Afterward, he flashed towards the Morong Imperial clan. His son came to celebrate Morong Chen's birthday and died. The Morong Imperial clan had to give him an explanation.
Morong old devil, get the hell out of here.
A terrifying immortal emperor's pressure descended, and countless people looked into the sky in horror.
In the next moment, an invisible force swept away, and Yi Ting's pressure disappeared into nothingness in an instant. Brother Yi, what's the matter that's so fiery?
A faint voice rang out of thin air. Morong Bo appeared in the air, his temperament was elegant and he had a breezy demeanor.
Morong Bo, don't play dumb with this seat. My son died, do you have to give me an explanation? Yi Hong suppressed his anger, itching to pounce on him and tear him apart.
It was extremely difficult for immortals to give birth to heirs, immortal emperors were even more so. He had worked hard for millions of years to have so 2 sons, how could the death of one now not make him angry?
Your son died? Yi Hong, that little guy?
Morong Bo slightly frowned. He was the patriarch of the Morong Emperor clan, he was busy with his usual affairs, it was impossible for him to keep an eye on a little guy at all times.
How could that little guy die in the blink of an eye? Oomph, see for yourself.
Yi Ting waved his hand and a picture floated into the air. It was a memory image that he had reproduced from the divine souls of those few guards and attendants.
Above.
It recorded the process of Yi Hong looking for trouble from Wu Ning to the final bizarre self-explosion.
This. Brother Yi, you don't think that my grandson killed your son, do you? Morong Bo also felt a wave of weirdness in his heart. Yi Heng's death was indeed a bit strange. But he didn't think that his grandson had that strength to kill Yi Hong.
Yi Ting coldly said, my son was in your Morong family when something happened, that kid definitely has a lot to do with him even if he is not the murderer.
If you want to protect him, then hand over the real murderer, otherwise don't blame this seat for being impolite. Morong Bo shook his head slightly. Brother Yi, handing over Ninger is impossible, and my Morong family doesn't have a murderer. As you know, recently my son celebrated his birthday. Many outsiders have come to my clan, so maybe someone will take the opportunity to cause trouble and kill your son in an attempt to stir up strife between you and my clan. The way I see it, we might as well find the murderer first and avenge your son's death. This matter is ultimately my clan's fault. Our Morong family will definitely assist you in investigating the real culprit with all our might. What do you think, Brother Yi? You! Yi Ting glared at him fiercely, anger rising in his heart. Morong Bo, does your Morong family really intend to make enemies with our Yi clan? Morong Bo's face also turned a few points colder. Brother Yi, your son died in a strange way, but now there is no evidence whatsoever. After all, he didn't die in our clan, so it's not possible to directly blame it on our Morong family's head, right? There was one more thing he hadn't said. Memory images could also be faked. Who knew if this guy had tampered with anything? Ha ha ha. Good you Morong Bo, it seems like you must harbor the murderer. Humph. Morong Bo, this matter is written down by the seat, we're not finished. Yi Ting laughed in anger. How could he not hear Morong Bo's words? His son was dead and he still had to be questioned about giving false testimony. This made his heart extremely angry. Yi Ting's figure flashed and appeared at the place where Yi Hang's anomaly first appeared, wanting to look through the long river of time to see what had happened, only to see a blank space. It was as if that section of time and space had been rigidly erased. With a wave of his hand, Yi Ting could only leave in anger. Chapter 99 13 Superpowers. At the same time, there were some doubts in his mind. If it was really the old man from the Morong Imperial clan who had made the move, it could have been done in a much more covert manner and would not have given him the chance to investigate the Morong Imperial clan. It was also unlikely that those few guards and attendants would have survived. Could it be that it really wasn't the Morong family that made the move? Humph, no matter what, this matter definitely has nothing to do with them. And that little brat from the Martial clan. A murderous intent flashed in Yi Ting's eyes. Since there were old guys who had no shame in killing his son, then why couldn't he kill that Wu clan brat? Looking at the direction Yi Ting left, Morong Bo frowned. This matter is not handled well, it's a bit tricky. Afterward, he brought Wu Ning over. Ninger, honestly tell Grandpa, did that brat Yi Hang's death have something to do with you? Morong Bo looked at him with a serious face. Well, Yi Hang was the one I killed. Wu Ning nodded his head and directly admitted it in a big way. He saw Morong Bo's attitude in his eyes, so he did not intend to hide it from him. If it was before he had broken through to Immortal Emperor, he might still have a few scruples, but he had now broken through to Immortal Emperor. With a large pile of Immortal Emperor artifacts, several Dao artifacts, a few innate supreme treasures, and a Chaos Supreme treasure to protect him, he didn't need to worry too much. Wu Ning didn't like to cover up for his loved ones, and as long as he didn't expose his cards, he could appropriately display some of his strength. Did you kill them? A hint of surprise flashed in Morong Bo's eyes. You kid, how old are you this year? How could you kill Yi Hang? He suddenly frowned, realizing that Wu Ning's body was like a layer of mist shrouding him. No matter how much he looked, he could not see through it. Strange, could it be that those old antiques of the Wu clan gave him some kind of protective treasure? Morong Bo muttered secretly in his heart. Wu Ning said, Grandpa, my grandson was lucky enough to obtain some heaven-defying chances. His strength is already above that Yi Hang. Killing him is as easy as a slap in the face. Strength above Yi Hang? Morong Bo's eyes widened slightly. Yi Hang's cultivation wasn't that weak. He was already in the middle stage of Immortal King. Ninger's strength was actually above him? Ninger, you've already broken through to Immortal King? Wu Ning smiled faintly. Grandfather, Ninger was already an Immortal King 100 years ago. He left his words half-spoken. It was true that he was still an Immortal King 100 years ago, only that he had now broken through to an Immortal Emperor. 100 years ago. Morong Bo was shocked beyond words. A few hundred years old Immortal King. He was almost 10 million years old, and after living for so long, he had never heard of such a demon in the world. Wu Ning said somewhat apologetically, Grandfather, my grandson was a bit reckless this time, killing Yi Hang without authorization. I hope I won't bring trouble to the Morong Imperial clan. He felt that he was indeed a bit ill-considered this time. Should have let that brat Yi Hang roll back to the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan before blowing himself up. That way, it would always be impossible for that old man Yi Ting to find trouble with the Morong family again, right? I'm sorry. Well.
If there is an opportunity in the future, it is possible to let his eldest son try again. Morong Bo was still in shock. He waved his hand at the words, "No harm. A little friction is inevitable. Ting, that old guy can't possibly make a big deal with our Morong Imperial clan just for the sake of a son. Rather, it's you." Morong Bo's face was serious as he said, "With Hong dead, Ting will surely see you as a thorn in his side, and will even arrange for someone to assassinate you, so when you walk outside in the future, be sure to be more careful. Although you broke through to the Immortal King realm at a young age, you must not be proud and careless because of this. You must know that there are many people in the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan who are stronger than Immortal Kings." Ning nodded slightly. "Grandchildren bear that in mind." Morong Bo's face softened slightly, revealing a smile. "But you don't have to worry too much. Although the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan is strong, our Morong Imperial clan and Martial clan are only stronger than them. At most they will only dare to use some underhanded means to deal with you secretly." Morong Bo took out a purple jade talisman and handed it to Ning. "This jade talisman contains the power deposited by grandfather. If you carry it on your body, even if that old man Ting personally strikes, he can still keep you safe." Morong Bo's tone was calm, but filled with powerful confidence. The gap between immortal emperors and immortal emperors was immense. Ting had broken through to Immortal Emperor less than 1,000,000 years ago and was now only in the early Immortal Emperor stage, while he was already in the middle Immortal Emperor stage. In terms of strength, 10 Tings wouldn't be enough to beat him. Otherwise, that guy wouldn't have just left that easily. "Thank you, grandfather." Ning smiled and put it away. Although he didn't necessarily use it, it was a token of Grandpa's thoughts. Morong Bo waved his hand. "Alright, you go down first. Grandpa still has some affairs to deal with." Grandchildren leave. After Ning left the Great Hall, he was soon called over by Wu Tianyun again. "Son, you slaughtered that guy Hong?" I killed him." Good kill." Wu Tianyun laughed and patted Ning's shoulder. He still had some understanding of his elder brother's grudge against the Yi clan's young patriarch. One thought about the causes and consequences and he knew what was going on. It must have been that guy Hong who wanted to find trouble with his son because of what happened to his elder brother back then, and ended up kicking the can down the road and being killed by his son in return. But Hong is after all the son of the Yi clan's patriarch. It's still a bit of a problem to be killed just like that. I'll have to greet your grandfather's side and see if I can ask an Immortal Emperor clan elder to protect your path. Wu Tianyun said with a straight face. Ning shook his head. "Father, no need. My child has a protective jade talisman bestowed by grandfather on him, so even if I face an Immortal Emperor, I can still defend myself, and I don't need a clan elder to protect the Tao." "Alright then." Wu Tianyun didn't insist. He knew that his son had a lot of secrets on his body. If there was an Immortal Emperor clan elder following him around, there would indeed be many inconveniences. After chatting with his father for a while, Ning returned to his own residence. A few days passed by in a flash. On this day, it was the 600,000th birthday of his uncle Morong Chen. Immortal Sun Palace. In the main hall, people from all the great powers sent birthday gifts. Morong Chen's status as the Morong Emperor clan's young patriarch was honorable, and for his birthday, almost all of the major superpowers in the Taichu ancient realm sent people to celebrate his birthday. There were a total of 13 superpowers in the entire Taichu ancient realm, including the 5 godless clans of the true Martial Imperial clan, Morong Imperial clan, Xian Yuan Imperial clan, Thousand Leaf Imperial clan, and Jiang Imperial clan. There were also the 4 supreme immortal kingdoms of the Taigu Immortal Court, the Great Desolate Immortal Court, the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom, and the Eternal Immortal Kingdom. Lastly, there were the 4 great immortal Dao systems of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, the Wan Dao Heavenly Palace, the Misty Immortal Mansion, and the Heavenly Diffraction Dao Sect. These 13 superpowers were powers that belonged to the first echelon standing in the Taichu ancient realm. They stood at the top of the Taichu ancient realm. No one could shake them. The second echelon were top-tier forces like the Tantai Immortal clan that had no less than 10 immortal emperors. The best of them might even exist at the Dao level above immortal emperors, and even the superpowers wouldn't easily mess with them. Chapter 100: The Battlefield of the Heavens. The third echelon was the Immortal Emperor Dao. One only needed to have an Immortal Emperor to be considered to have stepped into the third echelon. In reality, most of these Immortal Emperor Dao traditions were dependent on superpowers, or under some powerful top-tier powers. Only some Immortal Emperor Dao teams in remote immortal domains possessed independent power. The fourth echelon was the Immortal King Dao unification. Some powerful Immortal King Daedons might possess quasi-immortal Emperor powerhouses within them. The Immortal King Dao units were then dependent on the Immortal Emperor Dao units. There was a fifth echelon underneath it.
Compared to the entire Taichu ancient realm, the fifth echelon was collectively known as the unimpressive forces. Without even a single immortal king, they were unimpressive in the eyes of those superpowers. The entire Taichu ancient realm's forces were in this 5-tiered pyramid pattern. The 13 superpowers stood at the top. At this moment, in the main hall of Immortal Sun Palace, Wu Ning had met the other superpowers of the 13 superpowers. Most of the people who came from these powers were of the same generation as Morong Chen. The ages were all counted in terms of 10,000 years. Most were starting at 100,000 years. They were juniors in the eyes of those old guys, but to Wu Ning, they were all a bunch of old monsters. Wu Ning sat in his seat, drinking immortal wine while quietly surveying the seats of the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace and the misty Immortal Mansion. Yaoqi Heavenly Palace was clear of women, and most of them were white-skinned and beautiful with extremely high natural talent. In the pamphlet given to him by his aunt Wu Minghua, the number one beauty of the young generation in the Taichu ancient realm today was the contemporary heavenly maiden of Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, Snowflawless. The second on the beauty list was the Misty Immortal Mansion's contemporary goddess, Feng Kai Wei. Although the Misty Immortal Mansion was not as clear of women as the Yaoqi Heavenly Palace, it was also a yin and yang, and possessed a large number of magnificent fairies and nymphs. Wu Ning secretly said that it was a pity that he hadn't met Shui Wuxia and Feng Kai Wei. He was also curious about the peerless beauties that were able to rank first and second among the young generation of the vast primordial ancient realm. Cousin. At this moment, Morong Lingshuan's voice came over from the side. Wu Ning turned his head to look, only to see that he was followed by an imposing youth with a noble and elegant temperament. His nose was high and straight, his face was polished and white, hanging a smile like a spring breeze, his eyes were bright as stars, and the corners of his mouth were slightly hooked, revealing a few moments of cynical spontaneity. Cousin, this is my old brother Morong Hao Yu. Morong Lingxian narrowed her eyes and introduced with a smile. Cousin. Wu Ning shouted with a smile. This cousin was now more than 50,000 years old, quite a bit older than his father. His cultivation level was already heavenly immortal perfection, and by the looks of it, he wasn't very far from breaking through to immortal king. Cousin, I wanted to go and meet you when you were born back then, but unfortunately, I was traveling in other immortal realms at that time and didn't make it in time before you went to the lower realms to practice. Morong Hao Yu laughed and patted his shoulder, a sense of closeness showing in his eyes. His relationship with Morong Yin was extremely good. Although he was aunt and nephew, he was several 100,000 years older than Morong Yin. The two of them got along like brother and sister again. Cousin, go, accompany cousin to have a drink. Morong Hao Yu brought Wu Ning into a side hall next to him, where there were only some juniors of the Morong Imperial clan. Big brother Hao Yu. The crowd greeted Morong Hao Yu one after another. Jing Yuan, Wen Feng, you guys haven't seen each other for a long time, it looks like your cultivation has made quite a breakthrough again. Morong Hao Yu greeted them, then brought Wu Ning to sit on one of the empty tables. He then took out a jar of immortal wine and placed it on the table. Cousin, this wine is called Red Dust Drunkenness, which was obtained by Cousin Me from a clan known for brewing wine in the ancient spirit immortal region, 100,000 extreme immortal stones per altar. And it has a price without a market. Morong Hao Yu patted the wine altar, looking smug. 100,000 extreme grade immortal stones per altar of immortal wine was definitely extremely expensive. Seeing Morong Hao Yu's esteemed appearance, Wu Ning also developed a few interests. Morong Hao Yu uncovered the lid. Immediately, a strange wine aroma wafted out, instantly filling the entire hall, and just smelling the wine aroma caused a hint of intoxication. If one's cultivation was low, I'm afraid that just smelling it would make them drunk and unconscious. Good wine! Wu Ning exclaimed in admiration. Morong Hao Yu's status was extraordinary, his eyesight was naturally extremely high, and the immortal wine that could be held in such high esteem by him was indeed extraordinary. Big brother Hao Yu, give us a bowl. A few disciples who were familiar with Morong Hao Yu came up. Just half a bowl per person. Morong Hao Yu crooked the mouth of the altar and poured half a bowl for them before dismissing them. Come, cousin, let's not get drunk today. The two of them drank against each other, and Morong Hao Yu quickly became intoxicated. As he drank, he recounted to Wu Ning what he had seen during his travels outside. Cousin, do you know about the battlefield of the heavens? Without waiting for Wu Ning to answer, he spoke on his own. The battlefield of the heavens is a strange ancient space that is boundless and extremely vast, and it doesn't belong to the Taichu ancient realm, but rather, it connects to all the realms of the heavens. It is said that there are portals to the battlefield of the heavens in many of the great worlds of the heavens.
The portal to the battlefield of the heavens on our side of the Tai Chu ancient realm is in the Taigu Immortal Realm, which is the territory of the Taigu Immortal Court. The battlefield of the heavens only allows strong individuals below immortal emperors to enter. It's a gathering place for the celestial pride of the entire heavenly realms, and it's said that there are many chances to become an emperor within.
Cousin, I should be able to break through to Immortal King in a short while. When I do, I must go to the battlefield of the heavens to make a break for it. That's where young heavenly prides from all the heavens should go.
10,000 lofty sentiments surged out from Morong Haoyu's body. To compete with the young prides of the heavens and the worlds, it sounded like it made one's blood boil.
One can only enter under an immortal emperor?
Wu Ning shook his head slightly. He had just about exceeded the limit. The gathering place of the young prides of the worlds of the heavens and the worlds of the worlds did indeed hold a small amount of interest for him. Unfortunately, he was already an immortal emperor. His cultivation strength had grown so quickly that he hadn't even competed and fought against other prides of the same generation, and Wu Ning couldn't help but feel a faint trace of regret in his heart. He didn't know if the sky-shielding umbrella could shield the heavens and take him in, but if it could, he could bring his mom and dad in for a stroll later. The chance to become an emperor, he does not need, old mom and dad just need. There is also little white and little green, the people around him, their cultivation cannot be weak. Wu Ning smiled faintly and continued to listen to Morong Haoyu recount his travels and insights.
In the middle of the main hall, on the seat of the eternal immortal kingdom, a gold-robed youth looked around and said with some confusion, "Hee, how come I don't see anyone from the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan? Cousin Yi Heng sent a message to me earlier that his elder brother was in seclusion and that he would come on his elder brother's behalf to celebrate brother Morong's birthday, so how come we haven't seen anyone else?" They from the eternal immortal kingdom had only arrived at the Morong Imperial clan yesterday, and were not at all clear about what had happened before. Hearing his words, many people around immediately shifted their gazes to the seats of the martial clan. Chapter 101 Eternal Immortal Kingdom's Royal Prince.
But they had heard that Yi Heng's death seemed to be related to that young son of the martial clan. Seeing this, the gold-robed youth also followed their gazes.
What's going on? A flash of doubt flashed through the gold-robed youth's eyes. The people from the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan didn't come. Could it be related to the martial clan?
Suddenly, a voice rang out in his mind.
"Brother Junmu, Yi Heng has fallen."
That voice quickly informed the gold-robed youth of what he knew had happened, and only a short moment of time had passed.
Clang!
Junmu stood up violently, knocking over the jade tray of wine bottles in front of him, his face carrying a thick shock, his eyes incredulously looking in the direction of the martial race seats.
"Cousin Yi Heng is dead?"
Junmu murmured in horror. Yi Heng's mother was his aunt. He and Yi Heng were of similar age, and the two of them were considered to have played together from childhood to adulthood, and with more than 200,000 years of friendship, their relationship was naturally extremely good. Suddenly hearing the news of Yi Heng's death made him a little confused.
A good person, how did he suddenly die? Boom!
In the next moment, a trace of anger emerged from his eyes, slapping the white jade immortal table in front of him and angrily walking towards Wu Tianyun.
"Damn it! You Wu clan have great guts, how dare you kill my cousin Yi Heng?" Boom!
A powerful immortal king's pressure erupted, a violent aura swept towards the surroundings, the immortal young palace was shaken to the point that it trembled violently, and quite a few people with low cultivation were instantly sent flying.
Wu Tianyun waved his hand to protect the immortal table in front of him and looked at him with a calm face. "Prince Junmu, don't slander. Yi Heng committed suicide. What does his death have to do with my martial clan?" "Ha ha!" Junmu let out a maniacal laugh. "How dare you argue?
Yi Heng had just clashed with your son in one foot and died in the next. How dare you say that it has nothing to do with your martial clan?"
"Think this prince is an idiot."
Who knows if there was something he couldn't think of. Wu Tianyun said with a pale expression, "Junmu, everything has to be about evidence. You are a noble prince, so you must not be unfamiliar with the laws of your eternal immortal kingdom, right?"
"How dare you? Does this prince need you to comment on his actions? It's almost as if your elder brother, Wu Tianhua, is here. What are you?" Boom!
Junmu let out a furious shout and directly kicked the white jade immortal table in front of Wu Tianyun. Crumbs of wine splashed, but was immediately stopped by an invisible force.
"You're the one who is wanton." Morong Chen's face sank as the terrifying pressure of the immortal king extreme realm crushed towards him.
A blue-robed middle-aged man silently appeared beside Junmu, gently dissolving Morong Chen's pressure.
Quasi-immortal emperor. Morong Chen's gaze condensed. This fellow actually had a quasi-immortal emperor protecting him. The atmosphere was tense.
In the hall, many guests quietly retreated, fearing that they would be caught in the crossfire. Only the people from the other superpowers were steadily sitting on the sidelines, watching the show with interest. However, many of them were looking at Wu Tianyun with puzzled gazes. They realized that this young master of the Wu clan seemed to be a little bit uncomplicated. Facing the might of an immortal king, he hadn't been affected in the slightest. How on earth did he manage to do that? Right at this moment, Wu Tianyun stood up with a cold face and suddenly greeted him with a fierce slap. Slap! Junmu instantly flew backwards, his body leaving a residual shadow in the air before banging with a loud bang, ruthlessly hitting the immortal gold wall of the Grand Hall. Boom! The entire immortal Sun Palace instantly emitted a violent shaking, jade plates and wine bottles falling to the ground with a crash. Marred! Calling you a prince, do you really think you are someone? Wu Tianyun snorted disdainfully. He was the young lord of the Wu clan, his status was equal to that of the eternal immortal kingdom's crown prince. A mere ordinary prince, who didn't look at what grade he was in, dared to clamor in front of him. Did he really think that he was too young to be bullied? The crowd watched in disbelief. Junmu had actually been slapped away? Immediately, their eyes narrowed as they looked at Wu Tianyun in shock. Junmu's cultivation was already at the mid-immortal king stage, and to be able to slap him away with a slap, one would need to be at least at the late immortal king stage to be able to do so. Wu Tianyun was young, just over 10,000 years old. Could he already be a late immortal king? How was this possible? Morongchen's eyelids jumped. When did this brother-in-law of his become so fierce? The blue-robed middle-aged man's face was blue, his gaze was gloomy as he stared at Wu Tianyun, but he did not dare to make any movements. He was able to sense that there was at least one immortal emperor watching this place at the moment. Wu Tianyun and Junmu were considered to be of the same generation, and no matter who won or lost in their fight, those old men would at most make a move to stop them, and it was impossible for them to pull down their faces to make a move against a junior. But if he dared to act rashly, he was afraid that he would be taught a terrible lesson. Wu Tianyun coldly glanced at him and did not pay any attention. Ah! Bastard, I will kill you! Junmu let out a furious roar, his eyes bloodshot, his heart raging to the extreme as he killed towards Wu Tianyun like lightning. Boom! In the next instant, his body flew backwards again at an even faster speed, but this time it was caught by the blue-robed middle-aged man. Unconscionable! Wu Tianyun said indifferently. He had already been elevated to a quasi-immortal emperor by his son, and even if he didn't use his immortal power cultivation, he was still not something an ordinary immortal king would be able to contend with based on the strength of his physical body alone. This is impossible. I don't believe it, how could you be so strong? Junmu was hysterical, looking like a madman. He had already cultivated to the mid-immortal king stage at the age of over 200,000, which was extremely rare even in the eternal immortal kingdom's Imperial clan, and now he was slapped away twice in a row by a kid who was only 10,000 years old, like swatting a fly. This made him feel so humiliated that he wanted to eat his flesh and drink his blood. Wu Tianyun snorted disdainfully, "You can't even beat me with one hand, you have the nerve to mention my big brother with such little strength, I don't know where you got the courage." Looking at the face of the eternal immortal kingdom, this young lord spares your life. If you see this young lord in the future, remember to roll farther away yourself. Of course, if you want to find someone to retaliate, this young lord is also ready to accompany you. You! Junmu's eyes were bloodshot, his anger rushed straight to his head, and if it wasn't for the blue-robed middle-aged man holding him down, he would definitely have to use his bottom card to rush up and fight with him. Enough! Morongchen lightly droned, then said, "Tianyun, you say less. Prince Junmu, you also calm down, today is my birthday, we are all chatting and drinking, and how good it is to be in peace, there is no need to fight to the death over a little thing." A little thing? Anger bubbled up in Junmu's eyes. His cousin who was like a brother died, what the hell do you call this a little thing? Morongchen turned a blind eye to his eyes and waved his hand towards the side. "Come on, Imperial Prince Junmu is tired, take him to the East China Hall to rest." The two fairy-skirted attendants bowed before walking beside Junmu. "Your Highness Junmu, please." Junmu was furious in his heart and snorted coldly, "There is no need, your Morong Imperial clan is treating their guests so well, naturally, this Imperial Prince will not stay and let others bully him. Uncle Yu, let's go." Chapter 102 Returning to the martial clan. Junmu left with anger. The atmosphere in the hall was somewhat cold. Morongchen waved his hand and said, "Just leave, don't worry about him, the immortal music is all played, let's continue drinking." The curling sound of the zither resounded once again. Many people gazed at the plain-faced Wu Tianyun with suspicion, and said in their hearts, "I'm afraid the Wu clan has produced a demon." To have such a cultivation level at over 10,000 years old was simply appalling. This young master of the martial clan was usually quiet, but I didn't expect his strength to be so powerful.
In the side hall next to him, Morong Hao stared incredulously. Cousin, your father is already an immortal king? Aha!
Wuing nodded slightly. He just broke through not long ago, and because of some special opportunities, his strength might be a little stronger than the average immortal king.
Morong Hao was speechless with pathos.
He had recently sought the opportunity to break through to immortal king, and was confident that he would break through within 100 years, and by then he would be an immortal king of more than 50,000 years old. Such a young immortal king was extremely rare amongst all superpowers. This caused a hint of pride to inevitably arise in his heart. But now, he had actually met an immortal king who was just over 10,000 years old. The pride in his heart was instantly gone.
How exactly did little Auntie cultivate? In the past, I saw that his talent wasn't any higher than mine.
Morong Hao muttered and suddenly stood up violently. No, I need to close the door now.
Without breaking through to immortal king, I vow not to come out of seclusion.
The words fell, and without having the time to say hello to Wuing, he straightened without a figure. Wuing shook his head and smiled, sipping his wine alone. Uncle's birthday had almost come to an end here.
2 days later,
the people from all the major powers who had come to celebrate the birthday had already left one after another. A lot of things had happened at this birthday banquet, and they didn't have the heart to stay in the Morong Imperial clan for much longer.
However, Wuing's family did not leave. The old couple was eagerly thinking about their daughter and hadn't seen her for decades, so they wanted the Wuing family to stay in Morong for a year and a half before leaving. A year and a half was not long for them, so naturally there was no reason to refuse.
Immortal Sun Palace.
In the middle of a book hall, Morong Chen looked at a crystalline jade box and fell into deep thought. How does this thing look like the Bodhi seed from the legend?
Bodhi seed was a legendary emperor-grade immortal pill, capable of dispelling the demons of the heart, improving enlightenment, and capable of helping one to realize the great Tao, and he had only seen it in the ancient books of his clan. It was said that the Bodhi tree existed in the other great worlds of the heavens, and only the heavenly diffusion Tao sect in the Taichou ancient realm had once possessed a Bodhi tree sapling, but it had been destroyed before it could grow. He gazed at the crystalline jade like jasper Bodhi seed in the jade box, which contained an extremely majestic energy and exuded an arcane Tao rhythm. Just looking at it calmed one's mind and made it extremely divine.
A moment later, he brought Wu Tianyun over. Brother-in-law, where did you get this Bodhi seed?
Morong Chen placed the jade box in front of him, his eyes somewhat puzzled.
The Bodhi seed was such a precious thing, how could this kid be so generous? Wu Tianyun swept his gaze and said with a smile, Big brother, this is the birthday gift Ninger sent you and asked me to hand it over to you along with it. From Ninger?
Morong Chen was even more puzzled. Ninger had only just returned to the martial clan. Where did she get such a precious thing? He frowned. You take this back. How can I, as a senior, accept something from him? A junior, a normal gift would be just fine, but this Bodhi seed is so precious, how can I accept it?
Wu Tianyun smiled and said, Big brother, this is a token of Ninger's appreciation, just accept it. Ninger, he shouldn't be lacking this. No way.
Morong Chen categorically said, Bodhi seeds are different from normal imperial medicines, they are able to enhance enlightenment, they can make Ninger's future path a lot better, I can't take them. Wu Tianyun thought for a moment and said, how about this then, I'll call Ninger over, and you can tell him in person.
Soon,
Wuing came to the Hall of Books.
Uncle, you can take this Bodhi seed, I have quite a few more here, don't believe me.
Wuing directly pulled out a handful of Bodhi seeds that emitted a crystalline green light, roughly 7 or 8 of them. He had an immortal-grade Bodhi Dao tree that had 3,000 Bodhi seeds on it, and all of them were ripe.
Giving one to his own uncle didn't hurt him at all.
Of course, Wuing didn't intend to give away too many. The Bodhi seeds had the best effect when taking the first one, which should be enough to help his uncle break through to the quasi-immortal emperor realm. When taking the second one, the effect would be greatly reduced. These were all things he had personally tested. Therefore, he did not send Morong Hao Bodhi seeds to help him break through to Immortal King, intending to give it to him later when he advanced to Quasi-Immortal Emperor.
Morong Chen looked at the handful of Bodhi seeds in Wuing's hand and froze for a moment. Since when did things like Bodhi seeds come in handfuls? Ninger, you're this.
He had wanted to ask Wuing where he had gotten so many linden seeds, but he swallowed his words as they reached his mouth.
It was self-evident that Bodhi seeds were precious, and likely involved some hidden secret, not something he should ask.
Wuing smiled, Uncle, this Bodhi seed should allow you to break the extreme realm one step further. If it's not enough, Ninger still has it here.
Enough is enough.
Morongchen hurriedly waved his hand, and a trace of fire grew in his heart. He had already reached the Immortal King realm for quite a few years, and was still extremely far from certifying as an Immortal Emperor, but he still had some certainty about breaking through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. If he added this Bodhi seed to help him, he would be at least 90% sure of making a breakthrough. Morongchen didn't push back any further, his gaze gently looking towards Wuing, saying, "Ninger, then uncle won't be polite with you, this Bodhi seed is indeed of great use to me." Wuing smiled, "Uncle, Ninger hereby congratulates you in advance for stepping into the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm." Morongchen laughed, "If uncle can break through, you, Ninger, are the biggest contributor." He stepped forward and patted Wuing's shoulder. "Uncle will remember this favor in his heart. If you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to come to me, uncle will back you up." "Uncle, we are all relatives, so there's no need to say these out-of-the-way words." "Ha, well said." Shortly thereafter, Morongchen couldn't wait to close the door as well. Wuing spent his days with his parents, accompanying his grandparents as they chatted and drank tea. Or occasionally, he accompanied his little cousin as she wandered around the Morong Imperial clan, getting to know the younger generation of the Morong Imperial clan, and signing in at some special places in the meantime. The remaining number of annual signing times was quickly used up by him, and at the same time, he accumulated another 20 million years of signing cultivation. Time flashed by, and the first half of the year soon passed. Morongchen and Morong Haoyu, father and son, were still in seclusion. On this day, the Wuing family was preparing to depart back to the martial clan. Morong Bo was worried that the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan would send someone to intercept them, so for safety's sake, he directly used the clan's ancient teleportation array to teleport them to the center of the martial extreme immortal domain, in the starfield near the martial clan's secret realm. Chapter 103: The Dao Sun Battle Advances. Finally back again. Just after returning to the martial clan, Wu Tianyun was called over by the old master. In the true martial grand hall, Wu Xian carefully sized up this son of his, and after a long time, a brilliant light exploded from his eyes. "You have broken through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm?" Although there was only a one-word difference between a Quasi-Immortal Emperor and an Immortal Emperor, the difference was like a cloud of mud. As Wu Xian carefully probed, Wu Tianyun's current cultivation could not be hidden from him. He knew that his grandson possessed that kind of heaven-defying treasure that could directly raise his cultivation level, and would inevitably use it for his parents. Wu Tianyun nodded slightly. "I won't hide it from my father, my cultivation has already been raised to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm by Ninger." Although only his immortal power cultivation had broken through, his physical body and divine soul still belonged to the Immortal King level. His comprehension of the power of the Great Tao was even weaker, merely comparable to some ordinary immortal kings. But a Quasi-Immortal Emperor was a Quasi-Immortal Emperor. Simply crushing with immortal power was enough to easily defeat the vast majority of the world's top immortal kings. "Ha ha!" Wu Xian erupted into a burst of cheerful laughter. Not only was he happy for his son, he was even happier for his grandson. With a heaven-defying treasure like that in his grandson's hands, the martial clan should prosper. Good. Good. With such a unicorn son in my true martial emperor clan, I might be able to lead my clan even further in the future, to the top of the Taichu. Ha ha ha. Wu Xian stroked his palms and laughed, his expression becoming slightly agitated. Wu Tianyun also laughed, a hint of pride showing in his eyes. No matter how outstanding Wu Ning was, that was his son. A moment later, Wu Xian's laughter stopped. His gaze fell back to Wu Tianyun, looking him up and down, a hint of satisfaction appearing in his eyes. "Not bad, much better than that rebellious son. Tianyun, since you've broken through to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm, it's time for you to start getting in touch with the affairs of the clan. Our martial clan dominates the entire martial extremity immortal region, and whether it's within or outside the clan, there are tons of affairs that need to be dealt with on a daily basis. You still have a lot to learn from these. I will arrange for a few elders to assist you. In his day, after you have proven yourself, you will be able to take over the burden of martial leader of the martial clan from my father." Wu Xian said with a leisurely gaze. A trace of difficulty appeared on Wu Tianyun's face. "Father, isn't this a bit early?" He was still young, it was not easy for him to branch out, he still planned to go out for a wave. He didn't want to just stay trapped in the martial clan. Early for what? Wu Xian glared at him. "Do you think you're playing house if you want to control such a large imperial clan? You have no foundation and know nothing now. If you don't start learning now, when do you want to wait?" He was still willing to take it easy. He had long since stopped wanting to take on this patriarchal position. If it wasn't for that rebellious son of Wu Tianhua who preferred to become a bull emperor's son-in-law rather than take his place, Why would he have to work so hard every day? Now it was hard for him to wait for the little one to grow up, but he couldn't wait to pass on the position to him now. So as soon as Wu Tianyun returned, he couldn't wait to call him over. Father. Ninger is even stronger than me right now. I think you can actually pass the clan head position directly to him. Wu Tianyun thought about it, and didn't hesitate to sell his son short. A flash of thought passed through Wu Xin's eyes before he shook his head and said, "No, Ninger possesses the potential to grow into a supreme powerhouse. He's still young now. It's the best time for him to cultivate. He can't be delayed in his cultivation by these trivial matters in the clan. Let's wait until he's cultivated for a few million years." Father. Wu Tianyun shouted resentfully. Before he could say anything, Wu Xin directly waved his hand. "This matter is settled, don't mention it again." Wu Tianyun's heart was bitter, having long succumbed to his father's lustful authority, making him somewhat afraid to resist. After a moment's pause, Wu Xian continued. With Ninger's current cultivation strength, there is no longer any doubt that he will contend for the position of Dao Sun, and there is no need to wait until 200 years from now. I'll go find a few clan elders to discuss this, and bring forward the Dao Sun competition as soon as possible. 2 days later. A piece of news spread amongst the martial clan with great speed. The Dao Sun's contest had been advanced and would open 3 years later. The entire clan was in an uproar, with countless clansmen discussing it passionately. What on earth has happened? Isn't the Dao Sun's contest still over 200 years away? Why has it suddenly been brought forward? Who knows, I originally wanted to take advantage of these 200 years to put up another fight to see if I could break through to the true immortal realm. Now it seems hopeless, alas. Some people are sad and some are happy. Haha, I'm 2,900 years old this year. The Dao Sun's contest has actually been advanced by 200 years. Doesn't that mean I also have a chance to participate? There are still 3 years to go. Hearing this news, I'm afraid that all those clan geniuses who are still practicing outside will immediately rush back, so there will be a lot of action to watch at that time. Our martial arts clan is full of great geniuses, and this Daozi competition is bound to be a battle between the dragons and the tigers, and I wonder who will win in the end? I've heard that those senior members of our clan seem to have decided on a Taoist son, to be able to be recognized by those bigwigs. There must be something extraordinary. I think the final winner should be him. That's not certain, after all, that person's age is too young. It is estimated that he has only broken through to the true immortal realm not long ago. There are quite a few true immortal demons within 3,000 years of age in our clan, and there are even some that have already broken through to the middle stage of true immortality, such as the Emperor son of the true feather immortal palace. There's also the demon who crossed the colorful immortal tribulation at Divine Show Peak 800 years ago. It seems that he has also broken through to the middle stage of true immortality. Star Immortal Palace. Wu Xiaoyu's brows knitted. The Dao Sun contest had actually been brought forward. He had originally planned to break through to the middle stage of true immortality within 100 years, and coupled with his mixed immortal body, as well as the various masterpieces that his father had imparted to him, he had a great certainty of defeating the others to obtain the Quasi-Dao Z position. But now, the Dao Sun's competition was advanced, and his plans were all disrupted. Damn it, what the hell is going on? He took out a silver-white, ancient immortal mirror and urged it with his immortal power, and an image immediately surfaced in the mirror. It was the silhouette of a green-shirted man, in his 40s, with a majestic appearance and a vicissitude in his eyes, giving off a feeling of ages and ages of antiquity. Father. Wu Xiaoyu shouted. The green-shirted man smiled faintly. My son, you want to ask about the early Dao Sun contest, right? Yes, father. Alas. The green-shirted man sighed. This matter has already been finalized in the clan. You don't need to ask much, just let everything take its course. You'll know everything by then. Wu Xiaoyu slightly frowned. He knew his father's character. If he did not want to say, he could not ask anything. After chatting with his father for a few moments, he broke the connection with the Void God Mirror. There are still 3 years left. Going to the 10,000 Spirit Tower to break in should be enough to make a breakthrough. A hint of determination appeared in Wu Xiaoyu's eyes, and his figure instantly disappeared into the palace. Qiaoyun Immortal Palace. Ninger, your grandfather asked my father to start handling the affairs of the clan. You must help my father more. After all, sooner or later, this position will be passed on to you. Wu Tianyun said bitterly. Wu Ning smiled without saying anything. He now had no interest in the position of martial clan patriarch. It was simply more tiring than being an emperor. He had already thought about letting his father be the clan leader in the future, and with his own cultivation level, he should be able to directly become an old ancestor. Directly taking millions of years less detours. Chapter 104 10,000 Spirit Pagoda. Father, it's better for you to deal with these on your own, otherwise if Grandpa's side finds out, I'm afraid he'll be lecturing you again. Wu Ning laughed softly. He was used to being lazy and didn't want to be in charge of these troublesome matters.
Wu Tianyun's face stared and he sighed helplessly.
That's all, these trivial matters for father to deal with on his own. You brat, cultivate well and strive to break through to the immortal emperor realm as soon as possible. Yi Hang's death, the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan side won't take it lying down. For safety's sake, try not to leave the clan until you break through to immortal emperor. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Although he had already broken through to immortal emperor, he still intended to remain in the clan to accumulate signing opportunities, and indeed had no intention of leaving the clan.
He would not be leaving the clan for at least a while. You should also be careful, father, and if you need to go out, you can let me know. After father and son chatted for a while, Wu Tianyun left.
Subsequently, Wu Ning also left the Chaoyuan Immortal Palace and descended to the Divine Martial Continent. The core of the Martial Clan was undoubtedly the 9,000 immortal palaces in the heavens, but on the Divine Martial Continent, there were still quite a number of important clan sites, or forbidden sites. For example, the ancient Hall of Teleportation, such as the Forest of Asking. In addition, there were also many cultivation secrets or trial places that had been set up by powerful members of the clan. The 10,000 Spirit Tower, the Bridge to Heaven, the Immortal Stepping Stairs, the End of Enlightenment, and so on. Among them, the one that interested Wu Ning the most was the Tower of 10,000 Spirits. It was only because this tower was an extreme Dao artifact. The 10,000 Spirit Tower stood at the core of the Divine Martial Continent, hundreds of light years high, and was the most massive building on the Divine Martial Continent, with a total of 108 floors, so that even above the Nine Heavens Palace, one could clearly see the giant tower. The Tower of 10,000 Spirits is a place of trial. From humane great emperors, and even immortal emperors can enter it to participate in the trial. It was said that the tower was made by the great master of the clan that made the Divine Martial Continent in the first place, and that there were countless opportunities and treasures within it. Helping great emperors break through to immortality was nothing at all, and among them, there were also people who had obtained immortal emperor artifacts, and there were even people who had obtained the chance to certify as immortal emperors in the tower.
In addition, the 10,000 Spirits Tower also possessed 7 great war power rankings. They were the Emperor Realm ranking, True Immortal ranking, Heavenly Immortal ranking, Immortal King ranking, Quasi-Immortal Emperor ranking, Immortal Emperor ranking, and the 10,000 Spirits ranking. The 10,000 Souls ranking was a ranking of the number of floors in the tower, and the higher the number of floors in the tower, the higher the ranking. However, one needed to be at the Immortal King realm at the very least in order to be qualified to ascend the 10,000 Spirits ranking. It was roughly equivalent to a general list. Immortal King ranking, Quasi-Immortal Emperor ranking, Immortal Emperor ranking, and 10,000 Spirits ranking, these 4 major rankings were not open to everyone. One needed to possess the appropriate strength to be qualified to view the appropriate information. For example, a clansman with the strength of an Immortal King could at most only view the Immortal King list, as well as the ranking of the Immortal King names on the 10,000 Spirits list. At the same time, in order to protect the privacy of the clansman, as well as the secrets of the clan, Quasi-Immortal Emperors and above could freely choose whether or not to be on the list. Being on the list was an honor, but there were many treacherous people who didn't like to flaunt it. That's quite humane.
Wu Ning nodded slightly. He wasn't someone who liked to flaunt it. A several hundred-year-old immortal emperor was simply too appalling. If this news were to spread, it would definitely cause a sensation. If the Thousand Leaf Emperor clan, or those superpowers with a grudge against the Martial clan, knew about it, they might simply send out old monsters from the Great Dao realm to mess with him.
Indecent development was the way to go.
Wu Ning felt that it was better to keep a low profile at this stage. In front of the 10,000 Spirit Tower, Wu Ning looked at the 7 huge lists in the air. He could only view the Emperor Realm list, True Immortal list, and Heavenly Immortal list right now. The other lists were shrouded in a layer of hazy arcane light that even Immortal Emperor Divine Thoughts could not penetrate. Wu Ning had planned to break into the 10,000 Spirits Tower just to check those lists and get a general idea of the strongest members of the clan. First on the Emperor Realm ranking, Wu Tuo, 2,326 years old. Second on the Emperor Realm ranking, Wu Aotian, 857 years old. Third on the Emperor Realm ranking, Wu Qingyao, 932 years old. First on the True Immortal ranking, Wu Zixuan, 9,345 years old. Second on the True Immortal ranking, Wu Qingye, 7,584 years old. Third on the True Immortal ranking, Wu Qinghao, 37,867 years old. First on the Heavenly Immortal ranking, Wu Jidwan, 89,739 years old.
Second on the heavenly immortal ranking, Wu Qianmu, 128,633 years old. Third on the heavenly immortal ranking, Wu Qingmeng, 94,861 years old. Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly, surveying name after name on the three lists. The ones that could interest him needed to at least be ranked in the top 10 on the various lists. The population of the Martial clan numbered in the trillions, and there were countless Heaven's Pride demons. Those who were able to rank in the top 10 on these lists were definitely all demons whose battle prowess was heaven-defying and whose strength far exceeded their cultivation realm. Only these people were qualified to cause him to have a hint of interest. After surveying them for a moment, Wu Ning flew directly towards the entrance of the 10,000 Spirit Tower. The 10,000 Spirit Tower was hundreds of light years tall and frighteningly large, with hundreds of thousands of entrances. Each entrance was tens of thousands of kilometers tall. After entering the All-Spirit Tower, Wu Ning felt the scene before him instantly change, immediately arriving at a brand new world. This was the first level of the 10,000 Spirit Tower. The sky was high and wide. Waves of clouds filled the sky, and there was an endless desert wilderness. Extremely far away, there were also endless mountain ranges, forest seas, great rivers, and even endless oceans. The 10,000 Spirit Pagoda was an extremely high-grade Tao artifact, and its interior had long since formed its own world. There were a total of 108 layers, with one layer being larger than the other. Wu Ning let go of his divine sense. This first layer was about 100% the size of a middle thousand world. It was extremely large for any powerhouse below an immortal king. As his divine sense quickly swept through, Wu Ning realized that there were countless strange-looking beasts in this first layer. There were giant tigers with wings, large blood-colored birds without feathers, and apes with two heads that stood 10,000 feet tall and possessed at least Emperor realm strength. There were all sorts of strange appearances. In addition, there were hundreds of millions of disciples of the martial race in this heaven and earth. They were either fighting with ferocious beasts at the moment, or looking around for opportunistic treasures. Or they were hiding in some corner to rest and recuperate. All the ferocious beasts in the 10,000 Spirits Tower were derived from the power of this tower. After endless years, these beasts had already formed a separate race. They were not too different from the demonic beasts and exotic beasts in the outside world. The only special thing was that once these beasts saw the disciples of the martial race approaching, they would lose their minds and go crazy, pouncing on them and killing them. Do not stop until they die. Therefore, entering the 10,000 Spirits Tower was a life and death crisis. However, as long as one kills a beast at will, one has the qualification to leave the 10,000 Spirits Tower. The next time you enter, you will be directly transported out. The next time you enter, you will directly appear at the level you exited from, without the need to break through again layer by layer. However, if you want to enter the next layer, you need to kill at least 100 ferocious beasts. And you need to fulfill a certain standard of combat strength. For example, on the first layer, 100 Emperor realm ferocious beasts needed to be killed. With a slight movement of Wu Ning's divine thoughts, 100 Emperor realm ferocious beasts instantly fell. Then, a portal emitting a light blue light appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Wu Ning took one step in and immediately disappeared into the first layer. Chapter 105 Top 5 of the Heavenly Soul Ranking. In the 10,000 Spirit Tower, the first 12 floors all corresponded to Emperor-level cultivation. Those who were able to successfully break through to the 8th floor before becoming an immortal were almost exclusively the best of the best amongst the emperors. Those who were able to successfully break through to the 12th floor were all demonic prides with unbelievable battle prowess. On the Emperor realm ranking, only the first 20 or so people were able to make it this far. The 13th to 24th floors of the 10,000 Spirit Tower corresponded to a true immortal realm cultivation. The 25th to 36th floors corresponded to a heavenly immortal realm cultivation. A moment later, Wu Ning had opened the portal to the 36th floor. Someone actually broke through to the 36th floor again? The fluctuations from the opening of the spatial gateway of the 10,000 Spirit Tower quickly drew the attention of several heavenly immortal realm demons hundreds of light years away. Only 100 years ago that Kid Wu Tong just broke through to the 36th floor. I didn't expect someone else to come up so soon. I wonder who it is this time. It should be Wu Feng. After Wu Tong came up, the most powerful at the 35th floor should be him. As several people spoke, their figures flashed, directly spanning hundreds of light years of distance, instantly moving near the space portal. Wu Ning had just stepped out of the portal, and with a glance, he saw several of them. 4 men and 1 woman.
The 4 youths were handsome and imposing, some with disdainful gazes, others with gentle gazes and unrivaled temperaments, and without exception, all of them revealed a trace of natural arrogance between their brows to a greater or lesser extent. The woman was wearing a light blue glazed immortal dress, her skin was snowy and delicate, a head of green silk like a waterfall pouring down, tied casually by a blue ribbon, her eyes were dark and bright, vaguely emitting a soft starlight. The aura of these people was extremely powerful, far beyond the normal heavenly immortal realm perfection. They should all already have the qualifications to impact the immortal king realm. Who is this person? Why haven't I seen him before? No impression at all. Could it be a dark horse that has risen over the years? This person is quite something, I can't even detect his aura at all. No! A flash of shock appeared in the eyes of one of the youths. I realized that the divine thoughts couldn't detect his presence at all. If it wasn't for the fact that my eyes could still see, I wouldn't have been able to spot him. A few people were slightly shocked in their hearts. Could this be an existence that has already broken through to the immortal king realm? The 34th and 35th floors also had quite a few people who had long since cultivated to the limit of the heavenly immortal realm, all of whom had the potential to directly certify as immortal kings. After their breakthrough, if they wanted to go to a higher level, they naturally had to pass through the 36th layer. A few people muttered in their hearts, speculating that Wuing was an existence that had broken through to immortal king directly from the 34th, or 35th, layer. Wuing smiled faintly and took a step in front of them. You few should be the top few existences on the heavenly immortal ranking, right? My name is Wu Jiedu. My name is Wu Qianmu. Wu Qingmeng. Marshal Qi Yuan. Wu Xiaoyun. Several people reported their names one after another. It just so happened to be the top 5 ranked on the heavenly immortal ranking. Wuing smiled and nodded, saying, I've seen your names on the heavenly immortal rankings, and I didn't expect to meet you as soon as I came in. By the way, my name is Wuing. These people were not young, at least 80 or 90,000 years old, and truly speaking, they might even be considered his elders. Wuing? The few people looked at each other and all secretly shook their heads, none of them having much of an impression of this name. Roar! Wu! Suddenly, a group of ferocious beasts with extraordinarily strong auras rushed over towards the side, seemingly attracted by the fluctuations emanating from the 10,000 spirit pagoda when it opened its spatial door. Not good. It actually attracted so many ferocious beasts? Several people's faces changed slightly. The strength of these ferocious beasts was extremely terrifying. It was fine for them to deal with 1 or 2 heads, but they would need to use their cards to deal with 3 heads, and if they exceeded 3 heads, they would only be able to run away. Now, there was actually a large group of them. There are hundreds of them. From all directions, they were simultaneously encircling towards them. These ferocious beasts were extremely large in size, hundreds of them, and at a glance, their magnificent bodies were all over the place, as if the entire heaven and earth were filled up. There was simply no weak spot to break out. The gazes of several people were grave. With so many terrifying beasts, it was impossible to fight, and they were already prepared to teleport out of the 10,000 spirit tower at any time. Wuing smiled faintly, rather, they had all come at once. Die! Snap! Wuing snapped his fingers. In the next instant, all of the ferocious beasts gave a violent lurch before they directly flew away in ash, transforming into their essence and rejoining the 10,000 spirit pagoda. Several people stared at Wuing with wide-eyed, dumbfounded gazes. Hundreds of terrifying ferocious beasts, just gone? Killed in seconds? Killing them in seconds wasn't even a kill. Snapping a finger and they were gone. The means were divine and unfathomable. Some of the more powerful immortal kings would probably find it difficult to do so with such ease. In the next moment, another spatial portal appeared beside Wuing, a spatial door leading to the 37th floor. Several of you, I'll be leaving first, I'll see you later. Wuing smiled at them before taking a step into the spatial portal, his figure instantly disappearing. There's absolutely no way this one has only just broken through to the immortal king realm. It's probably a senior who has been traveling outside for many years, and only returned to the clan after his cultivation directly broke through to an extremely high realm. Wu Zedwan laughed. I heard that the clan seems to have advanced the Dao Sun's contest to 3 years from now. After watching this hustle and bustle, it's time for me to prepare to break through to the immortal king. Me too, staying at this realm for tens of thousands of years, it's time to break through. Well, this position on the heavenly immortal ranking has been occupied for too long, it's time to give it up to someone else. After I break through to Immortal King, I plan to go to the Immortal region for training, and when the time is right, I'll go to the battlefield of the heavens to take a look. I've been yearning for it for a long time.
The battlefield of the heavens. Upon hearing this, several other people's eyes lit up. It was the gathering place of the demonic prides of the heavens and the worlds, and they had long yearned for it for a long time. The battlefield of the heavens, I also intend to go and take a look there. How about we travel in pairs when the time comes? Naturally, no problem. Count me in. There's also me. On the other side. Wuing quickly killed all the way to the higher levels of the 10,000 Spirit Tower at an extremely fast speed. The 37th to 60th floors corresponded to the Immortal King realm. The 61st to 84th floors corresponded to the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm. Wuing had already ascended to the 84th floor after only less than half an hour before and after. It was estimated that he had already broken the record for the fastest rush to the tower since the creation of the All-Spirit Tower. The higher the levels of the 10,000 Spirit Tower went, the more space there was within, but the fewer people there were. Roar! A terrifying ferocious beast with a body length of 3 light-years let out a world-shattering roar, like an ancient deity, waving its giant claws towards Wuing and smashing and slapping him. Boom! In the next second, it was directly smashed by Wuing with a single punch. The spatial portal reappeared. The next level is the Immortal Emperor realm's ferocious beasts, isn't it? A hint of fire appeared in Wuing's eyes. Chapter 106, Battle Strength Enhancement. The 85th floor of the 10,000 Spirit Tower. Wuing stepped out of the spatial portal. The space on this level was extremely vast, and even his Immortal Emperor divine thoughts were unable to probe to the edges. His figure moved and instantly disappeared in place. Soon, Wuing spotted an exceptionally magnificent black-scaled ferocious beast with a slender body that resembled a giant dragon. The aura emanating from its body was extremely ancient and terrifying, and its strength had definitely reached the Immortal Emperor realm level. Wuing was secretly shocked in his heart. This 10,000 spirit pagoda was truly terrifying, actually being able to even derive a terrifying beast of the Immortal Emperor realm. The terrifying black-scaled beast seemed to be sleeping, and hadn't noticed anyone approaching. Wuing's fleshly divine hidden power surged as he directly blasted upwards with a fist. Boom! His fleshly divine deposit had already taken half a step to greatness, and billions of divine deposits had opened up within his fleshly body, each containing enough divine deposit power to blow up a true immortal. With this punch, all the power of his fleshly body's divine reserves exploded, and the terrifying to the extreme power devastated the magnificent body of the black-scaled fierce beast. Boom! The boundless body of the black-scaled ferocious beast's body was instantly punched out with a gigantic hole of billions of kilometers, directly penetrating its ancient body. The residual power wrapped around it and flew out backwards. Ow roar! The black-scaled ferocious beast violently awoke from its slumber, letting out a roar mingled with agonizing fury, the sound traversing through endless space and time, as if a god was roaring in anger. Eat another punch from me. Wuing bullied his way up, once again swinging his fist round and smashing it towards the place where it had previously been heavily injured. Roar! The black-scaled ferocious beast once again let out a furious roar, and a terrifying ferocious beast pressure violently erupted from within its body, so vast that it shattered the void and crushed towards Wuing. Boom! The terrifying pressure crashed onto Wuing's body, and his body stuttered for a moment, feeling as if it had been smashed by a great force. However, he only paused for a split second before he once again charged towards the black-scale ferocious beast, swinging his fist and ruthlessly smashing it on top of its body at an even more terrifying speed. Boom! Blood and flesh splattered, and a terrifyingly large hole was once again smashed out of the black-scaled ferocious beast's body. Running through it, the two large holes were merely next to each other, almost on the verge of splitting its body in two. Roar! The black-scale ferocious beast let out a roar of pain as it violently retracted its giant tail and smashed it towards Wuing. At the same time, its eyes suddenly turned blood red, and its body began to insanely surge up, extremely terrifying. Break for me! Wuing softly shouted, simultaneously activating his cultivation and fleshly divine hidden power to nimbly avoid the black-scaled ferocious beast's giant tail, and slammed his fist blatantly on top of its body. With this punch, he exerted his full strength. It directly dry-wasted this terrifying ferocious beast of the Immortal Emperor realm, and its entire body was blasted into two halves, blood and flesh splattering and breaking apart. With its physical body heavily damaged, the battle power of the black-scaled ferocious beast immediately dropped by half. End it! Wuing's figure flickered, instantly appearing on top of its head before slamming his fist down so hard that an incomparably large piece of its head instantly disintegrated, turning into blood and flesh that spilled out. Boom! Wuing once again blasted out with a fist, blatantly exploding its divine soul,
turning into countless pieces of divine soul floating between heaven and earth, a large portion of which was directly annihilated.
Ning raised an eyebrow. This is dead?
He frowned slightly, feeling that although this black-scaled ferocious beast possessed strength that rivaled the Immortal Emperor realm, it wasn't considered a true Immortal Emperor realm at all. Immortal Emperor realm existences didn't die that easily, and even if their divine souls were blown out, as long as they possessed a trace of divine thoughts surviving in the world, they could be revived again. This guy's divine soul had only been blown up, and there were still so many divine soul fragments. He felt that this guy was more like an Immortal Emperor realm puppet, possessing strength that rivaled that of an Immortal Emperor, and his divine soul was like a spirit born from the puppet, very fragile, and died directly when it was blown up. After all, it wasn't a true Immortal Emperor and couldn't control the power of the Great Tao. It was much weaker than a true Immortal Emperor of the same realm. The corpse of the black-scaled fierce beast was strewn across the universe, constantly collapsing and returning to the All Souls Pagoda as origin energy. Ning looked at it for a few moments before directly leaving, continuing to search for other Immortal Emperor realm ferocious beasts. This time, it took Ning several days to get through the 85th layer and enter the 86th layer. After reaching the Immortal Emperor realm, there was an extremely large gap between each of the minor realms. Similarly, at the early Immortal Emperor realm, some might have only broken through to the Immortal Emperor realm not long ago, while some might already be on the verge of breaking through to the mid-Immortal Emperor realm. The former were definitely far from being a match for the latter. 10 early-stage Immortal Emperors who had just broken through wouldn't necessarily be able to beat an Immortal Emperor who was already on the verge of breaking through to the mid-stage. The difference in battle power between minor realms and minor realms was even more drastically different. During this period of time, Ning had swallowed quite a few immortal chaos source liquids, and coupled with his signed cultivation, he was slightly behind in terms of Great Tao comprehension, but his cultivation had already successfully stepped into the middle stage of Immortal Emperor. This allowed him to directly fight from the 85th tier to the 90th tier in one breath. At the 90th level, the strength of the beasts here had skyrocketed by more than 10 times, and Ning was already struggling to deal with them after successive battles. Although these beasts were not true Immortal Emperor realms, their strength was real. From the 89th floor, they already possessed a terrifying strength that rivaled that of a mid-Immortal Emperor. The beasts on the 90th level were more than enough to rival veteran mid-Immortal Emperors. It took Ning half a month to kill each one. However, with the constant high intensity of the battles, his combat strength was increasing by leaps and bounds. This kind of combat experience was what he lacked the most, and this 10,000 Spirits Pagoda could precisely help him make up for this deficiency, and it wasn't dangerous, so even if he really couldn't beat it, he could still directly teleport away. Ning's passion for fighting was high. Constantly looking for a ferocious beast to fight and kill. In addition to his own cultivation in various bodies, he had only used 1 or 2 Immortal Emperor artifacts, and the rest of his Tao artifacts to treasures had not been utilized. After all, it was to hone combat power, relying on treasures to win would lose its meaning. Time flashed by and a year and a half soon passed. After this year and a half of continuous fighting, Ning's combat prowess had already increased by a notch, and decimating the ferocious beasts of the 90th floor had also become much faster. At the very beginning, it had taken most of a month to kill one, but a year and a half later, he only needed less than a day. Efficiency had increased by more than 10 times. Time quickly passed for almost another month. 92 heads already, 8 more to go. Ning traveled around the 90th floor of the 10,000 Spirit Tower, searching everywhere for signs of Immortal Emperor realm ferocious beasts. However, no new Immortal Emperor realm ferocious beasts were found after searching for a long time. What's going on? There can't be nothing here, right? Ning's brows furrowed slightly, and after searching some more still to no avail, he could only stop. It shouldn't be? The 10,000 Spirit Pagoda was a superb Tao artifact that exceeded the Immortal Tao realm by an unknown amount, so how could it be void here? Chapter 107 Number 1 on the Immortal Emperor rankings. What Ning was unaware of was this. Although the 10,000 Spirit Pagoda was an extreme Tao artifact, in order to maintain its own operation, starting at the 85th floor, there were basically no more than 100 Immortal Emperor realm ferocious beasts on each floor. However, if one was beheaded, it would take at least tens of thousands of years before a new Immortal Emperor realm ferocious beast could be birthed. And not long ago, because of his immortal grade chaos source liquid, quite a few of the old guys in the clan had made a breakthrough. Their strength had skyrocketed quite a bit. During that period of time when he had traveled to the Murong Emperor clan, the Immortal Emperor realm fierce beasts on the 90th floor had just happened to be decimated by a few old fellows who had come in and killed a few of them. Sighing, Ning prepared to leave the 10,000 Spirit Tower. Counting the time, it had been almost 2 years since he had entered the 10,000 Spirit Tower. A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face. This trip to the 10,000 Spirit Pagoda had improved his combat power quite a bit, and he hadn't come for nothing. This really was a good place. As he was about to leave, Wu Ning stopped again. Together with some of the signing opportunities that I had accumulated earlier, I can just use 2 annual signings. This 10,000 Spirit Tower is a good place. I wonder what I can sign up for.
System, give me 2 annual signatures.
Ding, signing in was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a superb Dao weapon, the 10,000 World Star Map. Ding, the signing was successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 million years of cultivation.
A hint of satisfaction appeared on Wu Ning's face.
The 10,000 World Star Map was a map of the 10,000 worlds, as well as an extremely high-grade Dao artifact that could attack with the power of the world, and was unpredictable and terrifying in its power. 10 million years of cultivation was even more satisfying to him. With this 10 million years of cultivation, coupled with the 20 million years of cultivation he had accumulated previously, he would almost be able to master the power of the spatial Dao as well. A faint smile appeared on Wu Ning's face as he released his divine thoughts to hook the 10,000 Spirit Tower in preparation to go out. Just then, the 10,000 Years Tower transmitted a wave of will to him. It was to the effect of whether or not to disclose his battle power and ascend the Immortal Emperor battle power rankings. Wu Ning naturally refused. With only an Immortal Emperor realm cultivation, it wasn't yet time for him to take a high profile. In the next moment, a spatial door appeared beside him. Wu Ning took one step in, then appeared directly outside of the 10,000 Spirit Tower.
Now it's time to check out the other lists, isn't it?
Wu Ning muttered, looking up into the sky. First was the Immortal King ranking.
First on the Immortal King list, Wu Tianke. Second on the Immortal King ranking, Wu Yuan. Third on the Immortal King list, Wu Qingyang. First on the list of Quasi-Immortal Emperors, Roy Wu Yuan. Second on the Quasi-Immortal Emperor list, Wu Zong. Third on the Quasi-Immortal Emperor list, Wu Qingyue. First on the Immortal Emperor ranking, Wu Sansheng. Second on the Immortal Emperor ranking, Wu Jiuchao. Third on the Immortal Emperor ranking, Wu Daochou.
Wu Ning looked at the lists one by one. There were more than 300 quasi-immortal emperors who had appeared on the list. There were only 30 or so on the Immortal Emperor list, but the Martial clan definitely had more than just this many immortal emperors. Those old guys really did like to hide their strength.
Wu Sansheng. Wu Ning whispered the name.
Not only was this person number 1 on the Immortal Emperor ranking, he was likewise number 1 on the 10,000 Spirits ranking. A terrifying existence that had ascended to the 106th floor of the All Souls Tower. The second-ranked Wu Jiuzhou ascended the 103rd floor of the All Souls Tower. There was a difference of 3 floors, representing a difference of 3 levels in their battle power. These two should both be at the Immortal Emperor Realm Perfection cultivation level, but the difference in strength was enormous. It was simply not an existence of the same caliber. Wu Ning had broken through to the 90th level. Of the 37 people on the Immortal Emperor ranking, he could be ranked 21st. It was barely considered to be a midstream level. However, this was only relative to the Immortal Emperor list. If he were to look at the entire clan, his strength was still far from good. After staying at the 10,000 Spirit Tower for a while, Wu Ning returned to the Chaoyun Immortal Palace.
Ninger, you're back?
Mother. Moromin greeted her with a smile on her face. You've come back just in time, and in a little while your father will be back as well. Speak of Cao Cao arrived. Wu Tianyun's figure immediately appeared in the sky above the Chaoyun Immortal Palace.
Ha, Ninger, you're back too. It's been almost 2 years since I went away. How was it? How many floors did you break into at the 10,000 Spirit Tower?
Wu Ning asked. Father, did you go and break into the 10,000 Spirit Tower? He did not find Wu Tianyun's name on the list. My father did go in and break into it before, but his cultivation was low at the time, and he only managed to break into the 28th floor, so I'll have to try again when I'm free in a while. Wu Ning laughed. My child has already broken through to over 80 floors. I wish my father could break through to over 80 floors as well. Wu Tianyun laughed. I dare not look forward to the 80th floor. If I can break through to the 70th floor, my father will be satisfied. The 61st to 84th floors corresponded to the Quasi-Emperor realm. The 70th floor was considered to be the middle level of a Quasi-Emperor, but at least 2 polar realms needed to be broken in order to do so. Right now, he only had the cultivation to break the extreme realm, and it was still forcefully elevated. His physical body and divine soul were much worse, and his comprehension of the power of the Great Tao was dragging his feet, so it was estimated that it would be difficult to break through to the 62nd layer. Morongin smiled gently and said, "All right, the meal is ready, you father and son should chat while eating."
Soon, the family sat in the Cloud Heart Hall. It was still an extremely sumptuous immortal banquet. Jade plates of delicacies, immortal delicacies, and jade dew.
Wuing ate an immortal pond green carp and casually asked, "Father, you haven't encountered any trouble in handling the affairs of the clan recently, have you?" The Wu clan was such a huge godless clan that it was indeed extremely united as a whole, but there were definitely quite a few nasty things going on in the shadows as well. When Wu Tianyun interfered in the affairs of the clan, it was bound to touch some people's interests, and although no one dared to mess around openly, but secretly making trips was unavoidable. Speaking of this matter, Wu Tianyun just frowned. Trouble is not to be counted, it's those old guys who like to rely on the old one by one, it's really infuriating.
Alas.
Did not know before not to be in charge, before began to contact the family affairs to know, this inside the curves and roundabouts is simply more difficult than certified immortal king.
Wu Ning couldn't help but look at him. "Father, is it hard for you to break through to immortal king?"
Seemingly sensing his strange gaze, Wu Tianyun hastily coughed dryly for a morning and changed the subject. "There is only 1 year left before the Dao Sun competition, you also prepare well. Dao Sun can be more than just a name. While enjoying the honor and the support of the clan, you also need to bear the corresponding responsibilities and obligations."
"What obligations?" Wu Ning asked.
Wu Tianyun raised his eyebrows and smiled. "Simple, the responsibility is to cultivate properly, and the obligation is to just represent my clan to beat up all the other superpowers' younger generations severely."
"So? Simple?" Wu Tianyun laughed. It's naturally simple for you, Ninger, but if someone else were to come along, it would be much harder."
Wu Ning smiled faintly. "This I like." It wasn't just abusing vegetables, he was still very good at it.
As for cultivation, this was even simpler, just sign in. An enlightened life was so different.
Chapter 108 The Dao Sun Contest begins. As the morning came and went, it was a year later.
In the eager anticipation of countless people, the Dao Sun contest finally arrived.
On the divine martial continent, a giant ring was suspended in the air. This ring was clearly an immortal emperor artifact, forming an incomparably huge independent space above the ring, far more massive than what could be seen outside. Moreover, someone fighting on top of the ring could be clearly seen from all directions, and even if they were directly underneath the ring, their sight would not be affected. At this moment, around the ring, all sorts of palace magic treasures and ancient ships and flying boats were floating in the air, densely packed and spread throughout the sky, and on top of each of the magic treasures and ancient ships, there were a large number of martial clan clansmen who were watching the battle. Countless young clansmen were whispering. The Battle of Daozi was a rare event for the martial clan, which could not be seen even once in tens of millions of years. The Daozi was the leader of the young generation of the Wu clan, representing the highest talent qualification of the young generation.
This was not something that anyone could be qualified for.
One must at least have the potential to break through to the immortal emperor level in order to have that qualification. The so-called Daos are the seedlings that have the potential to become Dao-level powerhouses. Only when the strongest members of the clan believed that there was a seed of such a powerhouse would the competition for the Dao Sun be opened.
Of course, this information was not something that the general clan could know.
A silver-colored stream of light rose from the Chaoyun Immortal Palace, instantly spanning an extremely long distance and appearing on top of the giant ring.
"There are so many people."
Wu Ning smiled faintly, sensing the many gazes falling on him.
"He's the one who was the clan's internalized Dao Sun. This young master doesn't seem simple." Many people's eyes narrowed slightly, realizing that they couldn't even feel the aura on Wu Ning's body, and their gazes instantly condensed. On a certain palace treasure, a powerful battle intent appeared in Wu Xiaoyu's eyes. "I've broken through to the middle stage of the true immortal realm, this Dao Sun position will definitely be mine in the end." Boom! In an instant, a vast and unrivaled powerful aura filled the air.
Afterward, a majestic voice resounded through the sky, clearly reaching everyone's ears. "This Dao Sun's battle will be conducted in a mixed battle, and all of our clan's prides within 3,000 years of age are allowed to participate.
There is no limit to the means, except that one cannot use any magic treasures or external power that exceeds one's realm.
The time is limited to 3 days, and the final winner can go to the Forest of Inquiry to undergo the test, and successfully pass the test to become a Dao Sun of our clan. Now, the battle for Dao Sun officially begins." As this voice fell, a figure immediately rushed out from all around the ring, charging towards the top of the ring.
Who dares to fight me?"
A burly man carried a thick black battle sword, his gaze looking disdainfully at the surroundings. His aura was unobtrusively displayed, a true immortal realm heavenly pride.
I'll battle you.
Immediately, a gold-robed youth rushed in front of him.
It was clearly a true immortal realm heavenly pride as well. Boom!
The two men's auras erupted, simultaneously crushing towards each other. Without any nonsense, the two directly began to move. Terrifying forces instantly collided together, carrying an extremely terrifying destructive force that pierced through the void, as if it wanted to tear apart the heavens and earth. The sound of the two colliding spread out of the ring area without any obstruction, and looking at the terrifying sight of their battle, many clansmen who had not yet reached the immortal realm felt appalled. These two were both at the early stage of the true immortal realm, and they were the type of heavenly pride that had broken through to the true immortal realm for many years already, and their battle power was enough to rival that of an average mid-true immortal powerhouse. The Dao Sun's battle was a mixed battle. The space in the ring was extremely large, and around these two people, there were quite a few others who were fighting furiously. All of them were young prides of the true immortal realm. Without a true immortal realm cultivation, mounting the ring at this moment would be a self-inflicted humiliation, and I'm afraid that they wouldn't even be able to withstand a hint of someone else's pressure. As time passed, more and more true immortal celestial pride ascended the ring. There were also quite a few who had already lost. Wu Ning's gaze was bland as he watched in boredom. There was always a need to give others a chance to showcase themselves, and in the end, he would simply wrap things up. Soon, 2 days passed in a flash. Of those who had yet to step off the field in the surrounding area, only a few heavenly prides that had already broken through to the middle stage of the true immortal realm remained. 2 days have passed, it's time for us to get off the field. A blue-clothed youth in the middle stage of the true immortal realm stood up and appeared directly above the ring with a single step.
Wu Yan!
The crowd that was fighting on the ring was startled, immediately stopping their hands and looking at him with vigilant gazes.
Wu Yan's name was very loud in the younger generation of the clan. He had broken through to the middle stage of the true immortal realm 600 years ago, and at the time he had just broken through, he had defeated 3 veteran middle stage true immortal powerhouses who had teamed up with him in a strong battle. Now that 600 years have passed, his strength has definitely become even more terrifying. One person narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "He's alone, let's go together and eliminate him first." Boom!
As the words fell, he took the lead and blasted his fist towards Wu Yan.
Boom boom boom!
The others did not hesitate in the slightest, they all shot out to attack Wu Yan together.
Heavenly truth! Wu Yan's expression was indifferent, and the pressure of the middle stage of the true immortal realm instantly erupted, sweeping out in all directions in an immense manner. In the next instant, his figure swayed slightly and instantly appeared in front of a true immortal heavenly pride, his immortal energy surging as he fiercely blasted him away with a punch. Boom boom boom!
In just a moment, more than 10 people were sent flying by him. After sensing the distant gap between them and him, these defeated people could only sigh and leave the ring.
So strong! This is what is called a true heavenly pride. I feel like I can't even withstand a single glance from him.
True immortal heaven's pride also has a gap. Wu Yan is just too strong.
Ah, big brother Wu Yan is mighty.
The surrounding youths of the clan watched with fervor. If not for their own lack of strength, they would have wanted to rush to the ring and fight with those true immortal celestial pride. This kind of opportunity to be able to fight in front of all the clansmen is not many. If they can't go up to the stage to fight, it's definitely a big regret.
Half a quarter of an hour later,
Wu Yan had already completed his sweep, blatantly defeating all the early true immortal celestials. This caused the gazes of the surrounding true immortal celestial pride who had not yet gotten off the stage to become grave.
The strength displayed by Wu Yan made them all feel the pressure.
This fellow, I'm afraid he's close to breaking through to the late true immortal stage. His cultivation speed is really fast.
At the same time, many people curiously sized up Wu Ning.
This young lord was internally designated as a Dao Sun. Did he really have the strength to defeat the other true immortal celestials?
At only a few hundred years old, could he have already broken through to the middle stage of the true immortal realm?
There was a hint of doubt and curiosity in their eyes. At this time, Wu Yan looked around and said loudly, "Don't even look, you all come down together as well." "Ha, big brother Wu Yan is exceedingly strong, little brother has come to receive 2 moves.
All make your moves, time is running out." Chapter 109: A slap in the face.
Those who had cultivated to the middle stage of the true immortal realm within 3,000 years of age were definitely considered true heaven's pride. There weren't many prides of this level within the martial clan, and there were less than 30 people present today. Apart from a very few people who had indicated that they were unwilling to compete, the others had ascended the ring in droves. Even Wu Xiaoyu was no exception.
Wu Yan frowned slightly as he realized that Wu Ning hadn't ascended the ring either. This fellow, how dare he be so arrogant as to not place us in his eyes? He immediately raised his head and looked in the direction where Wu Ning was, and said indifferently, I heard that young Prince Wu Ning has an exceptional talent, and is the person who is most likely to win the position of Dao Sun this time, so why don't you come down to have a match with us? Could it be that the young gentleman knows that he is unbeatable and plans to give up? The moment these words were uttered, the surroundings were suddenly silent. Their gazes coincidentally landed on Wu Ning. Wu Yan had actually spoken out to provoke him, and they all wanted to see just how this little young lord was going to respond. Isn't this the one from the 10,000 Spirit Tower? Somewhere in the sky, a few people from the top 5 of the Heavenly Immortal ranking were sitting in an ancient boat treasure. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. Is this the one that the clan has internalized as a Dao Sun? How is this possible? Wu Xiaoyun said in shock. He's only a few hundred years old, right? How could he be that powerful? Back on the 36th floor of the 10,000 Spirit Tower, Wu Ning had destroyed hundreds of terrifying demonic beasts at the limit of the Heavenly Immortal realm with a single ring of his finger, and that scene was still vivid in their minds when they thought back on it. A several hundred-year-old immortal king is worthy of being in existence that has been internalized as a Dao Sun by those higher-ups in the clan, truly a demon. Wu Jedwan shook his head and sighed. TSK, this talent is too terrifying. How can the gap between people be so big? Wu Qianmu hastily poured a mouthful of wine to suppress the shock. Wu Qingming softly lamented, there are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky, in front of a true peerless demon. I'm afraid we are not much different from ordinary people. Wu Qiyuan teasingly laughed, this kid Wu Yan, usually too proud to do anything, this time he kicked the iron plate. Wu Ning was originally teasing Little White. When he heard someone mention himself, he slowly raised his head. Just as well, then as you wish, it's time for this boring competition to come to an end. Wu Ning instantly appeared on the ring, his gaze faintly looking at Wu Yan. Make your move, this gongzi will give you a chance to make your move. You! A flash of anger flashed under Wu Yan's eyes, feeling that Wu Ning did not place him in his eyes at all. He was a ranked true immortal heavenly pride in his clan, and when he went outside, he was even a peerless heavenly pride that was looked up to by countless people. When had he ever been looked down upon in such a way? Good. Since that's the case, then I'll learn the strength of the young prince. Boom! A powerful aura instantly erupted from within his body as Wu Yan offered a top-grade immortal weapon in his hand, a blood-colored spear that emitted an extremely bizarre and terrifying aura. The other true immortal celestials in the ring dispersed at once. They also wanted to see how strong this young master was, so it was good to let Wu Yan test it out first. Wu Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Originally he had planned to make the first move, but he didn't expect this Wu Yan fellow to steal the show first. Go! Wu Yan let out a furious shout, and the blood-colored spear carried an extremely terrifying might, transforming into a bloody light that pierced through the void, instantly appearing in front of Wu Ning and stabbing towards his chest. What a terrifying strike! The crowd's expressions were slightly austere, sensing a deadly threat from this strike by Wu Yan. If an early-stage true immortal were to receive this strike, I was afraid that he would immediately die. However, Wu Ning did not even look at it, and then slapped it away. Ka-ching! The blood-colored spear was directly shattered by his slap, turning into countless tiny fragments that splattered. Immediately afterward, the aftermath of the slap swept across the ring and slammed into Wu Yan's body, directly blasting him dozens of light years away, and with a loud bang, he ruthlessly smashed into the invisible barrier at the edge of the ring. Then he was bounced off and fell heavily on the ring, his breath withered, his gaze dull, not reacting for a long time. The crowd stared at this scene with wide eyes, jaws agape. Wu Yan was actually slapped away with a single slap. Just like swatting a fly, there was no resistance at all. No, to be precise, he was sent flying by the aftershock of someone's casual slap. Holy, this is too strong. So terrifying. A top-grade immortal artifact was actually directly slapped into pieces. It takes an immortal king to do that. Wu Yan lost so miserably, they aren't even on the same level. They were all shocked. Wu Yan was extremely powerful in their presence, but they didn't expect to be defeated so miserably. In front of these little young masters, Wu Yan was simply as weak as a mole cricket. The other true immortal celestials in the ring also had their eyelids trembling. All of them were shocked. They asked themselves, if they were to encounter that poem just now, it would be absolutely impossible for them to block it, and they might end up even more miserable than Wu Yan. This is impossible, he is only a few hundred years old, how can he be so strong? Wu Xiaoyu shook his head violently. He had always treated Wu Ning as an imaginary enemy, believing that the one who would win in the end would definitely be himself,
but how could he know that the truth was so absurd? Smashing a top-grade immortal artifact with a slap, and the aftermath even shook a powerful mid-true immortal realm heavenly pride. Was this really something that someone a few hundred years old could do? I'm afraid that even a few 100,000 years old wouldn't necessarily be able to do this, right? It was too outrageous. Wu Ning glanced at them and said indifferently, "Do any of you still have someone else who wants to make a move? Come together if you do." No one responded, facing such a freakish, little cutie. Only then would they go up to seek abuse. Even Wu Xiaoyu was silent. He had the underpinnings to fight against a late-stage true immortal, but against this kind of monster it was a bit less than impressive. At this moment, Wu Xian's majestic voice sounded once again. In the last pillar of incense, if no one challenges again, this Dao Sun contest will be won by Wu Ning in the end. I concede defeat. On the ring, amid true immortal realm heavenly pride directly shouted. I also admit defeat. Admit defeat. The rest of the people spoke out one after another. Seeing Wu Yan's miserable appearance, they all lost the desire to continue fighting. They might as well just admit defeat. A freak who could shatter a top-grade immortal weapon with a slap, there was not the slightest hope of defeating it. No wonder he was designated as a Dao Sun by those old men. This natural strength is truly terrifying. An incense stick of time flew by. Time is up, this Dao Sun competition ends here. The final winner is main vein Wu Ning. As Wu Xian's words fell, a mountainous roar of cheers rang out from all around. Daozi! 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 Countless disciples of the younger generation cheered, their gazes fervent and in awe as they looked toward the breezy Wu Ning in the ring. To have such terrifying strength at a few hundred years old, this terrifying talent instantly gained everyone's recognition. As Wu Xiaoyu looked at Wu Ning's figure, his complexion became somewhat disheveled. In the past, he had longed to be free of his father's shadow. But in the future, he might have to live under the shadow of another person forever. Chapter 110: The Forest of Questioning and Enlightenment. True Martial Hall. Ninger, when are you going to go to the Forest of Dao asking? Wu Xian asked. Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, Grandfather, let's wait for another 2 years while grandson makes some more preparations. The main reason was that he wanted to accumulate some more signing opportunities, at least up to 3 annual signings. He only had 1 annual signing right now, and he still needed to wait another 2 years. Alright, all according to you. Wu Xian nodded slightly. 2 years was just 2 years, not too different from 2 days to him. After returning to Chaoyun Immortal Palace, Wu Ning's life hadn't changed much from before. Not having passed the Ask Forest test, he wasn't really a Dao Sun yet. However, there was a buzz amongst the martial clan. It was really the image of Wu Ning casually slapping a top-grade immortal armament to pieces that was too shocking. Immortal artifacts had 5 grades: inferior, superior, extreme, immortal king artifact, and immortal emperor artifact. Upper-grade immortal artifacts were definitely extremely powerful for the true immortal realm, and some of the poorer celestial immortal realm powerhouses would similarly use upper-grade immortal artifacts as weaponized magic treasures. Some top heavenly immortal perfection powerhouses might be able to shatter a top-grade immortal artifact, but it was absolutely impossible to just slap it with their hands. And still, it was shattered into countless fragments. To be able to do this, one would need at least Immortal King realm strength. Immortal King a few hundred years old Immortal King. After deducing this conclusion, the martial clan's children completely boiled over. Such a young Immortal King had never been seen before, and they had no doubt that Wu Ning definitely possessed the potential to grow into a supreme powerhouse. Countless young generations in the clan regarded him as a believer. In just a few short days, he had used a large number of fervent fans. Many were looking forward to the day when Wu Ning would officially become a Dao Sun and select his followers. At the same time, information about him was also spreading towards the rest of the immortal domain at an extremely fast pace. Time flew by, and 2 years quickly passed. Ninger, this is Clan Elder Wu Hong who was guarding the Forest of Asking. At the entrance to the Forest of Asking, Wu Xian introduced Wu Ning to a withered old man dressed in cloth next to him. Good day, Clan Elder. Wu Ning immediately shouted, his gaze leaving no trace as he sized up the old man in front of him. It was clearly an immortal emperor, and one that wasn't on the 10,000 Spirit Pagoda's immortal emperor list. To actually use an immortal emperor to guard the questioning forest, it seemed that there was indeed something remarkable within. Ha, not bad, not bad. A hint of surprise flashed through the old man's eyes. The little guy in front of him was so hazy that he couldn't even see anything. After living for tens of millions of years, this was the first time he had seen such a peculiar young man. The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled. An ancient bronze token appeared in his hand. One side had extremely arcane patterns. A glance at it gave people a dizzying feeling. The other side was engraved with the ancient word Tao. He injected a trace of immortal energy into the token and then threw it into the air. The bronze token emitted a halo of green light, and in the end, it directly transformed into a huge bronze door. The bronze gate slowly opened, exuding a trace of barbaric and ancient atmosphere, long years old, desolate and silent. The old man smiled faintly, a trace of envy flowing from the bottom of his eyes. Little fellow, go in. Remember, listen to your heart in everything, just go with the flow.
Many thanks, clan elder.
Wu Ning slightly arched his hand before looking at Wu Xian again. Grandfather, grandson will go in. Wu Xian patted his shoulder. Grandfather believes in you, you will definitely be able to pass the test of this questioning forest.
Alright, quickly go in.
Wu Ning nodded and dashed and flew inside the bronze gate. The entry was barren, boundless, and devoid of any life, like a lost continent. Wu Ning frowned slightly, feeling that the scene in this questioning forest was somewhat different from what he had imagined.
He let go of his divine thoughts.
A large number of sights were reflected into his mind. In the next instant, Wu Ning flashed to an ancient city. There was an enormous statue in the city, looking on with its arms folded in a lifelike manner, its body billions of feet tall and three-dimensional in the heavens, like a god overlooking the world. Wu Ning sized up the statue and muttered in a low voice, this couldn't be the statue of that old ancestor who created the inquiring forest, could it? Gazing at this ancient statue, a trace of awe actually arose in his heart, arising from his heart for no reason at all, and if his cultivation level was lower and his will was not strong, he would probably not be able to resist the urge to worship this statue.
Suddenly,
a man in a green shirt silently appeared beside Wu Ning.
Trialists, welcome to the ancient city of Asking. And you are?
Wu Ning's gaze was slightly condensed. The man's aura was extremely ethereal, looking close to his eyes, yet as if he was separated by an infinite distance. The man smiled faintly and said, I am the townkeeper of the ancient city of Asking, just a projection, responsible for opening the path of trials for the trialists who enter the ancient city of Asking.
A projection.
Wu Ning muttered, Senior, then how do I travel to the path of trials?
Simple, this I will just open directly for you. So simple? Wu Ning was stunned for a moment. Were there no tests?
The man smiled faintly and reached out with a wave of his hand.
Boom!
A terrifying pressure filled the heavens and earth, only to see endless golden light descending from the heavens, accompanied by a metaphysical and incomparably ancient Tao rhythm, and the sound of the great Tao immortal sound curled up, resonating throughout the universe. Wu Ning raised his head, only to see a seven-colored immortal bridge that ran through heaven and earth floating above the air, dropping down a huge seven-colored immortal staircase connecting to the ancient city of Asking. The green-shirted man said, Next, you only need to ascend this immortal questioning bridge and walk to the other side to enter the Forest of Enlightenment.
The Forest of Enlightenment?
The core of the questioning forest is the Forest of Enlightenment, located on the other side of the questioning immortal bridge. Wu Ning didn't ask any more questions and directly stepped onto the seven-colored immortal ladder. This immortal staircase connected to the heavenly questioning immortal bridge, with a total of 3,000 steps. Stepping onto the first ladder, Wu Ning immediately felt a strange and invisible force pressing towards him, not only on top of his physical body, but also on top of his divine soul. However, this force was not strong, and was currently negligible to him. Wu Ning continued to raise his steps towards the immortal question bridge.
100 floors. 300 floors. 500 floors. 1,000 floors. 2,000 floors. An unknown amount of time had passed, and on the 2,999th floor of the Wu Ning immortal staircase, he would be able to successfully step onto the immortal questioning bridge as long as he took one more step forward. At this point, the force enveloping his body had become extremely terrifying. The test of this immortal staircase seemed to be constantly changing based on his strength, and by this final step, the power enveloping him had become extremely terrifying. It was fortunate that Wu Ning had no shortcomings. His fleshly body and divine soul were both extremely powerful. If it were any other immortal emperor, it was estimated that a peak immortal emperor would have difficulty with that terrifying pressure that he was currently enduring. Phew!
Wu Ning exhaled a breath and lifted his leg once more, his movements seemingly slow but actually fast, one foot quickly stepping onto the immortal question bridge.
Boom!
In an instant, the power enveloping his body surged, skyrocketing by more than 10 times in a short moment. Wu Ning felt like he was pressing down on a massive world, carrying endless beings on his back, and his body suddenly sank. After pausing for a moment, he once again raised his foot, and unswervingly stepped his second foot towards the immortal questioning bridge as well.
Chapter 111 The Great Tao Willow Tree. Boom! In an instant, the 10,000 paths roared, Tao rhythms filled the air, immortal voices burst forth, and brilliant seven-colored immortal light blazed forth, shrouding the entire immortal questioning bridge, reflecting the entire heavens and earth into a dreamlike seven-colored. Ning immediately felt his body lighten, and after stepping onto the bridge of immortal questioning, the force that had enveloped him instantly dissipated. He glanced back at the 3,000 levels of the seven-colored immortal stairs. The two extremely prestigious places of trials on the Martial Clan's divine martial continent. The immortal stairs and the bridge to heaven. These two places of trial should be replicas of the seven-colored immortal staircase and questioning immortal bridge. Ning paused for a moment and once again walked towards the other side of the questioning immortal bridge. One step was taken. He felt that the scenery around him immediately changed, not as an illusion, but as a magnificent shadow appeared, seemingly some of the imprints of heaven and earth recorded by the immortal questioning bridge. Those magnificent shadows were extremely powerful, and the aura emanating from their bodies caused Ning to feel a surge of heartbreak. Although they were merely shadows, they seemed to be an existence that had penetrated the long river of time, capable of spanning endless space and time to meet his gaze. Without stopping, Ning continued toward the other side of the immortal question bridge. A single magnificent silhouette flashed past his line of sight, and then faded away as if it had never appeared. Some of the figures were extremely blurry, while others were clearer. However, he realized that even for those clear silhouettes, after they disappeared, he actually couldn't remember what they looked like. Is this the power of surpassing an immortal emperor? There was no test on the immortal questioning bridge, only those magnificent silhouettes. This was actually considered a chance, and observing the heaven and earth imprints that recorded those magnificent shadows would be extremely beneficial to comprehending the Great Tao. However, Ning didn't care, it was too much of a waste of time to refer to those heaven and earth imprints, and he didn't want to stay here much longer. Not long afterward, Ning arrived at the other side of the immortal questioning bridge. This was the entrance to the Forest of Enlightenment. In the next moment, Ning's silhouette disappeared from the immortal questioning bridge, and when he reappeared, he was already in the Forest of Enlightenment. This place was like a floating cloud wonderland, boundless and white, with a large number of white clouds floating between heaven and earth that seemed to be within reach. Furthermore, Ning realized that he seemed to be standing in the middle of a vast willow garden, where 3,000 verdant, divine willow trees grew. These willow trees were extremely massive, with any one of them being billions of light years tall, and each of them was covered with billions of pale golden willow branches, which exuded an extremely terrifying aura that wanted to pierce through the heavens and the earth, and there were also rosy golden arcane patterns on top of the willow leaves. This is the Forest of Enlightenment? A hint of shock flashed through Ning's eyes. These 3,000 willow trees, each of these willow trees exuded an aura of the origin of the Great Tao. It seemed that these 3,000 willow trees were the manifestation of the 3,000 Great Tao. There were also those willow branches, each of which seemed to represent a kind of derivation Xiao Dao. 3,000 Great Tao, billions of small paths. Was this also a terrifying means possessed by a Great Tao powerhouse? Or were these Great Tao willow trees themselves that extraordinary? Ning was shaken beyond words. A feeling suddenly arose in his heart that this forest of asking had likely already involved the deepest depths of the martial clan's underpinnings. What he had previously known about the martial clan was, I'm afraid, only a little bit of skin. The truly most terrifying underbelly should be the part that even Mo Bao was unable to probe. Trialists, welcome to the Forest of Enlightenment. Right at this moment, a slightly familiar voice suddenly rang out. Ning turned his head back, and it was none other than the green-shirt man he had met in the ancient city of Inquiry. He was looking at himself with a smile on his face. There was something strange in Ning's heart. This person was exactly the same as the green-shirt man in the ancient city of Asking, but it did not seem to be the same one. Senior, I wonder what Senior should do next. The green-shirt man smiled and said, the tests experienced by different trialists could be different. There were once trialists with unbelievable fortunes who came straight here after entering the trial land. This is the end point of the questioning forest trial, and at the same time, it is also a new starting point. What you need to do next is to choose a willow tree to comprehend the Great Tao it contains, and obtain the recognition of the tree spirit, and it will be considered the end of the trial. Obtaining the recognition of the tree spirit. Ning glanced sideways at a large willow tree next to him, which exuded a rich aura of the Great Tao of life. If he could obtain the recognition of these Great Tao willow trees, he feared that his enlightenment in the corresponding Tao would grow by leaps and bounds in a single day. Senior, can you only choose one willow tree? The green-shirt man smiled faintly. If you are confident, you can also choose more than one willow tree. But I have to remind you that your first choice is crucial. After choosing the first willow tree, you will be rejected by the other willow trees, and it will be much more difficult to obtain the recognition of the second tree spirit. I see. Wuing nodded and asked again, if I leave this place now, will I still be able to come in later? The green-shirted man replied, aside from the Dao Sun trials, every immortal emperor of the martial clan possesses a chance to enter the Forest of Enlightenment once, so you will still be able to come in once. In addition, there are also ways to possess the opportunity to enter the Forest of Enlightenment, which you'll need to explore on your own. Alright, go find the most suitable Great Dao willow tree for you by yourself. As the words fell, the green-shirted man's figure directly disappeared. Wuing let go of his divine sense and flew directly towards the willow tree that contained the Great Dao of Time. It's you! Wuing sat down on his knees, looking at the magnificent willow tree in front of him that was so large that it was difficult to see the edges of, feeling the Time Avenue aura emanating from it, and couldn't help but feel a little stirred in his heart and mind. Facing this willow tree and comprehending the Great Dao of Time gave him the feeling of comprehending the origin of the Great Dao, which was countless times more efficient than ordinary closed-door cultivation. However, there should be a signing in first now. This Forest of Enlightenment was such a divine and extraordinary place, it would be a shame for the system not to sign in. System, give me 3 annual sign-ups. In the next moment, the system beep sounded continuously. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate spiritual root time willow tree. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate spiritual root space willow tree. Ding, signing in is successful, congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate spiritual root soul willow tree. Innate spiritual root? Wuing was startled in his heart. Could it be that these 3,000 avenue willow trees were all innate spiritual roots? Innate spiritual roots were born and raised in chaos. When had there been so many of them? Wuing took a deep breath and immediately checked the details of a few of the Great Dao willow trees. Hiss. It's actually just sub-trees. According to the description of the information above the system, unlike normal innate spiritual roots, these 3,000 Great Dao willow trees were all evolved from the roots of a chaos divine tree over endless years. All of them were considered to be child trees nurtured by that chaos god tree. Chapter 112. The Luo clan has a daughter. Chaos god tree. A flash of light flashed across Wuing's eyes. There were actually 3,000 Great Dao willow trees in this Forest of Enlightenment. Surely it couldn't have been obtained by chance. Then there was only one truth. The martial clan likely possessed a chaos divine tree. TSK, I didn't expect our martial race's depth to be this deep. The chaotic divine tree was able to nurture 3,000 Great Dao willow trees, and it was bound to be a chaotic supreme treasure at the level of the chaotic green lotus. It was definitely not something that an ordinary Great Dao level powerhouse could grasp, and according to his estimation, the martial clan likely existed a supreme being that stood at the top of the heavens. This was because even if an ordinary Great Dao level powerhouse was lucky enough to obtain the chaos divine tree, it would be impossible for them to cultivate the 3,000 Great Dao willow tree. After all, it was an innate spiritual root, and the cost of cultivating each plant was unimaginably large, and it was simply not something that an average Great Dao level powerhouse could do. Unless one directly dismantled the chaos divine tree. But he didn't believe that anyone would be that stupid. Checking the 3 Great Dao willow trees that he had signed up for, a smile appeared on Wuing's face, after which he planted the 3 willow trees within his inner world. As an innate spiritual root, the Great Dao willow tree wasn't as good as innate treasures like the Pupil of Time and the Pupil of Space in terms of offense and attack, but it was able to enhance his Great Dao power at all times, and was considered to be a kind of supreme treasure that aided in cultivation. Paired with the chaotic divine gourd, one boosted cultivation and the other boosted the power of the Great Dao, it was simply a perfect match. Of course, after all, it was an innate spiritual root, and the offensive power of the Great Dao willow tree was still extremely terrifying. The branches of the Time Avenue willow tree were capable of killing enemies across the timeline, the Space Avenue willow tree was capable of piercing through the endless void and ignoring spatial barriers, and the Soul Avenue willow tree was capable of directly attacking the soul, counting it as a soul treasure. Wuing raised his eyes and looked at the entire Dao Enlightenment forest. 3,000 Great Dao willow trees, if one were to sign up for one per year it would also take almost 3,000 years. Thinking of this, Wuing shook his head slightly. 3,000 subannual signatures were somewhat uneconomical, it would be better to just have 3,000-year signatures. It might even be possible to directly sign a Chaos Divine Tree. No matter how many innate spiritual roots there were, they were still inferior to a Chaos Supreme Treasure in his opinion. That's just it, we'll have another chance later, let's get down to business first.
Wu Ning released the power of the Time Avenue, spreading towards this Time Avenue willow tree in front of him. Buzz! The willow tree trembled slightly, the billions of willow branches gently dancing and constantly swaying back and forth, emitting a layer of light golden arcane light that looked like a fantastically beautiful painting. Suddenly, a radiant and holy golden mass of light flew out from the willow tree's trunk, spanning a distant distance and instantly appearing in front of Wu Ning. This is... Wu Ning narrowed his eyes slightly. This golden light mass emanated an extremely rich aura of the great Tao origin, causing a longing to arise in his heart for no reason. This is the gift of the Time Willow Tree. The green-shirted man appeared beside him without a sound. Wu Ning glanced at him. Senior, this is considered to be my recognition by the tree spirit, isn't it? Naturally. The green-shirted man nodded slightly, then added, normally, obtaining the recognition of a tree spirit will only result in obtaining a Great Tao seal, which enhances one's affinity for the corresponding Great Tao. In this way, one will be able to comprehend the Great Tao with half the effort in the future. However, if one has an extreme affinity for the Great Tao themselves, it is possible to reap the gifts of the tree spirit. This clump of origin power you can directly absorb, capable of directly enhancing the power of the Great Tao of Time under your control. Wu Ning nodded. He originally possessed the age divine body, which was naturally affinity for the Time Avenue. Later, when the yearning body metamorphosed into the eternal Tao body, his affinity for the Great Tao of Time naturally increased greatly, elevating to an extremely high level. After the green-shirted man finished speaking, he disappeared once again. Thank you. Wu Ning said a word of thanks to the Time Willow Tree, then ingested the origin force gifted by the tree spirit into his hands and directly began to absorb it. The years flew by like a shuttle, and 3 years passed in a flash. Chao Yun Immortal Palace. It's been more than 3 years since Ninger went in, and I don't know how things are going? Morong Yin said with a slight frown. Wu Tianyun casually said, there's no need to worry, it's not like there's any danger in the forest of asking, and with Ninger's talented chances, passing the test is definitely not a problem. Morong Yin smiled and nodded, her complexion slowing down quite a bit. By the way, the Luo clan side sent a message earlier. Their clan has produced a peerless and delicate daughter named Luo Yuqing, with peerless posture and demonic talent, and now at the age of 300 years old she has already broken through to the true immortal realm. What Clan Chief Luo means is that he wants this woman to enter into a marriage contract with Ninger. What do you think of this? When he heard the word marriage contract, Wu Tianyun frowned. He pondered for a moment and said, cultivating to the true immortal realm at the age of 300 years old is a rare talent indeed, but it's better to let Ninger make her own decisions on this matter. A 300-year-old true immortal was definitely an emperor's daughter, and although she couldn't be compared to his son, she could definitely be called an unparalleled heavenly pride. This level of pride was rare even in the martial clan. Of course, the reason why he didn't flatly refuse was mainly due to the fact that this woman was younger and more compatible with Wu Ning. Of course, there was another reason. The Luo clan was his mother clan, that is, his mother Luo Feixian's maternal family. The Luo clan was also a top-tier ancient clan, second only to the major superpowers, and could be ranked alongside the Tantai Immortal clan. Precisely because of this relationship, Wu Tianyun was not in a good position to reject it outright. Morong Yin's forehead lightly nodded. That's fine, Ninger has grown up now, it's better to look at his own ideas on these matters. Skywood Immortal Domain, Thousand Leaves Imperial Clan. In the magnificent and ancient palace. Clan Chief, my subordinate has recently poked around and found out a piece of news about that young master of the martial clan. A black-robed man bowed slightly and said. Above, Yi Ting's eyes twitched and immediately landed his gaze on the black-robed man. Speak! Along with his voice, an invisible and powerful might emanated from him, and the atmosphere in the great hall immediately became oppressive. Yes. The black-robed man bowed once again, his body a few points lower. My subordinate has poked around and found out that young master of the martial clan now possesses a strength no less than that of an immortal king powerhouse. The martial extremity immortal region was too far away from the Skywood immortal region, and 5 years had now passed since this news had reached his ears from the martial clan, along with the time spent on detailed probing. However, for them at this level, 5 years was roughly equivalent to just 5 days passing for ordinary mortals. Boom! Terrifying immortal emperor pressure erupted from Yi Ting's body as his eyes fiercely narrowed and he coldly gazed at the black-robed man below. That kid already possesses immortal king strength? He's not even 500 years old now, right? How could he be an immortal king? Have you ever inquired about this matter? A trace of disbelief flashed in Yi Ting's eyes. He had only been promoted to immortal king at the age of 80,000 years back then. A little guy less than 500 years old, tender as a doll,
was actually already an immortal king. How was this possible? Chapter 113 Quasi-Immortal Emperor Yi Huang. Reporting back to the Patriarch, this matter has been probed by my subordinates in many ways, and I can confirm that the information is true. At that moment, the black-robed man told Yi Ting in detail what had happened in the martial clan's Dao Sun contest, not leaving a single detail behind. In the end, he even pulled out a shadow-retaining divine stone, which recorded the entire process of the martial clan's Dao Sun's contest, which he had spent a small price to get. After reading it, Yi Ting fell into silence. A several hundred-year-old immortal king was just too appalling. He didn't believe that it was those old guys from the martial clan who had forcibly raised him up. And relying on one's own cultivation to go up, even if one possessed some kind of heaven-defying chance, their talent was definitely terrifying enough. I remember that Wu Tianyun seems to possess the strength of the immortal king realm as well, right? Yi Ting asked in a deep voice. The black-robed man returned. That day at the birthday banquet of the Morong Imperial clan's young patriarch, Wu Tianyun displayed extreme strength and easily defeated Emperor Junmu. His strength is definitely no less than a late immortal king. A late immortal king who was over 10,000 years old and an immortal king who was less than 500 years old. Yi Ting's brows furrowed, and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. What is the virtue of the martial clan? This father and son's talents are one more terrifying than the other. They are simply inhuman. Keeping them will surely be a scourge. Not only because his son was killed. It was even more because the talent of this father and son had caused him to have a strong fear. He had reason to believe that if this father and son didn't die, both of them would have the possibility of breaking through to above immortal emperors in the future. And this possibility was definitely not small. He didn't want to see the martial clan add 2 more great Dao powerhouses. Boom! Right at this moment, an incomparably powerful aura erupted from somewhere in the Thousand-Leaf Emperor clan. Yi Ting immediately raised his head to look in the direction where the aura came from. Huanger has finally come out of the gate. In the next moment, his figure directly disappeared into the grand hall. What a terrifying aura! I wonder which senior in the clan has made another breakthrough. This direction, it seems to be the Heavenly Celebration Palace. It's the young clan chief. The young clan chief seems to have broken through to a quasi-immortal emperor. The young patriarch isn't even 600,000 years old this year, but he's already broken through to a quasi-immortal emperor. This talent is terrifying. Countless sons and daughters of the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan were all startled and looked in shock at the direction the scent came from. Heavenly Celebration Palace. A young man wearing a gold-patterned star robe slowly walked out of the retreat chamber, the powerful aura emanating from his body gradually being collected into his body. Congratulations to the young clan chief on his breakthrough. In the main hall, a group of guards and servants congratulated in unison. Huanger, you really did not let my father down. Yi Ting's voice resounded in the middle of the great hall. Father. A smile appeared on Yi Huang's face. A trace of gratification flashed in Yi Ting's eyes as he nodded towards him before waving his hand at the guard servants beside him. All go down. Yes. After all the escort servants left, Yi Ting's face gradually became gloomy. Seeing this, Yi Huang could not help but ask, Father, but what happened? Yi Ting glanced at him and sighed. Huanger, your brother died. What? Little brother died? Yi Huang's heart shook and his eyes were a bit stunned. How could he die, little brother? Father, what exactly happened? A moment later. Yi Huang's eyes were cloudy. Damn martial race, how dare they kill my little brother? Father, the martial clan has bullied people too much. My little brother's revenge cannot go unrevenged. What do you plan to do about this matter? Yi Ting's eyes were ice cold. No matter what, that Wu clan's father and son can definitely not be retained anymore. Father, leave this matter to me. With my strength, I will definitely be able to kill that father and son to avenge my little brother's death. Yi Huang's eyes revealed killing intent. Yi Ting shook his head. No. That father and son definitely have an extraordinary status in the martial clan nowadays, and there are probably immortal emperors around them to protect them. Your current strength is still inferior. This matter still requires some proper planning. If you want to get rid of that father and son, you must not let the martial clan catch a hold of you. It's best to set aside the relationship with our Thousand Leaves Imperial clan. Otherwise, once we completely enrage the martial clan, even if we really get rid of that father and son, it would be hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging ourselves 800 times. Yi Huang nodded and said again, Father, I do have a plan. If we want to get rid of that father and son of the martial clan, it doesn't necessarily require us to do it. Oh? What you mean is? Father, the wind will destroy the wood as it shows in the forest.
There are quite a few enemies that the martial clan has offended over the endless years, so as long as we plan something out of it, there is no need for us to take action to get rid of that pair of father and son. Yi Huang's lips hooked into a cold smile. Ha ha! Yi Ting laughed out loud in relief. This son was not only extremely talented, but also courageous and resourceful. He would have a great future. Huanger, you have already broken through to a quasi-immortal emperor. It's time for you to start touching the affairs of the clan.
Thank you, father. Yi Huang's face revealed a touch of joy. In the Forest of Enlightenment,
Wu Ning sat cross-legged in the air, his body exuding an extremely terrifying aura, shrouded in immortal light, his aura ethereal, like a supreme deity surrounded by countless arcane Tao rhythms.
Moreover, this aura was continuously increasing, slowly but steadily. Somewhere in the Forest of Enlightenment.
The green-shirted man squinted his eyes slightly, his eyes were a bit startled. This little guy actually broke through to the immortal emperor realm at such a young age. How on earth did he do it?
Could it be the reincarnation of a supreme power? After saying that, he shook his head again.
Even if it really was the reincarnation of a supreme power, it was impossible to break through to the immortal emperor realm at only a few hundred years old. This was simply not in line with the supreme order and was completely beyond his understanding. Another long time passed. Wu Ning snapped his eyes open, two streaks of brilliant light bursting from his eyes as his aura instantly skyrocketed.
It's actually been 3 years already.
A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face. Having absorbed the cloud of origin power gifted by the tree spirit, his comprehension of the Tao of time had skyrocketed by a large margin. Crossing the mid-immortal emperor stage, he had directly reached the late immortal emperor stage. Although it was only a breakthrough in the comprehension of the great Tao, it allowed his strength to increase by more than several times. Afterward, his gaze looked to the other side of the Tao Enlightenment Forest. There was a spatial avenue willow tree there.
Next, it's your turn.
Wu Ning's figure disappeared, instantly arriving before the spatial willow tree avenue. As he had originally done, he released the spatial avenue power he had mastered and spread it towards the willow tree. However, this time, there was no reaction. The spatial willow tree did not move at all, directly ignoring him.
Extremely high and cold.
This spatial willow tree contains the supreme great Tao, extremely condescending. You only chose him second. The tree spirits, your rejection is naturally even more severe. The green-shirted man quietly appeared again. You can try the other willow trees, it might be possible to succeed. Wu Ning shook his head slightly. In that case, that's all. He didn't want to spend too much time tossing and turning with these willows. Especially since, in the end, it would definitely be able to succeed. System, give 3 more annual signatures.
Chapter 114 Clan Elder.
Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate spiritual root in Yang Willow Tree. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an innate spiritual root Life Willow Tree. Ding, signing in is successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 million years of cultivation.
3 system beeps sounded consecutively. Wu Ning's heart was overjoyed. Some had obtained 2 great Tao willow trees. This enlightenment forest was truly a treasure trove. Senior, I wonder how I'm going to leave this place.
There wasn't much point in continuing to stay. Wu Ning was ready to leave this place anyway. When he had accumulated enough signing opportunities in the future, he could still come back in. The green-shirted man waved his hand, and a spatial door appeared in the air.
Step through this door and you can leave.
As the words fell, he waved his hand once more, and a willow leaf covered in light golden lines appeared in front of Wu Ning.
It was a leaf from that Time Avenue willow tree. This is the voucher for passing the questioning forest trial, so keep it.
Many thanks, senior. Then the latecomer will take his leave first. Wu Ning put the willow leaf away, then arched his hand and took a step into the door of space.
Destiny is not within the great Tao. I wonder just how far you can go in the future.
Looking at Wu Ning's disappearing back, the green-shirted man stayed in place for a long time before leaving again.
Little fellow, actually coming out so quickly?
The Wuhong clan elder had a benevolent smile on his face as he smiled and surveyed Wu Ning. Wu Ning took out the pale golden willow leaf and said, "Clan elder, I have passed the test."
Ha, good.
Wu Hong's smile suddenly grew a few points wider.
Soon, Wu Xian also arrived.
Ninger, you really haven't let Grandpa down, haha. After Wu Xian appeared, a dozen more figures appeared one after another. These people's auras were lofty and extremely powerful, and without exception, all of them were immortal Emperor realm powerhouses. Among them were 2 people whose strength was so unfathomable that not even Wu Ning could see through their depth. She estimated that they were at least peak immortal emperors.
Ninger, come, Grandpa will introduce you, these are the clan elders of the clan. Among the martial clan, those old ancestors who had gone to the extreme end of the immortal emperor realm basically didn't care about anything. However, in a large godless clan, there were always many important places that required immortal emperor powerhouses to sit in on them, such as guarding the forest of Asking and the supercontinent that guarded the entrance to the martial clan's cosmic mystery realm. These immortal emperors who guarded the important places in the clan were the clan elders. They were of a very high rank and usually did not participate in the management of the clan, but they possessed a great deal of real power. Even when it came to some extremely important clan events, Wu Xian would need to discuss with them. Greetings, clan elders. The clan elders laughed. One heavily patted Wu Xian's shoulder. Little Shen, you've given birth to a good grandson. Ha, not bad, not bad. With this little guy around, this generation of our martial clan will surely trample all its forces underfoot. Next, it's time to organize the Dao Sun succession ceremony, and at that time, we'll call all those forces to come and let them admire the elegance of our martial clan's Dao Sun. Ha ha. The group of old men all burst into laughter. Wu Ning couldn't help but smile slightly as he felt the goodwill these old men were releasing. A purple-robed old man with a white beard gently patted him on the shoulder. Little fellow, in the future, if you go out, you will be representing our entire martial clan. Our martial clan's people don't need to keep a low profile. If it's time to be majestic, if it's time to flaunt it, with us old guys behind you, you don't need to worry about anything. Even if we old guys can't do it, there are still a bunch of old ancestors behind us, and there are still ancient ancestors behind us if the old ancestors can't do it. Don't be a wimp when it comes to things, just him directly. If you can't win, then call out for people. Our martial clan doesn't fear any enemies. The old man said in a very domineering manner. Among this group of clan elders, his cultivation strength was definitely one of the best. Wu Ning smiled. Thank you, clan elder. Ninger will definitely keep that in mind. Afterward, the clan elders left one after another. Wu Xian said to Wu Ning, Ninger, your Dao Sun succession ceremony is scheduled to be held a year from now. What do you think? Wu Ning nodded. Grandfather, you can just arrange this. Wu Xian smiled. All right then, let's schedule it for a year from now. After returning to the Chaoyun Immortal Palace, Moromin pulled Wu Ning to speak for a long time again before going off to prepare for the immortal banquet. Wu Tianyun was on the Divine Martial Continent dealing with some clan affairs and had yet to return. Wu Ning returned to the Ziluo Hall where he lived. When Little Green, Little White, and Little Tree saw Wu Ning, they immediately surrounded him. Master! Little Green shouted crisply. Little White scurried directly into Wu Ning's arms. Little Tree was dumbfounded, and came up to hug Wu Ning's leg as soon as he did. Wu Ning rubbed Little White's head, then patted Little Green's head, and then released him Obao as well. Alright, you guys go play by yourselves. Wu Ning played around with them for a while, sensing that his father had returned, and dismissed them. Although the Purple Luo Hall was only a palace, it was extremely large, enough for them to toss and turn. Ha, good job son. Wu Tianyun looked proud as he patted Wu Ning on the shoulder. In order to celebrate you passing the questioning forest test, our masters and I will not get drunk today. Wu Tianyun took out a large altar of immortal wine and drank it with Wu Ning. A smile spread across Moronyan's face. Ninger, there's something mother wants to talk to you about to see what you mean. Moronin brought up the matter of the Luo clan wanting to marry him. Wu Ning refused without even thinking. Mother, I don't agree with this marriage. Ninger doesn't have the idea of getting married right now. Wu Ning shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't like women, it was just that it wasn't time yet. Although his current strength was strong, there were still stronger people above him. Beauty would only affect his confidence in ascending to the top, and after he had the strength to boast the entirety of the heavens, what kind of beauty would he want to have? Moreover, in the vastness of the heavens, there would never be a shortage of beauties. Wu Ning's vision had always been the entire heavens, not just the Taichu ancient realm. That Luo Yuqing might be very good, but looking at the entire Taichu ancient realm, there were definitely quite a few people who were better than her, not to mention for the entirety of the heavens. The one who could stand beside him in the future would definitely be the most outstanding woman in the entire 10,000 realms of the heavens. Besides, he didn't like this kind of marriage with a purpose at all. Morongin smiled and nodded. Good, then I'll listen to you. In reality, she wasn't really looking at this marriage either. In her eyes, her own son was the best in the world throughout the ages, and the woman who could match him must also be the best. Luo Yuqing of the Luo clan was still a little bit worse. Wu Tianyun did not say anything. His son is stronger than him, has always been very opinionated, simply do not need him to worry about anything. Unlike him, he didn't even dare to fart in front of his own old man. Chapter 115 Seeing Daozi. The Daozi succession ceremony was scheduled for 1 year later. When this news was spread, the entire clan was once again stirred. I'm afraid that an event like the Daozi succession ceremony was second only to the clan chief's succession ceremony. In the following period of time, in order to organize the Daozi succession ceremony, the entire Wu clan was bustling with activity. Shortly afterward, the martial clan had invited a wide range of heroes, and the immortal Emperor Daos and top immortal King Daos within the martial extremity immortal region had traveled to the martial clan to offer their congratulations, and almost every day, there were ancient ships from the outside world landing on the divine martial continent in flying boats. Wu Ning had also been busy recently. Daozi's status in the martial clan was extremely high, in a sense not much worse than the clan chief. Although he didn't have any real power, he had quite a few privileges. For example, above the 9th Heavenly Palace, one needed at least Immortal Emperor realm strength to stay in the 9th Heavenly Palace. However, Daozi had the privilege of being able to directly move into the 9th Heavenly Palace even without Immortal Emperor strength. This was a privilege that belonged to a Dao son. Wu Xian had assigned an Immortal Palace to Wu Ning on the 9th Heavenly Palace. He was busy moving recently. Mr. and Mrs. Wu Tianyun were already living in the Chaoyuan Immortal Palace and had not moved to the 9th Heaven's Palace with their son. In fact, with Wu Tianyun's current status and strength, it was possible to move to the 8th Heaven's Palace. It was just that they were used to living in the Chaoyuan Immortal Palace and did not intend to move for the time being. Moreover, there weren't many people in the clan who knew his true strength. Among the martial clan, the 9th Heavenly Palace represented honor. To move into the 8th Heavenly Palace, a cultivation at the Quasi-Immortal Emperor realm was only the foundation, and one also needed to possess sufficiently convincing feats. If he were to directly move into the 8th Heavenly Palace right now, he would inevitably stir up gossip, and would even cause dissatisfaction among those who lived on the 8th Heavenly Palace. After all, they had all gone through countless efforts and hardships to live on the 8th Heaven's Palace. If others could easily be ranked alongside them, wouldn't it seem like they had gone through all that hard work and hardship for nothing? Above the 9th Heavenly Palace. Dao Feather Immortal Palace. It was an ancient star that was close to 1 light year in diameter, and it was also the place where the successive generations of Dao sons of the martial clan resided. Before the Wu Ning, the previous generation of Dao Zi had succeeded to the throne 23 million years ago, having long since cultivated to the extreme end of the Immortal Emperor realm. He had stepped down from his position as Daozi millions of years ago, and then traveled the heavens, honing his cultivation while seeking the opportunity to break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Wu Ning was the new owner of this immortal palace. Such a huge ancient star was actually just an immortal palace, and this was the masterstroke of the Wu clan. After Wu Ning had entered the Dao Feather Immortal Palace, he had been busy arranging the entire Immortal Palace. He would probably be living here for a long, long time to come. Therefore, Wu Ning had arranged it extremely carefully and meticulously. For this reason, he had also taken out many of the things he had signed up for. Within a vast and sprawling medicinal garden in the Dao Feather Immortal Palace, Wu Ning had taken out the hundreds of millions of tons of extreme immortal soil that he had signed for earlier, and then he had taken out the innate peach tree and the immortal grade Bodhi tree and planted them. Some of the emperor grade immortal medicines that he had signed up for were also all planted in the extreme immortal soil. The Dao Feather Immortal Palace had powerful formations and prohibitions set up by successive generations of Daoists, and he wasn't worried about being spied on. Without the strength of a Dao-level powerhouse, it simply couldn't be spied on. However, just to be on the safe side, Wu Ning had used the 2 Dao-level formations he had signed up for earlier as well. In this way, aside from those ancient ancestors, no one would be able to spy on his Dao Feather Immortal Palace. Even if those Dao Zi had once come, they wouldn't be able to. Amidst Wu Ning's busyness, time passed quietly. A year quickly passed. On this day, above the 9th Heavenly Palace, True Martial Immortal Palace, in the middle of the solemn and ancient Grand Hall, wearing a purple gold immortal robe, Wu Ning stood atop the Great Hall. Below, on the left side were the various clan elders of the martial clan, as well as the other middle and high-ranking members of the martial clan, including the Wu Tianyun couple. On the right side were the invited guests from all walks of life, including people from other superpowers, as well as all levels of the Dao lineages belonging to the martial clan, who had come to witness the succession of the martial clan's Dao son. In the middle of the hall, there was a sea of people, the younger generation disciples of the martial race. There were hundreds of millions of them.
If it were in previous days, the vast majority of them would not have been qualified to ascend to the 9th heavenly palace, but today was special, as they had all come to witness the Dao Sun succession. Above the Great Hall, a white-haired clan elder was reading out a benediction. Ning stood just to the side, his expression bland as he surveyed the people from the major powers below. At the same time, quite a few people were also sizing him up. Yi Huan was certainly among them. This time, for the Daozi succession ceremony, he did not know whether it was intentional or deliberate, but the martial clan had specially sent an invitation to the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan as well. Yi Huang sized up Ning above him and a hint of hidden killing intent flashed under his eyes, but he was immediately greeted with Ning's gaze. Yi Huang was pleasantly unafraid and gazed at him coldly. Ning moved his eyes away with a faint glance at him. Whatever grudge this fellow had with his unseen eldest uncle, Ning had no interest in knowing, but looking for trouble had actually found its way to his head. It was their own bad luck to blame. Aside from Yi Huang, some of the other superpowers were also sizing up Ning. The news of a several hundred-year-old immortal king had reached their forces, and taking this opportunity, those forces had purposely sent out strong men to try to probe the bottom of this Dao child of the Wu clan. A few of them even sent out an immortal emperor. At this moment, those few frowned imperceptibly as they looked at Ning above them. They realized that they couldn't see through that young man's bottom line at all. Not to mention any details, they couldn't even detect his aura. Strange, could it be that some martial race powerhouse has obscured the heavenly chances for him? An immortal emperor who specialized in the art of deduction said in his heart, not daring to continue probing for fear of angering that martial race powerhouse. A moment later, that clan elder finished reading the benediction. Then Wu Xian stepped forward and granted Ning the Dao Order in his capacity as the clan head. The Dao Order was a symbol of the Dao Sun's identity, just like an emperor's jade seal. At the same time, this Dao Order was also an extremely powerful immortal emperor artifact. The entire clan and the 8 directions of the universe share the same view that my grandson, Ning, is now succeeding to the position of Dao Sun of our clan. The heavens come to celebrate, and all the spirits congratulate us, enjoying the glory of our clan, and undertaking the heavenly destiny of our clan. Along with Wu Xian's impassioned voice, the sounds of the great Dao resonated in unison, and a cloud of sunlight and countless auspicious visions filled the sky. With all eyes on him, Wu Xian granted the Dao Order to Ning. Ninger, from now on, you are the Dao Sun of our martial clan, enjoying supreme honor. You should strive for our clan to be the first. Ning nodded solemnly. Ninger will keep this in mind, and will not let grandfather and the elders down. Afterward, a chorus of congratulations rang out from below. Outside of the Great Hall, there was even a roar that resounded through the clouds. Ning's figure flickered, instantly appearing in the sky outside the hall. Daozi! We greet the Daozi. See you, Daozi. See you, Daozi. The countless younger generation disciples of the martial clan saluted, their gazes fervently looking at him as they cried out in unison. Chapter 116 Northern Darkness Immortal Clan. Ning smiled faintly and said softly, "Be excused." Although his voice was light, it clearly traveled into the ears of everyone below, as if he were whispering in their ears. Upon hearing his voice, the many children of the martial clan instantly became even more fervent. Daozi! Daozi! Countless voices merged together, shaking the heavens and piercing through the clouds. A certain corner of the grand hall. Looking at Ning, who was being worshipped by 10,000 people in the air, Wu Xiaoyu had a complicated look on his face. Beside him, Wu Yu sighed slightly. Alas, why do you think this gap between people is so great? Although he usually disliked fighting, he still had a bit of pride in his heart, and this pride was now thwarted. A little guy who was a few hundred years old actually possessed the strength of the immortal king realm, and he felt that he had been dealt a severe blow. Wu Xiaoyu sighed quietly and said, "Perhaps, this is the true supreme heavenly pride. Compared to that, we are just ordinary people who stand out slightly." They had always been called heavenly prides and demons, but now it seemed a bit ridiculous. In Ning's body, they felt a gap that was beyond their reach, a gap that was too great, so great that they didn't even have a shred of faith in catching up. The true pride of the heavens is this powerful and unreasonable. Ning's Dao Sun succession ceremony came to a close amidst countless fervent cries. 3 months quickly passed. Dao Feather Immortal Palace. Wu Tianyun was talking with Ning. Ninger, according to the usual practice, every Dao Sun will openly select followers in the clan, and there are quite a few sons and daughters in the clan who are eagerly awaiting this. What are your thoughts? Selecting followers. Ning raised an eyebrow, a matter that he had naturally paid attention to.
However, with his current strength, some followers with ordinary strength really weren't much use. Although he could help people forcibly raise their cultivation levels, ordinary people weren't worth it for him to do that. Furthermore, true celestial pride had pride, and it was almost impossible for those top-ranked celestial pride in the clan to be willing to be his followers. Ning shook his head slightly. "Father, let's wait on this matter, there's no rush now." Wu Tianyun nodded and turned to bring up another matter. "Recently, your grandfather has handed over quite a few things in the immortal region to me as well, and in a few more days, my father may need to go out for a trip, and it is estimated that it will be a long time before he returns." "Father is going out?" Ning frowned. He hadn't forgotten about the threat that was the Thousand Leaves Emperor clan. Although his father was already at the quasi-immortal emperor realm, he could not necessarily guarantee safety. Wu Tianyun said, "My father is heading to the northern region of the martial extremity immortal domain, and there are two immortal Emperor Dao lineages over there that have recently created quite a bit of friction, nearly resulting in a great war. These two immortal Emperor Dao lineages are both under our martial race, and they have created a conflict, so in order to avoid a great war that would result in the destruction of living beings, it is natural that our martial race needs to step in to quell it. The main reason for my father to go this time is to deal with this matter, but you don't have to worry, there is a clan elder of our martial clan in the northern region. Those two immortal Emperor Dao teams can't turn the sky over no matter how much they make trouble." Although there was a clan elder in the northern region, as long as those forces didn't make too much noise, the clan elder wouldn't bother to intervene in the matters between those forces. Resolving the disputes between those forces was generally handled by another person from the clan. Wu Ning's frown deepened. Resolving the strife of the forces under his command sounded like something perfectly normal, yet he detected a hint of something unusual in it. After reaching the immortal emperor realm, as long as something related to him in the underworld, he would more or less develop a trace of a subtle sense. Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, "When will father depart? I'll accompany you then." There wasn't much to do staying in the clan anyway, so going out for a stroll wasn't bad. "Maybe we'll be able to catch a big fish or two." Half a month later, a golden ancient boat left the martial clan's cosmic mystery realm and flew in the direction of the northern domain of the martial extremity immortal region. On the ancient boat, Wu Ning's expression was somewhat helpless. In the rear of the ancient boat, there was an extremely powerful clan elder following from afar. There was no need to think that he must have intended to come and protect him in secret. "That's just it, it seems like I have to find an opportunity to show those clan elders how strong I am," Wu Ning secretly said in his heart. When he had broken into the Forest of Inquiries, his cultivation strength had definitely been known by those bigwigs in the clan, and there was little point in hiding it any longer. Of course, surely he could only let his parents and those immortal emperors in the clan know about it. The less other people knew about it, the better. After all, there was still the Thousand Leaf Emperor clan as a threat. Time quickly passed another half a month. The golden-colored ancient boat arrived at the northern region of the martial extremity immortal domain. Wu Tianyun first brought Wu Ning to pay a visit to the clan elder who was sitting in this place, and then brought Wu Ning towards the northern underworld immortal clan. The northern underworld immortal clan was precisely one of those two immortal Emperor Dao lineages that had generated conflict. The other was the Violet Thunder immortal clan. Northern underworld immortal clan, northern underworld ancient star. The golden-colored ancient boat descended onto the north underworld ancient star where the north underworld immortal race was located. There were numerous people from the northern underworld immortal race waiting here long ago, and when they saw the golden ancient boat descending, they greeted them. "Greetings to the young clan chief. Greetings to Daozi's descent." Led by the Northern Darkness Immortal Clan's clan chief, the many people of the Northern Darkness Immortal Clan respectfully shouted in unison. Their gazes looked in awe at the golden ancient boat that descended in the sky. As an immortal Emperor Dao lineage, their Northern Underworld Immortal Clan was a top-notch power in the entire martial extremity immortal region. However, at this moment, in front of the master of that golden ancient boat, they were forced to put away the arrogance in their hearts, revealing a look of respect and humility. Simply because the master of that ancient boat came from the true martial Imperial clan, the supreme lord of the entire martial extremity immortal region. A martial clan young clan chief, a martial clan Dao son. They were all supreme masters capable of determining their lives and deaths with a single word. No one in the Northern Darkness Immortal Clan dares to disrespect them. In the sky above, the father and son of Wu Tianyun stepped out of the ancient boat and looked down at the crowd of the Northern Underworld Immortal race below. Exempt from salutation. Wu Tianyun smiled faintly and raised his hand to support him in vain. Wu Ning stood quietly at the side, dressed in a light purple tunic, holding a snow-white nine-tailed sky fox in his arms,
with a tiny green bird lying on his shoulder, his shape extremely strange.
Many thanks to the young clan chief.
The Northern Underworld clan chief arched his hand and thanked him. Young clan chief, Daozi, please also enter the mansion to have a catch-up. I have already prepared an immortal banquet to receive the young clan chief and Daozi.
Wu Tianyun nodded slightly. Please lead the way, clan chief Manhwa.
The group flew towards the main hall of the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan. In the middle of the Manhwa Immortal Clan, countless younger generations looked at Ning in the air, a look of curiosity and excitement appearing in their eyes.
Is that one the Daozi of the martial clan?
I've heard that Daozi is less than 500 years old now, and he's already an immortal king. His talent is unrivaled throughout the ages. A woman's eyes revealed a color of infatuation as she murmured, Daozi is so good looking.
The way Daozi is holding the little white fox in his arms is so charming. Chapter 117 Violet Thunder Immortal Clan.
In the middle of the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan's Great Hall.
Tell me, what caused the conflict between your Northern Underworld Immortal Clan and the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect? On the main seat, Wu Tianyun asked with a calm expression.
Although he already knew the general course of events, he still wanted to hear what the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan had to say. The Northern Underworld Clan chief looked respectful and immediately arched his hand and replied. Young clan chief Ming Jian, the Violet Thunder Immortal Clan and my clan have historically had quite a bit of friction, and this time they have gone even further. Originally just a few juniors between a little verbal dispute, the result led to my clan children were slaughtered no less than 100 people, including 2 family court children. A hint of anger appeared in the eyes of the Northern Underworld clan chief. If it was merely the killing of the clan's children, he would not be so angry. What made him even more furious was that the people from the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect not only killed those Northern Underworld Immortal Clan disciples, but afterward, they even hung their corpses in public to humiliate them. It was simply too deceitful. Wu Tianyun nodded slightly. He had already understood this information before coming to the Northern Domain. The person from the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect who had struck was the son of a quasi-immortal emperor. He was a flighty and domineering person, and was a second-generation ancestor on the ground. However, those sons and daughters of the Northern Darkness Immortal Clan who were killed were not considered good people either. Coming from the Emperor's system ancient clan, they were usually arrogant and accustomed to it, and were also a group of second-generation ancestors. It was only a group of small second-generation ancestors that encountered a large second-generation ancestor and then kicked the iron plate, resulting in being killed back. The 2 immortal Emperor Dao lineages had already been harboring grudges for a long time, and this time it was as if they had been completely set off. Over these past half a year, the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan and the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect had already generated quite a few small-scale frictions, and quite a few people had died on both sides. Young clan chief, the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect is bullying people too much. You must make a decision for us. After the Manhwa clan chief finished speaking, he looked at Wu Tianyun with an apprehensive expression.
Wu Tianyun glanced at him indifferently.
He was not too interested in the feud between these 2 families. What mattered was the next step of bringing this matter to an end. If the 2 immortal Emperor Dao lineages fought, perhaps the entire Northern Domain would be affected. At that time, a large number of immortal realm living beings would inevitably be caught up in the vortex of the battle between these 2 forces. The Martial Extremity Immortal Region was the territory of the Martial Clan, and for the sake of the stability and prosperity of the Immortal Region, the Martial Clan naturally wouldn't sit idly by and watch as the 2 immortal Emperor Daoist systems fought. Counting the time, the people from the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect should also be coming soon, right?
Wu Tianyun said softly.
On his way to the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan, he had sent someone to the Violet Thunder Immortal Clan to send a message. How could the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect not be present to resolve the strife between these 2 families?
Boom!
As soon as his words fell, a loud bang was heard from outside. Clan chief, it's someone from the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect. In the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan, countless clansmen looked furious as they surrounded an ancient warship that had fallen from the void, murderous intent surging in their eyes.
Old Northern Underworld Ghost, we have come to pay our respects to the young clan chief and Daozi. What do you Northern Underworld Immortal Clan mean by this?
A blue-clothed middle-aged man stepped out of the warship, narrowing his eyes at the people of the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan in the surroundings.
Behind him, there were quite a few strong men from the Violet Thunder Immortal Clan. Unbridled.
The Northern Underworld Clan chief shouted coldly towards the surrounding clansmen, "Why don't you quickly retreat?" The people of the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan unwillingly glanced at the people of the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect before retreating to the side. The patriarch of the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect directly ignored them and came straight to the front of Wu Tianyun's father and son, worshipping.
My name is Chang Yaozu, see the young patriarch, see Daozi. We refer to the young patriarch and see the Dao Sun. Numerous Purple Thunder Immortal Palace powerhouses shouted in unison. Wu Tianyun reached out and gently lifted his hand. Get up. Since everyone has arrived, it's time to talk about business. Patriarch Chang, your clan's disciples beheaded the Northern Darkness Immortal clan's children first, and then hung the corpses in public for humiliation afterward. How do you think this matter should be resolved? Chang Yaozu immediately bowed and said, Young Patriarch, it's not true that it was my clan's disciples who beheaded the Northern Underworld family's children, but that doesn't mean they were justified. It was their Manhwa family's son who provoked them first, wanting to make a move towards my sect's disciple Yu Yang, and was finally beheaded by Yu Yang instructing the Dao protectors around him. Although Yu Yang's means of action was excessive, in the final analysis, the fault lies with those children of the Northern Underworld Immortal clan. Oh? What do you say? Wu Tianyun's gaze shifted to the nearby Northern Underworld clan chief. Young clan chief, these are all his side of the story. How could my clan's sons and daughters make a move towards their Purple Thunder Immortal Sect's disciples for no reason? Moreover, even if my clan's children were at fault first, and we admit to being decapitated by them, but they should never have humiliated the corpses of those disciples, this is slapping the face of our Northern Underworld Immortal clan. The Northern Underworld clan chief said with an agitated expression. Then how do you think this matter should be resolved? Young clan chief, our clan cannot pursue the deaths of those disciples, but the Violet Thunder Immortal clan must hand over Yu Yang. Impossible. Chang Yaozu immediately shook his head. Young Patriarch, everything I said is true. Those disciples of the Northern Darkness Immortal clan deserve to die. Yu Yang was just fighting back. Handing him over is impossible. Yu Yang was the heir of a quasi-immortal emperor of their Violet Thunder Immortal clan. More importantly, that quasi-immortal emperor was the disciple of that immortal emperor ancestor of their Violet Thunder Immortal sect. Wu Tianyun frowned slightly as he turned his head to look at Wu Ning beside him and asked, Ninger, what do you think should be done about this? Wu Ning's gaze swept over the people of the Violet Thunder Immortal sect. Which one is Yu Yang? I am. A young man in a golden-colored robe stepped forward, a humble and flattering smile on his face as he directly fell to his knees in a great bow. Yu Yang of the Violet Thunder Immortal sect, see you, Daozi. Wu Ning let out a light laugh. Although this man was not a good bird, he had an eye for bullying and was not without redeeming qualities. He said indifferently, although this incident was started by the Northern Darkness Immortal clan's children, you are equally at fault. Killing is nothing but a headache. It is precisely because of your superfluousness that has led to today's situation. Daozi, spare your life. Yu Yang knelt on the ground, his face white with fear, thinking that Wu Ning was going to take him to task. At this moment, the gazes of the others all fell on Wu Ning, wanting to see exactly what he would do. A trace of gravity appeared in Chang Yaozu's eyes. If this Daozi wanted to take Yu Yang to task, he wouldn't be able to protect him. Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, let's put it this way, even though you are at fault, there is a reason for what happened. This Dao Sun will give you a chance. Wu Ning's gaze went back to the Manhwa clan chief on the side. This Daoist son also gives your Manhwa Immortal clan a chance. Your Manhwa Immortal clan can send one of your clansmen to engage in a life and death battle with Yu Yang, but they must not be older than Yu Yang, and, regardless of whether they win or lose this battle, this matter will end here, and no one shall pursue this matter any further. Father, what do you think about handling it like this? Wu Tianyun smiled and nodded. Very good. Chapter 118 Magic Weapons and the Demon Race. What about you guys? Wu Ning glanced again at the Northern Underworld clan chief, Chang Yaozu, and Yu Yang. The Manhwa clan chief nodded slightly. Daozi, I, the Manhwa Immortal clan, have no opinions. Chang Yaozu glanced at Yu Yang on the ground and also said, Daozi, I, the Violet Thunder Immortal clan, also have no opinion. Daozi, I. Yu Yang's face tightened and he hurriedly raised his head. What, you have an opinion? Wu Ning looked at him indifferently. I don't have an opinion either. Yu Yang trembled for a moment, hastily shaking his head. Very well, then this matter is settled. The Northern Darkness Immortal clan's fighting martial stadium. Opposite Yu Yang stood a slender Chinese-robed youth. He was the candidate picked by the Manhwa clan chief to fight in the battle. His name was Manhwa Long. His age was more than 3,000 years younger than Yu Yang, but his cultivation was not weaker than him. Both of them were at the late stage of true immortal realm. Wu Tianyun waved his hand. All right, let's begin. Boom! The two instantly collided together. All around the martial arts arena, many people from the Manhwa Immortal clan shouted and cheered for Manhwa Long. On the side of the Purple Thunder Immortal clan, however, there was silence. Chang Yaozu's brows were furrowed. This was a life and death battle. He was aware of Yu Yang's strength, not weak, but definitely not strong either. On the contrary, on the side of the Northern Underworld Immortal clan, there was an elite disciple. This battle was afraid to hang in the balance. Ninger, who do you think will win between these two? Wu Tianyun asked with a smile. That depends on their luck. Wu Ning said leisurely, he really couldn't muster the slightest interest in a battle of this caliber. The martial arts arena's immortal energy stirred, the two had already sacrificed their respective immortal weapons and clashed violently, the powerful energy storms constantly crashing against the martial arts arena's defense formations, emitting loud rumbling sounds. Boom boom. The fight between the two was very fierce and intense, less than half a bell. Their bodies were already covered with hideous and gruesome wounds, but the discerning could see that Yu Yang was completely at the disadvantage, and was ruthlessly suppressed by Bei Mua Long. Go to hell! Bei Mua Long shouted angrily, waving his sword towards Yu Yang's head. The green-colored blade carried a stern killing chance, arriving in front of Yu Yang in an instant. The extreme sharpness seemed to split him in two. Yu Yang was shocked in his heart and hastily offered a golden compass, narrowly blocking Bei Mua Long's terrifying blade on. Damn it! This is what you forced me to do. Boom! In a flash, a small blood-colored tripod appeared in Yu Yang's hand. This small blood-colored tripod emitted an extremely powerful and bizarre aura, taking in the hearts of the people and filling them with a demonic feeling. This is a demonic artifact? Seeing this small tripod, many people's eyes shrunk violently. A trace of a strange color flashed in Wu Ning's eyes. The small tripod's aura was different from any immortal artifact treasure he had seen in the past. Magic weapon? Death. Yu Yang's eyes erupted with an evil blood color as his immortal power surged into the small tripod and violently smashed towards Bei Mua Long. Not good. The Bei Mua clan chief was instantly startled, so he wanted to dodge and rush towards the martial arts arena. Buzz. Chang Yaozu snorted coldly and waved his hand to stop him. Old man, where do you want to go? This is a life and death battle, do you want to break the rules? A trace of fury appeared on the Northern Meditation clan chief's face. That kid actually used a demonic weapon. You've already broken the rules first. Chang Yaozu looked indifferent. Daozi said that there is no limit to the means. Which rule says that you can't use a magic weapon? You. Rumble. Below, the blood-colored small tripod violently smashed onto Bei Mua Long's body. Although he had already done his best to defend himself, his entire body was still directly shattered by the blood-colored small tripod, destroying him. The entire martial arts arena was shaken to the point of emitting a loud noise. The martial arts arena was covered in a mist of blood. Bei Chuan Long's body had disappeared, and even his divine soul had suffered a heavy blow, narrowly failing to coalesce into an entity. All around, the children of the Northmore Immortal clan all stared with wide eyes, not expecting that Bei Chuan Long, who had the upper hand, would suddenly be blown away. Bei Chuan Long. Lost? That little tripod is so terrifying, I feel like my soul is going to explode just by looking at it. What kind of magic treasure is this? I didn't expect that guy to actually have such an undercurrent. This is bad, Bei Mua Long is only going to fall. On the martial arts arena, Yu Yang's eyes flashed with a trace of bloodthirsty light as he lifted the small tripod and smashed it towards Bei Chuan Long's divine soul once again. No. Don't. Don't kill me, I admit defeat. Feeling the threat of death, Bei Chuan Long instantly shouted in terror. The Bei Mua clan chief's face turned cold, swallowing all the words that were already on his lips. He had wanted to plead with Wu Ning and Wu Tianyun to spare his life, but he hadn't expected this fellow to be so unbearable. If he died, then he would die, such a life-hungry and death-fearing person. He was disturbed even as he watched. Boom! Ah! The blood-colored small tripod violently smashed on top of Bei Mua Long's divine soul, and the latter screamed miserably as his divine soul instantly disintegrated and turned into countless pieces of divine soul. Buzz! Right at this moment, a terrifying devouring force suddenly erupted from the blood-colored small tripod, as if it was swallowing a whale and drinking from a cow, instantly devouring Bei Mua Long's divine soul fragments. After absorbing Bei Mua Long's divine soul fragment, the aura on the scarlet cauldron instantly became even more powerful, and its color also became more and more demonic. Roar! Yu Yang's eyes glowed ferociously, the veins between his neck bulged, and a low roar like that of a giant beast came out from his throat. Not good. This kid has been revolted by the demonic weapon. Chang Yaozu's eyes flashed as he flew towards the martial arts arena. Clan Chief Bei Mua hurriedly said to Wu Tianyu and Wu Ning, Young Clan Chief, Daozi, the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect is actually privately storing demonic artifacts. The old man suspects that they are involved with the Demon Clan. This matter must be investigated severely. The demon clan is heavily involved. We absolutely cannot let go of a single hidden danger.
The northern underworld clan chief threw his voice, directly a big hat to snap on.
Devil weapon.
Wu Tianyun frowned slightly. Devil weapons were weapons and magic treasures forged by the devil race. The devil race, on the other hand, was a terrifying race from other great worlds. This race was extremely murderous and bizarre, with a special life structure that made it difficult to be killed. The power mastered by the devil race is extremely overbearing and bizarre, vaguely restraining the immortals' immortal power.
In particular, immortals under the Immortal King were extremely severely restrained by the demon race.
Countless years ago, there was once an incomparably powerful demonic army that descended upon the Taicho ancient realm, setting off boundless killings. Because the immortal power was restrained, it caused the immortals of the Taichu ancient realm to retreat before that demonic army. In that terrifying battle, a large portion of the immortal realm was crushed and countless immortals fell. Even immortal emperors fell several times. In the end, it was only when the major superpowers sent out super powerhouses that they were able to wipe out the entire devil race army.
Since then, the demon race became a taboo.
Along with that, the devil artifacts and devil objects related to the devil race had also become taboo.
Wu Tianyun nodded slightly. Violet Thunder Immortal Sect possessed a demonic weapon. This matter really needed to be investigated.
The reason why the demon race had become a taboo was not how powerful they were. Nor was it how much killing they caused. Rather, it was because the power they wielded was extremely erosive.
Chapter 119, Time Retrogression. The power mastered by the devil race was extremely bizarre.
If an ordinary immortal was attacked by demonic power, he would likely become demonized and turn into a half-human, half-demon monster. Bloodthirsty and murderous, their sanity was all gone. If they were to be eroded by the power of some powerful demonic races, they would even be assimilated into a demonic race.
What's more, this kind of magic power can be contagious.
The power of those horrible demons, ordinary immortals will be demonized as long as they are contaminated with a trace of it, which is extremely terrifying. Even immortal emperors were extremely fearful. Roar! In the martial arts arena, Yu Yang hissed when he saw Chang Yaozu approaching and directly lifted the small blood-colored tripod and smashed it towards him.
Boom!
The scarlet cauldron erupted with a terrifying ferocious might, containing a monstrous murderous aura as it directly killed towards Chang Yaozu.
Unbridled! Boom! Chang Yaozu shouted angrily and slapped the scarlet little cauldron away.
Then he dodged to Yu Yang and stretched out his hand towards the top of his head and pressed it. Yu Yang had a ferocious light in his eyes, but his cultivation level was too weak to resist, and he was directly confined in place by Chang Yaozu.
A few moments later,
Yu Yang's eyes gradually became clear, and the backlash of the demonic weapon was forcefully suppressed by Chang Yaozu.
Patriarch, aye.
Yu Yang glanced at him in some panic. Although his mind was controlled by the demonic weapon, he remembered everything that had just happened. He actually dared to make a move towards the Patriarch himself. Chang Yaozu snorted coldly and ingested the small blood-colored tripod into his hands, flashing and appearing on the high platform.
Wu Tianyun looked at him expressionlessly. Patriarch Chang, regarding the matter of the magic weapon, shouldn't you give me an explanation?
Young Patriarch, I was not previously aware that Yu Yang possessed a demonic weapon, otherwise I would have definitely destroyed it at the first opportunity. Chang Yaozu respectfully handed the small blood-colored tripod in his hand forward. This demonic weapon, please ask the young Patriarch to dispose of it.
Humph.
Wu Tianyun didn't even look at him and directly waved his hand. Yu Yang instantly appeared on the high platform.
Tell me, where did this demonic weapon come from?
With a fluttering sound, Yu Yang directly knelt on the ground, his face a little white.
This magic weapon. Yu Yang stammered.
If you don't want to be soul-searched, don't hide anything.
Wu Tianyun's face was cold.
Yes. This demonic weapon was given to me by my father to protect my body. He warned me that I can only use it when I am in a life-threatening situation, and that I can't let anyone know about it during normal times. Yu Yang was shocked by the hint of pressure released by Wu Tianyun and gave a full account, not daring to hold back at all.
Your father? Then where did your father get it from? This I don't know.
Wu Ning released a strand of divine thoughts, quietly probing Yu Yang's divine soul memory.
This fellow truly didn't know anything.
However, the time he had obtained this magic weapon was less than half a year. Wu Ning's eyes flashed as he said to Wu Tianyun, "Father, let's go to the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect to take a look then." Wu Tianyun nodded and turned his head to look at Chang Yaozu, receiving the small blood-colored tripod in his hands. "Bring this brat with you to the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect." The Violet Thunder Immortal Sect was not too far from the Northern Darkness Immortal Clan. An hour later, the Golden Ancient Boat descended onto the Violet Thunder Ancient Star where the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect was located. Young Patriarch, Daozi, please follow me to the clan hall. Chang Yaozu bowed and led the way, causing a large number of Violet Thunder Sect disciples to look sideways. What kind of people are these, actually led by the Sovereign Lord himself? Sovereign Lord is so humble, I didn't expect Sovereign Lord to have such a side. In the entire Martial Extremity Immortal region, I'm afraid that the one who can make Lord Sovereign treat him like this is a big shot from the Martial clan. Hiss, the Martial clan? How could a big shot from the Martial clan come to our Violet Thunder Immortal Sect? Who knows? In the middle of the sect's main hall, Wu Tianyun said in a cold voice, "Go and call Yu Koan here." Yu Koan was Yu Yang's father, a quasi-immortal emperor powerhouse. Yes, young patriarch, you wait a moment, I will go right away. Chang Yaozu bowed and prepared to go and call in person. A moment later, a middle-aged man in gray robes followed Chang Yaozu into the grand hall alongside him. Wu Ning sized him up, his eyes narrowing slightly. "You are Yu Koan?" Wu Tianyun gazed at him and asked. The gray-robed middle-aged man slightly arched his hand. "I am none other than Yu Koan. I have met the young patriarch, and I have met Daozi." Wu Tianyun waved his hand and directly took out the small blood-colored tripod. "I think you should know why I have come? Tell me, how did you obtain this demonic artifact? This magic weapon?" Yu Koan looked at the small blood-colored tripod in Wu Tianyun's hand, and a trace of color flashed under his eyes. A hint of alarm suddenly arose in Wu Tianyun's heart. Right at this moment, a strange change suddenly appeared. Boom! The small blood-colored tripod in his hand instantly shattered, suddenly erupting with an incomparably terrifying force that pierced through the void, possessing the might to easily obliterate a low-ranked immortal king. Fix! Wu Ning spat out a single word, and the surrounding spacetime suddenly froze. The small, blood-colored tripod in Wu Tianyun's hand exploded itself with a loud bang, and the terrifying power came to a halt before it had the chance to spread out in all directions. Afterward, a ghostly aura flashed within Wu Ning's left eye. Space and time rippled, producing a slight change, and the power that had erupted from the blood-colored small tripod quickly returned to the small tripod, as if the scene was being rewound. In less than a second, this self-destructing demonic artifact was restored to its original state. This was Wu Ning's revamped and upgraded version of a glimpse of 10,000 years after he had taken control of the pupil of time and certified as an immortal emperor. Time retrospection. In the next moment, the effect of temporal solidification disappeared. What divine ability is this? Yu Koan's eyes widened, revealing a hint of shock. Wu Ning's execution of time retrospection had only targeted the demonic weapon cauldron, and had not affected his memories. This can't be. Exploded for me. Yu Koan roared in shock and anger, wanting to control the scarlet cauldron to explode itself once again. Humph. Boom. Wu Ning slapped the scarlet cauldron to pieces, and Yu Koan instantly blanched. The true owner of this demonic artifact was actually him. Who the hell are you? Yu Koan's eyes were fierce, and the powerful pressure of a quasi-immortal emperor instantly erupted, sweeping towards Wu Ning. Yu Koan, what are you doing? Chang Yaozu shouted in shock and anger. This fellow actually dared to move towards the martial clan's Dao Sun and young clan chief. Was he trying to pull their entire Violet Thunder Immortal clan along with him? Boom! Shut up! Yu Koan didn't even look back as a wave of pressure shook him away. Die for me! He roared madly as his two fists erupted with terrifying might, simultaneously blasting towards Wu Ning and Wu Tianyun. Seek death! Wu Ning's gaze chilled as he slapped his palm towards him. Boom! Yu Koan's body was instantly slapped into a bloody mist, not even having the slightest bit of resistance. Afterward, Wu Ning grabbed his divine soul in his hands. Impossible! How could you be so strong? What the hell are you? Yu Koan hissed madly, a look of disbelief in his eyes. Didn't the intelligence say that the martial clan's Dao Sun only had the strength of an immortal king? How could he be so strong? Wu Ning snorted coldly as Immortal Emperor Divine Thoughts forcefully surged in and directly began to view his divine soul memories. Black Hell. Chapter 120 Black Prison. Interesting. Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. This Yu Koan's surface identity was that of the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect's Supreme Elder, but he had actually defected to the Black Prison long ago, millions of years ago. Black Prison. A hint of coldness flashed across Wu Ning's eyes. This was an assassin organization that was ferociously renowned throughout the entire Taichu ancient realm. He had long since heard of it. The Black Hell was extremely mysterious, and no one knew its details. This organization had a long legacy, possessed the most terrifying killers in the world, and was so rampant that even the Tao lineage heirs of the major superpowers had been assassinated by them an unknown number of times. Even immortal emperors have been assassinated more than once. If it was an ordinary organization, it would have been uprooted and uprooted. However, endless years have passed, and the Black Prison is still roaming in the Tai Chu ancient realm, and from time to time, it has done a shocking event that has attracted the attention of countless forces. For example, assassinating an old ancestor of a certain power. Or the divine son or daughter of a certain top-tier power. This was definitely not just because of the depth of hiding. Without the support of a strong strength, even the best concealment means would not help. Nowadays, the Black Prison has become a nightmare for countless people. In many people's minds, the Black Prison is synonymous with mystery and power. Although its details were unknown, based on its past battle results, the Black Prison was ranked in the second echelon of the Tai Chu ancient realm, the top tier of forces. Moreover, it was one of the most powerful handful of top-tier forces, a terrifying existence second only to the major superpowers. Within the Black Prison, there are 5 levels of killers from high to low, namely Heaven, Earth, Xian, Yellow, and Mortal, which correspond to the 4 realms of the Immortal Tao. They corresponded to the 4 realms of the Immortal Tao, as well as those below Immortals. Yu Koan, as a prospective Immortal Emperor, was one of the top Earth-level killers. About 3 years ago, Yu Koan received an order to assassinate the Martial Clan's young lord and Daozi. Subsequently, he had carefully laid such a trap through the information he had poked around through his organization, causing a conflict between the Northern Darkness Immortal Clan and the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect, wanting to lure Wu Tianyun out of the Martial Clan so that he could facilitate the assassination. With people within the Martial Clan, it was impossible for him to succeed in his assassination. As for Yu Yang, he was not actually his son, and he did not care whether he was dead or alive. After Wu Ning understood these causes and consequences, he continued to check Yu Koan's divine soul memory. He wanted to see if he could find out some information about the Black Prison. Wu Ning frowned slightly. In the depths of Yu Koan's divine soul memory, there was an extremely powerful divine soul prohibition. After sensing his probing, these divine soul prohibitions were instantly triggered. Yu Koan's divine soul stiffened violently, then continuously collapsed and annihilated, and in just a short moment, his divine soul completely collapsed and was completely annihilated into nothingness. Indeed. Wu Ning raised an eyebrow, having expected this. The Black Prison had been able to pass on for endless years, and was definitely second to none in the area of secrecy, and it was impossible for anyone to have their souls searched. However, to think that this would be difficult to defeat me. Wu Ning's lips curled into a cold smile. Daring to make a move towards him and his father, no matter who had bought the murderer, and no matter what the origins of this Black Prison were, this beam was considered to have been formed. In his mind, the Black Prison had already been equated with death. At this time, Wu Tianyun came back to his senses from the sudden assassination, and after hearing Wu Ning's self-talk, he couldn't help but change his expression. Black Hell? This guy is actually someone from the Black Prison. We're being targeted by someone from the Black Prison? Wu Tianyun was horrified. The Black Prison was ferociously powerful and rarely missed in its strikes, and in the history of the Martial Clan, there had once been a young clan chief and 2 emperor's sons who were assassinated by the Black Prison, causing him to be alarmed. Wu Ning comforted, "Father, the Black Prison has me on their side, I won't let them succeed." His tone was very firm, causing Wu Tianyun's apprehensive mind to calm down immediately. Nowadays, he had extremely strong confidence in his son. The Black Hell was able to assassinate others, but not necessarily his son. Moreover, he wasn't some soft persimmon now, and even without Wu Ning present today, Yu Koan would be hard-pressed to do anything about him. Wu Ning raised his hand and shot Yu Yang outside the temple into nothingness. After all, killed his real father, naturally cannot be retained. He is not interested in telling him that your father is not your father, he will not necessarily listen. So he had to be condemned to die. It wasn't a good thing anyway. Then, Wu Ning captured Chang Yaozu in the hall with a thought. Patriarch Chang, Yu Koan attacked me and my father, shouldn't your Purple Thunder Immortal Sect give this Daozi an explanation? Plop. Chang Yaozu instantly knelt on the ground and said in fear, Daozi Mingjian, Yu Koan was bold and presumptuous, but what he did had nothing to do with my Purple Thunder Immortal Sect nah. Wu Ning naturally knew that this matter had nothing to do with the Purple Thunder Immortal Sect, but that didn't stop him from taking the opportunity to knock them around a bit. However, this kind of thing didn't interest him much, and Wu Ning directly handed it over to his father, Wu Tianyun, to do so. Somewhere in the void. Not bad, decisive and thunderous. A plain-clothed old man surveyed the direction of the violet thunderstar, stroking his beard with one hand as an appreciative and amiable smile appeared on his rosy face. Only, this little guy is strong to the point of being a bit perverted. Slapping a quasi-immortal emperor, or a several hundred-year-old teenager, was simply appalling. Afterward, his face quickly became grave. Humph. Black hell. Daring to lay hands on my martial clan's children again, you guys are really looking for death. After dealing with the matters of the Northern Underworld Immortal Clan and the Violet Thunder Immortal Sect, there were still quite a few more matters that Marshal Heavenly Fortune needed to deal with, and he still needed to stay in the Northern Domain for a long period of time. In the Northern Domain, on the ancient star where the Marshal clan's residence was located. In an ancient and solemn palace. Wuing placed countless prohibitions in the palace, then directly took out the ink treasure. Little Black, immediately check the details of the black prison of the Taichu ancient realm for me. Alright, master. Imobao's spirit lifted and his voice became agitated. Finally, there was a place for him to be useful again. Clatter. The black leather book flipped open, and the pages of the golden book continued to flip over and over again, quickly checking for information related to the black prison. Wuing raised his eyes to look, and the golden pages recorded information about the black hell in extreme detail. It actually possesses 3 Dao realm powerhouses above immortal emperors? Wuing murmured in a low voice, the strength of this black hell was far higher than he had imagined. In the next moment, Ning's brows raised as if he had discovered something unimaginable. Interesting. The black prison that has shaken the Taichu ancient realm for countless years actually has another person behind it. Wuing's gaze condensed. No wonder the black prison had been able to carry on its legacy for so long without being vetoed. Behind it actually stood a supreme Dao lineage. This hidden secret, I'm afraid that not many people in the entire Taichu ancient realm knew about it. Subsequently, Wuing began to check out those who had bought the murder. The ones who had contacted the Black Hell to try and get rid of the father and son duo were far more than just one family. There was the Thousand Leaves Imperial clan, the Eternal Immortal Kingdom, the Great Desolate Immortal Court, the Heavenly Palace of the 10,000 Paths, and so on. Chapter 121: Destroying the Black Prison Strongholds. These people really deserve to die. Coldness appeared in Wuing's eyes. The Thousand Leaves Imperial clan was nothing more than that, and it was only normal for them to have a beef with him and seek out the Black Prison to kill their father and son. However, several other forces had no grievances with him, yet they wanted to put their father and son to death. A murderous intent flashed under Wuing's eyes. There was no way this matter would end like this. Humph. If you guys can do the first day, don't blame me for doing the 15th. Little Black, continue to investigate. First find all the Black Prison strongholds within the Martial Extremity Immortal region for me. Wuing said with a murderous aura. Yes, master. Clatter. The black leather book flipped once more. Master, I've already found out that there are a total of 386 Black Prison Organization strongholds within the Martial Extremity Immortal region that you are in. 2 of these important strongholds have immortal emperors in attendance. Wuing memorized the locations of all of the Black Prison strongholds in the Martial Extremity Immortal region in his mind before his figure flickered and disappeared directly into the Grand Hall. Cold Pole Ancient Star. This was an extremely large and ancient star that wasn't even common in the Northern Domain, and on it was perched an extremely powerful immortal King Dao lineage. It was called the Cold Pole Immortal Sect. In the Cold Pole Immortal Sect, there were several immortal kings, and amongst all the immortal King Daedutrians in the entire Northern Immortal region, the Cold Pole Immortal Sect was a ranked existence. Boom! A terrifying aura descended upon the Cold Pole Immortal Sect without any warning, just like divine might, vast and majestic, and in a matter of moments, it enveloped the entire Cold Pole Star in its entirety. Within the Cold Pole Immortal Sect, countless people raised their heads and stared in horror, completely unable to understand what had happened. Unbridled. Who dares to make a mistake in? Boom! A figure with a strong aura had just rushed out, and before he could even finish his sentence, he directly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. That's Old Ancestor Gu Yan. Old Ancestor Gu Yan has fallen? Old Ancestor Gu Yan is an immortal king. How is this? This possible? The disciples of the Cold Extreme Immortal Sect instantly became terrified. An immortal king giant had actually been killed in seconds. What kind of terrifying existence was the enemy that had come? Swish, swish, swish. Several more figures with majestic and vast breaths appeared in the air, their gazes looking towards Wuing in shock and anger, but none of them dared to make a move.
The yellow-robed old man at the head of the group took a step forward and asked, I am the cold extreme immortal sect's elder ancestor, Ling. I wonder what my sect has offended your excellency. Wu Ning glanced at him indifferently and did not answer his words as his gaze swept over the several people beside him. Boom boom boom. In the next moment, the three immortal king-level powerhouses instantly exploded, their flesh exploding into a bloody mist, and their divine souls were annihilated in an instant, dead beyond repair and looking extremely terrifying. Hiss. 3 more immortal king ancestors have been killed. This is the end. How did our cold extreme immortal sect provoke such a terrifying powerhouse? A disciple said in a desperate tone. Wu Ning's divine thoughts lightly shook, and several core disciples within the Cold Pole Immortal sect instantly went up in smoke. Anyone from the Black Prison who dares to enter the Cold Pole Immortal region will be killed without pardon. Dropping these words, Wu Ning's figure directly disappeared. The yellow-robed old man's horrified and incomparable expression instantly relaxed. Within the entire Cold Pole Immortal sect, there were a total of 6 immortal kings including him, and he didn't expect that a large portion of them would be karma'd in the blink of an eye. This person is so terrifying. Where exactly is the strong man from? The man from the Black Prison. He suddenly snapped his eyes wide open. Could it be that the few people who had been killed had all joined that legendary assassin organization, the Black Prison? Did his cold extreme immortal sect even have so many undercover agents? After leaving the Cold Pole Star, Wu Ning headed directly to the next Black Prison stronghold. As long as those forces didn't seek death on their own, he would generally only kill the people of the Black Prison. 386 Black Prison strongholds, compared to the vastness of the huge Wuji Immortal region, this little bit of strongholds was nothing at all. The entire Immortal region was simply too vast, and with hundreds of millions of years of development and accumulation, there were as many immortal sects and Taoist traditions as there were stars. All kinds of large and small immortal races, ancient races is a big handful. For all kinds of immortal door, Wu Ning can still be open to one side, but for those immortal forces, it is directly eliminate the roots, all destroyed. Wu Ning's action speed was extremely fast, and in less than 2 days, he had destroyed 380 Black Prison strongholds, covering the entire Wuji Immortal region. Xianling Ancient Star, Everlasting Chen family. Ah! Who the hell are you and why are you making a move against my Chen family for no reason? A burly middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot, his aura raging and ferocious as he stared dead at Wu Ning in the air. Collude with the Black Hell, kill without pardon. Wu Ning's eyes were ice-cold, and with a single thought, the entire Changxing Chen clan instantly went up in smoke. Damn it, I'm going to kill you. The middle-aged man roared madly, offering an incomparably powerful demonic weapon in his hand as he flashed to kill Wu Ning. Another demonic weapon. With a sweep of his eyes, Wu Ning raised his palm and slapped it away, slapping the middle-aged along with the demonic weapon all into nothingness. Right at this moment, the clan elder who had been following in the shadows finally couldn't help himself and appeared in front of Wu Ning. Kid Ning, how exactly did you determine that those guys were from the Black Hell? He couldn't wait to ask. The Black Prison had always been secretive in their movements, and they were all connected by a single line of communication, so even if they caught their assassin scouts, it wouldn't help, and he was very curious as to how exactly Wu Ning had uncovered those Black Prison strongholds in such a short period of time. Clan Elder. Wu Ning nodded in greeting. This clan elder, whose name was Wu Mao, he had met a few times before, was extremely powerful, a peak immortal emperor. Clan Elder, I possess a special method. Wu Ning aptly revealed a hint of difficulty. Seeing this, Wu Mao casually waved his hand. That's just it, everyone has secrets, so forget it if it's inconvenient for you to say. Many thanks, Clan Elder. With a slight nod, Wu Mao asked again, Kid Ning, how many other strongholds have you discovered? Wu Ning stretched out a hand. Clan Elder, there are 5 more, but what? But there are also 2 immortal Emperor Dao lineages among them. Immortal Emperor Dao lineages? You can even find this? Wu Mao was once again shocked for a moment. Wu Ning nodded and spoke bluntly, Clan Elder, let's quickly go to the next stronghold, or else if we're late, they might have gotten away. Wu Mao wasn't ambiguous either. Let's go then, let's settle those rats from the Black Prison first. The next stronghold was a mega-chamber of commerce in the Eastern Immortal Domain, with a quasi-immortal emperor in attendance. It was then directly smashed by Wu Ning's slap. Brat Ning, you couldn't have broken through to Immortal Emperor already, could you? Wu Mao's eyelids fluttered as he couldn't help but ask. He had already endured this question all the way. Wu Ning smiled faintly. Clan Elder has good eyesight. Ninger has only broken through not long ago, and I didn't expect to be seen by you, Clan Elder, with a single glance. You? Are really already an immortal emperor? Wu Mao's eyes glazed over in disbelief. Wu Ning smiled and nodded, releasing a wisp of immortal emperor aura, as good as fake. Gulp. Wu Mao was shocked speechless, and after a long time, reached out and pinched himself. Monster. Monster. Chapter 122 Immortal Emperor Watercloud. There are still 4 left. Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, Clan Elder, if we've made such a big move, the Black Prison has most likely gotten wind of it, so let's split up next. You go to the Tianyuan Wannabe Clan, and I'll go to the Watercloud Immortal Sect, and then we'll rendezvous at the Southern Brightness Ancient Star. Hearing this, Wu Mao suppressed the shock in his heart. Good, first do the right thing. After that, the two separated. The Tianyuan Wan clan and the Watercloud Immortal Sect were both located in the eastern Immortal region. The Tianyuan Wan family was relatively worse, with the strongest person in the family being just a quasi-immortal emperor, while the Watercloud Immortal Sect was an immortal emperor Dao lineage. Although the strongest person was only an early-stage immortal emperor, that was still an immortal emperor. Quasi-immortal emperor and immortal emperor, just one word difference, but 2 very different levels. In terms of strength and depth, 100 heavenly origin vanguards combined were no match for the Watercloud Immortal Sect. It did not take long for Wu Ning to arrive at the Watercloud Immortal Sect. Boom! A ray of terrifying immortal emperor pressure erupted, enveloping the entire Watercloud Immortal Sect. Unbridled. Who dares to sow their wild oats in my Watercloud Immortal Sect? As a furious cry rang out, a black-clothed man with a crown on his head and a plain appearance appeared in the sky above the Watercloud Immortal Sect. Who are you? How dare you come to my Watercloud Immortal Sect to act recklessly? Don't you know that this is this emperor's territory? The man in black drank coldly, his body erupting with a terrifying aura belonging to an immortal emperor. He frowned slightly and imperceptibly. It was as if a layer of mist was shrouding the person in front of him. Whether it was his appearance or his aura, he was surprisingly unable to see through it. Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. You are the Watercloud Immortal Emperor? The Watercloud Immortal Sect only had this one immortal emperor, and listening to the name he had originally thought that it was a female immortal emperor, but he hadn't expected it to be a man. The appearance seemed quite normal. There wouldn't be any quirks, right? It is precisely this emperor. The man in black held his head slightly high, his gaze looking disdainfully out of the corner of his eye, his body exuding an unrivaled aura. Who is your excellency? This emperor doesn't remember that the martial extremity immortal domain has an immortal emperor like you. This one should be recognized, right? Wu Ning directly took out his piece of Dao order. This is the Martial Clan Dao Sun token? Immortal Emperor Shu Weiyun's eyes narrowed. As an immortal emperor who had made a living in the martial extremity immortal region, how could he not even recognize the Dao order of the martial clan's Dao Sun? Not bad, it is precisely the Dao order of my clan's Daozi. Wu Ning nodded slightly, then said, this seat has come to the Watercloud Immortal Sect to deal with some matters by order of the Dao Sun, so you must cooperate properly, Immortal Emperor Watercloud. Naturally. The Watercloud Immortal Emperor nodded his head repeatedly, his unrivaled aura instantly dissipating as his face turned to a look of respect. In his heart, he secretly said that this generation of Daozi of the martial clan was truly extraordinary, actually able to dispatch even immortal emperor powerhouses. I don't know what your lordship has come for? Immortal Emperor Shu Weiyun arched his hand and asked. It's better to hand over your clan's supreme elder Yan Shang first. Yan Shang? The Watercloud Immortal Emperor's heart was a little uneasy. Could it be that this old thing had messed with the martial clan's Dao Sun? He didn't dare to delay and immediately shot out to grab Yan Shang into the air. My lord, this fellow is Yan Shang. Lord Immortal Emperor. Yan Shang was a little confused, not knowing why Immortal Emperor Shu Weiyun would detain himself here. Yan Shang joined the Black Prison 7,600,000 years ago, and is now the Black Prison's top Earth-level assassin, codenamed Blood Spectre. Has this seat not said anything wrong? Wu Ning's expression was indifferent. The strongholds established by Black Prison in various places were usually hidden amongst other forces, and this one was established by Yan Shang. Black Prison Killer? Immortal Emperor Shu Weiyun's face abruptly turned cold, a terrifying aura surged as his eyes stared at Yan Shang in death. You're actually a Black Prison assassin? Yan Shang's face changed drastically, a horrified look appearing in his eyes. He had actually been exposed? Quickly say. Are you or are you not an assassin of the Black Prison? Did you do the death of Shu Weiyun? A flash of bloodlust flashed across the eyes of Immortal Emperor Shu Weiyun, and his aura steeply became extremely terrifying and insanely tyrannical, as if he were a terrifying beast that wished to prey on people. Wu Ning was slightly stunned,
There seemed to be a story on this fellow. Facing a furious immortal emperor, Yan Shang was enveloped by his pressure, his face turning a shade of pale, already suffering from extremely heavy injuries. There was some despair in his heart, knowing that today was his death. "Ha, you want to know the truth, I won't let you have your way." Yan Shang's eyes revealed a color of madness, and immediately after, his aura began to insanely skyrocket, filling with a destructive aura. "You still want to blow yourself up in front of this emperor? Ridiculous." Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan sneered cruelly, reaching out a hand to instantly press on Yan Shang's head to start searching his soul. Ah! Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan's movements were extremely rough, and Yan Shang immediately let out a miserable scream. Ning watched quietly, not stopping him. Yan Shang was meant to die. A moment later, Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan touched the prohibition in Yan Shang's divine soul, causing his divine soul to instantly collapse and die out. Ah! Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan suddenly let out a furious cry, his voice shattering the void, and if Ning hadn't stepped in, he feared that a large number of stars would have crumbled and countless living beings would have fallen. "Damned black hell, this emperor is at war with you." Boom! Yan Shang's corpse was slapped into a bloody mist by the profusely enraged Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan. After venting, his emotions gradually calmed down. "My lord, I've made you laugh. No harm done." Ning casually waved his hand and threw him a jar of immortal wine. "It looks like you have a grudge against Black Hell?" Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan opened the altar of wine and ruthlessly took a large gulp, directly draining the entirety of a large altar of immortal wine. The corners of his mouth were a bit bitter, and his eyes were despondent, tinged with heavy longing and intense hatred. "Shuaiyan is actually my wife's name. She and I have known each other since we were young, and were known as Fairy Shuaiyan. After we became Dao couples, we joined hands together for tens of millions of years, experiencing all sorts of hardships, only to die in the end on the day I certified as an immortal emperor." The hatred in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. "I had an enemy who didn't wish to see me become an emperor, so he invited an assassin from the Black Prison to try to strike at me. After that Black Prison assassin was repelled by me, he intended to capture Shuaiyan as a means of blackmailing me, and after Shuaiyan realized his intentions, he perished himself in order not to affect me." A flash of tears flashed in the eyes of Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan, and she said with pathos, "Shuaiyan, her greatest dream was to become a female immortal emperor like Immortal Emperor Plucked Moon. After that, I changed my emperor name to Watercloud, which is also considered to fulfill her dream. With my honor, I crown your name." "I see." Ning sighed lightly. This fellow was indeed quite miserable. The Water Cloud Fairy's self-perishing had probably become his heart demon. No wonder breaking through to Immortal Emperor had been tens of millions of years ago, and his cultivation was still at the early Immortal Emperor stage. The Black Prison killer who killed Immortal Water Cloud was Yan Shang? Chapter 123, Fall of the Immortal Emperor. No. Immortal Emperor Watercloud shook his head slightly. "I checked Yan Shang's divine soul or memories, and the murderer who killed my wife was not him, but rather, it was done by another assassin named Blood Fury. Back then, after Blood Fury's attempt to use Immortal Watercloud to force him into submission failed, he left decisively. After Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan certified as an Immortal Emperor, he beheaded the enemy who had attempted to sabotage his ascension to Empire, but he was unable to locate the Black Prison assassin. The Black Prison's people were divine and their movements were hidden, and even though he was an Immortal Emperor, he hadn't been able to find any clues for so many years. But what he hadn't expected was that there had been a Black Prison killer hiding under his nose for so many years. This made him incomparably annoyed, and at the same time, he also felt very powerless. In the face of an organization with the kind of terrifying strength of the Black Prison, his power was simply too weak. Ning pondered for a moment and said, "This seat holds information on 2 Black Hell Heavenly Grade killers in my hands. I wonder if you're interested?" Black Hell Heavenly Grade slayers corresponded to Immortal Emperor Cultivation. Heaven-level killers? A harsh light flashed in Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan's eyes before he arched his hand toward Wuing. "I would also like to ask for your guidance, my lord. This seat will go after those 2 heaven-level slayers next, so just follow me. But before that, there is still a need to cut out all of Yan Shang's party members." Immortal Emperor Shuaiyan nodded slightly. "My lord, just leave this to me." Killing intent appeared in his eyes as he raised his hand and grabbed towards the Water Cloud Immortal Sect. Buzz! In an instant, tens of thousands of figures were grabbed out by him before they were all directly crushed and exploded, a thick and brightly colored blood mist spilling over the Water Cloud Immortal Sect. The air was filled with a bloody odor, and the heavens and earth were dead silent. The Water Cloud Immortal Emperor's methods were ruthless. Not only the killer saplings Yan Shang had secretly cultivated, but his disciple heirs, all those who were close to him, were all obliterated.
Go! Wu Ning cast a faint glance and flashed in the direction of the Nanming ancient star.
Immortal Emperor Shui Yun immediately followed, his figure instantly disappearing.
Nanming ancient star, Nanming immortal sect.
This was also an immortal emperor Dao lineage. There was only one immortal emperor, but his cultivation was at the mid-immortal emperor stage, which was much stronger than the water cloud immortal sect.
More crucially, this immortal emperor was a heaven-level assassin of the Black Prison. And this one is?
The water cloud immortal emperor asked as he looked towards Wu Mao, another immortal emperor who was stronger than him, and still far stronger than him kind.
This is our clan elder.
Wu Ning said casually.
Wu Mao nodded slightly and thundered, "Do it." With outsiders present, he naturally wouldn't say much. Do it! Boom!
The three of them stood apart on all sides and struck out at the same time, directly blasting towards the entire Nanming ancient star.
Boom boom boom!
3 terrifying energy torrents ravaged the void, collapsing space along the way, carrying unrivaled might as they blatantly landed on top of the Nanming ancient star.
In an instant, a huge ancient formation emerged, enveloping the entire Nanming ancient star. Boom!
The 3 terrifying attacks blasted on top of the ancient formation, and after only an instant of stalemate, the entire ancient rumbled and shattered.
The aftershocks tore apart the entire Nanming ancient star, and countless living beings were annihilated. Ah! Who is it?
A furious cry resounded through the universe, and a vast and terrifying pressure instantly filled the entire starry sky.
In the eastern immortal region.
At this moment, there were many gazes cast in the direction of the southern brightness immortal sect, their eyes a bit startled.
It's the aura of that old geezer from the southern bright immortal sect. What happened? Kill!
Wu Mao shouted and took the lead in killing towards that old immortal emperor from the southern brightness immortal sect who had rushed out.
A huge black battle sword appeared in his hand.
It was a top immortal emperor artifact with extremely terrifying power.
With his beard and hair raised, Wu Mao waved the battle blade in his hand, and a terrifying blade aura cut through the void as he blatantly killed the southern Ning immortal emperor.
Wu Ning sacrificed the 10,000 realms bow.
Pulling the bowstring, an arrow condensed by immortal power broke through the air, instantly arriving in front of immortal emperor Nanming.
Immortal emperor Shui Yun also sacrificed his only immortal emperor weapon.
It was a light blue longsword.
Although it wasn't comparable to Wu Mao's black battle blade and Wu Ning's 10,000 realms bow, it was still an extremely powerful immortal sword. Immortal Emperor Nanming was in a daze. He had only just rushed out from the explosion of the Nanming ancient star when he was met head-on with 3 incomparably powerful attacks. One was more terrifying than the other.
Boom boom boom!
Immortal Emperor Nanming's body was instantly blasted away, but was immediately intercepted by even more powerful attacks. Immortal Emperor Nanming was surrounded by 3 people, blasting and smashing around like a leather ball. In just a few moments, his immortal emperor's body was shattered, the speed of his own repair simply unable to match the speed of his destruction.
Snort!
A black blade slash shattered the void, and immortal Emperor Nanming's body was directly split in 2.
Immediately afterward, a terrifying arrow broke through the air and instantly pierced through his head. Boom!
The arrow's might exploded, and immortal Emperor Nanming's head instantly exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Immortal Emperor Shui Yun made up for it in the end, annihilating his physical body with a sword.
Ah! Damn it! Who the hell are you guys?
Immortal Emperor Nanming roared in frantic rage, hysterical. He had been sitting properly in his home, but he didn't expect that misfortune would come from the heavens and his good home would suddenly blow up. Then he was surrounded and beaten up, and now even his physical body had been destroyed.
Don't bull with him, continue.
Wu Mao said coldly as he slashed towards Immortal Emperor Nanming's divine soul.
Boom boom! Ah! I'll fight you all!
Immortal Emperor Nanming hissed and roared. But soon, he was met with a frenzied output from the 3 of them, shattering his divine soul into countless pieces. Even if he didn't count Immortal Emperor Shui Yun, facing 2 existences whose strength far exceeded his, Immortal Emperor Nanming didn't have half a chance from start to finish. The 3 of them continuously struck out and wiped out the fragments of Immortal Emperor Nanming's divine soul.
After a long time. This should be completely dead now, right?
Immortal Emperor Shui Yun said with some uncertainty. Wu Mao shook his head. Impossible, he must still have remnants of his soul remaining in the world. Unless we find all of his hidden remnants, it's impossible to completely kill him.
Immortal emperors could be resurrected as long as there was a thought left alive. However, it was only just alive.
Even if there was a strand of the immortal emperor's residual soul remaining in the world, one would want to remake the divine soul, remake the physical body, and restore it to the state it was in during its heyday. Its difficulty was barely less than that of recertifying as an immortal emperor. Otherwise, wouldn't it be possible to cultivate a few immortal emperors out by casually splitting a few remnant souls? Therefore, by exterminating an immortal emperor's main body, it could usually be assumed that the other party had fallen. Of course, if there was a powerful force behind them, it would definitely be much easier to recover to their heyday. Immortal Emperor Shui Yun nodded his head and did not say any more. He was also an immortal emperor and naturally understood how difficult it was to completely obliterate an immortal emperor. Unless a terrifying existence above an immortal emperor made a move, it was almost impossible to completely kill other immortal emperors at the same immortal emperor realm. The best time to kill an immortal emperor. The best time to kill an immortal emperor was when the other party had just been certified as an immortal emperor and hadn't had time to split their souls to keep their cards. Chapter 124: A Slayer of Moderated Feelings. Wu Ning's gaze narrowed slightly. He did have a way to completely obliterate immortal Emperor Nanming. All that was needed was for MOT to find the remnants of his hosted soul. The process would definitely be a bit troublesome. For safety's sake, that fellow would definitely hide the split remnant soul in an immortal realm that was extremely far apart. Just running away would be troublesome. He didn't have that much free time to mess around with a weakling. If the other party had a remnant soul hidden in the lair of the Black Hell, where there was a great Dao-level powerhouse sitting in attendance, he wouldn't take the risk now. He could only wait until he broke through to above immortal emperor in the future, or signed up for a divine magic treasure capable of annihilating an immortal emperor's divine soul across space. Wu Ning shook his head slightly and flew towards the shattered Nanming Ancient Star. The large Nanming Ancient Star had been reduced to countless fragments, floating randomly in the dead starry sky. There were still a few lucky ones among them that hadn't actually died yet. Their fleshly bodies were shattered and their divine souls were heavily damaged. If it weren't for the strong life force of immortals, they would have died an unknown number of times. Wu Ning waved his hand, helping to completely free them. Afterward, he raised his hand and with a swish, a somewhat dim white flame flew into his hand. This was the Nanming Immortal Sect's greatest treasure, the Nanming Divine Flame. To be precise, this was only a sub-flame of the Southern Brightness Divine Flame. However, it was also extremely powerful, and not even immortal king powerhouses dared to touch it. Wu Ning put it away, preparing to use it to cultivate the 9 Sephirotic Emperor Amazing. Immortal Emperor Shuiyun gazed languidly at the Nanming Immortal Sect, which had been reduced to rubble. Such a large immortal Emperor Dao lineage had actually been completely annihilated in just 1 hour. Truly, the world is unpredictable. Although he was also involved, he knew that this was entirely the handiwork of the Martial clan. Worthy of being an immortal domain sovereign, just by deploying 2 people, they possessed the terrifying strength to easily overthrow an immortal Emperor Dao system. Immortal Emperor Shuiyun laughed silently. All the people of the Black Prison deserve to die. I'm afraid that old ghost Nanming still doesn't know why he died until he dies, doesn't he? At this time, Wu Ning picked through some of the available loot and then flew over. Let's go to the next place. Within the Martial Extremity Immortal region, the last Black Prison stronghold was located on the Heavenly Spectre Ancient Star. The Heavenly Spectre Qingyang Immortal Clan. This clan was considered a hidden immortal clan, located at the edge of the Eastern Immortal Domain, and possessed a mid-immortal emperor ancestor. According to the information that Mo Bao had found out, the Qingyang Immortal Clan's old ancestor, Qingyang Ji, had joined the Black Prison organization a long time ago. Later, it was also with the help of the Black Prison that he was able to successfully certify as an immortal emperor. Not long afterward, the 3 of them arrived at the starry sky where the Heavenly Spectre Ancient Star was located. As with facing the Southern Brightness Immortal Sect, the 3 of them directly struck out to destroy the entire Heavenly Pantheon Ancient Star. The process was surprisingly smooth and did not encounter any strong resistance. That old man Cheng Yangji seems to have escaped, Wu Mao said with a frown. Wu Ning's face was flat. The entire Black Prison stronghold within the Martial Extremity Immortal region had already been destroyed by him in its entirety. With Qin Yangji's strength and status, many of those strongholds should be under his jurisdiction precisely. Now that those strongholds had been uprooted, it wasn't a surprise that he had received some wind. That old fellow, Immortal Emperor Nanming, was probably in seclusion at the time, which was why he didn't react at all. He didn't even understand what had happened until he died. This old fellow is also really ruthless enough to run away by himself, letting the Qingyang immortal race for us to decimate. Immortal Emperor Shuiyun said with some contempt.
Kid Ning, do you have a way to find the green yang jik? Wu Mao asked in a voice transmission. Wu Ning nodded slightly, yes. But let's wait a bit first, Xing Yangji's current position is unstable, let's wait until he stops. Wu Mao nodded and didn't say anything more. Afterward, a few people left the starry sky where the heavenly specter ancient star was located. Not long afterward, many figures came from all directions. What on earth happened? Actually, even the Qingyang immortal race was destroyed. There aren't too many traces of battle, it looks like the Qingyang ancestor isn't in the clan. First the Nanming immortal sect, then the Qingyang immortal clan, it looks like something big is going to happen in the immortal domain. More than that, besides the Qingyang immortal clan and the Nanming immortal sect, quite a few small clans or sects have been destroyed in the past 2 days. What kind of people are the ones who have moved? Daring to be so reckless in the martial extremity immortal region, aren't you afraid of being sanctioned by the martial clan? Sure, I heard that this seems to be related to the martial clan. Hiss. Could it be that the martial clan is behind this? Within the martial extreme immortal region, other than the martial clan, I'm afraid that other forces may not necessarily have this strength. How exactly did these forces offend the martial clan? A figure quickly traveled between the voids, crossing an extremely long distance in an instant. Dead. Sure enough, they're all dead. Xing Yangji paused for a moment, he had left a trace of divine thoughts on quite a few people in his clan and was able to sense their lives and deaths. Right now, he then sensed that those clansmen were all dead. I have indeed been exposed. Xing Yangji's face was cold. He was a killer who had no emotions, even if the Qingyang immortal clan were all dead, he had no sadness. As long as he was still alive, he would be able to create a second and third Qingyang immortal race. After a long time, Xing Yangji came to a dead star with no one on it. He took out a grey ancient mirror and injected immortal energy, and a picture quickly surfaced in the ancient mirror. What is the reason for contacting this seat? A cold voice came out from the ancient mirror. At the same time, a man wearing a blood-colored ghost face mask surfaced on the mirror. My lord, my subordinate has something urgent to report. Xing Yangji bowed slightly and said with a humble expression. Speak. The masked man faintly spat out a single word. My lord, my subordinate has been exposed. Xing Yangji hurriedly said, all the strongholds within the entire martial extremity immortal region that were under my control have been destroyed. A stern aura flashed in the masked man's eyes. Since it has been exposed, then why are you still alive? My lord, forgive me. Xing Yangji hurriedly knelt in front of the ancient mirror. My lord, my subordinate was aware of the destruction of a large number of strongholds under his command, realized that something was wrong, and then immediately fled the martial extreme immortal region. A dangerous light appeared in the masked man's eyes as he let out a cold smile. You did escape quickly. Cold sweat broke out on Xing Yangji's forehead, he knew that he was being suspected. My lord, my subordinate's loyalty to the organization can be seen by the sun and the moon. This time, when all the strongholds of the martial extreme immortal region were destroyed, if it wasn't for my subordinate's quick escape, I'm afraid that I would have lost my life in the Yellow Springs at this moment. The masked man gazed at him coldly for a moment, then said indifferently, the cause of this matter will definitely be investigated by this seat, you first ensure your own safety, I will contact you again. Yes, my lord. The image in the ancient mirror disappeared, and Xing Yangji was instantly relieved. Although he was already in the middle stage of immortal emperors, he didn't dare to be the slightest bit disrespectful or even filled with fear when facing that lord. It was because it was a very easy thing for the other party to want to kill him. Chapter 125 Voluntary 9 Sephiroths. In a dark and ancient palace. Has any news come from the side of the martial extreme immortal region? The masked man asked in an icy tone towards an enchanting woman in front of him. My lord, we can no longer contact the Wuji immortal region side, all of our secret sons have lost contact. The enchanting woman immediately returned. In addition, it can be confirmed that immortal Emperor Nanming has fallen. A flash of ghostly light flashed in the masked man's eyes, and his entire aura instantly became somber. All of the strongholds and secret sons of the martial extremity immortal region have been wiped out. This is not something that an ordinary person can do. It seems that we have an extraordinary traitor within us. Plop. The enchanting woman immediately knelt on the ground and touched her forehead to the ground. Your Excellency is clear. The masked man looked at her faintly. This seat didn't say it was you. Get up. Immediately send someone to the martial extreme immortal region. 3 days. I want to know what has changed in the martial extreme immortal region. The masked man's voice was cold as he said, sending chills to the bottom of one's heart. Yes. Martial Extreme Immortal Domain.
The news that the Nanming Immortal Sect and the Qingyang Immortal Clan had been exterminated caused the major forces in the Immortal Domain to be on edge. After all, the Nanming Immortal Sect and the Qingyang Immortal Clan were not small forces, but two Immortal Emperor Dao lineages. To destroy two of them at once, this had to make those major powers feel terrified. At this exact moment, a message came out from within the martial clan. The Nanming Immortal Sect, the Qingyang Immortal Clan, and all of the large and small forces that had been destroyed in the past few days were all minions of the Black Prison Organization. These included the two veteran Immortal Emperors, Immortal Emperor Nanming and Old Ancestor Qingyang. The Black Prison Organization had dared to make a move towards the martial clan's young clan chief and Dao's son, and would surely pay the price for their arrogant hubris. This time, wiping out all the Black Prison minions within the martial extremity Immortal region was just giving them a little lesson. The moment this news came out, the major forces in the Immortal region were in an uproar.
Hiss, it's actually the Black Prison Organization.
Immortal Emperor Nanming and Old Ancestor Qingyang are actually both from the Black Prison. This is truly terrifying. I didn't realize that there were actually so many minions of the Black Prison in the Immortal realm. If it wasn't for the martial clan making a move, we wouldn't have even known about it. The people of the Black Prison have always been secretive in their movements. I really don't know how the martial clan managed to get hold of so much information about the Black Prison all of a sudden. I can only say that it deserves to be called the martial clan. Black Prison killers have always been lawless and dared to kill anyone. This time they kicked the iron plate, huh? Thanks to the martial clan for sweeping away the Black Prison and returning a piece of peace to the Immortal region.
Martial clan, in the true martial Great Hall.
Wu Xian had called him back at the first opportunity after receiving a transmission from Wu Mao.
Ninger, have you really broken through to Immortal Emperor?
Even though he had already gotten the exact news, Wu Xian was still somewhat incredulous. An immortal king of a few hundred years old was already scary enough, but he didn't expect to turn into an immortal emperor of a few hundred years old in the blink of an eye.
Who would dare to believe this?
Even if one had cultivated since one's mother's womb, it wouldn't be this fast. Wu Ning smiled faintly, directly releasing the aura of a realm belonging to an immortal emperor. For fear of striking Wu Xian, he had merely released a very weak trace of his aura. After all, his current cultivation strength had far surpassed that of his grandfather. Originally, Wu Xian was only at the early Immortal Emperor stage, and it was only after obtaining some Immortal Chaos Source liquid in the past few years that he started to impact the mid-Immortal Emperor stage.
However, he hadn't even broken through until now.
On the other hand, Wu Ning's cultivation, immortal power, divine soul, physical body, and comprehension of the Great Tao had all gone to the late Immortal Emperor stage.
One hand could hang him.
Feeling the Immortal Emperor aura released from his body, Wu Xian fell silent. At this moment, he felt old. This world, he could no longer understand it. A moment later, Wu Xian raised his eyes to look at Wu Ning.
Ninger, did someone say that to you?
Said what?
That you're really a monster.
Wu Ning was speechless.
Wu Xian waved his hand. Alright, go about your business. I'm going to be in seclusion for a period of time. You help out more on your father's side. Grandson knows. Wu Ning nodded slightly, then Sunner will leave first.
Leaving the true martial Great Hall, Wu Ning first went home to see his mother and stayed for half a day before departing back to the Northern Domain. Wu Tianyun was still dealing with some matters in the Northern Domain and would need quite a bit of time before returning to the clan. Clan Elder Wu Mao had also stayed over in the Northern Domain, and this time, he was the only one returning to the clan. The Northern Domain was extremely far from the martial clan's cosmic mystery realm, but it was nothing to an immortal emperor. Wu Ning quickly returned to the martial clan's residence in the Northern Domain. Clan Elder, I've scouted out the location of Old Ancestor Qingyang. Let's rush there now before he runs away again.
Wu Mao's spirit shook. Let's go.
This old bone of mine hasn't moved much in hundreds of thousands of years, and last time, old Nanming died too quickly to be enjoyable, so this time, we mustn't let that old thing Qingyang Ji get away again.
Ning boy, you can't steal from me this time. I'll be the main attacker, and you can just press the line from the side.
Wu Ning smiled and nodded. Alright then, Old Ancestor Qingyang will leave it to you, Clan Elder, to deal with. The two immediately set off. This time, Wu Ning did not bring along Immortal Emperor Shuiyun again. He only had an early Immortal Emperor cultivation level, so bringing him along was just making up the numbers. As for Wu Tianyun, there was still a Wu clan elder guarding this place, so Wu Ning wasn't worried about his safety. Of course, he had still left many life-preserving cards for his father for safety's sake.
Eternal Immortal Domain.
This was the territory of the Eternal Immortal Realm. It was located in the east of the Martial Extremity Immortal Domain, but it was also separated from the Martial Extremity Immortal Domain by a medium Song Yun Immortal Domain, and several inferior immortal domains.
On an unoccupied dead star.
Qing Yangji was contacting the masked man through an ancient mirror.
My lord, my subordinate is currently in the Eternal Immortal Domain. I wonder what your next arrangements are.
Qing Yangji asked respectfully. The masked man indifferently said, since you are in the Eternal Immortal Domain, it just so happens that this seat has a task for you.
Please command, my lord.
There's no rush now, in a couple of days, someone will go find you. At that time, just listen to the arrangements.
Yes. Not good.
Qing Yangji's eyes changed violently. He felt that he was suddenly locked by an extremely terrifying divine thought.
What kind of person?
He immediately shouted coldly, but what he got in return was a terrifying fist print.
Boom!
The dead star he was standing on was instantly blown away by a punch.
Bastard!
Qing Yangji cursed and dodged in a hurry. At that moment, he also saw the person who had made a move towards him. He couldn't see Wu Ning's face, but after seeing Wu Mao, he instantly stared with wide eyes and a horrified expression.
You're from the Martial clan?
Having lived for too long, he was once one who had seen Wu Mao before.
Qing Yangji, let's see where you're going to run this time.
Wu Mao coldly shouted, directly sacrificing his immortal emperor weapon towards Qing Yangji to kill him. With a sweep of his gaze, Wu Ning reached out and grabbed in Qing Yangji's direction, and the ancient mirror was instantly grabbed into his hands. The image on the ancient mirror still hadn't disappeared, and the masked man was gazing at him with an icy gaze.
Who are you?
Wu Ning said with a smirk, you are the Black Prison's 7 Slayers Hallmaster, Fujiofu, right?
The masked man's eyes snapped shut. Who exactly are you? Chapter 126 Immortal Kingdom Divine Sovereign.
The ancient mirror image rippled for a moment as the masked man stared deathly at Wu Ning through the ancient mirror, his eyes as deep as the black abyss. There were 3 major halls within the Black Prison, namely the Hall of 7 Slayers, the Hall of Blood Souls, and the Hall of Shadows. The Hall of 7 Killers was in charge of all killers and was mainly responsible for carrying out various assassination missions. The Blood Soul Hall was responsible for recruiting talents and training killers. The Shadow Hall is responsible for soliciting business and prying out all kinds of information. Although the 3 halls were at the same level, the 7 Murder Hall was the most honored. As the head of the 7 Kills Hall, the masked man's status was extremely high in the Black Prison. The level of secrecy of his identity was also extremely high. In the Black Prison, there were quite a few people who knew him, but very few knew his name. And now, there was an outsider who had spoken his name in one breath. How could this not shock him? Who am I? An evil smile appeared at the corner of Wu Ning's mouth. Remember, I will be your nightmare.
Boom!
As soon as the words left his mouth, Wu Ning crushed the ancient mirror.
He already had a mature plan in his mind.
Originally, he had planned to tell Wu Xian about the Black Prison's lair, to see if his grandfather could invite a few of his ancestors to directly take out the Black Prison's lair in one fell swoop with the force of a thunderbolt. However, Wu Ning was not very fond of relying on others. One's own enemies naturally had to be resolved on one's own in order for it to be painful. Between him and the Black Hell, it appeared that the enemy was dark, but in reality, the enemy was bright. By possessing the ink treasure, he had the upper hand in everything, and the Black Prison had no secrets to speak of in front of him at all.
Boom boom!
Not far away, Wu Mao was pressing down on Qing Yangji and giving him a violent beating. A mid-immortal emperor, facing a peak immortal emperor, was beaten without the ability to fight back. If Wu Mao were to deal a deadly blow, he would probably be able to blow up Qing Yangji in less than 100 rounds. Boom! Qing Yangji was once again punched in the head and his body flew out backwards. The blood mist gathered and quickly regrew ahead again.
Qing Yangji, you old thing can't do it. Don't die in a hurry, I'm just getting warmed up here.
Wu Mao laughed out loud and charged towards Qing Yangji once again.
Too much of a bully. Even if I die today, I will definitely not let you have a good time.
Qing Yangji roared angrily, and then he offered up a blood-colored giant axe that emanated a powerful demonic might.
Demonic weapon?
Wu Mao's eyes narrowed. The aura emanating from this demonic weapon was extremely powerful. It actually caused him to feel a hint of threat.
Give me death.
Qing Yangji let out a furious shout and urged the magic weapon to kill Wu Mao.
Thinking that a magic weapon can erase the gap between you and me? Naive.
Wu Mao snorted disdainfully and directly slashed him.
Die.
Wu Mao no longer held back and chopped at Qing Yangji with his sword. Ning stood with his arms folded in the boundless starry sky and suddenly frowned, sensing that several strands of Immortal Emperor divine thoughts were probing this way. The commotion of an Immortal Emperor battle was enormous, and as this place was near the center of the eternal immortal realm, it quickly drew the attention of other Immortal Emperor powerhouses.
A moment later,
a 10,000 feet tall golden armored giant broke through the air and arrived, his body exuding a majestic and ancient aura like a towering god, and a terrifying Immortal Emperor's pressure instantly filled the entire starry sky.
Stop! Who are you people and why are you fighting within the immortal domain?
My lord, save me, I'm willing to defect to the eternal immortal kingdom and serve your lordship. Qing Yangji was like seeing a savior and hurriedly shouted towards him.
The golden armored giant glanced at him.
A mid-immortal emperor, if he could really be taken under his command, he would definitely be a great help.
Stop, this person this monarch will protect. He immediately spoke out, wanting to save Qing Yangji. Boom!
Wu Mao shattered Qing Yangji's immortal emperor's body with a punch and coldly shouted, "Get lost!"
Unbridled. I am the eternal immortal kingdom's Xianling divine sovereign, do you want to seek death?
The golden armored giant was furious. He was the immortal kingdom's divine monarch of Jin domain, backed by the eternal immortal kingdom, worshipped by countless people in the immortal domain. How had he ever been rebuked by someone so contemptuously?
If you don't get lost, even you will be chopped up together,
Wu Mao said in a very domineering manner. A mere late immortal emperor in the district dared to speak loudly in front of him.
Seek death.
The golden armored giant's eyes blazed with ferocious light, revealing an intense killing intent. At the same time, the aura on his body began to crazily surge, shaking the world with might and sweeping in all directions, the void rapidly collapsing and the stars and rivers constantly trembling.
This is the immortal kingdom's qi.
Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly. This golden armored giant was actually able to mobilize the immortal kingdom's qi to augment his own body, causing his cultivation to directly soar by a small realm, barely reaching the level of a peak immortal emperor.
This eternal immortal kingdom is a bit interesting,
he muttered, dodging towards the golden armored giant to meet him. Clan elder, you deal with Qing Yangji, leave this fellow to me.
Good, I'll come help you once I beat this old thing to death.
Wu Mao immediately replied back. He had seen Wu Ning's strength, it was definitely not weaker than his. Seeing Wu Ning rush towards him, the golden armored giant immediately erupted its mighty pressure towards him. Since you wish to seek death, then this sovereign will fulfill you.
Boom!
The golden armored giant's fist shattered the void as the power of the great Tao filled the air, carrying an unparalleled and terrifying might as it blasted towards Wu Ning. Wu Ning was undaunted, and met him with the same fist. The power of the divine reserve erupted, immortal power surged wildly, and the great Tao came out in unison, all of it condensing on top of his fist. His fist was so small compared to the golden armored giant, but the might it carried was even more terrifying.
Boom!
As the two fists collided, space and time seemed to freeze for an instant, and then, an incomparably terrifying energy impact violently erupted, and space was instantly torn apart, with a large portion of the starry sky directly turning into nothingness.
Boom!
One arm of the golden armored giant along with his entire shoulder instantly exploded into a blood mist, and his 10,000-foot body flew backwards with a loud bang, like a golden light slicing through the void.
So weak?
Wu Ning shook his head slightly. The other party might not be weak. With the immortal kingdom's chi boost, it was enough to rival a peak immortal emperor, but rather, he was too strong right now. Even without the use of divine magic treasures, he was still strong enough to crush peak immortal emperors. Moreover, his flesh-body divine deposit had not yet come to fruition yet. If he waited until his flesh-body divine deposit came to fruition, it was estimated that it would be difficult to meet any more opponents in the realm of immortal emperors. Wu Ning's gaze condensed, only to see the golden armored giant fly out backwards, actually fleeing towards the distance in the process. Having an arm blown off in a single punch, he didn't want to stay and seek death.
Two arrogant people, how dare you injure this monarch, you're dead.
The golden armored giant's eyes were fierce as he prepared to go back to the immortal capital to bring help.
Just then, an indifferent voice entered his ears. Want to escape? Stay. What's going on?
The golden armored giant was startled. He realized that his body actually stopped uncontrollably and then flew in the opposite direction.
No! Stop!
The golden armored giant hissed angrily, his terrifying immortal power surging as he tried to forcefully control his body. But to his horror, just as he had generated such a thought, he was immediately denied by himself.
Chapter 127 Eternal Immortal Kingdom. What the hell is going on here?
The golden armored giant was horrified. and no matter what he tried to do, nothing helped. Soon, his body flew back in front of Wuing uncontrollably. The Eternal Immortal Kingdom dared to hire the Black Prison Killer to strike at me, so I will kill you today and collect a little bit of interest first. Wuing looked at the golden armored giant and said with an indifferent expression. You dare to kill me? A hint of disbelief appeared in the golden armored giant's eyes as he roared sternly, I am the Immortal Kingdom's divine sovereign of Jinmu, if you dare to kill me, the Kingdom Lord will definitely not let you off the hook. Offending the Eternal Immortal Kingdom, even if you are an immortal emperor powerhouse, you can't escape death. Noisy! Wuing snorted coldly and directly slammed his fist towards his head. Boom! The huge fist swept through, and the golden armored giant's massive head was instantly smashed. After Wu Mao finished resolving Qin Yangji, he was about to come over to help when he saw this scene and couldn't help but have his eyelids jump. This kid was a bit fierce. Boom boom! Wuing once again threw out a few punches, bursting the golden armored giant's entire body. Spare my life! Don't kill me! Boom! With a single punch, the golden armored giant's divine soul instantly burst into pieces, and his pleas for mercy came to an abrupt end. After annihilating the fragments of his divine soul, Wuing frowned as he swept the surrounding void. There were still several immortal emperors watching this place. However, other than the golden armored giant, none of the other immortal emperors had any intention of showing themselves. Clan Elder, let's go! Wuing ignored those people and prepared to bolt. This place was close to the hinterland of the Eternal Immortal Kingdom, so it wouldn't be good if it attracted some terrifying old monsters. Wu Mao nodded slightly, let's go! In the Black Prison headquarters, in the dimly lit ancient hall. My lord, Qin Yangji has fallen. The enchanting woman said respectfully. Fu Zhouyue's face was gloomy, his body was suppressed with an extremely terrifying aura, as if it would directly explode in the next instant. He wasn't skeptical now, but could be certain. There must be a super mole within the Black Prison. He must pull that person out. Let him suffer the most painful punishment in the world, torturing him ruthlessly and making him beg for his life and death. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Fu Zhui's eyes. In the Black Prison, not many people knew his real name. Those who might have defected were even fewer. Go and call Bloodslaughter and Dark Feather to me. Fu Zhou said in an icy voice. Yes. The enchanting woman bowed and retired. Soon, two men who also wore masks walked into the grand hall. One wore a gray mask, with a sturdy figure and unfathomable cultivation. One wore a blood-colored mask. The aura was extremely terrifying, with a dense killing aura like a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood permeating his body. Fu Zhouyue, you're looking for us? The man wearing a gray mask called him by his name. Dark Feather, you already know what happened in the past few days, right? Fu Zhouyue said in a morose tone. Dark Feather nodded slightly, his face steeply sank. In just a few days' time, all the strongholds and undercover agents within the Martial Extremity Immortal region have been pulled out, and 2 heaven-level assassins have fallen. It's the first time that we, the Black Prison, have suffered such a large loss since our creation. Fu Zhouyue coldly said, the reason we have never suffered such a large loss is because no one has been able to find our traces. But now, there is someone who has information on all the strongholds and dark suns of the entire Martial Extremity Immortal region all at once. What do you two think about this? Dark Feather and Bloodslaughter glanced at each other, and both of their complexions moved slightly. Fu Zhouyue, you suspect that there is a traitor among us? Dark Feather frowned. It's not a suspicion, it's a certainty. Boom! An extremely terrifying pressure violently erupted from Fu Zhouyue's body, instantly filling the entire hall. Effective immediately, without this seats order, the two of you are not allowed to leave the headquarters. Fu Zhouyue said in a cold voice. Fu Zhouyue, are you trying to put us under house arrest? Bloodslaughter was somewhat annoyed. Boom! Terrifying pressure instantly pressed on his body. Bloodslaughter's face changed slightly and he couldn't help but take half a step back. Again, before the matter is investigated clearly, you are not allowed to leave the headquarters. Fu Zhouyue said in a cold voice, his gaze coldly gazing at the two of them, a dangerous light flickering in the bottom of his eyes. It seemed that as long as they dared to say a single word of no, he would immediately strike out to suppress them. Out of all the higher-ups of the Black Prison, these two were the most suspected. Especially Dark Feather. He was in charge of the Dark Shadow Hall, and he knew all the information about all the strongholds and dark suns in the Martial Extremity Immortal region. It was even clearer than he knew. Moreover, these two had always been displeased with him in their hearts. In the past, they had not spared him trips in an attempt to oust him from the position of the 7th Slaughter Hall Master. It was not guaranteed that this time was also their handiwork. The two of them, Darkfeather and Bloodslaughter, had gloomy gazes. Fujiuyue, we will definitely report this matter to the 3 elder ancestors. Fujiuyue snorted coldly, don't use the old ancestors to pressure me. If we find evidence of your betrayal, the old ancestors won't be able to tolerate you either. Darkfeather and Bloodslaughter no longer said anything more, coldly glanced at him and immediately turned around and walked out of the Great Hall. Humph. Looking at their backs, a flash of ghostly light flashed in Fujiui's eyes, and the corner of his mouth under the mask hooked up into a cold smile if nothing else. In the center of the eternal immortal kingdom, the Xiantu continent. This was a supercontinent that was a few points larger than the divine martial continent of the martial race, and was the immortal capital of the entire eternal immortal kingdom. Above the immortal capital, there was an incomparably huge heavenly palace suspended. It was the supreme power center of the entire eternal immortal kingdom. At this moment, in the middle of the heavenly palace, Your Majesty, Divine Lord Xianling has fallen. Boom! A luxurious immortal table instantly burst into countless crumbs. The Eternal Kingdom Lord snapped, coldly gazing at the man in black who had reported the news. What did you say? Xianling has fallen. The man said stiffly, Your Majesty, not long ago the divine position dedicated to Divine Lord Xianling has shattered, which can prove that Divine Lord he has fallen. The God position is shattered. The Eternal Kingdom Lord frowned fiercely. The Immortal Kingdom Godly Monarch was enshrined by the God position, thus being able to add to the Immortal Kingdom's chi. Now that the God position was broken, only the God Ruler had fallen. Have you found out what happened? Xianling's cultivation has reached the late Immortal Emperor stage, and he has the national fortune to add to it. Who could kill him? The Eternal Kingdom Lord's brows furrowed. Divine Lord Xianling had the blessing of the national fortune and could fight against peak Immortal Emperors, and even if he couldn't defeat them, he could still escape. Could it be that he had encountered a perfect Immortal Emperor? Your Majesty, I've already sent someone to scout around, and there should be news soon. Coincidentally at this moment, a blue-robed middle-aged man hurriedly walked in. Your Majesty, I have something urgent to report. Divine Lord Xianling has fallen. Tianhe, do you know what happened? The Eternal Kingdom Lord asked. The blue-robed middle-aged man bowed slightly. Your Majesty, previously, in the vicinity of the ancient Sung domain, 2 alien immortal emperors were chasing after one person, and the Xianling Divine Lord showed up to stop them, and was killed by one of those 2 immortal emperors in a strong blow. In addition, I discovered that the other of those 2 immortal emperors seemed to be from the true Martial Emperor clan. Chapter 128 Water Cloud Immortal Emperor bows down. True Martial Emperor clan? The Eternal Kingdom Lord's gaze condensed. Tianhe, can you see it clearly? The blue-robed middle-aged man nodded. Your Majesty, I have met with that person once and can confirm that he is from the true Martial Emperor clan. True Martial Emperor clan. A hint of anger emerged from the Eternal Kingdom Lord's eyes. What a bully. Running to my eternal immortal realm to kill my eternal immortal kingdom's God ruler, are they trying to start a war with me? Your Majesty, calm your anger. The man in black and the blue-robed middle-aged man bowed. Humph. This matter can't just be left alone. Send someone to the martial race for me and make them give me an explanation. The Eternal Kingdom Lord said in a rage. The fall of a divine monarch was enough to cause the entire divine kingdom to shake. Whether it was to take out a mouthful of bad anger or to calm the anger, he had to make the martial race give an explanation. Tianhe, I'll leave this matter to you. Head to the martial race immediately. Yes. Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch's face was bitter. This wasn't a good errand. After returning to the martial extreme immortal region, Wu Mao directly returned to the martial clan. Wu Ning, on the other hand, went to the martial clan's residence in the northern domain. Wu Tianyun was still busy dealing with various matters in the northern domain. Father. Ninger, you're back. In the middle of the Great Hall, Wu Tianyun was receiving the principles of the major powers of the northern domain, and when he saw Wu Ning walk in, the serious expression on his face immediately transformed into a smile. To the side, a dozen or so principals of the major powers snapped to attention, immediately arching their hands and shouting. Greetings, Daozi. Be excused. Wu Ning casually waved his hand, then said to Wu Tianyun, Father, you haven't encountered any trouble in the past few days, have you? There were quite a few Immortal Emperor Dao lineages in the northern region, and they definitely didn't dare to disobey the orders of the martial clan on the surface. But secretly, they wouldn't necessarily be so cooperative. Wu Tianyun glanced at the dozen or so principals of the great powers below,
and a smile appeared on his face. It's alright, everything went well for my father and didn't encounter any trouble.
The two immortal Emperor Dao lineages had just been destroyed, and all the major forces in the martial extremity immortal domain were all severely shaken. At this juncture, no one dared to play mind games with him.
Wuing nodded slightly. Since that's the case, then I won't bother father, you go ahead and get busy.
After leaving the Great Hall, Wuing found Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun.
My lord, what are your orders? Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun arched his hand and asked.
Wuing narrowed his eyes and sized him up for a long time, looking straight at the water cloud Immortal Emperor's heart.
My lord, you. Shuwei-yun, are you willing to serve this seat?
Wuing asked directly.
This.
Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun frowned slightly, a hint of hesitation appearing on his face. Being able to cultivate to the Immortal Emperor realm, he naturally had a bit of pride in his heart, so how could he easily bow down for others? Wuing hooked his lips into a smile. What if I say that this seat has a way to help you resurrect Immortal Water Cloud? At those words, Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun's pupils shrank. My lord, you can help me resurrect Shuwei-yun. Wuing nodded slightly and said, you should know that Immortal Emperors can then travel above the river of time.
And when one reaches above an Immortal Emperor, one is even able to step into the past time and space with one's body as long as one's strength is sufficient. How difficult would it be to bring someone back from the past time and space? Immortal Water Cloud was not an Immortal Emperor, so she did have a past. As long as the strength was strong enough, it was completely possible to bring her from the past time and space to this present time and space. Immortal Emperor Water Cloud's eyes lit up fiercely, and her entire body instantly became excited. Plop! In the next moment, he directly knelt down in front of Wuing, touching his forehead to the bottom as he suppressed his excitement and said, I would like to swear with my Dao heart that from today onwards, I would like to serve your excellency as a dog and horse, never to disobey, and to sacrifice my liver and brain without hesitation. I only ask that your excellency be able to save my wife, Shuwei-yun. Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun said with a firm voice. During those years when Immortal Water Cloud had just fallen, he had stayed in the river of time almost every day, spending all his days with his wife. It was only later as time became long, with his strength he was no longer able to step foot in that timeline. Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun believed that an existence above Immortal Emperors would be able to bring his wife back from the past time and space. And the martial clan definitely possessed that kind of supreme existence. Even if they didn't, he still had to take a gamble. Because this might be his only chance. Get up, there's no need to perform this great honor.
Wuing smiled and reached out to help him up. He didn't have any manpower available under his hand at the moment, and the average person was too weak for him to even look at. Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun's strength was barely sufficient, and he was a man of great affection.
Definitely a suitable candidate.
Furthermore, to be able to cultivate to Immortal Emperor without much of a background, his talent was definitely not bad. It was only the fact that he was trapped by a heart demon that had caused his cultivation to not advance an inch for so many years. Wuing patted his shoulder and said solemnly, as long as you serve this seat well, within 100,000 years, this seat will absolutely reunite you with Immortal Water Cloud.
My subordinates thank you, my lord.
Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun bowed once again. It was only 100,000 years, to him, as long as he could resurrect Immortal Water Cloud, he could afford to wait 100 million years. After thinking for a moment, Wuing felt that there was no need to hide his identity from him any longer, and then he revealed his face. A clear, handsome face was instantly reflected in Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun's eyes. He snapped his eyes wide open. You?
You're the Dao son of the martial clan?
Wuing smiled faintly. It is precisely this Daozi.
How is this possible? Immortal Emperor Shuwei-yun's eyes stared blankly.
It was well known that the martial clan's Daozi now possessed Immortal King strength at less than 500 years of age, and had been hailed by many as the #1 demon in the Taichou ancient realm since the beginning of time.
Not even 500 years old. How could it be an Immortal Emperor? How is this possible?
Wuing stood with his arms folded and said indifferently, only an Immortal Emperor, what a fuss.
Immortal Emperor Watercloud roared in his heart, only an Immortal Emperor? Listen to this as human words. The martial clan's Dao Sun was actually at Immortal Emperor Cultivation. If this were to be spread out, I don't know how many people would be shocked. No, surely no one would believe it. A several hundred-year-old Immortal Emperor, there were no stories in the talking books that dared to write that. Alright, it's time to get down to business next.
Wuing interrupted his reverie. Now, I have a very important task for you to do.
Immortal Emperor Shuiyun immediately bowed and said, "Please command, my lord." With a wave of Wu Ning's hand, a golden pamphlet appeared in front of him. This booklet is for you to take a look at, and it are records of the hidden strongholds that the Black Prison Organization has set up in each of the major immortal domains, or the hidden spies that they have planted in the major powers. The Black Domain's strongholds and hidden suns in the various great immortal domains? Immortal Emperor Shuiyun was startled, and really couldn't figure out how Daozi had learned such hidden information. Wu Ning nodded. "The task I have given you is to distribute this information as fast as possible." A wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Isn't the Black Prison's favorite place to hide? This time, I'm inclined to let them be exposed to everyone." Chapter 129 Black Prison's Robbery. Since its creation, the Black Prison had offended countless large and small forces, and even the Emperor's sons and daughters and direct lineage heirs of the major superpowers had assassinated not a few. The Black Hell wanders in the darkness. The mysterious veil makes people fearful. The secrecy of their movements is the foundation of their survival. But if they are exposed to everyone's sight, tearing their mysterious veil, will certainly be attacked by all the major forces. At that time, do not know how many people will pounce on them to tear them apart. There is revenge, and there is revenge. Even if there was no hatred or grudges, it was believed that not many people would tolerate the existence of such a horrifying killer organization as the Black Prison in the world. The corner of Wu Ning's mouth hooked up into a bad smile. This move of his was an open and shut Yang scheme. I wondered what expression those guys from Black Hell's lair would have when they learned about it. It must be very interesting to think about, right? Wu Ning leaned forward slightly and patted Immortal Emperor Shuiyu's shoulder, incentivizing, "Do a good job. After this is accomplished, this Daozi will definitely have a heavy reward. My subordinate will definitely not let your excellency down." Immortal Emperor Shuiyun nodded his head heavily. This was his first mission, and he absolutely had to do it beautifully, not letting Daozi think less of him. Wu Ning nodded slightly, and after explaining a few more words to him, he simply left. Immortal Emperor Shuiyun looked over the pamphlet in his hands, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he became. With this pamphlet in his hands, the Black Prison was like being stripped naked, with no secrets to speak of. A few moments later, he began to topologize the copy. With his cultivation strength, he topologized billions of copies in less than half an hour. A smile appeared on Immortal Emperor Shuiyun's face before he quickly left the martial extremity immortal region and headed towards other immortal regions. His first stop was the Tsongyun immortal domain that bordered the eastern region of the martial extreme immortal domain. The Tsongyun immortal domain was a medium immortal domain, and its master was named the Tsongyun Immortal Palace, a top-tier power with an extremely ancient inheritance. It possessed more than 20 Immortal Emperor powerhouses. There were even 2 old monsters of the Immortal Emperor Perfection realm. Immortal Emperor Watercloud was very low-key. He changed his breath and appearance, then concealed his figure and secretly threw a large number of copies of the topography into the core areas controlled by the major powers. The Immortal Emperor's Dao system threw 100,000 copies. The top-tier Dao system threw 1,000,000 copies. Afterwards, Immortal Emperor Watercloud didn't stop hoofing it and immediately traveled to other immortal domains. The next stop was the Eternal Immortal region. At this moment, in the Tsongyun Immortal Palace. "Lord Palace Master, my subordinates have made a major discovery, please take a look at it." An elder bowed slightly and handed a pamphlet to the Tsongyun Palace Lord. "This is?" The Tsongyun Palace Master swept a glance at the small words on the cover of the booklet, and his eyes instantly condensed. Detailed distribution of the Black Prison Organization's forces. He released his divine thoughts to quickly sweep through the entire booklet. Boom! In the next moment, he stood up violently, a hint of shock appearing in his eyes. "Where did you get this from?" Tsongyun Palace Master asked in shock. On top of the booklet were records of the Black Prison Organization's strongholds and undercover agents that had been placed in the various immortal regions, and it was extremely detailed. The assassins at the Earth level and above were even accurate down to the names of their people. Based on his intuition and experience, the information on and recorded in this pamphlet was most likely true. This was because faking would be easily dismantled. More importantly, with the strength of his eyesight, he could naturally see that this pamphlet was topographed by an immortal emperor. The aura of that immortal emperor remained on it. He didn't believe that any immortal emperor would have nothing better to do than to come and pull such a boring prank. "Palace Master, this is something my subordinate picked up at the entrance of our immortal palace," the elder said with an odd face. "Picked it up?" The corners of the Palace Master's mouth twitched as he looked at him with a skeptical expression. Are you kidding me? This kind of confidential thing can be picked up casually? Where did you pick it up, if you have the ability to pick up another one for the seat to see? Wow! The elder directly waved his hand, and then a large pile of pamphlets fell to the ground. It was piled up into a small mountain of over 100,000 books. Palace Master, look at it. The elder held his head slightly high and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. A flash of dismay appeared in the eyes of the Tsongyun Palace Master. These booklets all had the same immortal emperor's aura residing on them, so it was naturally impossible for the elder to have topographed them himself. You picked these up at the entrance of the immortal palace? He asked blankly. A large portion of them were picked up at the entrance of the immortal palace, many more were picked up elsewhere, and many were handed in by some disciples. The elder leisurely said. The Tsongyun Palace Master went silent, looking at the large pile of pamphlets in front of him, momentarily a little confused. Since when could this kind of confidential stuff be spread in such a big way? It was similar to the ground-level news that didn't cost any money. Palace Master, something big has happened. Right at this moment, another green-robed elder hurriedly walked in. In his hand, he also took out a large stack of pamphlets of the same type. Palace Master, you quickly! The green-robed elder shouted, and the Tsongyun Palace Master immediately waved his hand to interrupt him, pointing at the large stack of pamphlets on the ground. Elder Yang, look at what this is. This. Seems like you already know, Palace Lord. The green-robed elder asked with a grave expression on his face, Palace Lord, someone is spreading classified information about the Black Prison in a big way, what do you think about this? The Tsongyun Palace Master pondered for a moment and said, currently, we only need to do two things. A trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. First, within the Immortal Palace, those people mentioned in this pamphlet are immediately put under control. At the same time, send people to other forces to probe and see if they have also received this kind of pamphlet. It's best to send people to other immortal regions to poke around. Yes. The two elders nodded and immediately left with their orders. Soon, in the middle of an immortal hall. Boom! In an instant, several extremely powerful auras blocked off the entire immortal hall. Swish! A yellow-shirted middle-aged man with a slim figure instantly appeared in the sky above the immortal hall. Unbridled! What are you guys doing? The yellow-shirted middle-aged man shouted angrily. Elder Chiomore, there's no need to pretend anymore, you've already been exposed, bind your hands. In the air, the green-robed elder said indifferently. At those words, the yellow-shirted middle-aged man's pupils shrunk violently, and his heart was shocked. He was exposed? This couldn't be possible. The yellow-shirted middle-aged man's face turned cold. Han, silence, what do you mean? Still pretending. Black Prison Earth-level killer Underwolf, do you still want to weasel out? The green-robed elder narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on the yellow-shirted middle-aged man's eyes. You! Hearing the words Underwolf, the yellow-shirted middle-aged man's face changed violently. He had truly been exposed. It had been millions of years, he had been hiding well, how could he suddenly be exposed? Underwolf, gird your loins. Seeing his reaction, the green-robed elder could confirm that he really was the Black Prison killer. The information in that pamphlet was true. This couldn't help but send some chills down his spine, not realizing that a terrifying killer was lurking right beside him. Do it, suppress him. The green-robed elder waved his hand, his eyes were cold. The several elders surrounding the immortal hall in the air immediately struck out, simultaneously killing towards the yellow-shirted middle-aged man. Chapter 130 Black Prison Headquarters. The same scene was also playing out among the other powers. Aside from those Dao lineages where even the highest level of the power was an undercover agent of the Black Prison, all the other Immortal Emperor Dao lineages had received a pamphlet distributed by Immortal Emperor Shui Yun. It didn't take long for such pamphlets to reach the Eternal Kingdom Lord. Kingdom Lord, nowadays, this kind of pamphlet has been spread everywhere, and after my subordinates have checked, there are indeed many forces that have unearthed some of the Black Prison's lurking scouts or assassins, which basically confirms that what is recorded on this pamphlet is true. An old man said in a gruff voice. A flash of contemplation appeared in the Eternal Kingdom Lord's eyes. To be able to dig out the entire distribution of the Black Hell's forces in the various immortal domains, to be so divine, I wonder who did this. The old man thought for a moment and said, the old minister feels that this matter is most likely a problem within the Black Hell. To be able to clearly grasp the Black Prison's arrangement of forces in the various immortal domains, it is impossible for an outsider to do so, except for the higher-ups of the Black Prison organization.
The Eternal Kingdom Lord was non-committal. I heard that previously, the Martial clan side had unearthed quite a few Black Prison assassins in the Martial Extremity Immortal Domain, including 2 heaven-level assassins.
Do you think that this matter could be related to the Martial race? The old man hesitated for a moment and said, Your Majesty, could it be that the Martial race has bought off the higher-ups of the Black Prison organization?
The old minister believes that the true Martial Imperial clan is as strong as the clouds and their depth is unfathomable. If they are determined to dig out the Black Prison, they may not be unable to do so. The Eternal Kingdom Lord gave a faint then waved his hand. Pass on my decree, take down all the people of the Black Prison.
Yes. Time quickly passed for half a year. In the Martial Extremity Immortal Domain,
Wuing lazily lay on a wisteria immortal chair. During this period of time, he had asked Mo Bao to check almost every other day to see if any of Black Prison's assassin scouts had infiltrated into the middle of the Martial Extremity Immortal Domain. At first, there were discoveries almost every day, and there were even 2 Quasi-emperor Emperor assassins who were good at sneaking into the Martial Extreme Immortal region.
But all of them were uncovered by Mo Bao.
It wasn't until 2 months ago that the Black Prison gradually subsided. Or rather, they were now so preoccupied with themselves that they simply didn't have the energy to come to the Martial Extreme Immortal region to poke around right now. Nowadays, amongst the 36 superior immortal domains and 72 medium immortal domains, the pamphlet distributed by Immortal Emperor Shui Yun had completely spread. Countless forces were shouting at the Black Prison, and countless Black Prison strongholds had been uprooted. The Black Prison slayers had turned into street rats, and everyone was shouting at them. As killers who wandered in the darkness, the moment their identities were exposed, the end of death was predetermined.
You guys think this is the end?
Ning let out a light laugh. The main event was yet to come.
In the dimly lit ancient hall,
Fu Zhouyue's complexion was gloomy, his eyes glowing ferociously, and the anger in his body had been suppressed to the extreme.
He didn't expect things to actually become this serious.
The Martial Extremity Immortal region was only the beginning, and now the hidden forces of the Black Prison in the various immortal regions had almost all suffered a devastating blow. The Black Hell's countless years of operation had been wiped out in one fell swoop.
Damn it! Boom! A terrifying pressure instantly erupted, and the entire ancient hall shook. Fu Zhouyue.
Suddenly, a majestic and indistinct voice sounded out of thin air.
Old ancestor. Fu Zhouyue's complexion shook and he instantly became respectful.
Humph. A cold snort exploded in his ears like thunder. Fu Zhouyue was immediately struck as if by a heavy blow, his face turned white, and his breath instantly shriveled by a few points. The location of the Black Prison headquarters may have been exposed. Seize the time to prepare for evacuation.
Yes. Fu Zhouyue respectfully responded.
After a pause, he continued, Old ancestor, there is a spy within us. It is likely that it is the Dark Feather and Blood Slaughter duo. It's not them, this ancestor has already interrogated them. This matter is fishy, you don't need to ask more questions, first transfer the headquarters.
Yes. In the next second, that majestic voice sounded again. Not good. Someone is looking for us, quickly go. Fu Zhouyue's face changed and he immediately rushed out of the great hall. In the middle of the vast, deep, ghostly void, a huge black ancient city was quietly suspended, emitting an ancient age-old aura throughout its body.
It was as if it had existed there since the beginning of time.
It's actually really here.
Deep in the void, this Black Prison is hidden deep enough. No wonder my father didn't find it after searching for so long.
A black-clothed youth laughed faintly.
His gaze was deep in vicissitudes, his body was surrounded by a great Tao halo, and there was a purple great Tao brand in the center of his eyebrow, extremely arcane and honorable.
Xin Yuan, I didn't expect you to come as well. With a soft laugh ringing out, a man in amethyst battle armor appeared in the void. Ji Huan.
The black-clothed youth smiled faintly and said, I haven't come out in a few million years, so this time, I just happened to come out to move my arms and legs. It seems like it's not just you and me, Zhangyu, Yiling, the few of you come out together as well.
Ha ha ha.
Xin Yuan, haven't seen you for millions of years, it seems like your cultivation has grown quite a bit.
Several figures stepped into the void.
Each of them had a great Tao brand between their foreheads, and a hazy great Tao halo surrounded their bodies, dignified and transcendent, like an ancient god.
I didn't expect so many people to come.
Suddenly, another voice rang out. Immediately afterward, a snow-clad youth appeared.
His gaze was ethereal, his aura was extremely gentle, and there was a silver-white Dao brand on his forehead. His aura was hidden, yet he gave off an extremely oppressive feeling. Wu Changshan. The gazes of the few who arrived first stared. Marshal Changshan, I heard that the Black Prison was planted in the hands of your martial clan this time. I wonder if that's true? A burly man asked in a rough voice. He exuded an ancient, reckless aura, and his skin was covered with a blood pattern that contained an extremely terrifying power. Wu Changshan wore a faint smile on his face. Naturally, it's a fake. This father doesn't know that this has anything to do with my martial clan. The Black Prison has run amok and committed many evils. Now it is just the reincarnation of the heavenly Tao. Humph. The burly man snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. Qin Yuan coughed lightly and said, "Alright, now is not the time to catch up. Those rats are going to run away. Let's do it." Strike! Boom! Ji Huan coldly shouted and directly slammed his fist towards the black ancient city. Pure power of the great Tao erupted, carrying an incomparably terrifying might that instantly blew up the entire ancient city. 3 grandiose figures shot out from the ancient city and stood on end in the void, their gazes staring intently at the several people in the void. Skyless old man, I didn't expect it to be you. A brilliant light exploded from Qin Yuan's eyes as his eyes stared tightly at one of the figures. A cold smile appeared on his face. I said, "Why did you old man suddenly disappear? It turns out that you joined the Black Prison." Chapter 131 Tao Honored One. You're the ancient emperor of Taiyu? Ji Huan then sized up the other figure. Wu Changshan smiled, then the last person should be Taoist Gujuan, right? Wu Tian's eyes were indifferent. I didn't expect that you guys would actually be able to find your way here. The ancient emperor of Taiyue looked arrogant. A bunch of juniors, do you really think that you can stand shoulder to shoulder with us just because you've been promoted to Tao Lord? Today, let this emperor teach you brats who don't know the heights of heaven a lesson. Old man, what a big mouth, this emperor will come to meet you. Ji Huan sneered and dashed towards the Taiyue ancient emperor to kill him. Skyless old man, come and fight. Qin Yuan's expression was ice cold as terrifying power of the great Tao filled the void, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Wu Tian. Boom! The void shook continuously as the terrifying power of the great Tao raged, and the ruins of the ancient city in the distance turned into nothingness in an instant. Wu Changshan glanced at a few people next to him and laughed. We don't want to watch, let's fight together. Will it not be too good for this? Many to fight one? Jiang Yu asked with his mouth, but his eyes showed a hint of eagerness to try. These 3 old fellows were all long-established veteran Dao Zun powerhouses. If one could fight them, it would definitely be a rare experience. It would be even better if they could behead 1 or 2 of them. However, beheading a Dao Exalt was a bit unrealistic, but it was still possible to let them fall silent for a period of years. Kill! Wu Changshan blankly glanced at him and killed straight towards Taoist Gujuan. Several others also joined the battle. There were only 3 Dao Zuns on the Black Prison side, but the major powers had a full 8 Dao Zun powerhouses coming this time. Although the 3 of them had been famous for a long time, in terms of strength, they weren't stronger than Qin Yuan and the others. The multiple fighters were quickly beaten back. Boom boom boom. Damn it! You juniors don't speak of martial virtues. Ancient Emperor Taiyue's face was extremely ugly. Having boasted earlier, he didn't expect to be slapped in the face so soon. He was surrounded by Ji Huan, Jiang Yu, and Yi Ling, and he was being pressed almost one-sidedly. Whichever one of these 3 was, their strength was not weaker than his. They were even a few points stronger than him. 3 against 1, he was completely no match. Die for me. Boom. Suddenly, a hint of ruthlessness appeared in the eyes of the ancient emperor of Taiyue, and a demonic artifact emitting a terrifying Tao rhythm instantly appeared in his hand. A forbidden demonic weapon. Ji Haiyan's gaze condensed slightly. Old thing, this is the primordial demon race's demonic artifact. How did it end up in your hands? Boom. The ancient emperor of Taiyue ignored it and urged the demonic artifact in his hand toward Ji Haiyan's trio to kill them. On the other side, Elder Skyless and Taoist Gujuan similarly offered up a forbidden demonic weapon with a terrifying aura. Could it be the primordial demon race behind the Black Hell? Wu Changshan frowned slightly. Boom! Immediately afterward, they similarly sacrificed their own primordial Tao artifacts, once again suppressing the 3 of the ancient emperor of Taiyu. Don't get into a battle with them, let's go. Looking for an opportunity, Skyless instantly broke away from the encirclement and vanished into the distance at breakneck speed. Swish! Taoist Gujun followed closely behind, taking a hard slap from Wu Changshan and using the momentum to fly shield. Old thing, I've been guarding against you for a long time. Bastard!
The ancient emperor of Taiyue cursed as Ji Huan's trio immediately erupted with their full strength to wrap him up tightly when they saw that Wu Tian had fled.
He had slowed down for an instant, and now it was difficult to get away at all. Damn it! I actually let him escape.
A hint of sternness flashed in Qin Yuan's eyes, but he didn't chase after him. With his strength alone, it was simply impossible for him to stop Heavenless if he wanted to escape.
Wu Changshan landed his gaze on the Taiyu ancient emperor and laughed, "Isn't there another one here?"
Upon hearing this, several other people immediately all dropped their gazes onto the Taiyu ancient emperor, revealing a cruel smile.
Taiyu ancient emperor's heart chilled.
3 against 1 he could still barely resist, getting beaten but not killed.
But 8 against 1. Finished.
The Taiyu ancient emperor's face changed drastically. Damn it.
Kill.
Qin Yuan shouted coldly, and the terrifying power of the great Tao instantly blasted onto the Taiyu ancient emperor.
I'm finished.
In the next moment, a steady stream of great Tao power flooded the Taiyu ancient emperor.
Martial extreme immortal region.
A smile appeared on Immortal Emperor Shueyan's face as he said, "Daozi, my subordinate has completed the task you explained."
Not bad.
A smile appeared on Wu Ning's face. It was still useful to take in a subordinate, he didn't have to do everything himself. Trivial matters like spreading news about the distribution of the Black Prison's forces would be too degrading if he were to do it himself. This Daozi made a deal beforehand that when you complete this mission, you will be given a heavy reward.
With a wave of Wu Ning's hand, 3 Immortal Emperor artifacts appeared in the air, emitting an extremely powerful aura.
They were a small red golden tripod, an ancient scroll, and a green-colored armor. All of them were Immortal Emperor artifacts that he had signed up for, and all of them were considered top-tier existences among Immortal Emperor artifacts.
Daozi, are these 3 Immortal Emperor artifacts all rewards for me?
Immortal Emperor Shu Yun gulped his saliva. Out of the blue were 3 top-tier Immortal Emperor weapons. This handiwork of Daozi's was too intimidating. Wu Ning blankly glanced at him. "You're overthinking it. Of these 3 Immortal Emperor artifacts, you can choose one. Furthermore, it's only on loan to you now, and will only completely belong to you after 10,000 years.
In that case,
Immortal Emperor Watercloud wasn't disappointed. 10,000 years to get a top-tier Immortal Emperor artifact.
Where would one find this good thing? In all the heavens and all the worlds, I'm afraid that apart from Lord Daozi here, there was no other place to find it, right? A moment later. Immortal Emperor Shu Yun chose that green armor.
Not only did this armor have a strong defense, it could also enhance combat power. It had the highest value among the 3 Immortal Emperor artifacts. Wu Ning smiled faintly. An Immortal Emperor artifact was just one, he didn't care too much about it. An empty promise alone naturally wouldn't do, it also needed to be enticed with benefits. There had to be a huge benefit to make Immortal Emperor Shu Yun return to his heart.
It would even make him willing.
Wu Ning put away the other 2 Immortal Emperor artifacts before handing him a token with which he could enter the martial clan.
Alright, go back to the Watercloud Immortal clan yourself. If something happens, I will contact you myself. Yes.
Afterward, Wu Ning flashed away. The matters in the northern domain having been dealt with, he was prepared to return to the martial clan with his father. In the divine martial continent of the martial clan, within a palace. Divine Lord Tianmei, I'm really sorry, the Lord Clan Chief is still in seclusion and really has no time to see you. The young clan chief and Daozi have also yet to return to the clan, so please be patient. A martial clan elder said with an apologetic face. The heavenly underworld god sovereign's face sank slightly. He had already been in the martial clan for half a year, and as a result, he hadn't even seen anyone in charge. It was truly hateful. He was an immortal kingdom godly monarch, a peak immortal emperor. When had he ever received such cold treatment?
He asked in a deep voice, "Doesn't your martial clan have a person in charge right now?"
The elder raised an eyebrow and said nonchalantly, "Divine sovereign of heavenly underworld, if you are impatient with waiting, you can leave at any time."
You.
A hint of fire bubbled up in the heart of the heavenly underworld godly monarch. A mere quasi-immortal emperor dared to speak to him like this. This martial race truly had no rules at all.
Chapter 132 Taishian Immortal Realm. Humph.
The heavenly underworld divine sovereign let out a cold snort of dissatisfaction, which was mixed with a hint of immortal emperor pressure. The elder could not help but stifle a grunt, his face turning slightly white as he instantly took 2 steps backwards. A wisp of peak immortal emperor's pressure could not be withstood by a quasi-immortal emperor like him.
Heavenly underworld godly monarch, what are you trying to do? the elder shouted angrily. Humph, this monarch is the eternal immortal kingdom godly monarch, a peak immortal emperor. Is it not for you, a tiny quasi-immortal emperor, to act recklessly? Don't think that just because you're an elder of the martial clan that you can be so unselfish. Let's give you a little lesson so that you don't find trouble for the martial clan in the future. The heavenly underworld godly monarch said with an indifferent expression. With his status and strength, an ordinary immortal emperor would have to treat him respectfully, let alone a mere quasi-immortal emperor. Moreover, he was representing the eternal immortal kingdom on this trip, so how could he allow anyone to lightly insult him? There was anger in the elder's eyes, but he forcibly endured it and directly waved his hand and left. So what if he was a peak immortal emperor? A perfect immortal emperor wouldn't dare to be so reckless in the martial race. Otherwise, someone will teach him to behave. Soon, a golden ancient boat flew back to the martial race and landed at the Chaoyun Immortal Palace. Morongin smiled and greeted her, Ninger. Mother, we're back. Let's go, Mother has had an immortal banquet prepared, let's quickly go over there, and by the way, tell Mother about your experiences during this period of time. Morongin pulled Wu Ning's hand towards the Cloud Heart Hall. Wu Ning smiled. Wu Tianyun looked at his heart and did not feel good. Since his son had returned, his position in his wife's heart was getting lower and lower. A few moments later, the family was enjoying an immortal banquet. A maid came forward to report that an elder had come to the door to seek an audience. Wu Tianyun waved his hand, invite Elder Wu Yu in. Yes. The maid bowed and retired. Not long after, she even let Elder Wu Yu into the Cloud Heart Hall. Greetings to the young patriarch. Greetings to the young lord. Greetings to Daozi. Elder Wu Yu bowed, his posture lowered. Wu Tianyun raised his hand to support him in vain. Elder Wu Yu doesn't need to be polite. I don't know what the elder is here for. Young patriarch, elder has something important to report. Elder Wu Yu hurriedly told the story of how the heavenly underworld divine sovereign came to the martial clan, although he did not add more oil and vinegar, but he told everything, including how the heavenly underworld divine sovereign shocked him with his mighty pressure. Listening to Wu Tianyun, he frowned straight away. Humph. Truly outrageous, how dare he take liberties with our martial clan, when this is still his eternal immortal kingdom? Wu Tianyun said with a face full of displeasure. This heavenly underworld divine sovereign was just too arrogant. Don't worry, Elder Wu Yu, I will definitely report this to Father and seek justice for you. Many thanks, young patriarch. A smirk appeared in Elder Wu Yu's eyes. Afterward, Elder Wu Yu retired and left. Wu Tianyun looked towards Wu Ning and said, Ninger, how do you think this matter should be handled? After all, it was about the eternal immortal kingdom, and since Wu Tianyun had just come into contact with the affairs of the clan not long ago, there were many things that he still couldn't decide on. Now that Wu Xian was in seclusion, he habitually asked Wu Ning about it. Wu Ning smiled faintly and said, this heavenly underworld divine sovereign is probably used to being high and mighty in the eternal immortal kingdom, so we might as well take the opportunity to suppress his temper. Oh? Then how should this be done? Simple, just leave him out to dry. The corner of Wu Ning's mouth curled into a smile. The heavenly underworld divine sovereign had come to the martial clan here because he wanted to demand an explanation for the golden armored giant that had been exterminated, but how could they possibly give him any explanation? Let him hang out to dry first, and if that fellow got tired of waiting and planned to cause trouble, they would simply suppress him. Wu Tianyun nodded slightly, then let's hang him out to dry first. After spending a few days in the Chaoyun Immortal Palace, Wu Ning returned to his own Daoyu Immortal Palace. In the huge garden, Wu Ning built a chair under the Bodhi tree, then lazily lay down on it. Not far away, a huge innate peach tree was thriving, with a tantalizingly large peach hanging from it. Surrounding it were planted many imperial immortal medicines, emitting a dense immortal charm haze, like the divine medicines of the nine heavens, divine and extraordinary. Beside Wu Ning, Little Green, Little White, and Little Tree sat in a circle. Mo Bao was colorfully recounting the great battle at the Black Prison headquarters. 8 Dao Zuns had descended, and the Black Prison headquarters had been forcefully destroyed, which could be described as a heavy death toll. Even a Dao Exalt was beaten to the point where his soul was destroyed. However, Dao Zuns carried the Dao in their bodies, sending their destinies into the origin of the great Dao of heaven and earth. If the great Dao did not perish, the Dao Master would not fall. Even if he was beaten to death, after a long period of time, he would eventually awaken from the origin of the great Dao. However, a Dao Zun who had just recovered from the great Dao origin was very fragile and could easily be killed again. As the number of deaths increased, it would take even longer years to revive.
Furthermore, Dao Masters could not be resurrected indefinitely. Once the number of deaths reached a certain point, the fate would be weakened to an extreme point, and it would be assimilated into the Great Dao origin. It would completely become part of the Great Dao of heaven and earth. In this regard, Wu Ning was not very concerned. It would take at least hundreds of millions of years for the Taiyu ancient emperor to recover from the Great Dao origin. By that time, he would probably have been invincible in the heavens, so would he still be worried about a mere Dao father? Instead, it was another matter that caught his attention. In the Black Prison, there were still a few higher-ups who had been taken away by Elder Skyless. Among them was Fu Zhou. Heh, this guy really has a great life. Wu Ning sneered. Little Black, can you find out the current whereabouts of Fu Zhou? Inkbrand was dissatisfied. Master, please remove the word? You're questioning my abilities. Don't talk nonsense, quickly check. Got it. Master, Fu Zhou has been taken away from the Taichu ancient realm by Wu Tian. Their next stop is the Taishian immortal realm. Taishian immortal realm? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow and immediately checked the information on the black leather book. The Taishian immortal realm was also a great world, but it was much weaker than the Taichu ancient realm. The Taishian immortal realm was incapable of giving birth to Dao-level powerhouses above immortal emperors, and immortal emperors were the supreme existences. Of course, this didn't mean that there were no Dao lords in Taishian immortal realm. There might be immortal emperors who traveled to other more powerful worlds and returned to the Taishian immortal realm after breaking through to Dao lords. There might also be outsiders like Elder Skyless. Wu Ning shook his head slightly, not worrying any further about matters concerning the Black Prison. There were only 2 or 3 kittens left, so after he ascended to Dao Father status, he would go ahead and slaughter them. It was only right that he should hurry up and get stronger as a matter of urgency. Ning boy, we've brought you immortal crystals. Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from the direction of the main hall. Upon hearing this, Wu Ning's eyes immediately lit up, and he immediately disappeared into his chair. The main hall of the Dao Feather Immortal Palace. Several clan elders arrived in company, and the person at the head was none other than Clan Elder Wu Mao. Greetings to the several clan elders, quickly please come inside. Wu Ning greeted with a smile on his face. Wu Mao waved his hand, no need to be polite. Brat Ning, the immortal crystals we brought with us this time around are a bit much. How long would it take you to see how long it would take for all of them to coalesce into that chaotic source liquid? Chapter 133 Immortal Emperor Extreme Realm. Somewhat more? Wu Ning's heart was on fire. He wasn't afraid of more, the more the better. Clan Elder, how much do you say first? Elder Wu Mao smiled smugly and slowly extended a hand, saying, 500,000 billion. Wu Ning's eyes widened violently, completely stunned. He wanted to shout, but felt that it did not fit his temperament. So he held back stiffly. 50 trillion. So many immortal crystals, these old guys wouldn't have robbed the clan's treasure trove, would they? Wu Ning cast a probing look at them. Another clan elder coughed lightly and said, these old guys of ours still have some family treasures, although the immortal crystals aren't much, just a few tens of billions, there are quite a few other treasures. Originally, immortal crystals weren't very useful to immortal emperor powerhouses like them, and having a few tens of billions on them was considered wealthy. More than that, there were other treasures such as immortal pills, immortal soldiers, exotic treasures, and the like. The things that could be seen by these immortal emperors of theirs were definitely rare treasures. The kind that couldn't even be bought with immortal crystals. But now it was different. Here in Wu Ning one could directly use immortal crystals to condense immortal chaos source liquid, and a single drop would allow them to directly increase their cultivation by 10,000 years. Easily. Kryptonite to become stronger, it was simply too good to be true. Thus, they immediately became more attached to immortal crystals than ever before, cashing in all sorts of family treasures to exchange them for immortal crystals. It was only then that they had raised so many immortal crystals in a short period of time. Wu Ning thought for a moment and said, the immortal crystals this time are indeed a bit much, Clan Elder, how about you look at picking them up 3 years from now? Only 3 years? The several clan elders were a bit surprised. It seemed that condensing this chaos source liquid was a lot easier than they had expected. Haha good, we'll come back to get it after 3 years. Wu Mao laughed out loud. After sending the few clan elders away, Wu Ning couldn't wait to rush into the cultivation hall. Placing heavy prohibitions, he took out the sky shading umbrella again. Afterwards, Wu Ning took out the chaotic divine gourd and directly put all 500,000 billion immortal crystals into it. It didn't take long before 50,000 drops of immortal chaos source liquid were condensed out. Looking at the large swath of chaos origin liquid in the divine gourd that emitted a 7-colored haze, Wuing's breath caught.
An entire 50,000 drops of immortal grade chaos origin liquid.
10,000 of those drops were to be returned to the various clan elders.
He still had a full 40,000 drops left. It was true that it was still the middleman who made more money.
Wuing's eyes narrowed as a large smile appeared on his face. All of you clan elders are still really good people.
If there's a next time, we must give them a discount. Ha ha.
Wuing laughed freely. It had been a long time since he had been so generous with his kryptonite. With these 40,000 drops of immortal chaos source liquid, it would definitely allow him to easily reach the immortal emperor extreme realm.
After a long time.
Suppressing his excitement, Wuing sat cross-legged on the ground and began to swallow the immortal grade chaos source liquid. Light flowed on, and several months slowly passed. After swallowing 6,000 drops, Wuing's cultivation instantly skyrocketed to the peak of immortal emperor. Another half-year of time passed. His cultivation soared all the way up, reaching the immortal emperor perfection realm without any hindrance.
Boom!
Suddenly, a strong pressure erupted from within his body. A large portion of the surrounding void was shattered. It was fortunate that the immortal hall was protected by extremely powerful defensive prohibitions, which prevented it from causing too much damage. Wuing violently opened his eyes, a hint of joy appearing in his eyes. The flesh-body divine deposit has finally come to fruition. Unexpectedly, the flesh-body divine deposit actually had to reach immortal emperor perfection before it came to great completion. He clenched his fist, and extremely terrifying power surged out between his 5 fingers, as if anything could be crushed. The source was constant and endless, terrifying to the extreme. After the flesh-body divine deposit became a great success, the billions of divine deposits within his body produced a qualitative change.
The power contained within each divine deposit became even more powerful.
More importantly, the billions of divine collections within his body produced some sort of wonderful resonance that allowed him to mobilize the power of billions of divine collections at the same time.
It was all one.
Wuing gently swung his fist, and space was easily shattered.
He felt like he could easily destroy an immortal emperor artifact with a random punch right now. Nowadays, it could be said that his physical body was the most powerful immortal soldier in the world. God blocking God, Buddha blocking Buddha, everything was blown away, unrivaled.
Well, the divine soul has also broken through. Wuing was in a great mood and hurriedly opened the system's personal panel.
A light blue curtain of light immediately surfaced. Name, Wuing. Cultivation, Immortal Emperor Realm Perfection. Flesh Divine Collection Grand Completion. Divine Soul, Realization Realm Perfection. Physique, Eternal Tao Body.
Technique, the Supreme Scripture 3rd level. Avatar, Time Retrospection Minor, Thunder World Minor, World and Palm Minor, Words Follow Law Minor, Heavenly Sword Drawing Technique Minor. Treasure, Sky Shading Umbrella, Sword of the Past Life, Star Map of 10,000 Realms. Treasure, Black Book, Chaotic Green Lotus, Chaotic Divine Gourd, Pupil of Time, Pupil of Space, Innate Sword Cultivator.
Pet, Nine-Tailed Fox Mature Stage. Innate Spiritual Roots, Innate Peach Tree, Time Willow Tree, Space Willow Tree, Soul Willow Tree, Life Willow Tree, Yin-Yang Willow Tree. Remaining check-in times, 1,352, remaining check-in times, 1,352.
Looking at the information on the system's personal panel, Wuing's lips curled slightly.
Cultivation level Immortal Emperor Perfection, Flesh Body Divine Residence Grand Completion, and Divine Soul Reality Realm Completion.
The Trinity had already reached the Immortal Emperor Extreme Realm. He was very confident that with his current strength, he could definitely be called invincible amongst immortals. A weakling like Immortal Emperor Shueyan would probably be able to blow up with a single move of his hand. If the Immortal Emperor Extreme Realm is so terrifying, I wonder what the scenery is like above Immortal Emperor. A hint of longing appeared in Wuing's eyes. Afterward, he suppressed the hint of restlessness in his heart and continued to absorb the remaining Chaos Origin liquid. Before being invincible, one could never be proud and careless. Half a year later, Wuing walked out of the cultivation hall. He was dressed in a snowsuit, with a slender and upright figure, a handsome demeanor, and an aura that surpassed the dust and won over the immortals.
What a wonderful gentleman!
Counting the time, a year and a half had passed since the beginning of his closed door only.
I also don't know how that heavenly underworld godly monarch is doing.
Wuing laughed and flashed towards the Chaoyun Immortal Palace.
A few moments later. Within the Chaoyun Immortal Palace,
Ning was surprised to find that his mother was talking and laughing with a young woman. The woman was dressed in a light blue fairy dress, her face was absolutely beautiful, her skin was crystal clear and snowy, her cheeks were exquisite, like the creator's carefully carved masterpiece, so perfect that there wasn't a single flaw. This kind of stunning beauty was definitely one of the best among all the women he had ever seen.
Ninger, you're out of the gate?
Morongin smiled and waved at him. Come over here, mother will introduce you, this is the Luo clan's contemporary goddess Luo Yucheng.
Luo Yucheng?
Ning raised an eyebrow, once again taking a closer look at the woman.
This was the one that the Luo clan wanted to give him as a daughter-in-law? Chapter 134 being set up.
Luo Yucheng blushed at his look.
Hastily, she got up and saluted. Yucheng has met Daozi.
Her figure was graceful and supple, her demeanor was dignified, and the way she saluted was extremely nice to look at. Ning secretly praised her, and he had to say that this was indeed a peerless beauty that was hard to find in the world. It was quite a bit better looking than he had imagined. Ning reached out to support him in vain. Divine Maiden, please rise, there is no need to be courteous. Luo Yucheng stood up obediently, her eyes hanging down as she quietly surveyed Ning. Afterward, she said in a shy manner, in front of Daozi, Yucheng wouldn't dare to call herself a goddess, if cousin Daozi doesn't mind, he can call Yucheng his cousin. Ning smiled faintly and said nothing. At this time, Morongin greeted them and sat down, smilingly saying, Ninger, Yucheng has been here in the clan for some time now, but you were still in seclusion at that time, and now that you've come out of seclusion, if you're free, you can bring Yucheng to your Daofeather Palace to take a look. Ning couldn't help but mutter in his heart, could it be that his mother had taken a liking to this Luo Yucheng? Although she was indeed very pretty, and he was a bit moved. But he wasn't really into this kind of delicate style. Once the novelty wore off, it was easy to get tired of it. Ning nodded casually, then immediately changed the topic. Mother, where is father? It seems like there's a bit of an emergency down there, your grandfather is still in seclusion, so he let your father go over to deal with it. Right, how's that heavenly underworld god sovereign doing this time? He hasn't left yet, right? Still hanging around, looks like he doesn't intend to leave until he sees your grandfather or your father.
Morongin laughed.
Ning turned his gaze and realized that Luo Yucheng was staring at him in a daze, her gaze mesmerized, like an nymphomaniac. Girls nowadays really weren't reserved at all. Ning shook his head imperceptibly, then got up and said, Mother, then I'll go to meet that heavenly underworld divine sovereign first, and come back with father later.
Good. Morongin was full of smiles.
But you have to be careful, that heavenly underworld godly monarch is a peak immortal emperor after all, it's best to ask a clan elder to go with you. Ning nodded and raised his steps towards the outside of the cloud immortal palace.
Soon, Ning found clan elder Wu Mao. Brat Ning, it's only been a year and a half, could it be that the chaos origin fluids have all finished coalescing?
Ning took out an immortal jade treasure vase and handed it to him. There are only 5,000 drops for now, and I'm afraid that the clan elder is waiting impatiently, so I'll send it to you first. After Wu Mao's divine thoughts scanned and detected those droplets in the immortal vase that emitted a 7-colored halo of light, he was instantly overjoyed. Out of those 500 trillion immortal crystals, 800 billion were all from him. In other words, 160 drops of chaos source liquid in here were all his. 160 drops of chaos source liquid was 1,600,000 years of cultivation, and it could definitely skyrocket his strength quite a bit. It had been millions of years since he had broken through to the peak of Immortal Emperor. If this chaos source liquid was even more, it might even allow him to impact the Immortal Emperor perfection realm. A trace of excitement appeared in the heart of clan elder Wu Mao, and he couldn't wait to immediately go and raise immortal crystals to condense the chaos source liquid. Ning said at the right time, Clan elder, if you're free, why don't you accompany me to meet that heavenly underworld divine sovereign? Wu Mao's heart stirred, and he had heard about that heavenly underworld godly monarch coming to the martial clan. It was only because he had long since disregarded such trivial matters in the clan that he didn't pay much attention to it. I've heard that heavenly underworld godly monarch seems to have come looking for trouble. Could it be because of the previous beheading of that golden armored godly monarch? Ning nodded slightly. It should be precisely for this matter.
Let's go meet him then.
On the divine martial continent, the meeting palace was in the middle. The heavenly underworld godly monarch's face was extremely ugly. For more than a year, it was as if he had been forgotten in this palace. All of the maids and servants around him had been removed, leaving him alone in the palace. When he wanted to find someone to inquire about the situation, he would either ask 3 questions or play deaf and dumb, simply ignoring him.
How could he not understand that he was being hung out to dry by the martial clan? Damn it!
The heavenly underworld god sovereign's face was gloomy, but he had come on behalf of the eternal heavenly kingdom. Not only was the martial clan benching him, they were humiliating the eternal immortal kingdom.
Snap!
Suddenly, a subtle movement came from outside the palace.
Immediately afterward, a silhouette walked in. It was none other than Elder Wu Yue.
Divine Lord Heavenly Underworld, the old immortal has brought you food. Elder Wu Yue said with a smile. Then he placed a food box on the white jade immortal table next to him and opened the lid, which contained a plate of ordinary pastries. The kind that ordinary mortals ate. The pastry was still a bit dark, and some dust and stains could be clearly seen on it.
Ah!
A flash of surprise appeared in Elder Wu Yue's eyes as he somewhat apologized. Divine Lord Tianmei, I'm really sorry, it must have been those little children in the clan who didn't know any better and knocked over the pastries. He hurriedly waved his hand and used his immortal power to clean up the dust and stains on the pastries.
It's okay, it should still be edible.
Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch, you're a generous man, you shouldn't be bothered with some small children, right?
The Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch had a dark face that was so gloomy that it was about to drip.
There was suppressed anger in his eyes, and he was on the verge of reaching the edge of eruption. Wu Yu acted as if he hadn't realized it and said, Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch, I'm really sorry, why don't I go and change a plate for you? Today, there is a rich merchant over in Luangyan City who spread kanji for charity, and also gave away many of these pastries. The old immortal looked at the novelty, so he took some more. If you like it, Heavenly Underworld God Sovereign, I'll ask that rich merchant to send some more over.
Asshole. Boom. Boom.
The Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch's eyes flared with rage as he slapped the white jade immortal table, a terrifying immortal emperor pressure erupting from within him. Elder Wu Yue was instantly knocked away by this pressure and flew backwards towards the outside of the Great Hall.
Unbridled. Right at this moment, a furious shout rang out violently. Clan Elder Wu Mao flashed and appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall, grabbing Elder Wu Yu in a handful of hands before coldly staring at the Heavenly Underworld Divine Sovereign in the middle of the Grand Hall. Vast terrifying pressure swept out, vastly pressing towards the Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch. Heavenly Underworld, you are so unbridled. This is my martial clan, not your eternal immortal kingdom. Daring to injure my clan elder in the middle of the martial clan, are you looking for death? The Wu Mao clan elder pre-empted his voice and gave a direct rebuke. Feeling the terrifying pressure pressing down on him, the anger in the Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch's chest immediately dissipated. After looking at the situation in front of him, how could he not understand that he was being set up? What an abomination! The Wu Mao clan elder's cold eyes glared. I. Heavenly Underworld Divine Sovereign, speak for yourself, damaging my clan's property and injuring my clan's elder, how should this matter be handled? Chapter 135 Compensation of 2 trillion.
Suddenly, the Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch's gaze froze as he stared deathly at the Wu Mao clan elder. It's you. It was you who killed the Xianling Godly Monarch.
The Wu Mao clan elder waved his hand. Don't interrupt.
What Xianling Godly Monarch? I don't recognize him. Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch, don't try to change the subject, we're talking about you now. You fought a big fight in our martial clan. Not only did you damage our clan's valuable belongings, but you also injured the core elders who have labored so hard for our clan. Are you trying to declare war on our clan? Clan Elder Wu Mao questioned sternly.
The Heavenly Underworld Divine Sovereign's brows furrowed. Your Excellency, don't talk nonsense. When did this sovereign damage your clan's treasures, and when did he injure your clan's elders?
Here. The Wu Mao clan elder pointed to the white jade immortal table that had been smashed to pieces. This table was used by one of our clan's deceased ancestors when he was young. It has a great commemorative significance to our clan. Even 1 trillion immortal crystals would be hard to exchange. We placed it here to express our welcome and respect for our guests, but we didn't expect it to be smashed by your slap.
Heavenly Underworld Divine Sovereign, what do you think should be done to compensate for this? The Wu Mao clan elder had an angry look on his face and spoke as if it were true.
The Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch's face was as black as the bottom of a pot, suppressing his anger without saying anything.
There's also. The Wu Mao clan elder then pointed one hand at the Wu Yu elder next to him. My clan elder was kind enough to deliver pastries for you, and even if you don't appreciate it, you actually used your might to shock and injure him. What kind of reasoning is that?
Put.
Just as clan elder Wu Mao's words fell, Elder Wu Yu immediately sprayed out a large mouthful of blood.
The entire person's breath instantly became chaotic, his face was pale, and his appearance looked extremely injured. Wu Mao cast a satisfied look at him.
Not bad, not bad. This old kid is very up to speed. In the next second, his face instantly chilled. Heavenly Underworld Divine Sovereign, take a look, how much you have injured my clan's elder. If it's light, his cultivation will stop and it will be difficult to advance another inch. If it's heavy, there is a danger of falling. Elder Woyue is a meritorious official who has made significant contributions to our clan. You injured him for no reason. If you don't come up with a statement, you won't be able to leave our martial clan in peace today. The Heavenly Underworld Divine Sovereign was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. Shameless. How shameless. After living for tens of millions of years, this was the first time he had seen someone so brazen. He wanted to get angry, but immediately felt an extremely terrifying aura land on him. That aura was extremely terrifying, and he felt that he was definitely not a one-sided enemy of the other party. Who? The Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch gulped out a long breath, forcibly suppressing the anger in his heart. When one was under the roof, one had to bow one's head. He endured. How does Your Excellency want to compensate? Just say it directly and explicitly. He could sort of see that this old man was trying to blackmail him. The Wumao clan elder's expression loosened. Very well. Since you, Heavenly Underworld God Sovereign, recognize your mistake and are willing to make compensation, then I won't make things difficult for you. Compensate 1 trillion immortal crystals for damaging the relics left behind by my clan's elder, and 1 trillion immortal crystals for injuring my clan's elder. Leave 2 trillion immortal crystals and you can leave. 2 trillion immortal crystals? The Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch stared with wide eyes, shaking with anger. Just a broken table like that, actually asking him for 1 trillion immortal crystals? Why don't you go and grab it? There was also that elder who was clearly not even slightly injured, but actually wanted 1 trillion immortal crystals as well. Nima naked extortion. No way. At most 200 million, no more. The Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch stalked his neck in a manner that demanded money. Clan Elder Wumao raised an eyebrow and looked at Elder Wuyu beside him and asked, according to my clan's clan law, what is the offense for striking out to injure someone in the midst of our clan, damaging our clan's belongings, and injuring our clan's elders? Back to the clan elder, this act defies the majesty of our clan. He should be skinned and flayed, his flesh destroyed, his soul refined, and his Tao extinguished as a warning to others. Elder Wuyu immediately replied. Clan Elder Wumao nodded slightly and cast a sidelong glance at Divine Sovereign Tianhua. I had wanted to give the Eternal Immortal Kingdom face and have you pay a small, insignificant amount of compensation to settle the matter. Since you're stubborn, then I won't blame me for being impolite. Boom. Terrifying might erupted and pressed towards the Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch. At the same time, that pressure in the dark became even more terrifying. Wait. A cold sweat broke out on the Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch's forehead. This monarch is willing to give compensation. It's just that 2 trillion is too much, this monarch doesn't have that much on him. The intimidating pressure on the Wumao clan elder instantly dissipated, and a kind smile appeared on his face. That's the right thing to do. It doesn't matter if you don't have enough immortal crystals, you can use other treasures to pledge them. If it's really not enough, you can repair a letter, and I'll send someone to help you send it back to the Eternal Immortal Kingdom to have the immortal crystals sent. Damn it! The Heavenly Underworld Godly Monarch's heart was dripping blood, itching to punch him in the face. Afterward, he kept pulling out various treasures, which soon piled up into a huge mountain. There were only tens of billions of immortal crystals, and even more were all sorts of immortal pills, immortal dawn, and magic treasures. The Wumao clan elder weighed them and shook his head slightly. The value of these things is about 900 billion, and we're still short of 1100 billion immortal crystals. The Heavenly Underworld God Sovereign gritted his teeth and once again took out 2 ancient jade boxes covered in heavy restrictions. With a wave of his hand, he opened the 2 jade boxes. One of the jade boxes contained a palm-sized piece of 7-colored divine stone that was crystal clear and emitted an extremely rich Tao rhythm on it. Inside the other jade box was a golden bone that was covered with dense arcane runes, emitting a magnificent and ancient powerful aura. This 7-colored divine stone was obtained by chance by this monarch. It should be a material for refining Tao weapons and is definitely worth trillions of immortal crystals. There's also this true dragon treasure bone, worth hundreds of billions of immortal crystals, is definitely not a problem. The Heavenly Underworld Divine Sovereign said with red eyes, feeling his heart dripping blood. It was only because he had lived long enough and was in a high position that he was able to scrape together so many treasures, and now that he was being pitched against, it was simply worse than killing him. Clan Elder Wumao's eyes lit up. It's all good stuff. I didn't expect this heavenly underworld god sovereign to be so rich that he actually managed to scrape together 2 trillion immortal crystals. He hurriedly waved his hand and put everything away. Ha, come on people, quickly serve tea to the heavenly underworld godly monarch. Clan Elder Wu Mao was in a great mood, his face smiling like a chrysanthemum. No need. The heavenly underworld godly monarch said with a dark face. He didn't want to drink a cup of tea and then be extorted for 1 trillion immortal crystals. Taking a deep breath, he tried his best to say in a calm tone, the penalty has been punished and the compensation has been made. Can this monarch leave now? A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the Wu Mao clan elder. Divine monarch heavenly underworld, don't you still have important matters to attend to when you come to our Wu clan? I heard that your clan leader is still in seclusion, and since this monarch has left the immortal kingdom for a long time, I plan to return first. The heavenly underworld godly monarch said expressionlessly. The martial clan was not a place for people to stay, and if they didn't leave again, they were probably going to have even a layer of their skin peeled off. One look at the attitude of these guys from the martial race and he knew that there was no hope at all in getting a statement for the Xianling divine sovereign. If he stayed any longer, he might have to become a member of the martial race to ask for an explanation from the eternal immortal kingdom. Chapter 136 The heavenly underworld godly monarch who had bad blood luck. Clan elder Wu Mao nodded slightly, a flash of regret on his face. That's all. Since you insist on leaving, it's not convenient for the old man to retain you. Heavenly underworld godly monarch, welcome to come back next time. There was also a hammer. With a black face, the heavenly underworld godly monarch dashed and flew out of the grand hall, heading towards the exit of the martial clan's secret realm. After he left, Wu Ning paced into the palace. With a strange expression, he looked at the martial Mao clan elder and gave him a thumbs up, in one word, absolute. Ha ha. The Wu Mao clan elder laughed soundly. 2 trillion immortal crystals, this time immortal emperor perfection was expected. A long time later, outside the martial extremity immortal domain. In the middle of a withered and boundless starfield. The heavenly underworld divine sovereign, in the guise of a shrew, was disliking the heavens and cursing the earth, using almost all of the vicious words he had learned over tens of millions of years on the head of the martial race. Percent, hashtag hashtag. Percent hashtag percent hashtag. This cursing went on for the better part of a month, and he only stopped when he ran out of words. Phew. Heavenly underworld godly monarch exhaled a breath, and after some venting, the entire person was instantly much more relaxed. Damn old thing, this account this monarch will remember. He. Suddenly, a strange laughter that was indistinguishable between male and female came into his ears. Who is it? The heavenly underworld god sovereign was instantly startled, and his majestic and vast divine thoughts instantly erupted. He. A person caged in black robes and covered in dense air appeared within the heavenly underworld godly monarch's line of sight. Judging from his figure, he should be a tall and thin man. The black robe shrouding his body was extremely extraordinary, capable of isolating the prying eyes of an immortal emperor's divine thoughts. Without careful probing, it would be difficult to detect the other party's presence. Who are you? The heavenly underworld godly monarch frowned and stared at him dead on. Hiding his head like this, he wasn't a good thing at first glance. He. Heavenly underworld god sovereign, you don't need to know who I am, you only need to know that you have a handle on me. The black-robed man played with a shadow retaining divine stone. A high-definition audible image was then projected, and it was the scene where the heavenly underworld god sovereign was cursing at the top of his lungs. He, heavenly underworld godly monarch, you don't want this matter to be known by the martial clan either, do you? Good guts. The heavenly underworld godly monarch's eyes were glowing with murderous intent, and his fire surged up all of a sudden. Being slaughtered in the martial clan was just a matter of course, a guy who hid his head dared to blackmail him, so damn it. Heavenly underworld godly monarch, you want to make a move? The black-robed man squinted at him as an aura of a peak immortal emperor filled the air. The heavenly underworld godly monarch's gaze condensed, not realizing that this fellow was actually a peak immortal emperor. He instantly calmed down. He was not in the eternal immortal domain at the moment, and was unable to use the immortal kingdom's chi to enhance his strength. As the same peak immortal emperor, even if he could win, if the other party was bent on escaping, it would be almost impossible for him to leave him behind. Say it, what do you want? Heavenly underworld godly monarch asked in a cold voice. He wasn't afraid of being known by the martial race, but rather he was afraid that this matter would spread out and affect his image as a wise and godly man. The black-robed man smiled grimly,
how about an Immortal Emperor artifact in exchange for the Shadow Retention God Stone?
No, in exchange for one.
The heavenly underworld god sovereign directly shook his head. He was now left with a life magic treasure, and he simply didn't have any extra Immortal Emperor artifacts.
No? You're a hallowed Immortal Kingdom godly monarch, and you don't even have a single Immortal Emperor artifact? The black-robed man's tone was full of skepticism.
Humph. The heavenly underworld godly monarch threw an immortal jade vase at him and said in a cold voice, "This monarch only has this Immortal Emperor pill right now, so if you don't agree, then you'll just have to do a battle."
Still an immortal godly monarch, how stingy.
The black-robed man despised. He put away the immortal jade vase and threw the Shadow Retention Godstone in his hand at the heavenly underworld godly monarch before instantly disappearing without a trace.
Boom!
The heavenly underworld godly monarch slapped the Shadow Retaining Divine Stone into nothingness with a palm, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost on the verge of condensing into substance.
Damned fellow, this monarch remembers you.
Somewhere in the starry sky of the martial extremity immortal region, the black-robed man shifted and immediately turned into a handsome man wearing a white robe. The plump spirit in Jade Tree looked extremely young in appearance.
He, it's still this emperor who is more skillful.
The handsome man hooked his lips in a smile, tossing and playing with another Shadow Retention God Stone in his hands.
Who said that he only used one Shadow Retention God Stone to record?
The Shadow Retention God Stone was a divine Shadow Retention Stone that could even clearly record the images of an Immortal Emperor battle. Furthermore, the recorded content could not be changed.
It was extremely precious.
However, to him, one or two Shadow Retention God Stones didn't matter at all.
Gonzi.
A stunningly beautiful young girl wearing a glazed immortal garment flew over and looked at him curiously.
Gonzi, where did you just go? Ahem, this emperor just met a friend and went forward to say hello to him.
Oh.
The young girl nodded dully.
Let's go, little Leoli. After staying in the martial extreme immortal region for so long, it's time to leave.
Gonzi, where are we going?
Well, I heard that the Evergreen Immortal Kingdom is going to establish a crown prince of the Immortal Kingdom. Let's go and see the fun. Martial Clan, Divine Martial Continent.
Clan Elder Wu Mao was in a hurry to go and convert the extortion amount of compensation from the heavenly underworld divine sovereign into immortal crystals.
After greeting Wu Ning, he hurriedly left. Wu Mao was similarly full of smiles. At the end of the day, a large portion of those 2 trillion immortal crystals were his.
He was the biggest winner. Not long afterward,
Wu Ning arrived in another ancient palace on the continent. At the moment, around this palace, there were many clansmen surrounding it, almost surrounding the entire palace.
In the middle of the palace, Wu Tianyun was sitting at the top.
On both sides sat several elders. In the center of the palace, there were 5 or 6 young people kneeling, 2 of which had bloodstains on their bodies. Among the 2, one of them was dressed in expensive clothes, his injuries were relatively light, and although he was kneeling, his expression carried a hint of condescension. Another person was extremely injured, no visible wounds could be seen on his body, but his face was pale and his breath was extremely weak. One look told him that he had injured his origin. Wu Ning secretly watched for a while, and then understood what had happened.
The richly dressed youth was named Wu Kong, a mainline descendant whose grandfather was a core elder.
The other man was named Wu Feng, a descendant of the sideline, and had never produced a strong person above the level of Immortal King in the last 100 generations. However, his talent is extremely high, and at a young age, he has the cultivation level of humanitarian Great Emperor realm. Wu Feng has a childhood friend named Wu Qingling, also a daughter of the sideline, but looks extremely beautiful. A few days ago, Wu Kong inadvertently met Wu Qingling, was attracted by her beauty, coercion failed to lure, then intended to forcefully take her captive, wanting to do something untoward. Wu Qingling was a quiet but fierce woman, and in order to prevent Wu Kong from succeeding, she committed suicide. When Wu Feng learned of Wu Qingling's death, he was so angry that he went out of his way to fight with Wu Kong. Because of the loss of life, this matter soon became extremely publicized. The main lineage was honored amongst the martial clan, but there had been many strong people from the branch side lineages. When it came to the sensitive topic of the main lineage and the side lineage, the elders were generally unwilling to intervene in this matter for fear of setting themselves on fire. Later, after layers of reports, it was finally reported to Wu Tianyun. Patriarch Wu Xian was in seclusion, and he was undoubtedly the most suitable person to handle this matter at the moment.
Chapter 137 Trivial Matters in the Clan.
Wu Ning frowned slightly. With a clan as large as the martial clan, the nasty things in it were truly unavoidable. This was only what was exposed, and there was no telling how much more there was in the shadows. Wu Tianyun's complexion was gloomy, not expecting to actually encounter this kind of filth. It seemed that the clan's monitoring efforts were still not enough. Father. Wu Ning took a step out of the void and appeared in the middle of the great hall, immediately attracting a large amount of attention. Ninger, you're out of the gate? Wu Tianyun's expression eased. Wu Ning nodded slightly. I just came out of customs not long ago, and when I heard that something had happened on your side, I came over to take a look. Greetings, Daozi. The several elders on both sides rose and saluted. In the martial clan, Daozi's status was extremely high. It was at least much higher than the young clan chief, and only slightly less than the clan chief. The several elders did not dare to be slow. Be excused. Wu Ning nodded slightly. Beside Wu Tianyun, the guard Wuku was quick on his feet and immediately built a chair. Ninger, come and sit. Wu Tianyun shouted with a smile. Wu Ning nodded. At this moment, a chorus of exclamations rang out from all around the great hall, and many of the young clansmen, their eyes glowing with fervor, shouted out in a loud voice. Greetings, Daozi. Wu Ning smiled faintly, his gaze landing on the few people kneeling in the hall. Other than Wu Kong and Wu Feng, the other few people were all dogged accomplices of Wu Kong. Otherwise, with Wu Kong, a drunkard, he wouldn't have the strength to seriously injure Wu Feng. Father, what are you going to do about this matter? Wu Ning asked with a sideways glance. Naturally, it will be handled impartially. Wu Tianyun let out a cold shout. Bold Wu Kong, do you know your crime? Wu Kang's body trembled as he stammered. Young patriarch, I didn't do it on purpose. It's all because that seduced me. I was momentarily ghostly before. Asshole. Wu Tianyun burst into fury. By now you still dare to sophistry? Come on people, give me torture. Wait. At that exact moment, a thick voice rang out from the entrance of the great hall. Immediately afterward, two figures separated the crowd and quickly stepped into the great hall. A hale and hearty old man and a middle-aged man in purple with a gloomy face. The former was Wu Hong, Wu Kang's grandfather, and the latter was his father, Wu Shang. Its elder Wu Hong. On both sides of the great hall, the gazes of several elders narrowed, not expecting this old man to actually come personally to dabble in this mess. But it wasn't wise at all. Father. Grandpa. Seeing the visitor, Wu Kong was like seeing a savior, his eyes showing excitement. Sinner. Wu Hong shouted angrily and slapped him hard on the ground. Ah. Wu Hong immediately let out a pig-killing scream as blood continued to spill out of his 7 orifices. The appearance looked extremely miserable. Elder Wu Hong, what are you doing? On the main seat, Wu Tianyun frowned slightly. Elder Wu Hong's gaze flickered as he hurriedly bowed and saluted. Greetings, young patriarch, greetings, Daozi. Young clan chief, I have heard of the things that this evil bastard has done, and I have come to implore the young clan chief to act in accordance with the clan rules. There's no need to save face for me. Punish if you should be punished, kill if you should be killed. Elder Wu Hong righteously said. A trace of surprise flashed through the eyes of the several elders on both sides. This old man actually played with retreating to advance? At the entrance of the main hall, many clansmen were unsure of what was going on, and they immediately looked a few eyes higher at Elder Wu Hong and praised him. I didn't expect Elder Wu Hong to be so selfless. We were wrong about him earlier. Elder Wu Hong's great righteousness is really a model for us. Alas, Elder Wu Hong is such a righteous person, but he even has such an incompetent grandson. It's really a family misfortune. Various murmurs entered Wu Tianyun's ears and he couldn't help but frown when he heard them. This old man, thinking that this would be useful? Elder Wu Hong, since that's the case, then tell me, how should Wu Kong be dealt with for committing such a big mistake? Elder Wu Hong immediately said with a serious face, reporting back to the young patriarch, if Wu Kong really did such an outrageous thing, according to the clan's rules, he should pay for his life with his life, and return justice to the deceased. Very good. Wu Tianyun nodded. Clan Elder Wu Hong deals with things justly, my junior admires it. Men, drag Wu Hong down and behead him to sacrifice the dead spirit. Yes. Wu Ka bowed and led the order, lifting his steps towards Wu Kong. A chorus of applause rang out from all around. No. Don't kill me, it's all that seduced me, I'm innocent. The color of fear appeared in Wu Kang's eyes. Still dare to argue. Many people let out cold laughter.
Young patriarch, I have something to say.
Behind Wukong, a youth named Wu Mu suddenly shouted loudly. The death of Wu Qingling was all the work of the villain, it has nothing to do with Big Brother Wukong, please ask the young patriarch to investigate clearly.
Above.
Wu Ning raised an eyebrow and inadvertently glanced at Elder Wu Hong.
This old thing, just now, had been transmitting his voice to Wu Mu.
He thought he was doing it covertly, but how could he hide it from him?
Asshole. Boom. Wu Tianyun slapped his hand on the table and looked at Wu Mu with an icy gaze. How dare you, harboring others, do you know what the consequences are?
Wu Mu returned with a calm face, I know. Harboring others is punishable by the same crime. Young patriarch, in the beginning, it was the villain who took the initiative to take Wu Qingling captive in order to gain credit, and brought Wu Xiong and Wu Sheng to do it, and because of the overzealous means, he ended up causing Wu Qingling's death.
Little man is willing to take all the blame.
Although Big Brother Wukong was at fault, his crime is not to death. Please also ask the young patriarch to investigate clearly.
Wu Mu shouted loudly.
The other two immediately spoke out in agreement. Young patriarch, Wu Mu was right, everything was his idea. It was him who wanted to compete for credit in front of Big Brother Wukong, which compelled the two of us to make a move towards Wu Qingling, and in the end, caused her to die accidentally.
A bunch of nonsense.
Wu Feng snapped angrily, Wukong, it was you who killed Changling, you guys don't want to turn black and white upside down.
How dare you?
Wu Shang let out a rebuke, how can you be allowed to clamor in the Great Hall? He immediately bowed to Wu Tianyun, young patriarch, everything is about evidence, you must not listen to this kid's one-sided words.
Evidence? Wu Tianyun's brows knitted, he really didn't have any substantial evidence. If Wu Mu had flatly stated that he was the mastermind, wouldn't it be impossible to take Wukong?
It was a pity that there were not many witnesses at that time. Even if there was, it was probably bought by this old guy Wu Hong. At this time, Wu Ning reached out a hand and gently patted his arm, then looked at Wu Sheng and said in a cold voice.
You want proof, then this Daozi will give you proof.
Where is Wu Qingling's corpse?
Have someone send it immediately.
Although he didn't know what he was going to do, no one dared to question it. Several guards hurriedly left. It wasn't long before they returned to the main hall carrying a white jade coffin. Behind them was a haggard middle-aged couple, who should be Wu Qingling's parents.
Chapter 138 Resurrecting the Dead. Daozi, the dead body has been brought.
Several guards bowed. Wu Ning nodded slightly and rose to walk over to the white jade coffin. The gazes of the crowd stared at him, somewhat unsure.
Greetings, Daozi. Wu Qingling's parents immediately saluted.
Wu Ning casually waved his hand to open the white jade coffin.
Ka ka ka.
A cold aura leaked out from the white jade coffin, revealing the figure of a young girl.
Daozi, what are you?
Mother Wu was startled, and Father Wu hurriedly pulled her back, signaling her not to ask more questions. Wu Ning did not say much, and took a glance at Wu Qingling's corpse. The vitality had dissipated, and the divine soul was silent. Wu Qingling's cultivation level was only at the supreme realm, and he had yet to become an immortal, so his divine soul was very fragile, and his vitality wasn't as strong as that of an immortal. In fact, although the silence of the divine soul was serious, after all, it hadn't even been a few days since he died, and his divine soul hadn't completely dissipated yet. There were definitely means to bring them back to life amongst the Martial clan. It's just that they generally don't do that. There is a way of life and death, which is in accordance with the fate of heaven. The population of the Martial clan was so large that every day, a large number of clansmen were born, and many clansmen also died. If they were to be resurrected after death, it would definitely consume some of the important resources, and it would also cause many clansmen to lose their fear of death. In the long run, it would definitely not be conducive to the development of the Martial clan. Wu Ning surveyed the situation for a moment, stretching out his right hand as a willow leaf covered in light golden lines appeared in his hand. This was a leaf from the Life Avenue willow tree. It was more than enough to be used to save her life. Moreover, it would be a great opportunity for her. Wu Ning lightly waved his right hand, and the life willow leaf immediately transformed into a green light that drilled into Wu Qingling's body. In the next moment, layers of crystalline green light immediately erupted from within her body, wrapping her body and forming a huge green light cocoon. The soft green halo of light filled the entire hall, causing people to float as if they were bathed in sweet rain. Several people from Wu Feng were illuminated by this green light, and the injuries on their bodies immediately recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Wu Sheng frowned, his heart somewhat uneasy. He looked at his father. Wu Hong had a calm face, his complexion did not change in any way. In the jade coffin, the fragments of the divine soul remaining in Wu Qingling's body quickly revived, rapidly remodeling and becoming stronger under the power of the life willow leaf. At the same time, the aura of her body became stronger and stronger. Before a moment passed, she crossed the line of Quasi-emperor and arrived at the realm of the humanity Great Emperor. About a quarter of an hour later, Wu Qingling quietly opened her eyes, and a trace of doubt passed through her eyes.
Didn't I die?
She looked around in a daze and immediately spotted her parents.
Father, mother. Linger.
Seeing their daughter return from the dead, the couple burst into tears and hurriedly knelt down towards Wu Ning.
Many thanks for Daozi's great kindness. It's just a matter of lifting a hand, no need to thank me.
A stream of light flew out of Wu Ning's fingertips and drilled into Wu Qingling's body, helping her suppress the power of that life willow leaf. At her current level, she was still unable to fully absorb the power of the life willow leaf. With that, Wu Ning flashed back to his seat above. Outside the great hall, the gazes of the many clansmen looking at him grew more and more admiring and fervent.
Linger.
The Wu couple immediately stepped forward to help their daughter out of the white jade coffin. Linger, it was Lord Daozi who saved you, quickly kowtow to Daozi.
All right.
Wu Ning waved his hand, stopping them from kneeling, moving to kneel and kowtow. He didn't have that evil custom.
Let's get down to business. Wu Qingling, you will recount what happened that day in public.
Wu Qingling's head was still a bit dazed and immediately nodded after hearing his words.
Yes, Daozi. After a moment's pause, she began to speak. That day I went out to get some things. When
Wukong failed to force me, he instructed a few of his men to plan to forcibly take me away. I knew that once they got their way, my fate would definitely be worse than death, and I had a death wish in my heart. Then when they weren't paying attention, I destroyed my own soul. Wu Qingling spoke quickly, her clear face with a huff.
Bastard ah! Many people pointed at Wukong and cursed. Wu Kang's face was ashen.
Wu Shang's face was ugly, and several times he wanted to interject, but he was held down by Wu Hong.
Above.
Wu Ning looked at Wu Tianyun and said, Father, with the testimonies of the parties involved, it can be said that the evidence is conclusive. It is now your turn to pronounce judgment. Wu Tianyun immediately slammed the table. Wu Kong and Wu Mu, several people brutalized their fellow clansmen. Their crime is too great to be forgiven.
Men, drag them all down and behead them.
Young clan chief, Wu Shang cried out sharply. Wu Tianyun glared angrily, Old thing, if you dare to obstruct again, I will behead you together. Wu Shang's face turned white, not daring to squeak again. Wu Ke led a few guards and immediately dragged the 4 Wu Kangs out of the hall, beheading them in public, annihilating their souls. A cheer immediately rang out from all around.
Ah, good kill.
These few scums are so arrogant. I don't know how many innocent women were poisoned in the past, alas. Thank you, young patriarch and Daozi, for doing us justice. Wu Ke led the 4 heads into the grand hall.
Young patriarch, the 4 Wu Kangs have been beheaded.
Very good. Wu Tianyun nodded his head in satisfaction before looking back at Wu Shang, whose eyes were bloodshot, and said in a cold voice. If the son doesn't teach, it's the father's fault. Wu Shang, with immediate effect, you will be dismissed from all positions in the clan, and from now on, you will not be allowed to enter the management of the clan. Upon hearing this, Wu Shang was struck by lightning. Not being allowed to enter the clan's management again, this was simply more difficult for him than killing his son. After all, his son can still be born again, but without his position, his life will be over.
Young patriarch, open grace na.
Wu Shang immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. Wu Tianyun snorted coldly, not bothering to look at him again.
His gaze swept over Elder Wu Hong, but didn't linger much.
After all, it was a core elder that only his father could dispose of, and he couldn't move for the time being.
Ninger, let's go.
Wu Tianyun rubbed his forehead somewhat wearily as he got up and walked towards the outside of the great hall. Wu Ning nodded slightly and followed as he got up. On the way back to Chaoyun Immortal Palace, Wu Tianyun suddenly asked, Ninger, what do you think of this incident that happened today? As he dealt with the affairs of the clan for longer and longer, he became more and more tired.
The martial clan looked brilliant and strong and glamorous.
However, as an ancient clan that had been passed down for endless years, many of the clan's rules and regulations had long been corrupted and rigid. Underneath the glittering and brilliant exterior, there was no telling how much filth and unpleasantness lurked. Wu Ning smiled faintly, Father, whatever you have in mind, just go ahead and do it. My child and my mother, as well as my grandfather, will all support you from behind.
Ha ha ha. Wu Tianyun immediately laughed freely. Good. Ninger, with your words, my father is relieved. Wu Tianyun swept away his fatigue, and his entire person was immediately energized and full of fighting spirit. Wu Ning also laughed along with him. He didn't like dealing with these troublesome matters in the clan, and he was still happy to see that his father was able to take the initiative to take on these matters. Chapter 139 Void God Mirror. Right. Wu Tianyun suddenly remembered something and immediately said to Wu Ning, Ninger, in another 2 years the evergreen Immortal Kingdom will establish the Immortal Kingdom Crown Prince. At that time your grandfather is probably not yet out of the gate, and my father can't get away if he has to deal with the affairs of the clan, so you'll be going there on behalf of our martial clan. Evergreen Immortal Kingdom. Wu Ning nodded his head slightly. He still remembered that his eldest uncle had been the emperor's son-in-law there. A few moments later, father and son returned to the Chaoyuan Immortal Palace. Cousin Daozi, you're back? Luo Yuqing immediately greeted them, hurriedly running a salute towards Wu Tian and shouting in a good manner, "Good day, cousin uncle." The manners were dignified and decent. Yuqing, here it's just like your own home, no need to be outgoing. Wu Tianyun smiled faintly. Moronin followed, a smile spreading across her face. Wu Ning secretly shook his head and hurriedly left after using the immortal feast. Returning to Daoyu Immortal Palace, Wu Ning directly began his leisurely seclusion. Every day, he fished and read ancient books to supplement his knowledge. Although he had the black book in his hands, what Mo Bao knew and what he knew were two different concepts. For him, the black book is like the cell phone in his previous life, which can find all kinds of massive information in the world, but it is not as good as what he himself knows. Moreover, tasting and reading various ancient books, learning all kinds of knowledge, and deepening his understanding of this world of heavens and earth. Not only did it pass the time, it was a spiritual treat. Wu Ning was happy to do so. In the middle of the Immortal Palace garden, immortal mist was misty, Tao rhythms were dazzling, and all kinds of immortal medicines were glowing with haze, as if it were a supreme fairyland. Wu Ning was sitting under the Bodhi tree, playing with a silver-white ancient mirror. This mirror was called the Void God Mirror. The immortal Tao civilization of the Taichou ancient realm had developed for countless years, and various strange techniques and immortal Tao arts had flourished and naturally flourished. For example, this Void God Mirror is a kind of summoning magic treasure that is even more advanced than a summoning jade talisman. A jade talisman can transmit information and sound over long distances. But the Void God Mirror is able to directly conduct long-distance, even ultra-long-distance real-time video calls. Void God Mirrors came in different grades. The Void God Mirror in Wu Ning's hands was of extremely high quality, and was capable of carrying out real-time video calls across immortal realms. Basically, with the exception of a very few special places, face-to-face communication could be realized throughout the entirety of the Taichu ancient realm. Of course, it was extremely difficult to build and the price was extremely high. Generally, only immortal emperors are qualified to use it. Even amongst the martial clan, it is not a cabbage, and the average quasi-immortal emperor elder does not have it in his hands. This was because the Void God Mirror had a great drawback: it had to be used in 2 matching sets. In other words, it could only be contacted 1-to-1, not 1-to-many. However, Wu Ning had heard that there was a kind of child-mother series of Void God Mirrors in the ancient immortal court. It was possible to realize a 1-to-1 connection. Multiple child mirrors could each contact the mother mirror. The disadvantage was that the mother mirror could only bind and contact one child mirror at most, and could not be used for 1-to-many. Wu Ning was extremely interested in the virtual divine mirror. Cultivation was too boring. If he could establish a virtual network of immortal law systems, it would be a bit more of a flavoring agent. Little Black, do the worlds of the heavens have similar technology now? Mo Bao immediately replied, yes, master. There are such similar techniques in many places in the 10,000 realms of the heavens, even such as the battlefield of the heavens. Everyone who enters the battlefield of the heavens is able to obtain a Void God token, and by injecting a trace of divine thought into it they can enter an illusory space called the Void God Realm. As a matter of fact, the original origin of the Void God Mirror was the battlefield of the heavens, and it was a magic treasure created by some weapon casters based on the Void God token. It's the battlefield of the heavens again. Wu Ning muttered, his heart growing increasingly curious about this battlefield of the heavens. Little Black, what exactly is the origin of this battlefield of the heavens? Master, the battlefield of the heavens has existed for an extremely long time, and was originally a natural space that communicated between the 10,000 realms, and was later transformed by a supreme being from the heavenly market divine kingdom before evolving into the current battlefield of the heavens.
A hint of surprise appeared in Wu Ning's eyes. After reading many of his clan's ancient texts, he had heard of this Heavenly Market Divine Kingdom. The Heavenly Ruins Divine Kingdom was located in the Heavenly Ruins Divine Realm, and it was the only dominant force in the Heavenly Ruins Divine Realm since the beginning of time. No one could shake it. One must know that the Heavenly Ruins Divine Realm was one of the top 1,000 worlds, and amongst all the 1,000 worlds in the heavens and the earth, it was able to securely rank amongst the top 10 existences. It was even stronger than their Taichu Ancient Realm. If there was really such a ranking list, the Taichu Ancient Realm wouldn't even be able to rank in the top 20. The Heavenly Ruins Divine Kingdom had been able to dominate the Heavenly Ruins Divine Realm for endless years, so one could only imagine how terrifying its depths were. Wu Ning's gaze flickered. Then in that case, the Heavenly Market Divine Kingdom's purpose for creating the battlefield of the heavens definitely wouldn't be simple. Could there be some sort of scheme involved? Master, the original purpose of the Heavenly Market Divine Kingdom's creation of the battlefield of the heavens was mainly to cultivate future generations as well as recruit talent. But because of the special nature of the battlefield of the heavens being able to connect to the 10,000 realms, there were once multiple supreme hegemonic powers that worked together to put pressure on the Heavenly Market Divine Kingdom, so as of today, the Heavenly Market Divine Kingdom has already lost most of its control over the battlefield of the heavens. Mo Bao immediately said. Oh? Wu Ning uttered in surprise. To be able to exert pressure towards the Heavenly Market Divine Kingdom, I was afraid that they were all supreme forces among those top 10 ranked top 1,000 worlds. Wu Ning shook his head slightly, thinking about this was still too far away. He was still just a tiny immortal emperor at the moment. Pausing for a moment, Wu Ning continued to study the Void God mirror in his hands. One method led to all methods, and with his current cultivation realm, he quickly figured out the principle of this Void God mirror. The feeling it gave him was somewhat similar to the quantum entanglement of his previous life, but on the level of the Great Tao rules. Two special sets of Great Tao runes maintained a mysterious correlation, able to ignore spatial blockages and produce real-time interaction even across infinite distances. The Void God mirror was created based on this very principle. Wu Ning's eyes narrowed slightly, although the laws and technological routes of his previous life were completely different from this metaphysical world. However, it could also provide him with some marvelous ideas. Just as he was indulging in the research of the Void God mirror, Clan Elder Wu Mao once again sent 2 trillion immortal crystals. It was all exchanged with those resources that had been stripped from the heavenly underworld divine realm. Wu Ning secretly laughed in his heart, but his face did not move. He thought for a moment and said, Clan Elder, I've recently had a breakthrough in my cultivation, and my efficiency has increased quite a bit, so I estimate that I'll be able to condense all of the immortal crystals into chaos source liquid in another year. That's quite good. Ning boy, I'll be waiting for your good news then. Clan Elder Wu Mao loudly laughed, still anxious to go back and absorb those chaos origin liquids he had gotten earlier. Wu Ning smiled faintly and threw all 2 trillion immortal crystals into the divine gourd. Once again, 2,000 drops of immortal chaos origin liquid were condensed. 1,600 of those drops were all his hard work. Chapter 140 Heavenly Green Divine Jade. Wu Ning's heart was happy. This was the advantage of mastering monopoly technology. After spending some time, Wu Ning absorbed the 1,500 drops of immortal chaos source liquid, leaving 100 drops for backup. Then he continued to devote himself to researching the Void God mirror. Time flew by, and a year quickly passed. In this year, under the support of Wu Ning, Wu Tianyun convened the Council of Elders, and strongly launched a sensational darkness crackdown, purging all the management of the clan from top to bottom, sweeping out the maladies, eliminating the corpses, and carrying out radical reforms to the various clan rules and systems. The construction of strict monitoring mechanism, the establishment of open and fair criminal law institutions, the establishment of strict rewards and punishments, reasonable and open promotion system and so on. Although the step was a bit big at once, initially caused many elders in the clan to oppose. However, after a few highly respected elders spoke out, all of the objections disappeared. As for those elders who raised objections, after a thorough investigation, half of them were removed or demoted. There were even a few who were imprisoned in the clan prison. All of these big moves set off a continuous super earthquake in the Marshall clan. While many clansmen clapped their hands and applauded, they also felt a heavy pressure coming down on them. Especially many of the mainline descendants. In the past, because of their origins, they were able to obtain the clan's resource allocation even if they did nothing. But in the future, it was completely different. The new reward and punishment system was about those who labored and worked hard getting more. Those who do not labor or work hard are not allowed. Regardless of the main lineage's collateral lineage, no matter how excellent the talent was, as long as one didn't work hard and didn't make any contribution to the clan, they wouldn't receive any of the resources allocated by the clan. On the contrary, even if one's talent was poor, as long as one worked hard one could obtain more resources. With the depth of the martial clan, even if your talents sucked as long as you were willing to work hard and put in your best effort, you could still be nurtured into a strong person. After the new reward and punishment system was implemented, the countless side lineage descendants in the clan instantly rolled with desperation as if they had been shot with chicken blood. Many mainline descendants were indifferent. Even though they didn't have the resources issued by the clan, they had the residual shade of their ancestors and weren't even close to that amount of resources. In this regard, Wu Tianyun and his father and son were unimpressed. Even if they had the remaining shade of their ancestors, they could not sit on their asses forever. Moreover, there were many special resources in the clan that could not be obtained casually. How was it possible to want to be salty? Everyone was desperately trying to roll. If you didn't want to roll, you could only be stepped on and left behind by others. The only roll is the king's way. On this day, Wu Ning delivered the remaining chaos source liquid to clan elder Wu Mao, then prepared to depart for the evergreen immortal kingdom. There was only 1 year left before the evergreen immortal kingdom prince, although with his cultivation it wouldn't take him long to arrive at the evergreen immortal realm. But it wasn't like he was in a hurry to rush, intending to travel along the way. There were still many places he hadn't visited in the 1008 immortal realms of the Taicho ancient realm. Cousin Daozi, Yuqing also wants to go to the evergreen immortal realm, can you bring me along? Luo Yuqing looked at him blearily. Can't. Wu Ning flatly refused. Luo Yuqing's breath caught, lightly biting her Jew lips. Cousin Daozi, do you hate Yuqing a lot? Cousin Yuqing, you haven't come to the martial clan for a short period of time, it's almost time for you to return to the Luo clan. Wu Ning's face was calm as he said indifferently. I understand. Luo Yuqing hung her head, her expression instantly lowering. Wu Ning shook his head imperceptibly, then directly turned around and left. A beautiful skin is 1 in 1,000, an interesting soul is 1 in 1,000,000,000. Although Luo Yuqing was stunningly beautiful, her soft and weak nature was not his favorite type. After leaving some chaos source liquid for his parents, Wu Ning directly departed for the evergreen immortal kingdom. He hadn't chosen an entourage from his clan. Having him alone was sufficient. Of course, Little Green and Little White were definitely traveling with him. In addition, Wu Ning had brought Immortal Emperor Shui Yun with him as well. As a Dao child of the Wu clan, how could one not have a bit of splendor? Having an Immortal Emperor at his beck and call, the compulsion was barely enough. Very well, let's set off. Wu Ning nodded in satisfaction. In the next moment, a golden ancient ship flew into the starry sky. Little Black, check for me, on the way to the evergreen immortal kingdom, are there any of those unclaimed lands where one could obtain opportune treasures? Don't bother with some of the trash, at least the kind of treasures or chances that are worth 1 billion immortal crystals. In the middle of the ancient ship, Wu Ning asked Mo Bao. Master, there are a total of 17 places that meet your requirements. Ink Treasure immediately replied back. So many? Wu Ning raised an eyebrow. Originally it was just a sudden thought and a casual question. He hadn't expected there to be so many opportunistic treasures. This was still only on the route to the evergreen immortal kingdom. If one were to look at the entirety of the Taicho ancient realm, there would be so much opportunity that it would be downright frightening. The corners of Wu Ning's mouth hooked slightly, and a mature thought suddenly arose in his heart. So many opportunities, and all of them were great opportunities that could move an immortal emperor's heart. Instead of no one asking for it, it would be better to make it cheaper for him. He wasn't greedy either, just a portion would suffice. For a time, Wu Ning was in a great mood, and immediately sent orders for Immortal Emperor Shui Yun to fly towards the first place of opportunity in his ancient ship. A few days later, the golden-colored ancient ship arrived in the middle of a starfield that was as bright as a jewel. It slowly stopped near a huge crimson star. Wu Ning stood on the ancient ship, gazing out at the enormous crimson star in the distance. According to the information that Inkpot had found out, this crimson star was not ordinary, and had once been the location of an immortal emperor's Dao lineage. Later on, that immortal emperor accidentally fell outside, and although the Dao lineage was not destroyed, it slowly declined later on. Nowadays, that immortal emperor's Dao has long disappeared, and this star has also become a dead star. However, no one knew that inside the star, there was a treasure that the immortal emperor had accidentally obtained. Wu Ning stretched out a hand towards the crimson star and grabbed it. Boom! The incomparably large and ancient star instantly exploded, and countless star fragments splattered in a vast and majestic manner that looked extremely spectacular. Swoosh! A greenish-colored light flew out from among the star fragments, instantly spanning a distant distance and falling into Wu Ning's hands.
This is the heavenly cyan divine jade?
Wu Ning carefully examined the cyan-colored jade in his hand, which was warm and cool to the touch, crystalline and translucent, emitting an extremely subtle aura.
Other than that, there didn't seem to be anything special about it.
However, in reality, this heavenly cyan divine jade was definitely a treasure of heaven and earth. Its greatest function was to be used to change the physique, and it could be used to mold the heavenly cyan divine body for the offspring, as well as to create a doppelganger or puppet that possessed the heavenly cyan divine body. The heavenly green divine physique was a powerful physique that was close to the great Tao. Having a heavenly cyan divine body meant having the qualifications to witness an immortal emperor. In other words, there was a high probability that an immortal emperor could be cultivated with it. This alone made the heavenly cyan divine jade no less valuable than a top immortal emperor artifact.
Selling it for hundreds of billions of immortal crystals would still be easy. Chapter 141 Great Luo Sword Tablet.
On the side, Immortal Emperor Shui Yun stared slightly. Having lived for so long, he had heard of the reputation of the heavenly green divine jade. It was just that what shocked him was how Daozi had casually picked up such a valuable item. No, it wasn't picked up casually. Rather, it was premeditated. It was as if Daozi had already known that the heavenly green divine jade was hidden inside that star. How strange. Wu Ning measured it for a moment and put away the heavenly cyan divine jade, then waved his hand towards Immortal Emperor Shui Yun.
Don't just stand there, keep going. Ah.
Yes. The golden-colored ancient ship continued to sail, stopping almost every half-decade. Then Wu Ning struck out, easily harvesting some precious treasures. Immortal Emperor Shui Yun was initially shocked beyond belief, and then slowly became numb. Time flew by, and 3 months passed in a flash. The golden ancient boat flew through the sacred light immortal domain, heading towards the questioning sword ancient city in the center of the immortal domain. According to the information that Mo Bao had found out, this questioning sword ancient city contained the greatest of the 17 chances.
Not long after, a boundless and magnificent ancient city appeared in Wu Ning's line of sight.
In the center of this vast ancient city, there was a sword-shaped stone monument that was billions of feet tall. It was known to the world as the Great Luo Sword Monument. It was rumored that this Great Luo Sword Monument was left behind by a super sword cultivator, and contained the invincible sword Tao that led straight to the Great Tao, attracting the coveted attention of countless powerhouses. There were once several immortal emperors who tried to make a move to forcefully seize the Great Luo Sword Monument, only to be instantly annihilated by a wisp of sword chi emanating from the sword monument. Their souls flew away, leaving no dregs behind. Since then, few people dared to covet the Great Luo Sword Tablet. Occasionally, there were people who did not know how to live, but without exception, they were all killed by the sword chi emitted by the Great Luo Sword Tablet. Putting away the golden ancient ship, Wu Ning flew towards questioning sword ancient city with his hands folded. Little Green held Little White, and Immortal Emperor Shui Yun followed behind him. The questioning sword ancient city was located in the center of the sacred light immortal region and was extremely vast. It could be said to be the most densely populated place for sword cultivators in the entire Taichu ancient realm. Sword-wielding youths and Taoists could be seen everywhere. In addition, there were also many local ancient forces entrenched within this ancient city. 2 of them had even stepped into the threshold of the immortal realm's top-tier forces. Wu Ning raised his head and gazed out at the Tao Lord Sword Monument that pierced the heavens before him, vaguely sensing a terrifying sword intent from it that caused his heart to jump a little. Worthy of being something left behind by a Tao Father, it is truly terrifying. Wu Ning's gaze was slightly condensed. Even with his current cultivation strength, he still felt weak and small in front of this sword monument. At this moment, in the vicinity of the sword monument, there were densely packed sword cultivators surrounding it, and they were in the process of comprehending the sword intent contained on top of the Great Luo Sword Monument. Wu Ning casually swept around, and among them were quite a few sword cultivators whose cultivation had reached the Immortal Emperor realm. Almost all of them were sitting closest to the Great Luo Sword Tablet. Not moving a muscle, like statues, it was estimated that they had all been sitting withered for an unknown number of thousands of years.
Daozi, do you intend to enlighten your sword here? Immortal Emperor Shui Yun asked.
Wu Ning shook his head slightly. The world only knew that the Great Luo Sword Monument contained the invincible Tao of the sword, but they didn't know that there was also a sword hidden within it.
A Tao sword.
Although it was only a lower-grade Tao artifact,
it was definitely a monstrous opportunity. It was enough to drive Immortal Emperor powerhouses crazy. Although Wu Ning had many treasures in his possession, he was not so great that he did not place a Dao sword in his eyes. Stop! Suddenly, a cold shout rang out from the side. A dozen men wearing uniform armor walked over quickly, and the middle-aged man at the head of the group sized them up. This is the first time you guys have come to ask Sword Ancient City, isn't it? The Great Luo Sword Monument is under the joint jurisdiction of our Great Zhou Immortal Clan and the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect in a radius of 100,000 miles, and those of you who wish to participate in the Great Luo Sword Monument will need to pay 1 million extreme immortal stones first. The middle-aged man swept over them before stretching out a finger. 1 million extreme immortal stones a person. Wu Ning frowned. Does this Great Luo Sword tablet belong to your Zhou family? Or is it the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect's? The middle-aged man's gaze went cold, a hint of displeasure appearing on his face. Kid, this is the territory of our Zhou family and the 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect. You didn't even ask around. Our Great Zhou Immortal Clan and 10,000 Swords Immortal Sect are ranked even if we look at the entire Taichou Ancient Realm. Do you want to defy the rules set by our two families together? The middle-aged man's face revealed a touch of cold arrogance, and the guards around him showed hostility in their eyes, vaguely raising their weapons. Humph. Now the price has changed, 2 million extreme immortal stones a person. If you want to comprehend the Great Luo Sword tablet, pay the immortal stones, if not, get lost. Those who dare to make trouble will be killed without pardon. The middle-aged man said in a stern tone. How dare you? Immortal Emperor Shui Yun immediately shouted, and an Immortal Emperor's pressure instantly erupted. It pressed the middle-aged man along with a dozen or so guards all to their knees. Daring to be so unbridled in front of their family Daozi, truly the ignorant are fearless. You. The middle-aged man's face flushed red. He felt extremely humiliated to be forcibly pressed to kneel on the ground in front of a large crowd. You actually dare to make a move? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're an Immortal Emperor. We're from the Great Zhou Immortal Clan. Do you guys want to seek death? Boom! Before the middle-aged man's words could fall, he was directly slapped into a bloody mist by Wu Ning. The Great Zhou Immortal Clan's escort was actually killed? Many people in the distance were startled by the turn of events here. What is the origin of these people? How dare they kill someone from the Great Zhou Immortal Clan? Are they not aware of what kind of power the Great Zhou Immortal Clan is? It looks like they just came to questioning Sword Ancient City. Presumably they were extorted by those from the Great Zhou Immortal Clan, and the two sides became conflicted, so they killed the people in a fit of rage. Alas, the last person who dared to kill the escorts of those two major forces ended up having their souls drawn out and simmered for 10,000 years before dying a painful death. These guys are too impulsive. In the future, when you meet this kind of guy, there's no need to bull with them, just shoot them directly. Wu Ning said indifferently. Immortal Emperor Watercloud hurriedly said yes. Asshole. Dare to kill my Great Zhou Immortal Race's people, do you want to seek death? An angry shout came from the direction of the Great Luo Sword Monument. Only to see that close to the sword steel, a blue-robed middle-aged man rose violently, staring coldly at Wu Ning. He took one step and instantly appeared opposite Wu Ning's several people. An early-stage Immortal Emperor dares to act recklessly in our Great Zhou Immortal Clan's territory. Do you consider yourself invincible? His gaze landed on Immortal Emperor Shui Yun, a hint of killing intent flowing from his eyes. Swish! But in the very next instant, a willow branch emitting a light golden halo suddenly drilled out of the void, instantly piercing through his head. Well! The blue-robed middle-aged man's pupils contracted violently, revealing a thick color of disbelief. The vitality in his eyes quickly dissipated like an avalanche, and his divine soul was instantly absorbed by the willow branch, soon leaving him with only an empty shell without a soul.